Awakening from slumber, she found herself cradling a cherubic infant none other than Port Gasti, ace from the world of pirates. With a resounding crash, Leah instinctively adopted a defensive stance, only to realize she had regressed to the form of a mere 6 or 7-year-old child. A merchant vessel was under siege by pirates, its crew lined up against the deck, all held at gunpoint. Concealed in a corner room, she gazed at the slumbering babe before her, her mind swirling. Was this truly Ace? The original owner of this body was Ace's cousin, destined to perish in this very attack, allowing Ace to be rescued by Garpy to Oh, they expect me to repeat the past? Not a chance. Leah stripped the unconscious pirate of his garments, securing Ace upon her back, her pockets bulging with ill-gotten gains. Harnessing the energy that governed death, she lulled the young Ace into a temporary slumber and stealthily made her way toward the lifeboat. As she rounded a corner, a pirate emerged unexpectedly. Leah's vision darkened, and she swiftly covered his mouth, seizing his blade to slit his throat, continuing until she felt satisfied. Having slain gods in my previous life, I fear not your rabble. She navigated the small boat to safety, halting only when the merchant vessel was out of sight, cradling Ace tenderly in her arms. The little one suckled on his pacifier, his cheeks fluttering adorably. Melting Leah's heart. Skipping straight to motherhood without the detours of romance was a thrilling experience. Suddenly, a thought struck her, causing her expression to shift. According to the narrative, Ace would be taken to Windmill Village by Garp, but now that she had absconded with him, would that old man pursue her? As she pondered, the distant sound of a ship's horn reached her ears. Leah looked up to see a Navy ship barreling toward them, a burly man in a dog-headed hat standing at the bow, his fists cracking ominously. Is that Monka? Her pupils dilated. Wasn't this man sent flying by Luffy? Why was he here now? To make matters worse, trailing behind the Navy ship was a pirate vessel flying a skull flag, moving at an alarming speed. Suddenly, little Ace began to wail, as if sensing impending danger. Leah quickly covered his mouth and huddled deeper into the cabin. Hush now. If you keep crying, we'll both be doomed. Her aura of death surged, swirling around Ace to form a faint black mist. This energy, it reacts to Ace. The Navy ship drew closer, Monka's voice booming. You in the small boat. Halt for inspection. The pirate ship had caught up, its sails bearing the insignia of the clock pirates. Caught between the Navy and pirates, with a future FireFist, Ace nestled in her arms. Leah clenched her fists, the death energy coalescing into black flames within her palms. It seems that aspiring to be a carefree maternal figure is not in the cards. A sudden recollection from the original owner's memories surfaced. This body possessed Conqueror's haki, yet it remained dormant. If she were to awaken it now, could she repel both sides? Just then, a peculiar man with an odd accent appeared at the ship's edge, twirling a dagger in his hand. Little girl, is this child for sale? Leah felt a sudden chill wind. Did this man come over? Little Ace's cries grew louder, and the black flames suddenly surged high, causing the ship's deck to sizzle. Monka's ship had already approached, and with a powerful hand, he reached for the edge of the vessel, seized them. Holding Ace, Leah gazed at the advancing Navy and the ill-intentioned man, and then she unexpectedly smiled. Anyone who wishes to harm me, they should first inquire whether this death energy consents. The man carried 2 large bags and followed Leah back to the inn. Just as she raised her head to pour water, she froze. Kizaru, what is he doing in the East Blue? Dressed in a yellow-striped suit, with a crooked smile and his signature yay, Leah's mind raced. With such a frail build, she was far too weak to fight him. Should she call for Garp to intervene? Her eyes sparkled as she quickly offered the cup of water. Mr. Paulicelino, I'm your fan. The newspapers say you're incredibly powerful. Kizaru raised an eyebrow. Yea, young lady, you recognize me? Of course. You are the most handsome in the Navy. Leah showered him with compliments, but inside, she felt anxious. What if he discovered Ace? Kizaru suddenly remarked, allow me to take you to the Navy branch for safety. Leah's eyes lit up. This was perfect. She could familiarize herself there, and it would dispel any suspicion. Thank you so much. She bowed deeply, resembling a little mushroom at tea that moment. Little Ace woke up, stretching his hands toward Leah, babbling for her to hold him. The little one pouted and seemed on the verge of tears, but upon seeing Leah, he instantly beamed with joy, his freckles dancing, melting Leah's heart as she held him high and showered him with kisses. Kizaru watched, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Leah suddenly had a mischievous thought. Mr. Celino, could you help me hold Ace for a moment? I need to prepare his formula. She was curious to see how an admiral of the Navy would handle a baby. To her surprise, Kizaru complied, carefully placing Ace on his arm, though his posture was as stiff as a robot. Little Ace instantly ceased smiling, staring intently at Kizaru's orange peel-like face. Completely still, his gaze seemed to scrutinize a criminal. Kizaru was taken aback. "Yea, what is this little one thinking?" Leah struggled to suppress her laughter, preparing the formula with the precision of a chemistry experiment. A specific number of grams of powder, a precise number of milliliters of water, down to the last decimal. Kizaru was astonished. Is taking care of a child this complicated? Suddenly, a shadow flitted past the window. Leah and Kizaru turned simultaneously. There stood a man in a hat, camera in hand, taking pictures of the room. Is that a CP9 agent? Leah's heart raced. Why were they here, too? Kizaru's expression instantly turned icy, fingers twitching as a flash of golden light flickered at his fingertips. Little Ace seemed startled and began to cry loudly. Kizaru, flustered, tried to soothe him. "You don't cry. Don't cry. How about I perform a magic trick for you?" A small orb of golden light flickered from his fingertips, drifting through the air like a star. Little Ace immediately ceased his tears, his wide eyes fixated on the golden glow, his tiny hands reaching out to grasp it. A shadow flitted past the window, attempting to flee. With a cold chuckle, Kizaru unleashed the golden light in an instant. Bang! A muffled sound echoed from outside the window. Leah cradled Ace, gazing at Kizaru. What was his true intention? Was he genuinely just passing by? Kizaru ruffled Ace's hair and suddenly remarked, "This child bears a resemblance to Roger." Leah's heart skipped a beat. Did he notice? Yet Kizaru refrained from elaborating further, rising to his feet and stating, "The Navy is approaching. I must take my leave." As he reached the door, he turned back, a crooked smile on his lips. "Take good care of him, young lady." The moment the door closed, Leah's legs weakened and she sank onto the bed with Ace in her arms. Little Ace was still reaching for the remnants of the golden light in the air, babbling happily. Suddenly, she recalled Kizaru's last words, a chill running down her spine. He must know, so why not take Ace with him? And what about that CP9 agent outside? Was he after Ace? The Navy's vessel soon arrived, and the soldiers respectfully invited Leah aboard. As she stood at the bow, holding Ace, her mind was a flurry of questions as she gazed at the distant horizon. What was Kizaru's true strategy? Suddenly, little Ace pointed at the sky, giggling. Leah looked up and saw a cloud racing by, its shape eerily reminiscent of Kizaru's crooked smile. Surely, he won't be following us indefinitely. As the ship neared the base, the lookout suddenly shouted, "Pirate ship ahead. It's Captain Kira's crew." Leah frowned. "Why are there pirates everywhere we go?" She gently stroked Ace's head, feeling that ominous energy subtly wrap around her fingertips. It seemed today would require action once more. Would Kizaru truly intervene? Would the CP9 agents return? Looking down at little Ace in her arms, she suddenly smiled. "With me here, no one will dare lay a finger on you." Little Ace then reached out, tugging at Kizaru's curly hair, kicking his legs in an attempt to climb such strength for a mere 5-month-old. Kizaru winced in discomfort, but could only shield his waist, fearing that a sudden movement might injure the little one. Ultimately, he lifted Ace onto his shoulder to sit. Little Ace beamed with joy, swinging on Kizaru's hair like a swing, utterly delighted. "Ace, my dear, come drink your milk," Leah called, shaking the bottle. The little one immediately released his grip, extending his chubby hands for a hug, while Kizaru, nursing his sore scalp, quipped, "Ah, children are truly terrifying." "Mr. Salino is quite gentle, as well. He'll surely make a wonderful father," Leah replied with a cheerful smile. Kizaru's glasses glinted. "I am far too busy for family life," Leah quietly mused. With a nonchalant attitude towards work, "What are you so busy with?" She suddenly inquired, "Given your exceptional skills, what brings you to the East Sea?" Kizaru smirked. "Ah, does the young lady know of the Grand Line? I'm searching for Grandpa Garp. He has shared countless tales of the Grand Line with me." Leah had already concocted her excuse. Blaming Garp was a surefire way to absolve herself that old man's actions were always justifiable. Kizaru nodded in agreement. It is indeed not surprising to hear Garp-san's name. While packing, Leah deliberately handed the small Ace over to Kizaru, shouldering a burden nearly as large as herself. Kizaru observed her, nearly concealed by the weight of her load, and decisively took the burden from her. "Allow me to carry that." Leah rolled her eyes internally. Clearly, he just wanted to avoid carrying Ace and found an excuse. She adeptly secured small Ace behind her and followed Kizaru toward the naval base. Kizaru produced a transponder snail and called out, "Moshi Moshi?" "Sod." The transponder snail remained silent, prompting him to mutter, "Ah, has it malfunctioned? A headache." Leah could no longer contain herself. "Mr. Salino, it appears that is a listening transponder snail." "Kizaru." The air fell silent for 3 seconds as he quietly returned the transponder snail to his pocket, pretending nothing had transpired. As they approached the base entrance, Two naval officers suddenly rushed out. Report. A suspicious vessel has been sighted, suspected of carrying contraband. Kizaru waved his hand dismissively. Ah, understood. I shall investigate. He turned to Leah and instructed, you should wait inside. Look for someone named Zoro. Oh no, just seek out the section chief. Leah was taken aback. Zoro? At this point, wasn't Zoro still training with his sword in Frostmoon Village? How could he be at the naval base? Small Ace suddenly giggled on her back, pointing toward the interior of the base. Leah followed his gaze, spotting a green-haired boy standing in a penalty position, clutching a wooden sword indeed. It was Zoro. How had he become a member of the Navy? Where had the storyline diverged? Kizaru had already moved on, and the Navy personnel, noticing Ace on Leah's back, began to stir. That child seemed somewhat familiar. Leah's heart raced. Could she be recognized? Zoro abruptly turned, glaring at her. Who are you? What business do you have at the base with a child on your back? Small Ace peeked from her back, blowing a bubble at Zoro. Zoro's face flushed crimson, turning away. What a bother. Leah observed this scene and suddenly sensed something amiss at Kizaru, intentionally let slip that information. What was his true intention in bringing her to the base? Why was Zoro present here? The gazes of the Navy personnel grew increasingly peculiar, as if they were trying to ascertain something. Leah tightened her hold on Ace, a sense of foreboding gathering within her. It seemed this naval base was not a safe haven after all. Kazar's voice suddenly echoed from afar. Ah, young lady, do not be so tense. He stood atop the rooftop, idly toying with a black sphere that resembled a bomb. Did he intend to detonate the base? Ah, did I make another blunder? Kizaru remarked with an expression as tranquil as if discussing someone else's affairs, while holding a listening snail. Leah covered her face, exasperated. Could he not take this seriously? That nonchalant demeanor, as if he were relishing in his idleness, seemed to scream that he feared others might not notice his lack of effort. On the road, Kizaru ambled like a retired elder, remarking on the splendid weather as he gazed at the clouds. Upon spotting a stone, he commented, "What a peculiar shape." Leah felt her frustration morph into numbness. She was utterly drained. She even purchased 2 ice creams, sitting under a tree with Kizaru to observe ants transporting food. When they saw the ants carry a large morsel into their nest, they both clapped in encouragement, and Leah, in her excitement, dropped her ice cream onto the ground. Little Ace perched on her back, pouting as if to say, I want to eat too. Let's go. Kizar suddenly scooped Leah up and dashed toward the Navy base at lightning speed. Leah was bewildered. Just moments ago, he had been languid, and now he was inexplicably swift. Was this the capriciousness of an admiral? Upon reaching the base, Kizaru succinctly arranged everything with the officers, even placing a call to Garp, fabricating an impeccable alibi. As Leah prepared to express her gratitude, the door was flung open with a bang, and a man filled with grievance burst in. Admiral Kizaru, I made 32 calls. The patrol mission is still pending. It was Saad, Kizar's aide. Kizaru casually trimmed his nails with a nail clipper. Ah, it seems I misused the snail. Just hand the documents to Sakaski, he adores work. Saad looked close to tears, but there's no but about it. Kizaru waved dismissively. Leah hurried over, grasping Kizar's fingers, her eyes glistening. Mr. Salino, thank you. Please go attend to your duties. I can manage myself. An ace. Her performance was heartfelt, yet internally she screamed, please leave. It's too perilous to be near you. Kizaru regarded her and suddenly smiled. Ah, then I shall take my leave. Saad tugged Kizaru out, and Kizaru turned back to wave at Leah, the sunlight reflecting off his glasses obscuring his gaze as the office door shut. Leah exhaled in relief. Just as she intended to sit down, Little Ace suddenly pointed out the window, screaming. Turning her head, she saw Kizaru standing on the rooftop of the base, peering through a telescope in their direction. He hadn't left? What was even more alarming was the familiar object beside the telescope, the listening snail. Leah stiffened. Had he lied about the mix-up? What was he truly eavesdropping on? Was it for Ace? Or was it for Garp? An officer approached and said, Young lady, Mr. Garp mentioned he would come to fetch you in 3 days. Leah nodded, yet her heart surged with tumultuous waves. 3 days? That was ample time for many events to unfold. What revelations would Kizar's listening snail uncover? She gently stroked the small ace on her back, and the energy of death subtly began to circulate clearly. One must remain vigilant over the next 3 days. Outside the window, Kizaru lowered his telescope and said to Sabo, let's wait 3 more days and see if Admiral Karp will arrive. Sabo was nearly in tears, but the patrol mission can wait, Kizaru replied with a smile that concealed a hint of calculation. Leah observed the figure atop the roof and suddenly realized Kizuru was not idly passing time, he was waiting for Carp. What secrets did he hope to extract from Carp? Kizuru rose. Well then, I shall return to the warship. I hope to see you in Marineford in the future. Leah forced a laugh. Ha, if I have the honor. Sabo attempted to follow, but Kizuru transformed into photons and vanished, leaving Sabo in a state of disarray. Leah sighed with relief, silently mourning for Sabo for 3 seconds. Such a misfortune to have such a superior. In a room assigned by the officers, a female naval officer was playing with small Ace, who giggled joyously, his face smeared with saliva from her kisses. The female officer waved her hand in front of Leah. Hello, little one. I'm Belmir. What's your name? Belmir. Leah looked up abruptly. She scrutinized her carefully. Gray eyes, deep red hair tied back, her sideburns cut very short. She was holding a cigarette, but extinguished it immediately upon seeing the child. This was indeed Belmir, the great mother who was killed by Arlong for Nami and Nojiko. Is there a problem? Belmir's smile had a hint of cheekiness, yet her tone was gentle. Leah quickly shook her head, concocting a flimsy excuse. I was just curious why your sideburns are cut so short. Belmir touched her short hair and smiled brightly. This is called a woman must have courage. It gives me the strength to face formidable foes. Leah gazed into her eyes, feeling a mix of emotions. She knew Belmir's fate, both tragic and noble. Change the storyline. She wasn't so altruistic. Everyone has their own destiny. Yet, seeing the vibrant Belmir before her stirred an indescribable discomfort within her. Suddenly, small Ace pointed towards the doorway and began to cry. Belmir and Leah turned simultaneously. A man wearing a hat stood at the entrance, holding a wanted poster emblazoned with the image of an infant. Though blurred, the features bore a striking resemblance to Ace. I found you, Portgasti. Ace, the man sneered coldly, reaching out to grab him. Without a moment's hesitation, Belmir shielded Leah and Ace behind her, clenching her fist. You dare wreak havoc at a naval base? The man brandished a knife. A mere Navy officer dares to stop me. The blade flashed as Belmir sidestepped, raising her foot to kick the man in the stomach. Bang! The man was knocked back a few steps and suddenly whistled. Outside the window, the sound of flapping wings filled the air as dozens of seabirds surged in, their claws aimed at small Ace. It was a devil fruit user. Leah held Ace tightly in her embrace, the energy of death quietly coalescing in her palm. She was reluctant to wield this power, but now she had no choice. Belmir was entangled by seabirds, anxiously shouting, "Hurry and go." Seizing the opportunity, the man lunged forward, exclaiming, "Got you!" Just as his hand was about to touch Ace, a beam of golden light shot through the window, sending him flying with a resounding thud. Leah looked up to see a familiar figure standing atop the roof. Kizuru. He truly had not left. Kizuru grinned. Hey, bullying children, isn't that a bit inappropriate? The man attempted to rise and flee, but Kizuru delivered a lightning-fast kick, sending him crashing against the wall, rendering him unconscious. Belmir regarded Kizuru with wary eyes. Who are you? Kizuru ignored her, striding directly towards Leah, his gaze fixed on Ace in her arms. Hey, this little one is quite the catch. His eyes fell upon Leah's hand, where a faint black mist lingered. Death energy. Kizar's glasses glimmered. Little miss, that power of yours is rather intriguing. Leah's heart skipped a beat. Did he see it? Belmir stepped protectively in front of Leah. No matter who you are, do not harm the child. Kizar chuckled, and merely passing by. He turned to leave, but abruptly halted. By the way, Belmir, do refrain from returning to Kokasia village for a while. Belmir was taken aback. Why? Kizuru offered no reply, vanishing into a flash of golden light. Silence enveloped the room, Leah's hands trembling as she held Ace. Belmir suddenly remarked, You're not an ordinary child, are you? Leah met Belmir's probing gaze. Should she speak the truth? Who had sent that man? Was Kizar's warning to Belmir a gesture of assistance? Little Ace in her arms smacked his lips, seemingly lost in a delightful dream. Gazing at him, Leah resolved, some matters could not be evaded. She lifted her gaze to Belmir. I know Arlong will come. Belmir's expression shifted instantly. What did you say? Belmir teased little Ace before suddenly declaring, When I retire, I'll adopt 2 children. Little ones are simply too adorable. Leah remained silent. Yet within her heart, she understood she would one day have Nami and Nojiko as her daughters, the light she would guard with her life. The following day, a thunderous shout erupted. My grandchildren! Leah turned to see a muscular old man charging towards her with open arms. It was Garp. She quickly dodged with little Ace in her arms, and in the next moment, with a loud crash, Garp's head struck the stone bench, shattering it into pieces. Leah stared in disbelief. Was this old man's head made of iron? My ungrateful child has run off, and my granddaughter despises me. Garp squatted on the ground, wiping his tears with a mix of snot and sorrow. Following closely behind him, Aokiji crouched down, resting his chin on his hand as he assessed Leah. Ah, this little girl is truly adorable, unlike Mr. Garp. Leah nodded. I don't have such a foolish grandfather. Garp's indignation instantly materialized as he squatted in the corner, drawing circles. Old man, Leah called out, her voice strained. Even she felt a twinge of discomfort. Garp immediately sprang back to life, scooping her up and playfully rubbing his stubble against her face, causing her cheeks to sting. While little Ace suddenly burst into tears, this being the first time he had cried in over 10 days. Leah, incensed, delivered a punch to Garp's face, leaving his eye bruised. Yet Garp only laughed louder. Aha! My granddaughter is so cute even when she's angry. Leah leaped down, rushing over to tug at Garp's hair, darting around his shoulders. You scared Ace. Garp winced in pain, but was reluctant to release her. I was wrong, wasn't I? Aokiji stifled a laugh nearby. Well, now it looks like a grandfather and granddaughter duo. Finally calming down, Leah waved to Aokiji. Hello, Uncle Kazan. Aokiji raised an eyebrow. The young lady recognizes me? I saw you in the newspaper, Leah replied with a sweet smile. At that moment, an alarm blared from outside the base. Emergency! A pirate ship is approaching, flying the spade emblem. Garp's demeanor shifted instantly to seriousness as he slammed his fist against the wall. Is it the remnants of Roger's crew? Aokiji straightened, a chill beginning to permeate the air. Well, it seems we can't be idle any longer. Leah's heart tightened. The spade pirates? Are they Ace's future companions, or enemies seeking him out? Little Ace seemed to sense something, suddenly pointing at the sky and babbling. Everyone looked up to see a homing pigeon flying by, dropping a letter emblazoned with a familiar seal, the firewax seal of Kizuru. Garp tore open the envelope, his expression growing increasingly grim. Leah leaned in to read, noticing it stated, Beware, someone is targeting the D-Clan, not just within the Navy. Not just within the Navy? Could it be the world government? The alarm grew more urgent. The pirate ship was now visible on the horizon. Garp shielded Leah and Ace behind him, his fists cracking ominously. Whoever dares to threaten my grandchildren will taste the might of my iron fists. Aokiji also readied himself for battle. Well, it's a perfect opportunity to stretch my legs. Leah gazed at Garp's broad back, then at little Ace in her arms, her fists clenching resolutely. This time, she would not allow anyone to harm her family. As the pirate ship drew closer, a man wearing a hat stood at the bow, sword raised, with a D etched upon it. Who is he? Friend or foe? What did Kazar's warning truly mean? Could Garp and Aokiji withstand this impending crisis? Little Ace suddenly ceased his cries, fixating on a man clad in a hat, extending his tiny hand as if attempting to grasp something. The man also noticed Ace, his pupils narrowing in shock. Is that the bloodline of Roger? Garp roared and charged forward. Do not lay a finger on him. The battle was on the verge of eruption. Leah, cradling Ace, surveyed the chaotic battlefield and suddenly discerned. Within Aokiji's chilling aura, there lingered a trace of an essence that did not belong to him, reminiscent of Kazar's lightspeed? What, precisely, was the connection between Aokiji and Kizuru? During the time of fleeing, I had to find ways to make money and be cautious of the malice from adults when buying things. Even when purchasing some very ordinary items, I had to visit several different stores to avoid drawing attention. Buying a snack also required caution to avoid being robbed by beggars. Although these ordinary people posed no real threat to Leah, she was still a 7-year-old child who had to take care of little Ace. It was best to avoid trouble whenever possible. Later, when encountering Kizuru, it was nerve-wracking, fearing he might notice any clues. After all, Leah had just woken up, and if Kizaru wanted to do something, she had little ability to resist. In this world, being weak is a sin. On Garp's warship, it was also quite a headache. Are there really such unreliable people in the world? He could just fall asleep whenever he wanted, and occasionally when he felt like it. He would chase after small pirates he encountered, even straying from the course. Fortunately, Garp had a reliable vice admiral. Watching Garp's antics, Leah felt sorry for that unfortunate vice admiral. When facing a storm, Garp would even order the ship to sail into the storm. Leah, unable to tolerate any longer, handed Ace over to the others on the warship and decisively jumped up to grab his scalp, which finally made the old man Garp calm down. The naval soldiers were quite moved. Finally, someone could manage Vice Admiral Garp. Leah jumped onto the dock holding little Ace and an old man with a cane. Looking very kind, walked towards the warship. Old man Garp also jumped ashore, greeting the old man with a loud voice. Ah, slap. I'm back. While speaking, he pointed at the 2 little ones beside him. These are my grandson and granddaughter. Aren't they adorable? Old man Garp laughed loudly, a bit foolishly. and there was a hint of boasting in his tone. The old man with the cane glanced at Carp, but said nothing. Instead, he introduced himself to Leah in a friendly manner. I am Slap, the village chief of Windmill Village. You can call me Grandpa Chief. Having such an unreliable grandpa must be quite a headache for you. Hello, Grandpa Chief. My name is Leah, she replied, pointing at little Ace, who was happily sucking on his pacifier, and said, This is Ace. Grandpa Chief patted Leah's head and generously praised her. Little Leah is a good child. After that, Grandpa Chief poked Carp in the chest with his cane, saying, You only bring your granddaughter back when she's already so big. As a big man, how can you take care of little children? You should have brought her back to show me sooner. Carp picked his nose and skillfully flicked the booger at Slap, muttering, It's all that useless, unfilial son of mine's fault. He can't even keep his wife and is making me suffer with my grandchildren out here. What a waste. Just then, Dragon, who was in a meeting with the Revolutionary Army, sneezed for no apparent reason. The unnamed daughter-in-law said nothing. Oof. The monkey family has no one who is settled. After saying that, he took the three of them to the old house of the monkey family. The four of them arrived outside a wooden house with a small, neat courtyard. They saw a 2-story wooden building, and the courtyard seemed to be poorly maintained, looking a bit desolate. Creak, the wooden door opened, and the inside was relatively tidy, with no dust, indicating it was frequently cleaned. Carp, I haven't moved much of your stuff, and Machino often comes to help clean the house. If you need anything, just tell Machino, and she'll bring it to you. Saying this, Slap took out several keys from his pocket and handed them to Carp. Perhaps thinking that Carp was truly unreliable, Grandpa Chief instructed Leah on many small matters, such as where to buy things and places to avoid, and so on. Grandpa Chief talked until his mouth was dry and even coughed a couple of times. Leah was getting drowsy listening. Just as Grandpa Chief wanted to say something else, a gentle woman walked into the courtyard. Mr. Carp is back. After familiarizing Leah with the village and giving instructions to Grandpa Chief and Machino, Old Man Carp boarded his dog-headed warship and sailed towards the blue sea. Leah held little Ace and stood at the dock for a long time until the warship was no longer visible. As family, that is how it should be. The old man was not bad. Although Leah didn't say any words of blessing or farewell, she had already regarded him as her grandpa. Even though the old man's head was full of muscle, he had already exhausted his mind thinking about Leah and little Ace. For instance, asking Machino to take care of the children's meals, and secretly stuffing several stacks of berries into Slap's hands to have him order 2 suitable beds for the children. This nearly drained the old man's few brain cells, of course, excluding medicine or anything like that, because in the old man's words, he had never been sick since he was born. Leah, pervert. The education in the monkey family has always been very straightforward, even somewhat rough. As long as the children at home eat well and sleep soundly, that's enough. The old man firmly believes that only children tempered under the rod can avoid the storms brought by the sea in the future. He is tough on the outside, and his concern for the younger generation is mixed with his fists and feet. He wants Ace and Luffy to become strong Navy officers so that he can always protect those 2 kids under his fists until they have the strength to roam freely across the sea, instead of being burdened by the so-called bloodline, targeted by the whole world since birth. After bidding a silent farewell, Leah took little Ace to the monkey courtyard. From then on, Leah began her parenting life in Windmill Village. Mochino is an undeniably gentle girl. Little Ace grows day by day, almost changing by the day. Therefore, little Ace's clothes are also a considerable expense. Fortunately, with the skillful Mochino, Leah always receives new clothes from her, and the sizes each time fit little Ace perfectly, showing Mochino's attentiveness as she pays attention to Ace's growth. Gentle Miss Mochino dug out many of her childhood clothes to give to Leah, who is delicate and resembles a porcelain doll, thus being well-liked by adults, especially Miss Mochino. When the Pastry Bar business is slow, Miss Mochino's biggest interest is to dress Leah up beautifully. To repay Miss Mochino for her care, after lulling little Ace to sleep, Leah would go to Pastry Bar to help carry plates, sweep the floor, and do some things within her ability. Imagine a 7 or 8-year-old cute little girl seriously saying, "Uncle, your wine's aftertaste is rising," with a sweet little voice. How adorable that would be. Even the thick-skinned old man Carp couldn't resist, let alone the emotionally rich village uncles. After helping out at Mochino's bar, Leah would usually return with her pockets stuffed with candy. After getting home, she would take out the candy, pull out a big porcelain jar from under the bed, and save the candy. When little Ace was naughty, she would take out a few pieces to coax him, and sometimes she would indulge herself as well. However, she couldn't eat too much because this body was still in its childhood phase. and too much sugar could lead to cavities. One day, Leah tied a soft rope she had woven around Ace, the other end tied to her wrist. The reason was simple. Ace had learned to crawl and was bouncing around all day. Last time, he somehow crawled to the edge of the roof. If Leah hadn't been sharp-eyed, Ace might have fallen from the roof. However, Leah felt that given little Ace's stubbornness, he probably wouldn't get hurt. After all, the last time Ace hid inside the refrigerator, Leah didn't notice and accidentally pinched his head. When Leah squatted down to check if Ace was okay, little Ace was laughing happily, pointing at the refrigerator door as if to say, "Do it again." So to avoid causing any more trouble, Leah had no choice but to do it this way. Even so, little Ace was still having a great time. The soft rope was elastic, and every time it was pulled to its limit, it would pull Ace back. Leah could only carefully catch little Ace, who wasn't scared at all. Instead, he played enthusiastically, filling the courtyard with his innocent laughter. Many of Leah's clothes are actually the dresses from Machino's childhood, which are quite beautiful, featuring many exquisitely designed small skirts with intricate patterns. It is said that these were made by Machino's mother, who passed away early, and she was known to be the most skilled seamstress in Windmill Village and even the entire kingdom of Goya. Although the skirts are lovely, Leah does not like wearing them, as they are inconvenient for everything. For instance, to maintain a balanced diet when hunting in the Colbo Mountains. She often accidentally gets them snagged on branches or torn by wild beasts, resulting in minor injuries that she doesn't mind. However, the thought that her mother's heartfelt gift to her is being ruined because of her own actions fills her with guilt. Unfortunately, her sewing skills are too poor to fix them, so she can only take the dresses to find Machino. Leah decisively apologized, but Miss Machino was obviously more concerned about whether little Leah was hurt. As for the torn clothes, Miss Machino just smiled it off. Leah's strength is recovering day by day, albeit slowly, but it's better than nothing, right? After coming to this world for 3 months, dealing with some large beasts is still a bit challenging, but it's not impossible. So Leah returned those clothes to Machino, believing that these garments should be kept for a lifetime as they represent a mother's love. Then Machino suggested making clothes for little Leah, like some small dresses. And Leah decisively crossed her arms and said, "Dame." Leah pulled out a charcoal stick from the extinguished fire pit and started drawing on a piece of white paper. She sketched several simple, elegant, and fresh-looking outfits. The drawings were quite good, and later, Machino actually made them based on her sketches, making some improvements that made the designs even more attractive and stylish. Leah tried them on, and they fit her perfectly. Leah excitedly jumped into Miss Machino's arms. "Sister Machino, you are so gentle and beautiful. You cook so well, and your hands are so skillful. When I grow up, I will marry you." After saying this, she pecked Miss Machino on the cheek. This action made Machino smile repeatedly, and then she gently stroked little Leah's head. With the help of Machino, Leah started a meat-selling business. There was an abundance of wild game meat from the mountains, so she set up a meat stall to sell it. Everyone in the neighborhood took good care of little Leah, and she offered them friendship prices, fostering mutual benefit for a long-lasting business. However, most residents of Windmill Village were simple and kind-hearted. Seeing little Leah working hard at the stall, they all wanted to give her extra berries. But Leah politely declined with a smile. They didn't insist, instead praising Leah for her capability. Whenever the villagers had snacks or fruits at home, they would think of giving some to Leah. A gentle breeze blew, and the sound of waves echoed. The windmill turned slowly, making it another peaceful day in Windmill Village. Yes, very peaceful, except at the monkey family's house. Little Ace was missing, and Leah was very anxious. In her desperation, she tied up all the pirates who had been drinking with Miss Machino today and made them kneel in her courtyard. The cries echoed over the walls of the courtyard, reverberating throughout Windmill Village. 3-year-old Ace had a lot of fun today. He had sneaked away to the Colbo Mountains. Little Ace bounced along the way, having just set a simple trap in an area where wild rabbits appeared. He learned this secretly when Leah took him into the mountains for hunting last time. Although he wasn't as skilled as his sister, catching those silly rabbits was more than enough for him. After finishing, he stood up, patted the dirt and leaves off his hands, and smiled, showing his big white teeth. Little Ace was very clever, or rather, precocious. He was curious about his father, but when he saw the conversation between his sister and that old man, he realized his sister was intentionally withholding information. Little Ace was stubborn and would not be deterred from what he was determined to know. Today, he once again asked about his father, but when his sister fell silent and did not answer, he felt a bit frustrated and sneaked out. Little Ace was still somewhat naive. He didn't understand many things. However, he vaguely felt that his father might be a bad person, which was why his sister was reluctant to say more. His sister was very gentle, making his favorite foods, telling him stories before bed, and humming soft tunes to help him sleep. He didn't want to make her sad, so, suppressing the discomfort in his heart, he sneaked out and inadvertently wandered into the Cobalt Mountains. As he walked, little Ace saw a large beehive hanging from a tree and thought of the sweet taste of honey, so he stopped. Not far away, there was a small pond, and hiding behind a tree, he recalled his sister's previous actions. He picked up a stone and threw it at the beehive. The moment the stone left his hand, little Ace ran and jumped into the pond, holding his breath until he could no longer hear the buzzing noise. Only then did he cautiously surface, look around, and run to collect the beehive, wrapping it tightly in his clothes. He ran with it in hand, and, after getting a good distance away, ensuring the bees couldn't find him, little Ace opened his clothes, picked some honey with his hands, and tasted it. The sweet flavor made his eyes light up. However, little Ace still reluctantly wrapped up the beehive, wanted to take it back to share with his sister. He then saw the trees laden with fruit and hurriedly climbed up to pick some until his clothes could barely hold them all. Although he wanted to venture deeper into the forest, thinking of his gentle sister, he stopped. Carrying 2 rabbits, a bunch of fruit, and a beehive, he wobbled back to Windmill Village. Upon reaching the village entrance, little Ace first saw Miss Machino. She rushed over, squatted down, and looked him up and down. After confirming that he wasn't hurt, she breathed a sigh of relief. "Ace, why did you sneak out by yourself? Lily and I were so worried. Lily thought the pirates in the village had taken you away, and she tied them up at your house." Little Ace was stunned, completely ignoring the word tied. All he heard was, a group of rude pirates were at his house, and his weak sister was with them. His sister was in danger, so he dropped what he was holding and hurried home. Machino, feeling helpless, picked up the things and followed little Ace to the monkey family's house. Inside the monkey courtyard, Leah has stopped beating up the group of pirates. She realized that they weren't lying. Ace's disappearance really had nothing to do with them. However, Leah also didn't want to untie the ropes binding her companions. These arrogant fools deserved to be beaten up, especially in Miss Marcino's bar. Not only did they want to skip out on their tab, but they also tried to take advantage of Miss Marcino. Originally, Leah planned to search them for money and then let them go. But with Ace missing, Leah first suspected that these fools had kidnapped Ace out of revenge. So, Leah caught the group of pirates who were trying to flee by boat again. Leah was currently in a fit of anger and ignored the cries for mercy from that group of fools. If it weren't for the fact that they didn't have a bounty on their heads, Leah would really have wanted to hand them over to the Navy for the reward money. At that moment, little Ace returned. "Onaiken!" Little Ace shouted anxiously from a distance. Upon seeing Ace, Leah finally relaxed her tense heart. She picked up the rushing little bundle and, instead of immediately asking questions, checked to see if Ace was hurt. Just like Ms. Machino, once she confirmed that little Ace was unharmed, Leah completely let her guard down. Leah's expression suddenly became stern. She wanted to scold little Ace for a moment. Children cannot be spoiled all the time. Appropriate discipline is necessary to ensure they don't go astray. "Sister, I'm sorry for worrying you. I shouldn't have sneaked out to play," little Ace said, lowering his head, looking completely dejected. Leah looked down and saw the delicate, weak black hair of the little dumpling. The dumpling was lowering its head, radiating an aura of dejection. Seeing this, Leah's heart softened again, and she felt somewhat reluctant to scold it. The dumpling realized it had done something wrong, which was a good thing. As long as she guided it more in the future, that would be fine. She also wanted to thank Miss Machino again for helping her find little Ace by going door to door. Leah thought for a moment, and, as a token of gratitude, she decided to give Miss Machino the money she had earned this time. Later, Miss Machino took the things she had left at the village entrance back to the Munchie family and, after giving little Ace a thorough reminder, returned home. Leah then remembered that the group of pirates had been released. They probably used their fastest speed to escape back to their pirate ship, weighed anchor, and vowed never to come back to this village again. This village had a terrifying little witch, and the captain even considered disbanding the pirate crew, rolling up their bedding and returning home. If a small child was that scary, the sea was indeed too dangerous. During dinner, Leah roasted the 2 rabbits that little Ace had caught and made a spicy rabbit head dish. She also stir-fried slices of dried cured meat, as little Ace loved to eat meat, so they stocked up on a lot of it at home. To encourage little Ace to eat more vegetables, Leah specially diced some meat and mixed it with shredded cabbage to cook some porridge for him, as the child was growing and balanced nutrition was important. After dinner, Leah held little Ace in her arms, lying in the rocking chair in the yard, watching the sun set. The sun was setting, and large patches of fiery clouds flooded the sky. Ace clapped his little hands, his eyes sparkling as he looked at the sky, "Sister, it's so beautiful." Leah comfortably lay in a small courtyard, a gentle breeze passing by, and a large tree in the yard rustling with a swishing sound. Such days felt like a dream. Thinking of the two rabbits, Leah smiled with satisfaction, feeling somewhat like a proud mother, knowing her children had grown up and learned to be filial. Truly, they were her beloved babies, but they were indeed exceptionally gifted, and she couldn't keep them cooped up at home all the time, wasting their talents. However, the atmosphere needed some limitation, so she planned to ask the old man for a watch phone bug for the rabbits to wear, so they could be alerted in case of danger and she could rush over in time. Windmill Village is located at the foot of the Kelbo Mountain. Close to the sea, it is separated from the capital of the Goya Kingdom by an entire mountain range, nestled between mountains and sea, with abundant marine and forest resources. For those living in Windmill Village, if they work a little harder, solving their basic needs is not a big problem. Relying on hunting for a living is not a long-term solution. Firstly, it is risky, and secondly, even if the price of wild game is cheap, demand in this fishing village is not that high. Therefore, Leah planned to seek other means of livelihood. Thus, the current grocery store came into being, with the sign carved out bit by Leah using a dagger. The store is located on the first floor of the Monchi family's small building, where Leah decorated the shop with flower pots. The shelves were custom-made by the village carpenter, of various sizes to hold different products. First is the fresh meat section, consisting of the leftovers from Leah's hunting trips that the two children couldn't finish. Previously, she hunted more to sell, but now, as the variety of products increased, the amount of meat had significantly decreased, all estimated based on previous sales. Next is the fresh fruit section, with a large quantity of fruits from the outskirts of the Kelbo mountain range, which are relatively cheap. Most villagers in Windmill Village can pick these fruits themselves, so the demand is not high. The more expensive fruits are those deep within the Kelbo mountain range, guarded by wild beasts. The difficulty of picking them is high, and transportation is also a significant issue. The dangers of the Kelbo mountain range, with wild beasts roaming, make it easy to imagine the challenges of bringing those fruits back to Windmill Village. Of course, fruits can be used not only for sale, but also for making fruit tea, special drinks, dried fruits, salads, and many desserts. As a dessert lover, Leah is quite familiar with this. For some less memorable desserts, she experimented many times before finally deciding which drinks to launch. The process of collecting fruits and preparing ingredients started last year. As for the idea of opening a grocery store, Leah had this thought after her first complete tour of the island's environment after arriving in Windmill Village. Additionally, there's a pastry section, where these uniquely flavored fruits can also be used to make fruit-flavored pastries. As a seasoned dessert lover, Leah used to make pastries and cakes at home, mastering a variety of types. Since there are plenty of fresh fruits here, she also conducted many experiments in advance. Some of the well-presented experimental products were given to Machino, while the remainder was sold in Machino's bar, and those with poor presentation went into Little Ace's stomach. No one knows how resilient Little Ace's constitution is better than Leah, as his guardian, so she wasn't worried about him getting an upset stomach. There is also a seafood section established in collaboration with Uncle Carter, the fisherman, among others. Leah simply tied a red silk ribbon at the store entrance and placed 2 large bundles of green plants for the grand opening. It is worth mentioning that today, not only did Sister Machino come to help at Leah's store, but even Little Ace was taken to the beach to fish by the village chief, which was a big help for Leah. Leah prepared a pair of large scissors to cut the red silk, marking the official opening of her business. On the first day, the business was really good, and Leah was almost too busy to stand still, especially in the dessert area and the Gayadongan area. The villagers were filled with curiosity about the new foods and drinks. After buying and tasting them, they all praised them endlessly. Leah has a dream of becoming a wealthy magnate in the Opie world to the extent that she can influence the entire world's economic lifeline. Although in this world, powerful military force already represents the right to speak, Leah does not want to gain power through violence. Behind violence lies bloodshed and killing, and in this world, the most pitiful ones are the ordinary people. This world is distorted, or rather, it is not fully developed. Nobles exploit commoners, pirates plunder them, and the Navy, dressed in the code of justice, acts as a tool for the celestial dragons to maintain their rule. Those trash celestial dragons ride on everyone's heads and suck their blood, while the expensive heavenly gold suffocates all commoners. Those who cannot afford the heavenly gold become non-member states of the world government, and their citizens turn into slaves of the celestial dragons and nobles. More and more children become unfortunate orphans, and in order to survive, how many people helplessly go out to sea, How dangerous is the ocean? Don't most people know in their hearts? But there is no choice left for survival. The biggest parasite in this world is the celestial dragons. And how many tragedies has the Navy, as the knife in the hands of the celestial dragons, caused in this world? Individual strength is always too weak. If Leah wants to have the power to protect her family in this increasingly turbulent era of great navigation, she must use her knowledge to create wealth, at least enough to bear the burden of war. To get rich, Leah plans to become a pirate hunter for a while after Ace is thrown to Dayton by Carp, accumulating startup funds and exchanging the heads of criminals for bounties, which Leah is quite willing to do, eliminating harm to the people while making money. As for food, Leah is quite skilled. To improve the lives of Ace and herself, Leah added many dishes to the menu of Machino's bar. Additionally, in her second life, she developed a liking for drinking and, being a skilled bartender herself, showcased her talents to Machino, who immediately showed great interest and eagerly sought advice from little Leah during her leisure time. Little Leah was also very proactive in teaching her. The hardest part of doing business is the startup. During the initial opening period, Leah was busy from morning till night almost every day, often without time to care for Ace. Fortunately, with the help of the village chief and Miss Machino, she was able to persevere. After half a year of hard work, Leah accumulated some funds and hired a girl of the same age as Machino to watch the store, which allowed her to spend more time with Ace. One early morning, while Leah was sound asleep with Ace in her arms, she suddenly heard a loud boom, almost causing her to fall out of bed. Ace's bubble of snot also burst, and he rubbed his sleepy eyes. Leah had several appear above her head as she quickly pulled off the covers, picked up Ace, and rushed downstairs. Leah's morning grumpiness is quite severe. It's not even time to open the store yet. Who the hell is making such a racket so early in the morning? When she went downstairs, she saw an exceptionally tall old man standing there, with one hand holding something and the other hand happily grabbing sunbae from the shelf to eat. Leah put little Ace on the ground, patted his head, and tried to ease her fierce expression as she gently said to him, "Ace, be good. Sister has something to do now. Can you go upstairs and change your clothes by yourself?" Little Ace, still rubbing his eyes with one hand, nodded obediently. "Okay, sister." After watching little Ace go upstairs, Leah stretched her wrists and swung her fist towards the old man's face. "Baka, this is for the customers to eat. What are you going to do if you eat it now and the customers come later?" Just then, the old man, Carp, skillfully dodged her punch. He pinched his nose and said in a teasing tone, "What's the big deal? People can eat something else. Little Leah is so stingy." "Leah, is this a matter of being stingy? You old man want to eat? I'll make it for you tonight. I really can't take it anymore." With that, Leah seized the opportunity, jumped up, and grabbed the old man's hair. Don't ask me why the old man's observation hockey doesn't work here. It's just ineffective against this move. Carp quickly covered his hair with one hand. "It hurts, Lily. Even if I'm wrong, just let me off this time." Although the old man was saying it hurt, his words were clearly still trying to coax a child. Perhaps this is the difference between a grandson and a granddaughter. Leah heard Cap's "please spare me" and finally let go of his hair. In fact, Leah wasn't really that angry. This was just the unique way of interaction in the monkey family. It wasn't easy for the old man to come back, after all the travel and fatigue. Thinking of this, Leah decided to go to the kitchen and make a hearty breakfast, treating it as a welcome feast for the old man as he returned home, preparing a lavish meal to greet the person coming back from afar, which is a tradition among Chinese people. "Hey, old man, I'm gonna make breakfast now. During this time, you mustn't sneak a bite." Leah glared with her dead fish eyes, speaking soullessly while staring into the old man's eyes. The old man looked around nervously, avoiding Leah's gaze, and said sheepishly, "You little girl, I know." So frustrating. But she didn't want to say more because the old man wouldn't listen anyway. Before Leah even reached the kitchen, she heard the sound of a baby crying, a soft whimper, followed by intermittent cries. Cap was flustered, sweating, and hurriedly placed the baby on the sofa, starting to make funny faces to try to make the baby laugh. The baby did laugh, but the sound still seemed lifeless. There were two possibilities for this situation. One, the child was naturally weak, lacking the vitality found in healthy children. Two, the old man had starved the child to this extent. Of course, after witnessing the old man's unreliability, Leah leaned more towards the latter possibility. If the child could still be amused after being starved to such a pitiful state, Leah was 90% sure that this child was Luffy, as only a monkey family child could be so thick-skinned, not sure if this could be genetic. Furthermore, the old man wouldn't just randomly bring back a stranger's child. Sister's IQ suddenly returns. Leah hurried over to pick up the baby, quickly checking for a moment. The baby had indigestion and malnutrition. Without time to scold Garp, she rushed to the kitchen to cook rice porridge. Even Garp, with his thick nerves, could see his granddaughter's worried expression and began to worry as well. While Leah was cooking the porridge, Garp anxiously carried the baby back and forth. Even when Ace came down and angrily called him old man, Garp didn't pay much attention, instead placing the struggling little Ace in the crook of his other arm. Little Ace, somewhat confused, sensed that something was off and quieted down, leaning against Garp's arm. He curiously glanced over at the small, wrinkled, reddish-purple bundle. Blinking, he wondered if it was a monkey. Once the porridge was ready, Leah quickly spooned it into a small bowl and placed it in cold water to cool down. After the temperature dropped, she fed the baby one spoonful at a time. But the baby ate so quickly that Leah struggled to keep up. After finishing 2 small bowls, Leah felt the baby's belly and thought it was enough, ignoring the baby's expression that asked for more, and returned the bowl to the kitchen. Strangely, the little bundle, which had looked so wrinkled before, visibly became more rosy after eating the porridge. Little Ace watched Leah feed the baby with eager eyes, wishing he could eat too. However, his sister had told him not to bully younger children. After Leah finished feeding the baby, little Ace reached out his chubby little hand and gently poked the baby's cheek, which was soft. The baby, now full, started to feel sleepy, struggling to keep his eyes open. Yet, he still perked up, grabbing little Ace's wandering finger with his tiny hand. Little Ace widened his eyes, a strange feeling lingering in his heart. Garp, rarely not causing trouble, looked at the scene before him with a hint of tenderness. "Hey Ace, this is Luffy, my grandson," Garp said softly, rarely using such a gentle tone, as he patted Ace's head. Leah saw this scene and felt a warm current in her heart. She squatted down next to little Ace and said, "Look, Ace now has a brother. Are you happy, Ace?" Little Ace looked at Leah with confusion, but his finger was still held by little Luffy. "Nichan, what is a brother?" Ace replied, "A brother is a bond, a support in life. Little Luffy is still small and needs you to protect him. When Luffy grows up, he will protect you too. In the future, if one of you encounters danger, the other will rush over without hesitation to save him." Little Ace held Luffy's hand back, his slightly larger palm enveloping little Luffy's hand. "Nichan, although I still don't quite understand, it sounds really nice," little Ace said, looking at the happy little Luffy. With a click, Leah pulled out a camera snail from somewhere to capture this moment. This time, Leah sternly scolded Garp a few times. The old man listened very seriously. It was indeed his fault for taking care of Luffy like this. Leah still made breakfast out of respect for Ace. After eating, Garp picked up little Ace, and Leah took little Luffy to the village doctor, where they got some pills for digestion and nutritional supplements. It's worth mentioning that Garp didn't come back on the Doghead warship this time. He returned to Windmill Village alone with little Luffy. If there had been someone else with him, little Luffy wouldn't have turned out this way. Little Luffy looks about 3 months old. What happened to Luffy's mother? And what events are involved that led Garp to return to Windmill Village alone with Luffy? It seems that besides being the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Luffy's mother must have a significant background as well. Could Dragon's defection from the Marines and the establishment of the Revolutionary Army be related to Luffy's mother? Leah has many questions about the content not depicted in this part of the manga, which she is very interested in. It might even reveal another scandal about the world government. In ancient times, the Alabasta Kingdom was established on the holy Sandin Island of the Grand Line. 5,000 years ago, the seed of the Tree of Knowledge sprouted in Robin's hometown, O'Hara Island, while the ancient kingdom already existed at that time. 4,000 years ago, the Alabasta Kingdom completed the construction of its capital, Al, in the first year of the Sea Circle calendar. The world calendar, known as the Sea Circle calendar, began to be used and soon became the main way for navigators and adventurers to record their diaries. In the year 402 of the Sea Circle calendar, the ancient city of Zandora flourished and gained the title of the Golden City. In the year 500 of the Sea Circle calendar, the elephant god was punished for committing some wrongdoing and could only walk endlessly on the sea. During this period, the Mink tribe began to live on the back of the elephant. In the year 620 of the Sea Circle calendar, the blank century began. During this time, the little people went to sea to search for supplies, but fell into a trap and became slaves of the Don Quixote family. The royal family of Dressrosa exploited the little people, and the entire country began to prosper. The mysterious figure Joy Boy appeared in history and made a promise with the mermaid Princess Poseidon using the Noah Ark as a token, but it ultimately was not fulfilled. He carved an apology in the historical text and left it in the forest of the sea on Fishman Island. In the year 720 of the Sea Circle calendar, 20 kings from around the world united to establish the world government, and became the celestial dragons. However, the Vivi family chose to withdraw and remain in their own country, Alabasta, while the Don Quixote family moved to Mariewa. The enslaved little kingdom finally regained its new life and coexisted peacefully with the new royal family, the Riku family. The world government prohibited the public from interpreting historical texts, giving birth to the blank century. Meanwhile, the craftsmen of Wano's Kazuki clan inscribed important information about the ancient kingdom on the poneglyphs and spread them across the world. At the same time, CP9 began to be stationed on Nightless Island, Eni's Lobby, also known as Judicial Island, while the Golden City Zandora fought valiantly to protect the historical texts until its destruction. In the year 820 of the Sea Circle calendar, the Celestial Dragons began to use prisoners and citizens from non-member countries to establish a continental bridge between the islands, a project that has continued for over 700 years without completion. Amidst the heavy labor, revolutionary armies began to emerge. In the year 1020 of the Sea Circle calendar, the giant Oz roamed the seas, leaving behind tales of usurpation, but ultimately he was frozen to death. 500 years later, he was discovered by Moonlight Moria, who revived him using Luffy's shadow. Around this time, the first Vander Deckhan arrived at the seabed in search of the legendary mermaid princess who could control sea kings. His descendant, Deckhan IX, discovered that the ancestors' search was for Princess Shirahoshi. In the year 1080 of the Sea Circle calendar, Mont Blanc Noland was born in the North Sea, kingdom of Lubunir, marking the beginning of a legendary adventurer's life. From 1122 to 1128 of the Sea Circle calendar, Noland first visited D Island, becoming a benefactor to the little people, and later discovered the Golden Country Zandora, where he established a deep friendship with the local Sandians Karl Gura during a great battle. Before leaving, the two promised to meet again. However, when he returned to Zandora, the entire island had already been washed away by the currents. The following year, Noland was sentenced to death for treason and publicly executed. The great adventurer was ridiculed as the liar Noland and died wrongfully, but until his last moment, he insisted that the land of gold truly existed. In the year 1312 of the Sea Circle calendar, the St. Brice set sail from the South Sea Kingdom of Brice. In the year 1320 of the Sea Circle calendar, Fishman Island established diplomatic relations with the world government, and the world stopped persecuting the fishmen and merfolk. The king of Fishman Island was allowed to attend world government meetings. In the year 1362 of the Sea Circle calendar, two boys, Dory and Bragi, were born from the giant tribe, later becoming two legendary captains of the giant warrior pirates, feared across the seas. In the year 1420 of the Sea Circle calendar, Dory and Bragi began a long duel on the ancient island of Little Garden, leading to the disbandment of the giant warrior pirates. In the year 1422 of the Sea Circle calendar, for some reason, some members of the giant warrior pirates were captured. Sister Carmelo staged a play with the Navy, successfully deceiving the trust of the giant tribe, and then established a shelter in Elbaf, supplying powerful giant warriors to the Navy. In the year 1432 of the Sea Circle calendar, Brooke was born on April 3rd. From 1443 to 1448 of the Sea Circle calendar, many significant figures emerged during this time. In 1443, Sengoku was born in the South Sea. In 1444, Monkey D. Carp was born in the East Sea, and Silvers Rayleigh was born. In 1445, Joel D. Roger was born in Lowtown, East Sea. In 1446, Tsuru was born in the North Sea. And in 1448, Edward Newgate was born. In the year 1457 of the Sea Circle calendar, Sister Carmelo adopted the future Empress Charlotte Linlin. A few months later, Big Mom accidentally killed a hero of the giant tribe and destroyed the village. Thus, she had to leave Elbaf. Shortly after, Linlin gained the power of the Soul fruit and became a pirate. In the year 1464 of the Sea Circle calendar, Zifa, Carp, Sengoku, and others joined the Navy at the same time, quickly growing into elite sailors of the Navy. In the year 1470 of the Sea Circle calendar, the Rumbar pirates parted ways with Laboon and headed for the Grand Line, suffering from plagues and enemy attacks along the way, leading to the sacrifice of the entire Rumbar pirates. Only Brooke survived due to the Yomi Yomi Nomi. At this time, Roger was 25 years old and was a rising star in the Grand Line. In the year 1481 of the Sea Circle calendar, the incident of the mountain god broke out in Flower City. After Kazuki Odin arrived in Wano, he transformed the hellish Kuri into a habitable homeland. Odin became a celebrity in Kuri, while Kaido started his revenge and usurpation plan. In the year 1484 of the Sea Circle calendar, the God Valley War occurred, where Roger and Carp teamed up to defeat the Rocks Pirates. Carp became a hero of the Navy, and Roger's fame skyrocketed. After the God Valley incident, Charlotte Linlin gave Kaido the mythical Zoan fish fruit. In the year 1490 of the Sea Circle calendar, Zifa's family was killed by pirates, leading him to hate pirates and transition from admiral to instructor, becoming the teacher of Kizaru and Akainu. In the year 1491 of the Sea Circle calendar, 10-year-old Don Quixote da Flamingo killed his father, later meeting with Toripole and others, gaining the power of the string fruit. The same year, Empress Hancock was born. In the year 1492 of the Sea Circle calendar, the Whitebeard pirates accidentally landed in Wano and encountered Kazuki Oden, who subsequently joined the Whitebeard pirates to set sail. That same year, Akiji joined the Navy, Nico Robin and Rob Lucci were born, and Roger saw news of Oden in the newspapers. Barrett met Roger's crew and joined as a challenger. In the year 1494 of the Sea Circle calendar, Roger fell ill with an incurable disease and invited Dr. Kureha to join the crew. Kureha agreed to Roger's invitation in search of the whereabouts of the Rumbar pirates. That same year, Robin's mother formed an expedition team to search for the historical texts, and Oden married Toki. Shortly after, Kazuki Momonosuke was born in the Whitebeard pirates, while Kaido took power after killing Kazuki Sukiyaki in Wano. In the year 1495 of the Sea Circle calendar, the Roger pirates clashed with the Shiki pirates in the New World, later known as the Battle of Edwar. Barrett began to waver in his beliefs and started to doubt Roger's strength. After failing his last challenge against Roger, he chose to leave the Roger pirates. In the year 1496 of the Sea Circle calendar, Kazuki Oden joined the Roger pirates, beginning Roger's final adventure, while Barrett challenged Crocodile without a clear victor. Therefore, the infamous Crocodile, whose reputation soared due to the war, was invited by the world government to become one of the 7 warlords of the sea. In the year 1497 of the Sea Circle calendar, the Roger pirates reached the final island of the Grand Line, Raftel, where Roger became the Pirate King. Shortly after, the Roger pirates secretly disbanded, and Oden returned to Wano country to prepare for its founding. In 1498, GOLD, Roger surrendered to the world government and was arrested. He was subsequently publicly executed in his birthplace, Logue Town in the East Blue. His declaration before death marked the beginning of the Great Pirate Era. In 1499, a pirate uprising occurred in Wano country, with the Beast Pirates and the Moonlight Pirates battling in the War of the Queen. At the same time, a tomb raiding incident took place in Wano, where the legendary swordsman Ryuma's corpse and the famous sword Shusway were stolen. Meanwhile, the Navy launched a demon-slaying order to capture Barrett, who ultimately was defeated and imprisoned and impelled down. In 1500, the Navy executed a demon-slaying order against O'Hara, destroying the Tree of Knowledge that spanned the entire year. However, Vice Admiral Kazan of the Navy let the 8-year-old Nico Robin go. 1 year and 3 months after Roger's death, Ace was born. In the same year, the Golden Lion cut off his legs and successfully escaped from impel down, beginning to lie low to execute a secret plan. Red-haired Shanks and Marine Admiral Sengoku had an intense battle, and after winning, he was exhausted and was subsequently captured by Carp and imprisoned and impelled down. In 1502, the Kazuki clan was nearly exterminated due to betrayal by Orochi and Momonosuke, and some members of the Akazaya Nine were sent 20 years into the future by their mother. In 1503, Monkey D. Luffy was born. Hancock was captured and taken to marry Geos, becoming a slave to the Celestial Dragons, and was forced to eat the sweet fruit. In 1504, Nefertari Vivi was born in the Alabasta Kingdom on the Grand Line, and in the same year, Corazon returned to the Don Quixote family as a Navy undercover agent. In 1505, Shanks invited Jesus Burgess to become his partner, while the world government sent Rob Lucci, who single-handedly killed 500 innocent soldiers and eliminated all the pirates, temporarily calming the situation. Meanwhile, Cyrus saved Princess Scarlet, and the two later got married. In 1506, Rebecca was born. Jinbe became the captain of the Neptune army, and Trafalgar Law was taken in by the Don Quixote family. In 1507, Fisher Tiger climbed the Holy Land, married Geos barehanded, causing massive destruction and freeing thousands of slaves, later forming the Sun Pirates. Jinbe, Arlong, and others joined the Sun Pirates, and Empress Hancock finally regained her freedom, successfully returning to Amazon Lily. At the same time, Virgo, a subordinate of Doflamingo, joined the Navy. In 1508, Tom's Workshop completed the Sea Train, a project that took 10 years. In 1509, the Hongfa pirates began to settle in Windmill Village in the East Blue, where Shanks met Luffy and Princess Vivi met young Kosa, leading to the formation of the Sabaody Archipelago. Hancock became the Empress of the Kuja, and joined the 7 warlords of the sea. Meanwhile, Trafalgar Law ate the op fruit. But unfortunately, his secret was revealed, leading to Corazon's murder by Doflamingo. Sanji escaped the Vinsmoke family, while Shirahoshi and Brook got separated. And Brook was captured while collecting weapons in town. In 1510, Shanks lost an arm saving Luffy and then handed over Roger's straw hat to Luffy before leading the red-haired pirates away from Windmill Village. Luffy, Sabo, and Ace pledged brotherhood. And soon after, Sabo set out to sea but was shot by the celestial dragons and lost his memory, fortunately being rescued by Dragon of the Revolutionary Army. Zoro, on the other hand, swore an oath after Kona's death and obtained the Wado Ikemonji. Meanwhile, the severely injured Fisher Tiger died due to his refusal to accept human blood out of hatred. The 7 warlords, Gecko Moria, battled Kaido, and after losing, sought out a doctor to create zombies as allies. In 1511, the chef pirate crew, led by Redfoot Zeph, returned to the East Blue from the Grand Line. At this time, the ship Sanji was on was attacked by Zeph, and the two ended up drifting to a deserted island, where they became master and apprentice after 85 days of hardship, eventually running the floating restaurant Bartai together. In the same year, Jinbe joined the 7 warlords of the sea, and Arlong led some fishmen to leave the Sun Pirates. In 1512, Kokashia village was occupied by the Arlong pirates, and Nami was forced to join Arlong's crew to save her hometown. In the same year, the legendary pirate crew carpenter was framed and bravely died to protect his apprentice. Meanwhile, the princess of Fishman Island, Odoheim, was assassinated, and Doflamingo's coup succeeded, replacing the Kuri royal family to become the ruler of Dressrosa, subsequently joining the 7 warlords of the sea. In 1513, the Navy training ship led by Zephyr was attacked by pirates, and his right arm was severely injured. In 1514, Silver's Rayleigh rescued the injured chopper, while Enel destroyed his homeland and led his subordinates to attack Skypiea, expelling the former god Gon Fall and becoming the new god. In 1516, Crocodile invited Nico Robin to join Baroque Works as the vice president. In the same year, Iceberg entrusted the design plans of the ancient weapon Pluton to Frankie, who had become a cyborg, marking the beginning of Frankie's rise as the underground boss of Water 7, while Shanks had already become one of the 4 emperors. In 1517, Port Gasti, Ace set sail, ate the Mera Mera no Mi, and gained fame as the captain of the Spade Pirates. Shortly after, he refused to join the 7 warlords and fought for 5 days and nights against Jinbe, resulting in a stalemate, and then became the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. Meanwhile, Captain Pedro of the Nox Pirates was defeated by Big Mom and lost 50 years of his lifespan. In 1518, a large amount of dancing powder began to appear in the port city of Alabasta, successfully inciting public anger, which led to a rebellion that was actually Crocodile's scheme. In 1519, the future Admiral Greenbull began a hunger strike. In 1520, Luffy set sail, leaving his hometown of Windmill Village, and met Roronoa Zoro, Nami, Usopp, and Sanji, forming the Straw Hat Pirates. Ace was 5 years old. Old Man Carp wanted to send Ace to Dayton's family in Corbo Mountain for training, hoping to raise Ace and Luffy to become powerful Navy officers. In fact, if Ace and Luffy had followed the old man's wishes, many future regrets could have been avoided. However, if that really happened, the Pirate King would probably have to be renamed the Navy King. Of course, the probability of such a situation occurring is very low. Luffy wants to be the freest person on the sea, but the word freedom is destined to have nothing to do with the Navy. And it is also the word the world government fears the most. Those civilians should just obediently let themselves be stepped on. Therefore, those who cannot afford the heavenly gold, who are separated from their families and live in ruin, are also branded with the title of pirate. Leah supports Cap in sending Ace to the Dayton family for training. In this world, the law of the jungle prevails, and being weak is a sin. Moreover, Ace will eventually go out to sea, where dangers abound. If he wants to make a name for himself on the ocean, strength is particularly important. Leah cannot and will not hinder Ace's path to becoming stronger. However, not allowing him to come home for months is completely unnecessary. Children have immature minds, and facing various dangers in the forest alone can easily lead to psychological issues. At this time, healthy guidance from adults is crucial. Otherwise, it's easy to fall into a dead end. Leah grabbed Cap's hair and argued fiercely. In the end, they agreed that Ace could return to Windmill Village on Saturday and Sunday to help Leah at the store, and Leah also needed to teach Little Ace English. On the day Little Ace was leaving, Leah packed a huge pile of things: clothes, shoes, blankets, snacks, dry food, drinks, etc., loading them onto a cart that was piled high like a small mountain. However, All the food and drinks were confiscated by Cap. Leah was angry, but there was nothing she could do. The old man said there was everything in the forest. As for filling his belly, that brat would have to figure it out himself. Watching little Ace, dragging such a heavy load, following Carp into the deep mountains, Leah's eyes turned a bit red. This little guy had grown up by her side and had never been apart from her. It felt like sending her own child off to school. However, other people's children were being sent to the city, while her own was being sent into the deep mountains. Little Ace followed the tall Carp toward the mountain bandit's home. Ace's eyes were also a bit red, but due to his own awkwardness when faced with his sister's gentle admonition. He turned his back to Leah and waved his hand to avoid crying. Yet, in his heart, he silently told his sister, "Nichan, take care of yourself at home." It's worth mentioning that the first person little Luffy called out was Ace. At that time, Leah teased the blushing little Ace, saying, "See, Luffy really likes Ace." Ace's face turned even redder. He awkwardly reached out to pat little Luffy's head, unable to stop the corners of his mouth from curling up, but still trying to hold back. Leah couldn't help but laugh out loud at Ace's little expression. "Nichan." Ace puffed out his neck, feeling embarrassed and angry. Ace was always so awkward. When Luffy was just brought back by Garp, he clearly wanted to hug little Luffy too. But he was afraid he would hurt little Luffy if he hugged him wrong. When Leah asked him to give it a try, he turned his head away and arrogantly said, "I don't want to hug him. I hate kids the most." Leah covers her mouth and smiles. Isn't Ace still a child himself? Okay, Nichan. After Leah sent little Ace off, she carried the sleeping, drooling little Luffy back to the monkey's courtyard. He picked his nose and disdainfully said, as expected, still a child. He wants to cry the moment he leaves his sister. Ace got angry. "Old man. Who wants to cry? I'm going to the sea to become a pirate in the future. How could I cry over something so trivial? Nanny? A pirate. In the future. Both you and Luffy will be strong Navy soldiers. You little brat, do you miss my beloved Iron Fist?" Duong. A large bump appeared on Ace's head, steaming. "Ouch. Old man." Ace crouched down, holding his head. "Hey, you should be polite to your grandpa, you little brat." Carp roared loudly. In the end, Carp carried the tired, sleeping little Ace on his back with one hand, while pulling a small cart with the other, heading towards the mountain thief's home. As they approached the mountain thief's home, the sky had already darkened, and danger lurked in the pitch-black forest. Occasionally, eyes glowing with a cold light flashed by. Of course, many wild beasts noticed this pair of food traveling at night, but they only dared to watch from a distance. Perhaps it was the instinct of the beasts. They sensed a tremendous threat from this pair of food. Carp, of course, felt these greedy gazes, but he didn't care much. At his level, there were few things or people in the world that could threaten him. In contrast, Ace had already woken up and struggled to get down from Carp's back when Carp first sensed those watchful eyes. He pulled out a water pipe from the cart, gripping it tightly in his hands, and continued to follow Carp closely. However, his footsteps were very light. Little Ace's walking posture seemed casual, but his arms and the water pipe were just right to protect the vital areas of his body. Though Carp didn't turn around, he was silently sensing Ace's every move with his observation haki and inwardly sighed. As expected of Roger's bloodline, this little brat's talent is indeed strong. Without any professional training, he already shows signs of awakening his observation haki. Thinking about certain possibilities for the future, Carp was more determined to make Ace a Navy soldier. Only in this way could he openly protect this little brat. Although this little brat always gives him a sour face, he is still his grandson. You little brat. Since you're awake, walk faster. If it weren't for you, I would have been there already. I know, so annoying, old man. In fact, Ace's current reflexes were greatly influenced by Leah's special training. Leah was not very familiar with the cultivation system of the Chinese world, but she knew one thing. She had heard somewhere in China that in the world of martial arts, only speed cannot be broken. This falls into the category of rough words with solid reasoning. Although no one could be faster than Mr. Kizaru in his glimmering fruit human form, having some basic physical techniques was still good. Training speed was something Leah was good at. After teaching little Ace some basic moves, Leah started letting little Ace attack her. After half a year, little Ace's attack speed had indeed improved, and he could touch the hem of Leah's skirt. Having taught him, Leah thought about enhancing Ace's reflexes. Given little Ace's super recovery ability, Leah initially used stones to hit little Ace while he was responsible for dodging. After another 6 months, little Ace could basically dodge most of Leah's attacks. Of course, there were moments when she saw little Ace with bumps on his head, feeling a bit heartbroken. Thus, after Leah's training, little Ace's abilities reached a critical point. The reason he couldn't go further was clear to Leah. First, after all, he was a child she had raised. When the little brat got hurt, Leah's heart was actually shedding tears, even though she pretended to be calm. But at night, when she gently applied medicine to little Ace, she revealed too much. Second, the moves Leah taught little Ace lacked killing intent. According to the logic of this world, there was a special ability called observation hockey, which was said to require exceptionally gifted individuals to awaken through life and death experiences. Leah had never doubted that little Ace had this talent. However, how could Leah have the heart to harm the child she raised? The premise didn't hold. So when Carp proposed sending Ace to Dayton's place in the Caldwell Mountains for training, Leah didn't hesitate much and agreed, but on the condition that Ace gets a break. Of course, regarding the snail phone, Leah also equipped Ace with one, often lamenting how great it would be if there were a mobile phone. The snail phone was not only for convenient communication. Leah secretly cast a location spell on it and a danger warning spell on Ace. When Ace was seriously injured or encountered danger, it would help Leah rush over in time. As someone who once mastered the power of laws and survived to the end, knowing some minor spells was not too much, right? Fortunately, Leah's source of power was still there, although it was heavily suppressed by the heavenly path of this world. Leah had only awakened a portion of her power and couldn't use too much. Otherwise, Leah felt she might get struck by lightning the moment she stepped outside. Leah believes that as long as she is cautious enough, she can definitely protect herself and her children until the end. She will not reveal her true abilities until it is absolutely necessary. Once her physical condition improves and she regains control of the techniques in her mind, relying solely on her physical skills, she has the potential to navigate the first half of the Grand Line. As for the injustices in the pirate world, well, there are too many tragedies in the world. She is not a saint and cannot manage them all. However, if she encounters any, she will decide based on her mood. Of course, if she can create as much trouble for the world government as possible, her children's chances of success will be greater. Leah has considered the idea of having Luffy and Ace join the Navy. But as the older sister of the two children, she respects their thoughts more. In their short lives, they should live according to their own ideas, splendidly and without regrets, so that in the end, they can laugh and exclaim what a grand and exciting journey it has been. Most importantly, Leah will never change Ace and Luffy's fundamental nature. Ace and Luffy belong to everyone, and they will forever live in everyone's hearts. At night, outside the bandit house, Old Man Carp and Ace stand outside the door of the bandit house. The old man's large hand begins to pound heavily on the door, and the once dark cabin gradually fills with curses. A light suddenly turns on in a room on the second floor, accompanied by the sound of heavy objects being dragged. As the owner of that room quickly comes downstairs, Dayton roughly opens the door, witch bastard, but the curse abruptly stops when she sees Carp, who is picking his nose at the door. Dayton immediately forces a smile, looking somewhat ferocious. "Mr. Carp, what brings you here at this hour?" Dayton tries to make her tone sound friendly. The fully armed bandit lackeys behind Dayton exchange panic glances. "Magura, Nanny? It's Mr. Carp. He isn't here to throw us in prison, is he?" "Dogira, in front of Mr. Carp, we have no room to resist. Are we going to die today?" The bandits all kneel down in despair, lowering their heads as if their souls have been taken, tears streaming down their faces. "Well, I'm here because of this kid." Carp presents the small Ace, who is less than his calf height. Ace struggles violently, held by the collar of his fate. "Let me go, you old man." Looking at the impending quarrel between the large and small, Dayton kindly asks, "So, Mr. Carp means? From now on, Ace will live here. And you are responsible for training this kid to become a strong Marine, Dayton." Carp states with righteous indignation. "Why should this kid live here? Where can a bandit train a Marine?" Dayton snaps angrily. "Well, do you want me to throw you in prison?" Carp picks his nose. Dayton immediately switches to a fawning tone. "Well, that's not impossible." She bends down and points at Ace and Carp's hand. "Listen up, kid, you can live here, but you can only have one bowl of rice a day, and the rest you have to figure out yourself. Did you hear that?" Ace crosses his arms and turns his head away. "I don't care. I'll figure it out myself." In the end, through friendly negotiations between Carp and Dayton, Ace settled down in Dayton's house. Dayton gave Ace a small room, and Ace moved in a mountain of supplies from the cart. For little Ace, this was quite simple. He even made a floor bed for himself. Although he still sleeps on the floor like in the story, the bedding Leah prepared is much more comfortable. Perhaps having lived with Leah for a long time, little Ace has also learned to organize his belongings. Although it still looks a bit messy, at least he has the awareness to tidy up. Carp returned to the headquarters overnight on a warship, and Ace began his training journey at the bandit house. However, every Friday, after Ace threw the beasts he killed during the day to Dayton and the others, he would rush back to Windmill Village, where Leah would prepare a sumptuous meal for him, all his favorites. Ace's return brings the most joy to little Luffy. Every Friday, little Luffy would wait at the village entrance early in the morning. As soon as he sees Ace, with snot running down his face and wearing little slippers, he rushes towards Ace. Though Ace dodges each time, he still reaches out to catch Luffy to prevent him from falling. Holding Luffy's hand on the way home, Luffy happily shares stories about the fun things that happened during the week and adventure tales he heard at Miss Makino's tavern. Of course, Luffy also asks Ace about the fierce beasts he has defeated. Sometimes Ace answers, sometimes he silently listens to Luffy talk. When it's time to leave, Luffy always clings to Ace, wanting him to take him along. Ace firmly refuses, while Leah gently explains to Luffy and persuades him to go back. Actually, ever since Ace was sent to the Dayton house, Leah has gradually started to shift her focus to her own career. However, she still insists on returning every weekend to accompany the two kids, leaving poor little Luffy alone in Windmill Village. Ace accidentally learned about his origins from a drunken Dayton. At first, when he heard this news, Ace felt proud. However, Dayton's way of referring to that person made Ace's heart sink. That night, after Ace and the bandits finished their meal, Dogura and Megura went to wash the dishes. Ace sat down to clean his pipe, while Dayton took a big jug of wine and started drinking. Once drunk, Dayton began to talk to himself. What a terrifying talent. No wonder he's that devil's child. Dayton spat out a mouthful of wine, and his words were quite vague. But that didn't stop Ace from guessing that Dayton was talking about him. Ace paused his cleaning and asked, "Who is that devil you're talking about?" "The devil? The devil is Roger, the pirate King Roger." Dayton's voice suddenly rose, and just as he was about to say more, Dogura rushed over and covered his mouth. "Boss, don't say any more. Didn't Mr. Carp say not to tell Ace? If you say it carelessly, Mr. Carp will beat you up," Dogura said in a somewhat panicked tone. Ace didn't ask further, silently going upstairs and slamming his room door shut. Once the door was closed, Ace slid down to the floor, the pipe rolling aside. Ace was very curious about his parents, but every time he asked Dayton, she always said to wait until he grew up a bit more to tell him about his parents. Ace slowly covered his face, and his mind couldn't help but think, Dayton won't tell me about my parents. Could it be because my father is a devil and I'm the devil's child? Ace has no parents, only one sister as his relative. Although Ace has never shown any sadness about not having parents in front of Leah, Dayton treats him especially well. And he doesn't want to bring sadness to her. Dayton's parents are also gone, and Ace doesn't want to remind her of those painful memories because of him. Before knowing his father's identity, Ace was actually quite content. In the beginning, it was just him and Dayton relying on each other. And the old man would often take time to come back to see them. Although the old man is annoying, he is still a relative they depend on. The village chief is very talkative, but he has a soft heart, often giving them things. Miss Makino also takes good care of them. In fact, he has a lot. Ace has heard Roger's name before. He heard from the village chief that there is a town beyond Corbo Mountain, and he is very curious about it. After his strength reached a certain level, he crossed the Corbo Mountains alone to a place known as the Kingdom of Gaia. However, Ace did not enter. For some reason, he instinctively felt a dislike for that place. At the way station, he heard people gathered there talking about Roger, and the most common term they used to refer to him was the demon. They cursed Roger and even blamed their own tragedies on him. At that time, Ace was still immature, and hearing these people's conversations, he unconsciously began to hate Roger. But unexpectedly, Roger was his father. At the way station, Ace met a kid named Sabo, and they fought, neither gaining the upper hand. They exchanged names and agreed to fight again next time, gradually becoming closer. Because of his background, Ace became silent and repressed, often falling into self-doubt. However, he tried his best to suppress these feelings in front of Nichan. But inevitably, he spoke less and less, which was certainly noticed by the observant Leah. Leah also decided that now that Ace was back, she needed to have a serious talk with her child. After dinner and tidying up, Leah sent little Luffy to play with Machino, and then she sat face to face with Ace. Leah looked directly into Ace's eyes and asked, "Ace, you've been talking less and less lately. Is there something difficult you're facing?" Leah's tone was gentle. Ace's eyes darted away, his ears turning red. It's nothing. It's just that I can't take down the tiger deep in the mountains." Ace was lying. It was almost obvious at a glance. Leah pretended to be very sad, visibly downcast. "Ace has grown up and doesn't tell me about things anymore. I'm really heartbroken." While saying this, Leah took a tissue from the table to wipe away non-existent tears. Ace became flustered. "No, Nichan, I've been holding it in for a long time." Ace finally seemed to make up his mind. His hair hung down, his head was lowered, and his voice sounded muffled. "Nichan, my biological father is Roger, right?" Ace's tone sounded like a question, but it also carried a sense of certainty. "Yes, Leah replied flatly, as if this was not a surprising matter at all. Ace thought that bringing this up would make Nichan feel very bad. But to his surprise, Nichan was very calm, and he suddenly felt a bit excited. It's Roger. The Pirate King Roger. I know, Leah said. They say Roger is a devil. Ace hesitated to say. Who are they? Leah's tone sounded somewhat angry. The uncles from Dayton and the useless end station. Ace paused, then continued. Nichan, they say Roger shouldn't have children. Am I really the bloodline of a devil? Does my birth have any meaning to this world? The child's voice was filled with doubt and even disdain for himself. Well, I don't know if it has meaning to this world, but to me, to Aunt Rugie, to Luffy, and to Grandpa, it means a lot. Leah's tone suddenly intensified. Why would you ask such a foolish question after living with me for so long? By the end, there was even a tremor in Leah's voice. Ace, Aunt Rugie was really looking forward to your birth, even risking her life for it. A pink-haired woman with freckles and a gentle smile appeared in Leah's mind. Ace, you were born out of blessings. Every child in this world is born out of love. Born out of love, Ace murmured softly, clearly unable to fully understand the meaning of this statement at his age. And regardless of whether that guy Roger is a devil or not, Roger is Roger. And Ace is Ace. What does what Roger did have to do with Ace? Bloodlines are things that only those foolish nobles would be obsessed with. All I know is that Ace's birth is just too wonderful for me. We are connected by blood, with a bond that even time cannot sever. I am waiting for Ace to grow up, and Ace has also accompanied me through those lonely years. Without Ace, I might have drifted alone in this vast sea. Ace is the most important younger brother to me. Leah almost shouted this, her eyes red. Yes, time is unpredictable. In a long passage of time, Ace is the first person to stay by Leah's side as family. As someone who has always been lonely, I understand even more how precious this familial bond is. Ton. Ace burst into tears and threw himself into Leah's arms. Leah tightly embraced Ace and said, Ace, there's something you need to understand. What kind of person Roger is. You must judge for yourself, not just listen to what those ignorant people say. Roger is powerful. Powerful enough to make the world fear him and the government wary of him. But that doesn't mean he is a complete scoundrel. Leah paused for a moment and continued. It's precisely because of that fear that the world government frantically distorts Roger's reputation. And those people blame Roger for their dissatisfaction with the world and their fear of strength, which is why they call him a devil. Ace was still confused, but Leah was not prepared to say more. She gently touched Ace's head and said, You'll understand this when you grow up. Nichan, I won't doubt myself so easily anymore, Ace said seriously. Ace, I can't tell you more. The answers in life need to be sought by yourself, Leah said, stroking Ace's black hair. In the silence, only Luffy's childish but loud voice could be heard in the small courtyard, saying to Makino, I really like Ace, just like I like Nichan. Ace was happy but still awkwardly said, that guy. On the sea, the winds were rising and conflicts were constant. It is already difficult enough to be a pirate like Roger. What did Roger do wrong in the end? He simply took people out to sea once and went to the final island. Yet he faced a fate where even his descendants had to be exterminated. For 800 years, there have been many strong people on the sea, like stars in the sky. Why did only Roger become the Pirate King? Leah has a certain suspicion in her heart. Roger and his crew were definitely not the first people in 800 years to reach the final island that Roger referred to as Laugh-Tale. But only Roger's crew knew the truth of the Void Century. First of all, Roger himself had the ability to hear the voices of all things, so he could understand the true history, and moreover, on Roger's ship was Kazuki Oden, who created the true history. However, this is not the most important point. The D clan is known as the enemies of God, and coincidentally, Roger is from the D clan. Leah speculates that in previous history, there must have been others who reached Laugh-Tale. However, due to the reasons related to the D clan, no one with the D bloodline had the conditions to land on Laugh-Tale, even if they reached the final island. So after waiting for hundreds of years, Roger, who possessed the D, appeared and became the first pirate king in history. In the era before Roger, the D clan was silent, but after Roger's death, the number of people with the D lineage can be said to have exploded. Whether they're navy, pirates, or revolutionaries, all sorts of people related to D emerged, and D is also known as the enemies of God. Why did Roger ultimately choose to surrender? Leah thinks that it's not just because he is terminally ill. Roger may want to break the silence of the era with his death. In Laugh-Tale, Roger might have known that 20 years later, the world would undergo tremendous changes, that someone would bring the celestial dragons down from their pedestal, and that the will of D would awaken. Furthermore, Roger's surrender might also be part of a deal with the world government. Roger and his crew learned the truth about the world. However, not all crew members are as strong as Rayleigh, and the world government did not eliminate them all. Roger may have used his surrender as a condition to ensure the safety of those crew members. Ultimately, Roger might also be creating opportunities for this era. If the sea is too calm, the world government will be like an iron barrel with no gaps. Only through turmoil at sea can there be reform and opportunities. The youth of a new era should no longer be deceived by the celestial dragons. Therefore, he single-handedly initiated the Great Pirate Era. Shanks must also know some kind of inside information, Leah thought. Look at how that guy painstakingly maintains the balance between pirates and the Navy, becoming one of the 4 emperors, entering Mariawa to meet the Gorosei as if you were going home. Does he really think it's just the power of the fruit of face? How naive, everyone. He must hold enough leverage to negotiate with the Gorosei, and this leverage could even shake the foundations of the world government, causing even more serious fragmentation. Leah's first impression of Shanks, who might become the male lead, is a white-haired, black-hearted pirate captain. Yo, I'm Sabo, and you must be Miss Leah, Sabo said as he took off his hat and slightly bent his waist. Looking quite polite. In the courtyard of the monkey family, a golden-haired child dressed in formal attire suddenly emerged from behind Ace and said this to Leah, who was resting under the big tree. Leah half opened her eyes, glanced at Sabo, and couldn't help but feel a mischievous urge to tease him. Leah stood up and lifted her skirt in return. Sabo, I've heard from Ace about you before. I heard you're the orphan from the garbage dump. Leah's tone sounded somewhat indifferent. Sabo scratched his hair. Ah, yes. Leah waved her index finger in front of Sabo and then pointed to his clothes, saying, Your fabric is very good, and the pattern is custom-made. I have opened a clothing store in the Goa Kingdom, where the nobles also come to my shop to order clothes. Your outfit represents a significant identity. She added, moreover, your manner of speaking is not something that could be cultivated in that lawless place. At that moment, Luffy burst out of the kitchen, holding a greasy piece of meat in his hand, and said, Hey, Nichan, Sabo was a noble in the Goa Kingdom. In fact, this was not something worth hiding. However, having often heard Ace talk about his sister, Sabo inferred from Ace's words that Miss Leah really disliked nobles. Of course, Sabo himself also despised his noble identity, fearing that Miss Leah would dislike him because of it. So he planned to tell a little lie, even though the 3 brothers had agreed otherwise. But as expected, Luffy, with his big mouth, blurted it out. Sabo had previously discussed with Luffy not to mention his father to Ace, but Luffy carelessly revealed it. Well, it's true. When there are secrets, you absolutely cannot tell Luffy. Sabo thought to himself. At that moment, Sabo couldn't help but feel a bit nervous, especially after Luffy's big mouth had spoken. He was already feeling awkward, but he thought he should apologize at this time. So Mason, Miss Leah, I lied about my identity. Luffy then jumped in and said, Sabo, it's okay. Nichan won't mind these small things. Leah once again doubted whether Luffy was truly wise beneath his foolish exterior, because his most genuine thoughts always seemed to be expressed by Luffy inadvertently. Well, most of the time, Leah felt that Luffy was really foolish. Ace hurriedly explained for Sabo. Nichan, Sabo lied because he was afraid you would dislike him. Sabo also added, Miss Leah, I actually dislike my noble status as well. I have no connection to that family in my heart. Leah interrupted him, saying, well, none of that matters. I'm more curious about why Sabo wants to leave that family. When Audaluck III came to my shop, he even mentioned his disobedient son. Sabo lowered his hat, casting a shadow over his eyes, looking somewhat downcast. In that family, I'm just a tool for them to gain fame and fortune. I don't want to be trapped behind those high walls in such a suffocating life. I want to become a pirate, travel around the world, and record everything I see along the way. I want to find true freedom. As Sabo said this, there was a light in his eyes. At that moment, he hadn't yet developed a deep despair for the country behind those high walls. Well, that sounds like a wonderful dream. Leah first affirmed the child's dream, then thought for a moment before continuing. Since Sabo doesn't have any adults to take care of him now, how about joining our family? You can call me sister along with Luffy and Ace. Leah rested her chin on her hand, squatting down to look into Sabo's eyes. Sabo suddenly looked up. Miss Leah, is it really okay? What's wrong with having one more person at home for dinner? It's not like I can't afford it. At this point, Leah suddenly became proud again. I also have a little asset now. Sabo smiled, revealing a gap where a front tooth was missing. In that case, Nini-chan. Well, good child. Leah pulled out a red envelope from somewhere and stuffed it into Sabo's hand. Here, this is a fee for changing your address, a tradition from my hometown. In fact, Leah had anticipated this day ever since Ace first mentioned Sabo, The red envelope had been prepared long ago, but she didn't expect it to be delayed until now. Sabo was a bit confused, staring blankly at the red envelope in his hand. Leah took out 2 more red envelopes, handing one to Ace and the other to Luffy. After the 2 little ones received them, Ace ran over and put his arm around Sabo's shoulder, saying, "It's fine, just take it. Nichan gives us red envelopes during holidays because she says it's for good luck." After a pause, Ace added, "If you really feel bad about it, we can just share a portion of the treasures we find with Nichan in the future." Leah stopped paying attention to the interactions of the 3 little ones and suddenly came up with a new idea. With the scorching summer heat, how could there be no iced jelly? Leah's grocery store is still open, but the kingdom of Goya has almost turned into a commercial street with various shops. Although she doesn't like the behavior of those nobles, it doesn't stop Leah from making money from them, does it? As for how Leah, a commoner, manages to run an upscale business in a country like the kingdom of Goya that discriminates against commoners, that will be detailed in the next volume. Leah was preparing to go to the kitchen to experiment with her new idea when she suddenly remembered something. Turning around, Leah called out to Sabo, who was playing in the yard. "Hey, Sabo, I have a task for you." Sabo smiled and asked, "Nichan, what task?" "I promise I'll get done. I started a school in Windmill Village, and you need to take Luffy and Sabo to school with you and make sure they don't cause any trouble," Leah said. Sabo's heart skipped a beat. "A school?" Leah added, "I funded this, and I found the teachers myself. The village kids always run around barefoot and can't even read a word, which is not acceptable." At this point, Sabo hurriedly asked, "Can any child from any family go to school?" Of course, but they need to pay tuition. Children from families in difficulty can come to my shop to help offset the tuition fees. After all, knowledge deserves respect. Also, if Sabo encounters other children of the same age at the way station, he can bring them to school. But they must remember to strictly follow the school rules while there. Sabo felt a storm brewing in his heart. He had once been a noble and despised such a rigid class system. Therefore, he understood even more what Miss Leah was doing was so unconventional. However, he also developed a genuine admiration for Miss Leah, a respect that would later even surpass that for Luffy's irresponsible father, the revolutionary dragon. Well, Leah gained herself a little fanboy. As for Luffy and Ace, the 2 naive ones, well, Luffy said, "What is school? Can you eat it?" Ace asked, "Is school fun?" Leah looked at the 2 little ones, her fingers curling slightly, feeling a bit of an urge to facepalm. She thought back to the times when she had taken them to study, which were truly hard to describe. However, she could now leave the headaches to the teachers. And with Sabo to keep an eye on the 2 troublemakers, Leah felt a few years younger. "Well, you could just ask Sabo about that. I'm going to research some new desserts for you." Leah patted her backside and decisively slipped into the kitchen. The 2 little ones began pestering Sabo with questions. In the pirate world, commoners are not allowed to go to school. Only nobles receive an education from a young age. Leah intended to fundamentally break this notion. Not only in Windmill Village, but she wanted to establish schools throughout the East Blue and eventually throughout the Grand Line, for the world to become better. Awakening of thought is especially important. Why should nobles be considered more noble than commoners? As humans, all beings are equal. Leah has been in this world for 8 years now, and she really can't stand it. Her goal in this life is very simple, to live freely. Since she is unhappy, she has to do something about it. Armed revolution is the job of the Revolutionary Army. She just wants to tell the people of this world what equality is. When faced with injustice, they can resist, not just be suffocated like they are now. Time flies, and Luffy is 6 years old now, while Sabo and Ace are 9. At this moment, the 3 little ones are sitting in a tavern, focused on listening to the pirates from afar tell adventure stories. Well, after a hard-earned holiday, Leah, the big grumbler, is helping out in the kitchen. Leah has her own menu at the bar, and she has taught most of the recipes to Miss Machino. However, since her own children and herself used to be taken care of by Miss Machino when they were young, Leah couldn't bear to see Miss Machino busy alone. So she rolled up her sleeves and jumped into the kitchen. The 3 little ones helped Miss Machino serve dishes while listening to stories. Leah has raised them well. Ace can even kick a big tree down now. So, doing this kind of small work is completely easy for them. Leah strongly agrees that children shouldn't be spoiled, and that they should do things themselves when they can and help adults when needed. Besides, Miss Machino always pays the 3 little ones, and she doesn't shortchange them just because of their age. Their wages are calculated like those of adults, just like when she was young. The 3 little ones want to go to sea, and they're already planning to save money. They have been consciously saving some of the pocket money Leah gives them, and thanks to Leah's teachings, they know they should earn money through their own labor. Since Sabo is very averse to the kingdom of Goa, Ace and Luffy also dislike the nobles who look down on others. That's why the three little ones often work at Miss Machino's bar. Of course, if they defeat bad guys, they will also seize their treasures. After all, young Ace often robbed those customers who wanted to default on their bills with Leah. Speaking of which, a significant portion of Leah's initial startup capital came from Miss Machino's tavern. Well, Miss Machino's tavern has a mix of people: villagers, pirates, law-abiding citizens, and of course, scoundrels. When Leah was young, to make a living, she often worked part-time at Miss Machino's bar. When she encountered those who wanted to default on their bills or take advantage of Miss Machino, Leah would give them a good beating and clean them out of their belly. If they had a bounty on their heads and had committed serious crimes, Leah would directly hand them over to the Navy. Over time, Miss Machino's bar gained a reputation among the pirates in the area, not only because the food was good, but also because many notorious pirates had fallen here. As the pirates talked, they began cursing Roger, throwing all sorts of insults and filthy words at Dead Man. Ace clenched his fists tighter as he listened, and Sabo's face turned cold as he looked at the group. Luffy, perhaps sensing Ace's emotions, pulled his head out of the plate of meat. Hearing those words, Sabo and Luffy instinctively wanted to rush up and beat those people, but Sabo held them back. Sabo said, "Luffy, don't cause trouble for Miss Machino. If we fight now, we'll break things in the bar. We can deal with them once they leave." Luffy wanted to say something, but just then Ace came over and pressed down on the fist that little Luffy was clenching. Ace's expression was somewhat dark as he tightened his fists and walked up to the group of pirates. "Have you ever seen Roger?" he asked. "If I had seen that demon, I wouldn't be standing here talking to you little brats," said the one who looked like the leader among the pirates. Ace was a bit agitated. He couldn't hold back his emotions. "You all have never seen Roger, so why do you say that about him?" Ace shouted at the pirate. Of course, back then, newspapers everywhere said he was the most evil criminal in the world. "Maybe my country was destroyed because of Roger's contribution. What do you know, kid?" Another pirate said. "Pirate A. I heard the Navy was searching the world for Roger's bloodline." Pirate B. "Really? Would someone like him have children?" Pirate C. "If he had a child, that child should be tortured to death." This statement seemed to gain unanimous agreement from the pirates, and laughter erupted in the bar as they began to drink heavily. Contrary to expectations, Ace did not engage in a life-and-death struggle with the pirates as Sabo anticipated. He suddenly relaxed his clenched fists, and the darkness in his eyes turned to disdain. "Indeed, you are just a bunch of trash, just as Nichan said." Once those words were spoken, the bar fell silent for a moment before erupting again. "What? You little brat, looking for death?" Some pirates even raised their weapons, cursing as they wanted to teach Ace a lesson. At this point, Luffy and Sabo had already positioned themselves on either side of Ace. Once a fight broke out, they would stand firmly by Ace's side. "Well, you idiots, what do you want to do to my dear brothers?" A calm voice with a hint of anger rang out from behind. Leah came out of the kitchen, leisurely untied her apron. "Ah, so this little rascal is the one." Before she even had a chance to say anything profane, Leah had already slammed him into the wall with a huge shove, the kind that left him stuck and unable to pull away. Well, she collected a bunch of dropped jaws, including Sabo's. Sabo had never seen Leah so angry. In his impression, Miss Leah was always gentle, though occasionally a bit out of touch. Now, Sabo secretly resolved in his heart that he absolutely must not make Nichan angry. As for Luffy and Ace, of course, they wouldn't dare to make Nichan angry either. When Nichan got mad, it was even scarier than the old man's fists. Leah has already made her move, and the three little ones have happily reached a consensus. They are just here to enjoy the show. The pirates are sweating profusely, not daring to move, their fear even making them forget to check on their captain's situation. "Well, you came in and broke one of my walls. And considering today's bar tab, the total comes to 200,000 berries. Leah seriously wrote them a receipt, and there was nothing on it except for the number 200,000. 200,000 berries. The pirates wailed. Leah quickly replied, "Well, if you don't want to give it, then let me just beat you up a bit." Her tone sounded quite cheerful. At that moment, several weak coughs came from the hole in the wall, and a trembling hand reached out, struggling for a moment, but the pirate ended up face-planting onto the ground. Just the sound of it was painful. When the pirate struggled to get up again, he spat out a mouthful of blood, which contained a few teeth. His face was very swollen, a liver-like color, and it was congested. After struggling for a short while, he passed out again. Leah leisurely crossed her arms and watched, then turned her head to look at the pirates. The pirates, seeing this scene, all swallowed hard and began frantically rummaging through their pockets, shoe soles, and even their underwear, desperately trying to gather 200,000 berries. Leah instructed Machino to stay in the kitchen and not come out, saying that she would bear today's losses. Fortunately, they managed to gather exactly 200,000 berries. Leah looked at the pile of strange-smelling berries, too lazy to count them, and with a wave of her little hand, she gave them all to the three little ones. Luffy, Sabo, and Ace, the rest are up to you to practice on. Just beat them down so they can't get up, but don't kill them, Leah said leisurely. Okay, Nichan, the three little ones replied cheerfully. Pirate, didn't you say you'd let us go for 200,000 berries? Pirate B, you untrustworthy woman. Well, just because I said I wouldn't hit you doesn't mean my dear little brothers can't, Leah said in a very kind manner. As she watched the battle of the three little ones, Leah dragged the pirates out of Miss Machino's bar like dead dogs. Leah nodded in satisfaction, saying, not bad. Great progress. As those pirates stumbled away like stray dogs, supporting each other as they sailed away from the port, Leah felt a twinge of regret inside. These worthless fools had no bounty at all. Well, feeling annoyed, Leah let out a strange whistling sound, and a large sea king emerged from the water. She gave it an order, letting that little Jean fellow play with those trashy pirates for a bit longer. Messing with Leah? That's a disaster. Standing at the port, she gazed into the distance and noticed a ship with a dragon's head slowly approaching the shore. Leah recalled it seriously. Oh, it's the Red Fist. The wind blew across the sea, and the unique scent of the ocean rushed towards her. Leah's silky black hair fluttered in the breeze. She was 16 this year. In fact, Leah's original hair color wasn't black. She dyed it black because she loved it, perhaps also as a way to reminisce about that red flag. Leah is wearing a floral long dress today, with a fitted waist. Her long black hair is loose, covering most of her body. In fact, just a little while ago at the bar, Leah's hair was neatly tied up with a delicate hairpin. However, due to some vigorous movements, her hair came undone and she didn't have the chance to tie it back up again. Leah's overall appearance gives a sense of tranquility over time. Her long black hair cascades down, and her long, thick eyelashes resemble two small brushes. Her amethyst-like eyes seem to lack focus, with deep-set eyes filled with indifference and something indescribable, adding a touch of mysterious charm to her. Leah was very delicate-looking as a child, so exquisite that she seemed almost otherworldly. Now that Leah has grown up, her beauty surpasses that of her younger years, and she exudes an ethereal quality. Since turning 15, she has received countless love letters, and the flowers she gets on a regular basis would be enough for her to open a flower shop. Sometimes, while walking during major festivals, people even rush out to confess their feelings. What can I say? People in this world can sometimes express their emotions too passionately. Every time this happens, Leah feels quite embarrassed, an embarrassment that intertwines and weighs her down. Leah now only goes without a mask in Windmill Village. Going anywhere else feels like she needs to weld a mask to her face. The people of Windmill Village have developed a certain resistance to Leah's beauty, unlike those outside who are much more exaggerated. If possible, being a stunning village girl in Windmill Village wouldn't be bad. However, her now 3 children are no easy task, and if she doesn't hold some power, what will she have to fall back on for her kids? In a year or two, Leah still wants to deal with the 7 warlords. Well, Leah is almost certain that the destination of the Red Fist is Windmill Village. So she instructed the 3 kids to find the village chief first, although there are usually nearby pirates who come to drink at Happy Bar. The specifications of his pirate ship are clearly not on the same level as those small-time pirates, regardless of whether they are here to resupply or for something else. These matters should be handled by the village chief. Although the 3 kids dream of becoming pirates, they have also encountered some annoying pirates at Machino's bar, and this ship's aura seems different from usual. If they are here to rob the village, then it's urgent to notify everyone. So Luffy went to find the village chief, while Sabo and Ace went to inform the villagers. In fact, the 3 kids were not very reassured about their sister being alone at the port. However, due to their blind confidence in her combat ability, they felt that if Nichan couldn't handle it, she could still run away. The most important thing now is to notify the village chief and the villagers. On the Red Fist, the first person to notice a woman standing by the port was Jesus Burgess. Well, the sharpshooter's eyesight goes without saying. Boss, that Windmill Village up ahead, Jesus said. The red-haired man suddenly jumped up from the ground, rubbing his sore neck as if he had a hangover. He raised a bottle in his hand and took a big swig. Beckman, let us have a feast to celebrate our arrival at Windmill Village. The captain, who didn't understand the situation, said. Beckman exhaled a puff of smoke, and his hand started to itch. This month's finances are already in deficit, and besides, Shanks, weren't you just hungover last night? What does it matter, Beckman? Shanks said with dog-like eyes looking at Beckman. The character on Beckman's head was almost about to pop off, and he punched Shanks in the head. Shanks still had black hair, but thinking about Beckman's future gray hair, it must have been caused by Shanks. Boss, there's a woman standing by the port. It's really strange. Doesn't she run away when she sees pirates? Jesus said again. Shanks raised a silly smile. He also saw the woman. No, it should be said it was a girl, calmly and even impatiently looking at their ship. Beckman, maybe she's an interesting person, Shanks said, with a big bump on his head steaming. Beckman, of course, also noticed the girl on the shore. Under the observation of Kin Bunchikuhaki, Beckman could perceive the slightest blink from the girl. Her appearance was not mediocre. Compared to the renowned pirate Empress Boa Hancock, she was not inferior. And her aura was extraordinary, far surpassing those hypocritical nobles. Although she was dressed simply, she exuded a natural nobility, with all her emotions submerged in her rare purple eyes. Such a girl could not be cultivated in this small fishing village, Beckman thought. Moreover, she was not afraid of them, and even showed no defenses. Windmill Village would be the base they would use for nearly a year. As a first mate, Beckman had to investigate the situation here in advance. Strangely, the information about this village seemed to have been tampered with, filled with misleading details. This was quite thought-provoking. What had happened in this small fishing village? A subsidiary of the Goa Kingdom that warranted such information concealment? Moreover, those who had the authority to do this must be naval officers of at least the rank of Rear Admiral. Coupled with the recent years' reputation of the East Sea as the weakest sea, and a certain well-known old man frequently traveling between the East Sea and Marineford, even cleaning up some pirates wandering around a novice village along the way. All these coincidences led Beckman to think of the child that Shanks had been searching for a few years ago. In fact, both he and Shanks knew the hope was slim. The Navy had killed all pregnant women on Barriot Island that year to completely sever that person's bloodline. Only recently had they heard some rumors from retired soldiers who guarded Impel down back then. It was said that the last person Roger saw before his execution was Garp. But what exactly the two talked about remains unknown. The relationship between Roger and Garp is really hard to clarify. It's not surprising that Garp intervened in that matter back then. Coming to Windmill Village, the red-haired pirates had the intention of resting temporarily. They also needed to make final preparations for the battles ahead in the New World. Shanks also wanted to inquire about that child's news. But Beckman felt the hope was not great. When the Red Fist docked, many villagers were already standing beside Leah, all holding weapons, while the three kids stood beside Leah with water pipes. The atmosphere was somewhat tense, but Leah, on the other hand, crossed her arms and was almost yawning from boredom. First, she felt that Shanks and the others wouldn't harm these villagers, and second, she really was interested in such a black and white scenario. If it weren't for the fear of the three kids causing trouble together, she would have gone to call someone to repair Machino's wall long ago. However, since these pirates came here, they would definitely go to Miss Machino's bar, and Leah would have to entertain them later. So it wouldn't be a problem to meet them in advance. Leah's is quite strange. For example, right now, Shanks is looking at her with his big, wet eyes shining, and she actually finds it cute that a muscular man over 2 meters tall looks like this. She really wants to reach out and smooth down the tuft of hair sticking up on Shanks' head. Shanks, being observant, notices Leah's small movements and the way she occasionally glances at his hair. Suddenly, he understands her thoughts. So, Shanks leans closer to Leah and lowers his head in front of her. Hey, Lily-chan, do you want to touch my hair? Leah can't see his expression, but she can guess that he must be smiling in a silly way. Beckman silently observes this scene. A man's head is not something to be touched casually, unless... The surrounding pirates, although seemingly drinking and playing games, occasionally cast their eyes this way. Leah slowly reached out her hand, but halfway through, she couldn't help but retract it. However, Shanks's strong hand grasped her delicate, jade-like hand, and Leah instinctively tried to pull her hand back even harder. But Shanks stubbornly placed her hand on his head. Leah ultimately compromised and slowly began to touch it. However, that tuft of rebellious hair just wouldn't stay down. She smoothed her messy red hair strand by strand. Shanks felt a strange sensation in his heart, one he had experienced when he was 12. At that time, they encountered a woman on a deserted island, who talked alone with Captain Roger for a long time and stayed on the ship for a while. Whenever she had free time, she loved to play with her red hair. If it weren't for the age difference, Shanks would truly think she was that woman from back then. Shanks had met countless people and seen countless gazes, women who admired him for his looks or strength, pirates who envied him, the Navy who feared him, and ordinary villagers who were terrified. But he had never seen this kind of calm. She was very calm, as if the world could end in the next second and her expression wouldn't change. When facing what ordinary people considered ruthless pirates, She was more like someone who was amused by the spectacle. Shanks felt he had discovered a treasure. The young girl always concealed some of her dark humor behind her calm exterior. It was only in this aspect that he could truly feel she was just a teenager. He sensed that there were even deeper things hidden within her, waiting for him to uncover. Leah really enjoys ruffling heads, and it brings her a certain satisfaction, causing her to involuntarily smile with contentment. The bar suddenly fell silent, but there were still some whispers. I felt my heart racing. Miss Leah is so beautiful. It turns out Miss Leah likes to touch other people's hair, and my head can be touched by her too. Is it okay for someone who doesn't wash their hair for a week to feel this way? I'm so envious of that head. I thought about wanting to be patted by Miss Leah. The three little ones were helping in the kitchen, and upon seeing this scene, Ace felt a bit uncomfortable and said to Sabo, "What is so good about that messy, smelly old man?" He clearly wanted to say something, but paused, his neck turning a bit red. In a fit of irritation, he started peeling a large potato, and Sabo noticed the force he was using, feeling like Ace was taking out his frustration on that potato as if it were the red-haired pirate. However, Sabo recalled that Nico liked to touch Ace's hair the most, and that he and Luffy's hair often suffered the same fate. Sabo silently noted this in his little book, thinking that next time, when he didn't want to eat vegetables, he could try to get Nico to pat his head. After Luffy was full, Ace sent him to wash the stack of plates he had used, so as not to trouble Miss Machino. At this time, Miss Machino had already prepared most of the food, but there was still a small part that needed Leah to do herself. Thus, Shanks was freed from Leah's grasp. Shanks' eyes sparkled, and Leah seemed to see the big tail swaying behind him. Why does this middle-aged man have such a strong puppy-like aura? No, Leah thought carefully. Shanks seemed to be only 26 years old. Mainly, he looked so messy that he appeared like an old bachelor. Leah's gaze shifted to the gentle Miss Machino. Perhaps he wouldn't be a bachelor for long. Leah felt a pang in her heart, as if her precious little cabbage was being courted by the messy pig next door. But this pig, although a bit untidy, was strong enough and had a decent personality, barely worthy of our gentle and beautiful Miss Machino. Leah still needs to prepare a few dishes, and the first one is our cola chicken wings. Blanch the chicken wings, wash off the foam, drain them, cut the green onion into sections, and slice the ginger. Pour oil into a pan and heat it over high heat until it reaches about 40 temperature. Then add cloves, star anise, Sichuan pepper, cinnamon, and bay leaves, frying them until fragrant. Next, add the green onion sections and ginger slices to release their aroma. Pour the chicken wings into the pan, stir fry for a minute, then add cola and water. After that, add dark soy sauce and mix well, cover with a lid. Reduce to medium heat and simmer for 20 minutes. Finally, increase the heat to reduce the sauce. In fact, the OP world already has a well-established culinary system. However, it places more emphasis on showcasing the original flavors of the ingredients. Therefore, the use of spices is lacking, or many spices are avoided as they are considered strange. Leah enjoys using spices in her cooking. When Machino first saw Leah cook, he was quite surprised by how such strange herbs could create such wonderful flavors in food. Inspired by this, Leah opened a Chinese restaurant in the Kingdom of Goya, and now, the Chinese restaurant has branches on many islands in the East China Sea. Since Leah settled in Windmill Village, she has maintained some important Chinese traditions, such as celebrating the New Year. Indeed, according to this world's calendar, today happens to correspond with the Chinese Spring Festival. Leah got up early to prepare the New Year's Eve dinner, which was no easy task. So Leah called Machino to help, and the three little ones also got up early, excited for the day. However, they first needed to go pick up Dayton and the others. Originally, Leah had asked Carp to return every year on this day, but this year, it was unclear what mission Carp had. It was said that he wouldn't be coming to Windmill Village this year. So it seemed that Shanks had found out Carp wouldn't be returning, which is why he brought a ship full of people to Windmill Village. After making some money, Leah expanded and renovated the Monkey family's small courtyard 3 times its original size, and the general store was moved out of the house to a newly built shop. Now, the scale is quite large, and the products are diverse. It shouldn't be called a general store anymore, but rather a general supermarket. In fact, running such a large store in Windmill Village yields very little profit due to low foot traffic. However, to make life more convenient for everyone, Leah decided to keep the store. The villagers have taken care of the siblings since they were little. Moreover, Leah's real income comes from the Goa Kingdom, where the nobility gathers on other islands, so opening such a general supermarket in Windmill Village is not a difficult task at all. Leah's entrepreneurship has also solved the employment issues for many young people in Windmill Village. After receiving training from Leah, the young people in the village are assigned to various branches to manage. When the scale expands again, they can proudly bring in newcomers. In short, Leah's business is thriving. According to past customs, Leah gives her employees time off during these days. For Leah personally, this is like celebrating the new year, while for the employees, it is akin to a company annual meeting. During these days, Leah always gives her subordinates red envelopes, and the children at home also receive them. Currently, a school has only been established in Windmill Village, but in the future, when this unprecedented initiative expands, Leah also wants to ensure educational benefits for her subordinates, such as tuition discounts and enrollment priority. Of course, these are still in the planning stage, but they will be realized one day. After Leah finishes her busy schedule, she plans to set off in search of the plant fruit. She has her eyes on a potential assistant. However, coincidentally, that person is seriously ill. Although not bedridden, they seem unlikely to live much longer. This person's identity is very helpful for Leah to penetrate the market, and they have already assisted Leah significantly during the early stages of her entrepreneurial journey, demonstrating good management and planning skills. Most importantly, they have a somewhat chaotic nature, which Leah values. She wants to leverage the power of the devil fruit to help that person survive, and the plant fruit is very suitable for them. Today, Leah is very busy, but to her surprise, the young people in the village have come to help her voluntarily. The boys help cut meat, while the girls wash vegetables. When asked why, they say it is because Leah's family is always lively at this time of year, and they want to share in the joy. Leah gives them red envelopes and time off every year around this period. Although they do not know what festival it is, they're eager to celebrate with Leah. Every year, the family prepares a lot of dishes, and when there is food left over, to avoid waste, Leah delivers some to every household. Over time, everyone feels a bit embarrassed, as Leah's cooking skills are excellent, and she has many methods of handling things that they have never seen before. At this moment, Leah clapped her hands to get everyone to stop and said with a smile, "Since everyone is so generous, let's celebrate the new year together. I'll have someone bring over the ingredients, and it's only right that we all pitch in. Miss Leah, we should feel embarrassed to make you do all the work," said a young girl who admired Leah greatly. "You've really helped us a lot in many ways, and this little thing is really not worth mentioning. Besides, it's us who have the cheek to come and disturb you at your home." As soon as she said this, many people below echoed her sentiment, and Leah couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. Those matters were trivial to her, but they had made an impression on her. The people of Windmill Village were truly simple and sincere. When the young ones returned to their posts and talked about celebrating the new year with Miss Leah, they were met with quite a bit of jealousy. They could only blame it on not living in the same village as Leah. Everyone had a casual meal at noon and worked hard until evening, finally setting the banquet table. Leah even borrowed a few tables from other villagers to seat everyone. Red-haired Shanks was someone who could really bring out the fun. Even before many people had gathered in Leah's small courtyard, he had come over with his subordinates. Drawn by the excitement, after learning what they were doing, he ignored their objections and shamelessly joined in. He would tease the three little ones one moment and accidentally knock things over the next. When he had nothing to do, he kept staring at Leah, making her feel goosebumps. She had no choice but to find a chair for him and advised him to sit still and not run around. However, it wasn't long before Shanks sneaked into the cellar to steal some wine and was caught by the three kids. When Leah pulled him out, he even looked aggrieved. Of course, Leah didn't overlook the several bottles of wine he was hiding behind his back. Unable to tolerate it any longer, Leah punched Shanks on his red head without any reason, just because she found him annoying. Shanks squatted in the corner, looking pitiful with a bump on his head, and took another swig of wine while the three little ones laughed and huddled together. "Indeed, no one can escape the iron fist of love from our family, huh?" Sabo said. Luffy laughed foolishly. He. Ace patted Luffy's head and said, "Luffy, stay away from this guy in the future. You'll become less smart." Luffy asked. Sabo laughed while Shanks was busy until evening, and everyone had already started eating. Since they had cooked a lot, Leah also invited Beckman and the others. The attentive Beckman, after learning about the general customs of this holiday, thoughtfully prepared red envelopes for the three little kids present. Indeed, even fierce-looking people have their gentle sides. Next came eating dumplings, feasting, making wishes, setting off fireworks, and wearing beautiful new clothes. After the young people left that night, Leah added a barbecue to the feast. After eating, the three little ones urged the pirates to wash the dishes, which was also a task assigned by Beckman. After the commotion, Leah let down her tied-up hair, lifted her robe, and lay on a lounge chair, gazing at the starry sky, hoping that this year would be a good one. In her heart, Leah made a wish. Shanks looked at the beautiful figure in the distance, adjusted his straw hat, and revealed a genuine smile. One afternoon, Leah sat at home basking in the sun. The children had all gone deep into Corbo Mountain to train, leaving her with rare leisure time. As the sun began to set, she wandered around the village with her hands behind her back. Leah began to observe the children in the village and noticed that many of them had already started to work alongside the adults at home. The artisans were somewhat better off. For example, the carpenter's children could inherit that position and continue to serve this simple village. The fisherman's children would also become fishermen, and the woodcutter's children would become woodcutters as well. Leah suddenly understood the allure of the sea for the people of this world. Most of the people living in this world can only follow a predetermined path, enduring a life oppressed by the nobility, with no room for rebellion. Leah thought that this was extremely painful for those young people who were still filled with longing for life. However, most of them were powerless to resist. Going out to sea, the ocean was not as calm as it appeared. The unpredictable weather, gigantic sea creatures, and irregular currents could easily take the lives of ordinary people. Not everyone could drift for over 10 days on just a wooden barrel like Luffy. At that time, Leah wanted to take the young people from the village with her. As her business empire gradually expanded, the places she could lead them to increased and their horizons broadened. They wouldn't have to be trapped in a small village anymore. Windmill Village was great, protected by Garp, and no reckless pirates would deliberately come here to cause destruction. It was indeed a suitable place for retirement. But for those young people whose veins were filled with passion, this was undoubtedly the greatest torture. The mermaids of Fishman Island were beautiful. The delicacies of Water 7 were delicious, and there were ocean currents that flowed towards the sky in this world. Leah wanted to take the people here to see all of this. Leah really did take these young people out. But then the question arises, what will happen to the little kids left in the village now that the young people have all gone out? Leah is not the kind of jerk who abandons others after taking their parents away, a subtle reference to a certain red-haired character. So Leah decided to build a school in the village so that the children would not go astray due to a lack of adult guidance. They would also be able to learn cultural knowledge, choose their preferred professions, and select the lives they want in the future. Leah respects every child's dream, but she also respects money. Therefore, she will not waive any student's tuition fees. No matter how poor they are, Leah will charge them tuition. If they cannot pay now, they can work in Leah's shop to pay off their debts, and they can write an IOU to pay it back when they grow up and earn money. However, there will absolutely be no free rides, even if it would be easy for Leah. She does not want others to take her occasional acts of kindness for granted. Moreover, she does not want to invest money in people who have no value. Leah has already given them the opportunity to change their destiny, yet they still want to reap benefits without effort. There is no such principle in the world. If you have the chance but do not strive with all your might to seize it, you are destined to be pushed aside by others. In the school, there are now many students who work part-time while studying. Many of them became orphans at a very young age and can only make a living at uncertain endpoints. Just being alive is already quite difficult. Now, studying at school, as long as they do some not too tiring work, they can have food to eat and receive an education like the nobility, and most people are filled with gratitude. Leah also established a scholarship at school to reward children who excel in all subjects. She admires those souls who refuse to be ordinary and challenge their fate, because in the beginning, she was also a timid person trapped in her own world. The school established by Leah does not only teach traditional subjects like conventional education. It is a 6-year elementary school, divided into compulsory and elective subjects. Language and literacy subjects are compulsory, while mathematics is an elective subject with varying difficulty levels. Children who are sensitive to numbers can choose more advanced math courses, while those who are more adept with words can opt for easier math studies. However, all students must learn math, at least some very basic concepts, except for Luffy. Art classes are elective, allowing children to choose based on their interests. Most importantly, Leah transformed the original physical education classes into martial arts guidance classes. Given the dangers of this world, Leah feels it is essential for the children she has nurtured with her own resources to be strong, as she wouldn't want them to be taken down the moment they step outside. Additionally, Leah has introduced a course on maritime knowledge, mainly for popular science purposes, to remind these kids not to recklessly sail out to sea without understanding the risks. As for Sabo, he has adapted well to the school's curriculum, mainly because Leah has not set any rigid completion standards for them. Sabo learns comfortably, which is entirely different from his past experience of being trapped in a cage while studying. Ace is not particularly interested in the knowledge-based classes, but they're not too difficult for him either. Moreover, he doesn't want Nichan to look at him with disappointment. The more troublesome one is Luffy, who finds it very difficult to recognize characters. Leah has tried everything she could think of regarding this, but the results have been minimal. However, In order to understand the storybooks written by Leah, Luffy is actively trying to learn to read. Leah can only comfort herself that it is already quite good that the little monkey is willing to learn on his own, and she should be satisfied. The three little ones also have commonalities, such as in the martial arts guidance classes. They almost dominate this class, not to mention their peers. Even the teacher of that class has no way to handle them. It is worth noting that Leah has selected high-quality teachers, indicating the talent of the three little ones. Additionally, Leah has introduced science extension classes and ideological education classes. The science extension classes are simply superficial explanations of some phenomena commonly seen, explained in a way that children can understand. As for ideological education, it mainly focuses on regulating the behaviors of young children and spreading some basic concepts of good and evil. Once Leah establishes a higher institution, she plans to introduce Marxism to them, as such a treasure of human spirit should not be kept hidden by her alone. However, the foundation for achieving all of this is still power and capital. Otherwise, once the Navy issues a command after the establishment, all her hard work could be in vain. So she must make herself indispensable in this world first. When Shanks saw this institution that had never appeared in this world, he immediately thought of many things. He could even glimpse Leah's grand ambitions from the details that were inadvertently leaked, feeling both alert and a newfound appreciation for her. Beckman also silently kept many considerations in mind. Unexpectedly, Leah had no intention of hiding this matter from them at all. In fact, she even took the initiative to invite them to visit afterward. Leah casually propped up her chin and said, "Isn't your son doing well? Why do you need me to take care of him?" The middle-aged man noticed that Leah's tone hadn't changed much, so he softened his tone and explained, "Over the years, I've traveled to almost every inhabited island in search of a way to treat my wife. Because of this, I rarely accompanied Bart, which led to him being maliciously influenced and becoming what he is today. A few days ago, my wife passed away, and I had planned to spend the rest of my life with Bart to make up for my years of neglect. Unfortunately, I was diagnosed with lung cancer a few days ago. I'm not afraid of death, but I'm worried about Bart." Leah suddenly interrupted. Actually, being a powerful and purely evil person can still allow one to survive well in this world. Leah interrupted because she had already understood the unspoken intention of the father. As a father, he hoped his child would be a good person. Indeed, a purely bad person can also survive. The middle-aged man smiled sarcastically and said, "But I have already tasted the bitter fruit of that. My wife was secretly plotted against by enemies and has been bedridden for more than a decade. She loved sunflowers the most, but ironically, in the last days of her life, we were trapped on an eastern island, and my wife could only pass away in the heavy snow. As her husband, I was unable to bring her a single sunflower at that time. I am not a competent husband, nor a competent father. I have atoned for the sins of my wrongdoing for a lifetime, and I do not want my son to follow in my footsteps." After understanding the general situation, Leah tapped the table, weighed the pros and cons, and then said, "I cannot guarantee that I can make your son a good person. What I can do is teach him the basic concepts of good and evil. Teach him the basic rules of being a person, and let him judge for himself what kind of person he wants to be. That is already enough, Miss Leah," the middle-aged man said with deep gratitude. Leah waved her hand and said, "I haven't stated my conditions yet, so don't rush to thank me. My conditions are, first, the planting of the fruit. Second, I need to borrow your territory and subordinates for a few years. When your son comes of age, I will return all these forces and personnel to him. Third, Bartolomeo will temporarily join my business association, and the rights to the shares will only be officially granted to him once he comes of age. During this period, if he gets into any trouble, I will cover for him. Joining our business association is only temporary, and once he comes of age, if he wants to leave the association to pursue other things, I won't stop him. As long as he doesn't sell or give his share rights to others, they will be valid for life." Leah picked up the tea and took another sip before saying, "So, Mr. Babasona, what do you think?" "I agree, Miss Leah," the middle-aged man said, sounding relieved. Now, it was Leah's turn to be perplexed. Did he just agree like that? Although she wouldn't tear up the agreement after his death, she found it strange that he had no doubts at all and didn't take any precautionary measures before agreeing so directly. Was she really that trustworthy? Moreover, she realized something. The people arranged at the port were probably all those he wanted to get rid of. Many of those inside had a good relationship with his foolish son, and he was afraid that directly driving them away or killing them would provoke his son's rebellious psychology, leading to a backlash. So he let Leah play the villain. TSK, the old man was indeed cunning. But there was one more thing. Did this old guy really understand her situation so clearly? They had just met for the first time, and, without any observation, He dared to entrust his son to her. She thought she had kept her circumstances under wraps pretty well over the years. Even the old man only knew that she had a special energy within her. Leah couldn't explain this kind of energy clearly and could only cope with it using the abilities of the devil fruit. So, the old man only knew that his granddaughter was a devil fruit user. However, he wasn't sure what specific devil fruit ability it was. As if sensing Leah's confusion, the middle-aged man smiled and explained, "In our family, a seer appears every few generations, and her most recent prophecy is about you, Miss Leah. So it turns out to be a bug-like profession of seer. This is really difficult. I hope no one figures out that I'm an old monster." Leah has been thinking about whether to kill the prophet. Although her thoughts have twisted in 3 different ways, she hasn't shown any of it. "Oh, what did he say about me?" "He said you will be a significant figure who changes the world in the future," the middle-aged man said. That's it. That's it. Then where is he? I'm curious about someone like that. Can we arrange to meet?" Leah joked as she said this. "He's dead. After making that prophecy, he was struck dead by a giant thunderbolt," the middle-aged man said. Leah suddenly felt a bit awkward, perhaps from spending too much time with Luffy and the others. She instinctively scratched her head and said, "Is that so? This guy really is unfortunate. Ah, if someone familiar with Shanks were present, they would definitely notice that this head-scratching action is quite similar to Shanks, sharing the same foolishness." Perhaps it was because she was facing someone on the verge of death that Leah's guard was lowered a bit, leading to such a reaction. Leah reacted, regaining her expressionless face, which allowed people to go out and draft the agreement. The middle-aged man then coaxed and deceived his foolish son into signing the agreement. Leah has other matters to attend to. After signing the agreement, she hurried off to the next place. As for that foolish Bartolomeo, once the middle-aged man finishes his business, he will naturally inform Leah to pick him up. In fact, the middle-aged man did not tell Leah the entirety of the prophecy. Just when the prophet was about to say something about Leah, a thunderbolt happened to strike, avoiding the other members of the family and killing only the prophet. It's hard to say that this isn't the work of fate. Will the D family bring down the celestial dragons? Babasona wanted to see, but he no longer had the chance. However, going underground to accompany his wife is also a good choice. He no longer has any worries. Looking at the tumultuous sea in the distance, he couldn't help but think, this sea is meant for those young people to explore. Bartolomeo, my child, this sea belongs to you young people. I've done all I can. As a father, I hope for your future to be safe. Leah had been busy for nearly half a month before she finally returned to Windmill Village at a leisurely pace. This time, 3 very duong butts of corgis followed her. These 3 were bought from the auction house. In a world that values martial power, why would adorable pets like corgis, which have low attack power, be auctioned off? It's because one of the corgis had eaten a devil fruit, while the other 2 were considered freebies. However, due to the corgi's low intelligence, the auction house staff couldn't determine which type of fruit it had consumed. As a result, the price was set very low. Leah is a plush toy enthusiast. Originally, she didn't want to spend money recklessly, but in this world, she really saw a dog that looked so friendly and familiar for the first time. Moreover, the 3 dogs were lying on the ground with bomb collars, looking at Leah with pitiful eyes. Leah felt like she had made a mistake at that time, so she spent 3 million Bailey to buy 3 corgis. After the auction ended, Leah regretted it deeply. The 3 dogs were bouncing around, and due to some indescribable feeling, Leah named the 3 dogs Macapaka, Winsitisai, and Yagobigu. They were easy to remember and sounded good. Although these dogs were a bit silly, well, they weren't really useful. But as a little wealthy lady, what was wrong with spending 3 million on 3 pets? Leah comforted herself, thinking that maybe in the future she could develop some remarkable ability. Perhaps, right? Okay, seeing the silly dogs with their clear, yet foolish eyes, she gave up. Leah patted the big butts of the 3 dogs, and they felt nice to pet. As soon as she stepped into the village, Leah smelled a strong odor of alcohol. A red-haired Shanks came running towards her with a bottle of wine. Behind Shanks were 3 small ones holding water hoses, looking fierce. When Shanks saw someone in front of him, he stumbled and tried to step to the right. However, he couldn't stop in time and ended up falling towards Leah. Huh, what a silly drunk. Did you think Leah would kindly help him? How naive. With a disdainful look, Leah decisively dodged and went around to intercept the 3 small ones charging towards her. Then, the whole family looked at Shanks with contempt. And Ace looked at him with a mix of anger and disdain. Shanks hit the ground headfirst, creating a small dent with his head stuck in it. At that moment, Shanks was struggling to pull his head out, while the 3 dogs following Leah couldn't hold back any longer. Makabaka jumped up and bit Shanks, but holding on tightly. Shanks let out a loud cry. Wizardess wanted to bite Shanks' hand, but due to Shanks' thick skin, he couldn't manage it. Upon closer inspection, Wizardous' teeth even sparked against Shanks. After several attempts to no avail, Wizardous started tearing at Shanks' big floral pants. Yagubagoo, being the most cowardly after failing to bite, gathered its strength to aim for the area between Shanks' thighs. The red-haired crew arrived late, but by now they were all laughing uncontrollably. A bunch of big men lying on the ground with no dignity. Beckman had veins popping on his forehead, seemingly having endured too much, and he was so angry that he extinguished the cigarette in his mouth. That idiot. Fortunately, just as Shanks was about to be bitten in that area, he pulled his head out. At that moment, Makabaka, Wizardous, and Yagubagoo, the three silly dogs, decisively let go and quickly hid behind Leah, lining up again to look at her with clear, yet foolish eyes. Leah touched her chin. These three silly dogs weren't so stupid after all. At this moment, they were quite clever. Leah had just been thinking that if Shanks got angry, she would step in to retrieve the 3 million berries. Leah squatted down and patted the heads of the three silly dogs. Well done, I'll give you extra chicken legs for dinner. Leah deliberately ignored Shanks, who was staring at her with tearful eyes. The dogs' eyes lit up, and their tails were wagging up to the sky. The dogs hid behind Leah and barked at Shanks with a proud little expression, truly a case of dogs relying on their owners. At this moment, Shanks was covering his bottom, looking at the broken wine bottle on the ground with tearful eyes, occasionally glancing at Leah's expression, and in between those glances, he secretly glared at the three dogs behind Leah. Leah was speechless, seeing so many expressions on a person's face for the first time. She wanted to roll her eyes, but desperately held back. The best expression, of course, was a poker face mixed with disdain. The three little ones were curiously staring at the three dogs, and after a glance at each other, Ace picked up Makabaka, and the four dark eyes locked onto each other. Ace was focused, holding Makabaka tightly with both hands. Sabo picked up Wizardicity and vigorously rubbed Wizardicity's dog head. From Wizardicity's eyes, one could vaguely see a hint of despair. Luffy, with his mischievous little hands, kept patting Agubagoo's big butt, gazing at Agubagoo with starry eyes. What a bouncy meat, Nichan, is this dinner? Awoo! Agubagoo's cry was filled with helplessness. These three dogs actually knew how to read people's expressions. Leah was dumbfounded. Luffy looked at Leah eagerly, hoping for a satisfying answer. Ace and Sabo reacted, looking at Leah with the same expression. Oh, the familiar clarity, the familiar foolishness. Leah suddenly felt that the people around her seemed not very smart. At that moment, Leah deeply understood Beckman. Hadn't they seen Beckman already draw his flintlock and pointed at the idiot Shanks? Ah, Beckman, I really didn't mean it. You see, my heart is already torn apart. Saying this, Shanks's sinful hands reached into his pants. Beckman could no longer hold back and decisively fired. Don't do that, perverted action. Can't you see there are children and ladies here, you bastard? Shanks covered his butt with one hand, dodging the bullet, and wailed, Beckman, I'm hurt. Shanks's tone even carried a hint of a spoiled tone. Ugh, Captain, how disgusting. USU covered his laughing belly and stood up. Is this really our captain? Why did I even get on this idiot's ship? I propose again. Let's get rid of the captain and promote the vice captain. Good idea. Leah suddenly spoke, staring at Shanks. So, Shanks, what did you do this time? You didn't bully Luffy again, did you? Shanks began to feel guilty, his eyes darting around but avoiding Leah's gaze. That is Lily-chan. Well, Luffy ran up to Leah and loudly said, Ni-chan. Shanks stole the alcohol you buried under the big tree. Leah's fist tightened as she suppressed her anger and gently continued to ask, Luffy, did you drink it all? Luffy obediently shook his head. No, as soon as we found out Shanks was sneaking some, we chased him out. He just opened the lid and took a small sip, and it was the bottle with the shortest aging. Leah let out a sigh, just about to say something, when Ace pointed at the broken bottle on the ground and added, but the wine is already shattered. After saying that, he shot a fierce glare at Shanks. Leah felt a sharp pain in her heart. She had buried the wine for a full 3 years, and she hadn't even taken a sip before it shattered. Heartache. Pain. Leah was genuinely a bit angry this time, and didn't question Shanks about anything. She just took the 3 kids and 3 dogs straight home. Before leaving, she exchanged a nod with Beckman, but didn't spare a glance for Shanks. Shanks was holding his butt with one hand and tremblingly reaching out to Leah with the other. Lily-chan, he said with teary eyes. Jesus Burgess quietly remarked to the road beside him, Miss Leah is really angry, isn't she? Lucky tore off a piece of meat and mumbled, I don't know. In the past, when I saw the captain anger a girl, those girls would just beat him up directly. Miss Leah is just ignoring the captain. It shouldn't be a big problem. Jesus Burgess, with a look of disbelief, said, You don't understand, do you? My wife in the past, Jesus Burgess rambled on about his experiences of making up with his wife after angering her. The two thought they were whispering, but everyone present could hear them just fine. After hearing Jesus Burgess's story, Lucky was so surprised that he dropped his chicken leg on the ground and forgot to pick it up. How did you even find a wife and have a kid? Lucky couldn't help but raise his voice. A certain red-haired pirate commented, "That Jesus Burgess guy looks so proud. Does he really think those things he said are something to brag about?" Another pirate added, "If a guy like Jesus Burgess can have a wife, why can't I?" A humble pirate knelt on the ground, shedding tears like wide noodles. Another pirate patted the monkey on his shoulder and said, "Having a family is a burden for us. We can't be with them, nor can we protect them. It's better to be alone, without a weakness, becoming an iron wall." Upon hearing this, most of the red-haired pirates fell silent and stopped talking. Pursuing freedom means gaining something, but also losing something. This world always operates on a principle of equivalent exchange. Shanks, with one hand still on his butt, shuffled over to Beckman. "Oh no, Beckman, I think I really got into trouble." Shanks looked very anxious. Beckman glanced at Shanks and said, "Haven't you caused enough trouble already? This time is different, Beckman. What should I do?" Shanks began to act spoiled again. Jesus Burgess interjected at this moment. "Captain, take your hand down. Don't pretend in front of us. Last year on Creek Island, that girl stabbed you right in the heart, and you didn't even break skin. How could a dog possibly hurt you?" Jesus Burgess had a teasing expression. "Yeah, Captain, we haven't seen you in a while. Why do you look so rough?" The captain must be pretending to be injured to gain Miss Leah's sympathy. "The captain is so scary," a certain pirate exclaimed in fear. "EW, how disgusting. Why are you talking like that, Marine? What is his name, Kizaru?" At this moment, Shanks shakily raised his hand, which had blood on it. "But I really am hurt," he said with an innocent face. "Ah," everyone exclaimed in surprise. For no other reason. The crew knew best how hard it was to break through Shanks's defenses. If it were them, they wouldn't even have been bitten by a dog. And looking at the amount of blood, Shanks's wound was not small. Beckman, the only one on the red-haired ship who could trade blows with Shanks, had the most say. He had lit a cigarette at some point and remarked, "That dog is not simple." At this time, the red-haired crew began to use their not-so-useful brains. "That dog looks pretty ordinary, nothing special about it. But then again, Miss Leah has always been mysterious. Yeah, she is often not at home. Miss Leah can even fight with the captain. Although the captain let her win, she clearly didn't go all out. With such strength, there is no buzz at all in the Grand Line. That is too strange. Maybe she just likes to keep a low profile and live in Windmill Village. The problem is, Miss Leah is often not at home, and it seems she is not short on money. Could it be possible that Miss Leah is a Marine? Idiot. If she were a Marine, would Miss Leah still be so friendly when she saw us?" The red-haired crew felt like their heads were going to explode. They decided to leave such thinking to the first mate and looked eagerly at Beckman. Beckman exhaled a puff of smoke and realized, "I shouldn't have hoped for anything from these idiots. He looked down on us. The first mate is so scary." Beckman didn't bother to say anything more. "I still need to confirm some things. I'll tell you later." In fact, the night before Leah left on her long trip, Beckman had already activated his intelligence network to investigate Leah's whereabouts, just in case this girl exposed their location. Additionally, the secrets surrounding this girl were too many. For the safety of the entire pirate crew, Beckman needed to clarify everything. However, during the investigation, his subordinates reported that several forces were obstructing them, including the Marines, which probably meant that old man Garp, and then there was the Revolutionary Army, which was quite interesting. Beckman's subordinates only found out that this girl was doing business in the East Blue. The information seemed abundant and clear, with all the details in order. But upon closer inspection, it was rather vague regarding the beneficiaries, sources of materials, exports, and partners. All were described ambiguously. In short, it was a mix of true information and false intelligence, a method of deception very reminiscent of the Revolutionary Army. Could it be that this girl has ties to the Revolutionary Army? Leah is indeed very angry. How could she not be? She buried 5 bottles of wine, and before she even had a chance to drink them, 1 bottle was already broken. Making this wine is time-consuming to get the finished product. It takes at least 6 to 8 years, and the production process is quite complicated. In fact, not all types of wine can be buried. There are many kinds of white wine. However, only the sauce-flavored white wine can enhance its flavor through burial. This method of storing wine is also called the door of randomness. To obtain the finished wine, the base liquor must first be stored in a cellar for 3 years before being buried, which then takes another 3 to 5 years. After being buried, the body of strong-flavored white wine becomes lighter, the light-flavored wine smells bad, the rice-flavored wine spoils, and the fragrant-flavored wine becomes harsh. So one can imagine how high the quality requirements are for buried wine. The production of sauce-flavored white wine is time-consuming and labor-intensive. It must strictly follow a series of procedures, including 7 times of drawing wine, 8 times of adding koji, and 9 times of steaming, with extremely strict quality control. Moreover, the soil used for burying the wine also has very strict requirements. This type of soil is called purple soil, which has a high content of sand and gravel, is loose, has large pores, and possesses good permeability. The infiltration of surface and groundwater leave a lot of trace elements in the purple soil. Therefore, Leah spent considerable effort just on soil preparation. The bottles used for burying the wine are also very particular. They need to be breathable ceramic bottles. The ceramic bottles must have many capillary pores and be paired with corks of the same quality, allowing the wine to breathe smoothly and absorb trace elements from the soil and plant roots, increasing the beneficial elements in the wine. After being stored for a certain period, the stimulating, spicy, and astringent flavors in the white wine gradually disappear, becoming mellow and rich. Those who have tasted it say the flavor is exceptional. Originally, Leah intended to create a high-end wine brand, but after experimenting, she found that the various brewing processes took too long, making it unrealistic to make money in a short period. So she gave up this idea and decided to bury the few bottles she had experimented with for her own consumption. There were only 5 bottles, and she wasn't very satisfied with the aging time either, planning to leave them buried for another year before digging them up. Now, they've already been dug up early by that jerk Shanks, and there's no way to bury the others back. The storage environment has been ruined. Who wouldn't be angry in this situation? Leah was now so heartbroken that she could hardly breathe. Leah trembled as she took out the 4 bottles of wine from the pit. And it hurt too much. She absolutely would never think about brewing this wine again. Looking back at the 3 little ones, now there were 6 little ones, with 6 pairs of adorable big eyes staring at her, Leah's mood improved just a little. How about taking them out for dinner? After carefully storing the wine in the cellar, Leah directly took Luffy and the others to her own department store to get ingredients. After greeting the young lady at the counter, Leah went on a shopping spree, and by the end, the 3 kids, along with Leah herself, were carrying a big load. The dog stayed at home obediently, very good at reading people's expressions. Leah was puzzled. If she was so smart, why did she act so foolishly at the auction? After buying the good items, Leah asked Ace and Sabo to go back and clean and organize them first. Then she took Luffy to the vegetable garden to pull out some scallions and garlic for seasoning. Luffy, hopping around in his little slippers, was very obedient while being led. He enthusiastically shared with Leah the things that had happened in the past few days. Luffy was always smiling, carefree, and his smile was very healing. Whenever Leah was feeling down, she liked to spend time with little Luffy. Leah feels like heaven might have given her Child King buff. Sabo and Ace are basically little tyrants at school, and Dayton has complained to Leah more than once about their unruly behavior. But in front of Leah, they are completely well-behaved little babies. It's hard to see any rebellious teenage traits in them. Although Luffy is always getting into trouble, everyone knows he is just naturally clueless and single-minded, so it's already quite rare for him to behave normally in front of Leah. Shanks has had several stitches on his backside. Although his physique is abnormal, it should still hurt for a few days. But that's secondary. The main issue is that Shanks has realized he has upset someone and is anxious about how to apologize. As for the alcohol, can he be blamed? The aroma was just too rich. It was impossible not to notice it. He had already wanted to dig it out and taste it a couple of days ago. However, with 3 kids guarding it, he couldn't find the opportunity. Today, he finally had a chance, but after just 1 sip, he broke the bottle and ran into the person who owned it. In the past, Shanks thought he could just give a good beating to the troublemaker. But Leah is different from everyone else he has met. She rarely expresses her external emotions and is quite reserved. When she is angry with someone she knows, she usually just gives them a cold shoulder, which makes Shanks even more at a loss about how to make her feel better. After the red-haired crew laughed at Shanks with his hair hanging down, they began suggesting ideas to him. Why don't you get Miss Leah a nice set of jewelry? I heard girls love shiny things. Flowers. Captain, precious flowers. Weapons, Captain, go find a suitable weapon to give to Miss Leah. She'll definitely be happy. And they propose a lot, and Shanks' head started to hurt from listening. Then he directed his gaze toward Beckman, who has the most experience with women. Beckman didn't want to say anything, but seeing his captain's foolish expression, he suggested, Shanks, use your strengths. Shanks was surprised. Beckman, I actually have strengths? Yes. For example, being shameless, Beckman said coldly. Beckman. Shanks rummaged through his messy captain's cabin and actually found a beautifully crafted dagger. The dagger is 58, 3 centimeters long in total, with a blade length of 44, 8 centimeters and a handle length of 13, 5 centimeters. It has a jade handle shaped like a curling head, edged with gold thread, and inlaid with red and green gemstones and pearls forming flowers. The blade is made of steel. The sheath is made of wood, wrapped in gold leaf, and engraved with diamond-patterned floral designs. This dagger is embedded with over 100 gemstones, which Shanks salvaged from a sunken ship. It's a rare find, and despite being soaked in seawater for so long, it's still in great condition. Shanks picked it up and swung it a few times. The sharpness was quite good. How should he apologize? Shanks rarely realizes that his shamelessness might not be useful this time. Later, Shanks used his clever brain and actually came up with a way. After hesitating for a long time, he finally gathered the courage to ask the question, "Do you think I like you? Do you like me?" "No, that's not it. It's about Ace's background. Is that kid Ace your biological brother?" At that moment, Shanks pressed down his straw hat, obscuring his expression, and his tone seemed to suppress something. Leah was first surprised by Shanks' sudden calmness. When she heard him ask that question, Leah probably had an idea in her heart. As the older sister who raised him with love since childhood, she had to remain on high alert for any strangers who inquired about his background. Leah had already reached for the dagger at her waist, a gemstone dagger given to her by Shanks. "What do you want with this?" Leah's tone had turned unfriendly. "Leah, you should know that I was an intern crew member on Captain Rogers' ship. You were far too relaxed when we first met," Shanks said, pointing out the abnormality in Leah's demeanor. Indeed, Leah had been very relaxed at that time and had no intention of putting on a show in front of the red-haired crew. She actually had a certain fondness for that redhead, didn't she? Leah suddenly relaxed, and you asked, "Is this meaningful?" Regardless of whether Ace and I are related by blood. He is my brother. Anyone who wants to harm him, I will eliminate without hesitation, giving everything I have. Leah's expression changed. The usual gentleness she showed to others completely vanished, leaving only a cold indifference that could freeze a person's heart. Shanks looked directly into Leah's eyes and said, "Ace, he is the son of Captain Roger, right?" Shanks's words carried a plea, and he softened his stance on this matter without hesitation. Seeing the usually carefree red-haired Shanks suddenly become so dejected, Leah's heart softened just a little bit, just a tiny bit. Leah nodded silently, not knowing how to express everything. The little girl who desperately rescued Ace from the Navy back then was already dead. She was just an outsider taking her place. In that moment, Leah suddenly felt that everything she currently possessed was stolen, that she existed as a counterfeit by taking on someone else's identity. Thinking of this, a stronger chill emanated from Leah, and that sense of aimless, drifting loneliness surfaced again in her heart. At that moment, Leah felt herself sinking into darkness. Shanks suddenly reached out to cover Leah's eyes, gently placing his other hand on her head. Shanks said nothing, yet it felt as if he had said everything. He expressed silent comfort in this way. Feeling the warmth on her face, Leah slowly began to sense a hint of reality. It was the first time someone had touched her like this, and Leah felt uncomfortable, her eyes blinking rapidly. Shanks also felt a tickling sensation in his palm. The little girl's eyelashes were indeed very long, brushing against his heart. Shanks quietly lowered his hand, unsure of what to say next. Leah spoke lightly. "At that time, when I was 7 years old, I escaped from the Navy's blockade with a newborn Ace, drifting for months before reaching Windmill Village in the East Blue." She paused for a moment and continued. "My full name is Portgasty, Leah, and Miss Lugio is my aunt, who raised me since I was little. Red-haired has always been taciturn, and even if he had something on his mind, he would likely laugh it off. But now he felt the sadness of that little girl deep within his heart. Losing the only elder, having to raise a baby while making a living on this vast ocean, and constantly being on guard against the Navy's searches and pursuits. How difficult it must have been for a 7-year-old child with almost no means to fight back. So Shanks, knowing all this, what do you plan to do? Luffy and Ace both aspire to become the Pirate King, you know?" Leah looked into Shanks' eyes and uttered these words. "Moreover, your purpose for coming to Windmill Village this time probably isn't that simple, right?" Leah then cast her gaze toward Shanks' straw hat. Shanks did not answer this question directly. He said, "Luffy and I get along very well. But isn't that too much? Getting along to the point of betting your arm?" Actually, Leah was too lazy to dwell on this. As long as Shanks' intentions were not to harm her brother, it didn't matter to her who he chose to inherit Roger's will. They were all her brothers, and it didn't matter who became the Pirate King. The good fortune always stays within the family. Besides, is being the Pirate King really a good thing? There is no certainty in loss and gain. Forget it. I don't want to dwell on this. I can't stay in Windmill Village for long. You can stay here and help take care of my 3 kids. Although I don't know who has taken care of whom." Leah joked and continued seriously. "If you have a chance, you can talk to Ace about that bastard father of his. The kid is really lacking in a sense of security. But no matter what Ace thinks of Roger, as a sister, I respect that, and you don't need to deliberately correct him. No matter what kind of person Roger was, he has always owed Ace something. The root of the grievances and insults Ace suffered from a young age comes from him. So please respect Ace's feelings. I will find a chance to talk to him about Captain Roger. At the same time, Shanks also made a determination in his heart to protect the young sprout until Ace had fully grown up. In the next moment, Leah's hand was ruffling Shanks' red hair, and eventually, both hands joined in, turning Shanks' head into a bird's nest. "Lily, what are you doing?" Shanks asked, sounding slightly resentful. "Don't be so serious. It's not like you at all," Leah said distractedly while ruffling his hair, as she occasionally liked to be playful, especially when she wasn't in a good mood. Leah played with Shanks for a while, before finally satisfied and pulling her hand away. Shanks looked at Leah with a hint of melancholy, and the next moment, something magical happened. He flicked his hair and instantly returned to his original state. Leah, troubled by her messy hair, didn't want to speak and turned to leave. "Illy, what did I do to upset you again?" "You're ignoring me," Shanks said, following Leah with small steps in his slippers. "How could I upset you? You, such a famous pirate. If I dared to be angry with you, I'd be dead in the next second." Leah replied playfully. "Lily, you compliment me, and I'm happy, but why does it sound so strange?" Shanks scratched his head in confusion. "Oh right, I was complimenting you," Leah said with a hint of amusement. The sunset elongated the shadows of the two as they playfully returned to Windmill Village. Leah has gone on a trip again, and she didn't take the 3 dogs with her. The dogs always follow the 3 kids around happily. It's as if they have a grudge against Shanks. They bark at him whenever they see him, but usually they only dare to hide behind the 3 kids and bark. However, whenever Shanks does something stupid, the dogs rush in to bite him. Makabaka always aims for Shanks but to bite, while Audacious and Yugubigu have also learned to be clever. They can't bite Shanks directly, but they take the opportunity to tear his clothes. Yugubigu often snatches Shanks' slippers when he is flustered, truly embodying the nature of their species. In fact, Leah has noticed that Makabaka is indeed different from the other 2 dogs. Its teeth are very sharp, and its biting force is impressive. Once, Leah found a piece of scrap steel from Makabaka to bite, and it seemed to easily break the steel. This ability is quite obvious. So why didn't the auction house mention it at that time? If this ability had been introduced, the price of the 3 dogs would be far beyond what it is now. Leah has suspected more than once that Makabaka's intelligence has already reached that of an adult. However, for some reason, this dog does not want to show it. On the other hand, Wuxidixi and Yugubigu are also smarter than ordinary dogs, equivalent to the level of a 7 or 8-year-old child, clearly very intelligent. Yet when they brought them back, they acted so innocent. Nevertheless, a dog is still a dog. It doesn't quite understand the complexities of human behavior. It can pretend, but it doesn't last long before its true nature is revealed. Perhaps sensing that Leah meant no harm. By the end, Makabaka was already rolling its eyes at Shanks, and that little expression was quite lively and vivid. Indeed, Shanks is a character even dogs find disdainful. Leah hasn't been back for a long time. Every night during that time, she would call the 3 little ones, and the 3 dogs would bark a few times. Although Leah couldn't understand them, it didn't stop her from praising the dogs. Sometimes, Shanks would return from a voyage and ask Leah a few questions, but her responses were always a bit perfunctory. However, due to the habit of sending local specialties from Windmill Village to other places, Leah would also bring something for the people in Red Circle. Each time, Shanks would eat the most, and sometimes he would even compete with the 3 kids for food. Tisk, it's frustrating to comment. Shanks doesn't always stay in Windmill Village. He belongs to the sea, so how could he stay on land for long? In Shanks' words, staying on land too long would dry a person out. The 3 kids all want to hitch a ride on Shanks' ship to go out to sea, but every time they're rejected by him, leaving them sulking with the dogs as they watch Shanks leave the port. This time, Leah is away for the longest period. During this time, she accomplished something significant, but we won't mention it here for now. Leah still hasn't returned, but there have been quite a few events in Windmill Village. For example, Luffy accidentally ate the gum-gum fruit, although it might have been Shanks doing on purpose. Luffy also made a cut under his eye to prove he was a man. Although he was treated, it still left a scar. Shanks looked at Luffy with a mix of anger and guilt. If Lily-chan went out and came back to find her brother looking like this, the cause being herself, Shanks felt he might end up in serious trouble. Recently, Shanks has been playfully annoying Ace, and Ace eventually couldn't hold back, chasing Shanks for several days to beat him up until he was exhausted. Many times, Ace ended up so tired that Shanks had to carry him back. Luffy and Sabo firmly followed Ace, and for many nights, the three kids are brought back by Shanks. It seemed that Shanks also had the intention of training Ace. Today, I want to introduce a legendary figure in One Piece, the mountain pirate king Sig. Yes, that's right. The man who now strides in a happy bay with a disregard for kinship. Sig's reputation is quite loud, most famously known for smashing the 4 emperors with a wine bottle and stepping on the future pirate king. There were originally 60 emperors at sea, and he took down 56 of them. If he hadn't encountered the near sea king, the pirate king would have ended in 4 episodes. Amidst all the chaos, he pointed at Shanks and said that classic line, "I've taken down 56 pirates like you." Shanks was drenched in wine, sitting on the ground laughing heartily, while Makino brought a towel to wipe him off. Shanks waved his hand nonchalantly and continued drinking. However, the 3 kids sitting in the bar eating were not pleased, as they had developed some revolutionary friendship during their love-hate relationship with Shanks. Ace was always so awkward. Even when he cared for others, he wouldn't show it. He lifted his head from his plate and said to Sabo, "Didn't Lily-chan tell us to protect Miss Makino in her tavern when she left?" Sabo stared at Sig and, in agreement with Ace, said, "Yeah, but this guy is not only rude to Miss Makino, but he also damaged the bar." Well then, Ace and Sabo exchanged glances and picked up the water pipe to charge at him. Luffy was more direct, running up to throw his little fists at Sig's face, which might have been something he learned from Leah. Luffy was held back by Shanks, but he didn't stop Sabo and Ace. The 2 kids had said they were going to stand up for Makino, and besides, their whole crew was sitting in the bar, so they wouldn't get into trouble. They even coincidentally blocked the little minions who wanted to rush up to help Sig. Although Sig had a bounty of 8 million berries, it was due to his brutal nature indiscriminately killing civilians, making him a significant threat to them, which led to that bounty. Thus, under the coordination of the 2 little monsters trained by Shanks, he was beaten pretty badly, and when he left, he was supported by his own little brother. The members of the red-haired pirates generously praised Sabo and Ace. Sabo laughed, showing his missing tooth, while Ace blushed and looked away. Makino also came over to pat their heads in thanks. Only Luffy, who was in Shanks' arms, ended up having a one-sided argument with Shanks and, unsurprisingly, ran off to find trouble with Sig, only to get kidnapped. Upon hearing this news, the mood of the red-haired pirates turned cold, and they found Sig. Beckman single-handedly took down Sig's mountain pirate gang in an instant. Shanks even said, "If you want to fight us, at least bring a warship." If Leah heard this, she would definitely say that it's still too conservative. 1 warship is not enough. Of course, except for her old man's dog-headed warship. It is said that after red-haired Shanks left Windmill Village, he was chased by her old man for a full 3 months. In a panic, Siggy took Luffy away. Shanks still lost his left arm. In fact, Leah had made some efforts beforehand regarding this matter, such as taming the Sea King. Leah also brought the 3 children before the Sea King, hoping it would remember their sins, in case one day the 3 kids accidentally fell into the water. The Sea King could rescue them. Given the mischief level of the 3 kids, this is entirely possible. Additionally, Leah considered the future incident of Shanks losing his arm. Perhaps indirectly altering some events could change this unpleasant outcome. However, unfortunately, it seems that an invisible hand is pulling the wayward train back onto its tracks. Sig kidnapped Luffy, and let us temporarily refer to the Sea King as Little Jean. When Little Jean saw Luffy being threatened by Sig, it instinctively thought of Leah, the terrifying woman. So, it intended to attack Sig to save Luffy. However, Shanks was unaware of this and instinctively rushed in to protect little Luffy. In that moment, Shanks seemed to make a certain resolve, and in the end, he lost his arm. This point is truly worth pondering, just like Leah now, watching Shanks, whose face was somewhat pale and forehead beaded with sweat, yet still smiling foolishly, showing a rare sense of inquiry. Little Jean is a beast, not very intelligent, strictly speaking. Today, this incident cannot be blamed on it. Shanks, hearing Leah's explanation, generously waved his hand and forgave Little Jean. Did this guy even realize that he lost his arm? For a pirate still on the rise, this is a fatal blow. It's not a good thing for the red-haired pirates either. The crew didn't blame Luffy because Shanks was protecting their friend. In other words, it is because Shanks would do this that they chose to follow him. Even in this situation, the crew mainly blamed Shanks, the drunkard, for getting so drunk that he couldn't use hockey and ended up having his arm bitten off by a Sea King, which is simply humiliating. But is the situation really that simple? The look in Beckman's eyes is not that simple. At this moment, Beckman's gaze towards Shanks also carried a rare sense of inquiry. When did Leah return? She arrived at that sea area just as Little Kin rushed towards Luffy. Her return was very difficult this time. It wasn't that she was unaware of the impending situation with Shanks. but rather that a series of natural disasters had hindered her journey back. Although she had rushed back tirelessly and with all her might, she still arrived a step too late. With unknown thoughts in her mind, Leah rummaged through Littlekin's mouth for a while and found Shank's severed arm lodged between his teeth, which she brought back. The ship's doctor on the Red Force is named Daga. When Leah brought the severed arm and Shanks to him, she was told it was too late, and the severed end of Shank's arm was uneven, making it impossible to reattach. Today seemed to be a low-pressure day for the Red Force. No one was clamoring to hold a banquet, and they gathered in the medical room, silently watching Shanks. It wasn't until Beckman waved for them to leave that Luffy, exhausted from crying in Shank's embrace, fell asleep. Leah picked up Luffy and handed him over to Ace and Sabo, asking them to take him back. She had some words she wanted to say to Shanks. Beckman was also present, but Leah didn't mind. Leah stared at Shanks, momentarily silent. She first asked a rather pointless question. Shanks, doesn't it hurt? Of course it hurts. Just by looking at his face, one could tell that sweat was already dripping down. Yet this idiot was still smiling. Shanks didn't answer her. Instead, he started teasing Leah. Is Lily-chan concerned about me? Leah became serious and asked, is it worth it to do this? Shanks chuckled lightly and replied, Luffy is my friend. Of course it's worth it. It seems you've already made your choice. Leah said this ambiguous statement and then turned to Beckman. I have a way to connect Shank's arm, but I'll need Mr. Beckman to step outside first. I need to be alone with Shanks for a while. Of course, the choice is yours. Beckman stared at Leah for a moment and said, Can I trust you, Miss Leah? Although Shanks is a jerk, he is very important to our pirate crew. Leah didn't give a clear response, but Shanks was the first to step up and speak for her. It's okay, Ben, I trust Lily. Shanks looked at Beckman, his eyes shining with confidence. Beckman was silent for a while, but eventually walked out and closed the door. Lily, it really doesn't matter. I lost my left hand, but I can still use my right hand to wield a sword, Shanks said with a grin. Leah covered Shanks' eyes and said, I am Luffy's sister. Naturally, I have to find a way to handle the trouble he caused. After a pause, Leah continued, You don't need to speak anymore. Just take a nap, and you'll feel better when you wake up. Originally, Shanks didn't want to sleep, but as Leah's words were spoken, an irresistible wave of drowsiness swept over his mind, and he fell asleep just like that. Meanwhile, Leah drew the gem dagger that Shanks had given her from her waist, unbuttoned her shirt, and suddenly stabbed it into her heart. Leah took her own heart's blood, and, as she chanted the obscure incantation, Shanks' arm began to heal rapidly. As the last drop of heart's blood seeped into Shanks' wound, his arm returned to its original state, showing no signs of injury, but he had yet to awaken. Leah estimated it would be until the next day. At this moment, Leah was drenched in sweat, her face pale, and a strand of white hair appeared among her dark locks. To gain something, one must inevitably lose something. To restore Shanks' arm would not come easily, and it would require a price to be paid, such as her lifespan. Leah was almost exhausted. After a while, she couldn't withstand the increasingly strong dizziness and collapsed on Shanks' well-defined abs. In the last second before her consciousness sank into darkness, Leah's only thought was that the world's rejection of her had grown stronger again. Why did Leah do this? Was it simply to support Luffy? Who knows? Who knows if there were other thoughts involved? But a certain someone, who is rather slow-witted, completely failed to notice. What is the true purpose behind Shanks' lost arm? Luffy once harmed himself with a knife to express to Shanks, Don't look down on me. I can do what you adults can do. Shanks, in turn, teaches Luffy through words and actions. To protect, one must first be prepared for loss. There should be no regrets about losing anything for important friends. Being a pirate is no joke. It is extremely dangerous, so wait until you are strong enough to embark on your own journey. Shanks' straw hat carries great significance. Perhaps Shanks did not come to the East Blue solely to find Ace's whereabouts. Maybe he realized his limits through the battles in the New World. The straw hat represents the legacy of the Pirate King. In inheriting Roger's straw hat, Shanks' initial goal must have also been to become the Pirate King. Becoming one of the 4 emperors holds no meaning for Shanks. Returning to the East Blue with perhaps a sense of loss. Shanks also wanted to try to find the next owner of the straw hat. As Roger's bloodline, Ace was the most likely to inherit this hat. But then he met Luffy. He was moved by Luffy's potential, and Luffy even said, It's not about domination, it's about freedom. The one who is the most free is the Pirate King. This echoes Captain Roger's words from years ago. Perhaps it was fate. Even the gum-gum fruit chose Luffy. When Shanks handed the straw hat to Luffy, he might have been very clear that his dream would forever stop there, and all he could do was wait. Wait for Luffy's growth, just like he later said in his conversation with Whitebeard. I've staked it on a new era. If Leah heard this line of thought, she would surely curse and throw that broken straw hat on the ground and stomp on it, saying what a broken hat it is, just latching onto her own child. This is not a good thing at all. For Leah, this is purely a symbol of ill omen. Beckman has actually been nearby all along, under his powerful observation hockey. Everything in the room is completely exposed. At this moment, Shanks is unconscious, and he is at his most vulnerable. Even a slightly stronger pirate could potentially harm him. When a young girl took out the dagger, he was outside the door, his body tense, and so were the others, as if they would rush in at any moment. But when the young girl began to unbutton her clothes, he felt a bit awkward, then thought of Shanks' remarkable ability to read people. Beckman had always thought that Shanks acted based on his emotions. However, as time passed, he gradually realized that everything was developing in the direction he imagined. Shanks' seemingly chaotic actions were actually filled with hidden meanings. Even Beckman, who is recognized as the intellectual peak of the OP world, had to admit that Shanks is a person full of mysteries, revealing harmony amid contradictions. In the end, Beckman gave up on his idea of eavesdropping. He signaled to the others not to act rashly and to lower their observation hockey, until Beckman heard the sound of something heavy falling. He kicked open the door to the infirmary, and the scene he saw could only be described as well enchanting. The girl was lying face down on Shanks' bare chest. She was soft and half exposed, her clothes half open, and the white shirt was stained with a vivid pattern of blood. Her face, slightly turned, was covered in a thin layer of sweat, and her lips were pressed together as if suppressing something. The girl's skin was very fair, and lying next to Shanks made her even more strikingly white, with details becoming increasingly apparent. Her dark hair was spread out, scattered across Shanks' exposed muscles, and a trickle of blood was oozing from the corner of her mouth, dropping onto the ground. At that moment, it felt like it was dropping into people's hearts. Beckman had actually guessed when he first saw this scene that the girl must have made some unknown sacrifice to restore Shanks' arm. But seeing such a vivid picture still left him momentarily stunned. After he reacted, he hurried to block the pirates who wanted to rush in outside the door. As a playboy, Beckman had naturally seen countless women. However, no matter how alluring the scene, it could not compare to the impact of the current situation. The girl was still young. Even her mature demeanor couldn't hide the innocence in her brows. And now, her posture brought an indescribable allure, combined with her absolute advantage in looks, making the scene appear so enchanting, instinctively provoking the most primal desires within humanity. Beckman could guarantee that no one from the red-haired pirates could resist the impact of this scene. Moreover, this was overly offensive to the young girl. So Beckman locked them behind the door. Beckman was always a mature man, and now he is also the vice captain of the red-haired pirates. He quickly calmed down, pulled over a blanket from the neighboring bed to cover the girl, and carried her to another bed to lie down. Unfortunately, Shanks, the fool, was completely oblivious, almost snoring as he slept. The mature man Beckman called for Machino to help change the girl's clothes. Miraculously, despite the large pool of blood, Machino found no wounds on the girl while checking her body. The attentive Beckman also noticed the strand of white hair among the girl's hair, and wisely chose not to ask further. Everyone has their own secrets. Moreover, this time, the girls saved their captain. Beckman suddenly understood Shanks' obsession with the girl. The girl seemed gentle and harmless, but it was difficult for anyone to truly enter her heart. On the surface, she appeared soft and fragile, yet her inner strength was resilient. Most of the time, she remained composed, exhibiting a steadiness rare among adults. It is not hard to see that when the girl views things, there's a coldness within her quality. This is very similar to the celestial dragons, but unlike them. The girl never placed herself above others. She simply remains indifferent. Only when looking at familiar people does she display a hint of that so-called human warmth. It is strange to use this term to describe someone, but Beckman felt it was the most appropriate. Another contradictory, yet unyielding person, Beckman thought to himself. After taking one last look at the two people lying in the adjacent bed, Beckman opened the door and left, telling himself that he still had many documents to handle. The first to wake up was Shanks. With his abnormal physique, he almost fully recovered upon waking, lively and bouncing. As a strong person who has long roamed the seas, Shanks' perception of his surroundings is extremely sharp. Thus, as soon as he woke up, he noticed Leah sleeping on the other bed. For reasons unknown, he quietly got up and slowly approached Leah. The tenderness in Shanks' eyes was about to overflow. How cute! Her eyelashes are curled, her lips slightly pouty, and her breathing is like a small animal, completely different from the men on the ship. Her cheeks, due to her age, still have a bit of baby fat, and her skin is too good, so white and smooth it must feel nice to touch. Thinking this, Shanks unconsciously lifted his finger and poked the girl's slightly chubby cheek. It's really so soft. He is really nothing like the men around him. Shanks caught a hint of a unique fragrance, truly one of a kind, that he had never smelled before. At this moment, Shanks was very close to the little girl. Very, very close. Suddenly, the little girl's eyelashes fluttered, as if she was about to wake up. Do you think Shanks would feel embarrassed and pull away? No. As soon as Leah opened her eyes, she saw an enlarged face right in front of her. By reflex, she threw a punch. Shanks slightly turned his head to dodge it, feeling wronged as he leaned closer to Leah. The first thing Lily did upon waking up was to hit me. How sad. So wronged. It's the spoiled version of Shanks. Leah was not fooled by his puppy eyes this time, and pushed Shanks' face away. You were just getting so close to me. What do you want? Leah stared at Shanks with a suspicious gaze. Well, Lily-chan has a really nice scent. I just wanted to smell it closely. Did Lily-chan spray perfume? The thick-skinned girl sniffed herself carefully and seriously told Shanks. What scent? You're mistaken. I don't really use perfume. Shanks, with his signature silly expression, scratched his head and said, Then I must have misheard. Actually, at that moment, their lips were only 0.1 centimeter apart. One's thoughts need not be elaborated. Meanwhile, for the crew on the ship with strong observation hockey, they were realizing the captain is getting more and more cunning. Why didn't they notice before that the captain is a scheming boy? Man. Shanks' gaze lingered on Leah longer and longer. Every time Leah wanted to spend some time alone, sipping tea and eating pastries, she would feel someone watching her. Whenever she looked up, she would only see Shanks foolishly drinking and eating meat or playing with Luffy and the others. Leah would then expand her perception to check the surroundings. But there was no one else. It was like a child's head filled with question marks. Previously, Leah asked Shanks to find a chance to talk to Ace about Roger. However, this search for an opportunity continued until Ace set sail. But that's a story for another time. Leah has recently been annoyed by Shanks constantly sticking to her. The reason is that Shanks wants Leah's nails. Yes, nails. What are nails used for? Of course, to make life cards. But Leah doesn't want to give them up. Strictly speaking, she doesn't want her whereabouts to be tracked by others. Previously, when she helped Shanks take over, Leah had to rack her brains to fool this red-haired guy, who always has an unusual keen sense in such matters. Probably seeing that Leah really didn't want to talk, Shanks compromised and stopped asking further. However, he is really clingy now. Luffy is the youngest in the family, and usually his older siblings pamper him a lot. So Luffy loves to act cute, and when he is not training with Ace, he likes to cling to Leah. Leah doesn't mind this much. After all, Luffy is only 6 years old, and it's normal for him to be affectionate. But now, there's one more person who loves to act cute with her, and that's the nearly 2-meter-tall redhead. Whenever Leah comes back, Shanks sticks to her all the time except when he is throwing a party, and he even fights with Luffy and the others for food. The most crucial thing is that regardless of whether there are people around or not, he can act cute with Leah without any psychological burden. For example, last time Leah went to the Goa Kingdom to inspect shops, this guy insisted on following her, claiming it was because he was afraid she might attract bad people if she went out alone. Leah said that it really wasn't necessary. First of all, the place Leah was going to, she was the boss herself, so there's no need to be on guard. Besides, if Leah could be schemed against in a small place like the Goa Kingdom, then what was the point of her continuing to navigate the Grand Line in the future? However, Shanks still followed Leah. He went without any money and still wanted to eat everything. Leah followed this guy all the way, carrying a money bag and paying for everything, looking just like a worried mother fretting over her unfilial son. But what can I say? Leah still showed considerable patience towards Shanks. Shanks, with his puppy dog eyes, always looked at her longingly, though he was clearly a grown man. He tugged at Leah's clothes with his rough, large hands, swaying gently, and his words were soft and tender. With her heart melting, Leah ended up giving him the money. After paying, she realized how many people were staring at her and felt embarrassed, her toes curling into the ground. For instance, the shopkeepers and staff were watching the scene with a mix of gossip and disdain. What they found gossip-worthy was that the usually aloof boss would indulge someone else. The disdain came from the fact that the person the boss was indulging looked scruffy, with a stubbly face and an unkempt appearance, standing next to the handsome boss, creating a stark contrast. Moreover, it was quite shameless for a grown man to act like a child around the boss. Thus, they felt a sense of indignation as if flowers were being placed in cow dung, not noticing that the single young men in the shop were already wiping away tears with handkerchiefs. Perhaps the only redeeming quality of this red-haired guy was his physique. It seemed like he could knock over a bull with just a bump. Shanks could clearly hear the whispers around him, but he didn't care at all. The only thing he cared about was that the young girl kept lowering her defenses with him, and sometimes she would even ask him about recent events. When telling stories to Luffy and the others in the bar, the girl would sit quietly, listening intently, and the way she looked at him was truly captivating. If those eyes only had him in them, how beautiful that would be. Shanks thought to himself. Just the thought of the girl made his heart soften. Her small, soft hands were precious, but every time he stayed over, he only managed to grab her fist as she swung at him. He didn't have a chance to savor the moment before she forcefully pulled away. Back when he was with Captain Roger, the seniors around him would always be reading books on how to pursue girls, saying that the first step was to make her notice your existence. Even Captain Roger had made Miss Rouge cry several times before she remembered him. Look, now the captain's son has grown up, proving that this method is indeed effective, right? Idiot Shanks finally got smart once. Instead of using such methods, he was more direct. He just clung to her. When drinking, he pretended to be drunk and would get close to her, controlling his strength so that it was just enough for her not to be able to break free, but without hurting her. So every time there was a party, one could see Shanks clinging to the girl like a koala, while Leah would hit him with her hands, but unfortunately, he was too thick-skinned to be moved. Someone might ask why he didn't use hockey. As a sensible reader, some things don't need to be said directly. The red-haired crew appeared to be drinking happily, but inwardly they were all smirking, seeing through but not saying anything. Captain Goku was just taking advantage of the girl's innocence in this regard. If he had the ability, he would have taken his hand off her waist. Ugh, too thin, he also wanted to touch it. However, after catching the captain's glance, they continued drinking, pretending they hadn't seen anything. Makino always looked at this moment with a motherly smile. In the end, Shanks still insisted on having the girl taken back to the captain's quarters. Beckman shot Shanks a warning look, telling him not to go too far since she was still young. Shanks said nothing, but Leah replied to Beckman first, saying it was fine. Beckman, look at him. He's already this drunk. It's no big deal for me to take him back. You all keep drinking. After I get him back, I'll go home to accompany my brother. It was a nonsensical response. Beckman face-palmed, feeling helpless, and had nothing to say. This girl was usually quite smart, yet she was being led around by Shanks, the idiot. Was this really a case of one thing conquering another? Beckman waved his hand, signaling Leah to continue. In fact, Leah was quite strong and had no problem lifting Shanks. However, their height difference was striking. When trying to hug Shanks, Leah's arms were too short to hold him. And when she tried to carry him, his feet just touched the ground, leaving her no choice but to support him as they walked. Most of the man's weight was on Leah, and a strong smell of alcohol surrounded her. Although Leah still disliked the smell of alcohol, having spent so much time with Shanks, she had gotten somewhat used to it. The unfamiliar scent of a man enveloped Leah, which she could not avoid. This person was really strange. He pushed her away time and again, yet clung to her tirelessly. Why was that? Was Shanks like this with everyone he took an interest in? This inevitably reminded Leah of the time when Luffy and Ace had their conflicts. Luffy had also clung to Ace tirelessly until he finally softened Ace's heart a little. The kids were gradually growing up, and Leah felt she should give them some space. Some problems could only be resolved by themselves. Shanks was too strange, forcing his way into her little world in an undeniable manner. She had never encountered someone like this before. How was she supposed to deal with him? The strong heartbeat resonated through their touching skin, and it felt so hot. The warmth slowly spread from the point of contact throughout her body, making Leah feel like she was on fire. Do drunk people really have such high body temperatures? Finally, they stumbled into the captain's quarters, and Leah slowly laid her burden down on the bed. She was just about to find something to cover him with when suddenly, her arm was pulled tightly, and she was caught off guard as Shanks pulled her into his embrace, their eyes locking. Shanks still had that dazed look in his eyes, but he held Leah's hand tightly, and no matter how hard she struggled, she couldn't break free. Shanks suddenly leaned closer to Leah. In a panic, Leah instinctively closed her eyes. Feeling a dampness on her forehead, Leah realized that Shanks had kissed her forehead. As he slowly pulled away, the strength restraining her arms weakened. Leah hurriedly got up but couldn't stand steady and fell onto Shanks. Shanks's gaze was still somewhat dazed, but there was always a certain stickiness in it. Lily-chan, the moonlight is really beautiful tonight. Leah? Leah looked at Shanks, who was still drunk, and decided to settle the matter of him taking advantage of her another time. It's not worth it to argue with a drunk. In the end, it would only hurt herself. Although she comforted herself with this thought, the hurried footsteps in the room revealed that Leah's inner turmoil was far from calm. That was enough, Shanks thought to himself as he gazed at the ceiling. He watched the young girl rush home in a hurry, while the members of the red-haired crew teased him as they drank. Boss has been getting drunk too easily lately. Hasn't he? Or else, why do you think the girls like him so much? The tipsy man's intentions are not just about the drink. Leah felt that she had witnessed a key moment in the history of the OP world. The straw hat passing ceremony. Luffy firmly shouted, "One day, I will find companions who are not inferior to you guys, and I will find the greatest treasure in the world. I will definitely become the Pirate King. Do you want to surpass us?" Shanks smiled at Luffy, took off the straw hat, and placed it on Luffy's head. "This hat is entrusted to you. It is my most important hat, so take good care of it. You must return it to me in the future, once you become an outstanding pirate. We have a deal, Luffy." Leah felt a bit moved and wiped her eyes. This is where the dream begins. Damn, how could Luffy say it first? That said, Ace's tone was quite proud of Luffy. Sabo laughed, revealing his missing tooth, and said, "That guy Luffy is always so straightforward. No matter what, I will go to sea and become a pirate. I will keep winning and gain the highest fame." Ace clenched his fists and said this. I also want to go to sea, leave this country, travel around the world, and record all my experiences," Sabo said with a smile. Leah gathered the three little ones together, patted their heads, and said, "Sister believes that you will definitely achieve what you want to do. Our kids are the best." The three little ones nodded in unison. Leah heard the farewell voices of the villagers around her, but she didn't have any special reaction, since they would see each other again anyway. However, someone thought differently. He walked straight towards Leah. He reached out his large hand and extended it in front of her. "Leah, that's outrageous and perplexing. I should know anything, right? Didn't you and Luffy already prepare the life card for me?" Leah recalled this matter. "It's not that O is the one, but Lily hasn't said goodbye to me yet, nor did she give me a farewell gift," Shanks said aggrievedly. "Leah, didn't I say goodbye to you? And shouldn't you ask Machino for a farewell gift? I heard that later you even had children with Machino. Is it appropriate for me, an outsider, to ask for a gift? What does this have to do with Miss Machino?" Shanks, feeling helpless, could only continue to act cute. "Anyway, I don't care, Lily-chan. I just want a gift." Leah rubbed her chin and thought for a moment. "If that's the case, then I have to prepare a farewell gift for each member of your pirate crew. How about you set off a bit later, and I'll have someone bring it to you?" Shanks chuckled. "No need for that. Gifts are a unique custom from our hometown, and Beckman and the others don't need them either." The red-haired crew members chimed in. "Yeah, that's right, we don't need them." "Well, okay then." Leah patted all her pockets, but found nothing. She looked at Shanks's expectant gaze and felt a bit awkward. "It seems like I really don't have anything to give you," Leah awkwardly admitted. "Then, Lily-chan, give me the thing you're wearing around your neck." Shanks grinned, pointing at the thin string around Leah's neck. Leah reached out and pulled the coin hanging around her neck, saying, "You mean this? Actually, it's not a good thing. It's the first belly I earned, and I wear it to remind myself to work hard for money. It's a symbol of my financial luck," Leah said as she stroked the coin with a hole in it. "So, does Lily-chan want to give this coin to me?" Shanks asked with a hint of seriousness in his smile. Leah suddenly smiled and said, "If you want it, I don't mind giving it to you." As she spoke, Leah lifted her long hair and took down the coin. Leah handed it to Shanks, but Shanks retracted his hand and did not take it. Leah raised an eyebrow at Shanks, her meaning clear. "Are you okay?" Shanks bent down and looked at Leah, saying, "I still need Lily-chan to help me put on." At that moment, Ace quietly rushed over and stepped on Shanks' foot. Ace was quite sensitive, even with his usually not-so-smart head. He realized that this guy's feelings for his sister were probably not so simple. So even though Ace quite liked Shanks, he wouldn't allow anyone to compete with him for his sister, except for Luffy and the others. "Ace, Shanks, it hurts, but I have to endure it." "Shanks, why are you being so dramatic today?" "Forget it. I'm really exasperated with you. Just put it on." With that, Leah leaned closer to Shanks. Leah's delicate hands moved around Shanks' neck to the back, a task that should have been quick. However, Leah struggled for a long time without managing to tie the knot, her small hands constantly rubbing back and forth. Shanks felt a tickling sensation in his heart from her touch. He reached out a hand to lightly encircle Leah's waist without actually touching her. She was so slender that he could wrap his entire hand around her waist. The feeling of holding her must be wonderful, Shanks couldn't help but think. Ever since he saved Luffy that time, Shanks had hidden his left arm under his cloak, making it look like he had truly lost a hand. Leah couldn't understand his intentions. He was an inscrutable man, focused on tying the coin. Leah didn't notice Shanks' actions, but felt the man's warm breath against her neck, making her uncomfortable. The skin there felt itchy and numb, quickly spreading throughout her body, causing Leah to stiffen involuntarily. Shanks chuckled softly. It turned out that even Leah had things she wasn't good at. They were too close. Leah could even feel the tremor of Shanks' Adam's apple. Shanks felt like a source of heat, with the warmth of his skin transmitting through the air. Leah hurriedly quickened her movements, her heart racing a bit. From a distance, they looked like a pair of embracing lovers. Beckman, no, it's a father and daughter. Unfortunately, our red-haired friend is 27 this year, but is often called uncle by others. The other members of the red-haired crew, their eyes are turning red from watching. It's better not to see. They really have no strength to complain. Ace's feet were numb, and this guy had no reaction at all. Ace angrily walked back to Sabo and the others. Phew, Leah exhaled, finally tying it up. For some unknown reason, Leah playfully ruffled Shank's hair and said cheerfully, Shanks, don't die too early, okay? Next time I'll bring the good wine I brewed to find you. Shank's eyes lit up. It's a deal. I'm not that easy to kill. Leah scratched her head and said, it's a deal. Han said it's a deal. Shanks then squatted down in front of Ace and the others and said, kids, the next time we meet, we'll be in the new world. The three little ones exchanged glances and nodded in unison. Shanks didn't have time to say any more farewell words because Makabaka and the others caught up and bit him. Shanks hurriedly ran back to the Red Force ship, and in the process, he lost one of his flip-flops. Frustrated, Shanks raised his middle finger at Makabaka and the others. Leah, 6, until the ship had sailed a distance. The sounds of Makabaka and the villagers' laughter still echoed in the port. At the very end, if I'm not mistaken, Shanks turned his back to them and waved his hand. In the twilight of the setting sun, the large ship gradually sailed away. The people in the port gradually dispersed, and Leah gazed into the distance, a hint of an enigmatic light flashing in her eyes. Sabo was actually a very perceptive person. The three children had loudly declared their dreams more than once. Sabo was the first to notice the differences among the three of them. Although they had now become a family and were all at sea in pursuit of freedom, the three of them possessed essential differences. When Sabo realized this issue, Ace believed that the three of them would always be together, while Luffy was still being playful. It was only when Sabo brought up the topic that the two of them realized something was off. Perhaps Ace later realized this as well, which is why he suggested the idea of becoming sworn brothers. Although they lived together, their family backgrounds were completely different. Because of Garp and Leah, their bond could be so close now. Sometimes when Ace looked at Luffy, he couldn't help but imagine if Nichan hadn't kept him and Luffy by his side since childhood. With his childhood personality that could be described as obsessive, it would have been difficult for him to accept others into his world. And with the old man's personality, he probably would have just thrown him to Dayton, allowing him to grow up in a corner, becoming a person he would also dislike. Having Nichan accompanying them was truly the best thing so far. Those generous cares and the warmth that seeped into their hearts were the most precious treasures in the world. Treasures that even One Piece couldn't compare to. However, it seemed not so good that all three of them wanted to be the captain. Sabo said. Ace also remarked, I hadn't thought of that, Sabo. I thought you wanted to be my navigator. Luffy was still innocently calling out to his two brothers. Come join my ship. A divergence had already emerged. Although Ace felt a bit regretful about this, he relaxed and did not dwell on it too much. Since we will eventually part ways, let us carve our bond in the name of brotherhood. The three children hit it off, but this time they didn't choose to join Dayton's drinking, but instead ran to Leah to share this idea, hoping to use the wine that Leah had buried underground at that time. Because Shanks had left earlier, Leah, seeing that guy's greedy look, gave him a bottle when he was about to leave. In fact, there was nothing wrong with this. In the Chinese culture of burying wine, the most famous is Daughter's Red. It is buried when a daughter is a few years old and is taken out only when she gets married, to be served to guests, also known as Huajiao wine. Of course, if there's a boy in the family. It can also be taken out when he comes of age to drink with the family, embodying the hope of the boy's success and fame. Strictly speaking, using it for swearing brotherhood is not impossible, but it is somewhat informal. However, the three children insisted on this, so Leah opened a bottle in front of them. Leah thoughtfully prepared wine glasses for the three children. After filling their glasses, the three children wanted to pour a glass for Leah as well. Leah smiled and refused, asking, So, will there come a day when you won't recognize me as your sister? How could that be possible? Even until the end of my life, I absolutely could never deny Nichan. Ace immediately stood up, excitedly slapping the table. Miss Leah will always be my sister, and that's something no one can deny. Sabo pursed his lips, somewhat displeased. Nichan will always be Nichan. Little Luffy anxiously said this, unable to accurately express what he wanted to convey to Leah with words. But anyone could hear the determination in his tone. Leah touched their heads, signaling them to sit down. Since that's the case, it doesn't matter whether I drink this cup of brotherhood wine or not. If we go out to sea in the future, even if we belong to different factions, You can still come and find me if you want to play. Nichan, I will definitely find the One Piece and become the Pirate King. When that time comes, I will give you the best meat in the world. Luffy's childish voice carried a sense of determination. Ace crossed his arms and retorted, Hey, Luffy, it's me who will become the Pirate King, not you, you crybaby. I don't care. I will definitely become the Pirate King in the future, Luffy said. Leah gently covered her mouth, suppressing her laughter, and teased the two children. You both want to become the Pirate King, but in the end, only one can become the Pirate King. What will you do? Luffy and Ace exchanged glances, then turned to Leah and said in unison, Then we'll just have to fight it out. Their tone was so matter-of-fact, as if it were only natural. Sabo smiled as he watched them. The crisp sound of clinking glasses echoed as the three children downed their drinks, intertwining their fates from that moment on. Even the end of life could not sever such bonds. The three children laughed and drank, but Leah couldn't help but turn away, wiping away the tears that had fallen. At this moment, Leah felt with absolute clarity the happiness radiating from the three brothers. Life is indeed unpredictable. If time could just pause here, perhaps that wouldn't be so bad. Leah clenched her fists at the same time, dismissing thoughts of amnesia, of not knowing until death that you were still alive, and of public executions. No one should think they can take the three children away from her. No matter the cost, Leah would not allow those things to happen. She would risk her life to stop them. Luffy, Ace, and Sabo shared a deep bond. As the weakest among the three brothers, Luffy was a crybaby in his childhood. He cried when faced with danger, cried when bullied, cried when kidnapped, and cried when hurt. In short, whenever Luffy felt unhappy, he cried. Ace hated that Luffy was such a crybaby. But Luffy was the youngest in the family, naturally receiving the protection of his older siblings. So what if he cried? Being able to cry without reservation was also a form of happiness. Ace and Sabo both had an indelible knot in their hearts, one that even Leah's guidance could not dissolve. Only after they experienced it themselves could they fundamentally find the answer. Sometimes, tears can directly convey people's emotions. Ace and Sabo seldom shed tears, whether in childhood or adulthood. Every time Ace cried, it was heart-wrenching. The first time he cried was upon learning of Sabo's death. After reading the letter Sabo left when he set sail, Ace lost his brother and cried out loud by the sea. Yet when he faced Luffy again, he buried all his pain and watched Luffy cry. Actually, Ace probably wanted to cry at that moment, but he was the older brother. He had already lost one brother. He had to be strong so he could better protect Luffy in the future. The second time he cried was on the execution platform, where Garp sat beside Ace, who was about to be executed, spending his last few hours with him. Garp, with tears in his eyes, said, Pirates are not worth sympathy, but family is different. Ace, why don't you and Luffy live the way I told you? Upon hearing this, Ace finally couldn't hold back his tears. The third time was still at Marineford, when Ace's life was nearing its end, and he tearfully spoke his last words to Luffy, expressing gratitude for Luffy and their companion's acceptance of him. It was only at the end of his life that Ace truly learned Sabo's gentleness. Although he cried, his expression was one of a smile as he comforted Luffy, saying that he had no regrets in his life. Did he really have no regrets? He had just begun to understand the meaning of his life. He hadn't seen Luffy become the Pirate King yet, so how could he have no regrets? He left with a smile, using that smile to comfort Ace. Just like when he faced difficult situations in his childhood, when their mother would still smile and say it was okay, even though she was also in pain and sad. In his heart, Luffy would forever be the brother he wanted to protect. As for Sabo, his gentleness was evident even when he was a child with Luffy and Ace. A warm smile was always visible on Sabo's face. He rarely cried, only shedding tears in childhood when worried about Luffy and Ace's safety. As he grew up, the news of Ace's sacrifice restored his memories, and the pain of losing his brother nearly drove him to the brink like Luffy. Unlike Ace and Sabo, Luffy cried a lot in his childhood. He cried when Shanks lost his arm and when Sabo met with misfortune. As he grew older, Luffy's tears became rare. He was always joking and carefree, but each time he cried later, it struck deep into the heart. At the farewell to the Merry, feeling weak and unable to protect his companions, witnessing Ace die before his eyes, he broke down and cried, tears flowing painfully. After narrowly saving his life, waking up unable to accept the truth of Ace's departure, he cried again. But it was also then that Luffy truly grew. The path of the strong is always accompanied by pain and loss. This path is not easy to walk. Later, Luffy could calmly tell you the fact that Ace was dead. Sabo's mother once said to him, "You need to become a man who can marry into royalty in the future." Sabo's father, Atluk III, also said, "Then our family will have a bright future, and you will certainly be happy. Isn't this just PUA? Sabo, work is exhausting. If you have time to write this kind of stuff, you might as well go back to your room and study." Audacious 3 said sternly as he tore up Sabo's drawn map of the ocean. Sabo's mother covered her face, asking in horror, "Did you fight with a royal child?" Sabo's voice was choked. He thought he would receive his mother's concern. I got hurt, and the other person had a weapon." But before Sabo could finish, his hypocritical mother slapped him, causing Sabo's face to swell. "Shut up. How could you fight with a royal child? You'll ruin our family." In the distance, that annoying royal kid was complaining to his mother, "Mom, I'm hurt." Sabo's mother hurriedly rushed over, asking sweetly, "I'm sorry. Are you hurt?" "No, I don't want to go back." Sabo suddenly woke up from a nightmare. Sweat covered his forehead, and a heavy feeling of oppression wrapped around him layer by layer, as if he had returned to that despair-filled home. Ace and Luffy were sleeping soundly, with Luffy drooling onto the floor, mumbling meat. Their sleeping positions were quite strange, all tangled together. Even when awake, it would be difficult for them to maintain that position. Watching Luffy and Sabo sleep peacefully, Sabo gradually calmed down. Thank goodness, I wasn't taken back there." Sabo looked at the ceiling, thinking about tomorrow's training. Wanted to fall asleep quickly, but he just couldn't sleep. In the past, if he wanted to sleep, he could fall asleep as soon as he touched the pillow. An unsettling feeling began to rise in Sabo's heart. Just then, Leah wasn't home again, and Sabo felt that something was bound to happen. He dreamed of his zombie-like parents again, and he thought that whatever was about to happen might be related to the Goa Kingdom. He needed to find an opportunity to go back and check it out. But where had Leah gone? Leah is currently selecting a location. She has her eyes on several islands and is inspecting them one by one. Is Leah planning to buy the island? How is that possible? Isn't a pirate's way of doing things to raise their own flag and bring the territory under their control? Leah is not yet wanted, but she estimates that it will be soon. Recently, she has been selecting which of the 7 warlords to target. As Leah's influence grows, with more and more people under her command and her business expanding, she also wants to establish a research institute. If she can develop an atomic bomb, it goes without saying that launching one at Mary Geos would instantly bring about a nuclear peace in the world. Leah and her team currently don't have a fixed gathering place, and Leah keeps running around, making it inconvenient for her subordinates to find her to report on their work. So, instead of being a king of the hill, wouldn't it be better to directly occupy an island? Leah plans to create a central island that integrates business, entertainment, and culture, using this island as a base to expand her business network. With her level of ability, recovery, she is capable of releasing a domain that allows the island to move. However, in order to conceal her special powers, Leah has convincingly controlled 2 super-large sea kings on the selected island. Normally, they forage for food on their own, but when Leah wants the island to move, she ties them with a towing rope, making it appear as if the 2 giant sea kings are pulling the entire island along. In reality, they are merely following the commands in their brains to move forward, exerting no effort at all, while the island follows behind them. Bo secretly leaves for the Goa Kingdom without telling Luffy and the others, but unexpectedly runs into his father, King Audacious 3, on the street. His father threatens Sabo with the safety of Ace and Luffy. Now that Leah is not in the Goa Kingdom, considering the safety of Ace and Sabo, Sabo compromises and returns to that nightmarish home with Audacious 3. When his mother sees him return, she acts very indifferent, even apathetic, and then introduces Sabo to their obedient adopted child, Sturley. To be honest, Sabo doesn't care at all. Even if they adopt 10 or 8 more sons, he wouldn't mind. Sturley behaves very well and obediently in front of the hypocritical couple, even proactively greeting Sabo. Sabo doesn't want to engage with him and quickly notices the malice in Sturley's eyes. Sturley is aware of Sabo's experiences over the years, so he, with a gloating attitude, informs Sabo about the impending destruction of the uncertain destination. This news is a significant psychological blow to Sabo. Many people live there, either abandoned by their families or ostracized by towns, so poor that they can only survive by scavenging the garbage thrown out by the towns. They are the garbage discarded by the world. Beggars treat this place as paradise, while the scum unwelcomed by society begin to hide among the ruins, enveloped in stench all day long. There is no order here. Crime, chaos, and disorder are synonymous with this place. How ironic it is that outside the cleanest country in the East Sea, there exists such a dirty land of sin. A few months ago, the Goa Kingdom received orders from the Celestial Dragons. They are coming to visit the Goa Kingdom, the most beautiful country in the East Sea. The true intentions of the celestial dragons remain unclear for now. Leah also received a call from her subordinate that the celestial dragon is going to the Goya kingdom. Leah quickly realized that this should be the moment when Sabo, that silly kid, set out to sea alone and had his memory wiped out by the celestial dragons. Fortunately, she had spoken to Sabo a few days earlier and learned that he was planning to return to the town alone to gather information. Leah decided to return early. She has already arrived in the East Sea. The island has been chosen, and her first mate is supervising the construction there. Due to the significant matters concerning the Goya kingdom, she must hurry back. Moreover, at the uncertain endpoint, many of her students are still living. They have been working hard to improve and have just found a little hope for life, only to be burned alive for no reason. TSK. By the way, Leah also brought along Bartolomeo, the troublemaker. Before his father left, he found a barrier fruit for him, which he reluctantly ate. Now, this ability has come in handy. Since there is still time, Leah instructed her subordinates to make certain arrangements. She is not in a hurry. However, the children at home might suffer a bit these days. But this is also a crucial period for Ace to awaken his conqueror's haki, and Leah can't think of any gentler methods to help her child awaken this power, because she doesn't know how either. It is said that this is also a manifestation of talent. Only 1 in a million can possess it, and Leah feels that most of those who can make a name for themselves in this world should possess this power, especially in the new world where strong individuals abound. Those with conqueror's haki are as numerous as the fish crossing the river, and the one who surpasses all conquerors is the Pirate King. It seems that Dayton will have to endure some hardships. Thank you for your hard work, big sister. Her most important task tonight is to find Sabo and prevent this foolish child from losing his memory in a blast. Speaking of which, what kind of Mary Sue tragic script did this foolish child Sabo get? Due to an accident, he lost his memory and completely severed ties with his past for over a decade, while Ace died without ever knowing that Sabo was still alive. When Sabo regained his memory, he learned of Ace's death. How tragic that is. Cough, cough. Got a bit sidetracked, just joking. Leah shook her head, wondering what bizarre thoughts had crossed her mind. Indeed, one shouldn't be too idle. Bartolomeo was still tied up in the corner, and Leah had kindly gagged him. This guy was just too much trouble, causing her problems all day long. Once this matter was settled, she would hand him over to Teacher Calorie, who was known for his strict discipline of rebellious children. When Leah was hiring teachers, she had immediately taken a liking to this uniquely named teacher. There was just something about him that exuded the oppressive aura of a high school dean. Sabo's heart sank as he asked many people along the way about the uncertain destination. They all knew about it. However, compared to that, they seemed more concerned about whether their attire was appropriate and if the afternoon tea was authentic. But there were so many people living there, and they had already been reduced to living in the gutter. Did they no longer even have a right to gaze at the stars? What was wrong with that? The people living there were either thieves or scoundrels, nothing more than lowly troublemakers, annoying beggars, and homeless rascals who were just scraping by in that garbage heap. They were the unwanted of the town, except for the peace it afforded. A gentleman sitting in a CAF, listening to music, remarked this way. A young woman holding a child complained, "Every time I see my child mingling with those kids, I can't help but get angry. Who knows if those kids carry germs? That place is supposed to be cleaned out. It's a stain on the town. And when the noble celestial dragons come to visit, we surely have to do a good cleaning job." These words echoed in Sabo's ears. He dashed forward recklessly, determined to save those people and escape this town, which was permeated with a deeply despairing stench of decay. He never wanted to return here again. Passers-by looked at Sabo with confusion, as everyone was heading toward the town center to welcome the celestial dragons. Meanwhile, that child was running against the flow of people, anxiety radiating from him. After their confusion, they put on excited expressions, discussing enthusiastically how to greet those esteemed figures and how to flatter them to make them happy, completely ignoring the countless lives that would be burned to death. When Sabo finally reached the back town, nearly exhausting all his energy, he heard the screams from outside the iron gate, which could only be described as hellish, and he couldn't help but feel cold all over, collapsing to the ground. The guards were still chatting and laughing, discussing where they would go drinking after the burning was done tonight. Couldn't they smell it? There was even a nauseating scent of burnt protein wafting in the air. How desperate must those people outside be? At first, there were violent banging sounds on the gate, accompanied by piercing screams, but now those sounds were becoming weaker, and the banging on the iron gate was fading as well. Sabo was now utterly exhausted, his limbs weak, but he still struggled to stand up, moving to the iron gate, trying to muster all his strength to twist open the door that separated him from the raging fire. Sabo crawled toward the big iron gate with all his might, struggling to get up. just as he managed to lift his body slightly. A guard came over and stomped him down. Sabo's consciousness was already starting to blur, but he kept his gaze fixed on the raging fire outside the gate. His strength severely depleted. Sabo's throat was hoarse, barely able to make a sound, the pain in his back mingling with desperate whimpers dissipating in the scorching air. "Please, save those people." Cough, cough. With each word he spoke, his throat felt like it was tearing apart in pain. But he couldn't care less. There were still so many people outside, struggling in the fire. The guard grabbed Sabo by the neck and lifted him up, grinning cruelly and mockingly. "You can't even save yourself, yet you want to save them?" Baron Odaluk already anticipated you would cause trouble at this critical moment. "He instructed us to capture you if we saw you." Another guard added, "Isn't it better to behave yourself? Kid, born into such a privileged family. Yet you still think about running outside the high walls." All the guards wore identical gas masks, as if dealing with some kind of virus. Sabo no longer had the strength to struggle, merely clutching the hand that restrained him with all his might. Sabo's gaze gradually dimmed, the bright yellow moon reflecting the firelight, now only a glaring crimson. At this moment, Leah arrived at the Otluk villa. The lady and gentleman of the house had already rushed to the center for matters concerning the celestial dragons, leaving only the adopted child, Sturley, in the large house. Sturley had completely torn off his usual obedient disguise. He was holding a syringe and injecting something into the body of the puppy raised in the house. Leah's perception was sharp. She didn't sense Sabo here, so she headed straight for the child. Leah doesn't have that much patience for unrelated people, let alone a family that brings pain like a Sabo. Leah grabbed the child by the neck and lifted him up. She used some strength, and the child struggled violently. However, Leah only loosened her grip a little when the child was about to suffocate. "Where's Sabo?" Leah asked coldly. "So you came for that useless person. I'll warn you, when my parents come back, you'll regret this. You better put me down now and kneel to apologize." The child's unpleasant scream echoed throughout the large villa. Leah directly severed one of his arms and then pressed the dagger against his other arm. "Speak quickly. I don't have the patience to waste time with you. If you keep talking, you can forget about your other arm." Leah's expression was cold, as if she had crawled out of hell. Sturley looked into the woman's eyes and felt his hands and feet freeze. Even though blood was still gushing from his arm, he was so scared in that moment that he couldn't feel the pain. Cold sweat covered his forehead. He hurriedly said, "That guy should have gone to the back town." He heard about the end station of the burning, uncertain object and rushed over. "You told him on purpose, to provoke him into defying his father so that you could profit from it." Leah threw Sturley to the ground. Leah turned to leave, and all she could hear was Sturley coughing violently while covering his neck. He suppressed his cough and shouted, "If you don't kill me when my parents come back, I will report you to them. Just wait for it." As he spoke, he began to laugh loudly, clearly showing that his mental state was somewhat abnormal now. Leah turned around to stare at Sterling and mockingly said, "What kind of nature does that couple have? You probably know better than anyone else. Now that you've lost a hand, you have no value left. Do you think they would waste their efforts to take revenge for you? When they come back and see that you've lost a hand, their first reaction will likely be to think about throwing you to the uncertain destination. What they care about is just the well-behaved child who can maintain their noble status, and you're no longer that." Sterling's eyes went blank, followed by a wave of panic. He had just managed to escape from that hellish place, and after enjoying a few years of a wealthy life, he was about to return to that filthy place again. In a panic, he hurriedly picked up his severed arm and rushed out to find a doctor. Leah finished speaking and rushed towards the back town. Sabo was in a terrible situation. Brugem had struck a deal with the king. They burned down the uncertain items terminal, and the king would open the iron gates of the town to let them in and grant them noble status. To no longer live in hiding, Brugem and his men transported the fuel boxes to various locations in the uncertain items terminal during the day. Ace and Luffy, in order to earn money for their voyage, went to work for Brugem and accidentally learned that the wooden boxes they were handling were the fuel meant to burn down the uncertain items terminal. Once Ace and Luffy learned of the operation plan, Brugem certainly would not let them go easily. He bound them up and interrogated them about the whereabouts of their treasure. Since Leah occasionally sent red envelopes to the three little ones, their funds for going to sea had become quite considerable. In the end, Ace and Luffy did not reveal the treasure's location. As a result, Brugem tied them up in the raging fire. Dayton, worried about Ace and Luffy, came out to search for them. Seeing the burning flames, she instinctively rushed in but was stopped by familiar villagers from Windmill Village. The villagers explained Leah's arrangements to her. After hearing this, Dayton breathed a sigh of relief, but she stubbornly refused to admit that she was also concerned about the two little guys, awkwardly finding a place outside the fire to sit and anxiously watching the flames. Dayton's bandit subordinates also followed their leader to this place one after another, silently watching the surrounding tragedy. Eventually, unable to bear it any longer, they rolled up their sleeves and joined in to help. The fire had indeed started, but those who had been sent down in advance by Leah had cleared out several escape routes. Even so, many people were still injured, some severely with their entire backskin rotting and their clothes sticking to them. A smell of burnt protein wafted through the air, mixed with the cries of the injured and the children who had grown up in the uncertain items terminal. Some of them trembled with their shoulders, desperately suppressing their cries, while others had blank expressions, filled with disbelief. Why did such a thing happen? Was it just because the celestial dragons were coming to visit the Goa kingdom, leaving them no chance of survival? Why was this so different from what Miss Leah taught in class? Why were we born to struggle for survival in the uncertain items terminal, while noble children were born with countless riches, only needing to worry about themselves, even though they had recognized much of the world's darkness from a young age? However, due to their experiences in school, these children still held a glimmer of expectation for this world. But this fire shattered their remaining hopes. Leah mentioned to them in her philosophy class that if we truly want to make the world a better place, we must break down traditional class barriers. Only those who stand on the same starting line can engage in equal dialogue. At that time, someone used Sabo as an example to refute Leah, but Leah said nothing, just smiled and said they would understand later. In fact, Leah was lamenting then. They're still just children, even after experiencing such injustice. They still hold on to such naive ideas, thinking they can make the nobles change and thus promote a world of equality. Those in high positions cannot understand the suffering of the lower classes. It's like you cannot feel the pain of the ants you step on. Dignity exists only on the edge of a sword, and truth lies only within the range of cannons. Continuously, injured people were being carried out from the fire scene, and the people on site were somewhat overwhelmed. Medicine was also starting to run low. Later on, even those with minor injuries struggled to get up and help the medical staff. Bartolomeo was forcibly assigned by Leah today to protect the rescue personnel entering and exiting the fire scene. Today, Bartolomeo's barrier fruit, which could be considered a bug, proved to be very useful. At first, Bartolomeo was quite reluctant to do this job, but this fool is easy to coax. Leah said, "If you go help today, the people you save will see you as their great hero, and Bart will have many little brothers in the future." Really? Will I really become a great hero? At this time, Bart was only 14 years old and still had some childish hero complex. Leah decisively nodded, and so the fool didn't hesitate for long and readily agreed, which is why he was brought here to work today. In fact, without Leah present, the ones saving people at the scene were just ordinary folks with low combat abilities. If Bartolomeo continued to help, no one here could do anything about him. However, Bartolomeo persisted. Not only did he hold on, but this young boy even felt guilty for those who weren't saved. In the end, he regretted being too weak to expand the protective barrier, thinking that if he could make it larger, he could save more people. Bartolomeo followed the rescue workers into the fire time and again, surprised that these ordinary people, who had never undergone any physical training, could endure for so long. Everyone had sustained some injuries to varying degrees, and among the rescue workers going in and out of the fire, Bartolomeo was in the best condition. Rescuing people wasn't an easy task, and they had to endure the high temperatures in the air, with the punishment of the flames continuously inhaled into their lungs, coupled with severe physical exhaustion. Many were already unable to speak, relying solely on their willpower to persist. Inspired by this atmosphere, little A.O., while distracted by protecting others, also rushed into dangerous places. Although they were just a group of ordinary people capable of such feats, why couldn't he, Bartolomeo, the future king of the underworld, do the same? After witnessing what happened tonight, Bartolomeo inexplicably felt a sense of shame. He gradually realized how much of a jerk he had been in the past, having done so many wrong things, and he didn't even know if he had any chance to correct them. Bartolomeo wasn't inherently bad. His previous arrogance was due to being misled. Afterward, he experienced the pain of losing his father, and those who had previously flattered him and pledged loyalty seemed to have turned into entirely different people, eager to take advantage of his misfortune. Some of the more powerful small leaders had already gathered their people, waiting for Babasona to take his last breath, ready to attack. In fact, during Babasona's serious illness, such conflicts had already begun, albeit with fewer disguises. After Babasona died, they didn't even bother to hide their intentions, directly announcing that whoever first took Bartolomeo's head would become the boss. Bartolomeo had been chased for several days, hiding and struggling to survive, sometimes going without food. His father, with foresight, had given him this fruit to save his life. Babisona intended for Bartolomeo to endure some hardships, which would also help Leah discipline him in the future. And she respected his wishes by sending someone to follow Bartolomeo, allowing him to be chased for a few days as long as it ensured he wouldn't be killed. However, this kid showed some grit. Even though those days were tough, he managed to get through alone. Originally, Leah thought he would be engulfed in sorrow over his father's death. But seeing him calmly handle his father's affairs and respond flexibly to the pursuit, she couldn't help but feel a bit more admiration for him. Sending Bartolomeo over to help this time was also a way for Leah to test him. It can be said that if Bartolomeo remained indifferent or lazy about everything, Leah might not invest too many resources in him, only ensuring he lived until 18. If he performed well, she planned to focus on cultivating him since the barrier fruit ability was truly overpowered. If she could cultivate Bartolomeo well, her stronghold would essentially be a fortress, allowing her to stabilize the rear and confront threats from pirates head-on. Fortunately, Bartolomeo performed excellently tonight. During the rescue, Bartolomeo inevitably got injured, and people around him came to check on him, applying medicine. Such simple concern touched Bartolomeo, unlike the previous attention he received, which was merely to have him say a few good words in front of his father. This care made Bartolomeo, who had a somewhat arrogant personality, blush. Although he hadn't become the great hero the woman spoke of, it still felt good, Bartolomeo thought to himself. However, admiration doesn't always need to be vocalized. A sense of internal recognition is far more important, something Bartolomeo didn't quite understand yet. Seeing people who had lost loved ones embrace and cry, Bartolomeo couldn't help but feel a bit sad as well. Just then, Leah and Shanks are already together and have gotten married. Shanks is lying in bed with Leah in his arms, and the so-called spring light breaking out is nothing more than this. Leah was wrapped in a thin blanket, her fragrant shoulders half exposed with some faint bruises visible on her neck. Beneath the thin blanket, her body was almost devoid of any fair skin, revealing what Leah had gone through last night. Leah's skin has been under constant care, smooth to the point of being almost poreless. Now in this state, it resembles pure jasmine crushed into the crimson soil, with its scattered remnants embodying a fragmented beauty. Leah might be very tired. It's already close to noon, and there are no signs of her waking up. Shanks only managed to cover a small corner of the thin blanket, hiding the crucial parts. He was bare-chested, his well-defined muscles shining under the sunlight, almost glowing. Shanks had a tall and lean physique, his muscles as hard as well-baked bread. The energy within him was like a top-quality maritime compass, ready to handle any climate. Leah was completely held in Shanks' arms, like a large red-haired dog cradling a small stuffed toy. Shanks woke up before Leah, but he wouldn't stay still. He rested his red head on Leah's shoulder and rubbed against her, causing Leah to frown in her sleep from the stubble on his face. Leah's hand weakly lifted to push Shanks' head, but it was soft and lacked strength. Leah mumbled something with her mouth. Xiang, stop messing around, I'm so sleepy. Let me sleep a little longer. There's no need for me to elaborate on how soft a girl's voice is when she wakes up in the morning. Moreover, given the current situation, Leah's gentle voice directly warmed Shanks' heart. Shanks' hands started to get restless again, but seeing how desperately sleepy the little girl was, he felt a pang of sympathy and restrained himself. He leaned in and kissed the little girl's cheek, then pulled the thin blanket that was covering him to wrap Leah tightly. He nonchalantly walked into the bathroom to wash up, not even taking a change of clothes. If you ask me where the clothes I wore yesterday are, well, they're right there, scattered on the floor. Leah listened to the sound of water in the bathroom, her consciousness gradually returning. Her eyelashes fluttered, and she slowly opened her eyes. She tried to move her fingers, but a wave of soreness spread from the base of her thighs throughout her body. Leah wanted to prop herself up to sit up, but she couldn't manage it. Every time she tried to lift herself, she just flopped back down onto the bed. So, Leah decided to stop trying and began to call out for Shanks. Shank, Shank, Shank! Her voice wasn't loud, but she kept calling. Hearing the little girl's cries, Shanks quickly responded, I'm here, Lily-chan. He soon turned off the shower, grabbed a towel from the rack, wrapped it around himself casually, and opened the bathroom door. Leah was still lying on the bed in a soft and cozy manner. She slightly tilted her head to look at Shanks, and when she caught sight of his beautiful waistline, her eyes lit up. Leah stretched out her hands toward Shanks, speaking with a hint of a pout. Shanks, I'm so tired. I just want to cuddle. Shanks stepped forward and gently picked up the soft little girl. Why not sleep a bit more? Our little girl worked hard last night. Shanks leaned closer to Leah and rubbed his stubble against her face. Leah's face was itchy from rubbing against Shanks, so she directly cupped Shanks' face with both hands and gave him a kiss. "Shanks, I'm out of strength. Please help me take a bath." After kissing, Leah wrapped her arms around Shanks' neck, burying her face in his chest, her voice muffled. Shanks loved the way Leah looked after waking up, so delicate and soft that it melted his heart, completely different from her usual fierce demeanor. Sometimes Leah could be quite fierce and would even hit him, especially after he drank. After getting married, his drinking was strictly controlled by Leah. It was hard for him to get a drink, just a little bit every day, just enough to whet his appetite. After getting married, his little girl would forever belong to him, and he no longer had to worry about someone taking her away. But not being able to drink was really hard for Shanks. He was both pained and happy. Every time Beckman sorted through the banquet bills, he would show a satisfied smile, noting that there was still a lot left in this month's budget. Selling Shanks would be another source of income, and Leah, the rich lady, was very generous. Beckman was already planning to upgrade the deck of the Red Force and also to replace the latest naval warfare weapons from Leah's lab in Sicily. Since Shanks married Leah, Beckman was blissful. Even his white hair seemed to have lessened, and he had switched to better cigarettes. Meanwhile, when Shanks wanted to drink, he could only whine and act cute, but Leah would always coldly refuse. Furthermore, Leah would solemnly tell Shanks, "Our science department's latest research shows that alcohol lowers male fertility. If that happens, Shanks, you won't be able to have babies, and alcohol can also harm the little ones." Shanks would cover his face, feigning terror. "Really? What should I do? What should I do?" He was so panicked that he ran in circles around the fake plate, shouting, "What should I do?" At this moment, Leah would come over, pat his head, and smile while telling him that there was no alcohol left today, little shrimp heart. Thus, Shanks, with tearful eyes but helpless, would end up going back into the bathroom with Leah once again, though it took a bit longer. Well, you need to be a considerate reader and fill in the gaps yourself. After Shanks dried the little girl's hair, he ran to the kitchen to serve breakfast. Sporting a handprint on his face, grinning foolishly, standing tall with his back straight, walking proudly like a victorious rooster. Shanks' expression seemed to say, "Only I have a wife. None of you do." Under the crew's envious and jealous gazes, Shanks went to find the little girl with breakfast. The crew members were basically all sporting dark circles under their eyes, thinking, yes, we didn't hear anything. When they heard the cheerful laughter again, the crew covered their ears with their cups, their fists clenched, thinking that they must beat that bastard Captain Hard tomorrow. Although Leah and Shanks are already married, they're not always together except during their honeymoon. Shanks has to travel all over the world with his crew, and Leah has to manage her own business. So they spend more time apart than together. Therefore, whenever they meet, they inevitably have moments of indulgence. Shanks has been beaten up again, and Leah takes pleasure in his misfortune. When it's time to leave, Shanks looks at Leah with teary, swollen eyes and grabs her sleeve to act cute. Leah patted his dog's head and said, "A kiss will make it feel better." As she spoke, she immediately kissed it. But Leah quickly pulled away and walked off without looking back. This is a chapter about a newlywed couple's sweet moments. Leah has actually never wanted children. That's just her personality. She fears pain, and giving birth would mean enduring discomfort in her own body. It wouldn't be impossible for her and Shanks to live their lives together without kids. However, on that particular day, her thoughts changed. Does Shanks want children? He probably does. He loves kids so much. When Leah first met him, he got along so well with Luffy and the others. Shanks has always been popular with children. One could say he is welcomed wherever he goes. Shanks knows Leah's thoughts and chooses to respect the young girl's feelings. Even though he really wants a child that truly belongs to both Leah and him. Respecting Leah's feelings is one thing, but Shanks accidentally discovered a secret about the young girl that even Ace and the others didn't know. She is afraid of pain. Even a slight scrape could make her frown. However, she had kept this a secret from everyone except Shanks in the past. Leah is very afraid of pain, but for the sake of everyone standing behind her, she can only show her strong side. In the end, Leah chooses to be with Shanks, perhaps because this man can provide emotional support for her. Leah deliberately reveals all her emotions in front of Shanks, next to him. She can let down all her guards and trust him with her back during battles. One day, the members of the Red Hair Pirates discussed who is a real man, and coincidentally, they defined manhood by the pain of their injuries. Many took off their shirts to show their scars, recounting how intense the wounds were at the time. The sources of these scars varied, mostly coming from battles with enemies. The ship's doctor, Dr. K, rarely participated in the discussions among his crewmates. He spoke little, mostly listening silently as the pirates boisterously shared their stories, occasionally smiling at their nonsensical behavior. However, when the topic turned to physical pain, Dr. K's words silenced everyone. Some had tears welling in their eyes, holding back from letting them fall. When it comes to the topic of pain, the most painful experience should be a woman's suffering during childbirth. The pain of childbirth is equivalent to having 20 ribs break simultaneously, and this agony can last more than 12 hours. Most women are ordinary people, and under poor medical conditions, there is a significant risk of severe bleeding during childbirth, which can lead to death due to lack of timely medical intervention. Among women aged 15 to 45, over 95% of deaths are due to childbirth. Dr. K spoke these words with a calm expression, but the emotions hidden in his eyes were far from calm. He continued to add that childbirth is not so simple. It can leave irreversible damage to a woman's body for life. Anyway, these matters are pointless to discuss with you idiots. You wouldn't understand. The bottom line is that childbirth for women is like dating death. Beckman suddenly spoke up. Actually, most mothers in our world are ordinary people. I have no objection to you seeking women, but you cannot get someone pregnant and then abandon them. Otherwise, my gun will deal with you on behalf of those women. Shanks heard this too. Usually lively, he rarely fell silent. His little girl is very delicate. Even a slight scratch could make her frown for a long time. How could he bear to let her endure such pain? At that moment, Shanks abandoned the idea of having children. He wished for his little girl to live a long, healthy, and carefree life until the end of her days. If the cost of having offspring meant harming his little girl's body, he would rather not have children. He only hoped for her to be with him for a long time. Since that incident, Shanks even began to resist intimacy with Leah. He didn't want his little girl to suffer even the slightest harm, and eventually, he developed a psychological aversion to the idea of Leah getting pregnant and intimacy itself. This led to prolonged conflicts between the two. It cannot be denied that Shanks is a complex character. His thoughts are inscrutable. However, concern can lead to chaos. Just like the conflict this time, caused by his pain for the little girl, but failing to explain clearly. During that time, Leah even considered divorcing him, and in a moment of urgency, Shanks revealed the reason. After hearing this, Leah did not mock Shanks for being foolish. Instead, she rushed over and tightly wrapped her arms around his waist, releasing some suppressed emotions as she cried for the first time in front of him. This made the man, who usually remained unflappable in the face of strong enemies, feel flustered. Usually, Shanks would use various excuses to get close to the young girl, and Leah often felt helpless about it, having complained about it more than once to her best friend, Yuxia. However, today, Shanks completely forgot about his usual tricks and clumsily returned Leah's embrace. It was at that moment that Leah began to have thoughts of having a child. With Law's surgical fruit, Leah believed she could achieve painless childbirth. She had so many doctors under her care, treating them well, and she didn't believe she would have any complications. After all, Ling Ling had given birth to so many children and was still one of the strongest people on this sea. Moreover, with her current physical condition, having a child wouldn't be such a burden for her. Most importantly, this child would definitely grow up in a happy environment, receiving love from many people. It was Leah who took the initiative to bring this up to Shanks. She still remembered the terrified expression he had at that moment. He quickly waved his hands in refusal and expressed that he did not want a child at all, only wanting to be with Leah forever. Leah was speechless because this time, even her acting cute didn't work. Shanks simply disagreed, and that was that. With no other options, Leah had to go find Ro. Ro explained to Shanks many times that nothing would happen and vowed to protect Leah first. Only then did Shanks reluctantly agree to the matter. Later, Leah indeed became pregnant, and during the delivery, it seemed that the first one to come out was a red-headed baby. Hearing the muffled but continuous sobs from the crowd, Bartle felt as if his heart was being squeezed. It was a heavy and uncomfortable feeling, and he was somewhat confused. Before this, he had never met these people. So why did their sorrow make him feel pain as well? He didn't understand. In the past years, no one had ever told him about this. His father appeared in his life for too short a time due to his mother's illness. He hadn't even had the chance to feel what it meant to have a father, as the kite string called father had already snapped. He grew up following his grandmother in the countryside, and his understanding of the world came from that old lady living in a secluded village. As he grew older, he ran around with the local delinquents, and because of his father's influence, many people came to flatter him. At that time, Bartle genuinely believed that those people cared about him. So, he allowed them to use his name to do bad things and help them resolve troubles time and again. Of course, the way to resolve troubles was simple, through violence. Whoever had the bigger fist held the power. When his father suddenly passed away, the walls collapsed, and the crowd scattered. He became the target of everyone's attacks. After experiencing days of hiding and evading, Bartle felt that the blockages in his mind had decreased significantly, and he began to contemplate some issues. Like now, he was thinking, yet he still couldn't figure it out. At this moment, the right guidance was especially important for him. In the end, with Leah's help, they killed those rebels. Leah dealt with all the small fries, while the real leaders of the rebellion were left for Bartle to handle. Not because those rebels were too powerful for Leah to manage, but because ultimately this underworld gang was to be inherited by Bartle. She was merely borrowing these people temporarily. Bartle needed to establish his authority over these subordinates. When Leah arrived at the alley, she found that Sabo was no longer there. She had been too busy to cast a tracking spell on Sabo earlier. Otherwise, she wouldn't have to run all over the city now. Leah also noticed something. Every time she wanted to change the plot, there were always obstacles in her way. Meanwhile, she sensed that Ace and the others were in danger, which made her anxious and unsure of whom to find first. Tonight was a crucial moment for Ace to awaken his conqueror's haki. According to her previous memories, Ace and the others ultimately survived. However, Leah was worried because she had already changed the event of Shanks losing his arm. What if Ace didn't awaken his conqueror's haki? Leah didn't hesitate for long. She decided to find Ace and the others first. She didn't know Sabo's exact location, and looking for him would take more time. Ace and Luffy were in a very dangerous situation, and she had to prioritize their safety. As for Sabo's whereabouts, she could only rely on Yuja to contact someone to help find him. At this moment, Yuja's identity as a celestial dragon came in handy. After knocking out the guards, Leah kicked open a large hole in the heavy iron gate. The people who had been trapped outside the gate and had burned together were also sent flying into the flames by the tremendous force. The fire was still quite large, and recklessly rushing in could lead to losing her way. Leah became very worried about her child, and her breathing started to become rapid. She realized that the positioning function of her spell had decreased, and the location of Ace and the others became very unclear. Leah's heart was racing, but she forced herself to calm down and exhaled. Her gaze was fixed on a certain direction in the sea of flames. Leah seemed to have made a certain decision. Looking much more relaxed, Leah's gaze changed, becoming extremely indifferent, like an emotionless robot. Her left eye seemed to be covered with a layer of mist, making it somewhat unclear. Her hair gradually grew long, reaching down to her ankles. At the same time, the right side of Leah's face began to show blood-red cracks, which clung to her fair skin like maggots gnawing at bones, making her appear even more terrifying. There were 2 large tears in the back of her clothing, from which a pair of enormous black wings emerged. Leah's arms bulged with crimson veins, and the black cracks that started on her face had now spread across her entire body. Some joints began to develop hard black keratin, and she presented a semi-beastly state. Leah also conjured a blood-red giant scythe, with intricate and complex patterns drawn on the handle. The blade was soaked in a bloody light, exuding a sense of death that felt overwhelmingly oppressive. It seemed as if this scythe had harvested countless lives. The scythe was as tall as Leah herself, looking incredibly heavy, making it hard to imagine how she could lift it with her slender arms. Leah was actually finding it difficult to control her consciousness. Despair and darkness continuously surged from her mind. If she remained in this state for too long, she might indeed attack anyone who came near her, both friend and foe. Therefore, to protect Ace and Luffy, she forced herself to give commands to her subconscious. She must bring Ace and Luffy out of the sea of fire and ensure their safety. Relying on her instincts, Leah flapped her enormous wings and soared into the sky, flying to a height where she could overlook the entire uncertain destination. After scanning the area, Leah's keen left eye locked onto the direction of Ace and the others. She dove straight towards that direction, and as she descended, the raging fire seemed to fear Leah, parting to clear a path for her. At that moment, Ace and the others were confronting Brujum. After realizing he had been deceived by the king, Brujum's mind had become somewhat unstable. Once he confirmed that he could not escape the sea of fire, he became even more unwilling to let Ace and the others go. He returned with his subordinates to the spot where the 2 children were bound, threatening them to reveal the location of the treasure, to protect Luffy and escape the fire. Ace had no choice but to tell Brujum where the treasure was hidden. Unexpectedly, Brujum went back on his word, insisting on taking Ace and the others to find the treasure together. Ace refused. He wanted to escape quickly with Luffy. Suddenly, Brujum began to attack the 2 children. Luffy became frightened and was in pain, while Ace had already sustained many injuries. However, he stood firm in front of Luffy, not taking a step back. Ace, with his extraordinary talent and physique, was momentarily able to withstand the pirates. But these pirates were despicable. Brujum grabbed Luffy to threaten Ace into dropping his weapon. Under duress, Ace dropped the pipe, but Brujum immediately slashed at Luffy, leaving a gaping wound on his forehead. Luffy fell to the ground, clutching his head and screaming in pain. Seeing Luffy like this ignited Ace's fury. However, he dared not act rashly, fearing Brujum would harm Luffy. How could someone like Brujum, who enjoyed tormenting others, believe that Ace would soften and let the two children go? He grinned maliciously, pointing the blade at Luffy, slowly raising it, gathering strength to strike. "Don't hurt Luffy," Ace shouted anxiously. In that instant, an invisible aura spread out from Ace as the center. At the same time, a powerful slash, strong enough to split the fire scene in half, rushed toward Brujum. People around fell to the ground, and Brujum was cut in half. Leah rushed to the front and picked up Luffy to check on him. After learning that his injuries were not as serious as they appeared, she let out a sigh of relief. The moment Leah turned to look at Ace, she suddenly froze for a moment. Leah suddenly realized how she looked now. Very ugly and hideous. Panic spread from the depths of her heart, even overpowering the bloody killings in her mind. Leah is very afraid that Ace will dislike her like this. She is extremely scared, fearing that the warmth she has finally obtained will be lost. As for Ace, he is already in tears, but when he sees Leah checking Luffy's body, he keeps holding it back. When Leah turns to look at him, he can no longer hold it in. He rushes over like a little cannonball and throws himself into Leah's arms, crying loudly. "Nichan, almost lost Luffy. It's my fault for not protecting him well enough. It's all my fault. I'm just too weak." Ace tightly hugs Leah's neck, crying so hard he can hardly catch his breath. Compared to the panic in his heart, it is clear that Leah is more concerned about Ace's state. She quickly starts to pat Ace's back, saying, "It's not your fault, Ace. It's because I didn't come back in time that you all had to go through this. It's my fault, not yours." Leah gently patted Ace's back to help him calm down. Luffy was feeling much better now, standing next to Leah and wiping his tears and snot on her clothes. Luffy had indeed learned to be a little more polite from Leah, but not by much. Once Ace had recovered, Leah finally asked the two children the question she most wanted to ask, but was also most afraid to ask. "Don't you feel scared of me like this?" There was a tremor in Leah's voice that she wasn't even aware of. Luffy, being his usual oblivious self, finally reacted, looking Leah up and down with sparkling eyes and said, "Nichan, you look so cool like this. I want big wings too." Ace then hugged Leah again, burying his head in her legs, and murmured, "Nichan is still Nichan, no matter what you become." Leah felt the increasingly restless killing intent in her heart, and the fire was almost burning close to them. She put away her scythe, held one in each hand, and flapped her wings to soar into the sky. As for the pirates behind her, who would care about those scum? Leah was already merciful enough by not personally dealing with them. Leah saw the crowd surging in the distance, but she didn't want those people to see her like this. So she found a place a bit farther away, set the two children down, and told them to go find Dayton while she went into the city to look for Sabo. After Leah finished speaking, she flew away, heading straight for the town. What Leah didn't notice was that her series of actions had been observed by a dragon who came to visit its son, and this man, whose face bore the imprint of a slipper, followed Leah into the town. It seems that those who like to hide in cloaks are all perverts. Leah, trying to stay focused during the flight, called Yuja. After confirming Sabo's location, she hurriedly rushed over there. Leah had been running around for most of the night, and dawn was not far off. Although Sabo had been beaten up by the guards last night due to exhaustion, they hadn't gone too hard on him. They recognized Sabo as the son of the famous Count Audaluck, and wanting to report back to Audaluck III for a reward. They sent the battered Sabo to a small clinic that seemed to be in decent condition. They instructed the doctor there to clean Sabo up and left one person watch over him while waiting for Audaluck III to come and pick him up. After Sabo woke up, he felt that he had recovered a bit of his strength. Seizing the opportunity, he slipped out. In fact, Sabo's emotions had reached a peak. Usually the calmest among the three, he now had an impulsive thought. He wanted to leave this country, he wanted to go out to sea, and he didn't want to stay here for even a moment longer. However, with a bit of rationality still remaining, Sabo found paper and pen to leave a note for Ace and the others. Then went to the secret base to take his share of the treasure and stole a small boat to prepare for his departure. When Leah arrived at the clinic, she was disappointed again and couldn't help but sigh, realizing how many times she had come up empty that evening. So Leah decided to stop searching. After all, she estimated that Sabo's iron-headed kid, after the stimulation from last night, was probably already secretly preparing to set out to sea. She could just intercept Sabo at the port. Because there were many people at the port, Leah found a corner to regain her composure. Though her clothes were already tattered from being stretched by the wings on her back. She then went to her shop to change into a new outfit before heading to the port to find Sabo. In fact, maintaining that state required immense self-discipline to ensure she didn't harm others. And after exiting that state, she would spend several days craving the thrill of killing. Leah actually hated this power of hers. That was why she worked so hard to train her physical skills, to avoid using that power whenever possible. She despised the feeling of being out of control. By the time Leah reached the port, many people had already gathered around. The nobles, who usually looked down on the commoners, were now enthusiastically discussing how to please the celestial dragons. The content of their discussion made Leah feel sick. I heard that St. Charlos likes girls aged 12 or 13. My daughter is just 11 this year. I wonder if she would catch St. Charlos' eye. If my useless daughter could serve a saint well, maybe I could become a celestial dragon too, said a sharp-featured, elegantly dressed noblewoman. After saying this, she seemed to think of something else, posed, and held up her face, adding, "It wouldn't be bad if the saint took a liking to me as well." The woman next to her chimed in, "Hearing you say that, my daughter is already 9. Maybe I could let her try too. After all, the girls in the family will eventually have to be sent out for marriage to consolidate our status. If we could win St. Charlos' favor, that would show some worth." Many others were discussing what gifts to send to St. Charlos. However, that perverted guy Charlos had some bizarre preferences that crossed the boundaries of humanity. So, their topics of discussion were as disgusting as possible, especially since Leah was in a state where she could explode and kill at any moment. She felt her fingers starting to itch, her mind already fantasizing about the thrill of piercing through chests and crushing hearts. Since meeting Yuja, Leah had entrusted the financial dealings with the nobles of the kingdom of Goa to her, mainly because Yuja's identity as a celestial dragon was very useful. Although she was just a fallen celestial dragon, the nobles in the city would still consider her status and wouldn't dare to drive a hard bargain in their transactions. Leah's trading prices for those nobles were always higher than for ordinary people. They dared not push for lower prices due to their concerns, and Leah profited tremendously each time. Therefore, although Leah despised those people, she still had quite a bit of business dealings with them, especially considering the noble's penchant for maintaining appearances. During the peak times of Leah's restaurant, even a reservation for the high-end private rooms could be auctioned off. When there's a bargain, one must seize it. Leah showed no mercy in taking advantage of those people. Leah has been waiting at the port for a long time, and now the sun has already risen. But she still hasn't seen Sabo. The longer Leah stood here, the more irritated she felt inside. Earlier, she had been anxious, and now she didn't even wear a mask, carelessly exposing her face to so many people. When someone stands out in a crowd, it's like a magnifying glass that amplifies the ugliness in people's hearts. Just like now, Leah sensed many unfriendly gazes. Some were so raw, they seemed to want to penetrate her clothes. Leah shivered, and the longer she stayed, the stronger her killing intent grew, almost overwhelming her. Especially when malicious speculations reached her ears, she felt her anger boiling over. This woman looks so cold and aloof. I wonder what she'd be like if she were pinned down. This was a lewd-looking, gold-adorned fat man, apparently a baron. That girl has a great figure. The person speaking sounded like they were about to drool. Actually, none of this mattered much because Leah knew what kind of character the nobles behind the high walls had. Most of the malice actually came from women. When they saw the men beside them focused on another woman, they often projected their inner darkness onto that woman. That woman looked restless, coming here alone. It seemed she was waiting for someone. Perhaps she wanted to use her vixen-like face to climb up to St. Charles. Exactly. Just look at her. Who knows which man she just crawled down from? Normally, Leah wouldn't bother to argue with these people. She just beat them up so badly they wouldn't recognize their own mother and toss them into the sea to feed the fish. But now Leah was enduring. From yesterday until now, everything she wanted to do was blocked at every turn. If she beat everyone up now and caused a commotion, she feared she wouldn't be able to take care of Sabo, letting that iron-headed brat become a forgetful Mary Sue protagonist again. Fortunately, Sabo finally appeared, still dressed in his little suit, rowing a small boat with a large bundle inside. He seemed to be in a good mood, relaxed. Meanwhile, the surrounding discussions seemed incredulous. Whose child is that? How dare he go out to sea at a time like this? It's so disrespectful to St. Charles. Some people had already started mocking Outlook, saying that it was bad enough his son was usually useless, but at such a critical moment, he didn't even keep an eye on him, allowing him to create such a mess. If St. Charles got angry, their family would be in big trouble. This was the second best news I heard today, the person said while covering their mouth and chuckling. Sabo's mother was even more harsh and indifferent, even saying, if I had known it would come to this. I should have strangled him at birth. His father chimed in. I shouldn't have brought him back. Disobedient children are worthless. It's no big deal if worthless children are disposed of like those lowly people. Listening to these unbearable words, Leah noticed a large ship slowly approaching the kingdom of Goa from afar. The ship was decorated extravagantly, almost excessively, with jewels embedded everywhere, making it look like a golden mountain. This ship really seemed easy to rob. Such an eye-catching vessel could sail smoothly from Mary Joa to the kingdom of Goa without encountering pirates. Probably thanks to the world government flag flying on the ship and the idiot at the bow with a fish tank. As the large ship slowly sailed closer, the sun followed its movement, slowly rising. The morning sun shone on the ship, making it gleam and giving it a somewhat sacred aura. Of course, to Leah, this was highly ironic. Why was Sabo's little boat rowing so fast? In such a short time, that iron-headed brat had already reached the big ship. What kind of sorcery is this? Why didn't Leah find a ship to intercept Sabo? Because those sycophantic lapdogs, in order to show their respect for the celestial dragons, had moved all the ships docked at the port away, leaving the entire port without a single ship, with Sabo walking right into the enemy's line of fire. Leah had no choice but to release her large wings. As she took off, she even vented her frustration by swatting away a few of the surrounding idiots. This time, Leah only revealed her wings without letting her body take on any abnormal state, if necessary. Everyone can imagine the state of little Marco when he flies. But it still caused a gasp of surprise. At the moment she decided to unleash her wings in front of so many people, Leah had already silently made a decision in her heart. Leah quickly flew under the big ship, picking up Sabo to dodge Charlos's cannon fire. Now the small boat had been destroyed and was slowly sinking. Sabo was also startled by the sudden explosion, breaking out in a cold sweat. Just a moment ago, he truly thought his life was about to end. When Leah picked him up, Sabo was still in a daze, but once he came to his senses, he tightly wrapped his arms around Leah's neck. Leah directly flew towards the shore with Sabo in her arms, while Charles, furious and embarrassed, launched cannonballs at Leah and the others, one after another. Leah was agile enough to dodge, and she flew to the back of the crowd with Sabo in her arms. Charles completely underestimated the large group of people standing there. He continued to fire, knocking many down and causing panic among the crowd as everyone scattered, eager to escape. Charles sent his men to capture Leah, and after landing, he revealed a chip that drove these ordinary nobles crazy. Whoever can bring that woman before me will be granted the status of a celestial dragon. I want that woman. I want her as my slave. I want her to kneel before me like a dog. Upon hearing this, those who were about to flee stopped, their gazes turning towards the woman with the huge black wings holding a child, and they gradually began to surround her. When Leah heard this sentence, she had already given up the idea of flying away again to escape. Leah has so many businesses and so many people working for her. Moreover, when she first came to the town to open her store, it wasn't like no one had seen her. It wouldn't be difficult to trace her back to Windmill Village. For the sake of the celestial dragon identity, Leah believes these people would do anything immoral. She has so many supporters behind her, and she can't let her personal issues drag down all the hardworking employees and the villagers who care about her. Now, she has a crazy idea: to unite with the Revolutionary Army and take control of the entire Goya kingdom to ensure that today's events won't spread elsewhere. She hugged Sabo tightly, her form changing again, one hand gripping her large scythe, and Leah stared directly at Charlos. You just said you wanted me to do something? Although Leah's voice was not loud when she said this, everyone present felt it resonate deeply, as if it reached into their hearts through the air. Accompanying this with a massive slash capable of splitting the ship in half, infused with a bloodthirsty aura. At that moment, as the slash moved, a huge chasm appeared on the ground. Those standing within the range of the slash didn't even have time to dodge before their bodies split apart, leaving chunks scattered everywhere. However, just as the slash was about to hit Charlos, it was suddenly deflected by a gust of wind, missing him and instead slicing through the luxurious ship. Charlos stood there in shock, beads of cold sweat rolling down his forehead. But soon, the deck began to tilt, and Charlos lost his balance and fell, sliding toward the sea. At that moment, a slave with explosive rings around him still had the energy to try to save him. As Charlos was struggling to hold onto a railing, the ship, now split in half, slowly sank into the water, and the people on it fell into the sea like spilled black beans, cries of shock and panic ringing out from all directions, plunging the entire port into chaos. Some people even pushed those in front of them down to escape, trampling over them. There were even some who panicked so much that they forgot about their children, leaving many frightened kids standing there crying. Leah didn't have time to deal with the chaotic crowd. She hurriedly heightened her senses to find the one who altered her attack trajectory. Leah expanded her perception throughout the area and discovered a tall figure wrapped in a cloak at the top of the harbor watchtower. The surrounding wind began to grow sharp, stinging people's faces. However, even with such strong winds, there was no sign of the cloak being lifted. The figure remained still and unmoving. Leah's first reaction was to shield Sabo behind her, her eyes fixed warily on the person standing there. Suddenly, the mysterious man in the cloak extended a hand and made a gesture. At that moment, a number of oddly dressed individuals rushed out from various corners, systematically beginning to capture those who were fleeing. They worked in coordination, appearing to be well-trained. Meanwhile, the sea began to stir, revealing a massive shadow beneath the surface. Before long, a gigantic ship resembling a modern luxury cruise liner burst through the waves, rising above the water. The exterior of the ship was adorned with a large blue dragon, which encircled the entire vessel, exuding an imposing presence. At the bow stood a giant-faced creature. He was very tall, sporting an unusually large, deep purple afro, long and thick eyelashes, light blue eyeshadow, and purple lip gloss. His attire was quite peculiar. He wore a super low-cut bodysuit that revealed a large skull tattoo on his abs, paired with fishnet stockings on his lower half, giving him a rather alternative appearance. The man standing atop the watchtower nodded to the giant with the purple afro. Consequently, the afro-headed man directed those behind him to dive into the water. They swam to the sinking remains of the luxurious ship, first subduing Charlos before starting to rescue the people in the water. And they also freed many slaves wearing explosive collars from a ship. Observing this, Leah felt somewhat reassured. The cloaked figure above, looking rather perverted, was likely Luffy's irresponsible father. And the giant with the purple afro was probably Emporio Ivankov, the transgender king who became the queen of the Kamabaka kingdom 3 years ago and who would later use his exceptional medical skills to detoxify Luffy a decade later. Leah remembered that this guy seemed to be able to change a person's physical structure from the inside, thus achieving a complete change of gender. Thinking of this, Leah felt a bit amused. She immediately thought about what it would be like if Shanks were turned into a woman. He would definitely be a sexy girl with red hair and big wavy curls, right? Oops, getting off track. Leah had actually considered the possibility that things could escalate. However, she thought that with all the preparation she had made, it shouldn't have developed to this point. But what was the result? It turned out like this. Thinking of this, Leah couldn't help but put her hand behind her back and gave the sky the middle finger. Just then, she heard a huge thunder rumbling through the clouds. The sound was as if it was going to blow the sky apart. And Leah was so scared that she silently withdrew her middle finger and cursed in her heart, damn. She didn't know if this thunder was caused by a dragon using its fruit ability or if it was the heavens playing tricks. Originally, Leah had planned to inform her subordinates to take those who survived the uncertain destination into the high walls and set fires in various places to incite chaos. Then, amid the confusion, she would control the royal family of the Goya kingdom, sealing off the entire town so that no one could get in or out. After Yusia led a large army back to the Goya kingdom, she would cleanse the entire noble system of the town. Deciding who should die and who could survive, she had already considered this long ago. Since the first time she met Sabo, she had started to predict what would happen next. But she never expected that it would ultimately lead to this development, despite all the effort she had made before. It was often said that there were not many good people in the uncertain destination, and Leah just wanted to give those still immature children a chance to live. She had no intention of wasting a lot of manpower and resources to save those who were guilty to some extent. She was just considering that the Goya kingdom would one day be overturned by the Revolutionary Army. When that time came, the Revolutionary Army would definitely cleanse the nobles in the town. Many people would die, the population of the town would decrease, production would be unsustainable, the economy would decline. And when people began to starve, chaos would ensue again. At that time, it would certainly affect the normal lives of the neighbors in Windmill Village. Saving those people was to nurture them under her command so that when such a regime overturning situation arose in the future, the town wouldn't fall back into the chaos of people fighting for the redistribution of benefits. The Goya kingdom was her stronghold, and she didn't want to see both the people and the country perish. What she didn't expect was that the power grab would unexpectedly begin right now. Leah guessed that it must have something to do with her, but how could that perverted cloaked man have timed it so perfectly? She hadn't realized that this showed how unfathomable the dragon's power was. Leah lamented that she was still too weak. Who are you? Although Leah felt a little relaxed inside, she couldn't show it on the surface. She fixed her gaze on the man, standing high above, using her black wings to firmly shield Sabo behind her, with the blood-red sickle held horizontally in front of her. The cloak man leaped down and landed steadily in front of Leah. He lifted his face obscured by the cloak. His left cheek was covered with red square tattoos. He had no eyebrows, and his expression was fierce. He really did look like a pervert. At that moment, he seemed a bit awkward, trying to show a friendly smile. However, Leah couldn't see that at all. She could only see his twisted expression and the muscles on his face trembling, as if he was trying to coordinate his facial muscles, but it looked terrifying no matter how you looked at it. With the tattoo on the right side of his face resembling a slipper print, it seemed like even a child would cry upon seeing him. Leah was puzzled about how this guy could have such a cute son like Luffy. It seemed that the mother really saved the genes of the monkey family. With that expression, Leah even thought he might be losing his mind and would try to attack her. It seemed he also noticed Leah's increasingly wary gaze. He stopped struggling, relaxed his face, and became expressionless. "I am Monkey D, Dragon, Luffy's father," he said. Leah looked him up and down, and Sabo also emerged from behind Leah. Leah was in a bad mood today, especially when she realized that Luffy's deadbeat dad had been following her. She turned into a grumpy person again and said, "You're the unfilial son that old man talked about who ran off to join the Revolutionary Army?" Her father, Dragon, didn't mind Leah's unfriendly tone. Sabo, who should have recovered by now, didn't care why Nichan had shown up so timely. He curiously looked at the tall man in front of him. Sabo politely introduced himself. "I'm Sabo, Luffy's sworn brother." Then, with a puzzled expression, he asked, "So you're Luffy's dad? But didn't Luffy say he doesn't have a dad? I've never seen you come back to see Luffy before." Well, as the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon didn't expect to be caught off guard by a child's question one day. But when it came to Luffy, he couldn't refute anything. He indeed wasn't a competent father. And as a son, he was equally unfit as a father. Leah noticed his somewhat awkward expression and waved her hand, saying that it was meaningless to talk about what had already happened. He then said, "I should also thank you for taking care of Luffy all these years. As Luffy's father, I really haven't been competent. Luffy is my brother, so taking care of him is only natural. What I care about more is that you originally didn't plan to let the Revolutionary Army get involved in the affairs of the Goa Kingdom, right?" Leah's question was somewhat casual. Facing this younger generation who had joined him halfway, Dragon was quite candid. "We initially just intended to replenish supplies in Windmill Village. Since it's not far from Windmill Village, I thought I would come back to see Luffy and you." Leah took over the conversation, then saw me running around like a headless chicken, right? Although it's a question, the splendid affirmation is self-evident by then. "Actually, I didn't mean to. I was just a bit worried that you might be in danger. After all, there was such a big fire there. Today was the second time I was caught off guard by a question. Uncle Long, you could have just come out directly. Why did you have to follow me secretly? No wonder later in Rogtown, you made such a flashy appearance to help Luffy and the others escape." After Sabo regained his composure, his expression became sad again, because he realized that even if they brought down the leaders of this country, it wouldn't change the essence of the country, as long as the nobility exists. Their exploitation of the lower class will never cease. Leah patted the child's head as a temporary comfort. Leah glanced at Dorag, squatted down to look at the frustrated child, and said, "Sabo is a smart kid. I don't want to deceive you with those seemingly beautiful but actually cruel lies." Leighton paused and continued, "Sabo wants to go to sea alone because he despises this country, right? But what I want to tell you is that there are many countries like the Kingdom of Goa ruled by nobles. Therefore, as long as you exist in this world, no matter where you go, you will never find true happiness from the heart." Although Sabo is mature for his age and thinks about things far beyond his peers, when he hears these facts, he feels hopeless. It's as if countless hands are reaching out from all directions to choke him, and he cannot escape, only passively endure, as a deeper despair engulfs him. Does Sabo want to change all of this? Dorag suddenly asked. Sabo abruptly looked up at the man who resembled a human trafficker and claimed to be Luffy's father. "Yes. At no other time have I wanted it more than now. The corruption in this town is worse than the smell of a garbage dump. In such a world, even if I go to sea, I still won't feel free at all." Sabo shouted this with all his might, tears welling up in his eyes, unable to control his emotions. Has this country become so corrupt that it forces a 10-year-old child to say such things? Dorag said, astonished. Leah revealed her first genuine smile in days, pushing the child who had been wiping away tears in her arms towards Dorag, towards the path the child had chosen for himself. Rather than saying that fate is unchangeable, it is more accurate to say that Sabo chose this path himself. When a person sees the true ugliness of reality, is also when they grow. Leah understood that Sabo had truly found what he wanted. The freedom he sought could only be achieved by overthrowing the rule of the nobility. Sabo had once grown up behind high walls, and the indifference of his parents and the constraints of etiquette had made him long for the world beyond those walls. Initially, he had rebelled and stepped outside, and it was then that he met Ace and Luffy. Don't you look down on the common people? Don't you think the endpoints of uncertainty are all garbage? Then I will go against your wishes. I will go there. I will mingle with the common people there. I am a living person. I am free, not a tool for your arranged marriages. Sabo, what this uncle is doing is what you hope for. He is doing what I hope for? Sabo murmured as he removed his hand from his eyes. What exactly do I hope for? In truth, Sabo had been feeling very troubled inside, carrying a heavy burden. Especially when he looked towards the high walls, this sense of heaviness intensified. Later, when he met Ace at the endpoint of uncertainty, he immediately recognized the similarities between him and this child of similar age. They indeed became friends, running together on the foul-smelling garbage mountains, fighting side by side in the beast-infested Corbo Mountains, becoming companions in each other's childhoods. Initially, they were distrustful of each other. Ace was wary of Sabo, and Sabo was also cautious of this child who was on par with him. Sabo's life, at the endpoint of uncertainty, was not easy. People there fought brutally over scraps of bread, and the children were oppressed, struggling to survive. He had seen many kids curled up on the ground after being beaten for a bite to eat, and slightly older children would bully the younger ones. Children born at the endpoint of uncertainty rarely grew up. Sabo often saw the bodies of children, some abandoned by their parents at birth, some beaten to death by others. And even those vibrant lives he had seen just days ago, now lying cold on nameless garbage heaps. Sabo clearly understood this deeply. While Ace conquered the children of the region with his fists, Sabo quietly buried the dead children, preventing their bodies from being eaten by crows. Although Sabo felt infinite sadness towards everything around him, he was also helpless. As a young boy, he could not think of any way to solve these issues. So he placed his hope in going to sea. If I go to sea, I can escape everything now. That's what younger Sabo thought. But today, all these fantasies were completely shattered. Going to sea did not alleviate the emotions inside him at all. If the problems couldn't be solved, he would never achieve true happiness. At this moment, he recalled the words inMy had said in their ideology class. For the people to truly stand up. We cannot simply grasp the existing national order to achieve the liberation of the people. We must break the old national order and establish a new one, guiding the people to actively participate in national management. This statement was derived from Marxism, but to facilitate the children's understanding, Leah had transformed it this way. Anyone who has read Marx knows that many of his theories can indeed be called truths, but they can be somewhat esoteric. This was also Leah giving a little extra guidance to the smarter children to guide their thinking. Clever people often derive countless ideas from a single statement, and what Leah was doing was opening their minds, especially for Sabo, who would later become a member of the Revolutionary Army. It was crucial for him to understand these concepts. With Sabo's intelligence, he would inevitably become a significant figure in the Revolutionary Army. Teaching him some ideological strategies now would save them from many detours in the future. Sabo had previously not understood why inMy would talk so much about national reform and social change in class. Well, he just wanted to go to sea and become a pirate. These things seemed completely unrelated to him. But now he understood. inMy may have foreseen that one day he would embark on the path to overthrow the world government. After spending so long with inMy, Sabo knew that inMy had an exceptionally keen intuition about the future in many aspects. However, thinking about how inMy had shared so many groundbreaking ideas with him, he was not particularly surprised. To a certain extent, Sabo felt that the ideas inMy discussed were very advanced, at least compared to the books he had read before, which had never presented such thoughts. If Leah knew his thoughts, she would surely say, if there were such ideas, would the world have turned out this way? Wouldn't someone have risen to lead the people to overthrow the world government long ago? How could it be like this now, without making a splash, being suppressed instead? The power of the people should not be underestimated. Water can carry a boat, but can also capsize it. I am Dorag, the current leader of the Revolutionary Army. If you, Sabo, have that idea, perhaps you could try joining us and seek a way out of this world together. Observing Sabo's troubled contemplation, Dorag formally extended an invitation to him, not underestimating him just because he was a child. Sabo might have hesitated earlier, but when he saw the appreciation in the eyes of this fierce-looking man, with Leah's supportive gaze, he nodded. Leah now feels like her own child is about to go abroad for further studies, a mix of pride and reluctance. After all, this little one has been with her for several years and is one of the family members she recognizes. Having resolved the issue with Sabo, Leah starts asking Uncle Long how to deal with those celestial dragons. After interrogating them, they let them go. If they were to kill those scum, it would surely attract the Navy's attention, and the whereabouts of the Revolutionary Army cannot be exposed. Besides, we currently do not have the strength to confront the Navy head-on. Uncle Long's words are very straightforward, not avoiding the uncomfortable truth of the power imbalance. Leah thought for a moment, sighed, and said somewhat helplessly, "Since you've already seen some things, I don't mind letting you see a bit more, but we need to find a place to talk privately." "Is it about?" Dorag wanted to ask something more, but was directly interrupted by Leah. "It's about how to handle those celestial dragons." Uncle Long nodded in agreement after a brief thought, arranged the matters here, and instructed Ivankov to watch over Sabo. Then, Uncle Long followed Leah to a secluded and deserted place. After releasing his observation hockey and confirming that there was no one around, he made a gesture for Leah to speak. It was evident that Dorag did not consider himself as an elder, but instead placed Leah on an equal level for dialogue. "Just sending those trash back. Don't you think it's too lenient for them, Uncle Long? I have a method that can resolve your current concerns, and also, it will greatly reduce the difficulty when you want to insert undercover agents into the world government in the future," Leah said in a slightly lowered voice, casually stating this. "Oh, what is it?" Leah was the first to speak. In the human brain, there's a region called the prefrontal cortex. This area mainly controls people's memories and the accumulated experience for past events. If this area is damaged, a person will become an intellectually disabled idiot. I possess an ability that I name Puppet Mastery, which allows me to control people's behavior mentally, especially those who are intellectually challenged. Moreover, this ability can be transferred to others. So you mean to say that you plan to help us control the celestial dragon, so that our revolutionary army can obtain intelligence from the world government? That indeed gives us a great advantage. But Leah, why do you want to help us? Drago calmly asked this question. Leah smiled and said, "Well, it's nothing much. I generally don't discriminate against others. But I do discriminate against the celestial dragons. As long as they're not happy, I'm very happy." "What a bold thought." Uncle Long commented. "You can send someone to follow Charlos, disguised as his slave, so at 1T attract the attention of the world government. I think the current strength of the Revolutionary Army is still not enough to confront the world government directly. Although Charlos is an idiot, his status among the celestial dragons is not low. With some behind-the-scenes maneuvering, many things can be handled easily." Leah said this with shining eyes. Uncle Long looked at the little girl, who rarely showed a bit of childish temperament, her eyes sparkling with excitement, and he wondered where her thoughts were wandering. His gaze towards Leah softened. The house was filled with rascals, and now having a pretty little girl around made his heart feel a little softer. She was still young, full of mischief, but rare in her straightforwardness, perhaps because he was Luffy's father, which made the little girl more candid in front of him, her emotions clearly written on her face. The little girl was decisive in her actions, not dragging her feet. When she realized that things could not be salvaged, she could take the initiative, which showed great courage. As a far-sighted politician, his thoughts were certainly not limited to small details, yet the little girl was a bit ruthless. However, how compassionate was he in what he was doing? Revolution inevitably involves bloodshed and sacrifice to pull that person down from the throne. Many may have to avoid the fate that befell him when he took that position. This sounds pretty good. Leah must have her own ideas in helping us, right? In a good mood, Uncle Long's words also sounded a bit like he was coaxing a child. Leah shifted her gaze and said, "Uncle Long, the Revolutionary Army has been out there for a long time, rescuing the citizens of non-member countries. The food supply is a major issue, right?" Dorag nodded frankly. "If it weren't for the need to replenish our supplies, we wouldn't have come to the kingdom of Goya this time, nor would we have encountered today's situation. It's quite a coincidence. Then let's collaborate. For Uncle Long's sake, I will provide you with food at half the market price, with the condition that I want the intelligence you gather from the various islands in the Grand Line. In the future, we can also share intelligence for mutual benefit." Leah felt very happy inside. With Usia as the current user of the plant fruit, making rice mature was a piece of cake. This food could not only make money, but also be exchanged for intelligence, a guaranteed profit. Well, Uncle Long wanted to say something, but Leah added, "And there's more to our cooperation. I plan to set up my own laboratory to research new weapons. When the products are ready, I can prioritize supplying them to the Revolutionary Army. Furthermore, I have ample reserves of not just food, but also military supplies like medicine. And my business partners are spread across the seas. I also plan to venture into the Grand Line with scholars, and our scale will only grow larger in the future." Plus, considering Sabo's connections, I will offer you corresponding discounts. You will definitely not lose out by cooperating with us, Uncle Long. What do you think? For the sake of her laboratory, Leah had almost pulled in every reputable scholar from all over the world onto her pirate ship, using threats or monetary power. For some scientists who were very academically inclined and unwilling to join Leah's team, she chose the most traditional method of persuasion, painting a grand vision. Leah's skill in making big plans is quite proficient. This is because Leah is an ancient creature with a cumulative age that is hard to quantify, and the knowledge and experience she has accumulated are quite formidable. Therefore, she can have a conversation with experts in any field of research. Although she may not understand complex formulas and theorems, she can grasp the research direction they are pursuing and the level of collective research. She can easily recall the research findings and application areas her teachers discussed during her studies and share them with scientists when they encounter a dead end in their research. She offers suggestions and paints a beautiful blueprint for the future, emphasizing how promising it is to follow her. Naturally, they would be eager to work with her. Of course, Leah is not exploitative. She ensures employee benefits are guaranteed. If you want a horse to run, you must feed it grass. As a leader, you don't need to delve deeply into a specific field, but your knowledge must be broad. Otherwise, if you are clueless when questioned, truly capable individuals won't see you as a good talent scout, and they won't want to follow you. However, in the OP world, as long as your strength is sufficient, people will come to follow you voluntarily. Leah's personality is indeed the type that won't work without benefits. However, in the field of scientific research, you have to invest money up front until you achieve results. Although the initial investment is large, once results are achieved, it can definitely drive progress in a certain field, which, to some extent, can benefit all of humanity. Leah sometimes thinks that perhaps one day, through technological means, she could change the whole world. She lets her dreams drift far away. And anyway, in this life, she has made up her mind to live freely and gracefully, to become strong, and to protect the people she cares about. She doesn't dare to take risks when it comes to her family, but in other aspects, she does whatever comes to mind. Since she has nothing to lose, money can be earned again, and failures can be started over. However, once a person dies, they cannot come back to life, which is why she is so restrained in her actions now, trying to avoid bringing trouble to those around her. Since Leah has said this much, what reason do I have to refuse? At that time, I still need to inform the finance department below, and specific matters will need to be discussed at a later time. After pondering for a while, Uncle Long agreed. In fact, if it weren't for Uncle Long being Luffy's father, today's matters would not have gone so smoothly, because Uncle Long intervened in today's events. He took on a big trouble for Leah, which improved her mood quite a bit. So let's cooperate happily, Leah said as she extended her hand first. Happy cooperation. Uncle Long couldn't help but reach out and pat the little girl's head, clearly treating her like his own daughter. Leah looked at Uncle Long with a resentful gaze and said, Uncle Long, don't just touch my head casually or I won't grow tall. In order to welcome the celestial dragons, the townspeople gathered at the port, which significantly reduced the difficulty of the Revolutionary Army's actions. The king was unable to mobilize even the royal guard and was already controlled along with his family. The king was dumbfounded. Everything he saw today shocked and even terrified him. A beautiful woman appeared in the square, one he had never seen before, and he planned to capture her and enjoy her after hosting the noble guests. Little did he know that the woman would transform into a devilish figure right under his nose. He wondered why anyone would still go to sea today and how the people below were working. That child even dared to approach the noble celestial dragon's ship in a small boat. If they angered the noble, they would certainly be implicated. At that moment, something even more astonishing happened. The beautiful woman suddenly sprouted enormous black wings from her back, flying up and scattering many people, even saving that child. His first thought was that this would surely anger the noble, and they would be punished. Even more terrifying events unfolded. That woman actually attacked the celestial dragon. Did she have no fear of the noble? As chaos erupted, the crowd began to riot. He had thought the woman would restrain herself because of the celestial dragon, but she did not. Her attacks were aimed directly at the celestial dragon. What kind of power was this? A large ship was sunk with a single blow, and before he could react, he and other rulers from the kingdom were already under their control. The change of the kingdom's regime happened overnight. It was a rare, bloodless war. The process of seizing power was not difficult, but the challenge lay in how to reform the country afterward. As Leah knew, the Revolutionary Army did not yet have a clear plan or method for post-war national reform, and even their ideological guidance was incomplete. In fact, this situation could be likened to China's land revolution, The social structure of the Goya kingdom was similar to that of the Western world before the revolution, where the Catholic Church and monarchy controlled political power. Nobles were granted privileges, owned the means of production, and exploited the common people, even if the rulers were overthrown. If the fundamental social systems were not reformed, the lives of ordinary people would not improve. Before long, society would fall back into chaos, and new rulers would rise to power, unable to change the people's plight. The revolution carried out by the Revolutionary Army was, in fact, incomplete. Generally speaking, the premise of a revolution must involve an ideological enlightenment movement. If there is no ideological enlightenment, some people may not even realize they are being oppressed and exploited, especially those ordinary people employed in noble households who relied on meager wages from the nobles for their survival. Sometimes even the entire family depended on nobles. Due to their limited thinking, they might even feel grateful to the nobles, thinking, our existence relies on the nobles. They're not exploiting us, they're saving us. On this point, Leah was very generous. She gave Uncle Long the lesson plan she had prepared for her students, urging him to study them carefully and use them appropriately, saying these were the ideas of two long-deceased great thinkers. Of course, they were Marx and Engels, the great mentors and leaders of the world proletariat, who guided the working people of the world on the path to achieve socialism. How could Leah dare to claim these ideas as her own? If she could help Marxism flourish in the OP world, she would feel immensely honored. Although Leah was greedy and cunning, she did not dare to disrespect great figures. As for what to do about the Goya kingdom, that was something the Revolutionary Army needed to consider. Reforming the country from top to bottom was not something Leah could solve with a few ideas. Therefore, we can set aside the follow-up to the Goya kingdom for now. Leah still had many issues to address. First, she needed to help the Revolutionary Army select an undercover agent to control Charles, and then arrange for those who survived at the uncertain destination to receive medical treatment. For those willing to stay and work for her after healing, she needed to allocate some staff to train them. For those unwilling to stay, they had to pay or sign IOUs. In short, there is no such thing as a free lunch in the world. One should not casually spread their goodwill. If one extends kindness to the end, others may take it for granted, and that would lead to discomfort for oneself. The Revolutionary Army now had to properly arrange matters in the Goya kingdom, and for the time being, Uncle Long and the others would not leave. After everything was arranged, Leah took Sabo back to Windmill Village, where he and Ace needed a formal farewell, as well as with Dayton. Although Dayton did not speak of it, she was very worried about the three brothers. Leah's inner self quietly took out a handkerchief. She could never stand these scenes of farewell, especially since her own child was going to join the Revolutionary Army. And given the nature of the Revolutionary Army, once a confidentiality agreement was signed, it would be very difficult for Sabo to find an opportunity to come home and visit them. To her surprise, when Leah brought Sabo home, Luffy was already crying in a little ball. Leah had never seen Luffy cry with such despair before. Usually, Luffy cried because he was beaten, bullied, or hurt. Though he was a crybaby, this time it felt completely different. Ace also clenched his fists and stood beside Luffy, looking very sad as well. But because Luffy was there, he held back, not knowing how to comfort the heartbroken Luffy. The moment Leah pushed the door open with Sabo, Ace and Luffy turned to look in their direction, and the air seemed to freeze for a moment. It was Luffy who reacted first, wiping his nose as he rushed towards Leah and the others. Nichan. The uncle selling salmon came back and told us Sabo was dead. He also said you were caught by a fierce-looking guy, and Ace and I were so worried. Luffy cried out. Sabo caught Luffy as he lunged at him, and Luffy wrapped his rubber arms tightly around Sabo, crying with tears and snot. Ace rubbed his eyes, seemingly in disbelief, and exclaimed anxiously, Nichan, Sabo, so you guys are okay? Leah covered her face, saying, isn't the rumor just too absurd? After Sabo and Luffy carefully explained the situation, Ace and Luffy finally felt relieved. Once Luffy stopped crying, he curiously picked his nose and asked Leah, Nichan, do I really have a dad? He added, and what is the Revolutionary Army? Ace also asked, yeah, what does the Revolutionary Army do? Leah replied, actually, I'm not too clear on what the Revolutionary Army is doing either. Sabo scratched his head, embarrassed and revealing his gap-toothed smile. Leah touched her chin and said, I should have introduced it earlier. The world government is the largest international organization in this world, with over 170 member countries. The highest leader of the world government is I'm, and the highest executors are the 5 elders, who are the 5 people with the highest power in the world. The world government has many affiliated organizations, including direct secret spy agencies, CP0, CP9, the Navy, the Seven Warlords of the Sea, the Science Division, the Undersea Great Prison, Judicial Island, and more. Its influence covers the 4 seas and the first half of the Grand Line, excluding the New World. The Revolutionary Army is working to unite countries that refuse to be oppressed by the world government to overthrow this giant. Wow, that sounds so cool, Luffy said. So the Revolutionary Army will be targeted by the world government, right? Ace asked, clearly thinking more deeply. Well, they will indeed be targeted. The leader of the Revolutionary Army, who is also Luffy's father, Dragon, has been labeled as the world's most dangerous criminal by the world government, Leah replied. Then isn't it very dangerous for Sabo to join the Revolutionary Army? Ace asked. Will Sabo be very dangerous in the future? Ace and Luffy exchanged glances between Sabo and Leah. Hey, Ace, Luffy, don't underestimate me. I'm really strong, Sabo quickly retorted. Leah chuckled lightly, gently tapping Ace and Sabo on the forehead, and said, You two still have a nerve to say that? Didn't you both say you wanted to find the One Piece and become a pirate king? This matter is not simpler than the Revolutionary Army overthrowing the world government. If you want to pursue safety and low risk, why not just follow the old man and join the Navy? Absolutely not. I want to become the pirate king. I want to gain the highest fame on this sea, and I want to surpass Roger, Ace said, crossing his arms loudly. Come on, I've already made a promise with Shanks. I'm going to be the man who becomes the pirate king, Luffy also exclaimed loudly. Leah waved her hand and smiled, saying, All right. I know that Luffy and Ace are both little men, not afraid of danger. I was just teasing you guys earlier. And me and inMy-chan. I will definitely make this world a better place in the future. Sabo also eagerly shouted out his feelings. Leah patted the heads of the 3 kids and said, Sister believes that you will definitely achieve what you want to do. Leah was very serious when she said this. She was genuinely affirming the dreams of the 3 children. Sister will go help Sabo pack some things first. You 3 must have things to talk about, so I won't disturb you. After saying this, Leah left the room to help Sabo. She rummaged through boxes and found a phone bug. Sabo had lost his previous one, so she needed to find another one for him to carry. It was already bad enough that they couldn't meet, and if they couldn't even make a phone call to check in, that would be terrible. Clothes, shoes, and Sabo's favorite snacks, along with some books he liked from Leah's bookshelf. Since Sabo enjoyed these, often holding them in his hands and not wanting to put them down, Leah decided to take them all. She also included the small toys she made for them during her free time. If conditions allowed, Leah even wanted to go to Baruti to personally set up a room for Sabo. Leah came to her senses and looked at the large pile of items she had dug up from the ground. She rubbed her forehead and suddenly felt a bit emotional. Ever since she arrived in this world, her facial expressions had become more varied, and there were more and more things to worry about. Whenever she faced Luffy and the others, she couldn't help but feel worried for them. Occasionally, she would see expressions of sadness or grievance on their faces. And every time she saw those poor little expressions, Leah couldn't help but soften her heart. However, the 3 kids were easy to coax. As long as she gave them something delicious to eat, they would bounce back no matter what happened. Sabo and Ace often argued about who was the older brother, and each time they would get so heated that it looked like they were about to start a fight with a water hose. Every time Leah saw them like this, she felt they were very cute. Indeed, they were very cute. Although Ace was a bit impulsive, he was a good kid. He wouldn't bully the weak or hold grudges. Sometimes, when he argued with Luffy, he could ignore him for days. But once Luffy was in danger, Ace would be the first to rush to his side. As for Sabo, he was more polite and gentle. He always had an extra layer of consideration. Sabo played a very important role as a safety net among the 3. And after spending so much time with him, Leah was not surprised that Sabo would eventually become a chief of staff type of character. Sighing softly, Leah squatted down to pick out some unnecessary items from a pile. Hey Ace, Luffy, I'm sorry, but I have to go ahead of you. I'm going to the sea first. What are you apologizing for? You're just chasing your dreams. As brothers, Luffy and I will definitely support you. Perhaps the atmosphere of parting was a bit heavy. Ace, rarely no longer awkward, spoke his true feelings to Sabo. How annoying. You let Sabo set sail before you. Luffy pouted, dissatisfied. Ha ha ha. Luffy, you're still the same. Your focus is so different from everyone else, Sabo said with a smile. Sabo, looking at the not-so-happy Ace, said, By the way, Ace, who exactly is the older brother between us? 2 older brothers, 1 younger brother. Although it's a bit strange, this bond is the most precious treasure in the world to me. Hey, what are you suddenly saying this for? It's so cheesy, Ace said, his ears turning red. Sabo's tone suddenly became serious as he patted Luffy's shoulder and said, Ace, Luffy is weak, cries a lot, and loves to cause trouble. But Luffy is our little brother, and when I'm not around, I hope you could take care of him. Hey Sabo, how am I weak? My arms are like guns. Luffy retorted unhappily. Do you really need to tell me that? I'm also Luffy's older brother, Ace said, crossing his arms proudly. Ha ha ha, Ace, from now on, don't speak like that. You clearly mean well, but you end up sounding annoying. Sabo patted Ace's shoulder. Ace, all right, then let's make a promise here. Sabo extended his little fist. Luffy and Ace also extended their fists, and the three of them bumped fists together. Sabo said, the next time we meet, we must all have become stronger and able to stand on our own. I will be training hard in another place. By then, Ace, you might not be my match. Hey, I will also become very strong, and I will definitely beat you and Ace, said Luffy. What nonsense are you talking? The strongest person will definitely be me, said Ace. Sabo, then let us all work hard and meet at the top. Ace, meet at the top. Luffy, he meet at the top. As for Yuja, I believe everyone is quite familiar with her. Yuja is a celestial dragon, and one of the very few intelligent ones among them. Yuja loves to learn, is well-read, and has a wide range of interests. It can be said that as long as it's something Yuja is interested in, she will spend time and effort to learn about it. Of course, everyone has different areas of expertise, and the skill levels gained through learning vary. But Yuja is a severe perfectionist. She wants to become a versatile fighter, and she can't afford to miss a single angle. If she decides to learn something, she must master it completely. Coincidentally, when Yuja first met Leah, she was obsessed with business at that time. Yuja is smart and a good learner, which sets her apart from almost all other celestial dragons. The celestial dragons consider themselves descendants of creators, thinking of themselves as gods, while others are mortals. 800 years ago, 20 ambitious kings from 20 countries formed the world government, and as creators, these kings brought their families to live in Mariewa. The only exception was the Nefertari royal family from the Alabasta kingdom, which refused to settle in Mariewa. The descendants of these 19 kings now rule the world government, enjoying privileges and considering themselves descendants of creators. The celestial dragons enjoy the greatest privileges in the world and possess the largest wealth, collecting enormous amounts of celestial gold from over 170 member countries each year. Naturally, countries that cannot pay the celestial gold become non-member countries. Although the world government is nominally controlled by the World Conference, in reality, the celestial dragons have long been secretly manipulating it, turning the world government into a tool for their dictatorship over the world. Therefore, the celestial dragons can be said to be the true elite born with a silver spoon. For most celestial dragons, the only thing to do in life is to indulge in pleasure. However, Yuja stands out among those who only know how to enjoy life. She is so excellent that one of the 5 highest-ranking leaders of the world government, the bald-headed, mustachioed Gorosei, once intended to take Yuja under his wing for cultivation, clearly treating her as a successor. When a lazy person mixes with a group of excellent people, often it is the lazy person who feels guilty, while when a smart person mixes with a group of lazy ones, those lazy people will develop resentment towards the smart one. Why should we all indulge while you stand out alone? The celestial dragons have been at the top of the world for 800 years. Your efforts 1T grant you more power, so why do you still work so hard? Yuja is just pretending. She doesn't even go to see the interesting Colosseum, just to show off in front of the Gorosei. The whole Mariewa must be full of her acting. Of course, all this malice is hidden in their hearts. Yuja is favored by the Gorosei, and while they dare not offend her on the surface, they probably scold her behind her back countless times. Because the Gorosei value Yuja, even her family has received more attention, giving Yuja more rights to control her own destiny. However, before this, Yuja was also suppressed by her family at home. Especially as the idiotic younger brother who is the heir of the family, he always finds various excuses to make things difficult for Yuxia. Yuxia's parents instilled in her the idea from a young age that she should become dignified and elegant, so that she could marry a descendant of the 5 elders in the future, fighting for the greatest benefits for her family and her brother. Yuxia's parents do not oppose her learning various skills because they attribute the value of all her efforts to climbing the social ladder. They believe that as long as their woman is outstanding enough, she might be able to marry into a prominent family among the celestial dragons, such as the 5 elders. Yuxia has always been a smart, rational person with a clear mind. She has tried every means to fight for her right to control her own destiny. Of course, she succeeded. She gained the recognition of the 5 elders. Because of this, her parents even prepared to kick her brother out of the position of heir, which deepened her stupid and domineering brother's resentment towards her. This would lead him to gloat over her when she was diagnosed with an incurable disease, slowly weakening until her death, and then he would drive her out of Mariehua. Yuxia has never liked Mariehua, and she particularly despises the celestial dragons around her, who are ignorant and arrogant. However, Yuxia is not ashamed of being a noble like Sabo. She simply wonders why the people around her take ignorance as a form of pride. As a genius with an IQ clearly above average, Yuxia genuinely despises this lack of ambition. Yuxia has always been unconventional, and one notable aspect among the celestial dragons is that she does not like to keep slaves. Of course, it is not because she has any human right beliefs. She thinks that only those who cannot take care of themselves do such foolish things, which have no value at all. In short, she despises everything that could affect her intelligence. Yuxia shows relative indifference towards her parents. She knows that they only see her as a commodity with a clear price tag. So, she positions herself as the commodity displayed in the most noble showcase. Similarly, Yuxia also only sees her parents as a means to her own value. With her parents around, she does not have to worry about her learning resources, and she will also use her value to bring benefits to the family. But this exchange is premised on her need for the right to control her own life. As for her brother, she has never regarded that younger child, who is blood-related to her, with any importance. He only plays petty tricks that are not worth mentioning. If she really wanted to compete with him for the position of heir, she could think of 100 ways to pull that child down from the position. Even in the end, when Yuxia is gravely ill and again faces comprehensive suppression, that child's way of seeking revenge against her remains insignificant and ineffective. In fact, Leah has some sympathy for Yuxia. Leah has a keen perception of human life. When she first met Yuxia, Leah already sensed the sickness hidden beneath Yuxia's delicate makeup. Yuxia's body is like a giant funnel, with life continuously leaking down through it without pause. Leah could even determine the exact day when Yuxia's life would come to an end. This was not something that could simply be explained by illness. However, Leah did not want to remind her or get involved in the matter. She hated the unknown and disliked trouble, and there must be a significant problem behind it. But how can the bond between people be clearly defined? In fact, the moment Leah first saw Yuxia, she felt a certain fondness for her, a feeling that even surpassed her disdain for the celestial dragons. In Yuxia's eyes, there were two emotions that were impossible to ignore: the coldness of human relationships and a yearning for the world. When Leah first met Yuxia, she had a strange intuition that this person would definitely be of use to her in the future. The depth of feelings cannot be measured by time. Some people grow old together without truly knowing each other, while others feel an instant connection upon first meeting. Leah's initial plan was to treat Yuxia purely as a useful tool, and utilizing Yuxia's identity as a celestial dragon indeed made Leah's career much smoother, especially with Yuxia's strong financial support. It must be said that a significant part of the reason for Leah's early entrepreneurial success was due to Yuxia's support. Perhaps due to a slight initial fondness for Yuxia. After Yuxia helped Leah so much, Leah rarely felt a twinge of conscience, and considering that Yuxia wouldn't live much longer, she felt she should fulfill some of Yuxia's wishes. Thus, Yuxia began to gather renowned scholars from all over the world. From initially wanting to satisfy Yuxia's desire for knowledge by collecting scholars to seriously investing in advanced laboratories, Leah didn't think too much about the pros and cons. Perhaps in Leah's heart, she also wanted to experience the power of technology and see what changes technological development would bring to this strength-oriented world. At the beginning of the laboratory's establishment, Yuxia would spend her days starry-eyed, following those scientists around the lab, sometimes even willingly taking on menial tasks for them, such as recording experimental data and preparing some basic reagents. Among them, Yuxia was most interested in a botanist named Tutankhamun, who devoted his life to compiling a comprehensive guide to the plants of the North Sea. This scholar truly traveled to every island in the North Sea, documenting all the plants he had seen throughout his life, including medicinal herbs that could save lives, poisonous plants that could kill, sunflowers with smiling faces, and carnivorous plants that could swallow a child. This carnivorous plant even sways. In short, the plants recorded in this guide are incredibly diverse. Leah encountered this scholar while trading in the North Sea, where she found this Mediterranean professor floating on a piece of wood. After drifting in the sea for too long, the professor's bald head had grown a tuft of green seaweed, giving off a certain vibe that was hard to describe. Professor Tutankhamun was quite remarkable, having survived for over 10 days without food, and he managed to traverse the entire North Sea on his own. The world was not peaceful. Leah only dared to venture out to expand her business after regaining some strength. Professor Tutankhamun dedicated his life to compiling the flora of the North Sea, spending his entire life on this book, never staying in one place for long and remaining unmarried. Perhaps the time spent adrift at sea, isolated and helpless, made him realize the limits of human endurance. After that, he chose to stay at Leah's research institution to focus on perfecting the flora of the North Sea. In fact, when Leah rescued Tutankhamun, his body had already suffered severe damage. To put it bluntly, he did not have long to live. Perhaps it was the true, scholarly spirit within Professor Tutankhamun that touched Yusha, leading her to develop an interest in botany. There was a spirit in Tutankhamun that moved Leah, perhaps because he sensed his life was nearing its end. Therefore, during his final days, he worked tirelessly to complete his book, often neglecting sleep and food. Fortunately, he managed to finalize the compilation of the book in the end. In a way, Yusha and Professor Tutankhamun stood at similar crossroads in their destinies. Initially, Yusha pursued botany out of curiosity, but later she followed him out of confusion. She couldn't understand why someone, nearly coughing up their lungs, would continue to write. After the book was completed, Yusha looked at Tutankhamun, who seemed to have a moment of revival, but his complexion was very poor, as if he might collapse at any moment. Yet he still managed to show a genuine smile of relief. Why can you still smile? The slaves I saw in Mary Geos before they died had eyes full of unwillingness and fear of death. Aren't you afraid of dying? Yusha asked at Tutankhamun's bedside, the flickering oil lamp casting a dim light on her face, making her expression hard to discern. Tutankhamun extended his frail arm to pick up the flora of the North Sea beside him, his hand trembling slightly. However, he gently caressed the book and said intermittently, "Since my youth, I have set the goal of completing this book. The joy of my life comes from this goal, and the hardships I have faced also stem from it. My original goal was to compile a world flora, but my abilities are limited. I can only get this far. If I can complete the flora of the North Sea, my life will have been fulfilled. The only regret may be that I cannot find someone to inherit my will. But it's all right, as long as this book survives. One day, someone will emerge to carry on my legacy and expand the flora of the North Sea into a world flora. Miss Leah has already promised me that she will help preserve this book until someone capable appears, at which point she will hand it over to that person." Although Tutankhamun's voice trembled as he spoke, he was still smiling contentedly. "Mr. Tutankhamun, perhaps, I say perhaps, you could entrust the book to me. Though I may not have many years left, I will do my utmost to expand its content in that time." The last segment of Tutankhamun's life was spent with Yusha by his side. In the end, perhaps he was moved by her sincerity. Under the dim light of the oil lamp, the shadows of their hands joining were cast on the mottled wall, and Tutankhamun chose to pass on his life's work to Yusha. Tutankhamun's tomb was chosen on Sicily, personally selected by Yusha, who even funded a statue for him. The inscription read, "Brave in the pursuit of truth, in memory of the great scholar's spirit." The statue of Tutankhamun bore no annotations or interpretations, only his name carved in the lower right corner. After the establishment of Franciscana University, Tutankhamun's statue became a symbol of the scholar's courage to pursue truth. Since then, Yusha seemed to have found her life's purpose. She no longer studied other obscure subjects and focused solely on botany. She began offering rewards for rare plants, using her status as a celestial dragon to fund these efforts. As long as someone brought a well-preserved specimen to her, Yusha would provide a monetary reward. During that time, a fervor for plant collecting even swept through the kingdom of Goya. As time passed, Yusha's health gradually declined, yet her brow relaxed day by day. Between life and death, she seemed to understand much. Though she still disliked unintelligent people, she had learned to coexist with those around her. For some unknown reason, Yusha's attitude towards Leah was very sincere, even to the point of favoritism. If it weren't for knowing that Yusha had a very ambiguous concept of gender, Leah might have thought that Yusha had feelings for her. Leah was originally considering whether to avoid meeting Yusha during that period as a way to politely decline Yusha's kindness towards her. However, it seemed that Yusha had a hold over Leah, always inviting her over under the pretext of showcasing valuable jewelry. Moreover, Yusha didn't just stop at showing. If she noticed Leah staring at something for more than 30 seconds, she would casually wave her delicate hand and gift it to Leah. It was simply extravagant to an unreasonable extent. Leah could forgive Shanks for stealing her wine for a gemstone dagger before, and now, well, sister, look at me. Who doesn't tea like a rich woman? And this rich woman is generous to herself. It's like begging for a wealthy woman to be close. All right. Yes. Under Yusha's careful attention, cough. Let us be straightforward. Under Yusha's financial prowess, Leah successfully regarded Yuxia as a friend. Yuxia is quite sensitive to numbers, and Leah is getting busier, staring at those densely packed ledgers all night long. There's no way around it. Every time, there are many mistakes in the ledgers. And it's not that the people under her are deliberately neglecting Leah, but rather their mathematical skills are limited, often leading to small decimal discrepancies. Leah spends a lot of time proofreading at these times. At that moment, Yuxia was in a state of great interest in business, and that girl is quite sensitive to numbers, handling these matters with remarkable efficiency. For quite a long time, Leah handed those accounts over to Yuxia to manage. In fact, Leah is gradually starting to recognize Yuxia. From a certain perspective, Yuxia is indeed a genius. She can handle many things perfectly, though she has a bit of a sharp tongue. Yuxia really seems to care about Leah. She appears to treat Leah as her last source of solace in life. Anticipating that her time is short, today, she called Leah over to discuss her final arrangements. Back in Mariehua, I really disliked the fools around me, thinking they were unworthy of being my friends. Leah, you are the first. You love jewelry so much. When I die, I will leave all of these to you, and no one else could take advantage of it. At the time she said this, Yuxia was already too ill to get out of bed. But she is still smiling now, much like Tutankhamun back then. Leah had thought about taking those jewels for herself ever since she first admired them, waiting for the moment when the owner would pass away. However, when that little girl weakly said she wanted to give all the jewels to her, Leah was unexpectedly not as happy as she had imagined. Instead, her heart sank. Yuxia had helped Leah so much. It was impossible for Leah to feel no emotional impact at all. Leah regarded Yuxia as her friend. In fact, when Leah felt comfortable entrusting certain matters to Yuxia, she had already considered Yuxia as one of her own. Now, seeing this young girl face death so calmly, Leah suddenly felt a bit sad inside. Leah dragged a chair to sit in front of Yuxia's sickbed, her face serious as she crossed her arms and looked at the smiling girl, asking Yuxia, "You should know that I approached you initially to use you, right?" Yuxia rolled her eyes dramatically and replied, "Even if I didn't know at first. Seeing you act like a fool over jewelry made it pretty obvious." Leah continued, "Then why do you still want to keep in touch with me? You can't possibly like me, right? Like being taken advantage of by me?" Leah felt helpless. As she faced death, Yuxia became more candid, saying, "Actually, Leah, you look a lot like my favorite doll when I was a child." "Leah, is that it?" "Well, not really. It's just that my bastard brother burned that doll. It was the first thing I ever liked in my life." "And Leah, you're really smart." Yuxia said these words a bit hesitantly. "Goodness, it seems I'm not just a substitute, but also a substitute for a doll." "Yuxia, you really are." Leah was speechless. "Haha, today, Yuxia seemed to be in a good mood, laughing a lot. "I was just joking, though it's not really a funny joke. In fact, Leah has a kind of charm that attracts me, making it hard for me to stay away from you." "What is it?" Yuxia asked. "It's liveliness." Yuxia paused for a moment and said, "I've seen pirates too. I used to think they would sail freely on the sea, that they would be free. But when I actually saw them, I felt terrible. They were just a bunch of scum consumed by greed, and I didn't see anything I wanted to see. But you, Leah, are different. The liveliness in your eyes is completely natural. Even back then, when you were just a commoner with little influence, the confidence and courage radiating from your eyes were so dazzling that even through the mask All right, you nobles are so pretentious. Isn't it just that you were attracted by my charm when you first met me?" Leah interrupted. "That's a fair point," Yuxia agreed. "Since that's the case, Yuxia, our acquaintance started from mutual benefit. So how about I make another deal with you here?" Leah suddenly smiled. "Oh, Leah, what are you planning to do?" "Yuxia, actually, I don't think your illness is that simple, but I have a way to cure you," Leah explained somewhat hesitantly. Yuxia waved her hand and said, "Actually, I've guessed some things over the years since I was sent to the kingdom of Goya. A clever tabby appearing among a group of pigs treated as mascots will always attract some people's ire. Those in power must be troubled by this issue. What if this clever tabby wakes up all the surrounding pigs? It seems you already have an idea in your heart." "Yuxia," Leah said, crossing her arms. "At first, I didn't understand, but after all this time, how could I not? Some things had long been marked with a price in the dark." Yuxia looked out the window, her gaze becoming deep, and a hint of barely perceptible resentment flashed by. Leah understood the deeper meaning in Yuxia's words and then asked, "It seems that you still don't trust me. You've never talked to me about these things." Leah was not angry at Yuxia for not trusting her. It was only natural. Leah's initial intention in getting close to Yuxia was to take advantage of her, and she felt she had no right to be upset with Yuxia over such matters. It wasn't a matter of distrust, but rather, "I know you, Leah. You really hate trouble, and my illness involved a lot of people and issues. which would undoubtedly be a huge hassle. I don't want to be friends only to leave behind a bunch of grievances when I die. Asking you to avenge me or something like that. In your words, that would be too low. Yuxia looked at Leah with a smile. Leah turned her face away, feeling a bit touched. Then why don't you just not die? If you don't want to leave me with trouble, then live on and solve this trouble yourself. She said in as calm a tone as possible. It seems our Leah is still a bit reluctant to see me go. Cough, cough. Yuxia wanted to tease Leah, but she started coughing halfway through. Leah hurriedly turned around to pat Yuxia's back and helped her catch her breath. Yuxia waved her hand, signaling Leah to stop, and said, I'm fine, Leah. If I could, of course, I would want to survive. But you also said you're a businessman, so tell me what price I have to pay, Leah. Well, life is priceless, and I don't even know how to calculate that. So how about this, Yuxia? You come work for me. Leah hesitated to say this. Then I will work for you for a lifetime, Yuxia immediately added. Isn't a lifetime a bit long? Leah asked with some doubt. That's nothing. Of all the people I've met in my life, I feel the most relaxed when I'm with you, Leah. Bruce. Being by your side gives me the opportunity to complete the world plant compendium left by Professor Tutankhamun. Most importantly, I will have the chance to personally solve the problems I'm facing. Thinking about it this way, I'm the one who benefits, Yuxia said in a logical manner. So have we reached a consensus? Leah asked. A faint smile appeared on Yuxia's pale face as she said, Of course, Leah, from now on, you are my boss. No, you should call me Captain. I plan to become one of the 7 warlords in the future, Leah said, sharing her future plans. That's true. If you want to grow and strengthen the business, as the president of the Chamber of Commerce, you must have a certain level of strength and reputation to intimidate those petty criminals. Yuxia agreed with Leah's view. Yuxia, why don't you become the vice president of the Chamber of Commerce? Leah started asking for Yuxia's opinion. Leah, I can manage the Chamber's affairs well, but I have a fatal flaw. Apart from my celestial dragon identity, I actually have no real strength, so I can't keep the subordinates in check. Yuxia pointed out her shortcomings decisively. You don't need to worry about that. To cure your illness, there's actually only one method. You need to eat the plant fruit. Let me put it plainly. You are like a deflated balloon right now. Your vitality is rapidly fading, and the lost vitality cannot be replenished. But the plant fruit represents vitality. Only it can act as a device similar to a generator in your body, supplying you with the life force needed to maintain your body's vitality. Leah explained this issue quickly to Yuxia. Moreover, after consuming the fruit, you must also strengthen your application and training of this fruit to enhance your physique and support the operation of that device in your body. Leah paused and then said, I still cannot eliminate the hidden dangers in your body. This method can only ensure that you don't die. To completely resolve the hidden dangers in your body, you need to find the person who has tampered with your body and make sure you are completely free from risk. I roughly understand what you mean, Leah. I will train hard and strive to go to that place to settle the score with him. Yuxia clenched her fists and said this firmly. Leah patted Yuxia's shoulder without saying any comforting words. Leah estimated that this matter was also related to Yuxia's few dysfunctional family members. The search for the Zhiji fruit was progressing relatively smoothly, as mentioned earlier, so I won't elaborate further. After consuming the Zhiji fruit, Yuxia underwent a period of rehabilitation training. After that, Leah constructively provided Yuxia with many ideas and thoughts for developing her fruit abilities. When Yuxia's strength reached a certain level and gained the recognition of most of her subordinates, Leah officially announced to the entire association that Yuxia would serve as the vice president. Yuxia's own abilities also brought a significant income to the association, which will be detailed later. When they met Mr. Corazon, he was once again coming out of the hospital's diagnosis room with little Luo. They walked quite far, yet they could still hear the fear and disgust coming from the doctors and nurses inside the diagnosis room. News spread quickly, and it seemed that in an instant, everyone in the hospital knew that a child with plumbum disease had arrived. When those doctors, nurses, and even patients saw the white patches on Luo's body, some ran away in terror, while others covered their mouths and noses in disgust, and some even wanted to pick up weapons to drive them away. But they were all deterred by Mr. Corazon's fierce gaze. Little Luo clenched his fists, lowered his head, and followed Mr. Corazon, silently enduring the malice coming from all directions. Time and again, he faced everyone's disgust and fear. They called him the White Monster, as if he were an ominous being that would bring misfortune to everyone. Corazon walked ahead while little Luo followed behind, silently making their way down the hallway. At first, Mr. Corazon would reprimand those who spoke disrespectfully. However, after so many disappointments, Luo's time was running short, and they had to hurry to the next hospital. Meanwhile, Leah was about to take people to the principal's office upstairs to discuss medication procurement, as today was relatively easy without any troublesome matters to handle. Therefore, Leah brought Makabaka along for company. Now, Makabaka was curled up entirely in Leah's arms, its tail wagging like a big whip. Only after Leah gave its big but a pat did it retract its tail and look at Leah with wet, pitiful eyes. Leah was leading people up the stairs when Mr. Colasun and little Luo happened to arrive at the bottom of the stairs, encountering each other unexpectedly. Of course, Makabaka wouldn't stay put. Just as Leah was exchanging glances with Colasun across a few steps, Makabaka jumped out of Leah's arms and, with a big yellow lump of a dog, wagged its tail and darted towards little Luo. Little Luo was still a bit dazed at that moment, and, as he tried to pull out some weapon to block, he was already knocked down by Makabaka. Makabaka pressed its paw on little Luo's shoulder and started licking his face vigorously. Little Luo managed to open his eyes, feeling his face getting all wet from the licking, and hurriedly pushed the dog's mouth away in disgust. However, he didn't really hold it against the dog for licking him. Makabaka, like a devoted pup, was pushed away by little Luo multiple times, but still persistently brought its tongue close to little Luo's face. Mr. Colasun quickly looked down and, upon realizing it was just a pet dog, felt relieved. He understood Luo quite well. If Luo truly disliked the dog, he wouldn't let it cling to him, but would have thrown it off directly. Leah felt a bit awkward because of Makabaka. Looking at the iconic clown makeup on Corazon's face, Leah couldn't help but sigh that this silly dog, Makabaka, really knows how to pick people to lick. And it just happened to choose a popular character. Makabaka, come here, Leah shouted to Makabaka. Upon hearing Leah call, Makabaka, although still reluctantly gazing at little Ro, jumped off from him to avoid being deprived of dinner by Leah, and then slowly waddled over, landing with a thud beside Leah. Little Ro quickly stood up from the ground, wiped the drool off his face with his sleeve, and maintained a serious expression that showed no sign of change. However, Leah noticed that little Ro's eyes occasionally glanced at Makabaka, who was squatting next to Leah, and his fingers were slightly rubbing together. When he noticed Leah looking at him, little Ro quickly hid his hands behind him and suddenly lowered his head, shrinking behind Corazon. I'm sorry, sir, and to that little friend too. My silly dog has a bit of a thick skin. Leah slightly bowed her head and apologized to Corazon and the others. Corazon, with his clown makeup, waved his hand indicating it was all right, pulled out a lighter, and was about to light the cigarette in his mouth, but then accidentally set his coat on fire. Upon closer inspection, there were several burn marks on Corazon's coat, and Leah couldn't help but silently complain. Every time you smoke, you have to set your clothes on fire, right? Little Ro's next action was skillfully heart-wrenching. He quickly dashed out from behind Corazon and jumped onto him to extinguish the flames. At that moment, a subordinate, who was in charge of information management and, standing next to Leah, leaned closer and whispered, "President, that child has white spots on him, very similar to the lead-poisoning disease that caused the fall of fry ants. Should we avoid them?" Although he said this, he still stood there without moving, as he needed Leah's permission. After hearing this, little Ro and Corazon's eyes turned unfriendly as they looked at Leah. Leah understood what he meant, shook her head without saying anything. She was quite interested in this child, Law, and since he would later become the user of the surgical fruit, his help would be essential if she wanted to save Ace. Moreover, Leah didn't want to do anything boring at this moment that could bring harm to this poor child. Ever since Ace and the others came into the house, Leah had become much softer towards children. Looking at little Law's eyes as he looked at her, Leah rubbed her chin, thought for a moment, picked up the Makabaka at her feet, and said to little Law, "Hey, do you want to touch it? I noticed that Makabaka seems to like you a lot." Little Law spoke very little now and was quite sensitive. However, he could also sense the kindness in Leah's words. From Leah's attire, it was clear she wasn't short on money, and Law felt that there was nothing about him and Corazon that she would covet. Plus, he was still sick and thought he might die on the way to seek treatment at any moment, so there was no need to be overly wary of her. Besides Mr. Corazon, he hadn't received kindness from anyone else in a long time. Perhaps he could try to accept it? After a struggle within himself, little Law seemed to have temporarily compromised. He didn't say anything, but he took a few more steps towards Leah. Leah silently swung her tail, almost hitting her face, while Makabaka was held a bit lower. Little Luo tentatively reached out his hand towards Makabaka, who struggled to lick little Luo's hand, making it hard for Leah to hold on to him. Finally, little Luo's hand covered Makabaka's silly dog head. In that moment, he instinctively ignored the chaos coming from the hospital and looked directly into Makabaka's clear yet foolish eyes. Under the enthusiastic greeting from this licking dog, Little Luo ultimately began to play with Makabaka, not noticing that Makabaka was now lying on the ground, exposing its belly covered in white fur, while little Luo's hand kept rubbing its stomach. Although little Luo's expression remained unchanged, his gaze towards Makabaka softened considerably. Makabaka's personality was similar to that of the three little ones. If it were to leave Leah's sight, it could cause all sorts of trouble. Therefore, to avoid any financial loss and prevent Leah, the stingy one, from plucking her own feathers, Leah decided to stay and watch over it, instructing her subordinates to take the contract to discuss with the hospital director. Today was not a big business deal. Leah was just bored and brought her dog to this island to play, while casually discussing a small transaction. With Yuxia's assistance, Leah felt much more relaxed and less burdened. Actually, Makabaka was quite charming. It was very clear whom it was close to, whom it ignored, and whom it wanted to bite. For example, Makabaka really liked Ace. Every time Ace returned, Makabaka would dig out a big bone it had chewed on for a week from his doghouse to share with Ace. Whenever Ace came back, Makabaka would jump into his arms, lick his face full of drool, and then Ace would secretly throw away the big bone given by Makabaka. Makabaka's attitude toward Sabo was much cooler, limited to letting Sabo pet it, while it completely ignored Luffy and would love to bite Shanks' butt. As for Leah, it was weak and helpless. If it misbehaved, it would have its food withheld, and it dared not cause trouble. This was also true for Makabaka's two brothers, Yusidasai and Yugobigu. Today, Leah watched Makabaka display the affectionate behavior only towards Ace and felt that Makabaka had completely fallen for Luo. Mr. Corazon also had a permissive attitude towards this. He hadn't seen Luo smile in a long time. Although Luo still didn't T-smile today, at this moment, he could feel that Luo was very relaxed, temporarily pulling away from the pessimistic despair of life nearing its end. In fact, throughout this journey, Luo had been struggling internally, seeking medical treatment with a glimmer of hope, only to emerge with renewed despair, causing his expectations of surviving to dwindle. The inner pain compressed his heart until it was unrecognizable, and it was Mr. Corazon's gentle persistence that slowly molded Luo's heart back. Whenever these emotions accumulated to a certain extent, Luo would even lash out at Mr. Corazon, who had accompanied him all this way, wanting to destroy everything around him. Once the emotions subsided, Luo would fall into regret. During these past 6 months, what Luo heard the most was not the almost hopeless condition of his illness, but the disgust and fear people had towards him. Countless people avoided him as if he were a plague, no longer treating him as a person. Only Mr. Corazon had been by his side. Even when Luo had completely given up on his illness and treatment, Corazon still firmly led him to the next hospital. Mr. Corazon had never given up on saving Luo. Without Corazon's persistence, Luo wouldn't have made it this far, and Leah would never have encountered them. Leah actually had some understanding of lead poisoning. It is a heavy metal poisoning disease caused by long-term exposure to developed sources. Those infected not only turn pale due to the accumulation of toxins from lead, but also pass these accumulated toxins to their descendants, shortening their lifespan and ultimately leading to the extinction of the infected. Although regarded as an incurable disease, it is not contagious. However, the people in the OP world, due to a lack of knowledge, misunderstood this disease, viewing it as a terrible, contagious illness, which indirectly led to the destruction of the town of Free Vance in the North Sea by neighboring countries. In a laboratory established by Leah, a pharmacologist is very interested in this disease. He even went to Frevans specifically to collect samples of platinum lead for research, hoping to develop a drug to treat this disease. He hopes that if platinum lead disease occurs again in the future, it won't lead to a national tragedy like the White Town. Initially, this pharmacologist believed that the so-called platinum lead disease was an infectious disease, but when he arrived there, he realized that platinum lead disease falls under the category of metal poisoning, and the toxicity of platinum lead or can be genetically passed down to descendants, causing their lifespans to shorten. Of course, this is a medical assessment. Leah knows much deeper and more about the tragedy of Frevans. The White Town is a nickname for Frevans. The residents of this country lived in great prosperity, and the ground and trees within its borders were as pristine as a snowy fairy tale world. It was once a country so beautiful that it resembled a paradise on earth. The source of this dreamlike scenery was the discovery of a type of lead, or called amber lead, in the country's geological layers. This amber lead could be used to produce tableware, paints, sweet seasonings, cosmetics, and even to manufacture weapons. High-quality amber lead products had numerous buyers worldwide. and the amber-led industry became a major industry in Provence. The quick-witted world government also got involved in the transportation of these goods. Amber-led brought endless wealth to people, making the once thriving white town a place of immense business opportunities. However, 100 years ago, the world government had already discovered that this platinum lead was toxic. But for the sake of profit, the government and the royal family concealed the truth and deceived the public to continue mining platinum lead. By the time the world discovered the truth, it was too late. This poison had almost eroded the entire country. Neighboring countries believed it to be an infectious disease, and with Provence possessing powerful weapons made from platinum lead called lead bullets, neighboring countries united and declared war on Provence. In the end, the royal family escaped the White Town under the protection of the world government. After the war, Provence perished. Aside from the fleeing royal family, the only survivor left in the entire nation was the 10-year-old Trafalgar, who hid among the bodies of murdered citizens to cross the border and escape disaster. One could even say that it was not the disease that destroyed Provence, but the selfish and greedy royal family and the profit-seeking world government, because the surrounding noise was too chaotic and the shouting outside was extremely bothersome. Leah shut the door leading to the stairwell. Now, there were guards on both the upper and lower levels of the stairs, and it finally quieted down a bit. After almost setting his coat on fire again, Corazon ultimately gave up the idea of smoking. He stuffed the cigarette into his suit pocket, scratched his head, and said, "This beautiful lady, your dog, is really adorable. It's been a long time since Ro has been so relaxed. Macabacca can be a bit clingy, and I truly appreciate that you didn't hold its rude behavior against it." Leah felt that they were awkwardly chatting now, not noticing the silly Corazon scratching his head, his lips mumbling, wanted to say something but not knowing what to say in an awkward manner. Macabacca and little Luo were having a great time playing, leaving only the two adults standing there feeling awkward. Leah tried to break the awkwardness by tentatively starting a conversation with Corazon. "Is that child your son, sir?" It was a bit direct. Why did you bring this up? It seemed like nonsense." "Ah, he's just a little guy I met by chance. We can consider ourselves friends," Corazon said, looking at little Law squatting on the ground. "It seems I'm misunderstood, but judging by how you interact, your relationship is quite good. That child doesn't talk much, but in some ways, he does care about you, sir. By the way, I haven't introduced myself all this time. How rude of me. I'm poor Gasti. Leah, you could just call me Leah, sir." In his heart, Corazon wondered, is this young lady also from the D family like Law? In fact, Leah intentionally revealed her surname to lower Corazon's guard. She actually wanted to invite Corazon to her base in Sicily. The medical expert studying plumism had indeed researched the complications caused by lead poisoning and developed some medications to alleviate patient suffering, but was struggling to find patients for drug trials. If she could invite Corazon and the others over, it would not only leave a good impression on Law, but also help the laboratory research new medical methods. Additionally, Leah wanted to know if it was possible to change the original trajectory of world development using new medical technology. Perhaps that doctor could really cure Law. "Oh, Leah, I'm Corazon, and the little guy on the ground is Law. Just call me Corazon. Sir sounds a bit strange." "Law usually just calls me, 'Hey, who are you, guy?'" Corazon said, scratching his head and smiling. The smile also affected the clown makeup on his face. The corners of his mouth were crimson, reaching to his ears. Normally, this smile would be quite fierce, but it somehow conveyed a gentle feeling from this man. Little Law was still playing with Macaba, not refuting the conversation between the two, remaining very silent. "Did you come to this hospital for that child, Law?" Leah's gaze turned to Little Law. Upon hearing this, Little Law instinctively lowered his head, pressing down harder on Macaba's head, causing Macaba's fur to stand up, but Macaba didn't get angry and instead wagged its tail even faster, looking like a pet spoiled by a tyrant. "Ah, yes, I think you should generally understand the illness that Law has," Corazon said, his tone becoming much heavier as he thought of the poor little guy. He was about to take out a cigarette, his hand reaching into his pocket, but then he put it down again, probably remembering how he almost burned his coat before. "I don't know a bit. I have a doctor under me who is currently researching the treatment for plumism," Leah slowly said. Upon hearing this, Corazon couldn't help but get excited. He just wanted to step closer to Leah, but as soon as he took a step, he tripped over his left foot and fell to the ground. Little Law, upon hearing about plumism, instinctively lifted his head, but the first thing he saw was Corazon, who had tripped himself. Little Law stopped petting Macaba and looked at the fallen Corazon, covering half of his face with one hand and letting out a helpless sigh. Corazon, perhaps due to his eagerness, hurriedly tried to get up, pushing himself off the ground, but halfway through, he realized his feet were still tangled up, lost his balance, and fell again. Corazon's face hit the ground, and Leah winced at the sight, unable to help but cover her ears and silently close her eyes. However, fortunately, Corazon managed to pull off a tricky move. He first supported himself on the floor, then pushed off with his toes, flipping 180 degrees. And with a force from his waist, Corazon finally stood upright in front of Leah. At this moment, he excitedly bent over to support Leah's shoulder and said, "Is what you said true, Miss Leah? There is hope for Law's illness?" Leah said somewhat helplessly, "Mr. Corazon, please don't get too excited. He is indeed researching lead platinum disease. However, he hasn't found a cure yet. He has only developed some medications that can alleviate the patient's suffering." Corazon felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him, but he quickly gathered his spirits and said, "That's already quite good. During our journey, Ro and I have encountered many quacks who either turn pale at the mention of platinum lead disease or are completely helpless against it. Now that we have heard this news, it's already great. I would also like to ask you, Miss Leah, to take us to meet that doctor. Even if it can only alleviate the pain, that's still very good. Every time I see that little brat Ro in pain, it makes me very sad." At that moment, little Ro had already stood up, looked down, and said softly, "Mr. Corazon, I can take you there. That's not a problem. After we finish signing today's contract, we will set off back to Sicily. And that doctor is there," Leah said. Corazon hurriedly expressed his gratitude to Leah, saying, "Thank you so much, Miss Leah." As he spoke, he was about to bow to her. Leah quickly dodged the bow and waved her hand, saying, "There's no need for that, Mr. Corazon. It's a small matter for me." "I know it's a small matter for you, but it's very important for me and Luo," Corazon replied. Leah ultimately accepted Corazon's thanks, and little Luo silently stood by as Corazon nodded slightly at Leah. Leah felt that it was already quite difficult. After all, little Luo was still a child with autism who had destructive tendencies. The fact that he could nod at her now made Leah quite happy. The three of them fell silent, and Leah was waiting for the subordinates above to finish signing the contract. Makabaka looked at the three bipedal creatures standing silently, and didn't cause any more trouble, quietly returning to its owner's side. Then it used its paw to quietly scratch Leah's shoe a few times and barked a few times. Leah lowered her head and made eye contact with its dog eyes, understanding that the silly dog was hinting that it was time for her to eat. "Oh, my dear Makabaka, you really are a glutton." Indeed, realizing that Makabaka wanted to eat, Leah took it to a local restaurant, bringing along Kolasong and little Luo as well. After all, Leah didn't want to be a dog-abusing owner. Moreover, the value of this silly dog, Makabaka, wasn't low either. Every time Leah saw her three silly dogs causing chaos in the village, she felt a dull pain in her lungs, regretting why she had impulsively bought Makabaka back then, as this silly dog had no other special qualities except for having a good bite. However, it was too late to regret now. She had already raised this dog and had to ensure it was healthy and shiny. If it became all skinny and emaciated, it would be too embarrassing for Leah. Additionally, these three silly dogs often ran wildly with Ace and the others in the Kolbo Mountains, not fearing that they would end up as a ball of fur. Leah booked a private room at the restaurant, and then called Corazon and Xiao Xiao Luo to sit down. Makabaka, the dog, doesn't like dog food. It prefers meat with big bones. Every time it grabs a bone, it can chew on it for a long time. To prevent it from just chewing on bones and not getting enough to eat, Leah specially ordered a large plate of meat for it, which included a few meat bones. Then Leah ordered several dishes that looked quite good and asked the waiter to bring the menu to Corazon and the others. Mr. Corazon took the menu and first handed it to Xiao Xiao Luo, who silently shook his head, indicating that he wouldn't order anything. Xiao Xiao Luo had been very quiet during the journey, looking unwell and walking slowly. Seeing Xiao Xiao Luo in such discomfort, Mr. Corazon often picked him up to carry him. However, he could only hold him for a short time before Xiao Xiao Luo would struggle to get down. He still wanted to walk by himself and hated his weakness, feeling so weak that he had to rely on others just to walk. In the end, Mr. Corazon helped Xiao Xiao Luo order a few light dishes. After placing the order, the dishes were quickly brought to their table and served. Makabaka had a small bag on its back, which contained its collapsible dog bowl. Makabaka always licked its bowl clean after every meal and then folded it up to put back in its little bag. This habit was developed when Makabaka was learning etiquette from Miss I Think Machino. For example, now that all the dishes have been served, Makabaka quietly used its mouth to pull down its small bag, opened the zipper with its mouth, and took out the collapsible dog bowl. Then, using its paws, it held the bowl and used its nose to open it up. Finally, Makabaka carried the dog bowl and sat next to Leah, looking at her with wet eyes and wagging its tail excitedly. Every time Leah sees Makabaka like this, she can't help but complain. A dog is so particular. Upon hearing this, Makabaka would bark a few times at Leah, as if saying, "How could you, a two-legged beast, understand our dog's pursuits?" Then it would turn around with its big down, but facing Leah, making Leah want to kick it. But then she thinks better of it. Why bother arguing with a dog? Meanwhile, Corazon and Xiao Xiao Luo are witnessing this amazing scene. While they marvel at Leah's childishness, they also feel that Makabaka is indeed quite spirited. Xiao Xiao Luo has a poor appetite and puts down her chopsticks after just a few bites. Leah even specially ordered a cup of hot water for Xiao Xiao Luo, which shows that her condition has become quite serious, and her health is continuously deteriorating. In short, regardless of how many times Mr. Corazon burned himself while eating or how many times Leah dodged the soup spray by Corazon, this meal still ended at lightning speed. If Leah weren't aware that Corazon had such a careless personality, she would have lost her temper long ago. Makabaka is also a dog that can read people's expressions. After noticing that Leah's expression was off, it quickly finished off the food in its bowl and efficiently washed it before putting the bowl away and sitting at the doorway waiting for Leah. After finishing this meal, Leah took Corazon and Little Roe onto the merchant ship that had been waiting at the dock, and together they set off on their journey back to Sicily. The return journey was quite bumpy. After the heavy rain, it was likely to be followed by a snowstorm. The weather at sea was chaotic and unpredictable. Fortunately, there was an experienced navigator on board, preventing the ship from capsizing in the rough waves. The turbulent weather and bumpy sailing put a significant strain on Little Roe's body. The sudden temperature changes caused him to develop a high fever, and with his already poor appetite, he couldn't eat a single grain of rice amidst the violent rocking of the ship. Little Roe's complexion grew paler, and he often broke out in cold sweat. When the fever worsened, he became somewhat delirious, frequently mumbling "Mom, Dad, Sister." And no, it was evident that Little Roe was haunted by nightmares. Mr. Corazon often stayed by his side while he slept, and every time he heard these words, Corazon's expression would become much heavier. He would then pick up Little Roe and gently pat his back, slowly soothing him to sleep. Makabaka also seemed very worried about Little Roe, frequently lying at Roe's bedside. Whenever Little Roe coughed, Makabaka's dog ears would perk up and listen intently. If the coughing occurred frequently, Makabaka would dash to the infirmary, barking loudly to summon the ship's doctor. It seemed that Makabaka truly cared for Roe. Over the past few days, the bond between Makabaka, Corazon, and Little Roe had developed faster than that of their owner. The so-called humans are no match for dogs was indeed true. Little Roe also had moments of clarity. Whenever he was awake, he would muster all his strength to try to eat something, perhaps to not let Mr. Corazon's efforts go to waste. Roe was also trying hard to survive. Recently, Leah had noticed that Little Roe's will to live had become much stronger. Perhaps he felt he had found a glimmer of hope. However, this hope might not necessarily mean he wouldn't face despair again. Sicily is located in the first half of the Grand Line, separated by sea from the famous shipbuilding hub of Water 7. Since Leah raised her pirate flag here, the planning and construction of Sicily have progressed from finalized designs to the completion of basic infrastructure. Leah had her reasons for choosing this location as her base. Water 7, renowned worldwide as the shipbuilding capital, is home to the best shipwrights, and its shipbuilding technology ranks among the best in the world. Most pirates entering the Grand Line from all over the seas would choose to have their new pirate ships built here, capable of withstanding the storms of the second half of the Grand Line, also known as the New World. Waiting for the new ships to be built takes time, making it a great choice to visit Sicily in the meantime. Additionally, being close to the shipyards of Water 7 would facilitate future business expansion, making it much easier to construct merchant ships that would connect to the entire world. Leah would also need to establish trade routes between the islands, leading to a sharp increase in demand for ships. In this ocean-surrounded world, mastering the latest shipbuilding technology is akin to possessing the lifeline for communicating with the world. For a merchant like Leah, whose business spans a wide area, this is crucial. In the center of Sicily, there's a mountain range that runs across the entire island, resembling a reclining dragon. Leah named it the Reclining Dragon Mountain Range. The dragon's head appears to be at ease and content. Therefore, Leah built the data flow hall on the dragon's head to monitor the flow of goods and currency transactions across the island. Coincidentally, the mountain range divides the entire island into two halves. When one is in the front half of the island, they cannot see the back half at all. Leah has only developed the front half of the island into a commercial area. The outer edge of the island features rows of commercial streets, showcasing a dazzling array of beauty products, cosmetics, and exquisite shell gifts. Each season, New collections are launched in the ready-to-wear shops, and the jewelry stores offer the latest designs available on the market. It can be said that this place is a paradise for women shoppers, catering to their consumption needs. Naturally, there must also be places to satisfy male consumers, with the most typical being tobacco shops and bars. The variety of cigarettes in the tobacco shops is quite extensive, as Leah has sourced many types from the 4Cs. Most of the new pirates entering the Grand Line come from the 4Cs. If they can find cigarettes from their hometown here, it evokes a sense of nostalgia, and a higher price is not considered excessive, especially since these are common commodities at sea. As for the bars, they are a haven for liquor lovers, offering a wide range of cocktails and spirits available 24/7. The dance floor is vibrant, with lighting effects set to the max, and each private booth is uniquely designed for those pirates with strong purchasing power, featuring renowned live performers and DJs. As long as you have money, you can have a great time here. Of course, the premise is to not disrupt the rules of the place. Aside from the commercial streets, the most important aspect is food. To that end, Leah has established a food street, where street snacks, specialty restaurants, and high-end dining options abound. There are no distinctions between high and low-end food. It can cater to people from all consumption classes. In addition to these, Leah has built a massive amusement park in the center of the commercial street. The giant Ferris wheel offers a panoramic view of the island when it reaches its highest point, and there is a roller coaster that truly lives up to its name, as most of its track is built on the Wulong mountain range, following the contours of the mountain. Leah has also adjusted the speed and angles of the roller coaster tracks to suit the physical capabilities of the people in this world, ensuring it is thrilling enough. Other attractions are equally exciting, such as escape rooms, which Leah has transformed into treasure-hunting games based on the preferences of pirates. The back half of the island retains most of its original natural scenery, but has seen the construction of numerous facilities like hot spring hotels, couple hotels, and large resort villas. Of course, the preserved original forests serve other purposes, which we will not discuss here. The most important project is the laboratory, which is discreetly located at the tail of the Wulong mountain range. Leah excavated the central part of that section of the mountain, created a fixed interior space, established electrical connections, and set up living facilities for researchers. It is now filled with large, precise instruments and many middle-aged professors in lab coats. It seems that using one's brain leads to hair loss. Does this hold true in every world? Additionally, Leah has designated a residential area next to the commercial district for the construction of high-rise apartments and standalone villas, primarily for sale. However, Leah offers significant discounts to her employees, and these homes can also attract talent. One should not underestimate the appeal of a stable residence to potential recruits. In such a chaotic world, having a safe place to call home is very attractive to those who may not be very powerful. Moreover, talent comes in many forms. It's not just about strength. Leah needs to recruit managerial, knowledgeable, and skilled talents as well. As for powerful combatants, Leah will designate some as core members of the business association, depending on the situation. Although the construction of the entire island is nearly complete, Leah does not plan to open the island for business just yet. First, she needs to coordinate with Morgan's, as she intends to leverage his news network to promote the island worldwide. However, some details have yet to be finalized, and Leah believes there is room for negotiation on pricing. Secondly, to prevent her headquarters from becoming a playground for pirates to pillage and plunder upon opening, Leah must first become a warlord and establish good relations with the underground world, particularly with the notorious Don Quixote, Doflamingo. Setting up such a large-scale business is not something that can be accomplished with money alone. The web of relationships that needs to be navigated is complex. Fortunately, Leah has Yushia by her side, allowing her to delegate most of these issues, with a few requiring Leah's personal attention. Now, Leah has brought Corazon and Little Roe to Sicily, without discussing the shock Corazon and Little Roe feel at the scale of the island. The most pressing concern is Little Roe's illness. The moment Leah brought Coral and Little Roe to Sicily, she took them to meet the physician. Most researchers tend to have low emotional intelligence, and the way the physician looked at Little Roe was similar to how one might observe a giant panda at the zoo. Since they were in a laboratory, the physician first conducted routine blood and urine tests on Roe, then took him to a hospital in Sicily for physical examinations and vital signs checks, including internal and external assessments such as observation and palpation. The most important examinations were for lymph nodes and skin, followed by chest x-rays and ultrasound checks to determine whether plumbism would cause any internal organ damage. Most crucially, a neurological examination was performed, and after a series of tests, it became clear that Little Roe's physical condition was deteriorating severely. when little Ro had a fever. He often experienced headaches, which is one of the complications of plummetism. Chronic lead poisoning can harm a person's mental acuity, leading to pain. Fortunately, little Ro's nervous system had not yet been damaged to that extent. After examining his stomach, the reason for little Ro's inability to eat was found. The lead hidden in his blood had indirectly damaged his gastric mucosa, causing inflammatory changes and severe abdominal cramps. Just thinking about this suffering was enough to make anyone restless. However, little Ro could still eat without showing any signs of distress. Although he would likely vomit afterward, it was evident how strong his endurance was. There was a more serious issue. During the skin examination, large areas of ulceration were found on little Ro's back. According to the physician, the pain from such a degree of mucosal damage could even drive an adult to the brink of mental collapse. Yet, throughout the journey, little Ro remained silent, concealing his physical condition from Coral and Leah. He was truly a strong child, strong to the point of making one feel heartbroken. Mr. Coral also appeared to be in poor condition. He likely felt guilty for not noticing Ro's abnormality sooner. Leah could see the worry etched on Coral's face, as if he were on the verge of tears. However, he might have been concerned about Ro's health, and didn't he want Ro to worry about him while he was already enduring illness. Little Ro was no different. He remained silent about the physical pain he was enduring during the journey, hoping to lessen Coral's worries. Little Ro was still very quiet, listening to his diagnosis with his head down. Once all the tests were completed, he began to dress slowly. His back was probably very painful, as even the lightest touch of clothing made him furrow his brow. The physician now could not determine whether Ro's illness could be cured, given the low possibility of recovery. He first administered a pain-relieving medication he had developed and provided an initial treatment plan involving blood dialysis and plasma exchange. Blood dialysis aimed to remove toxic heavy metals from the blood, but the process was not easy. Even though Sicily had some of the world's most advanced medical equipment, it still lagged far behind 21st century China. Therefore, little Ro inevitably experienced a series of complications during treatment, such as muscle spasms and arrhythmias, which anyone who has experienced these complications understands brings significant physical suffering. Little Ro and Mr. Coral spent nearly 2 months in Sicily, during which little Ro underwent several rounds of blood dialysis. Although it significantly alleviated his physical deterioration, it could not cure him because the lead had almost penetrated into little Ro's bones. Blood dialysis alone could not completely eliminate the lead from his body, but it could alleviate renal failure. Nonetheless, little Ro's physical condition could not support long-term blood dialysis, and he was at high risk of dying from complications during treatment. Each time before dialysis, medications were administered to stabilize little Ro's condition as much as possible before proceeding. Of course, Leah's financial support was also crucial in this process. Both little Ro and Coral were aware of the support behind the scenes. After 2 months of prolonged suffering, the physician shook his head, stating that with his abilities, he could only prolong death and could not provide a cure. However, he also proposed one final treatment option: surgery. Indeed, no matter how much fate is tugged, it eventually pushed Ro and Coral back onto their original path. Ultimately, they decided to undergo another plasma exchange surgery. And collecting enough blood for the transfusion was a considerable effort, relying heavily on Leah's connections. Although Leah has not verbally expressed concern for Luo, her support is reflected in her actions. After the plasma exchange surgery, Kellison took Luo on a journey to find the results of the surgery. Leah said goodbye to them on Sicily. Considering the condition of little Luo, Leah arranged for them to have 2 doctors and also provided them with a boat. Their farewell was quite understated, with not many words exchanged. However, little Luo eventually turned around and said to Leah, "Sister Leah, if I can survive this time, I will definitely repay you in the future." Leah nodded seriously at Luo and said, "Luo, I believe you will survive. And from now on, you must not give up on yourself again. Don't let Mr. Corazon's persistence all this time go to waste. Don't give up until the very last moment." As the ship slowly moved forward, Leah shouted this to little Luo. Little Luo didn't respond. He turned around and waved goodbye to Leah silently. Mr. Corazon seemed very emotional, with tears in his eyes when saying goodbye. But in the end, it was Luo, who felt embarrassed, that pulled Mr. Corazon back into the cabin. The sails were raised, and it was uncertain whether this journey would be the way home. In fact, Leah had also used her power to intervene in this matter. However, this would openly offend Doflamingo, leading to many disruptions in Leah's plans, making it ultimately not worth the cost. Leah thought of the man who was widely regarded as a demon by people. She still decided that, if possible, she would save Corazon's life. Was he truly born evil? Leah was also a naturally born demon, feared by many in her past life. Leah watched the backs of the two people leaving, her mind filled with thoughts. In fact, there has always been a question that Leah couldn't understand. Why did Corazon treat Law so well? If it were simply explained with the word gentleness, Leah felt that it wouldn't hold up. Was it because of D? I think Corazon wouldn't go to such lengths for a rumor that couldn't be verified. Corazon sacrificed everything to save Law. As a Marine undercover agent placed in the Don Quixote family, he betrayed the Marines in order to obtain the inMy. And externally, he also betrayed his only blood relative, Don Quixote Doflamingo. Leah appears to be a teenage girl, but her psychological age is far beyond calculation. Therefore, she has a deeper and more profound understanding of human nature. Whether consciously or subconsciously, there's always a reason to start loving someone. Love without any reason is the most frightening. However, when this initial love directed towards others is polished by time and shared experiences, the reasons for love have long since become unrelated to the initial reasons. Thinking of the bond between Doflamingo and Corazon, Leah has a certain speculation in her heart. The reason Corazon does this is that, deep down, what he truly wants is to redeem his brother. When Law appears before the Don Quixote family, both Doflamingo and Corazon realize one thing. Law's current state is very similar to the young Doflamingo. Corazon goes undercover beside Doflamingo to try to prevent his brother from going down a wrong path. When reporting to Sengoku, Corazon also mentioned his views on Law. And at that time, Sengoku was surprised by Corazon's persistence. Corazon indeed pays attention to Law. When he hears Law's name containing a D, he even encourages Law to escape. Initially, Corazon may have focused more on Law because he resembled his brother in childhood. But the moment he decided to take Law away, everything changed. Seeking medical help for Law, sharing hardships with him, and feeling pain by Law's strength during those days were the real reasons he willingly gave everything for Law. In fact, Leah believes that what truly made Corazon decide to save Law was that Law did not expose his ability to speak to Doflamingo. Corazon does not care much about his own life and death. At that time, Law's actions made Corazon very happy. In Corazon's eyes, this child, who resembles his brother, has not completely lost his humanity and can still be saved. As a child, Corazon witnessed his brother shoot their father, which nearly drove him to collapse. He couldn't save his brother, and now looking at Law feels like looking at his younger brother. How could he possibly give up on Law? In fact, the eye makeup that Corazon wears is also a detail worth noting. Doflamingo always wears sunglasses. In his memories, he was once blindfolded on one side. In the cupboard, I was already bleeding. So, it is reasonable to speculate that Doflamingo may have lost one eye. If Doflamingo's, I was lost for that reason. It is not hard to understand his extreme hatred for the world and desire to destroy everything. Corazon painted a large single-eye makeup on himself, which is similar to Nami's sister Nojiko, who tattooed her entire body to share the pain of being forced to join Arlong's crew and being tattooed against her will. In fact, the bond between the brothers is profound. Many details show that Doflamingo cares deeply for his brother, while Rosanani also has feelings for Law with the intent of redeeming his brother. However, thinking about it this way, the relationship between Law, Corazon, and Doflamingo is quite cruel. There are too many obstacles between Rosanani and Doflamingo as brothers, including their stances, natures, ambitions, responsibilities, and the pain of patricide that runs between them, which are no longer things that can be crossed with emotions. Instead, emotions are the last things they can consider. Only after addressing the issues that come before can they feel the heart-wrenching pain of their divergent paths as brothers. Doflamingo loves his brother deeply, yet at that time, he completely misunderstands him. Law understands Doflamingo very well, but hates him to the core. Doflamingo taught Law many skills, but leads him towards destruction, while Corazon taught Law nothing yet brought him redemption. The relationship between the three is like an unsolvable knot, intertwined yet diverging. If we delve into it seriously, the one who initially sought to save Law was Doflamingo. A small detail reflects this. When Law first arrived at the Don Quixote family, upon saying he came from White Town, the other officers panicked and told him to leave. Only Doflamingo reprimanded them and comforted Law, saying that these were just superstitions. Law was saved, sheltered, and nurtured by Doflamingo. It is not that Doflamingo only wanted to use him. Law was just a sick child and knew nothing back then, and Doflamingo saw his former self in him and cared for him out of shared suffering. Theoretically, Doflamingo encountered Law earlier and treated him well, yet Law completely disregarded Doflamingo, betraying him for Corazon. From a causal perspective, Without Doflamingo's shelter, Law would likely not have survived to meet Corazon and build that bond. Of course, interpreting Doflamingo's actions from Law's perspective, those actions were merely Doflamingo's means of control. However, from another point of view, for someone like Law, who has completely lost everything, he can only be moved by someone willing to sacrifice everything for him, thus being saved, relying on the trust and memories of that person to continue living. Others do not receive this treatment. In fact, Law is a very fragmented and contradictory person, including Corazon and Doflamingo as well. Especially concerning the relationship between the three, Doflamingo is the simplest. Law has feelings for Doflamingo, even surpassing his feelings for Corazon in some ways. When he was in Dressrosa, he never mentioned avenging Corazon or that anything happened because of Corazon's death. Instead, he confronted Doflamingo to fulfill Corazon's wish. How should I put it? Law feels like he has been avoiding the positive memories Doflamingo brings to him. Yet even with negative memories, Law cannot escape his obsession with Doflamingo, compounded by Corazon's death for his sake, turning that obsession into a nightmare. The blood-related brothers Doflamingo and Rosanani ultimately face a deadly end, which makes Leah sigh. In many ways, Leah wants to try to intervene in their brotherly issues to see if she can change the outcomes for Doflamingo and Rosanani. To be honest, Leah admires Doflamingo. His style of doing things is similar to hers in some respects. Moreover, they have both fallen into the abyss, making them understand the despair of being in such a situation better, thus comprehending his actions in many ways. However, this does not mean Leah wants to live like Doflamingo. After all, Doflamingo's charisma is significant. But at the same time, he is also a very terrifying person. Although Doflamingo's father abandoned his celestial dragon identity, he wanted to live as a commoner. What he didn't know was that the ordinary people outside the Holy Land deeply hated the celestial dragons. Don Quixote homing had a good relationship with Vivi's father, King Cobra, which can explain why his thoughts differed from those of most celestial dragons. To Leah, homing's kindness seemed like self-righteousness from an ivory tower, completely lacking a foundation in real life. His understanding of ordinary people's lives was merely that of ordinary wealthy nobles. He had no idea of the hardships faced by the lower class. However, it seemed quite normal for him to have such cognitive biases. Every time the celestial dragons went out, the middle and upper classes would wash the streets with water and even burn slums to the ground. Therefore, it wasn't surprising that homing's perception of ordinary people was limited to the wealthy idle. Don Quixote, Doflamingo, inherently possessed a master-esque blood, which is typical among celestial dragons. What he needed was a life of luxury, slaves, and no resistance from the common people. This is also why later, Doflamingo could bring his father's head to the Holy Land to have the celestial dragons accept him again. Corazon was different from Doflamingo from a young age. He appeared non-radical and somewhat cowardly, but deep down, he exuded kindness. When did the lives of Doflamingo and Rosanani begin to diverge? Probably after Doflamingo killed his father and Rosanani left in despair. After getting separated from Doflamingo, Rosanani met a man who changed his life, Sengoku. Following Sengoku, Rosanani became an outstanding Navy captain, but this was kept secret from the outside world. After all, with Doflamingo's rise and Rosanani's special identity, Corazon became an undercover agent for the Navy in Doflamingo's pirate crew, which made perfect sense considering Rosanani was Doflamingo's younger brother. Doflamingo truly loved his family. Even when starving, Corazon still tried to bring the most complete fish back to his sick mother, urging his brother to eat quickly while devouring it himself. Doflamingo was not inhumane. He loved his brother deeply, but hid it well. Rosanani's strength was not enough to serve as a member of the Don Quixote family. However, Doflamingo appointed Rosanani to the highest rank in the family as soon as he arrived, indicating his favoritism. Moreover, an important point is that when Corazon was suspected by the entire family, Doflamingo proposed that Corazon eat the op no mi. Doflamingo certainly valued the op no mi, intending to use it to control the entire world. Indeed, the op no mi held immense value. Doflamingo even suggested giving such an important fruit to Corazon. It's not that Doflamingo wanted to use Corazon to perform the immortality surgery. The surgery can only be performed by a doctor who has eaten the fruit, and Corazon was not suited to eat the op no mi. Because Corazon neither understood medicine nor was skilled, letting him perform surgery was akin to making the patient dance on a tightrope. In fact, all of this was Doflamingo's way of preserving Corazon's life. Those who betray the family must be executed. This is the iron law of the family. However, if Corazon ate the fruit, it would be different. Doflamingo could also have an explanation for his subordinates. If he killed Corazon, the Nomi would be lost, and his plan to become the Pirate King would be hindered, thus allowing Corazon to survive. When Doflamingo recounted his past, he mentioned losing his mother at 7 and killing his father at 8, but he never mentioned killing his brother. He was unwilling to bring it up because it was the deepest thorn in his heart. When Doflamingo executed Corazon, most people saw only his cruelty. However, Leah saw the strongest feelings Doflamingo had for Corazon. When Doflamingo learned of Law's betrayal, he told Virgo, "Torture him as much as you want. Let him regret coming into this world." But upon learning of Corazon's betrayal, his immediate reaction was, "Hey, you didn't kill him, did you?" After Law fell into Doflamingo's hands, Doflamingo truly used all means to torture him, shooting him repeatedly with lead bullets and slowly cutting his arms. In contrast, when facing Corazon, Doflamingo shot a few times and then turned to leave. By then, Corazon had already been shot multiple times by pirates, beaten badly by Virgo, and then assaulted by the exploding man, leaving him on the brink of death. Doflamingo then fired 6 more shots, yet Corazon still hadn't died, indicating that Doflamingo hadn't aimed for Corazon's vital points. In the end, Doflamingo even left without verifying Corazon's fate. He truly cared about Corazon. Yet as the captain, he had to enforce the family's laws. Doflamingo's life is truly lamentable. As a child, he was a celestial dragon indoctrinated with the ordinary celestial dragon mindset, only to be severely let down by his incompetent saintly father, lose his mother to illness, and later, when he and his family were about to perish, no one came to save him. It was only through the awakening of his conqueror's haki that Doflamingo was able to survive, later encountering the scheming Snot Boy and others, who raised him as a tyrant. The ideologies he absorbed during his upbringing were also quite extreme. The celestial dragon's hierarchical mindset almost led to his death at the hands of humans, resulting in hatred for all humanity. From the moment he killed his father, he descended into an abyss, further instilled with a profound sense of egocentrism and hierarchy by the first-generation family executives, ultimately culminating in the madness of killing his own brother. In truth, no one truly understood Doflamingo's inner thoughts from beginning to end, not even Corazon, who merely saw his brother as cruel, ruthless, and fearless. Leah eventually brought her people to the island where Corazon met his end, and she also encountered the self-proclaimed night demon, the pirate Don Quixote Doflamingo. On that island shrouded in a giant birdcage, snow slowly fell within the cage, covering the ground in white, but the snow was mixed with blood. At this time, Doflamingo was still young, around 25 years old, with a vibrant, spiky golden hairstyle, dressed in a black suit, and of course, wearing his signature pink feather coat. To Leah, Doflamingo didn't seem as much like a flamingo yet, but he still wore those iconic sunglasses. He walked with less of the unrestrained attitude he would later exhibit. But the one thing that hadn't changed was the rogue aura that emanated from him. No wonder the Navy labeled him a sea rogue. Today, Doflamingo didn't seem well. He lacked the usual arrogant demeanor that made him feel superior. His shoulders were slumped, and several family executives followed him. He stood silently, gazing at the sea with a blank expression, and through his sunglasses, Leah couldn't discern his current feelings. Perhaps sensing Doflamingo's poor mood, his usually boisterous subordinates were also silent. Without Doflamingo's orders, they had no choice but to follow him in silence, going wherever he went. Leah had certainly instructed people to collect the bodies, and to save Rosinandi's life, she had even brought the best medical team. However, she was still unsure whether Rosinandi was alive or dead. Her main objective today was still Doflamingo. The immense profits of the underworld held great allure for Leah. With Usia representing the white path, many issues could be easily resolved, and the best way to get involved in the black market was to cooperate with the future king of the underworld, Jacker. Luo's growth into the future death surgeon was undoubtedly supported by the faith that Corazon had given him. Only after undergoing Doflamingo's training, experiencing Corazon's redemption, and years of honing, could Luo become the captain of the Red Heart Pirates, who always maintained a thread of kindness in his actions. Therefore, Leah did not plan to tell Luo about Corazon. One must bear certain burdens to walk a steadier path. Additionally, given Corazon's severe injuries, current medical technology could not guarantee his rescue. Leah had done all she could, and the rest was up to fate. Of course, the matter of saving Corazon also had to be kept from Doflamingo. If she started by saving a traitor he wanted to kill, would he still want to cooperate? Leah also speculated, what if, in the end, Corazon acknowledged his mistakes to Doflamingo? How would that turn out? Killing his own brother must have been difficult for Doflamingo. reasoning from Doflamingo's perspective, with his intelligence and strategy. How could he not have noticed the slightest hint of Corazon's undercover identity? Perhaps he had already realized it, but he still hoped, or even fantasized, that his brother could continue to feign ignorance, maintaining this delicate relationship until it was absolutely necessary to eliminate him. Doflamingo was ruthless, but Corazon might have been the person he trusted the most. That was why he would say that the ope fruit must be consumed by the person he trusted the most, and then let Corazon seek out the ope fruit. Thus, when Doflamingo learned that his only trusted brother had betrayed him, he fired several shots, severing his last vulnerability. The same gun that had killed his father years ago was once again pointed at his brother many years later. After all his family had passed away, the only companions he had left were the high-ranking officials of the Don Quixote family. Although Doflamingo publicly claimed their relationship was one of lord and vassal, subconsciously, he still treated them as his family. Leah also brought some subordinates with her, and she was slowly walking towards Doflamingo and the others. In order to conceal what had happened on the island, Doflamingo ordered his men to kill all the informed individuals on the island. Doflamingo used the birdcage technique to ensure that no one could escape from the island. Ironically, while the birdcage could trap enemies, it also trapped himself. The enormous birdcage in the sky was slowly dissipating, which indirectly indicated that there were almost no other living people left on the island. To ensure that her people wouldn't clash with Doflamingo, Leah had to step forward and meet him. When the two sides met, the atmosphere was naturally tense. Upon discovering unknown personnel on the island, Doflamingo's subordinates visibly began to tense up, their muscles tight, and they instinctively aimed their weapons at Leah and her group. In contrast, Doflamingo appeared relaxed upon seeing Leah and her group. Of course, it could also be that he was in a bad mood today and didn't even bother to pretend. Or perhaps he was confident in his strength, believing that a nameless rookie who had only just dared to show up could not threaten him. However, this possibility was slim. Someone who could evade the pursuit of his officers within the birdcage and approach him unscathed, appearing so calm, could hardly be considered an easy-to-deal-with small fry. When Leah stood in front of Doflamingo, he said something that left Leah puzzled. "You're a bit late." Leah's mind was filled with question marks. What kind of nonsense is this? This is our first meeting. Could it be that you guessed I would come today? Do you know that I would come here? We have clearly never met before. After hearing that sentence, countless speculations surged in Leah's heart. But she maintained her calm demeanor and asked in a puzzled tone. Doflamingo saw the face that had been in his memory for over 10 years. Familiar, yet strange. Familiar because her features had hardly changed, and strange because she no longer recognized him and said they had never met. Moreover, the person in front of him was clearly much younger than the person he once knew, and the aura around her was distinctly colder and more unapproachable. "Sister Leah, will we meet again in the future?" "We will definitely meet again, but you mustn't actively seek me out. When the time is right, I will naturally come to find you." Thinking of the words that person had told them when they bid farewell, combined with the current situation, Doflamingo's mind spun with countless thoughts. Did you cross the river of time to meet us back then? No wonder. No wonder he had exhausted all means in his early years and still couldn't find that person on this vast sea. In those solitary years, he doubted those memories countless times, wondering if they were just a fantasy, a self-created redemption in such a difficult environment. No, Don Quixote Doflamingo would never do such a weak thing. She definitely exists. Perhaps she just lives on an undiscovered island, isolated from the world. Or maybe she resides in a closed-off country like Wayno. She definitely exists. She definitely exists. What made Doflamingo certain that this person truly existed in reality was that Rosie also remembered her and had never forgotten her. He heard that the wife of the former general of Wayno, Kazuki Oden, seemed to be the user of the time fruit, and she had crossed time from 800 years ago. Seeing the obvious wariness and confusion in Leah's eyes, Doflamingo ultimately decided to follow that person's wishes. When he had sent someone to investigate Corazon and that little brat Rona, he had heard that you once sheltered them for a while. Doflamingo paused for a moment and suddenly laughed. "Fufufu, you came here today to save Corazon, right?" This laughter was also one of Doflamingo's trademarks, but in Leah's view, a person like Doflamingo usually thought before he spoke. So he would laugh for a while, figuring out what to say to brush her off. Doflamingo's style was that he rarely spoke the truth. His words could generally not be taken seriously, and one had to ponder over them. Many times, what Doflamingo said was just what he thought was appropriate to say in that situation. Therefore, the key was to catch his off-the-cuff remarks. The subsequent words were probably just improvised to appease her. However, Leah was already standing in front of Doflamingo, and it was no longer meaningful to dwell on how he knew she would come here. In fact, when Doflamingo said Leah had come for Corazon, the cadres of the Don Quixote family could no longer hold back and moved to attack Leah and her companions. Of course, Leah and her group were not willing to stand there and be hit. They drew their weapons. Leah also pulled out the dagger from her waist and held it across her chest. At that moment, the atmosphere between the two parties was quite tense. But with a gesture, Doflamingo stopped his subordinates' agitation. Although those cadres were still watching Leah warily, they ultimately put down their weapons due to their young master's orders. Leah looked at the person opposite her who had put down their weapon and gestured to her subordinates behind her to lower their weapons as well. Leah thought for a moment and felt that there was no need to hide anything at this point. So she said straightforwardly, "I'm here mainly to discuss a collaboration with you, and, secondarily, to see if I can save Corazon." "Collaboration? Huh? Even if I've already killed Corazon, would you still collaborate with me?" Doflamingo asked with a big laugh, his meaning unclear. Leah felt a sense of doubt rising in her heart. Today, Doflamingo seemed a bit off. He kept asking strange questions. Could it be that he was too stimulated by something tonight? She replied seriously, "Well, life and death are destined, and wealth and nobility are determined by heaven. If Corazon really died, then there's nothing I could do about it. We still need to continue discussing our cooperation. He really wasn't the same as he used to be. If it were the old her, she would surely be very angry and would not forgive him if she found out that Rossi was killed by him." Doflamingo felt that some things were not appropriate to say here, so he decided to send away everyone except for him and Leah to talk privately. Doflamingo said to his subordinate, "Torpole, take the others and check if there are any loose ends left on this island." After a pause, he said to Leah, "Aren't we here to discuss cooperation? My ship is over there. We can go to my captain's room to talk privately." At this moment, Leah was glad that she had instructed her subordinates early on to bring Corazon back to her ship for treatment as soon as that child left. If Corazon had still been there, he would definitely have run into trouble. If those officials insisted on enforcing that ridiculous family law, they would have had a fight with them. Could Doflamingo have not thought of this? He did think of it, but he tacitly accepted Leah's actions. Therefore, he did not ask Leah about Corazon's current situation. Leah only thought of this, but she did not anticipate that during the subsequent private conversation, Dover revealed a piece of news that made her eyelids twitch. After Dover suggested a private talk, Leah's subordinate was the first to stand up in opposition, saying, "Miss Leah, this guy has a bad reputation, and judging by his actions on this island, it proves he is a ruthless and extremely dangerous person. Now he is proposing to talk to you alone, which clearly indicates his ulterior motives." Leah interrupted his persuasion and said, "If she really wants to do something to me, there's no need for her to go through the trouble of sending you all away. Wouldn't it be better to just fight directly? They clearly have the advantage in terms of strength. Besides, I came here to discuss business with him. So what is there that can't be talked about now?" But the man wanted to say more, but Leah directly commanded him, "You take the others back to the ship and wait for me. Once everything here is settled, I will naturally return." The man hesitated, wanting to say something else, but in the end, he gestured to the people behind him and led a small team towards Leah's ship. To reassure Leah, Doflamingo specifically instructed his chief subordinates not to trouble Leah and her people. It was clear he suspected that Leah might have had her subordinates rescue Corazon, and he had no intention of stopping it. As Doflamingo's subordinates walked further into the small island, Doflamingo quietly led the way. The snow was falling heavier, leaving a somewhat messy trail of footprints in the snow. The weather was very cold, just like Doflamingo's heart as he walked silently ahead. Very cold. Doflamingo usually made a grand entrance, often accompanied by his exaggerated and extremely arrogant laughter, but today he was unusually quiet. Leah took another glance at the man in front of her, who was wearing a pink feather coat. She pursed her lips and stepped forward, silently following him. All she could hear was the dull sound of shoes crunching into the snow. The snowflakes fell gently onto Doflamingo, eventually melting into water that seeped into his coat, leaving no trace behind. Doflamingo brought Leah to his pirate ship, which, like him, was synonymous with flamingos. The bow featured a flamingo head wearing red sunglasses, and the entire ship was pink, arguably one of the most flamboyant ships in the One Piece world. Looking at the ship's flashy design, Leah couldn't help but marvel at how Doflamingo was indeed a fervent flamingo enthusiast. Not only did he cosplay as a rebellious flamingo every day, but he also designed his pirate ship to resemble one. When Doflamingo opened the door to the captain's quarters, Leah was greeted by a wall covered in dense maps, filled with numerous symbols marked in various colors. Leah guessed that the reason for the lack of written labels was that Doflamingo didn't want others to discern his next moves. The bookshelf in the captain's quarters was crammed full of books, and upon closer inspection, the titles seemed to cover a wide range of topics, including politics and medicine, with not a single leisurely read in sight. Indeed, Doflamingo was serious about his career. Seeing all these densely packed maps, Leah felt as if she were back in school, surrounded by diligent students with their meticulously taken notes, the pressure of knowledge washing over her. Doflamingo stepped inside first and sank into the luxurious leather sofa in the captain's quarters, his posture exuding a rebellious attitude. Leah didn't hold back and adjusted her heavy down coat before sitting down opposite Dover. It's really true that people can be infuriating. Dover, although he was wearing a coat, was only in a black shirt underneath. After sitting down, he even casually unbuttoned his shirt. Doesn't he feel cold? In contrast, Leah was completely bundled up with a scarf, gloves, and a thick down coat, leaving no skin exposed at all. It certainly looked a bit different from the typical style, but at least she was warm. Are you really that cold? Dover raised an eyebrow and asked Leah. Leah was speechless and did not answer the question. She looked at Dover and said, "Do you have something to say to me? Now that it's just the two of us, you can speak frankly. Don't say anything irrelevant." Dover looked relaxed, a slight smile on his lips, and said, "I didn't take down Khorasan." Leah instinctively responded, "I said I didn't take down Khorasan. He's just temporarily unable to wake up." Dover pointed to his head and then began to use his fruit ability. White lines started to cover his hands as he played with them, and continued, "I made some adjustments in his brain, so he won't be waking up for a while. But he won't die. I've also taken care of his internal injuries with the white lines." At this moment, Leah's eyelids were twitching, and she felt very excited. She realized that, unconsciously, the plot had already begun to change. Although Corazon was not a main character, he had a profound influence on the main storyline involving Doflamingo and Law, making him a key figure. Now, Doflamingo not only did not kill Corazon, but also secretly save his life. It's important to note that Leah had paid a certain price for her previous actions, whether it was attaching the arm back to Shanks or saving Sabo. After saving Sabo, she was chased by dark clouds for several days, with lightning striking after her relentlessly. Because of this incident, she had been laughed at by Yushia for a long time. However, Leah now had a more critical question to ask Doflamingo. Why are you telling me all this? And why are you so patient in explaining it in such detail? As far as I know, you are not someone who is easy to talk to. Doflamingo looked up at Leah, and, after a while, he let out his characteristic sinister laugh. Just consider it that I'm very interested in you. Woman, you have successfully piqued my interest. Oh, this strong sense of familiarity is a bit awkward. How many domineering CEOs does little Tang have to eat? Ignoring the chaotic thoughts in her mind, Leah continued to ask, "So how do you plan to deal with Rashi now? You must have guessed that Rashi was taken away by my people." Doflamingo spoke to Leah in a very casual tone, revealing his inner thoughts originally. "I wanted to directly eliminate Corazon since that kid betrayed me and almost got me caught by the Marines. But then I remembered someone from my memories who entrusted me with something, so I gave up on the idea of getting rid of that kid." As Doflamingo said this, his eyes, hidden behind sunglasses, were fixed intently on Leah. Leah felt a bit uneasy under his gaze, but she was also somewhat confused. At the same time, she was wondering who the old friend that Doflamingo mentioned could be. Seeing the silence of the girl before him, Doflamingo continued, "But I can't just pretend nothing happened and forgive that kid. So I did something to his brain. Now that you've taken him away, he's in your hands. From now on, that kid Corazon is no longer my brother. You better make sure he doesn't show up in front of me again. Otherwise, I don't know if I'll end up taking him down once more." Leah didn't say much on the surface, but inside, she was mocking the flamingo. In such a high-pressure situation tonight, you secretly saved Corazon and stubbornly claimed that you would eliminate Corazon in the future. Isn't that just to maintain your status as a young master? Leah thought of another question and continued to ask Doflamingo, "So when will Corazon wake up? Or what needs to be done for him to wake up? I believe with your means, Doflamingo, if you don't want Corazon to wake up, it wouldn't be difficult at all. Fufufu, when that kid will wake up, who can say for sure? It depends on my mood," Doflamingo replied with a smile. "You're really willful," Leah thought, but she could understand. Doflamingo was probably still conflicted inside. The issues between the brothers could only be resolved by themselves, and Leah didn't want to interfere. Although Corazon couldn't wake up for now, at least his life was preserved. Therefore, Leah decided not to dwell on Corazon's issue any longer. Worst case, she could just arrange for someone to take care of the sleeping beauty, Corazon. It wasn't a big deal. It was time to discuss things formally with Doflamingo. Given that, I won't ask more about Corazon. If you come to a realization one day, feel free to find me. Leah paused and continued. "Now we can talk about cooperation, Mr. Doflamingo." "Fufufu, cooperation? I still don't even know who you are." The premise of cooperation is understanding each other's strengths. You coming to me for cooperation means you must have some awareness of my subordinate's power and my next plans. I'm quite curious how you came to know these things, Doflamingo said, looking at Leah with a meaningful expression. Leah certainly wouldn't straightforwardly address Doflamingo's question at this moment. She was aware of the bugability regarding future developments, which she could not reveal to anyone. Moreover, the plot had already begun to change, and she had to test Doflamingo to see if he would still follow the storyline, moving next to seize the power in Dressrosa. However, Leah felt she should first introduce herself. After all, she had come in and acted like she was familiar with Doflamingo, which might raise suspicions. Surprisingly, Doflamingo was quite tolerant of Leah's attitude tonight, and only now inquired about her identity. Since I already know how I came to know this, it doesn't matter if you know or not. Leah initially dodged the question, but fortunately, Doflamingo, being a smart man, did not press further. Let me introduce myself first. I am Portgasti, Leah, a businesswoman operating across the seas from the Don Quixote family in the North Sea. I've heard much about you. Leah introduced herself. I've heard my subordinates mention you. According to the intelligence collected, you are a very ambitious person with considerable schemes. But as a legitimate businessman, what is there for me to cooperate with a villain like you? Doflamingo had indeed reviewed the information collected about the Catramar Chamber of Commerce by Tory Bull and others, but the data contained a lot of inaccuracies. Doflamingo's earlier interest in Leah was not merely a way to deflect her. He was genuinely intrigued by the president of the Catramar Chamber of Commerce. The information on the president, Portgasti Leah, included either unclear silhouettes or photos of her wearing a mask, making it impossible to identify her specific appearance or assess her abilities and strength. The only thing that could be confirmed was that she was a woman. There was absolutely no notion that this woman was weak. The speed at which she expanded her business across all seas could not be accomplished with just business acumen. The network of relationships involved was undoubtedly complex. Moreover, the chamber controlled a significant portion of the underworld forces across the other 3 seas, apart from the North Sea. Therefore, the mysterious president behind this chamber would definitely not be an easy character to deal with. Now, Doflamingo realized that the person before him was indeed that individual from back then, and everything began to make sense. Anything happening to that person would not be too strange. What is there that we cannot cooperate on? Mr. Doflamingo, I'm also very interested in underground business. Since you have already investigated me, you should know that I possess the financial resources and strength to cooperate with you. Leah calmly stated, I do not doubt that. But to ensure our future cooperation won't fall apart due to the so-called good and evil concepts, I must first confirm one thing. Doflamingo was rarely candid when facing Leah. Otherwise, with his character, if cooperation didn't work out, he would simply eliminate the partner. What is your ultimate goal? Doflamingo asked this question with a hint of relaxation, but he was also somewhat tense. After all, that person was the last one who could understand him, regardless of their roles or anything else. Leah was surprised that Dover would ask such a question, but she followed her intuition. Some things had already changed, and she chose to answer the question seriously. As a businessman, the most important thing is, of course, to make the biggest plate and share the biggest cake. But the key point is to pull those celestial dragons, who consider themselves descendants of gods, down from their divine status. Leah candidly revealed her innermost thoughts in front of others for the first time. This time, she chose intuition over reason. Feeling that the current Doflamingo was no longer the Doflamingo she once knew. What a proud thought. You really are that person from back then, Doflamingo thought to himself. I agree to cooperate. Let's join forces, first expand our territory, and then together we'll turn the world ruled by those celestial dragons upside down. I must bring those trash down from their pedestal. Doflamingo said, laughing maniacally. You handle the shady dealings in the dark, and I'll be the good guy in the open. By leveraging our respective strengths, we can seize the greatest benefits. Mr. Doflamingo, what do you think? Leah proposed. To achieve our goals, I can play any role. Doflamingo replied, indirectly agreeing with Leah's idea. One more thing I need to clarify. Our alliance should remain in the shadows. Any business or other interactions must be kept discreet, so that we can catch them off guard when it matters. Leah added, you seem quite confident about future developments. The element of surprise is quite intriguing, Doflamingo said, changing his posture as he spoke to Leah. Leah flashed a meaningful smile, looked at Doffy, and asked, you don't need to worry about that. Now, I only have one last question, Mr. Don Quixote Doflamingo. Would you like to form an alliance with me? It doesn't seem matter either way. Different paths lead to the same end. As long as our ultimate goal is the same, the rest isn't too much of an issue for me. With that, Doffy extended his hand and said, pleasure doing business. Leah also reached out to shake the large hand of Doflamingo, smiling as she said, pleasure to cooperate. In fact, under normal circumstances, Doflamingo would not easily agree to cooperate with someone in such a half-understood situation. However, because she was that person, he respected the last shred of trust in his heart and chose to work with her. At this point, Doflamingo had roughly guessed that the person in front of him had traveled back in time to the past at some point in the future. Given that they already knew each other, Leah chose to save them. This indirectly suggested that, in the future, their relationship was not bad. Since their alliance that day, Leah and Doflamingo's communication gradually increased. For some reason, perhaps due to similarities in their personalities, they had a considerable tacit understanding in many of their decisions. Except for when Doflamingo occasionally proposed methods that were somewhat cruel, Leah would always suggest more indirect alternatives. Because the results were quite significant, Doflamingo reluctantly tolerated Leah's interference in his decisions. Every time Leah looked at a flamboyant flamingo, suppressing her temper while pressing down the veins on her forehead, she found it both amusing and puzzling. In fact, she was also curious as to why this irritable flamingo tolerated her so much. She had asked if certain Tsundere flamingo several times, but that guy always evaded her questions with phrases like, "You'll understand later, I have many things to deal with, so stop bothering me." Although the flamingo always showed an impatient expression whenever he saw Leah, Doflamingo, who was contrary in nature, would instruct his subordinates to prepare a banquet every time Leah came. Even if Leah only brought Yusha to talk business, he would have people prepare some dishes that Leah used to order during previous meetings. How should I put it? Doflamingo's attitude towards Leah was truly overly tolerant. Even his subordinates wondered if their young master had developed feelings for this cunning and dark-hearted woman. As the person involved, Leah simply found it amusing. Every time Leah spent time with Doflamingo, they would end up arguing, and the key was that this guy was quite sharp-tongued. When the two of them clashed, the situation was quite intense. The key point was that Doflamingo even criticized Leah's taste, which was something that made Leah quite furious. Therefore, Leah pointed aggressively at the flamingo and said, "Do you think I'm like you big coat freak?" Doflamingo, sitting on the couch with a slight smirk, looked at the fuming girl and said, "Oh, do you also like my big coat? I could have someone prepare a few for you another day." "No way. I don't need it. You can keep your flashy pink coat for yourself." Leah firmly refused. "I can get you some in white," Doflamingo said, looking Leah up and down, feeling that it would suit her quite well. Hey, Doflamingo, do you really like big coats that much? You just forcefully recommend them to anyone you catch," Leah said, while observing Doflamingo's sunglasses. Doflamingo thought for a moment and replied, "Not really. I just gave one to that kid Rossi before." Leah was speechless. "He burned one set, and you sent another?" Doflamingo remained silent. This was dealing with someone who was foolish enough to try to rob Leah's cargo ship. The flamingo had captured the person and brought him to the interrogation room. Why not just kill that worthless person directly? Why are you wasting so much time talking to him? This was the flamingo, impatiently waiting while pressing on the veins on his forehead. Leah smiled as she looked at the person kneeling on the ground, who had been drained of all their secrets, and said, "I am a gentle and kind person. How could I do something as cruel as killing?" Leah covered her mouth, acting like a perfect white lotus. The person kneeling on the ground immediately looked up at Leah with excitement and said, "So, esteemed miss, are you planning to let me go?" "Let you go? I can't decide that," Leah replied as she turned her gaze to Doff. Doff was clearly already impatient and directly pulled the trigger. After a gunshot, the person fell to the ground with a dull thud. Leah took a few steps toward the door, avoiding the splattered blood from getting on her dress. Kindness, how ridiculous. She didn't even know who had taken his family hostage. The way he knelt here, begging for mercy like a dog, sounded very much like a mockery of Leah, but in reality, he agreed with her actions. Leah's eyes were filled with indifference at this moment. She moved my cake and still wanted to walk out of here alive. That was rather naive of her. What about my dead subordinates? If you dare to come and steal our goods, you must be prepared to pay with your life. So, have you dealt with this guy's family? Doflamingo asked without surprise. Of course, I'm not a saint. I don't want to deal with the younger ones and then have the older ones come back. Besides, that family isn't worth much, Leah said rationally. The interrogation room was dim and the air was thick with the smell of rust. Doflamingo said nothing more. He opened the door to the interrogation room and stepped out first. Leah adjusted the coat she was wearing and followed him out. Speaking of which, Doflamingo, your style of doing things has changed quite a bit recently, Leah said lightly, her voice echoing in the dimly lit, empty corridor. Didn't someone tell me to kill less, or else it would diminish my merits? Doflamingo's deep voice came in response. At this moment, Leah scratched her head and said a bit shyly, I did say that, but I didn't expect you, Doflamingo, to actually take it to heart. Your method is very efficient. Doflamingo seemed to explain this sentence. In fact, his inner voice was, you're the only one who is different. By the way, Doflamingo, when will you be able to wake up Rossi? It's been so long. We can't let Rossi remain a sleeping beauty forever, Leah tentatively asked. Doflamingo remained silent for a while, and just when Leah thought he would refuse to answer the question, his voice came, when you go back this time, that kid should wake up. Yay. Well, Doflamingo, we've known each other for so long. We're friends now, right? Do you want to come to my place to hang out? Leah felt her joy was too obvious and forcibly changed the subject. Since you invited me, of course, I won't miss the opportunity. But I need to handle things in Dressrosa first. Doflamingo stopped and turned to Leah. Oh, my dear young master. Did you just casually mention such an important matter to me? My goodness, I'm so touched, Leah said with a sarcastic tone. Huh, come on, what are you pretending for? Don't tell me you don't know what I'm going to do next. Doflamingo rubbed his forehead and said irritably. But what do you think about the situation in Dressrosa? Doflamingo thought for a moment and asked. Leah looked up at Doflamingo, who was wearing sunglasses, and said, the winner is king, the loser is a bandit. No matter what you want to do to the celestial dragon, it doesn't matter as long as Doflamingo. You must win the hearts of the people of Dressrosa and treat the people there well. It should be this way. The change of kingship is a common occurrence. Since Doflamingo has chosen Dressrosa as a stronghold in the new world, and evidently he has been planning for this for many years. What reason does Leah have to advise Doflamingo to give up? On the contrary, if possible, the more countries Doflamingo can handle, the better. As long as he does not touch human trafficking and drugs, Leah can actually accept it. Moreover, the original royal family of Dressrosa was indeed the Don Quixote family. When Rossi woke up, it was spring, and the earth was coming back to life. He was barely wearing any clothes, submerged in a nutrient tank filled with nutrient solution. Upon opening his eyes, Rossi visually felt that he was in a lush green space. He tried to blink, feeling no obstruction, and then he moved his limbs, only to realize that many unknown white tubes were connected to his body. He recalled the last scene in his memory, his brother, that devil-like person, trembling as he shot him several times. He realized he had survived, but he began to worry about whether Luo had managed to escape. To understand the current situation, he struggled to knock on the glass of the nutrient tank, attempting to attract the attention of others. The doctors in the laboratory heard the noise and hurried over. When Rossi saw the familiar, shiny bald head of the doctor, he realized that he had been saved by Miss Leah. After Leah received the news of Rossi waking up, she hurried over. When Leah arrived, the scene in front of her left her somewhat stunned. The familiar tall, bald professor had his arms around Rossi's slim waist, helping her sit on the pristine white hospital bed. Rossi's upper body was not wearing a shirt, revealing her tight and delicate abs, and her lower body was almost undressed as well. She crossed her long legs, and the bald professor took a cigarette from his ear, brought it to Rossi's lips, and, in a very obsequious manner, pulled out a lighter from the pocket of his lab coat to light it for her. That would have been one thing, but why was he looking at Rossi with such a lewd gaze? Leah walked over and asked a few questions before she learned that the bald professor was inquiring about who performed Rossi's brain surgery. He was very eager to meet this person. Rossi didn't even know how he had survived, so how could he know who operated on his brain? He was still a bit confused about the situation. Leah hurried over to greet Rossi and casually instructed her subordinate behind her to bring clothes for Rossi. Leah asked during the intervals of Rossi's dressing, Rossi, how are you feeling now? I feel all right, just haven't moved in a while, my limbs feel a bit weak. Rossi said weakly, exhaling a puff of smoke. After Rossi finished dressing, he tilted his head and thought for a moment before saying, Did you save me, Miss Leah? Yes and no. How should I put it? I brought you back. But the main reason you survived is that Doflamingo spared you. He did a little manipulation in your head, making you unconscious for so long. Leah hesitated to say this. The conflict between the two brothers could only be resolved by themselves. Leah decided to tell Rossi the truth about what had happened. Rossi remained silent, skipping the topic. And after a moment of thought, he asked, What about Ro? Did he escape? Rossi was noticeably more excited when he said this. I have already sent someone to verify. Ro is currently in a sparsely populated town in the North Sea, studying medicine, Leah replied. That's good. As long as Ro is alive. My efforts won't have been in vain. Can I? Rossi said, wiping his eyes with some happiness, his voice filled with excitement. Leah quickly took over Rossi's topic and said, Rossi, do you want me to take you to find Luo? Rossi glanced at Leah and hurriedly nodded. I might not be able to do that, and I hope you don't go looking for him just yet, Leah said seriously as she looked at Rossi. Why? Rossi stood up excitedly. Leah thought for a moment. Since Rossi had already detached from the control of the plot, it wouldn't be a problem to tell him some things. So Leah confessed to him that she could see the future and shared a series of events related to Luo. Leah hoped that Rossi would temporarily stay away from Luo. Otherwise, she really couldn't guarantee that the heavenly path wouldn't create any more trouble, adding obstacles to Luo's growth. On the contrary, with Leah able to predict the future, she could ensure the safety of those around her to the greatest extent. Under Leah's persuasion, Rossi agreed to not meet Luo for the time being, and he would wait until Luo reached Dressrosa in the future before meeting him. Given that Luo had essentially betrayed the Navy, he couldn't return there for now. After consulting Rossi's opinion, he decided to stay at the elementary school founded by Leah and work as a teacher, showing that Rossi really liked children. Leah has become much more relaxed thanks to Yuja helping her with work. Besides visiting Luffy and the others in Windmill Village, she can't help but travel around the world, bringing back rare plants that Yuja hasn't seen before, allowing her to hone her skills and, at the same time, compile a comprehensive guide to the world's plants. Leah has always been a restless person. Thinking of Rossi's ability with the silent fruit, a good idea popped in her mind. After asking Rossi and confirming that the ancestral grave of the Don Quixote family is not in the same place as the graves of other celestial dragons, Leah dragged the honest Rossi to dig up the celestial dragon's ancestral grave. Driving a customized submarine, they reached the burial site of the celestial dragon's ancestors under Rossi's guidance, where many slaves with explosive collars were wiping the golden tombstones. Leah used her domain to cover the graveyard, making it look normal to outsiders, and instructed Rossi to use his abilities to suppress any sounds from inside. Quietly signaling, Leah directed her subordinates to tie up the slaves. With Rossi's fruit ability in place, no matter how much they screamed, no one would hear them. However, to avoid any noise reaching her ears, Leah still had them gagged. Leah looked at the golden tombstones, eagerly wanted to dig out the coffins inside to see what treasures they held. She picked up a shovel and began to dig vigorously. The result, of course, was bountiful. The treasures she found made Leah grin widely, and after directing her team to bring the treasures back to the submarine, she also packed up the slaves from the graveyard. After all, it was she who had brought them this disaster, and she couldn't just leave them there to die. Given the nature of the celestial dragons, if they realized their ancestral graves had been dug up, the slaves guarding them would not escape and would all perish. With her cheat-like abilities, Leah didn't bother to hide anything after digging. She left the disheveled graveyard exposed, as if daring others to notice. Leah, the money-loving woman, didn't even miss the tombstones, packing them all away. After all, they were made of gold, and by melting off the inscriptions, she could exchange them for a lot of money. Leah did all of this quite discreetly, managing to pull off such a windfall without anyone noticing. It was simply exhilarating. Now she could finally understand the feeling of Cao Cao leading his army to dig up graves back in the day. It was just too thrilling, wasn't it? Leah quietly finished everything, and she found that Rossi's abilities were simply essential for home use. Killing and arson, ugh. In short, they were great for doing bad things. The next day's newspaper spread this news throughout the entire Grand Line. At first, when the slaves saw what Leah and the others were doing, they were filled with fear and despair. They knew that the celestial dragons would never spare them. They were undoubtedly doomed. However, after being bound for so long without anyone noticing what was happening, they gradually grew bolder. After all, we're going to die anyway. So why not vent some anger before we go? They began to struggle fiercely, and Leah, seeing their desperate attempts, thought for a moment and decided to listen to what they wanted to say. She took out the cloth they had been biting on, and the person excitedly said, "Tell them to let me go. I won't run away. Since we are destined to die today, we should at least vent some anger before we go." Leah tilted her head and thought for a moment, then asked, "What do you want to do? Whip the corpse?" The person shouted from their throat. Leah's eyes lit up as she said to the person, "You reminded me, since I'm already here. Why not do something that can make me happy?" Leah ran over to untie the man, signaling that he was free to do as he pleased. Inspired by his example, the other slaves grew bolder and began demanding to be untied as well. Considering they posed no real threat, Leah nodded in agreement. True to expectations, they didn't disappoint, stomping, kicking, and spitting on the remains of the celestial dragons. Still unsatisfied, one burly man even undid his pants and relieved himself on the corpses. Leah was in a great mood at the moment. Excited, she decided to share her joy with others. So, she recorded everything from tonight using a phone bug. Rossi had actually been quite confused about what was happening tonight. This honest man had probably only done one bad thing in his life, which was helping Luo obtain the results of his surgery. Therefore, while doing this sneaky business, he couldn't help but feel a bit nervous and was still in a daze. Rossi, what are you dazed for? Dig. Whatever you dig up is yours. Didn't you say you wanted to travel the world with Luo in the future? How can you travel the world without money? Leah swung her shovel vigorously, wiping the sweat from her brow while reminding Rossi. Rossi scratched his head and said, "That does seem to make sense." So he also grabbed a shovel and began to swing it. Strangely, Rossi felt that even though he was working hard, he was becoming increasingly happy as he continued. In short, his mood was so good that he even wanted to hum a song. Then he noticed Leah signaling to let go of those slaves, and watched as they recklessly destroyed the corpses of the celestial dragons. Looking at the bombs around their necks and the genuine excitement on their faces, Rossi suddenly understood the feelings of the people years ago who wanted to burn that family alive. He sighed, feeling a sense of relief. Thankfully, everything was slowly getting better now. He had a strange premonition that the world was about to get chaotic. Just like those slaves venting their emotions, the oppressed people were ready to rise up. Perhaps he should find an opportunity to check out the Revolutionary Army. After moving all the valuable items, Leah also took away those slaves who had not completely lost their will. These slaves were quite special. Some had even been fed devil fruits due to the celestial dragon's twisted preferences. Overall, with proper training, they could still be useful. Leah wasn't worried that they would reveal what happened tonight. After all, in the current world, offending the celestial dragons was equivalent to receiving a death sentence. Anyone with a bit of sense surely knew what to do and what not to do to survive. Leah had been back in her territory for a while after the submarines left, and she was feeling quite good at the moment. However, enjoying a good deed alone lacked some fun. So she decided to send a video she recorded at that time to Doflamingo using the equipment equipped in the submarine, which was a new product developed by the lab for single-line video transmission. Why did Leah choose to send it to Doflamingo first? Because Doflamingo shared similar tastes with Leah in some aspects and was the one who could best understand her dark humor. After watching the video, Doflamingo immediately called Leah. She awkwardly glanced at Rossi, moved away a bit, and then answered the call. The phone bug perfectly mimicked Doflamingo's expression of face-palming on the other end. "You really can't sit still for a moment, huh? I don't even know how Morgans is going to write about this tomorrow," Doflamingo said with a somewhat speechless expression. "Who cares how he writes it? No one will find out it was me." Leah shrugged and replied nonchalantly, "But you did well. Just watching those scenes is uplifting." "It's a pity I wasn't there," Doflamingo said, a smirk evident in his words. "Did we not agree to play together? You went off to have fun with such an interesting event while hiding it from me," Doflamingo exclaimed. "Oh, I didn't decide this on a whim. I didn't have time to call you," Leah said somewhat sheepishly. Doflamingo's expression suddenly turned serious, and upon closer observation, there was a hint of helplessness in his demeanor as he said, "I want to hold that against you. But why did you record those filthy images too? You're still a minor. Don't let those sordid scenes pollute your eyes." When Doflamingo said this, there was an inexplicable tone of a concerned father facing his rebellious daughter. "First, I'm turning 18 next month, and second, these are just minor scenes. I've seen worse," Leah replied with a hint of pride in her tone. Doflamingo's tone became dangerous as he pressed the veins protruding from his forehead, saying, "Who taught you these ridiculous things? If I find out who that bastard is, I'll shoot him dead." "Oh, it's no one. I've lived 3 lifetimes, and while I haven't been in a relationship, I've at least seen things," Leah retorted. "What do you mean?" "Oh, Doflamingo, don't sweat the details," Doflamingo replied. The next morning, Leah was happily playing with an abacus, her hands moving so fast it was hard to see. Morgans naturally wouldn't miss such a big news story. He wrote overnight, and as soon as daylight broke, he directed the newsbirds to spread this shocking news worldwide. The front page headline read that the Celestial Dragon's tomb had been robbed. As soon as the incident occurred, the Celestial Dragons hurriedly sealed off the area to save face. However, it was unclear how Morgans' reporters managed to capture those photos. The newspaper was filled with images of destroyed corpses and broken coffins in the dirt pits, with some bodies even having filthy things on them. Most importantly, one photo showed the main tombstone, the writing on which was barely legible, with only the large, conspicuous words "Celestial Dragons are trash" painted in red remaining. Although this could implicate both Mingo and Rossi, Leah felt that since they were no longer Celestial Dragons, it wasn't a big deal. Yuja also generously stated that she would eventually give up her identity as a Celestial Dragon, so this little matter was not worth worrying about. From Leah's perspective, or rather from the perspective of everyone except the Celestial Dragons, It felt refreshing. The key point was that, despite the incident, the celestial dragons had yet to find any leads on the suspects. In their frustration, they had even begun offering high rewards for anyone who could provide information about the incident. The world government treated this event as a provocation against its authority, even distributing a blank wanted poster with a reward amounting to 500 million berries, all aimed at capturing the criminal who challenged the celestial dragon's authority. It was particularly humiliating for them to have no clues, yet they still had to issue the reward. Shifting the focus to the Red Fourth ship. Due to several days of continuous hangovers, Shanks was finally punched into the deck by his fed-up first mate. At that moment, Shanks seemed to realize something, scratching his backside. Although his head was now stuck in the deck, his subconscious instinctively protected the bottle of alcohol in his hand. Once he pulled his red head out, he immediately took a swig from the bottle before greeting Beckman. "Hey Beckman, good morning," revealing his big white teeth with a grin. Beckman looked at his carefree captain and regretted getting on this guy's ship, wondering why he ever believed this guy's nonsense. Beckman covered his face, but helplessly tossed the newspaper into Shanks's lap. Shanks quickly caught it, his eyes sparkling as he asked, "Is there something interesting happening out at sea?" "You'll find out when you look for yourself," Beckman replied. "Who could possibly be doing something so interesting? If I knew who it was, I would really want to bring that person onto my ship. It would definitely be fun," Shanks said, casting an expectant look at Beckman. "No leads. Our intelligence network hasn't found any valuable information. That person is very mysterious, but their actions are quite conspicuous," Beckman said meaningfully. Shanks's absurd thought process led him to respond. "We have such a fancy intelligence network." Beckman's forehead twitched. "Idiot." At that moment, the other members of the red-haired pirates gathered around, grabbing the newspaper and crowding together to look. "Jesus Burgess, what a talent, this person. Lockie Lou, the handwriting is quite nice. Bonsai, amazing." They didn't leave any evidence for others to catch. Looking at the photos really felt relieving. It was inexplicably satisfying. "Captain, if we find out who did this in the future, you must bring them onto the ship. The captain is best at this." Hearing his crew's discussion, Shanks shyly scratched his head and said, "I'll take care of this." On the Moby Dick, Marco had transformed his arms into wings and received today's newspaper from the newsbird, looking it over. "This guy is really bold, openly provoking the celestial dragons," Marco said in surprise. "What's wrong, Marco?" A loud voice called from above. Marco looked up to see a tall man with a crescent-shaped mustache surrounded by numerous foretubes, giving an overwhelming sense of pressure. Indeed, he was Edward Newgate, known as the strongest man in the world. Marco flew up again, landing on Whitebeard's knee, and handed the newspaper to him, saying, "Dad, there's a remarkable big news today." Whitebeard took the newspaper from his hand and examined it carefully for a while. "Gulalala, what an interesting guy. I really want to meet the person behind this. The scoundrels of the world government must be jumping in anger right now. This is truly delightful news." Sachi also held a newspaper in his hand, wearing a smug smile. "Yeah, this news is really satisfying. Those celestial dragons probably never dreamed that their ancestral graves would be dug up so brazenly, and the key is that they didn't even catch a whiff of it." Even the beautiful Izang was holding a newspaper and expressing her sentiments. Teach was sitting in the kitchen eating cherry pie, also clutching a newspaper in his hand. "How bold. But is this matter really just a provocation? There might be some conspiracy being plotted behind it." Teach wore a naive smile, but in his heart, countless speculations were swirling. On Cake Island, Big Mom was stuffing desserts in her mouth while mumbling indistinctly. "This is indeed an interesting person. Katakuri, go investigate this matter." Katakuri replied, "Yes, Mama." In Wano, the drunken Kaido lifted his head from his stupor, glanced at the newspaper a few times, then grabbed his wine jug and took a few big swigs. "Jean, investigate the person behind this. If possible, bring him into our beast pirates." The masked Jean respectfully answered, "Yes, Lord Kaido." On Kuraikaguna Island, in the dark castle surrounded by forests, the world's #1 swordsman, Hawkeye, drank red wine from his cup, his golden eyes shining with sharpness. "Interesting." He stared at the newspaper for a while and slowly uttered these two words. Leah ultimately chose to take on Moria under the moonlight. She didn't bring many people with her, but before challenging Moria, she had prepared a large amount of sea salt, which is effective against zombies, cutting off one of Moria's major advantages. Due to more than a decade of decline, Moria's strength had significantly diminished, as he relied too heavily on his fruit abilities. The only somewhat tricky ability was related to Moria's devil fruit powers. However, the gap in strength between Moria and Leah was quite large, and he ultimately fell to defeat. At that time, Perona was still a child, and this little girl had accidentally fainted from being scared by Kuro. Kuro looked somewhat dejected and guilty as he picked up the little girl. Surprisingly, after Moria was defeated, he chose to trade his life for the lives of his subordinates, especially Perona, whom he treated almost like a little princess. Seeing a creature with two heads holding the fainted Perona, he immediately became anxious, and his attitude underwent a drastic change, seemingly ready to fight Leah to the death. Leah never intended to kill Moria from the very beginning. She was merely accumulating achievements to secure her position as one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Besides, her victory wasn't entirely fair. Moria knew nothing about her, while she had thoroughly studied his weaknesses. As she witnessed Moria's actions, she even began to admire him somewhat. Initially, Leah had assumed Moria built his army of shadows out of cowardice and cunning. But now she understood. After his defeat by Kaido, Moria had lost all his companions overnight. His fear wasn't of death, but of loss. That's why he surrounded himself with undead zombies, beings that could never truly leave him. For him, death wasn't the greatest threat, loss was. Leah was not interested in Moria's large sailing ship, and the island had no interest in seizing it either. Moria was staying alone in the Foggy Devil's Triangle, researching zombies and such, and Leah thought this was really not a big deal. After all, just a couple of days ago, she had dug up the ancestral grave of the celestial dragons. She had already fought them off and had no intention of making things difficult for Moria. She took little Perona from Kasimoto's arms and returned her directly to Moria. And Leah even thoughtfully brought Moria a gift: several coffins containing the bodies of the celestial dragons. Although these idiotic corpses had almost no combat power, controlling them was simply satisfying. Moria was quite fond of this gift, and given that Leah hadn't seriously harmed his subordinates, just gave them a few hits, he was not as hostile towards Leah as he had been at first. Leah even friendly invited Moria to take Perona and Chief Amen to Sicily for a visit. In short, it's better to have one more friend than one more enemy. She was a businesswoman who liked to make connections, and anyone could become her customer. As a shrewd businesswoman, she needed to build good relationships with all parties, first developing quietly before being able to act boldly later. When enough fortunate individuals stood on her side, her weight in this world would increase, allowing her to do more things with fewer restrictions. Moria, to be honest, wasn't too bad, and this Devil's Triangle definitely hid some big secret. Otherwise, the higher-ups of the world government wouldn't have hinted for Doflamingo to deal with Moria. Moria had been active in these waters for so long. He definitely knew some hidden truths. Given that their relationship wasn't that good yet, Leah didn't plan to dig deeper for now. When the time was right in the future, this secret would be impossible to hide. After defeating Moria, the event was indeed widely reported, and Leah gradually gained a reputation in these seas. To enhance her reputation, Leah staged a play with Doflamingo, creating an intense battle scene, and under Leah's deliberate guidance, rumors began to spread about her discord with Doflamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Leah had actually long ordered her own pirate ship. Given that Leah was terrible at naming things, she casually named the ship's Statue of Liberty. The shape of the pirate flag was roughly similar to other pirate flags, featuring a skull biting a belly in its mouth, with a sickle and hammer pattern added behind the skull. The appearance of the Statue of Liberty wasn't particularly outstanding, but to highlight its features, Leah added a pair of black wings to the side of the ship. Of course, these wings weren't just for looks. They also allowed the ship to fly briefly. Additionally, with the assistance of researchers, the ship could raise a transparent protective shield to support its descent underwater. In short, it was a multifunctional vessel, and Leah wasn't very interested in adding cannons or similar equipment. She believed that modern bombs were ineffective against true strong opponents, and when facing weaker foes, it wouldn't even reach the point of needing bombs. One person could take them all out in an instant. So Leah decided not to install any for now and would consider it later when the lab developed truly powerful weapons. Naming things was a significant challenge for Leah, and she had no good ideas for what to call her pirate crew. Thinking about Shank's crew being called the Red-Haired Pirates, Leah thought maybe her crew could be called the Black-Haired Pirates. After Yuja rejected that idea, Leah looked at Makabaka and had another good idea, saying, "How about we call it the Corgi Pirates?" Leah was once again subjected to the disdainful glares of the crew, and she could only helplessly shrug her shoulders, saying, "I really don't have any good ideas. How about you come up with one for me? How can such things be left to the crew?" Yuja said, standing beside Leah. "Oh, this is so annoying," Leah said, scratching her head in frustration. When she looked up, she saw the full moon in the sky. So she decided not to think too much and directly made a decision. "We'll call ourselves the Moon Pirates. The moon has a good meaning. This name was certainly better than the previous ones, although it still sounded a bit tacky. It was accepted by the crew. Another interesting thing was that Morgan's team were really good at taking photos. As Leah continuously challenged pirates, her bounty kept soaring, and the photos circulating on the wanted posters. Well, how should I put it? Leah seemed to have a knack for looking stunning in every shot. The first wanted poster featured her in a tight-fitting cheapao, with a hairpin accidentally falling out during a fight, her hair coming undone at that moment. And since Leah was confident of her victory, she unconsciously smirked, looking both regal and beautiful. The second poster showed Leah in a white outfit, holding a towel while focused on drying her long hair, with the morning light shining on her, her shapely figure barely visible. Leah seemed to be distracted by something, her eyes slightly dazed as she looked up, her gaze meeting the camera, and in that instant, she was captured again for a wanted photo. The third poster featured Leah and Doflamingo acting together to enhance the realism. Leah had applied battle damage makeup on her face and torn the fabric of her skirt and shoulder, revealing a hint of her collarbone. Doflamingo, although exasperated, played along with Leah, sporting a fierce smile and showing off his toned muscles. Leah posed with a vigilant expression, but to others, it looked like a mix of stubbornness with a hint of grievance, complemented by Doflamingo's expression. Of course, the background showed the devastated land from the battle. When Yuja saw these wanted posters, she deeply suspected that Leah had slipped some money to Morgan's. These were not wanted posters, but clearly just Leah's personal fashion photos. When Old Man Carp saw the wanted posters, he spat out a mouthful of Sunbae at Sengoku's face. He immediately wanted to swing his iron fist at Morgan's, but was punched into the wall by Sengoku. As for Shanks, that will be discussed in the next chapter. Well, Shanks collected each of Leah's wanted posters and displayed them prominently in his captain's quarters, ensuring he could see them every day. Actually, when he received the second wanted poster, someone paused while pouring himself a drink, feeling warmth in his nose, and with a plop, a drop of blood fell to the ground. Just when the ship's doctor thought Shanks was injured, Shanks hurriedly hid the wanted poster behind him, waving his hand and saying, "I'm fine, just a bit overheated recently, aha aha." He thought it was too embarrassing to have a nosebleed from seeing the little girl's wanted poster. He absolutely could not let Beckman and the others find out, or he would be laughed at death. Beckman shot a glance at Shanks, silently thinking, "With your idiot constitution, overheated?" Of course, while Shanks secretly collected Leah's wanted posters, it was inevitable that others also received Leah's wanted posters. Port Gas D, Leah, bounty 343 million berries, accompanied by a stunning wanted photo. Leah inexplicably gained a lot of fans, and those fans were at odds with the fans of Boa Hancock, fiercely debating who was the world's #1 beauty, with tensions escalating to the point of potential conflict. Of course, Leah didn't pay much attention to these matters. She was more concerned about how to make money. When Shanks heard his crew discussing who was more beautiful, he felt a bit displeased while holding the bounty notice in his hand. So many people had seen the little girl's photo. Her future rivals would undoubtedly come in waves. Although he was not afraid of any challenge, he did not like the idea of others coveting the little girl. He wanted to leave a unique mark on her pure, jade-like body so that she would forever belong to him, right? When he saw the third bounty notice, how should he put it? Shanks was really looking forward to seeing the little girl cry. Although he knew that, with her personality, it was unlikely she would show such an expression. Perhaps in certain specific situations, this small wish could come true. The photo of Doflamingo on the notice had long been torn up and thrown into the trash by Shanks, and he then flattened the bounty notice and posted it at the bow of the ship. In fact, Leah and Shanks had always kept in touch. Shanks was smart. He was afraid Leah wouldn't read his letters, so he always sent his letters mixed in with a pile of island information, emphasizing that the information and the letter were made of the same paper. Shanks was well-traveled and good at storytelling, always including his adventure tales in the letters he sent to Leah. Although the handwriting was hard to decipher, the content was quite exciting, and Leah passed her free time reading them. After writing several times, Shanks started asking Leah to reply to him. Leah didn't know what to say at first, but after expressing her daily concerns about Shanks' life and the well-being of Beckman and the others, she began treating her replies to Shanks like a diary, essentially exchanging information. Leah actually thought it would be more convenient to contact him via Den Den Mushi. However, some things were difficult to say through the Den Den Mushi, so she got used to corresponding with Shanks through letters, sometimes attaching photos. For example, right now, a photo of Leah and Doflamingo fell out of the letter she was writing to Shanks. Doflamingo was sitting casually on the couch, and due to his height, he was almost eye level with the standing Leah. Doflamingo had a mischievous look on his face as he watched Leah angrily point at him, smirking while pressing his finger against her forehead. This photo was purely accidental. Leah had given Baby 5 a camera den mushy, and Baby 5 accidentally captured this scene, even developing the photo and sneakily slipping it into Leah's pocket, which also contained the letter she wrote to Shanks. Baby 5 was also looking forward to her young master finding his princess soon, secretly shipping this CP in her little heart. Meanwhile, oblivious to Baby 5's little actions, the absent-minded Leah was too upset to notice. So when she sent the letter, she included the photo as well. The content of the letter was Leah sharing her joy about becoming friends with Doflamingo and studying business together, which was meant to be a simple expression of happiness about making new friends. However, with that photo attached, someone started feeling a bit sour inside. Wasn't he that too intimate? Even as friends, it shouldn't be like that. And why would the little girl let her guard down around that rogue? She had been beaten up just for holding someone's hand. Shanks put his thinking cap on and caught an important point. It seemed he had thought of something, and he jumped up and dashed out of the captain's cabin, heading straight for Beckman's room. Shanks forcefully pushed the door open, slamming it against the wall with a loud bang. The stack of documents Beckman had just finished was knocked over by the sudden jolt, scattering papers everywhere. Beckman's forehead twitched with veins bulging, and he clenched his fists, ready to teach this clueless idiot a lesson. But Shanks' next words caught him off guard. "Beckman, I want to learn how to do business. Please teach me," Shanks excitedly said to Beckman. Beckman looked at him skeptically. "Shanks, what foolish thing are you planning again? Let me prepare myself mentally." Shanks replied, "Nothing, I just want to learn." Beckman looked at him with a headache. "What do you want to learn that for?" Shanks blurted out, "So I could get closer to the little girl." Beckman, "What is the relationship between those two?" Shanks made a fist with his right hand and tapped it against his left hand. "By the way, Beckman, let us go to Dressrosa." Beckman was even more confused, thinking, "Are you serious?" "Shanks, you should know that the current king of Dressrosa is the warlord Don Quixote Doflamingo," Beckman said to Shanks. Shanks lowered his head slightly and said, I know. Someone was feeling jealous, right?" In the end, someone's plan to play in Dressrosa was still disrupted. At this moment, Shanks received an invitation. Under Leah's actions, she had, as expected, caught the attention of the Navy's high command. Leah smoothly received an invitation from the warlords of the sea, and she gladly accepted, officially taking on the appointment from the Marine headquarters. Old Man Garp rarely fell silent, looking at Leah with complex emotions in his eyes. After a while, he closed his eyes, placed his hand on Leah's head, and said nothing. Leah felt a bit awkward when she saw her grandfather there at first. However, seeing her grandfather's rare, serious expression suddenly made her feel a bit guilty. But she quickly shook off that feeling. She needed to have enough influence and strength before her 2 younger brothers went to sea, in order to ensure that she could protect them as much as possible when that major event arrived. She had worked hard to have family, and no matter the cost, she absolutely would not allow anyone to harm them. Leah gently held Old Man Carp's hand, and he silently led her to his office. The style of the office was very much Carp's, with no paper items at all, and certainly no office supplies like pens. The only things on his desk were sunbae, with various different flavors. The most eye-catching item on the desk was a picture frame containing a photo of Leah at 12 years old, holding 3-year-old Luffy in one arm and 5-year-old Ace by the hand with the other. In that moment, the 3 children were all smiling happily, with the sunlight just right and the years softly passing by. Leah unnaturally noticed the conspicuous photo frame, and a part of her heart felt warm. The old man was usually rough and lacked understanding of how to care for others, sometimes even making his granddaughter Leah clean up his mess. But Leah knew that, deep down, the old man cared about them. He just didn't know how to express it. Leah loves taking photos. She enjoys documenting the events happening in her life, especially the growth moments of her 3 children. The old man secretly took many photos from Leah's album, printed out copies for himself, and then quietly returned them to her. In fact, Leah is well aware of this, but she pretends not to notice. Since having grandchildren, the old man often finds excuses to return to Donghai. However, he is also a rear admiral and a symbol of the Navy, carrying the weight of justice and the responsibilities that come with it, which prevents him from being with his family all the time. So, he secretly collects photos of his adorable grandchildren, and now he has filled 3 large albums, which lie quietly on the top shelf of the bookshelf. The old man's aide discreetly stepped out, leaving the space for the grandfather and grandson. Leah silently embraced the old man, although he was no longer young. His strong body contained a power that could instill fear in the entire sea. Ji-chan, you should know, with Luffy and Ace's personalities, they will never become Navy officers. And most likely, they will become pirates. Leah buried her head in Carp's arms and said gloomily, I know, those two brats will never be that obedient. The old man said, lowering his voice rarely. So, Ji-chan, our family needs someone who can boldly protect them. Before Leah could finish her sentence about them not being completely grown yet, she knew that the old man understood everything. Luffy's father is the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon, and Ace's father is the Pirate King, Gold, Roger. Their identities will eventually be exposed. By then, all eyes will certainly be on them, and the Navy and the world government will not easily let them go, unless they already possess the strength to pose a threat to the government. Carp fell silent. Leah continued to persuade, Ji-chan, I've become one of the 7 warlords. I'm on the Navy's side. Ji-chan, if I get into trouble, you can still protect me, right? I just feel that putting all of this on a girl like you is really, really too much. The old man suddenly said this, and he tightly hugged Leah. Leah's eyes were a bit moist. The old man truly understood her completely. This feeling of being cared for and concerned about is really nice. It's okay, Ji-chan. We are family, and that won't change no matter what. Leah embraced the old man, silently comforting him. The old man quickly broke free from that atmosphere and resumed eating the rice crackers. When Leah came to Marin Vondo, she had brought a lot of rice crackers for the old man. Leah also met other people from the Navy here. The last time Leah saw Kizaru and Akiji was because she was sick and the old man brought her to the headquarters for treatment. Because she is Admiral Garp's granddaughter. The 3 admirals came to visit her with fruit baskets, but at that time Leah was too feverish to pay any attention to them. Sakazuki probably just followed protocol, leaving the fruit basket and then leaving. Kizaru, on the other hand, came to visit the sick Leah for several consecutive days. When no one was around, his gaze towards Leah held some curiosity, but in the end, he didn't ask anything. Akiji, at Garp's request, came by to help look after Leah during his free time. Akiji naturally agreed, as he had never seen such a worried expression on Admiral Garp's face. After many years, Akiji, Kizaru, and Sakazuki had all become admirals. Leah opened the door and walked into the hallway, where she encountered Akiji draped in his justice cloak. Akiji was still the same as ever, always lackadaisical and carefree. When he saw Leah, he somehow pulled a rose out of nowhere and handed it to her, saying, this enchanting lady. Do you have time for a date with me tonight? Leah had a black line on her forehead, confirming that this was indeed Akiji. Uncle Akiji, don't you remember me? I'm Leah. Akiji bent down, carefully examined Leah, scratched his head, and said, it's little Leah from before. You've grown up. By the way, are you free tonight? Leah, pervert. Akiji waved his hand. Little Leah, I'm not a pervert. It's just that you're too beautiful. Just looking at you is a delight. Wow. Is this beautiful young lady your friend? Kizaru chimed in with his usual quirky phrase. This is Mr. Carp's granddaughter. She's also considered our colleague now. A newly appointed warlord, Akiji said lazily. Wow, Mr. Carp's granddaughter, Kizaru said in his strange manner. Leah looked at the 2 brightly colored generals, who were harmonizing with each other, with a face full of black lines. She decided to greet Kizaru first. Thank you, Mr. Kizaru, for sending me to find my grandfather back then. Oh, it's Miss Leah? Your husband admires the Navy so much. I thought I would see you at the Navy's boot camp, but I didn't expect you to become one of the 7 warlords now, Kizaru said, his tone as usual, filled with a mix of sarcasm and nonchalance. Excuse me, so why is Leah sitting here in the Navy's cafeteria having a meal with these 2 exceptional individuals? Kizaru thoughtfully pushed an extra serving of food elegantly toward Leah, who was sitting across from him. Meanwhile, Akiji was already focused on his food, and coincidentally, Kizaru had served dishes that Leah liked to eat. Leah looked at him in confusion, but Kizaru only made a gentle gesture inviting her to eat. Leah glanced at the already moving Kizaru and decided not to dwell on it any longer, picking up her chopsticks to eat. Kizaru lowered his head to eat, making it hard to see his expression. To be honest, it was fortunate that Leah was a very sociable person, completely free of any awkward emotions. The cafeteria should have been lively, but due to the arrival of Akiji and Kizaru, it was extremely quiet at the moment, with only the sound of people moving in line and the cafeteria lady serving dishes. If it weren't for the eerie silence, Leah might have thought she had returned to her student days. The 3 of them were not ordinary people. Their senses were different from those of others, and they naturally noticed the gossip gazes directed at them. However, none of them paid any mind. Leah does not often come to the Navy headquarters, and the discussions among the Navy will only be temporary. There is really nothing for her to worry about. As for Admiral Akiji and Admiral Kizaru, they are both high-ranking officers and will attract countless gazes wherever they go. so they obviously won't care. In fact, even the lower-ranked Navy personnel have heard the rumor that the newly appointed Shichibukai, Port Gasti Leah, is the granddaughter of Vice Admiral Garp. They have also seen Leah's bounty poster, which is truly eye-catching, and they are looking forward to seeing her in person. However, they didn't expect that this young lady of the Shichibukai seems to have a good relationship with Admiral Akiji and Admiral Kizuru. Indeed, she is a beauty with strong abilities. But why would she choose to become a pirate? If such a beautiful girl were to join the Navy, given her own strength and Vice Admiral Garp's reputation, her rank wouldn't be too low. Most importantly, there aren't many beautiful female Navy officers at the headquarters. Kizuru, seemingly asking on a whim, posed a somewhat unrelated question. Miss Leah, do you have someone you like? Long ago, when you gazed at the sea, you mentioned missing someone you liked. That first youthful infatuation was scattered away by the sea breeze. 11 years ago, it was also because the little girl resembled that person from back then, with a particularly similar profile, that he noticed her at a glance among the crowd. She was holding a child. And now, apart from their hair color and age, they are completely the same person. Leah was very confused. In her impression, although Kizaru was lazy and cunning, he wasn't that gossipy, right? Akiji was also intrigued by this question and lifted his head. He glanced at Kizaru meaningfully, propping his chin with his hand, and said to Leah, I'm curious about this too. If little Leah doesn't have someone she likes, then she could go on a date with me. Uncle Akiji, do you want to go on a date with my grandpa's Iron Fist? Stop making such nonsensical jokes. But I really don't have anyone I like at the moment. For some reason, when Leah heard that question, a figure with red hair flashed through her mind. Haha, is that so? Kizaru's eyes sparkled with light. It turns out I met you earlier than the person you like. With Kizaru's intellect, he could certainly make various guesses about the current situation, and the scientific department was also researching experiments related to time travel, so Kizaru could naturally come up with more hypotheses. And right now, he was very happy. Huh, Mr. Celino, are you talking about Leah? She couldn't help but ask, but her words were interrupted by the suddenly tense atmosphere in the cafeteria. Leah turned her head to look over there. Oh, it was no surprise. It was Sakaski who came to the cafeteria. Sakaski didn't care about the incredibly quiet atmosphere inside the cafeteria. After getting his meal, he found a seat not too far from Leah. As soon as Sakaski saw Kizaru and Akiji, his expression darkened, especially since they had piled all the documents they needed to handle on his desk. Sakaski's face still showed little emotion, making it seem as if someone owed him 8 million, which was quite surprising. Although he had a bad attitude towards Kizaru and Akiji, he surprisingly nodded at Leah. Leah was also quite confused. Isn't this guy supposed to hate pirates the most? Why is he greeting her? However, out of politeness, Leah nodded at Sakazuki. The cafeteria seemed particularly lively today, as the previously seen Admiral Sengoku and Vice Admiral Tsuru also came to the cafeteria. Vice Admiral Tsuru noticed that Leah, this little girl, was pretty and ate gracefully, completely lacking the wildness of Carp. She kindly inquired about Leah's well-being. Admiral Sengoku was similarly affectionate towards her, treating her like a younger family member. Although she was a warlord of the sea on the Navy's side, she was still essentially a pirate. Why were these high-ranking officials so friendly towards her? What Leah didn't know was that Old Man Carp had repeatedly used his loud voice to promote his obedient granddaughter to them. Although they hadn't watched Leah grow up, they had heard about her growth stories under Carp's influence. That old guy Carp often boasted about little Leah's cuteness with pictures to his colleagues. In short, they had a pretty good impression of Carp's granddaughter. The last time they saw this little girl, they didn't really talk, just caught a distant glimpse of the weak, feverish girl. Now that they saw her up close, Tsuru and the others were relieved that little Leah didn't have the troublesome personality that Carp had. She seemed quite well behaved, though it was a pity that she became a pirate. However, since the little girl hadn't done anything bad, they subconsciously overlooked Leah's pirate identity and regarded her as if she were their own younger relative. Sengoku looked at the well-behaved little girl and couldn't help but feel a bit jealous of Carp. How could he have such a thoughtful granddaughter? She brought so many rice crackers for Carp when she came to the headquarters for her appointment, and all of this was noticed by the Navy present. Miss Leah is really very gentle. It's hard to imagine that someone who looks so weak can actually hold her own against the likes of Ten Yasha. Beautiful and strong. I declare Miss Leah my new goddess. Leah didn't stay at the Navy headquarters for long. After having a meal, she returned to her ship as she had many matters to handle. Just before leaving, Kizaru asked her for her snail phone number, and she gave it to him without hesitation. Surprisingly, Kizaru even came to the port to see her off. Next, she needed to prepare for the opening ceremony of Sicily. It would definitely be a lively event, and Leah promptly sent invitations to Shanks and the others. Time flew by, and the day of the opening ceremony in Sicily arrived. Leah had been preparing for this for 2 full years, from choosing the location to planning and construction, becoming a warlord of the sea, smoothing out various relationships, and personnel allocation. It took Leah a tremendous amount of effort, but now it was finally completed. That's right, the invitation Shanks received was for Leah's opening ceremony. After all, they were old friends, and it had been nearly 2 years since they last met. Shanks immediately abandoned his plans to cause trouble in Dressrosa and ordered his crew to head straight to Sicily. Leah also invited the Don Quixote family. Of course, given their apparent discord, after performing a duet in front of everyone, Doflamingo pretended to cause trouble at the opening ceremony. By the time he left, he had already been ushered by Leah's subordinates to her private venue. Leah also invited Hawkeye, but he directly said he was too busy. If he didn't want to come, he could just say so. How could he possibly be busy when he spends his days rowing his coffin boat all over the place? Leah, as one of the 7 warlords, mostly invited pirates and some figures from the underworld as guests. In short, there weren't many good people present, and there was no need for too much formality. Leah didn't engage in any formalities or lengthy speeches. She simply expressed her hope that everyone would take good care of her business, and then let the reception staff take them around the island with their money. Leah took out all the good wine she had stored in her cellar to entertain Doflamingo and his crew. However, coincidentally, Doflamingo received a report from his subordinate about an urgent matter that required him to rush back, which meant he missed meeting Shanks. Nevertheless, Doflamingo left Baby 5 on Sicily Island, allowing her to play there for a while before returning. This turned out to be quite good, as Leah's intuition told her that Doflamingo meeting Shanks might not be a good thing. The Red Force arrived at Sicily Island in the evening, even though the business opened during the day. Shanks seemed to have changed a lot, yet at the same time, he appeared unchanged. However, he looked much more imposing and finally resembled a captain. But when he smiled, it all fell apart. Leah always felt he didn't seem very smart when he smiled. Leah specifically went to the port to greet them. Originally, she wanted to invite Yuxia and the others, but since she was too busy with the opening, she could only go by herself. As soon as Shanks saw Leah, he exclaimed, "Sasai Burita Nelly-chan." Shanks said this with a bright smile and rushed towards Leah. This guy hooked his arm around Leah's shoulder as he came over. He was really heavy, and Leah almost got knocked down by him. However, Leah was happy today, so she didn't mind him too much and just skillfully avoided Shanks's touch. Wrapped in his presence, Leah felt uneasy. Her body would heat up, and her heartbeat was irregular. Plus, after not seeing him for 2 years, she felt like Shanks looked a bit more handsome and more masculine, though she wasn't sure if it was just her illusion. Leah greeted Beckman and the others in succession, then took them to tour the island. In fact, it wasn't too late to come, because in the evening, Leah had to host a banquet for her internal staff. The scale of Leah's business association couldn't have been achieved without everyone's joint efforts. Now that they had a headquarters, they could organize annual meetings every year in the future. The most important activity was, of course, the banquet, and Leah naturally led Shanks and the others to the venue for the internal banquet. Today, the food and drinks were unlimited, although the Red faction looked a bit fierce. At first, Leah's subordinates were a bit reserved when they saw them. However, once the banquet got underway, Jesus and the others quickly mingled with Leah's subordinates. Especially the more introverted Quasimodo, after a few bottles of wine, surprisingly started dancing around the huge bonfire with Loki, arm in arm. Throughout the meal, toasts were exchanged continuously, and there were also people who came up to toast Leah. Each time, Leah would raise her cup to her lips, but the tipsy Shanks would reach out and snatch the cup from Leah's hand, downing it in one go. Lily looked at Shanks speechlessly and said, "With so much alcohol in front of you, why do you still have to take mine?" Shanks said nothing, just grinned at Leah. Yuxia, sitting a bit below Leah, watched this scene with a smile, thinking to herself, Lily is usually quite sharp, but when it comes to this, she really is unusually slow. As everyone was getting into the drinks, they started to cheer and perform. Leah had anticipated this and had cleared a space early on, also arranging for various musical instruments to be set up. The musician from the Red-Haired Pirates was the first to step forward and played a rendition of Bing Sake, leading the entire crowd in singing and dancing, which really warmed up the atmosphere. Many others followed, singing and dancing to familiar tunes from the sea, with not much novelty. However, Leah always clapped seriously, and thanks to the enthusiasm of her subordinates, the atmosphere in the venue was quite good. Leah has always not imposed any notions of hierarchy on her subordinates. As long as they work well, everyone is equal. Therefore, as the host, she was naturally teased by those below her to perform show. At this moment, Shanks also cast an expectant gaze at Leah and said, "I've known Lily-chan for so long, but but I've never seen her perform. I'm really looking forward to Lily-chan's show. Leah waved her hand and said, the things I could do don't really match this atmosphere, so let's skip it. Immediately, someone below shouted loudly, what does it matter, Miss Leah? We're just rough folks, and we don't understand what music is. We can accept any kind of performance. After all, we're just here to have some fun. Yeah, Miss Leah. Leah glanced at Shanks, who was looking at her with burning eyes. After hesitating for a moment, she stood up and walked towards the piano over there. Leah instantly became the focus of the entire crowd. Leah placed her hands on the piano and played a few notes, the most familiar score of longing across 1,000 years emerging in her mind. Every time this piece is played, it resonates deeply, penetrating the soul. Everyone has different feelings after listening to it. The only drawback is that its atmosphere is not very cheerful. Leah played very seriously. As she continued, she quietly closed her eyes. The moonlight fell perfectly on her face, giving her an air of mystery. A faint sadness spread through the space, and suddenly it became quiet, with everyone listening intently to the piece. Some people seemed to recall something, tears welling up in their eyes. Shanks also put away his smile, countless memories flashing through his mind. His gaze wandered, ultimately settling on the little girl. Leah seemed to be a natural-born protagonist. Wherever she stood, attention gathered around her. As she played this piece, images of Jean handing her his sword just before his death and smiling as he went to his fate flashed through Leah's mind, a chill passing through her heart. Yet, Leah persisted and finished the piece. After the last note fell, she had yet to open her eyes. Suddenly, the sky erupted with fireworks, and Leah opened her eyes to quietly admire the brilliant display above. The crowd also looked up, captivated by the dazzling and magnificent sight. In Shanks' eyes, no matter how beautiful the scenery was, it was merely a backdrop in front of the little girl. As the banquet progressed, most people had already drunk themselves unconscious, sprawled across the ground in various positions. Leah looked at these people with a bit of helplessness. They were truly carefree, able to sleep like this on someone else's turf. However, Beckman remained quite sober, looking at the many crew members lying on the ground with a headache. Perhaps it was because Beckman was there that they could relax so much. Recently, Leah had been feeling a bit off, thinking of Shanks more and more often. During meals, she would recall his messy eating habits. When she saw beautiful scenery, she would think about taking pictures to send Shanks. Certain subconscious thoughts already represented a lot. However, Leah still couldn't confirm her feelings. Moreover, with Shanks coming to find her this time, many things had changed invisibly. The wheels of fate had begun to turn, and even someone as powerful as Shanks couldn't escape this fate. Watching Shanks continuously pour liquor into his mouth, Leah pointed into the distance and said to him, Shanks, do you want to try riding that Ferris wheel? Yes, it was Leah who wanted to play, but she didn't want to play alone. Shanks opened his bleary eyes and looked in the direction Leah was pointing, then grinned foolishly and said, sure, Lily-chan, let's go together. Leah stood up, nodded towards Beckman, and then led Shanks ahead towards the Ferris wheel. Beckman looked at the two of them helplessly and shook his head gently. From a certain perspective, these two seemed quite compatible, both so contradictory. If they are truly fated to be together, they still have a difficult road ahead. Shanks carries too much on his shoulders and is not suited to form too many bonds with others, let alone start a family. The little girl Leah has a crush on Shanks. The last time I saw her, it wasn't very obvious. But this time, didn't I notice her followers already whispering about the two of them? And among those idiots lying on the ground, who isn't using their observation hockey to pay attention to Leah and Shanks' interaction? Forget it, let them be. Although Shanks is usually unreliable in daily life, he is always quite measured in situations like this. Beckman looked around again, and thankfully, the little girl's dog wasn't there. Otherwise, that guy Shanks would definitely get bitten. Shanks was holding a drink, following the little girl. Just as he was about to take another sip, he suddenly thought about how rare it was for the little girl to with him. Shanks hesitated for a moment and quietly put down the drink. Leah did not speak. She silently walked ahead, leading the way. Of course, she could feel the scorching gaze behind her, and her heart was slightly tense, causing her to involuntarily grip her sleeves tighter. The intense presence from behind drew closer, but strangely, Leah did not feel much repulsion. She simply straightened her back due to her sensitivity. How should I put it? Shanks was accustomed to being beaten up by Leah. Although he wasn't afraid of being hit by her, he was afraid of making the little girl angry, as he knew he wouldn't be able to appease her. Therefore, Shanks quietly lengthened his stride, inching closer to the little girl, and then he tentatively reached out a hand, gently moving it towards her hand. Just as he was about to touch Leah's small hand, he suddenly pulled it back. Sensitive, Leah naturally sensed Shanks' approach. She realized that she didn't mind his actions. God knows how much patience she had to muster to suppress her instinct to withdraw her hand. But since Shanks had retracted his hand, Leah felt a slight sense of loss at that moment. Then Shanks tentatively reached out a few more times, and eventually, he gently tugged at the little girl's sleeve. Leah was somewhat annoyed by Shanks' behavior. In a fit of anger, she no longer held back and directly reached out to grab Shanks' big hand. A surge of inexplicable joy welled up in her heart. Shanks quickened his pace to move closer to the little girl. And then he went a step further by gently squeezing her delicate hand. Their fingers intertwined, and Shanks was very happy, unable to hide the smile on his face, which made him look even more foolish. Leah glanced at the showy red hair and suddenly felt a bit of heat on her face. Shanks' hands were not smooth. On the contrary, they were covered with thick calluses. If she felt closely, she could also touch some small scars from a long time ago that were barely visible. Leah walked a bit faster, as if she was eager to ride the Ferris wheel. Shanks still smiled and matched Leah's shoulder-width stride, appearing to be no different from usual. However, Leah could clearly sense that compared to the 26-year-old Shanks, the current 29-year-old Shanks had many more things on his mind. He wasn't as carefree and joyful as he used to be. His smile was more often a mask to conceal his true thoughts deep within. Leah quickened her pace not because she was angry at Shanks for putting on a mask in front of her, but because she realized that she seemed to genuinely like this red-haired fool. Only when she cared deeply would she be so keenly aware of the changes in those around her. Even if the change was almost imperceptibly small, she still noticed it. At this moment, Leah's heart was a bit flustered. Such things had never happened in her past life. She had managed to come this far relying on her calm and strong heart, and she feared that if this continued, she would lose that sensitivity, which would affect her plans for the future. Leah has always been a person who likes to plan everything in advance. She is very afraid of her plans being affected by unknown factors, and for that, she even prepares several backup plans to ensure her plans can proceed smoothly. Leah is feeling very anxious now. Her mind is in turmoil, her emotions have been affected, and she is scared of this uncertainty. Shanks seems to have noticed Leah's unease. He gently held her hand, turned to her with a smile, and pulled her towards the Ferris wheel. The night breeze brushed against their cheeks, and Shanks's red hair was blown up in the wind. In a rush, Leah's eyes were fixed on the tall red figure ahead. She let go of her panic and completely entrusted the direction ahead to Shanks. Leah curled her lips into a smile and quickened her steps to keep up with Shanks's pace. Shanks brought Leah to the base of the Ferris wheel. It is a large Ferris wheel, and when it reaches the highest point, it offers a view of the entire commercial district, covering almost half of the island. This large Ferris wheel has not been officially opened yet, and Leah and Shanks are the first passengers. Under Leah's arrangement, the staff operating the Ferris will have long been on standby, and the lights of the entire amusement park gradually lit up with their arrival. Huge searchlights shone on different corners of the park, and the Ferris wheel itself was adorned with a ring of small lights, changing colors every so often. Right now, it happened to be pink, which was quite fitting. While waiting for the staff to open the Ferris wheel's door, Leah felt a bit embarrassed with so many people watching her and Shanks holding hands. Just as she was about to pull her hand away, Shanks tightened his grip. Leah's face became even hotter, with a crimson blush starting from her cheeks and gradually spreading to her neck. Leah shot Shanks an annoyed glare. Seeing Leah's sunder a little expression, Shanks couldn't help but smile even more happily, as if his heart was filled with something and happiness was about to overflow. He was very pleased, and his smile was genuine. In fact, what Shanks was thinking was that the little girl had finally taken the initiative, and he certainly wanted to seize this rare opportunity. Leah looked at Shanks' smug expression and became even angrier, unable to resist reaching for his waist. However, she couldn't pinch anything. There was no excess fat on Shanks' waist, only well-defined muscles. When she accidentally touched it, although she couldn't pinch it, the feel was very good. His waist was also very strong. Wait, what was she thinking? Why did she suddenly imagine those things? Fortunately, they didn't stand outside for long. They quickly sat inside the Ferris wheel, away from the employee's sight. Leah felt much more at ease, and her body relaxed a lot. The atmosphere quieted down, and the only sound was the turning of the Ferris wheel. To break the awkwardness, they both wanted to find a topic to chat about. Shanks, Lily-chan. Both of them hesitated, their hands still clasped together. They exchanged glances, seeing each other in each other's eyes. Leah couldn't help but laugh. Her face wasn't as hot anymore, and she gradually got used to holding hands with Shanks. However, Shanks felt a bit flushed at that moment. The glass surrounding them separated the two from the outside world. Through the glass, the lights of the small island twinkled. And amidst all the fireworks, the exquisite girl smiled sweetly at him, making Shanks' heart race faster. To make someone blush like this, it must be the best kind of affection. The girl's smile overlapped with that of someone from years ago, and Shanks suddenly realized that he had never lost anything. He had always had it. He reached out with the hand Leah had helped him reattach, but had hidden for unavoidable reasons. He gently tucked the stray hair from the girl's face behind her ear, then looked seriously in her eyes and said, "Leah, I like you. I've liked you for a long time." Shanks felt a bit embarrassed, but he still said the words he wanted to express. Leah had just confirmed her feelings when she heard this very straightforward confession, and for a moment, she felt a bit dazed and didn't know how to react. Falling in love can make people act foolishly, and besides, Shanks wasn't very clever to begin with. Seeing that Leah had no reaction, he couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. "Lily-chan, did you hear what I said?" In his excitement, he even grabbed Leah's shoulders and shook her. Leah was brought back to her senses by his shaking. Her emotions were somewhat unstable, swinging from happiness to a bit of sadness. She didn't pull herself away from Shanks's grip. Instead, she slightly lowered her head and quietly said to Shanks, "Shanks, are you serious?" Shanks vigorously nodded his red head and said, "Of course I'm serious. There's no moment more serious than now." Leah suddenly looked up at Shanks and said, "But you don't understand me at all. I'm not who you think I am. I like you. No matter what kind of person you are, I like you. There's no imagination. You are right here beside me. And I like you just the way you're sitting next to me." Shanks interrupted Leah, pulling the young girl into his embrace and holding her tightly. Not wanting to experience loss again, he urgently wanted to possess the girl. He could no longer endure such long separations. "What if I say I don't like you?" Leah asked, her voice a bit hoarse as she buried herself in his arms. "Lily-chan, doesn't he need to do anything? Just standing here waiting for me is enough. I will keep getting closer to you. I just hope Lily-chan won't back away or dislike me. That's enough," Shanks said as he gently rested his head on Leah's shoulder, his tone very gentle, every word hitting Leah's heart. Leah felt a stir in her heart, and she couldn't help but reach out to hug Shanks tightly around the waist, savoring the reality of the moment. After holding him for a while, Leah finally said, "Actually, Shanks, I have some feelings for you too." Shanks certainly heard Leah's words, and his heart was filled with immense joy. If it weren't for the small space, he would have really wanted to lift Leah up and spin around. Leah certainly felt Shanks' emotions. She leaned against Shanks' solid chest, feeling his heartbeat growing faster and stronger, and inexplicably found a sense of satisfaction within herself. Leah moved slightly away from Shanks, raised her head, and said to him, "Shanks, although I have some feelings for you, I cannot agree to you right away. I cannot abandon everything and get on your ship just because I like you. I have my own career and things I want to do, and I have many concerns. That is all right, Lily-chan. I like you. But you are free, and whatever you want to do, I will silently support you from behind. And it's okay if we're not together for now. I've said it before, Lily-chan. You just need to stand there and wait for me." Shanks interrupted all of Leah's concerns with these words. No matter what, he would always be there. "Well, I understand. Shanks." Leah suddenly smiled, looking very happy. Leah reached out and gently touched Shanks' face, caressing it inch by inch until she moved to his left eye, where 3 scars were visible. Over the years, these scars had not faded. Instead, they had become even more pronounced, as if afraid of hurting Shanks. Leah was extremely gentle when touching those 3 scars. Looking at them, a hint of pain appeared in her eyes, and she couldn't help but kiss the corner of Shanks' eye. Feeling the softness at the corner of his eye, Shanks involuntarily swallowed, his atoms apple moving. Suddenly, he reached out and caught Leah's hand that was playfully moving on his face, intertwining their fingers. With his other hand, he lifted her chin and kissed her. All the unspoken words were drowned in this kiss. Leah's mouth filled with warmth as Shanks greedily captured her breath. Leah initially felt a bit shy, but slowly, she began to respond to the kiss, letting go of Shanks' hand and wrapping her arms around the back of his neck instead. Shanks, in turn, held Leah's head with his hand, deepening the kiss. In that moment of excitement, they forgot everything around them. Just as their feelings were intensifying, they happened to reach the highest point of the Ferris wheel, and the second round of fireworks began. The fireworks exploded in their ears, dazzlingly beautiful. But neither of them had the time to pay attention to it. Just as Leah was about to run out of breath, Shanks finally released her. Leah felt a bit suffocated, and she reached out her small hand to pinch Shanks' face. This little pain for Shanks was like a tickle. However, he pretended to be in great pain and looked at Leah with his wet eyes. "Sigh, a man who acts spoiled has the best life." Leah looked at Shanks in a way that made her heart soften a bit, but she was still somewhat angry. So, as a compromise, Leah covered Shanks' eyes. Taking advantage of this moment, Shanks skillfully pulled Leah into his arms, wrapping his big hand around her waist. She was really so slim. Her arms were so thin that it felt like they would break with just a pinch. He couldn't understand how this little girl could exert such strong power with her frail body. When she hit him before, it really hurt. He couldn't comprehend why it was so painful, even more than when Beckman hit him. The Ferris wheel quickly descended and was about to stop. Leah struggled to get out of Shanks' embrace, but Shanks smiled even brighter and didn't let her go as she wished. Instead, he tightened his hold on her and directly lifted her out of the Ferris wheel. Leah has always been serious in front of her employees. Now, being held in someone's arms and with so many people watching, she feels even more embarrassed and can't help but burrow deeper into Shanks' embrace. Shanks also notices the little girl's shyness. Do you think Shanks would just put Leah down obediently? No, he pulls his cloak around her and holds her even tighter. Like declaring his ownership, Shanks straightens his back while holding Leah, resembling a proud rooster. Even the stubborn tuft of hair on his head seems to stand a little taller. When there are fewer people around, Leah angrily punches Shanks just a few times, but she doesn't really use any strength. Shanks is still afraid of upsetting the little girl, so he gently puts her down. However, he naturally takes her hand. Lily-chan, it's getting late. Let me take you back, Shanks says gently while ruffling Leah's hair. Leah suppressed the restlessness in her heart and nodded gloomily at Shanks. Shanks no longer thought about taking advantage of Leah. Instead, he walked quietly beside the little girl as if he had put down some burden, holding the little girl's hand tightly as if he had found a sense of belonging. Leah turned her head to look at Shanks. In that moment, Shanks no longer had to think about how to become one of the 4 emperors or how to maintain the balance of the sea. Leah could also temporarily put aside the calculations in her heart. In short, the state they were in together was truly very comfortable. Leah is able to catch a glimpse of the burden that Shanks carries, and Shanks, too, understands the little girl's desire to protect her family. However, the world often does not go as one wishes. After sailing the seas for so many years, he has a deep understanding of this. The arrival of a new era is an inevitable result. What will happen then is still unknown. In the past, he did not feel this so deeply. But now that he has the little girl, he must also consider her feelings when doing certain things. Yet there are some things he has to do. In the face of the increasingly turbulent waves of the future, he cannot even guarantee his own survival. Suddenly, he feels a bit uneasy. Was he a bit impulsive today? The little girl is very important to him, and he should prioritize her safety. Thinking of this, Shanks suddenly feels a pang of guilt, and his smile gradually fades. Leah naturally noticed Shanks' expression. She stopped and looked at him with some concern. Shanks immediately reacted, wanting to put on a smile again, but he was interrupted by Leah's words. If you don't want to smile, then don't. It really looks bad, Leah said. What are you thinking? Can you tell me? Leah asked. I'm a bit afraid of you. For the first time, Shanks candidly revealed his feelings to someone, and he found it hard to say. Leah suddenly understood. Caring can lead to chaos. That's how people are. Once they have someone they care about, they tend to worry a lot. Generally speaking, Shanks wouldn't do things outside of his control. However, he really cared about the young girl and wanted to stand proudly by her side. Shanks, don't underestimate me. I don't need you to stand in front of me to protect me. I want to stand by your side and face all the difficulties of the future together. Besides, I haven't even agreed to be with you yet. Why are you worrying about that so early? Leah said somewhat proudly. That's true. Our Lily-chan is so capable. She doesn't need my protection. I still need to work twice as hard to get Lily-chan to agree to be with me. Shanks said, bending down and smiling at Leah. Leah followed his words and said, then you need to work a little harder, or I might end up liking someone else someday. She said this softly while holding her hands behind her back, and after finishing, she took a few light steps forward. With how amazing our Lily-chan is, there will definitely be many people who like her in the future. It's really concerning. Xianx gently comforted the little girl. Leah thought for a moment and turned to Shanks seriously, saying, Shanks, if there's something you want to do, just go ahead and do it without worrying about me. I can handle it. So don't add any more burdens to your shoulders. I'll be worried too. Shanks seemed to let go of some burden and replied, all right. His little girl was really smart. She could guess a lot without needing detailed explanations, and she must know some secrets. Although he didn't know how she found out about those, it didn't matter. The little girl absolutely despised the celestial dragons and would never side with the world government. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the small villa that Leah had designed just for herself. Leah took the keys out of her pocket and opened the door slowly, as if hesitating about something. Finally, she mustered the courage to say, Shanks, would you like to come in for a visit? Shanks nodded happily. He certainly noticed the little girl's nervousness, and he had no intention of doing anything more with her. Tonight was already enough, and some things couldn't be rushed. They needed to be taken step by step. Shanks followed Leah into her small villa. The decoration of the villa wasn't filled with pink like other girls' places. Instead, it had a simple and elegant beauty in friendship red. Perhaps because she didn't often stay here, there wasn't much of a lived-in feel. Leah was still a bit at a loss, so she introduced each little detail of the renovation to Shanks one by one. As she spoke, Leah would occasionally smile slightly, and Shanks patiently followed behind her, listening carefully to every word she said. It felt a bit like a couple visiting their new home. Well, that's a digression. Let's get back to the point. Leah and Shanks eventually arrived at the door of Leah's room. After a moment's thought, Leah opened the door and went in, with Shanks following her. Leah turned to Shanks and said, "Shanks, if you want to stay here, I can prepare the room next door for you." Shanks shook his head and replied to Leah, "No need, Lily-chan. I still have to go back to the ship later." Then, Leah wanted to ask something, but was interrupted by Shanks. "I'll leave after you fall asleep. I want to stay by your side a little longer." Shanks paused and added, "We will set off before dawn tomorrow." Leah was a bit surprised. "So soon? I was still thinking about taking you to visit Sicily, and then having Beckman and the others enjoy themselves here for a while. This time, I might have to disappoint Lily-chan's good intentions. We currently can't leave the New World for a long time, and we can't let certain people know that we have a good relationship with you, or else Lily-chan might easily attract their attention." Shanks scratched his head and said seriously to Leah, "I think at this stage, it's better for Lily-chan not to be too noticed. These risks that belong to us should be borne by us, of course. I absolutely do not distrust Lily-chan." Shanks quickly waved his hand after saying this. Leah understood what Shanks meant. She indeed needed to grow for a while longer. She was no longer just an individual. There were so many people standing behind her. She had to be responsible for them and couldn't act on impulse. Leah smiled and then looked into Shanks' eyes, saying, "I understand what you mean, but it might be necessary for you to wait for me in that place for a while. One day, I will grow strong enough to stand proudly by your side without worrying about those so-called threats. I will definitely become strong enough to do that, bringing those around me along with me. I believe Lily-chan can definitely achieve it." Shanks also gazed into Leah's eyes, his figure reflected in her purple gaze. After their conversation, Leah took a shower first and then sat in front of the vanity mirror, starting a series of elegant makeup routines. Shanks, for once, didn't act foolishly tonight and didn't do anything troublesome. He sat on the sofa, feeling bored and wanting to drink. However, after glancing at Leah, who was in her pajamas, he dismissed the thought. Shanks didn't quite understand what Leah was doing. The young girl said she was doing this to improve her skin, but he thought her skin was already good enough, better than anyone he had seen, fair and tender. Was it really necessary? As Shanks was about to fall asleep, Leah finally decided to go to bed. She peeled off the face mask and finally lifted her warm yellow quilt. Honestly, it was quite awkward to be watched while sleeping. Leah paused a moment when pulling back the quilt, but then comforted herself that she would have to get used to it eventually. What Leah didn't notice was that although she didn't verbally agree to Shanks, subconsciously, she had already included him in her sphere of possessions and was also working hard to adapt to his presence. Shanks moved a chair to sit in front of Leah's bed, propping his chin up with his hand, watching the girl whose face was starting to blush again. Leah tightly closed her eyes, still too shy to look at Shanks. She hinted to herself to relax, but it didn't help. She still couldn't ignore Shanks sleeping peacefully. Shanks seemed to notice the little girl's embarrassment and chuckled softly. He gently placed his hand over Leah's eyes and began to hum a strange lullaby. It was very different from the usual soothing melodies, yet somehow it managed to calm her down. Leah hadn't expected Shanks to know such an unusual tune. His voice was deep and rich, full of magnetism. And as he tenderly hummed that little tune, it had a neutral allure that gradually drew Leah in, allowing her restless heart to settle down. Leah had thought she wouldn't be able to sleep at all that night, but as she listened to Shanks humming, her agitation was slowly smoothed out, her body relaxed, and her consciousness began to drift into the darkness. After an unknown amount of time, Shanks stopped humming, and Leah had fallen asleep. He slowly removed his hand from her eyes, looking at the little girl's peaceful sleeping face, and a faint smile appeared on his lips, though he made no sound. Shanks sat for a while longer, his gaze on Leah deep and gentle. Once, she had also gently lulled him to sleep, and in that moment, time seemed to overlap. He tucked the blanket around the little girl and pressed a kiss on her soft lips, then quietly withdrew his left hand, leaving the small villa without making a sound. Shanks eventually returned to the Redforth ship, where Beckman had already instructed the Zen temples to be brought back. The lights in Beckman's room were still on, and instead of going directly to the captain's quarters, Shanks knocked on Beckman's door. The sound of a pen gliding across a page abruptly stopped, followed by the sound of a chair being dragged. Beckman got up to open the door for Shanks. He didn't let Shanks disturb his room, but looked at the obviously smug red-haired idiot and asked, "Where are we headed next?" "Back to the New World first. Then proceed as planned," Shanks replied. "You're not going to Dressrosa anymore?" Beckman asked teasingly. "Not going. This trip has already fulfilled my wish," Shanks said, scratching his red head. Half jokingly, Beckman glanced at the obviously in-good-spirit redhead and reminded him, "Shanks, know your limits. After tonight, you're still the great pirate who shakes the grand line." Shanks turned his face toward the brightly lit island, curling his lips into a smile, and said, "I know." It was precisely because he knew that he was so eager to leave, to escape that wonderful feeling resting on his heart. He also wanted to gain the strength to protect this human warmth as soon as possible. The next day, when Leah woke up, it was as expected. Shanks had already left. The place was spotless, with not a trace of his presence left behind, which was completely contrary to his messy personality. In a daze, she wondered if Shanks had ever come at all. But when she heard the noise coming from afar, she realized that everything from last night had truly happened. Leah suddenly recalled what happened last night, and her face turned bright red. She felt like her face was on fire, and hurriedly pulled the blanket over her head. Leah covered her face with her hands, curling up into a small ball. Clearly, last night he just wanted Shanks to accompany her on the Ferris wheel. So why did it develop into what happened later? How embarrassing. Life passed by like this without any waves. Leah planned to bring Ace and Luffy to Sicily to have some fun, to avoid Ace and Luffy feeling too lonely. Leah also brought Macapaka, One-Seedle, and Iggy to Windmill Village. The three dogs had a great time playing behind Luffy and the others. Macapaka still liked Ace the most. It didn't enjoy playing with Luffy. Sometimes, when Luffy pestered it too much, Macapaka would tentatively try to bite Luffy. But every time it thought about how it still relied on this family for food, it would silently pull its mouth away. This little guy was the smallest in the family and couldn't bite. If it did, it would get scolded by the whole family, and Ace would ignore it. So every time Leah came home, she would see Macapaka wrapped up in Luffy's rubber arms, showing its teeth as if it wanted to bite Luffy. But it just couldn't bring itself to do it. By the way, Leah was really curious about what this silly dog, Macapaka, thought about all day. It was intermittently clever and often foolish, intermittently clever again. It was quite strange and could even read people's moods. Aside from being able to bite a bit more than an ordinary dog, what other advantages did it have? Leah set off alone to the EC because she didn't want others to know too early that she had two younger brothers. She planned to take Luffy and Ace out to play for a bit. Kids shouldn't be cooped up in one place all the time, and the Goa Kingdom isn't that big, which isn't helpful for broadening the horizons of the two little ones. For Luffy and Ace, who have already received professional training at school, the Cabo Mountains are no longer sufficient for their daily exercise. Leah intended to take them to other places to hone their skills, ideally exposing them to various techniques practiced by people at sea, which would be greatly beneficial for their future voyages. Ace and Luffy are not the type to sit still, so don't expect them to listen to theories about martial arts and restraint methods. Practical experience is the best way for them to improve their strength. In short, the main purpose of this trip back to the EC was to take her two brothers around to challenge others, with specific challenges already arranged. However, it didn't matter much. If they encountered suitable opponents along the way, they could challenge them as well. After passing the red line, the Sea King was already waiting there. After leaving a mental mark on the Sea King, Leah could communicate with it from distance, so she had called her little boat over early to prepare. However, on the way to Windmill Village, she passed a place called Cocoa Village, which sounded familiar, but she couldn't quite recall where it was. However, her intuition told Leah that she should check it out and replenish her boat supplies. Leah has opened branches in many big cities. Although her stores are spread all over the world, there are inevitably some places in these small villages that she has missed. Her next step is to fill the Grand Line with her stores while also benefiting these small villages, which will help her establish elementary schools in various places. Leah also has ideas for designing a middle school system and ultimately establishing the first university in Sicily, a great institution dedicated to cultivating high-end talent. Of course, these are all future plans to discuss later. Currently, Leah has landed in Cocoa Village. The atmosphere in this village is very strange. There is no sign of a thriving and peaceful life. Instead, every household has its doors tightly shut, as if they are hiding from something. Leah casually glanced outside those tightly closed doors but saw no one inside the houses. It was strange. There were no fishermen setting out to sea. In such an economically backward small village, fishing was the most common means of livelihood. If nothing major had happened, it was unlikely they would just cease operations. What had happened in this village? Nevertheless, Leah did not approach the situation with much caution. She was confident that in the East Sea, where the Navy's jurisdiction was the strongest, it was almost impossible for any threatening figures to appear. The title of the weakest sea was merely a joke. The monkey family from Windmill Village, Roger from Road Town, and many other top-tier powers had emerged, not to mention others. The reason the reputation of the weakest sea had spread was twofold. First, in recent years, Smoker had been stationed in Road Town, cutting off many budding pirates who wanted to set sail from there. Don't underestimate Smoker. He may be weak compared to the Grand Line and the New World. But in the beginner village of the OP world, the East Sea, his strength was enough to thwart most budding pirates' dreams. Second, Old Man Garp had started frequently traveling between Marineford and Windmill Village to take care of his grandchildren. Who was Garp? He was one of the powerhouses in the OP world, a figure directly comparable to Pirate King Roger. On his way to the East Sea, he had also cleaned up most of the small pirate crews. Moreover, it was reasonable to imagine that to keep Ace's true identity a secret, he would absolutely not allow any pirates that could threaten Windmill Village to appear nearby. Leah still felt that the village was too quiet. To avoid getting into trouble, she quietly summoned her scythe. Leah walked to an orange grove and noticed that people were gathered there. With her keen eyes, she quickly spotted a familiar woman with pink hair among the crowd. Leah finally understood where she had come to. It turned out to be the place where Belmere settled after retiring. This was also the hometown of Nami, the navigator of the future Straw Hat Pirates. At this moment, Belmere was in a miserable state, lying on the ground with her arm bleeding. An ugly fishman stood there, laughing unpleasantly, and had stepped on Belmere's arm. Leah did not rush to rescue Belmel immediately. There were many fishmen around, and an impulsive action could lead them to take the villagers hostage, making the situation worse. Leah hesitated for a moment. Then she put away her blood scythe and quietly approached the center of the crowd. Leah first did not move. Instead, she stood among the crowd and observed, until the situation had developed to the point where Bel-Amri was unwilling to deny the fact that she had 2 children. And the ugly fishman had already pressed the gun to Bel-Amri's forehead. In fact, this situation could have been resolved quite well. If Bel-Amri could have compromised a little, been a bit more patient, she might not have died. But precisely because she did not back down, did not deny, this is where the charm of this character lies. In fact, if Bel-Amri had chosen to lie and say she had no relatives, even if it meant temporarily separating from Nami and Nojiko, it didn't mean they would never meet again. Even after Arlong left, Bel-Amri could have gone out to look for Nami in Nojiko, taking the 2 children to live in another place. There are 2 reasons for this. First, Bel-Amri was worried that her unilateral departure would implicate the villagers of Kokoyasi village. Second, as a former Marine, Bel-Amri might have suspected that Arlong would collude with the Navy, and the Navy could not be trusted. The Marine cloak represents the Navy's beliefs, generally. They would not take off the cloak of justice until those beliefs collapsed. However, now Bel-Amri had separated from the Navy and removed the cloak of justice, which also indicates to some extent that Bel-Amri's beliefs had already collapsed. Leah vaguely remembered that Belmere found Nami and Nojiko on the battlefield. At that time, Belmere had already given up hope of survival, and it was the 2 children, Nami and Nojiko, who gave her the will to live. Moreover, it can be reasonably speculated that Belmere might have heard rumors similar to those about Punk Hazard or the Lamb's House. Realizing that handing the 2 children over to the Navy would be like sending them into a tiger's den. That's why Belmere insisted on personally raising the 2 children she had rescued, taking responsibility for them, just as Arlong was about to pull the trigger. Leah calmly stepped out of the crowd. "I'm here to buy oranges from Belmere," she said, as she took a pouch of money from her waist. Leah continued, "I have a big order. I'm going to buy 100,000 berries worth of oranges. That should be enough to cover the money Belmere needs to buy her life, right?" Leah smiled and handed the money bag to Aaron. Leah usually wears a mask when going out. So even though she has recently become a rising star as one of the new warlords of the sea, Arlong did not recognize her. Upon hearing this, Arlong did not lower the gun he was pointing at Belmere, while keeping the gun aimed at Belmere's head. He turned to order Octopus Hachi to count the money in the bags. The situation was urgent, and Leah did not have time to count out 100,000 berries from the bags. Therefore, the money inside was far more than 100,000 berries, along with many expensive jewels. Money can be robbed back, but the most important thing now is to save Belmere. Hachi dumped out the berries and jewels from the bags, and many people present couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Naturally, Arlong would not return the money to Leah. After threatening and intimidating her, he left with his fisherman subordinates. Arlong did not pose a significant threat to Leah. Her retreat was simply to avoid the possibility of these guys becoming desperate and taking the villagers as hostages to threaten her. Although she might not compromise because of the villagers' lives, it is still best to avoid unnecessary casualties. Leah is a typical miser. She is the kind of person who can be deceived in matters of emotion, but absolutely cannot be tricked out of her money. Anyone who dares to take her money should be prepared to be drained of their entire savings afterward. After Arlong and the others had walked far away, Leah finally had the chance to pay attention to the situation behind her with Bellemere and the others. Bellemere, covering her bleeding arm, looked at Leah with a puzzled expression and hesitantly asked, "Who are you, and why are you helping us?" As she asked, Bellemere instinctively shielded the two little girls, who were on the verge of tears, behind her. Leah certainly wouldn't mind this. The sudden appearance of a strange woman who even paid their ransom seemed suspicious in every way. Leah brushed her hair aside and slowly took off her mask, saying, "Sasabil Dan, Miss Bermel. Is that you, Leah?" Although Leah's features had matured, with careful observation, one could still see a hint of her childhood likeness. Moreover, there are not many children with such delicate looks like Leah, so Bermel still had some impression of her. Leah nodded and said, "I am, Miss Bermere. I didn't expect you to have grown up so much. I feel embarrassed to let you spend money on me. I will try my best to earn it back for you, and thank you for saving my life today." Bermere spoke somewhat incoherently, clearly still shaken from just having experienced life and death. Leah shook her head and said through gritted teeth, "You don't need to pay me back, Bellemere. I'll go find Arlong myself to get that money back. I've always been the one robbing others, and this is the first time someone has taken my money. I've even dug up the ancestral grave of the celestial dragons, and today I actually fell into the hands of a small character like Arlong. It's really frustrating. But Leah, how are you going to deal with Arlong by yourself? Let me write you an IOU first. You need to leave here quickly and not get involved with us." Bellemere was most concerned that Leah would be implicated, urging her to leave Kokoyasi village. When faced with uncertainty, it's best to call for help. Since she knew the Navy was colluding with Arlong, she should first resolve the issue with the Navy. After all, she was a military third generation. It was still possible for her to call her grandfather to report the situation. At this time, the crowd had not yet dispersed, and they were curiously watching Leah. At the same time, some were looking at Leah with wary eyes. They had just experienced Arlong's extortion and were highly hostile towards strangers. However, they also noticed Bellemere's attitude towards Leah, and this beautiful girl had saved Bellemere, so their gazes towards Leah gradually became friendlier. Leah also noticed that everyone around was staring at her, and she said somewhat irritably to the crowd, "What are you all looking at? Hurry up and find a doctor to help Bellemere with her bandaging. Otherwise, it will be too ironic if she doesn't die from Aaron's gun, but ends up dying from excessive blood loss." Leah has never been someone who puts up with mistreatment. If you're not friendly to me, of course, I won't show you any good face. Moreover, she is currently immersed in an extremely unpleasant mood after being robbed of her money. Leah then took out a telephone bug, and once connected, the snail transformed into the face of an elderly man picking his nose. Initially, Carp had a rather indifferent expression. However, when he realized that the call was from Leah, his expression did a complete 360-degree turn, and he looked so pleased that his tone of voice changed. "It's little Leah. Have you been eating well lately? The senbei you sent me is delicious." I'm Carp, trying to show what I think is my most loving expression while saying this. But the way he looked was somewhat. "Well, let's not get into that. Discussing business is more important. Listen, old man, someone is bullying me. He even stole my money. I said I would go to the Navy to report him, but he claimed it would be futile. He has already colluded with the Navy branch, saying that no matter how I resist, it would be in vain. Not only that, but he is also forcing the villagers here to buy their lives with money." Leah detailed Arlong's actions to Carp, her tone filled with grievance. Honestly, after hearing this, the old man changed his previously indifferent attitude and fell into an unusual silence. Finally, he said to Leah, "The most reliable person to handle things in the East Blue is Smoker. I will call him to deal with this matter. Little Leah, stay there for a while, protect the villagers, and just wait for Smoker to come and handle it." Leah hurriedly added, "Can I go and take back the money they embezzled? I can rob it back from them and return it to the villagers, and keep the rest to fund the school's operation." In fact, Leah just wanted to be straightforward, but in front of the only two elders in the family. She still needed to be a bit subtle and at least find an excuse. Grandpa Cap didn't hesitate much and immediately agreed. Afterward, Cap gave Leah various reminders, like being careful, running away if she couldn't win, and not engaging in one-on-one fights if she could have a group fight instead. Leah agreed with this wholeheartedly and excitedly discussed the profound knowledge of shadow people with the old man. Of course, these are just the old man's reminders to Leah. She had never heard of him backing down in a fight. His fighting style was to charge in when faced with uncertainty. However, it seemed that the people of the monkey family were all like this. The brains of 3 generations had all gone to Uncle Long. And the situation was now slightly better with Leah, the shadowy one. This series of actions left Belmere, who was nearby, dumbfounded. This was a new way to operate. After Nami regained her composure, her eyes shifted, as if she had learned something, thinking she could do the same next time. After hanging up the phone, Aegean dispersed the surrounding villagers, and Leah followed Belmere to their orange orchard. Aegean was quite perceptive after Leah took off her mask. He had already sensed her identity as the recognized pirate by the world government, the warlord of the sea, Port Gasti. Leah, however, Aegean was a reasonable person. He knew that without Leah today, he might have lost Belmere. His attitude towards Leah was more grateful than suspicious, and he remained relatively friendly. Nami had been thoroughly scared by Arlong today and was behaving more cautiously. She moved a chair to sit beside Belmere, looking at her with concern. But with Nami's personality, she couldn't stay still. She had already started to secretly observe Leah. Leah looked at Aegean, who had a windmill on his head. He couldn't sit still and was busy taking care of Belmere. Now he happily went into the kitchen to prepare a nutritious meal for Belmere. Leah watched Aegean busy in the kitchen and said to Belmere, "I think Nami and Nojiko need a stepfather, and this Uncle Aegean would be a great choice." Leah winked meaningfully at Belmere. At that moment, Belmere was sitting in a soft chair, looking a bit pale. However, she seemed quite energetic. She had initially wanted to light a cigarette, but Aegean snatched it away. Usually, Aegean acted like a pushover in front of Belmere, but today he was surprisingly assertive. Belmere was about to get angry, but when she saw the obvious concern in Aegean's eyes, she fell silent and tucked the cigarette behind her ear. Hearing Leah's teasing, Belmere smiled and said, "Aegean is a really good person, quite shy, but I have my own concerns as well." Leah nodded, seemingly recalling something, and suddenly said, "The world is unpredictable. Cherish the people in front of you." Belmere, seeing Leah like this, was about to say something when she saw Leah's expression return to normal in an instant, leaving the words she wanted to say stuck in her throat. Leah smiled brightly and said, "Let's not talk about that. Tonight, you need to inform the villagers not to come out. I'll take people to deal with Along and then retrieve the money for you. This needs to be done in advance. If we wait until Smoker and the others arrive, some things will be harder to manage. The truth is, when I say I'm taking people to deal with Along, I'm actually taking them to loot the berries. Along can act tough among ordinary villagers, but in front of Leah, he doesn't stand a chance. After all, Along is just a small henchman from the former Sun Pirates." Leah covered her scythe with armament hockey, and with one swing, she left a huge scar on Arlong's chest. Arlong lay on the ground, tried to struggle to get up, but after spitting out a mouthful of blood and realizing he couldn't rise, he instead laughed, a grotesque and mad laugh. Indeed, humans are the most inferior race. During the day, they pretended to be so weak. Arlong struggled to sit up, leaning against the wall, and he glared at Leah with hatred, saying, "The East Blue could never produce a strong person like you. You must be from the Grand Line." Arlong fixed his gaze on Leah and said with certainty, "You don't need to worry about that. I'll give you a chance. If you have any last words, say them quickly." Leah had no intention of killing Arlong. She was just curious about what this pure racist would say before dying. Arlong looked at his fallen fisherman comrades and said to Leah, "This is all my doing. My subordinates acted on my orders. I hope you can spare them. I will take all the blame." As Arlong spoke, he coughed up another mouthful of blood. "Boss, we are not afraid of death, big brother Arlong," Leah said with a hint of sarcasm. "Now it's all so warm and cozy. Did you ever think that one day, when the truth comes out, humans would let you go while you were doing those bad things?" Aaron immediately retorted, "What do you know? Everything I do is for the future of the Fishman tribe." Leah chuckled lightly and said, "With your little strength, you dare to claim you will bear the fate of the Fishmen? The power of the Fishmen is 10 times that of humans. We are inherently a nobler race." Along replied with a somewhat broken expression. "Fishman Island is 10,000 meters below sea level, and you cross the Grand Line to come to the East Sea. Could it be that you are unaware of how powerful the humans there are? Your emphasis on the nobility of Fishmen is actually just to cover up your own powerlessness." Leah said somewhat sarcastically, "Stop talking so much nonsense. If you want to kill me, just do it." Leah looked at the flustered Arlong and said slowly, "Did I ever say I wanted to kill you? So what do you actually want? Defeating me just to humiliate me?" Arlong shouted hoarsely, I don't have the patience for such boring things. The money you've extorted from the villagers belongs to me. Also, I want to ask if you're interested in being an intermediary for trade between me and Fishman Island? Leah put away her blood scythe and crossed her arms. Absolutely not. Ieta omans. I will never associate with humans and will never forgive them. Arlong replied. Leah had no intention of killing Arlong. At this point in time, he hadn't done enough wrong. How should I put it? Leah wanted to use Arlong to pull Fishman Island into her plans. Of course, if she met him years later, she would definitely not hesitate to take him down. I didn't ask you to forgive humans. For those scum who harm fishmen, my opinion is to use their own methods against them. Leah stood there against the light, speaking as if it were obvious. Arlong was somewhat surprised by Leah's words and blurted out, but you're a human too, you. Everything is equal. I view every race in this world equally, and I equally despise those who brazenly humiliate people of other races. Leah calmly expressed her views. You. Arlong's pupils trembled. That's why I look down on you. Arlong. Leah paused and continued. I don't resent you for seeking revenge against those who have insulted your people, but you shouldn't vent your anger on innocent villagers who have done nothing to you. A real strong person would aim their blade at stronger opponents. Huh. It's easy for you to say. You don't understand anything. Arlong was still trying to justify his actions. Stop making excuses for your weakness, Arlong. Leah's smile faded as she coldly said, do you really think that establishing Arlong Park in the East Sea will change the fate of the fishmen being enslaved by humans? Don't be naive. Only by making those who wish to enslave fishmen feel pain and unforgettable consequences will they dare not provoke you from the depths of their hearts. In this world where strength is paramount, weakness is original sin. The fishmen need a strong leader to bear their fate, and only then will those scum not dare to provoke you. Dignity lies only at the tip of a sword. Arlong wanted to explain himself again, but Leah said something that shattered him. Arlong, you have already compromised with reality, retreating with them to the East Sea. You have lost the qualification to bear the fate of the fishmen. Arlong stopped smiling. Instead, he began to cry uncontrollably and said, actually, when I was young, I longed for the paradise of the Sabeti archipelago. Fishman Street is dark and cold, but above the sea, the sunlight is warm. I really very much want to bring my fisherman brethren to the land openly. We also want to live under the sunlight. In that moment, Arlong finally expressed his most genuine thoughts. Honestly, your idea sounds easy to achieve, but is also very difficult. Leah paused and continued. You want to live under the sunlight with the fishmen? I can do that alone. I have an island where you and your little brothers can live, but the condition is that you have to work for me. However, if you want to change the fate of fishmen being discriminated against and sold, you must first overthrow the world government and bring down those celestial dragons who enjoy collecting slaves. Moreover, to truly change the mutual hatred and fear between humans and fishmen, we must strengthen communication between the two races. Understanding each other is the best way to solve discrimination. Of course, this is based on the premise that both races can have equal dialogue, and this is not something that can be accomplished in one generation. What needs to be done now is to strive for a position of equal dialogue with humans. Leah's words were blunt, but they held truth. The harsh reality was laid bare before Arlong and the others. You said before that you hoped I would be the intermediary for business between you and Fishman Island? Arlong recalled Leah's earlier words. That's right. I plan to do business with Fishman Island. I want my business to appear on every island where people live. If you agree, as a condition of exchange, I can ensure that the orphans on Fishman Street receive an education. And I can guarantee one thing. As long as you don't actively bully my employees on the island, I will accept as many fishmen as you bring to my island. They will definitely not face discrimination there. They will earn their keep fairly, and I will treat everyone equally. Leah showed her sincerity to Arlong, speaking seriously. Arlong grasped the key point and asked again, you said you could let the orphans of Fishman Island receive an education? Leah nodded and replied again, okay, but they can't bully the students in the school using the innate powers of the fish people, and they must pay tuition. If they can't afford the tuition, they can work for me on weekends to offset the costs. To be honest, the orphans from Fishman Street live in a very poor environment, and it's tough for them to reach adulthood, let alone receive an education. Aaron still cares about his fellow countrymen. I have to admit, he was quite tempted after hearing this condition. However, due to his deep hatred for humans, he didn't agree immediately. You have to accept the reality. With the overall strength of Mermaid Island, you are temporarily unable to defeat humans. The fact that I can stand here and say so much in front of you, a defeated foe, already represents my sincerity, Leah said. Aaron thought for a moment and said, I can't agree immediately. I have to consider my people. I want to go to the island and the school you mentioned to take a look before making a decision. That's fine, but you need to take your fisherman brothers and hide for now. Tomorrow the Navy will come to deal with Colonel Mouse's situation. If you don't want to end up in prison in the city, you should hide for a while. How will I find you later? Aaron asked. Leah said, I will have my ways to find you later. Leah let Aaron and the others go, and before leaving, she gave them a permanent pointer to Sicily. Leah is not afraid of them running away. If this collaboration doesn't work out, it won't be so easy to meet again next time. In fact, Leah doesn't necessarily have to partner with Arlong. She could also approach Jinbi. However, Jinbi is too much of a nice guy in terms of personality. Plus, Jinbi inherited the no-kill principle from Tiger. It's naive to think that after being bullied to such an extent, he would still refrain from killing. Doing business with Fishman Island is not that simple. The barriers between races cannot be resolved overnight. As one of the leaders of Fishman Street, Arlong can somewhat suppress those extremists. There are not only barriers between fishmen and humans, but also deep gaps between fishmen and mermaids. These are real issues that must be faced. Leah acknowledges that Tiger and Princess Yuki are both great individuals. However, she feels that their ideas are somewhat idealistic, without addressing the poverty issues in Fishman Street. The fishmen will never feel happiness and won't have the energy to think about future problems. Survival is already a challenge. So how could they possibly have the capacity to contemplate anything else? Moreover, the fishmen have watched for generations as humans capture mermaid for sale. In the eyes of humans, fishmen are seen as ugly monsters and high-priced commodities. Watching their own kind being treated like this at the hands of humans, how could such hatred possibly dissipate overnight? Leah certainly couldn't solve the problem of ethnic hatred. However, she could address the poverty issue in Fishman Street. The specialties of Fishman Island, such as pearls and seafood, could be processed and sold on land for significant profits. Most importantly, Leah's merchant ships could travel back and forth between the Shambadi Archipelago and Fishman Island. If the specialties of Fishman Island could be distributed across the seas, leveraging the mermaid appeal could lead to substantial earnings. Moreover, through business, Aaron could bring batches of fishmen from Fishman Island to the mainland. Not all humans discriminate against fishmen, and not all humans are free from prejudice. However, Leah's employees generally do not exhibit such attitudes. Many of them were struggling to make ends meet and were brought in by Leah to work. They come from all walks of life, including some with physical disabilities. Everyone is in a similar situation, so what is there to discriminate against? As long as they work hard, their wages and bonuses won't be lacking. What is there to discriminate against? Furthermore, since they are all employees, regular quality education and ideological training packages should be distributed more frequently. If they display a foolish, condescending attitude, Leah would genuinely feel embarrassed. Such behavior shows a lack of quality and insight, lowering the overall standards of the entire business association. In short, the priority is to expose them to the real human society, to prevent their thoughts from being confined to such entrenched hatred. They can hate humans, but they should not hate based on race. Otherwise, the fishmen will never truly reach the shore. To pursue the light, one must first genuinely experience it. After this matter, Leah released Aaron and the others, then took the money they had collected from the villagers and returned it to them. Most of the villagers were small-scale orange farmers, and making money was tough, especially since the oranges were currently unsold, making their lives even harder. Although Leah was greedy, she couldn't bring herself to exploit their hard-earned money. Then, Leah went to the naval branch near Windmill Village and dealt with that rat-like colonel properly. She forced him to confess to the misdeeds he had committed over the years, recording everything with a video phone bug. Of course, the dirty money he embezzled ended up in Leah's own pocket. The main reason for doing this was to show it to Smoker, to prevent that annoying pirate-hating guy from picking on her. The next day at noon, Smoker arrived at Kokoasia Village on his warship. After calming the villagers, he went to Aaron's paradise, only to find that it had completely collapsed, and Aaron was nowhere to be seen. To quickly ascertain what had happened here, he headed to the naval branch where the rat was located. The tower was eerily quiet, with not a sound coming through, which felt very wrong. Upon further investigation, he discovered that all the patrolling Navy personnel were lying on the ground. Smoker checked their breathing and pulse. They were alive. He then examined the Navy personnel lying on the ground for any injuries to determine what kind of attackers had come here. However, they had no injuries, indicating they had been drugged. Smoker took a deep puff of his cigarette, exhaling smoke from every part of his body. Without much hesitation, he rushed straight to the highest commander's office. At this time, Toshiji had not yet become Smoker's lieutenant, and he was still young, full of youthful vigor, impulsive in his actions, and genuinely strong in his sense of justice. He kicked open the highest commander's office, and the sight before him shocked him. Leah was leisurely using a lighter to ignite an alcohol lamp, placing it under a small tripod on a table with a teapot on top, and she was elegantly brewing tea. Even when Smoker kicked the door open, she hardly reacted. The scene seemed quite serene, but that was only if one ignored the bloodied, mangled human-like figure on the floor. He was tied up, and his original appearance was unrecognizable. If it weren't for his occasional convulsions, Smoker would have thought the person lying there was already dead. His limbs were twisted, and there were countless holes of various sizes in his body, with blood pooling everywhere. It was unimaginable how he had survived until now. Smoker had a decent capacity for psychological endurance and quickly adapted. However, his subordinates were not as resilient. Some had already run out to vomit. Smoker's sharp gaze swept towards Leah, and just as he was about to sternly reprimand her, Leah threw an unknown object at him, and Smoker took it and saw it was a video snail. "What do you mean?" Smoker asked. "If you have any questions, wait until you finish watching the video," Leah replied, taking a sip from her teacup. Seeing the situation, Smoker didn't ask further and began watching the footage inside the video snail. In fact, Leah rarely did such cruel things. However, this so-called Colonel Mouse was truly worthless. The private dealings were relatively mild. He had colluded with pirates more than once, forcing ordinary families into ruin. And he had also forcibly occupied women and trafficked children. He had committed acts that completely crossed the line of humanity. To be honest, simply capturing this guy and locking him up and impelled down would be too lenient for him. After watching the video, Smoker was unusually silent. He was shocked by Leah's ruthlessness. Her methods did align with her pirate identity. But he seemed to remember that when Vice Admiral Garp called him, he repeatedly instructed him not to act so fierce, lest he scare his obedient granddaughter. Could this woman, whose style was completely opposite to her appearance, really scare her? Was Garp telling some cold joke he didn't understand? Did this woman have anything to do with the beautiful, gentle, and obedient description Garp had given? Well, she was indeed beautiful. Smoker glanced again at the leisurely woman. He paused for a moment, wondering how twisted one must be to appear so relaxed in such a disgusting environment. He thought for a moment and pulled out Leah's bounty notice from his pocket. He walked over, bypassing the pile of humanoid objects on the ground, and slapped the bounty notice down on the table where Leah was brewing tea. The force was so great that the lid of the teapot Leah was using flew off, and tea splashed everywhere. Leah smirked slightly, quickly got up, and in an instant moved behind Smoker. Smoker felt a chill at his neck, cold sweat breaking out. It turned out Leah's hand was already resting at his throat. Is this the power of the 7 warlords? He hadn't even seen how she moved behind him so quickly. He couldn't even react in time to use his elementalization. If she hadn't stopped in time, he would have been lying on the ground now. Even without using any special abilities, he was in such a predicament. It must be said, she truly is the granddaughter of Admiral Garp. This woman looks quite young, yet her strength is not weak. Why would she choose to be a pirate? Such a good seed should become a Navy officer to uphold justice. It's hard to believe that Admiral Garp would allow his own granddaughter to become a pirate. Doesn't he know that pirates are the root of chaos in the sea? After achieving the desired deterrent effect, Leah withdrew her hand and leisurely walked in front of Smoker. She didn't speak first, but raised an eyebrow at him. Suppressing the countless thoughts that flashed through his mind, Smoker didn't change his attitude toward Leah because of what had just happened. He snorted coldly and said, "Port Gasti, Leah, I want to hold this incident against you this time, but next time, don't let me catch you harming civilians. Otherwise, I will definitely send you to impel down myself. I'm so scared. You must have forgotten that I am a 7 warlord, recognized as a pirate by the world government. Even if I openly plunder wealth, I haven't violated any laws. What reason do you have to send me to impel down?" Leah deliberately spoke in a frightened tone. To be honest, Leah was never a good person. She was friendly to people she cared about, but she had no good attitude towards those who were irrelevant and offered no profit. Hearing Leah's mockery, Smoker couldn't help but clench his fists and said angrily, "The system of the 7 warlords is garbage and should not be implemented." Leah nodded and said, "Yeah, you're right, but it already exists. I'm not joking anymore. Today, I helped you clean up the scum in your navy. You should be thanking me. Coming in here all fierce, you're really rude." After saying goodbye to Lu Bao, Ace, and Belmare, Leah continued on her way back to Windmill Village alone. She had been really busy lately. It had been almost half a year since she last visited Ace and the others. She hadn't seen those 2 troublemakers in a long time, and she actually missed them a bit. Xiao Jin was also a bit excited. Perhaps it finally arrived at its territory, as it couldn't help but poke its head out and spit water at Leah several times. Leah wiped the water off her face and looked at the little fish rolling around in the water in front of her, feeling a bit helpless. I know you're very happy, but you don't need to splash water on me, do you? Moreover, Leah couldn't really scold this silly fish, while Makabaka and the others might be pretending to be foolish on purpose. But the little fish was genuinely silly, like a child, simply expressing its joy, though its way of doing so was a bit difficult to accept. Forget it, she decided not to dwell on it. After about half a day, Leah arrived at Windmill Village. When she got ashore, she also untied the rope from the little fish, indicating for it to go play by itself. It was the weekend, and school was out. Luffy and Ace were usually not in Windmill Village at this time, but rather frolicking in the Kolbo Mountains with the 3 silly dogs. With 2 mischievous monkeys and 3 silly dogs, it was enough to give Dad a headache. Leah also knows that these 2 little rascals won't behave as well in front of Dayton as they do in front of her. Leah sometimes finds their interactions quite amusing. Dadong is tough on the outside, but soft on the inside. He often worries about the 2 kids to the point of being anxious. However, he refuses to say anything and puts on a nonchalant act. At first, she might have genuinely taken care of Ace and the others out of respect for Cap's authority. But later on, she truly regarded Ace and the others as her own children. With Leah and Machino around, Ace and the others never lacked clothes. Every time they returned, she would fill the children's wardrobe again, not just tossing clothes after one wear. Instead, Luffy and the others often returned with their clothes torn to shreds, beyond repair. Therefore, the wardrobe needed regular updates. Of course, the 2 kids were quite diligent. They wouldn't discard clothes that were still wearable, washing them and putting them back on to run around in the mountains. Another reason for the wear and tear on clothes was that Luffy and Ace would give their clothes to classmates who were in difficult situations. In school, these 2 kids were like little tyrants. However, they were genuinely kind-hearted, never bullying the weak, and would even share the wild meat they hunted with those who couldn't afford enough to eat. In fights, these 2 never backed down from anyone, but they would never use their strength to bully their friends. Everyone could feel the kindness of these 2 little tyrants, so, in academic subjects, their classmates were very eager to help them, especially the silly, smiling Luffy. Bartolomeo's current goal is to become the leader of the underworld across the seas. He originally suggested that he wanted to follow Luffy and the others to take over territories. However, since Bartolomeo isn't very smart, he was tricked by Leah into going to school after just a few words. Leah even promised him, as long as you can defeat all the classmates in school, I'll let you go out with them to take territories. Sure enough, Bartolomeo, puffed up with pride and shaking his rooster comb, agreed to Leah. But once he entered school, he ended up staying for 2 years and hasn't come out yet. That's right. Leah put Bartolomeo in the same school as Luffy and Ace. At first, Bartolomeo would look for trouble with Luffy and Ace every day, relentlessly challenging Ace and Luffy to fights, and without exception, he lost every time. It was quite a shock that he couldn't even beat the younger kids. As time went on, Bartolomeo became more and more courageous in his fights and eventually became a little fan of Luffy and Ace. One day, instead of focusing on schoolwork, he followed the 2 kids around causing mischief. To reduce her financial losses, after Bartolomeo turned 16, Leah sent him out to hone his skills. If he wanted to be a gang leader, he had to experience the underworld himself first. Leah promised that all the territories he took would belong to him, and she hoped he would bother her less. However, Leah would periodically call Bartolomeo back for some ideological education. But in reality, this wasn't very necessary. Ever since he became Ace and Luffy's little fan, his whole demeanor has changed a lot, and he has become much gentler in his actions. He often stares at photos of little Luffy and smiles foolishly, which can be quite a headache. After Leah greeted the village chief and Machino in the village, she hurried to Dayton's house. Upon entering the small courtyard of Dayton's home, she noticed several chicks that had been specially enclosed with a wooden fence. Additionally, there was a cow tied up in the yard. Dugula had moved a small stool to sit on and was feeding the cow with bundles of grass, while Magula was squatting under the cow, milking it with great effort. Other mountain bandits were either feeding the chickens or chopping wood, and the atmosphere seemed quite harmonious. It was hard to imagine they would do such work. Leah pushed open the courtyard gate. She first greeted Dagula. Dagula, what are you doing? Ace told us before he left to take good care of the cows. The quality of the milk depends on it. This cow was also brought back by Ace. Dagula wiped the sweat from his forehead and stuffed a bundle of grass into the cow's mouth. At that moment, Magula also poked his head out from under the cow's belly and said, Ace said we shouldn't go hunting anymore. He will handle the meals. He told us to take good care of the cows and the chicks and to milk the cows. He said Luffy is growing too slowly and that drinking more milk will help him grow taller. For this, Ace even specifically consulted Miss Machino. Recently, Ace has started worrying about Luffy's height. It's really hard to imagine that little rascal thinking about such things. Then can't we just go to the supermarket below, Windmill Village, to get some milk? Leah asked again. Ace said the milk at the supermarket down there isn't fresh. He said they had some additives. Dogula scratched his head and said, "It seems that going to school is indeed useful. Ace understands all this now. What about your boss?" "I have something to discuss with her," Leah asked again. The boss is in her room repairing shoes for Ace and the others. A bandit who was feeding the chickens said to Leah, "Repairing shoes?" Leah went into the small cabin and saw that Dadong was indeed mending shoes. Dadang's hands were used for holding an axe, but who would have thought that one day they could also hold a needle? When Dadong saw Leah come in, he didn't treat her as a stranger and said, "Little girl, you're back. Ace and Luffy haven't returned yet." Leah was a bit surprised and asked Dadong, "You can actually mend shoes?" Dadong boisterously replied, "Don't underestimate me, you little brat. I usually mend Magura and their clothes." After finishing his work, Dadong took a wooden box out of his bedside cabinet. When he opened the box, he placed the shoes he had just mended inside. Seeing Leah's curious expression, he decided to show her. Inside were many old shoes, ranging in size from small to large, with the largest pair being the one Dadong had just put in. Dadong explained that these shoes could no longer be worn. He mended them to preserve these various sizes, as a way to keep a memory. Leah glanced at the shoes inside. Dayton had really started keeping these shoes ever since Ace came here. Dayton had a total of 2 boxes, one for Luffy and one for Ace. Originally, Sabo was supposed to have one as well, but before Dayton could do anything, Sabo had already left. Dayton said that Ace didn't like wearing shoes bought from the city. He preferred the ones she made, and Luffy followed this tradition. Dayton was probably most patient when she was making shoes for the 2 kids, measuring their feet. "Dayton, do you want to come play with me? Don't just stay here all day. I'm back this time to take Ace and the others out for training and some fun. If you want to go, bring Magura and the others, and we can all go together," Leah suggested to Dayton. Dayton glanced at the excited little girl and shook her head in refusal. She said something that surprised Leah. "We're too weak. If we go, we'll just hold you back." Leah fell silent. Indeed, her position as one of the 7 warlords was still unstable. She couldn't let anyone catch even the slightest hint of weakness. But in a few years, this situation would definitely change. While she was lost in thought, the courtyard began to buzz with excitement. Leah and Dayton went downstairs to see that Ace and Luffy had returned. They had brought back a giant bear today, and the 2 boys tossed the bear into the courtyard, where 3 dogs squatted in front of the dead bear, wagging their tails excitedly. Luffy wiped the sweat off his face and grinned foolishly. Ace had grown a lot. He was almost at Leah's shoulder height. But why wasn't this kid wearing a shirt? Did he already have that bad habit of not liking to wear clothes? It needed to be corrected in advance. As soon as Ace spotted Leah, he immediately broke into a big smile and wanted to hug her. However, realizing he was all dirty, he awkwardly scratched his head and said, "Nichan, you're back." Luffy, on the other hand, had no such reservations. The moment he saw Leah, he dashed over to her in his little slippers, shouting, "Nichan, you're back. I missed you so much." Leah hurriedly caught the little Luffy, who jumped onto her. Not only that, but Luffy also stretched out his rubber arm and wrapped it tightly around Leah. After dinner, the mountain bandits voluntarily took on the task of washing the dishes, probably meaning to give Leah and the 3 siblings some space to chat since she hadn't returned for so long. The main reason for this visit is to take you 2 out for some exercise. "Do you have any places you want to go?" Leah casually said while sitting in a reclining chair. "Are you going to take us on an adventure, sis?" "But I don't have a specific place in mind," little Luffy said excitedly. At this moment, Ace quietly raised a small hand and said to Leah, "Sis, I have a place I want to go." "Where?" Leah asked. "The island where I was born," Ace said softly, lowering his head. His expression had become quite somber. However, there are some things that he is now at the age to face, and this was the first time in 12 years that little Ace brought up this matter. Leah hugged the downcast Ace and said, "If Ace is ready to face it, then sister will take you." "Yeah, inMy-chan, I've been ready for a long time. I was just avoiding it before, but now I've thought it through. I want to see Mom. I want to tell her I'm doing well now," Ace replied. Luffy scratched his head and asked in confusion, "Does Ace still have a mom? I never heard about that before. I thought Ace didn't have a mom just like me." "Baka, you already have a dad. How could you not have a mom? Don't say everyone is like you." Ace punched Luffy on the jaw. Luffy learned his lesson this time, covering his head and looking at Leah with teary eyes, saying, "inMy-chan. Oh, look who's getting smart now, telling on people." But that pitiful expression is so cute. Leah took out her small notebook to jot down the first destination, Nanhai Baritai Island. As for Luffy, where do you want to go? Leah decisively changed the topic. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Luffy's pitiful expression vanished as he said, Nichan, I want to go to a place with lots and lots of meat. An expected response, Leah added the food festival at Purus Island to her notebook. After staying in Windmill Village for about 2 more days, Leah boarded a small boat that could accommodate the 3 siblings and set off on her journey. Leah was testing Ace's skills while also checking how much he had learned at school. So, Leah handed over the steering of the boat to Ace, standing aside to watch him steer and occasionally correcting him. As for Luffy, Leah placed a pile of food on a small table for him to eat by himself. It was already good enough that Luffy wasn't causing trouble. He could barely recognize some words, and Leah really didn't ask for anything more. As long as Luffy could be a bit more settled each day, not fall into the sea all the time, avoid provoking passing sea creatures, and not try to catch passing newsbirds just because he was hungry, that would be enough. Poor Ace had to jump into the sea to fish Luffy out one moment, and then grab a water hose to beat off the sea creatures biting Luffy the next. All while managing the boat's direction. It was really exhausting. However, Ace had become more brotherly over the past 2 years, and had matured quite a bit. Watching him steer, he seemed quite familiar and skilled. Once he set sail, he wouldn't be as clueless as before, looking for partners who weren't very capable to navigate with. At least he would need some basic sailing knowledge. In any case, Leah ultimately thanked Kizaru properly, as he had come specifically to remind her. As for the matter of blowing up the island, there was really nothing that could be done about it. There wasn't enough time, and the world government even sent Kizaru to ensure the task was perfectly completed. What could be done? Leah hurriedly took Ace and Luffy to avoid getting involved. And this time she didn't delay, heading straight to Buried Island in the South Sea. Due to Leah's haste, she missed the revolutionary army that came to rescue them. And the 3 siblings missed the secret meeting between Kizaru and the leader of the revolutionary army. If she had seen it, she would probably be shocked and say, Nanny, you are actually an undercover agent of the revolutionary army. If you had said so earlier, I wouldn't have to pretend to be so tired in front of you. Of course, that's just a joke. Perhaps our Admiral Kizaru is a strategic mastermind with exceptional abilities. However, he also doesn't want to bear the blame for destroying an island. Most importantly, the mess left by the government always has to be cleaned up by these innocent fools. And so many innocent people have to pay the price for the government's actions. Sometimes, it's not bad to appropriately utilize the power of the Revolutionary Army. Speaking of Berry Island, this is actually where Leah's original body grew up. There's also a crucial figure here for both her and Ace, poor Gasti, Roger. Leah lost her parents at a young age and was left with only her aunt, Lu Jio, to rely on. In her remaining memories, all she could recall was Lu Jio smiling gently with a geranium flower. The original body had also seen that silly-looking, bearded pirate king, whom she really disliked because he took away her only family. However, she understood that when Lu Jio was with the bearded uncle, it was the time when she smiled the happiest. After Roger was publicly executed, Lu Jio never smiled again. It wasn't until Ace was born that Lu Jio left her last expression in this world, a tearful smile. With Ace's birth, Lu Jio permanently left this world. She held Ace and spoke the name Roger had given him, shedding tears of joy but also regret, knowing she could no longer accompany Ace's growth. Lu Jio's maternal instinct kept Ace in her womb for over 20 months, secretly preserving Roger's bloodline. If it weren't for this, Leah might not have come to this world by chance and become family with Ace. Lu Jio was someone who appeared vibrant and passionate on the outside, but was extremely perceptive and reserved on the inside, which is why she was able to protect Ace under immense pressure. Lu Jio's grave was built on the mountaintop, with the tombstone overlooking the East Sea. Roger was born in Lowtown and executed there, showing their attentiveness. It's a pity that this couple could not be buried together in the end. However, Leah believes they are watching over Ace from above. At this moment, Luffy behaved very well. Seeing Ace's expression was not good. Little Luffy quietly reached out and held Ace's hand. Leah sighed and brought the 2 children to pay their respects to Lu Jio. Surrounding Lu Jio's grave were large patches of gesang flowers, thriving and looking well tended, not at all as if they had been neglected. Later, Leah learned that it was actually Grandma Sangu Kei, whom she had known before, who had been coming to take care of Lu Jio's aunt's grave. When Leah went to thank her, the old woman even recognized her. Leah nodded and pulled Luffy a little further away, leaving space for Ace. Mom, I'm already 12 years old now. Living with Nami, I've been very happy these years. When I was little, I always thought about one question. Does my existence in this world really have meaning? Is my birth truly good for this world? But now I'm no longer obsessed with that question. I want to go to sea, become a pirate, and find the answer to that question myself. In the future, I will meet my companions and encounter more people I love. I will keep winning, and I will prove that living in this world is worthwhile. I want to surpass that man. Ace took a sip of the drink in front of him and continued, Mom, I now have 2 sworn brothers. One is Luffy, the little kid you just spoke to, and the other is Sabo, who has joined the Revolutionary Army. I will definitely bring him to see you in person. Mom, don't worry, I now have a lot of love. There's the old man, Dayton, and Nami. Mom, you can rest assured I will grow up well. After saying goodbye to Rouge, Leah took the 2 kids to the house she used to share with Rouge. It was a wooden house located in a corner of the town, with a small garden full of sunflowers. Judging by their growth, Granny Sangu had taken good care of the sunflowers in the garden. As the saying goes, the most dangerous place is the safest place. Leah brought the 2 kids here not just to reminisce about Lucio. More importantly, Roger buried his sword beneath this garden. Speaking of which, when Ace heard that Roger's sword was named Ace, his expression turned dark. He was probably thinking about whether he should change his name. Leah could already tell what the silly kid was thinking just by looking at his expression. She couldn't help but imagine whether Ace would want to change his name to Kanji when he meets Whitebeard in the future. No way, that's not good. Kanji sounds too awkward. Ace sounds much better. Leah unearthed Roger's sword and officially handed it over to Ace for safekeeping. Whether Ace would use this sword formally in the future or pass it on to a qualified successor would be up to him. In summary, although Ace was angry, he still accepted Roger's sword and also requested a photo of Luffy from Granny Sangu. After completing all of this, their mission to Barite Island was fully accomplished. Therefore, Leah set off towards Sicily with the 2 children. While crossing the upside-down mountain, the 2 kids were quite excited, and with the rushing waters, they passed through the Red Earth continent and reached the Grand Line. Once they arrived, Yuja was already waiting there, piloting the Statue of Liberty. Leah obviously forgot that she had already handed over the life card to Yuja, and was very surprised why Yuja was blocking her here. Someone clearly forgot that they had been a hands-off manager for several months. However, Leah was also happy to relax. The environment on the main ship was much better than the small boat that the 3 siblings were on, and the food conditions were also much better. Leah took her 2 children aboard her pirate ship, and both kids stared at the ship with sparkling eyes. They were quite social, and soon they got along well with the crew. Even the seemingly aloof Yuxiao prepared her favorite snacks for the 2 kids. Yuxiao has now become proficient in the abilities of the plant fruit and can control the growth of most plants. All the plants she has come into contact with can be included in her power range. Simply put, any plant that has passed through her hands can be created, nurtured, or utilized through the abilities of the fruit. This ability is incredibly useful, especially in the field of medicine, as it means Leah can control the growth of medicinal resources that require harsh conditions, and thanks to this ability, she never has to worry about logistical support. In terms of offensive capabilities, this fruit's power is quite overpowered. It can easily unleash crowd control abilities, with various high-damage plants emerging from the ground to entangle enemies. Poisonous, carnivorous, and all sorts of aggressive plants can deal damage. This ability is truly effective in team battles. Moreover, according to ancient texts, once the plant fruit awakens, it can even directly manipulate and absorb the life force within the human body. In essence, Leah's body already contains the power that represents death and the deprivation of life. Therefore, Leah has guided Yuxiao a lot in developing her abilities. In the next chapter, I will introduce the members of the Moon Pirate crew and Gezi's abilities. I initially wanted to write several short stories about them separately, but I lost patience. I really want to get to the main storyline, and I'm feeling a bit stuck. First, there's Quasimodo. He is a fighter in the Moon Pirate crew. To put it simply, Quasimodo's body carries 2 souls. The other soul belongs to his brother, Staliuri. Quasimodo and Staliuri are twins, but since birth, they have shared the same body, and Quasimodo has 2 heads. Aside from the heads being separate, the 2 brothers share all other organs. However, Staliuri has been in a deep sleep for a long time and only wakes up when Quasimodo is in danger. Quasimodo is a very kind person, but because he has 2 heads, he has been ridiculed by those around him since childhood. After becoming an adult, in order to help the people in his hometown escape poverty, he resolutely established a salt field. After making money, he even built an orphanage in his hometown, helping many homeless children, and he also forgave and took in those who had once mocked him. He is a very kind person. However, not all good people have a good ending. The people he sheltered, in a bid to seize control of the salt field, deliberately spread rumors that Quasimodo was the reincarnation of a demon. When the locals heard that associating with Quasimodo would bring misfortune, They forgot the contributions this terrifying-looking man had made to their barren land and decided to burn Quasimodo alive in public. Quasimodo was not without the ability to resist, but at that moment, he was deeply affected, and, as he recalled the past 20 years, he felt life was meaningless. Thus, he made no effort to resist as those ignorant people bound him to an iron frame, feeling that living was pointless. He had never experienced anyone's kindness and only saw the world as extremely filthy, thinking it would be better to die. However, in the end, he did not die because his brother Stalieri woke up. Not only did he wake up, but he also killed everyone present. When a navy arrived to investigate, they only saw a burned-down town and countless torn bodies on the ground, leading to Quasimodo being wanted. After that, Stalieri woke up several times, but each time it was only when Quasimodo was in danger that he helped. The main issue was that every time Stalieri woke up, he would go on a killing spree, causing the bounty to skyrocket, until Leah encountered the fleeing Quasimodo during her travels, and after learning about his situation, she took him in and made him a fighter in her crew. This kid doesn't have any other talents. He is just incredibly strong, surpassing 99 of humans in innate strength, and when it comes to training in martial arts, he is exceptionally gifted, awakening his two-color haki within 2 years, making his combat power quite formidable. However, he is too kind-hearted and often wants to apply to be an elementary school teacher, as he enjoys being with children. But after being scolded by his awakened brother, he obediently became a fighter. His brother probably thinks that with their appearances, they shouldn't scare innocent children. It's really rare to see someone with two heads, and Quasimodo often scares others. But this kind-hearted guy doesn't mind at all. He happily helps others every day. Sometimes Leah wonders if he truly doesn't resent those who fear him. He honestly answers that he sometimes gets scared by himself, which is indeed a very honest answer. Under Leah's guidance, he learned that kindness is good, but it must also have an edge. Another member is a dual-wielding swordsman who dreams of becoming the most famous pianist in the world. This guy is good with swords, but his piano skills are a complete mess. His name is Vandel. He is quite particular despite being poor. He clearly has more talent in swordsmanship, but is stubbornly determined to become a pianist. He joined Leah's pirate crew because she, seeing his dire situation, gifted him a piano. Thus, he felt that by following Leah, he wouldn't have to buy a piano himself anymore, and that's how he clung to her. Fortunately, his combat ability is not low, so Leah reluctantly accepted him. He is also an orphan, wandering alone and visiting famous musicians, wanting to become a pianist. It is said that his childhood light, a noble girl, often comforted him with piano music. His childhood light was a noble miss, as exquisite as a doll in a display case, but frail and sickly, raised by her noble parents as a tool for marriage. During those dark days, they illuminated each other's childhoods from behind high walls. When Vandel would perform swordplay for her while she played the piano for him, and in that companionship, they developed feelings for each other. But in the end, Vander never became the kingdom's guardian to marry his white moonlight. She passed away from illness. From then on, he bore the dream of his white moonlight, wanting to replace her and become the most famous pianist in the world, yet he always struggled to grasp it. However, Leah always knew Vander's little secret. He wanted to challenge the flower sword Bista of the White Beard Pirates. Leah had quietly kept this wish in her heart, and soon, the opportunity to fulfill it would arise. Ding ding ding, buy one get one free. During his travels, Vander had a girl who was quite infatuated with him by his side. Only this girl could understand the piano music he played, and she fully supported his musical career. To stay close to Vander, she learned navigation, cooking, and even wielded an axe. Who would have thought this little girl was once a pampered, noble lady? Leah felt exhausted just watching their relationship. The girl, wanting to stay by Vander's side, always referred to him as her brother. That fool Vander even said that to thank his brother for their mutual support over the years, he would prepare a generous dowry to marry her off splendidly, insisting that she shouldn't be bullied and that people should recognize she wasn't without family. If you're so concerned, why not just marry her directly? Seeing that girl smile so bitterly while forcing a smile, it was really off-putting. Leah couldn't help but say, 6. I forgot to mention, that girl has a beautiful name, Cinderella. It's obvious to anyone with eyes that there is something sweet between them. ISNT, it's just stubbornness? Little Van. One day when I find some time, I'll ask Doflamingo to introduce Cinderella to a bunch of suitors, and I'll see how anxious you get. It's really something. There are enough honest folks on the ship, but there should be a few smart ones, right? Sorry, there really aren't. I'm not talking about a lack of intelligence, but rather a lack of emotional intelligence. There isn't a single person who can understand the twists and turns between clever people. But one good thing is that her subordinates follow orders, hitting the target efficiently. On the ship of Leah, there's a maintenance worker who, despite being called a maintenance worker, is actually a mechanical scientist. His greatest interest every day is to study the evolution of weapons and install the newly researched weapons on cargo ships that go out for transport. Conducting scientific research is inherently a costly endeavor. Therefore, every time Leah sees this fool in the office, her mood becomes less than pleasant. Fortunately, this fool is a rare genius in terms of intelligence. He has even started researching artificial intelligence, intending to create a supermodern robot army. And of course, this genius's ideas are inspired by Leah. I forgot to mention this fool's name, Bohr. He is both a mechanic and a sailor, with his own workshop on the ship. And his entire research team is stationed on Sicily. At the same time, Bohr is also a devil fruit user, but his ability is somewhat lackluster. It simply enhances speed. And this ability has a limit, unable to exceed the speed of light, which is not as good as Admiral Huang's light fruit. Thus, Bohr's most powerful weapon is still his brain. Bohr is responsible for the large-scale equipment construction in the rear. Leah has also opened a farm, and there is even a pig-raising class, feeding the piglets deliciously. Slaughtering pigs is done one by one, and slaughtering people is not much different. Andy cares about the piglets much more than about people. Andy is the leader of the pig-raising class, and she even gave Leah the naming rights for her favorite piglet. Leah glanced at the little piglet munching away and calmly named it Superman Strong. After all, Leah is also a provider for a whole bunch of piglets, so she has the right to name one. Andy is dedicated to researching the production of the highest quality pig feed in the world. And she even had the idea of adding human flesh to the pig feed. However, this idea was ultimately not realized. Leah coaxed her by saying she would help her build a pig farm, and she indeed fell for it. The honest pig-raising sister Andy was coaxed to Sicily by Leah. Andy is not the rough-looking pig-raising type. On the contrary, Andy is very pretty, a lowly type. But she sometimes goes into the pig farm to beat up the pigs she doesn't like, which is quite brutal. Although Andy looks very cute and likes to wear Lolita clothing, all the male compatriots on the island are very afraid of her. By the way, there is also a literary person on Leah's ship. He is considered the orphan of a kingdom that was destroyed by him. He has been through various wars since childhood, always searching for the true path to liberation. He is a typical militant who, after losing everything, realized that killing does not solve any problems, and thus turned his attention to literature, hoping to awaken people's consciousness of resistance through words. His ultimate goal is to establish his ideal kingdom. Logically, such a person should join the Revolutionary Army. However, the ideal kingdom he wants to establish belongs to the realm of literature, which is too much about talking and not enough about action. He also does not agree with the revolutionary thoughts of the existing Revolutionary Army and has caused a lot of trouble for them. Camus was saved by Leah while being pursued by Uncle Long and his gang, and under Leah's persuasion, Camus became obedient to Leah. He also praised Leah's literary appreciation, complimenting her taste. In terms of combat power, Camus' normal strength is comparable to that of Quasimodo's brother, Salieri. Overall, Leah's subordinates are not lacking in strength. However, many do not like killing, and their life goals vary greatly. Ultimately, because of Leah, these people with vastly different personalities gathered together. To be honest, Leah does not have a life goal that can be articulated as a must-do, one that would shock others. The only thing she has persisted in until now is the path to making money and becoming the richest person, which is still a long way off. Leah feels she needs to work harder. However, all of this does not prevent her from encouraging her subordinates to work for her, such as motivating Andy to pick up her pig slaughtering knife so that her pig farm can grow bigger and stronger. If everyone is good, then life for all of us can be smooth, stable, and better, allowing us to accumulate enough strength to protect those we want to protect. In short, Leah is conveying a noble idea to them that collective interests are greater than personal ones, abbreviated as PUA. Of course, Leah treats them very well, with various benefits being top-notch. If she says to build a pig farm, then it should be a pig farm. Isn't that good enough? Leah's only requirement of them is that each semester they must set aside some time to teach their combat experience at school. Of course, and he doesn't need to go to school to share her experience in pig farming. That is something only specialized professionals need to master. It's too advanced, and without a basic understanding of pig farming, one won't learn it. Moreover, one must have a deep love for the pig farming industry. Recently, Andy has started learning about postpartum depression in sows, and the pursuit of knowledge truly has no end. This profound subject is something Leah cannot comprehend, so she can only help Andy expand a few more pig pens. Andy says that unless they are a couple, Each pig needs its own individual space. That's about all the introductions for now. If there is a chance in the future, I'll introduce more people, but if not, then that's fine. Leah brought Ace and Luffy to Sicily Island. First, she took them to experience all the amusement attractions on the island. And then she gathered a group of powerful animals in the back mountains. The large area of untouched jungle in between was intended for training the children, with Luffy and Ace becoming the first batch of students for this teaching experience. It was often said that Leah planned to independently designate an area to establish a real university, and that they were currently in the experimental stage. If she was really ready to establish the university, Leah intended to contact Uncle Dragon to reorganize and transport the books saved from the Tree of All-Knowing at Elbaf to Sicily Island, aiming to create the largest library in the world. Having books would ensure the storage of knowledge, which is the foundation for the transmission of knowledge. Getting sidetracked again. Let us get back on track. Just after having a friendly chat with Doflamingo about how to eat the big plate of the new world, Leah thought of a certain red-haired guy. It had been half a year since she last saw him, and she missed him a bit. With this in mind, Leah decided to take the initiative to find Shanks and bring some gifts for the red-hair pirates. Actually, bringing gifts was just a side note. Mainly, Leah wanted to see that red-hair guy. And could this guy stop telling Luffy everything? The last time she went back to pick up Luffy, he innocently asked Leah, "Nichan?" Shanks said you are his treasure, and as a pirate, he will take whatever he wants by himself. Sooner or later, he'll get you. Has he gotten you yet? This naive remark left Leah speechless, while Ace punched Luffy and said to Leah, if someone is going to take you, it should be you taking Shanks. Besides, how could you let someone take you so easily? We only take from others. How can we let someone take from us? Nichan, if you really like that messy red-haired uncle, then let us go take him home. Luffy propped his chin up, suddenly tapping his palm, saying that's true. We should take Shanks home. Hey, Luffy and Ace, don't just casually say take people. I'm not a human trafficker. Leah said this with some embarrassment. But then she suddenly reacted and asked, which bastard taught you these ridiculous things? Ah, Nichan, don't mind the details, Luffy pouted. Leah was driving the small boat, once again getting lost in her thoughts, and once again leaving her tasks to Yuja. Leah followed the instructions of the life card and set off to find Shanks. At that moment, Shanks and his crew were stopped at a summer island in the New World. Being someone who loved alcohol, Shanks naturally headed straight to the island's bar upon arrival. The ship, commanded by Beckman, was anchored in a hidden spot. The weather was nice today, and the red-hair pirates were gathering inside the bar, where beautiful women with great figures were dancing, and the alcohol tasted quite good. However, Leah's mood was not so pleasant. Wherever Shanks went, he was the center of attention. For instance, right now, the most beautiful woman in the dance floor, with the largest breasts, was twisting and turning in front of Shanks, who was drinking. Shanks took a sip from his glass, and the liquid spilled from the corner of his mouth, sliding down his chin and past his Adam's apple. As he swallowed the alcohol, his Adam's apple bobbed up and down, and eventually, the liquid that dripped from his mouth disappeared into his collar. It was so intense, even from this distance. Leah could imagine the muscles beneath Shanks' thin shirt trembling with each gulp of alcohol. Lately, she had been poisoned too much by Doflamingo's words. What was she really thinking? Doflamingo. Ah, yes, blame everything on me. She was too close, and that smile on Shanks' face looked especially pleased. Ugh, it was such a wicked smile. In fact, what Shanks was thinking was, this drink is really good. So good that he ignored the busted beauty dancing in front of him. However, from Leah's perspective, it looked like Shanks was completely captivated by the woman dancing, wearing a satisfied smile. Oh, is she really that beautiful? More beautiful than me? Crack. The chopsticks in Leah's hand broke in response. The spoon she was holding in her left hand bent accidentally. The weather is nice today. If someone were to ask me whether the red-haired pirates noticed Leah, my answer would be no. Leah herself was a bug. If she didn't want to be discovered, no one could find her, especially after her powers were restored. She could even evade high-level observation hockey. Not only Shanks, but even Beckman, with a cigarette in his mouth, was watching intently. However, it was clear that the beautiful woman's target was Shanks, and Beckman couldn't make a move while she was dancing so enthusiastically. Beckman was a playboy, and it was normal for him to satisfy his physiological needs when they encountered an island. The red-haired pirates were never the kind to build luxurious residences or claim territory. They never stayed in one place. They sailed the seas year-round, occasionally venturing onto islands for adventures and to replenish supplies, which was perfectly normal. But on the ship were mostly big men, and of course, they would seek out familiar or unfamiliar women on those islands to satisfy their physiological needs, which was understandable. Leah comforts herself like this. But once she projects it onto Shanks, the anger inside her starts to bubble up. Damn it. Why is he laughing so happily? Is he really that good looking? So frustrating. Shanks. No way, this wine is too good. I have to take another sip. This must be the difference in thinking between men and women. Leah's small movements went almost unnoticed by anyone in the bustling bar, where most people's attention was focused on the dancers and the infamous pirate Shanks. Except for Beckman, who, as a sharpshooter, had exceptional vision. Moreover, Beckman was accustomed to being aware of everyone's movements around him, even if he hadn't noticed Leah at first. After such a long time, it was impossible for him not to detect the changes in the bar's crowd. Once he opened his observation hockey, a faint smile appeared on the corner of Beckman's mouth as he turned to glance at the drunkenly exuberant Shanks, exhaling a puff of smoke. He was quite pleased to see this fool getting his comeuppance, so Beckman had no intention of warning him. Indeed, our Beckman understood. Experience finally told him that Leah had decided to look for him this time, and she was definitely not there to find that red-haired idiot. Leah decided to go and showcase her presence. Leah pushed through the crowd and squeezed right in front of Beckman, and she started chatting with him quite friendly. What a coincidence to run into you here, Leah said, unable to hide a slight gritting of her teeth. Beckman pulled a cigarette from his mouth with his fingers, releasing a puff of smoke that mingled with the dim lighting of the bar, inexplicably adding a touch of mystery to his demeanor. I don't think it's a coincidence, Beckman said, pointing at Shanks. Shanks is over there. You should go find him. I don't want to look for that idiot. I've been here for so long, and he hasn't even noticed me. Besides, he's so engrossed in watching beautiful women right now. I don't want to bother with him. Leah complained to Beckman somewhat irritably. Should I tell this girl that Shanks is clearly drunk and foolishly laughing? Or maybe I shouldn't tell her. Shanks really deserves a good beating, but he is too thick-skinned. If he sees that Shanks is serious about this girl, then he should be responsible for her, instead of just drinking while facing a woman's deliberate flirtation. Beckman, experienced in matters of the heart, could naturally guess the little thoughts in this girl's mind. He originally intended to ignore it, but now, out of a desire to see Shanks get a taste of his own medicine, Beckman decided to play along with the girl. With that thought in mind, Beckman raised his glass on the counter and said to Leah, "Since you're here, why not sit down and have a drink together?" "Sure," Leah replied eagerly and took a seat next to Beckman. Before Shanks noticed Leah, the others in the red group had already spotted a woman sitting next to Beckman. Don't expect these idiots to recognize Leah just from her silhouette. It was practically impossible. Therefore, their discussion went like this. Beckman is indeed very popular. He attracted a woman so quickly. She must be a beauty from the looks of her back, Ricky said while gnawing on a chicken leg. Jesus took a swig of his drink and said to Ricky and the others, "You guys still don't know. Beckman has his ways with women. I didn't expect you to be such a pro, Beckman." Leah overheard their discussion and teased Beckman. Beckman remained expressionless, took another sip of his drink, and looked at Leah with a slightly disdainful gaze, saying, "Better than you and Shanks, those two little kids." Leah, why is Beckman so sharp-tongued? Beckman, you've shattered the image of a mature and steady big brother in my heart. Jesus Burgess keeps talking about his wife and son. The red-haired pirates have heard him talk about his family countless times. It's like their ears are getting calluses from it. So to avoid bringing up those old topics again, they start discussing some past events about Shanks. But in the current situation, are you sure talking about this isn't digging a hole for your own captain? Pirate. Speaking of which, this style of the captain is quite popular with girls, isn't it? Pirate B. Who said that? The captain style is no longer in vogue. Women's tastes have changed to pretty young boys now. The captain has turned into an uncle. Pirate C. The captain still has many admirers, like those two sisters we saw at the Morley Bar in the North Sea, crying and saying they want to marry the captain together. Later on, Pirate C asked, did the captain have feelings for them? As soon as this was mentioned, Pirate A stood up excitedly, saying loudly, the captain was definitely moved at that time. Those sisters are great cooks, and the captain even went to their place for several meals. He thought about bringing them on board as chefs, and they were beautiful, only wanted to marry the captain. How could he not be moved? Pirate B also slammed the counter, saying loudly, I know more than just those two sisters. Princess Bien's of Flower Island, Miss Saikingawa from Love Island, the Saintess of Cupid Kingdom, Miss Saikingawa, even stayed on our ship for a while. It is said that the captain heroically rescued her, interrupting their festival and directly taking her onto the ship. Pirate C then said, don't spread rumors about the captain without understanding. It was clearly Miss Saikingawa who asked the captain for help, because her kingdom wanted to offer her as a gift to the celestial dragons as part of joining the world government. The captain felt sorry for her and saved her during the festival. However, you guys are not wrong about one thing. Miss Saikingawa did pursue the captain passionately during her time on the ship. Pirate then asked the most crucial question: who does the captain actually like? Leah also wanted to know this. They were speaking so loudly, as if afraid no one would hear. Beckman listened to their conversation and couldn't help but feel that they really knew how to chat. Why bring this up now? Beckman rubbed his forehead and sighed. But he also felt a bit secretly pleased, thinking that when those two couldn't resolve it later, he would help Shanks explain a bit. Not too much. Just a couple of sentences. Of course, the captain likes Pirate B. But his thoughts were interrupted when Shanks pushed aside the voluptuous beauty who was about to sit on his lap and noticed the woman sitting next to Beckman. He was a bit tipsy and couldn't see clearly, but he felt an inexplicable familiarity from that silhouette, which made him very happy just to see it. He was eager to confirm who that person was, feeling a bit wronged. If it really was her, why didn't she come to find him immediately and instead sat next to Beckman? Shanks ignored all the strange looks, including the bewildered expression of the voluptuous beauty sitting on the ground, and walked towards that silhouette with the wine bottle in hand. Shanks first gently patted Leah's shoulder, but Leah ignored him. Seeing that she was not responding, Shanks's red hair fell down. Despite being such a big guy, Beckman could still see the grievance in his eyes. And when Shanks saw that she didn't pay him any attention, he hurriedly moved in front of Leah, squeezing towards Beckman. He squeezed so much that the veins on Beckman's forehead popped out, making him want to pull out his flintlock and shoot him. Wow, it really is Lily. Were you hiding here just to give me a surprise? The moment Shanks saw Leah, his eyes lit up, and he instantly perked up. Leah shot a glance at a red-haired jerk and said to Beckman, "Who is he, Beckman? I don't know him. I'm here specifically to find you." "Ah, Lily-chan. How should I put it?" Leah is indeed angry. She rarely trusts others, and Shanks is one of the few exceptions who has been able to enter her heart. It's precisely because she cares so much that she's this upset right now. Leah ignored the actively approaching Shanks and instead walked straight to the knocked-down beauty. Helping her up, Leah certainly saw the hostility in the beautiful woman's eyes, but she didn't mind. She wanted to take this opportunity to reaffirm her feelings. To be honest, Leah knew she had feelings for Shanks. However, her initial contact with him was indeed to pave the way for her future business development in the new world. So her original intentions were not entirely pure. Therefore, although she was angry at the moment, she did not place herself in a position of a mistress to directly question everything, let alone argue with Shanks over it. That would be too degrading. This visit to find Shanks was a great opportunity. They hadn't established a relationship yet, and there was still a chance to back out. Shanks' performance would determine how sincere Leah would be towards him afterwards. Leah has never been an easy person to approach. She often does things purely based on her own interests, and getting her to truly invest her heart is quite a challenging task. "Do you like Shanks?" Leah asked, looking into the beautiful woman's eyes. "What if I do? And what if I don't?" The beauty replied, crossing her arms and looking at Leah with some disdain. "Who are you? What gave you the right to come here and question me?" The voluptuous beauty raised her eyebrows and questioned Leah. Leah stretched out a finger and shook it, saying, "I'm not here to question you. I fully support your feelings for Shanks. If possible, I would even help you pursue him," Leah casually remarked. To be honest, even Shanks, with his usual cluelessness, sensed that the atmosphere was quite strange at that moment. Listening to Leah say these heartfelt words, he started to feel a bit flustered. The pirates from the red-haired pirates who were involved in the discussion were already starting to sweat. "Pirate, do you think Miss Leah heard what we were discussing just now?" "Pirate B, of course. Look at Miss Leah's current situation. It's obvious she's angry." Jesus Burgess was also confused about the situation. He walked over to the small group whispering and asked, "What are you talking about? What's going on?" "Pirate C, Brother Jesus. Isn't it obvious? It's a hellish situation. I feel like we've caused trouble." Jesus Burgess. Nanny? In any case, later on, Leah brought that blonde beauty with large breasts onto the Red Fourth ship in the name of being friends with Beckman. After Leah boarded the ship, she hardly paid attention to Shanks, who was trying to get close to her. Instead, she started to communicate more with the serious Beckman. Leah even ceremoniously gifted Beckman a genuine leather holster and often discussed topics like market expansion and resource utilization with him. Beckman was indeed a knowledgeable person, and Leah enjoyed their conversations. How should I put it? Shanks was still very persistent. Wherever Leah was, he would be there too. Even though he felt a pang of jealousy watching Beckman and Leah enjoy each other's company, he stubbornly sat at the same table as them. Meanwhile, the blonde beauty was also quite actively trying to cling to Shanks, making him a lot of delicious food. When Shanks wanted to show off his masculine charm in front of Leah, a crow flew by, and only the busted beauty stood there enthusiastically praising Shanks. Beckman, feeling uncomfortable, directly returned to his room, taking Leah to the conference room with him. The busted beauty even prepared a towel for Shanks to wipe his sweat and drinks suitable for after exercise. At this moment, Shanks was quite frustrated. The drink he took felt bitter rather than sweet. He had long realized that he might have upset the young girl, but he didn't know what he did wrong. Moreover, why did she actively bring this spy onto the ship, constantly bothering him? What if one day she put something in the food of his crew? It was one thing for the girl to be willful, but why was Beckman also allowing this and even asked him to cooperate with her a bit? Why was that? To be honest, he really didn't care about this spy's various tests. Out of confidence in his own strength, he felt there was no need to sacrifice himself to cooperate with her. But Beckman insisted that he should cooperate with her to find out which faction she belonged to. Shanks wondered if Beckman was trying to set him up, especially since the young girl had been ignoring him lately. No matter how he tried to act cool, the girl's expression remained indifferent. When it came time to assign rooms in the evening, Shanks was very eager to give his captain's room to Leah. However, Leah refused, saying it would expose the secrets of the red-haired pirates. The busty beauty was quite eager to share a room with Shanks, but he directly locked her out, making her so angry that her face turned green. Shanks had always been known for his double standards. For instance, when Leah said she wanted to make some supplements for Beckman, who had been working hard and suffering from hair loss, Shanks immediately sat at the dining table. As soon as the dishes were served, he grabbed and took everything, putting all of Leah's dishes in front of him. To put it simply, Leah hadn't been talking to him for several days, and he had completely given up on his pride, refusing to share with anyone. However, when facing the busted beauty, because he remembered Beckman's words to cooperate with her, he took a bit of everything for her, making her anxious enough to start using chopsticks. Ugh, it was so annoying. Why wasn't Leah talking to him yet? Due to his frustration, Shanks often couldn't control his conqueror's hockey, accidentally knocking out the younger crew members on the ship. As a result, he had been beaten by Beckman several times. But now, acting pitiful didn't help. Leah just wouldn't talk to him. What did he do wrong? He had apologized many times, and each time Leah, with a calm expression, told him he hadn't done anything wrong. If he hadn't done anything wrong, then why was she ignoring him? Shanks felt wronged. To put it bluntly, the atmosphere on the ship was indeed not good. Although it didn't seem obvious on the surface, everyone noticed that their usually carefree captain was in a bad mood for the past 2 days. Although he still smiled. Just look at the new crew members who occasionally feigned to know that our red-haired captain was emotionally unstable. The shipwrights also noticed that their red-haired captain had been struggling to control his strength lately, especially when Miss Leah was around. After being frustrated for a long time, Shanks decided to be bold and do that thing. How should I put it? Leah now felt quite confused. Why was that idiot Shanks pulling her to look at the stars while she was sleeping soundly? Didn't he know that a beauty needed plenty of sleep to maintain her looks? Leah didn't want to go out at all, but Shanks, that guy, pulled and hugged her and eventually brought Leah up to the deck. At that moment, the sea was silent. Leah struggled to wriggle out of Shanks' embrace. She was still very upset. However, she couldn't just beat up Shanks like before. Leah silently moved a few steps to the side, distancing herself from that red-haired bastard. Leah wore a thin nightgown, looking at the sky, the ground, the wind, and the water, but she just wouldn't look at Shanks. As the cold wind blew, Leah silently tightened her clothes, feeling a bit chilly. What exactly do you want? Don't tell me you really called me out to look at the stars, Leah said, crossing her arms, her tone somewhat aloof, as if in that moment she had transformed back into the cold little girl from Windmill Village. Did I really make a mistake? I only like you. I swear. Don't listen to what Jesus and the others say. I used to say some girls, but I never liked them. I only liked you. This woman on the ship, Beckman, says she's a spy, and I need to cooperate with her to find out which faction sent her. I really don't like her. I promise. If I get the chance, I'll kick her out. Don't be angry because of her. Shanks was somewhat incoherent when he spoke about these matters, and it was evident that he was genuinely a bit anxious. Leah interrupted him and said, Shanks, didn't you already know what I was angry about? Why are you only coming to talk to me about this now? I do have something to hide from you. I actually have a first love. Although the first love is also you, I can't explain it to you right now. It sounds somewhat absurd. Unless you really experience something like that, I doubt you would believe my explanation. Admitting this now is just because I really don't want to deceive Leah in any way. More beautiful than me? Leah suddenly asked. Nani. Just as good looking as you. Shanks hesitated to say this. Leah really exploded this time. After suppressing her anger for so many days, it finally burst out at this moment. Leah jumped up and punched Shanks right in the head, delivering a punch full of real fire, even using hockey. Shanks crouched down, holding his head, and looked at Leah with teary eyes, saying it hurts. In fact, there were more than just the two of them on the deck. Many people were also awakened by their actions. They initially thought there was an enemy attack on the ship, but upon looking, they realized it was just a classic scene of their captain being forced to take a beating. Seeing the lump forming on Shank's head, they couldn't help but gasp. Wow, the big sister is really terrifying. They definitely can't provoke her in the future. Why is she called Big Sister anyway? Anyone with eyes could see the way the captain had been trying to please her these past few days. They had been together for so many years, so they weren't oblivious to his true feelings. He was absolutely serious, and he was genuinely afraid of making the big sister angry, which made them a bit scared too. If they angered her, not only would they have to endure her beating, but with the captain's character of being forgetful in the face of beauty, he would definitely come over and kick them a few times as well. This couple is really scary. Jesus harshly scolded the few new recruits who were still gossiping, saying, remember, from now on, she is the big sister. Don't go spreading everything around. The captain got into such a mess this time. This couple is going to have a lot of grinding to do. Leah squatted down without mercy, grabbed his cheeks with both hands, and said loudly to him, do you still remember what I look like? Are you still thinking about me? Shanks instinctively wanted to nod. He indeed still thought about her. But seeing Leah's dangerous gaze, he forcibly stopped himself from nodding and said, no, I don't remember what she looks like. You're lying. I clearly saw you wanting to nod just now. Leah said as she released Shank's face, but the more she thought about it, the more wrong she felt. She said gloomily, Shanks, you bastard, you're still lying to me at this point. How should I explain this? Shanks felt quite wronged at that moment. He thought of the time-space theory that Person had told him before, and he was really afraid that if he told the truth, it would trigger some unknown events, even putting the little girl in danger. But now, listening to the little girl's aggrieved words, he felt uncomfortable too. If the little girl was unhappy, how could he be happy? I feel really bad staying here and bothering you. You're not happy either. Since we're both unhappy, I will just leave tomorrow, Leah said as she quickly ran back to her room, leaving a large Shanks squatting there. What Leah didn't notice was that Shanks had already clenched his fists. He was no longer concerned about any plans, just wanted to throw that woman off the ship early tomorrow morning. Meanwhile, the blonde, voluptuous beauty secretly opened her eyes, pulled out a transponder snail from her chest, and after dialing, she didn't speak but rhythmically tapped on the bedside table next to her. If it were to be translated, the tapping conveyed the message. I plan to kidnap the woman who suddenly appeared on the red-haired pirate ship. It seemed that red-haired cared about her, which could be used to threaten him in a handing over Momo Bay. Another series of taps came from the transponder snail, translating to, are you sure you can threaten red-haired? At this moment, the woman's expression was ferocious, her fists clenched tightly, her nails almost digging into her flesh. She intensified the tapping. Absolutely. I couldn't be more certain. Sometimes, a woman's jealousy is the most terrifying. The cold treatment she received from red-haired made her want to regain her dignity through Leah. Originally, she thought that if she could get close to red-haired, she wouldn't need to return to her original pirate crew. Being the captain's wife on red-haired ship would be quite appealing, wouldn't it? However, that bastard red-haired completely ignored her advances, which made her feel that her dignity was trampled upon, and the bitch who brought her on board was also indifferent to her. She must have brought her on board just to insult her. Out of jealousy for Leah, she decided to contact her former pirate crew to kidnap Leah and show her a lesson. After the Marineford War, Leah had been missing for over a year, but fortunately, she returned after more than a year, and her strength had become even more unfathomable. At the same time, with Leah's return, the unconscious Ace also woke up. Although Ace had lost the Mera Mera no Mi, he didn't care at all. He had relied too much on the power of the devil fruit before, and now it was just right. He could abandon the abilities of the devil fruit and focus on honing his haki. Ace had awakened his conqueror's haki at the age of 10, and his observation and armament haki had awakened in the 2 years after setting out to sea. Now that he had lost the fruit, he could spend time enhancing his haki. The seas were turbulent now, and the former Yonko Whitebeard was missing. However, only the Whitebeard pirates and Shanks knew that Whitebeard chose to return to his hometown to retire. Whitebeard had dedicated his life to his hometown, and choosing to return there to retire was a form of fulfillment in his old age. The Whitebeard pirates officially announced their disbandment, and Marco, along with the other surviving members from the Marineford War, temporarily returned to Whitebeard's hometown to recuperate and comfort the old man's heart. Meanwhile, the luckiest survivor, Ace, was taken by Leah to enhance his haki. She could assist him with the training of observation and armament haki. However, regarding the training of conqueror's haki, Leah had no special insights. Since she had understood the meaning of protection last time, her mental state had improved, and she had completely mastered the power that had followed her in her previous life. If one were to discuss the training of Conqueror's Haki, Shanks would say he is second. No one would dare claim to be first. Therefore, Shanks became the best teacher for Ace to enhance his strength. After all, Shanks was also Ace's brother-in-law, and Ace was the son of Captain Roger. It wasn't unreasonable for him to guide Ace's Haki. Honestly, Shanks and his crew were quite straightforward in their guidance. They took turns feeding Ace moves until he couldn't lift his arms anymore. Ace's strength grew rapidly, with significant improvements in observation and armament Haki. However, the enhancement of Conqueror's Haki was not very noticeable. Ace had already mastered some basic applications of Conqueror's Haki. Nevertheless, he made little progress in high-level applications like Conqueror's Binding. Shanks had mentioned that these things couldn't be articulated. He realized them suddenly while fighting powerful pirates in life-and-death situations. After the Marineford War, Ace had undergone significant psychological growth. He acknowledged and accepted himself and understood what he wanted to protect. He also began to accept his father from deep within. Leah had given Ace Roger's sword long ago, but Ace had yet to find someone to inherit this sword. Deep down, he was somewhat reluctant to pass it on to others. A sword and its owners share a connection. Every time Ace picked up the sword, he didn't feel any aversion towards it. On the contrary, he felt a sense of familiarity with this sword that shared his name, somewhat akin to the feelings Luffy brought him. Thinking of this, Ace shook his head. How could that bastard who abandoned his wife and child be like Luffy? Luffy was so adorable. Yet despite thinking this, he still unwrapped the cloth that covered the blade. It was already deep into the night, and he bore many injuries on his body and face. However, he didn't mind. Those injuries could heal with a good meal. Ace quietly stroked the perplexing sword, extending his right hand to summon flames. But, as expected, it had no effect. He didn't feel completely indifferent about losing the Mera no Mi. He thought of the Sea of Despair released during the Marineford War. Although he was sitting on the execution platform at the time, he could still feel the painful cries of the people below, like hellfire punishing criminals. At that time, it was truly terrifying, killing indiscriminately, and he sat kneeling on the execution platform with the old man beside him, who must have been quite worried about at that moment. He didn't know what happened afterward, only that it went missing for a while, and when he returned, he inadvertently awakened him. During the time was missing, it was thanks to the strong support of the red-haired pirates that Leah's business and pirate crew were not suppressed by the government due to losing their warlord status. After returned, he handed Ace a video transponder snail. When Ace asked what it was, and said it was a recording left by that bastard father of his. When he received it, he didn't open it immediately because he was still conflicted at that time. But now, as he stroked the cold blade of the sword, he suddenly had the urge to open it and see its contents. Thinking of it, he did it. Ace was not a person who lingered on things. Upon opening it, there was a silly-looking uncle with a scruffy beard who looked like a bad guy, someone who would abduct children. The content was quite long. He recorded a total of 20 birthday messages from age 1 to 20, leaving Ace a message every year. From the details, it was evident that Roger's health was deteriorating, with uncontrollable coughing and occasionally trembling hands. Nevertheless, the legendary Pirate King still appeared spirited and full of life. In the end, Ace heard Roger's last words, "Kid, forget about me. Don't let me affect your life. You have your own adventure." After saying that, the screen of the transponder snail went black. However, the transponder snail still emitted a hearty laugh. Just when he thought the recording had ended, the transponder snail switched to another video, and the main character was still Roger. However, this time he said nothing, instead looking seriously at the vast ocean before him. Gazing out, he saw countless warships surrounding the Golden Jackson, and the situation looked dire. Nevertheless, Roger remained steadfast in front of all the crew members, resolutely rejecting the invitation from the Golden Lion. He drew his sword, quietly gathering his strength, and his sharp gaze met that of the Golden Lion. In an instant, the world changed colors. The clouds and the sea seemed to part for the two formidable figures. The clash of Conqueror's Haki caused shockwaves that split the clouds and divided the sea, creating enormous waves. Roger had gathered all his power and finally unleashed his famous move, God's Avoidance. The slash, imbued with tremendous force, cut through the sea and charged towards the Golden Lion. Even a mighty Golden Lion struggled to counter Roger's attack, barely managing to defend against it. How should I put it? This scene had a profound impact on Ace, comparable to the time he had just challenged his father. Back then, Ace truly felt his father was terrifyingly strong and unshakable, even with all the injection tubes in his body. However, because of this scene, Ace felt a strange sensation rising within him. Instinctively, he followed that feeling, with no thoughts in his mind. He just wanted to grasp that peculiar sensation. Without thinking, he clenched his fists, and the surface of his fists began to cover with armament hockey. Moreover, as time passed, Conqueror's hockey even started to wrap around his fists, a dark red aura radiating outward from Ace. Suddenly, Shanks, who was inebriated, opened his hazy eyes. His gaze sharpened as he looked towards Ace, activating his observation hockey. Clearly sensing the commotion on Ace's side. Realizing what was happening, Shanks relaxed his tensed muscles, a smile of relief appearing on his face. This kid has finally awakened that move. It was worth all the time we spent with him, and now he can finally report back to the little girl. He hadn't seen the girl in a long time. Ever since she brought Ace to them, she had been off playing everywhere under the pretext of not disturbing their training. Even though she had been missing for so long, the first thing she did upon returning wasn't to accompany him, making Shanks suddenly feel a bit neglected. Why do they have to leave that brat with me? He was so much fun when he was little, always coming to threaten me not to bully his sister. Which one of my eyes made him think I would bully the little girl? The humble Shanks, TT. Ace threw a punch, and the trees before him collapsed in succession. The shockwave from his punch left huge trenches on the ground, and rows of trees shattered and fell, utterly destroying the forest. The immense noise also woke up the drunken members of the red-haired pirates, who lay scattered on the ground. They stared wide-eyed at the devastation of the forest, jaws nearly dropping to the ground. That kid is improving too fast. He used to be easy to defeat, but now it's quite a challenge. Just a few days ago, Beckman could still slightly suppress him. But at this point, the only one who can defeat him is probably the captain. Having understood Conqueror's hockey from Roger's Move God's avoidance, Ace felt invigorated. Even the injuries on his body no longer hurt. Subconsciously, he had accepted Roger, and due to the high-intensity training and a breakthrough in his mindset during this period, Ace's strength had significantly increased, surpassing what he had when he possessed the Flame fruit. Thinking about this, and the efforts everyone had made for him, he couldn't help but break into a radiant smile. Having crossed life and death, he understood how much he truly possessed. He felt immensely satisfied, having completely overcome his past self. He was now a brand new person. He really wanted to see Luffy, wanted to see Nami, and also Sabo. He now wanted to visit Dayton too. At that time, he truly thought he would never see her again. He wanted to meet everyone who cared about him, finally confirming that he had truly survived. Surprises always come so unexpectedly. The next morning, Leah came to find Ace. Coincidentally, in a few days it would be Ace's birthday, and Leah wanted to help him celebrate in a grander way, also to commemorate Ace's rebirth. To reassure the Whitebeard pirates, Leah took Ace to Whitebeard's homeland. Shanks insisted on joining them, so Leah simply brought along the red-haired crew. She even sent someone to Windmill Village to pick up Dayton and the others. When the old man and Leah made their agreement at the top, they decided that as long as they were alive after the war, they would take the old man to Sicily to retire, and now that wish had been fulfilled. After retirement, there was naturally no need to deal with the Navy's matters. So Leah also took the old man along. She notified Luffy and Sabo as well. Leah could sense that the future situation was already unpredictable. Therefore, not only for Ace's birthday, but Leah also wanted to take this opportunity to gather everyone she cared about. On Ace's birthday, that quiet little island became unusually lively. The old man had long invited Whitebeard to drink together, and the two elderly men were becoming more and more like children. They could argue red-faced over trivial matters, and due to the development of new medication, Whitebeard's health was gradually improving, allowing him to drink again. Leah is preparing a grand banquet. Well, the power dynamics on the island are quite complicated right now. The red-haired pirates, former members of the Whitebeard pirates, Leah's trading company members, Rayleigh and Shaggy, and the Empress who came with Luffy. However, the banquet is still quite successful. Everyone temporarily puts aside their positions, enjoying meat and drinks together. Since this banquet is thrown by Leah for Ace's birthday, all the guests are either family or acquaintances of Luffy. Therefore, the usually proud Empress is surprisingly well-behaved. Though she can't help but keep staring at Luffy with admiration. Whenever he calls her name, she blushes and holds her face. She even chases after Leah, calling her sister. Ace is startled by the sudden knee sand, but seeing Luffy's silly grin, he takes another sip of his drink and laughs, saying, "That guy Luffy has really grown up." Sabo raises his glass and clinks it with Ace's, chuckling. Yeah, Luffy is getting closer to his dream. At this moment, Shanks announces his engagement to Leah, which is far from romantic, but is sincere enough. It's surprising that this guy is trembling while proposing and stuttering. He doesn't seem like the Emperor of the Sea at all. Nonetheless, Leah awkwardly agrees. After all, they've known each other for 11 years, and there's no need to delay this any longer. Moreover, according to Beckman, during Leah's disappearance, Shanks was distracted and worried that she might never return. Even though he knew where Leah had gone, he couldn't shake off that feeling. With a new future ahead, everything is uncertain, and he could never know if Leah would come back. He could only protect everything she left behind. That was her personal war. A huge cake is brought out, and Leah personally places 22 candles on it for Ace. Ace closes his eyes and makes a wish, hoping that no matter what happens in the future, everyone can always be together. Because Ace's red bead necklace broke during the Marineford War, Dayton specially gifted her a string of red beads that she had worn for many years and put on herself. Old Man Garp watches this scene with a rare glimmer of moisture in his eyes, but soon starts bickering with Whitebeard. The Revolutionary Army has already begun to contest power with the world government, and the world is heading towards an unknown but certainly better direction. Ace looks into the distance. It's time for him to fulfill his promise to Yamato. Everyone is heading towards the new world. Will the woman who accidentally boarded the ship recognize Leah as one of the 7 warlords? Of course not. But it's important to understand that no matter how strong someone is, they can't withstand deliberate schemes. She cannot take Leah down directly, but she has many ways to plot against her. Having mingled in the entertainment industry for years, she has navigated through various pirates, often using her body to gather intelligence for her master. She has seen all sorts of filth. Initially, she had grown accustomed to all of this, believing it was how things should be. However, the moment she first saw Shanks, she knew this man was different. Even the first mate, sitting in the shadows, looked at them with a hint of lewd desire. But Shanks was not like that. Even in such a gaudy environment, his attention remained focused on the drink in his hand, disregarding the attractive woman in front of him. Looking at this man, radiating a unique aura, it's hard to imagine he's the infamous pirate dominating the new world. Could he really show such a childlike gaze towards something he cherishes? Therefore, she decisively squeezed forward, pushing past a crowd of women trying to flaunt themselves before Shanks. The women hesitated and made way for her, not for any other reason, but because she was the top performer here. As expected, that man indeed did not give her a shred of attention, and she became increasingly curious to test the limits of this man. After all, the person behind her had already said that by any means necessary, they needed to extract the red-haired pirate's weaknesses. Faced with Shanks' hazy but slightly indifferent gaze, she felt a rush of excitement. Not only did she want to extract intelligence from the red-haired pirates, but she also wanted to see the man in front of her completely focused on her. Before she could make another move, she noticed the man's expression changed. It was as if he instantly sobered up from his drunken stupor, pushing through the crowd directly towards his first mate. As his gaze shifted with his movement, he walked behind the girl sitting in front of Beckman and lightly tapped her shoulder tentatively. The girl didn't respond, and he paid no heed to the odd looks from those around him, sticking to the girl like a big dog. His eyes on her filled with a strange mix of familiarity and strangeness. For women like them, who have long been mired in the mud, that gaze was indeed dazzling. Can pirates also have pure feelings? She was genuinely curious about this. Under various influences, she accepted the girl's seemingly jealous invitation. However, she did not overlook the deep imprint her fingers had left on her palm. In her attempts to win over Shanks, she used nearly all her tricks to charm him. But Shanks remained unmoved, sticking to that girl every day. Whenever she caught a glimpse of the first mate and that girl exchanging glances towards her, it felt as if she was being stripped bare. A wave of heat rushed to her face, and she surprisingly felt embarrassed in this situation. Clearly, she had faced worse for survival before. Why did she feel so ashamed at this moment? This feeling was so abrupt in her otherwise confused and dark life. Out of shame and anger, she chose the most direct way to vent her emotions: kidnapping and humiliation. I forgot to give her a name. Let us call her Jessica. Of course, Jessica, who has long been active in the nightlife of the New World, has seen many strong individuals and understands how the crew treats that girl. However, she didn't know the girl's exact strength, so she opted for the safest method: sea stone handcuffs. Unfortunately, sea stone does not work on Leah. Therefore, Leah pretended to faint after drinking the tea Jessica poured for her. In a feigned state of unconsciousness, Leah was picked up by the seemingly delicate Jessica in a princess carry. At that moment, Leah felt a bit dazed. Is this how one should treat someone they hate? Leah's inner self couldn't help but prop up her chin and began to ponder. She was somewhat unclear about the current situation, but her first suspect was Beckman. Could it be that this guy had already bribed Jessica and planned to turn the tables? directly taking down the person pulling the strings behind the scenes? After all, Beckman had said long ago that Jessica was a spy, a double agent moving between various pirate crews. As long as the benefits were sufficient, it wasn't impossible for Jessica to rebel. Leah had some understanding of Beckman, the mature and steady uncle. His kindness was only extended to those he was familiar with. And when facing enemies, he could be as cunning as they come. Sometimes, when Beckman was formulating battle plans, he completely excluded Shanks from the equation because he couldn't predict what kind of mess that fool would turn things into. However, this changed after leaving Windmill Village. Shanks seemed to have taken on some significant responsibility, forcing himself to move forward. Through the occasional glimpses of deep contemplation in Shanks' eyes, Beckman saw the countless people standing behind that gaze. The tides of the sea were stirring, and it seemed that a massive war, sweeping across the entire world, would occur in the not-so-distant future. What Shanks needed to do now was to maintain the balance of power among the factions before that chaos arrived. Beckman indeed had made arrangements for this, but rather than focusing on that matter, he was now fixated on the pirate flag on the ship. That flag, once waving with carefree laughter, had now taken on a serious and dull appearance. Fate was heading toward an unknown direction, and Shanks had placed his hopes on that child. However, in his view, the little girl Shanks cared about the most was the biggest variable. "Hey, Beckman, where's Lily? I've searched the whole ship and can't find her. Could she have left on her own?" A certain red-haired pirate paced anxiously on the deck and suddenly squatted down in frustration, continuing, It seems Lily is really mad this time. She left without even saying goodbye." Beckman exhaled a puff of smoke and casually replied, "She didn't leave. She was just kidnapped." Beckman's tone was quite calm, as if he were discussing something ordinary. "That's good. She didn't leave. Wait, what? Kidnapped?" When Leah opened her eyes again, she found herself in a huge cage. She pretended to rub her head and then feigned surprise at the sea-stone handcuffs binding her hands. Leah looked around and found herself in a place resembling an interrogation room. A faint smell of mildew lingered in the air, accompanied by a barely perceptible hint of blood. As Leah glanced at the stark white walls, she realized that the original bloodstains had likely long been covered by white paint. The glaring lights stung her eyes. It had been a long time since she had put herself in such a situation. Noticing that no one was watching her at the moment, she quietly reached behind her back and firmly grasped the cage. Soon, the cage she had concealed began to twist and deform, and Leah let out a sigh of relief. Grateful that it wasn't made of some difficult-to-deal-with special metal, she shook the sea-stone handcuffs locking her hands and feet, and a glint of determination flashed in her eyes. This was clearly very perfunctory. Beckman had likely colluded with Jessica. But why didn't he give her brother a heads-up beforehand? She had originally worried that Jessica would do something harmful to Red-Haired and the others, which was why she had intentionally allowed herself to be captured by Jessica. However, there was no guarantee that there weren't other possibilities. At the same time, Leah was curious about who would want to target Shanks and his crew. Of course, she would cooperate with Jessica's plans. Her suspicions about Jessica's identity had deepened, as the information she found indicated that Jessica had arrived at that bar 8 years ago. In this brutal new world, she had managed to hold her ground for so long with her limited strength. Besides her ability to gather intelligence, she must have other backgrounds. Since her personal identity was well concealed, Leah decided to explore her work and interpersonal relationships. After some investigation, Leah formed some rough assumptions. It turned out that this seemingly unremarkable bar had connections to a notorious pirate. This pirate could be considered Shanks' greatest rival for the throne of the Four Emperors, and a candidate for the position. Were the Four Emperors? There is no doubt that they occupy a position of dominance, similar to the feudal lords vying for power during the Warring States period, where the weak are destined to be pushed off the historical stage, all competing for the highest position. Each of the Four Emperors has their own territory, from which they collect protection fees, an important source of income for the Emperor's group. As rulers, whether their methods of governance are cruel or peaceful, the essential difference is not significant. Rulers hope that the people they govern are foolish, for only then can the people obediently become the productive tools in the hands of the rulers. In this world, there has never been a shortage of souls pursuing freedom. The will for freedom and the desire for domination will never reconcile. If one party does not defeat the other, the world will never achieve true peace. China spent thousands of years superficially resolving this issue. In this world, Leah thought it would take several thousand more years of change. How did I digress again? Shanks' rival also had industries under his control that provided him with money to squander. This kind of industry is the entertainment sector. Do not underestimate this seemingly unsavory industry. as it contributes to the national GDP. Pirates do not represent evil, nor do they represent justice. They embody the wildness of conquest and plunder. Moreover, this pirate is notorious for his cruelty, with a significant portion of his bounty being for human lives. In short, the women who fell into their hands would not fare well. Jessica could be considered the favored mistress of that pirate, which is why he allowed her to become a manager. Indeed, from the information inadvertently revealed by Beckman, Leah learned that Jessica is one of the managers of this gray industry and also responsible for collecting and organizing intelligence routes. Jessica is definitely not a good person, and her ability to survive beside that pirate for so long indicates that she is certainly not a fool. However, when she was on the red-haired ship, she had too many loopholes, and her timing was overly deliberate. Leah could see that. So how could Beckman, the ceiling of the entire story, not notice? Leah pondered her previous speculation. If Jessica had indeed reached some sort of agreement with Beckman, then the Jessica who had shown obvious vulnerabilities at that time must have had some ulterior motive. In such an environment, Jessica still engaged in behavior that seemed rather unwise on the surface. Therefore, it was very likely that someone was watching from the shadows. Beckman had always remained behind the scenes, controlling the overall situation. Based on his performance in Windmill Village, his intelligence could not have been gathered only after encountering Jessica. He would certainly eliminate all potential dangers before stepping into enemy territory. With this in mind, Leah felt that Beckman might have been invited there by Jessica, but such an invitation would have been conducted discreetly. Her presence might have, to some extent, disrupted a subtle balance within that bar. Considering this, Jessica's usual actions took on a different meaning in Leah's eyes. As fellow pirates, why would Jessica choose to stab them in the back? What was it that Jessica needed to obtain from Shanks and the others? With her thoughts slightly blocked, Leah reached up to rub her temples. Just then, the tightly closed iron door emitted a sound that made her teeth ache. Someone was coming. Leah immediately adjusted her posture, her gaze sharply directed at the iron door. In such an environment, Leah instinctively straightened her back. Golden hair first peeked through the crack of the door, and in the next moment, the sexy and confident Jessica strode towards Leah with an arrogant gait. Jessica came to a halt in front of Leah, looking down on her with a dismissive expression. Leah felt more relaxed upon seeing the woman, but her gaze remained fixed on Jessica. Jessica's lips trembled as she tried to say something, but looking into Leah's eyes made her feel like she couldn't say anything at all. After struggling for a while, she pretended to be bold and said, "Don't you have anything you want to ask? You've been caught here by me." Leah didn't miss any of the micro-expressions on her face. Hearing Jessica's question, Leah replied in the calmest tone, "There's nothing to ask." After a pause, she got straight to the point and said, "If the current environment is fine, you don't have to talk to me in that silly, girly way." After hearing this, Jessica's expression didn't change. She seemed quite composed. Jessica slowly squatted down, looking directly at Leah, who was kneeling in the cage, and said, "You're a smart person. If you cooperate with me, you won't have any problems." Leah really wanted to say that even if she didn't cooperate with them, nothing would happen to her. However, she still wanted to know what this woman Jessica really wanted to do. So Leah raised her handcuffed hands and said, "Do you think I still have the ability to resist?" Jessica gently shook her head and said, "You don't need to worry about your safety. In order for my subsequent plans to proceed smoothly, I can't let you, my little beauty, get hurt. You already colluded with Beckman and the others, right? It shouldn't be called collusion. It's just that the person we discussed kidnapping earlier wasn't you." "Jessica," she said, tucking her loose hair behind her ear. "Then why did you bring me here?" Leah asked somewhat irritably. "Well, from my observation, kidnapping you is more secure. Originally, when I discussed it with that vice captain, we were supposed to kidnap Yasu, but..." Jessica gave a meaningful smile. "I'm not one of their pirate crew. What use is it to kidnap me? Yasu is at least an important officer on their ship. How could I possibly be more useful than Yasu?" Leah asked, somewhat puzzled. Jessica smiled mysteriously and looked at Leah with a very meaningful gaze. At this moment, Leah felt as if she had been stripped bare. Even though there was nothing malicious in Jessica's gaze, it was difficult to look directly at her. For some reason, Leah couldn't help but wonder if she had done something wrong. She wanted to turn away and escape Jessica's stare, but Jessica had already leisurely stood up. It was obvious to even a fool. Was there really need to ask? As Jessica thought this, she couldn't help but complain about Beckman internally. That old fox, asking me to tie up that old man Jesus. Not to mention whether she could actually get that guy tied up. Even if she did, could she control him? Once the deed was done, she wouldn't even have the confidence to negotiate, with no guarantees at all. With this little girl around, she could still threaten that not-so-smart red-haired captain. It was simply exasperating, Thinking back to the time on the ship made Jessica's head ache. If she was going to act, she should at least do it convincingly, lest others think she was just trying to deal with her. Yet Beckman had arranged for Jessica a script filled with jealousy and hypocrisy. TSK, the hypocrisy was indeed real, but she wasn't that clueless about reading someone's expressions. Leah is feeling a bit like giving up now. For the time being, she doesn't have to worry about her safety anymore. And she also starts to reflect on her interactions with Shanks during this period. Leah couldn't help but cover her face. How embarrassing it was to make a fool of herself in front of so many people. She had really acted like an elementary school student, the two of them behaving like kids, ignoring each other and all that. How childish. She had wasted so many years. Jessica's look just now must have been mocking her, right? It had to be. Mocking was one thing, but more teasing. Jessica walked up to the gray wall, directly facing Leah's cage, and pressed the raised red button on the wall. The ground shook, the wall split in two, and then slowly opened. Leah initially thought it would be some sort of secret room inside. However, in reality, it was not. Upon opening it, what appeared was a large transparent screen made of special crystals. Jessica then took out something resembling a remote control from her coat pocket. Immediately, the screen lit up. The content displayed on the screen made Leah's heart tremble uncontrollably. There were rows of iron frames, and each frame held a pregnant woman. Their bellies varied in size, and under normal circumstances, one would not immediately identify these individuals as pregnant. After all, they could just as easily be suffering from some illness, right? However, what was shown on the screen was not just these pregnant women wearing breathing masks. Some were in the process of giving birth. Have you ever heard of a woman giving birth without moving or showing any reaction? What was depicted on the screen was just that. It felt like a factory assembly line for making babies, with masked medical staff patrolling. Whenever they approached a pregnant woman, they would touch her belly. If they sensed that the child was about to be born, they would operate the machine in their hands. Soon, a few people would walk over to assist the pregnant woman in labor. The methods used in childbirth were extremely brutal. They injected substances similar to hormones into the pregnant women's bodies to help those who had lost consciousness exhibit the necessary responses for childbirth. Indeed, those pregnant women were unconscious, and it was also possible they were intentionally rendered so, completely transforming them into production tools on the factory assembly line. Moreover, their nourishment was quite simple. They directly pumped liquid food into the pregnant women's esophagus to provide the energy needed for maintaining the pregnancy. After giving birth, the pregnant women did not have any time to recover. Doctors would artificially inseminate them and continue the painful process until their bodies were completely exhausted. The deceased pregnant women were dragged away like rags and incinerated in a furnace. The more Leah looked, the angrier she became, unable to suppress the fiery anger surging within her. At that moment, she couldn't help but lose control of her temper. Meanwhile, her gaze quickly began to change, as those repressed emotions surged up. As time passed, Leah felt somewhat breathless. However, her body began to relax in an unusual way. Leah did not look at Jessica. Her gaze remained fixed on the screen as she said to Jessica, "What do you mean by showing me this?" Jessica did not answer the question immediately. Instead, she began to explain the footage to Leah. These pregnant women were originally prostitutes or dancers in the soy industries. When they could no longer make any money, Soy would have his subordinates bring them here, damage their nerves, and reduce them to mere breeding machines. The children they hoped to conceive would be secretly sent to the laboratory by Soy, which he inadvertently revealed when he was drunk. I'm not clear on the specifics, but your deputy captain should know, as he was the one who came to me first. Leah knows who Soy is, the rival of Shanks. Sending these babies to the lab, one can imagine there must be something fishy about it. Jessica, for someone like me, who doesn't have a strong body or any talent to train myself, to have reached my current position, you should know I'm not a good person. I previously helped Soy manage his business and deceived many women who were left stranded after the war. To be honest, I can't say I have any excess feelings about these things. In this world, just surviving is a challenge, let alone worrying about morality. They sell their bodies, and at least they can survive. So why are you betraying Soy now? Soy has been good to me, although I'm a bad person. I can't bear this kind of sin. Jessica said this with a trembling voice, but she still held on and stood strong. Leah felt very complicated towards Jessica at this moment, unsure of how to handle her. She could hear the fear in Jessica's words. She summoned all her courage to resist Sway. As far as Leah knew, Jessica was originally an orphan, raised in a war-torn environment. Because of her good looks, she caught Sway's eye and became one of his lovers. Sway was certainly not a good person, but he treated Jessica relatively well, introducing the then 19-year-old Jessica to the hedonistic world. After spending so much time together, it was impossible to say that Jessica had no feelings for Sway. I have no parents since I was a child, and I know very well that I have to fight for what I want. I have done everything for survival. And Sway was the first person to reach out to me. Jessica turned her back to Leah and slid down to the ground, her eyes fixed on the light on the ceiling. I actually want to have a child with Sway, but I know that neither of us could be good parents. I don't want my child to experience my childhood again. Jessica's emotions suddenly calmed down as she spoke these words, carrying a rare sense of longing. Leah suddenly interjected at this moment, saying that you had the idea of becoming a mother, which is why you began to resonate with a mother on the screen. In fact, I originally didn't know that Soy was also involved in this dark industry. I discovered it by chance after we had a fight. Soy said that the direct beneficiaries of these experiments were the celestial dragons. However, Soy mentioned that he wasn't very educated and didn't know exactly what research projects they were conducting. He only knew that the benefits provided by the celestial dragons were quite substantial. Leah couldn't help but reach out and grab the iron pillar in front of her, squeezing it so hard that it deformed. Another celestial dragon. Jessica ignored the commotion behind her and continued, I secretly kept a child from Soy. I want to be a good mother this time. I need to eliminate all the dangers for him. I have to survive. I need to find a way out for both me and my child. Soy can't defeat Shanks. A person like Soy would never give up. At that time, he would definitely fight to the death, and they shouldn't be trapped here. Jessica raised a finger toward the screen opposite her. Leah's gaze also turned to the screen, which began to flicker intermittently, perhaps due to a circuit malfunction. Leah's eyes darkened. No matter what it was used for, why should their blood and bones be used to fill the endless desires of those pigs? To be honest, during these few days here, Leah hadn't been treated poorly. The food was decent, and she wouldn't even mention the sleeping arrangements. Life was quite good, just too boring. It was so boring that she had bent her cage countless times and straightened it back just as many. Jessica told her that Soy had gone to negotiate with Shanks, and the red-haired crew had superficially agreed. In reality, they had long been preparing to surround them. Soy thought this was just a simple turf war. In fact, Shanks and his crew planned to get rid of this big trouble once and for all. Originally, this matter had nothing to do with Leah. If she hadn't gotten bored and thrown her mess onto Yuxia before running off to play with Shanks, it would have been that unlucky Jesus who ended up here. So boring. When bored, she just wanted to mess with Doflamingo a bit. If Leah wanted to leave here, it wouldn't be too difficult. However, she had softened her heart and decided to spare a thought for Jessica's baby, so she would cooperate a little. Leah's thoughts shifted to that fool Shanks. Beckman, being so cunning, would probably be happy to see Shanks lose his temper. When could she get out? She had to admit that Leah had, to some extent, truly realized that she was quite good at fighting, good enough that Beckman could calmly light a cigarette on the battlefield. Beckman took a deep drag on his cigarette, the curve of his lips betraying his amusement. After enduring Shanks for so long, he finally felt a sense of relief today. Even Soy on the opposite side didn't understand why Shanks was so fired up today. It was just a small piece of territory. They had previously had their share of friction over these territorial issues. As for Shanks now, who knew if he was a bit too eager and was being heavy-handed? Lily-chan, I'm coming to save you now. Emma, I'm going. Leah's heart was stunned. Wow. Jessica was coming over with the keys. Hey, could it be that Shanks and the others had one? As for losing, please, Leah had never even considered that possibility. However, Jessica's expression was somewhat anxious, and her movements to unlock were not very smooth. Was something wrong? Jessica bit her lip and said nothing. Not only did she unlock the cage, but she also released the handcuffs and shackles from the two of them. Follow me, Jessica said as she grabbed Leah and tried to escape, but the entire building began to shake. Jessica wasn't particularly strong, and amidst the tremors, she almost lost her balance and fell. It was Leah who steadied her, allowing her to regain her footing. I'll take you somewhere else to hide. It's no longer safe here. Saying that, Jessica pulled Leah around corners, running towards the back of the massive factory. What on earth was happening? Leah didn't hesitate much and followed Jessica. Now was not the time to hold anyone back. She had 2 kids waiting for her at home. She absolutely couldn't fall here. Jessica didn't answer Leah's question. She bore the pain in her abdomen and silently quickened her pace. Leah observed the situation around her. In fact, there were still many people inside the building. However, given the current circumstances, it had already been invaded by outsiders. Leah released her observation hockey and saw that people were constantly falling in pain. The enemy was invading, and the people here had no ability to resist at all. It was a one-sided massacre. Leah feels that the people who can work on this island are not worth much, and she has no feelings about their deaths. As for the pregnant women, Leah genuinely believes that death is a relief for them. Jessica's condition today is also quite off. Her face is pale, and she is even sweating. After running out of the building, they're faced with a dense forest. Jessica says little, pulling Leah to run deeper into the woods. It is not until they are far away from the building, surrounded by the forest, that Jessica stops. As soon as she stops, she crouches down in pain, beads of sweat rolling down her forehead. But she presses her lips tightly together, not making a sound. At that moment, a huge explosion is heard in the distance, with flames shooting into the sky. Leah neither likes nor dislikes Jessica. At least during this time, she hasn't treated her poorly, and this woman is carrying a small life inside her. After all, the child is innocent, regardless of who the parents are. So, Leah summoned her scythe and positioned it in front of the woman, shielding her from the impact of the explosion. In that brief moment, Leah keenly sensed that someone had already locked onto their location. The incoming person's strength was not weak, and their presence made Leah furrow her brows. If it were any other day, it wouldn't be a problem, but today she had a burden to carry. To quickly resolve their current predicament, she would have to use that move. There were quite a few people on the opposite side, making it difficult for Leah to escape alone, even if she wanted to. After assessing the current situation, Leah calmed down instead, her eyes fixed on a distant, unseen place, and she asked Jessica, "Can you hold on?" Jessica nodded and said, "I can still hold on for now. Those people over there are probably from CP0. With this, Leah had a clearer understanding, and combined with what the game card had previously mentioned about human experimentation, she could roughly outline the situation in her mind. Since they could arrive here at this time, it also implied that the conflict between Shanks and Soy was nearing its end, with Shanks likely to emerge victorious. Such a heinous act that would cause an uproar worldwide had happened before. Even if it enraged the public, they could just use force to suppress it. However, now that the Revolutionary Army had just emerged, if such events were exposed, more and more non-member countries would inevitably band together in such a situation. At that time, more countries would join the Revolutionary Army. Leah was not surprised at all that the 5 elders of the world government would issue orders to kill everyone and destroy all buildings to erase the evidence. After all, had wiped out the Lucian kingdom in one move. It wasn't that they were afraid of leaving survivors who might expose the dirty deeds here. Leah was determined to make sure the whole world knew. Leah took a phone bug out of Jessica's pocket. Leah called Morgan's, telling him to quickly send reporters here. As there was big news, Leah didn't say much and immediately hung up the phone. She sensed that those people were rushing towards them, and they were moving quickly. At that moment, Leah's appearance was also rapidly changing, specifically transforming into what it looked like in the Kingdom of Goa. See details about the skin there. Members of CP0 emerged one by one from the dense forest. To be honest, this group of people was far less ostentatious than the previous one. Most of them were dressed in black, wearing masks with ghostly patterns, their eyes cold, resembling a group of trained assassins. Leah said nothing and took action directly. The villain died from talking too much. I can't be bothered to waste time with you. Before this, Leah had placed a protective charm on Jessica to guard against them causing trouble when she wasn't paying attention. This charm is mandatory. Any attack directed at the charm will be redirected to Leah. Unless Leah dies, this spell cannot be broken. Leah planted her heels on the ground, took a strong step forward, and swung the blood-red scythe, taller than herself, towards the leading man. The people from the CP department did not sense the presence of a strong opponent here. They merely regarded Leah's attack as the dying struggle of an ant, casually picking up their knives to block her strike. Fortunately, Leah was used to covering her face, so they momentarily did not realize who she was. Even if they knew, Leah had never revealed this form of herself in front of outsiders. The leading man was quite tall, standing at about 4 meters. However, he faced Leah's attack with a casual attitude, and his subordinates seemed to have great confidence in their boss, not making any moves to attack Leah. Leah smirked, having seized the initiative. As she swung her scythe, the shadow beneath her feet gradually expanded, coalescing into a large mass of darkness that quickly moved towards those people. Their attention was primarily focused on Leah, and in a moment of negligence, they found themselves entangled by the shadows at their feet. At the same time, the instant Leah struck the knife in the man's hand, she changed her attack trajectory, aiming directly for his neck. The man's expression changed, and he hurriedly enveloped his neck with armament hockey. However, perhaps his mastery of hockey was lacking, as the metallic sheen of the protective layer cracked the moment it made contact with the scythe. Moreover, the burly man, over 4 meters tall, could not withstand the force, and half of his body sank into the ground. He covered his left arm with hockey to block Leah's scythe. But Leah wouldn't let him counterattack. She jumped up and kicked directly at his temple. This time, it wasn't just a simple kick. She never played at a low level. She could use hockey too, and she was formidable. Who the hell could fight a group alone? The people around her were currently unable to get up, as the shadows were devouring their flesh, entangling them and preventing them from standing. Even if they tried to fight back, they couldn't hit anything solid. Instead, their limbs were gradually torn apart by the shadows, and they let out painful howls, veins bulging, suffering to the extreme. Leah has no fondness for these people and will definitely not let them die too easily. She only needs to leave one or two alive who can speak. Right now, it's just physical torment. Leah hasn't even resorted to mental torture yet. These swine, who control vicious dogs and have killed countless innocent civilians, will eventually be haunted by the many evil spirits, and the blood debts they carry will have to be repaid one day. Indeed, those shadows are not material entities, but rather malice. Leah's power originates from death. The more people who die unwillingly in this world, the stronger Leah becomes. At the same time, the negative emotions of those people before their death continue to haunt Leah. Within her heart lies a dark ocean. The screams around her grow fainter, and more people lose their breath. Most of the dead are dismembered, yet not a drop of blood spills out. The shapeless black shadows continue to gnaw at the bodies of those people, with only two barely alive individuals being overwhelmed on the ground by the shadows. Even so, they have already lost an arm and a leg. Leah's battle with one of the individuals is fierce. Her strikes are extremely ruthless, aimed directly at his vital points, clearly intending to kill him. At first, this person is able to fend off Leah's lethal attacks. However, as time passes, he noticeably feels his limbs growing weak and increasingly fatigued, causing his reaction speed to decline. Now he has large wounds on his arms and chest, with blood gushing out uncontrollably. In fact, for individuals like them who have undergone professional training, battles can last for days and nights. So, one can imagine their stamina and endurance. Therefore, even in a situation like this where they're injured, their stamina should not decline so rapidly. As blood flows out, his complexion begins to pale, and the heaviness and weakness of his body gradually intensify. Moreover, the blood he spills attracts the black shadows that had just fed, which gather together to assist their master in the attack. More and more wounds appear on his body, and strangely, those wounds show no signs of healing. Instead, over time, the wounds grow larger and more severe, and the speed at which blood gushes from them increases. However, all the blood that flows out is devoured by the shadows beneath him. Meanwhile, Leah accelerates the speed of her scythe strikes. Surrounding Leah and the individual, a deep pit forms. After about 10 minutes, the person can no longer hold on. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, he bends his legs and kneels on the ground. Bang! A dull sound echoes as two more pits are created where his knees hit the ground. His vision darkens, and he can barely see the things in front of him. Yet, he still glares at Leah with a fierce gaze. Leah was not intimidated by glare. She reached out a hand, jumped up, and pulled the person's hair down hard to the ground. She stepped on the person's head, brewing a blood-red energy in her hand, and then injected it into the person's brain. Of course, this person was now covered in shadows from the neck down, except for the head. In the unseen areas, the shadows opened countless mouths filled with sharp teeth, viciously tearing at the person's flesh. Leah was very aware of that kind of pain, but this person was tough enough to not let out a single scream, let alone plead for mercy. Even if he had begged for mercy, Leah wouldn't have spared him. From this person's mind, Leah extracted some of his memories and roughly understood the mission he was about to carry out. It was not much different from what Leah had previously guessed, and there were some unexpected surprises. She learned the location of the docking laboratory. As this person was about to breathe his last, and his value had nearly been exhausted, Leah waved her hand, and those around her completely engulfed him in an instant. Leah took a deep breath and walked up to the two survivors left behind. As Leah approached, their bodies began to tremble uncontrollably. Leah once again concentrated red energy in her hands and placed it into the minds of the two people, so that when the reporters arrived later, they would be able to recount what had happened here. After Leah confirmed that the pupils of the two people were no longer focused, she ran to Jessica. Leah noticed that Jessica's consciousness was already somewhat unclear. She sighed and said, "What kind of karma have I created?" She decided to show a bit of kindness this time. Leah picked Jessica up horizontally, and those shadows obediently returned to Leah's feet, leaving a ground full of corpses. Leah's black carapace gradually retreated as she retracted her scythe and spread her enormous black wings. With a powerful flap, she soared into the sky, carrying Jessica with her. Following the direction indicated by the life card, Leah rushed towards Shanks and the others. There was no other reason. This pregnant woman needed to see a doctor. She had to find Benheim immediately, and she suspected that their battle was not yet over. So she could also let this little pregnant woman meet her child's father one last time. To be honest, out of a certain malicious mindset, she was looking forward to witnessing this scene. How could someone as beautiful and kind as me learn from Doflamingo? By the time they arrived, the outcome of the battle was basically decided. The people over there could hardly stand up anymore. Blood was splattered all over the battlefield, and only their leader, Sori, was still fighting against Shanks. Leah hugged Jessica and went to find Ben. Leah was a bit silent. Was Ben being confronted by his lover for debts? His face was covered with scratch marks, and his hair was all messed up. There were no serious injuries on his body, just his clothes were in tatters. It was as if he had been forced by a woman, but Ben did not agree, and then his clothes were torn apart. Leah secretly glanced at the plump woman lying not far away. There were still strands of hair stuck in her fingernails. Could it be true? Leah felt she had uncovered the truth. For a moment, she forgot to manage her expression, and Hamura's face darkened even more. I don't know anything, and I didn't see anything. Leah hurriedly waved her hand to cover up her embarrassment as she put the woman down. Hamura said somewhat irritably, "What are you talking about? Why did you come to find me? And you brought this woman along. To treat her, look at her condition now. Are you an idiot? Wasn't it him who took you away? You still want to save him. If it weren't for you, how would I have been running around with the captain these past 2 days, taking care of so many people almost?" "Almost what?" Leah asked curiously. "Cough. It's nothing." Hamura coughed to cover up the embarrassment. Then, as if avoiding the topic, squatted down to check Jessica's condition. "Well, there is nothing major, just a bit frightened. And after some intense exercise, it caused some complications. Once we get back, I'll prescribe some medicine for her, and with more rest, it should be fine." Hamura calmly lifted the pregnant woman's eyelid and raised her head to say, "I'm not her father. You can talk to her about this when she wakes up." However, as if by some telepathic connection, Jessica woke up and looked towards the two people still fighting in the distance. In fact, the signs of Soya's defeat were already very evident. He was now standing purely by willpower, being knocked down again and again, with no intention of giving up. Soya fell again, countless wounds covering his body. Yet, he still wanted to stand up. His body, however, could no longer support his desire to rise again. Just then, Jessica unleashed an unprecedented strength and ran straight towards Soya. Leah couldn't quite understand Jessica's actions at this moment. With her strength, why did she think that so many powerful pirates present would allow her to get close to the captain's battle? Leah's thoughts were confirmed. Indeed, she hadn't run far before being stopped. This is a battlefield, and no one would harbor any thoughts of pity. Jessica was held by the shoulders, abruptly halting her movement. The force so strong it made her gasp. She continued to struggle, looking as if she was about to stand up again, not knowing what was supporting her, making her rise time and again. In fact, the battle with Soy was not easy for Shanks. If he hadn't had a breakthrough and comprehended a higher level of Conqueror's hockey, perhaps it would be him lying on the ground now. Soy was a tank, with a formidable ability to take hits. Moreover, this pirate had truly carved out his reputation from a sea of blood. Once he entered combat mode, he became an unrelenting killing machine until one side was dead. Actually, over an hour ago, the red-haired pirates had planned to all attack together, intending to bury him under sheer numbers. However, Shanks intervened, as he must have predicted that he had reached a critical moment in his strength improvement. No matter how unreliable Shanks was, he was still the captain, and obeying the captain's orders is a fundamental requirement for a crew member. Thus, the current situation arose. No matter how brutal and vicious Soy was, he was still a worthy opponent. In terms of fighting spirit, Soy was quite admirable. Now, Shanks pressed his griffin against Soy's neck and said, "You lost. Stop struggling." Upon hearing this, Soy's eyes turned red, and he shouted with a strained voice, "I haven't lost. If it weren't for someone betraying me, how could I have fought you unprepared? If I find out who betrayed me, I will make her suffer 1,000 deaths." Jessica, not too far away, heard this and instantly felt weak, as if all her strength had been drained. At the same time, the tears that had been building in her eyes began to fall. Although she was a beauty in tears in such a serious situation, she was still firmly held by the nearby pirates. Given the state of the battle, it was already meaningless for Soy to continue to refuse to admit defeat. It was unclear what mindset Beckman was in when he signaled to the pirate holding Jessica. Thus, the pirate brought Jessica's hands behind her back and carried her to where Shanks was. With a glance, Beckman nodded to Shanks. Shanks then stepped back and stood at a distance, but not too far, as he had to ensure the safety of his subordinates. Upon seeing Jessica, Soy's feelings were hard to describe. Perhaps he had developed some genuine feelings for this woman, and instead of being angry, he mocked. "I thought you were different from other pirates. Shanks, I didn't expect you to resort to using a woman to threaten me in this situation." Shanks said nothing, surprised that Leah had brought this woman here at such a moment, as if something unexpected had occurred. After seeing Jessica, Soy gradually calmed down and said to Shanks, "Let me speak to her for a moment. I will commit suicide afterward. I know I've already lost and have no chance to turn the tide." Soy's pupils were red, and there was a gash across his face, making him look exceptionally fierce. After the pirate saw the captain nod, he released Jessica and silently stepped back. Soy spoke first. "I know it was you who betrayed me. I had guessed it from the moment, Shanks, and I started fighting." Although he spoke such chilling words, Soy's tone was relatively calm. "Soy, Jessica, with tears streaming down her face, didn't know what to say. "Just listen to me. I've been sailing the seas for so many years. Your little schemes couldn't escape my notice. I just didn't expose you. It was my carelessness. I didn't expect you to have that kind of courage. But I believe you will live well in the future." Soy's breath began to weaken, as if the spirit that had been supporting him had finally broken, and the gruesome wounds on his body began to erode his flesh. "Since you know, why didn't you kill me sooner? You have always hated betrayal." Jessica asked. "I thought you already knew, but that no longer matters. I never expected the last person I would see would be you. I have no other requests. When I die, bury me on a high mountain where I can see the sea as a repayment for the years I took care of you." After saying this, Soy fell silent, his gaze shifting to the sky. He pulled a dagger from his pocket and suddenly plunged it into his neck. This kind of person is ruthless to enemies and even more so to himself. He wouldn't allow himself to die slowly in pain. He decisively severed his own windpipe. Even so, he still managed to smile, even as blood poured from his mouth and nose. Blood sprayed from his throat onto Jessica's face, and she, tears flowing, hurriedly reached to cover Soy's neck, as if that could stop the bleeding. As Soy's pupils gradually lost focus, Jessica leaned close to his ear and trembled, saying, "I'm pregnant. It's your child." Soy laughed even louder, despite his bloodied face looking more gruesome and terrifying. But Jessica could feel that Soy was genuinely happy now. The resonance in his chest echoed as the sun dwindled, its last rays blood red. "I don't regret it." This was Soy's last sentence, heard only by Jessica. It was not just for her, but also for himself. "I don't regret this life forged in blood because fate never gave me a choice. It's just that I met you too late, with no chance to be a good father." The sky gradually darkened, and the battle seemed to come to a close. Shanks still stood there, his back to Leah, motionless until the sun set without any reaction. At first, Leah thought he was just showing off by standing there. But as time passed, and he still didn't move, Leah began to panic. After a moment of hesitation, Leah ran towards Shanks. Everyone was injured, and many were too exhausted to move, so the crew had to take turns tending to them. Those with lighter injuries had already started to clean the battlefield, and the new young recruits were eagerly rushing to Soy's pirate ship to loot treasures. Meanwhile, Jessica held Soy, crying continuously, but she kept suppressing her sobs, biting her lip to prevent herself from making a sound. This was her own decision. She felt she was the least qualified to cry. Leah didn't plan to comfort her either, because this woman was not a good person to begin with, and any consolation wouldn't hit the mark. Furthermore, Leah wasn't close to her, so there was really no need. Lastly, matters of life and death, no matter what is said, always carry a hint of standing by without feeling the pain. Leah walked behind Shanks, raised her hand, and gently patted his back. Shanks didn't respond much, which made Leah a bit anxious. She hurriedly walked in front of Shanks. He had his head down, making it hard to see his expression, and he had many injuries all over his body. Leah is now really worried about whether Shanks is seriously injured. After all, it looks like Shanks didn't have an easy time in this battle. She turned her head and wanted to call Hanjo over to check on Shanks. Leah just wanted to shout, but then a rough hand covered her mouth, and Shanks forcefully pulled her into his embrace. Perhaps it was because he had just come from a bloody battle, his aura still lingering around him. Leah began to think wildly. Could it be that Shanks was being so petty? After all, it was just a few days of not paying attention to him, right? There was no need for him to show such an expression as if he wanted to eat her. Why did she suddenly feel a bit guilty? Shanks bent down, resting his slightly scruffy head next to Leah's delicate neck. "Leah, I'm so glad you're okay." Leah felt the overwhelming aura surrounding Shanks slowly dissipate. When Leah was by his side, his heart felt like it had finally found its place, and he slowly relaxed. Was it Leah's illusion? Or did she detect a tremor in Shank's voice when he said those words? He was going to be one of the 4 emperors in the future. And perhaps in terms of strength, Shanks now was still slightly inferior compared to his future self. But in terms of mindset, ever since she decided to hand over the straw hat to Luffy, he had experienced a qualitative leap. He shouldn't be panicking over such a trivial matter. However, it felt undeniable. Shanks was now wholly leaning on Leah's embrace. Even though Shanks was nearly 2 meters tall and had just defeated a powerful enemy, the emotion he conveyed to Leah was that only by being by her side and ensuring she was safe and sound could he truly relax. He was using this firm embrace to tell Leah that his heart belonged to her. Feeling that emotion, Leah chose to follow her heart. Because Shanks was holding her too tightly, Leah could only struggle to reach out her little hands and hug Shanks back, gently patting his back in a comforting manner. At that moment, Shanks rarely showed his vulnerability to her. Just now, I really thought I might never see you again. It's okay, I'm here. Leah nuzzled against Shanks' broad chest. Though her voice was not loud, it resonated in Shanks' heart, echoing like a refrain. I can't fall, I have to win. I have to save Leah. I have my comrades behind me. The captain's will has not yet been passed on. I absolutely cannot fall. In his lowest moments, he was still worried about Leah's safety. He wanted to live to see her live happily. He always thought that the nature of pirates was to plunder and possess. His feelings for Leah were no different. After their reunion in Windmill Village, he had already placed Leah within the range of his possessions. He once thought that love meant possession, that it was giving everything so that this person would only see him. But when faced with a desperate situation, Shanks realized it was not so. What he thought then was that even if he was not by her side, she still had to be happy and joyful, even if there were others around her. As long as that person could bring her smiles and happiness, perhaps he could accept it. But then, he quickly snapped back to reality. No. Thinking about it makes me angry, so angry that I want to kill that person right away. Was my head kicked by a donkey? Why did I imagine such infuriating scenes? No way. Absolutely not. At least while I'm alive, I cannot let anyone else get close to Leah, even if it means killing. Then he gradually got into the mood and was even able to overpower Soy, getting angrier the more he thought about it. In some ways, Shanks really wanted to be like a child. Shanks agreed. In the end, he did not express his fears, confusion, or the encouragement from his comrades and loved ones to Leah, because he saw the answer in her eyes. It felt so good to be held in someone's heart. Shanks thought. Thinking that, he nudged the little girl again. Shanks, stop being so clingy, it's ticklish. You're such a big person now. Let the doctor come and treat your wounds. Shanks had a high body temperature, and being held so tightly made her feel uncomfortable. Moreover, her remaining conscience told her that they shouldn't stab someone in the heart when they were already sad. Jessica was still crying while holding Soy, and she was pregnant too. It was pitiful. After hugging Leah again, Shanks reluctantly let go, but not entirely. He still held Leah's little hand. The two of them tacitly did not mention the previous matter, both silently acknowledging that they had reconciled. The injured crew members around felt a strange sense of shared suffering. They exchanged glances, sharing a mutual feeling of empathy. Shanks didn't have that much time. Now that Leah was back and holding his hand, and they had won the battle, what was left to do? Shanks slowly raised Leah's hand high. Due to Leah's good mood, she cooperatively raised both hands. Shanks shouted loudly, "Hey everyone, we're having a feast." This sentence ignited the previously silent atmosphere of the battlefield, and they revived on the spot, cheering. That night, the laughter of pirates echoed across the land. Leah didn't care about the messiness. He sat next to Shanks. Whenever someone offered a toast to Leah, Shanks would snatch it away and pour it into his mouth. When he coughed from drinking, someone would tease him, saying, "Boss, that's really weak. Come on, let's keep drinking." Leah looked up at the sky and couldn't help but think, the moonlight is really beautiful tonight. After Leah returned from the banquet hosted by Shanks and the others, she could occasionally take a break, but not for an extended period. The first good news upon her return was that the people she sent out successfully found the legendary elixir that was thought to be extinct. Under extremely difficult preservation conditions, Yuxia mastered this elixir and even developed a rarer ability, which is to revert mature plants back to seed form. As long as she has plant seeds, Yuxia can replicate them. In terms of botany, which interests Yuxia, as long as she is alive, she can prevent the extinction of precious plants. In terms of medicine, it means that this trading company can control all existing precious medicines in the world. However, on the other hand, this also means that many people will come to trouble Leah because the stakes are too high. Life, aging, illness, and death are parts of everyone's life. No one is free from injury or illness, especially when it comes to some tricky and difficult diseases. Leah has her own considerations about this. Instead of spending huge amounts of manpower and resources to guard these things, it is better to use them as bargaining chips to build relationships with people from various industries. The more debts of gratitude one owes, the stronger the relationships naturally become. Perhaps the real target of bribery is healthy and free from troubles. But that doesn't mean their relatives want to need it. Making good use of this advantage is essentially holding a golden ticket to survival in another form. Wherever she goes, people have to give her face. Of course, in contrast to this is overall strength. Not just Leah's strength, but also her connections, wealth, and sphere of influence, which is the real face. Time passed quickly, and Leah received an invitation personally written by Doflamingo, which read, "You are out there ruining my reputation every day. I have obtained a very interesting fruit and am preparing to hold an auction in Dressrosa. Many people will come, and I will introduce you to a few easy targets. Also, whether you come or not. Don't say to Baby 5 and the others that I forced you or mocked you. Recently, the weather has been dry, and Doflamingo's temper has become increasingly explosive." Leah rubbed her temples, clicking her tongue, feeling quite pleased. The two kids, in order to enhance their strength, are dedicated to defeating all the famous and powerful people on the island, and Leah is happy about this. She also let Camus take them to deal with the pirates on the island who do not follow the rules and cause trouble. With 2 more henchmen, Camus has even more time to study his writing. Leah touched her chin, thinking about what fruit Doflamingo had obtained. He had confidently said that I would definitely be interested. Surely, what I would be interested in is money, the gold fruit. To confirm her thoughts, Leah decided to head to Dressrosa to attend that so-called auction. This time, Leah decided to bring Yushiro along. Dressrosa, also known as the land of toys of love and passion, is filled with flowers and famous for its delicacies, making it a rare good place. Besides the surrounding food and music, the young women of Dressrosa and their sexy, passionate dances are also a major attraction. Additionally, the biggest entertainment for the people here is watching the gladiatorial battles in the bullfighting arena, where warriors known as sword fighters compete. However, the most important role of the arena is to help Doflamingo eliminate those who wish to rebel against him, as well as to attract tourists to place bets and open gambling tables. The martial contests themselves are also a performance. To challenge Doflamingo, one must achieve victory in the arena and stand before him with a prize. It must be said that the existence of the arena has helped Doflamingo get rid of many overconfident pests who wanted to challenge him, and it also assisted Doflamingo in recruiting family members. No amount of armor and weapons means anything to the audience pursuing blood. The sword fighters are merely spectacles, and only the blood of the losers can excite the audience. But no matter how bloody and cruel it is here, Leah feels nothing. Everyone who comes here has their own purpose, and to gain something, one must pay a price. It is truly remarkable that Doflamingo has managed to run Dressrosa like this. Some things really aren't worth sweating the small stuff. The people standing in the arena all have dirty hands. It's simply a matter of big fish eating small fish, and small fish eating shrimp. Doflamingo's palace is very imposing, luxurious, and grand, which aligns perfectly with Doflamingo's aesthetic. Leah walked along, and the city was truly bustling. The Colosseum was filled with voices, and cheers occasionally erupted. There were many snacks, and the fragrance of flowers mingled with the aroma of food, spreading throughout the streets and alleys. Leah walked straight towards Dover's bedroom. At times like this, Dover would either be sulking alone in his room or having fun with beautiful women by the pool. By the way, Dover and Leah split the business operated by Soy. It can be said that the true management power is shared between them, while the red-haired pirates receive a certain share. Leah even took Jessica away, as she admired this woman's perspective and methods. It would be quite suitable for her to manage some gray industries under her. Of course, this would have to wait until she gives birth. In the last incident, Jessica's plan had a flaw. If it weren't for Leah's strong abilities, she would have had a hard time surviving. Therefore, she had no complaints about Leah's arrangements. The selection of Leah's players is quite particular, usually a combination of brains and blades. Since she can leave these industries to Jessica to manage, Leah would equip her with a blade. Of course, Leah doesn't completely trust Jessica. Therefore, she arranged for Andy to be by Jessica's side. Andy only listens to Leah on Song Island and is somewhat naive. Aside from being particularly obsessed with pig farming, she doesn't have many shortcomings. So placing her next to Jessica is quite suitable. Andy is straightforward and does whatever is instructed, as long as she is regularly given pig pens and finds piglets. Along the way, Leah didn't know how many officials from the Don Quixote family she greeted. After confirming that Doflamingo was alone without any restrictions on what he was doing, Leah kicked open the door to Doflamingo's bedroom without hesitation. Doflamingo's bedroom is connected to his study, and at that moment, he was pouring wine into his mouth. The loud noise from Leah's kick almost made Doflamingo choke. He dropped the wine he was holding, his neck flushed red, and just as he was about to get angry, he saw Leah rushing in front of little Gigi, happily petting its fur. Little Gigi, has Doflamingo been angry with you lately? Don't call it such a disgusting name. Its name is Tiz, and I don't often get angry. When have I ever mistreated my subordinates except when encountering you? That stinky woman. Doflamingo stood up, put on his feather coat, and stormed toward Leah, grabbing the back of her collar and lifting her up. Oh my God, what did Doflamingo eat to grow up? Although he was still holding her up, Leah didn't mind at all. She raised her head and got down to business. Thanks to Doflamingo bringing her up, Leah was finally able to look him in the eye. Are you really that short on money? How extravagant to auction off a devil fruit. In some ways, you're truly a great philanthropist. Leah teased. Originally, I planned to give it to my capable subordinates, but Doflamingo bent down again, placing Leah back on the ground and dragging a chair over to sit down. But what? Don't keep me in suspense, you stinky flamingo. Leah crossed her arms and pretended to be angry. But there's no suitable candidate. Even though this fruit can bring great wealth to the Don Quixote family after awakening, I don't have that much idle gold to support them at the moment. If I had that much gold, I might as well invest it in new projects and emerging industrial parks to make money faster. And Doflamingo said this while covering half of his face with his hand, laughing maniacally. What I want to do can't just be achieved with money. Hey, Doflamingo, don't make such a cringy gesture, Leah said with a look of disdain. She was a master at ruining the atmosphere. Sure enough, Doflamingo had a sweat drop on his forehead. He felt a strong urge to hit something. This was also a rare moment of Leah's thoughtfulness. Although Doflamingo always laughed, Leah knew him too well. The happier he laughed, the more suppressed he felt inside. Sometimes, when he couldn't control his emotions, he would have the urge to destroy everything. In these moments, Leah would intentionally provoke Doflamingo. The intense anger felt very real and could temporarily free Doflamingo from the predicament in his mind, giving him a bit of peace. A person in inner pain accumulates suffering over time and always needs to find ways to release their emotions. Is Doflamingo an idiot? Clearly, he is not. Perhaps it's because he knows the kindness and concern hidden beneath those annoying behaviors. Even when angry, Doflamingo never laid a hand on Leah. On the contrary, he appreciated Leah's silly demeanor after he provoked her. A bit cute. Doflamingo wanted to use this auction to see if he could find someone talented to use this devil fruit and then bring them into the Don Quixote family. Am I right? Sensing the unkind gaze behind Doflamingo's sunglasses, Leah's gaze drifted, and she decisively changed the subject. Ah, close enough. If you can't find anyone, isn't there still you? The big spender? Here? You're so rich. Just buy it for your subordinates to eat. Doflamingo sometimes spoke with a mischievous tone. Do I look like a loser? Leah pointed at herself and asked Doflamingo. Not just looking, you are one. Which fool in the world would stubbornly hold onto a bad kid who wants to completely fall into darkness, lose everything, and live like a dog in the world? And has a bad temper? That's too much, Doflamingo. First, you attacked my taste, and now you're attacking my intelligence. Leah said angrily. No, you're a big genius. Doflamingo shook his beautiful fingers and smiled. Perhaps this time we can add an ally. Keep a close watch on the fruit and the people around it, Doflamingo. Leah didn't mind Doflamingo's teasing and instead seriously instructed him. It seems you know something in advance. Doflamingo propped his chin, looking at Leah with interest. I just know some interesting things in advance. You'll know what they are when the time comes. Leah said slowly. You say I like to keep people in suspense. I think you're the one who loves it, being all mysterious every day. Doflamingo said, bored, shrugging his shoulders. Although he was somewhat dissatisfied with Leah's secrecy, Doflamingo didn't press further. He had guessed early on the reasons for Leah's evasiveness on certain matters. Don't worry about these small things. Doflamingo will always be my good ally. Moreover, in at most 3 years, we won't have to be constrained by capital anymore. Doflamingo added to Leah's unfinished words in his mind. By then, we will be capital that sweeps across the world, initiating the economic trends of the world. Then, the policies aimed at weakening the celestial dragon's influence, which we have been drafting late into the night, can be implemented one by one. Everything is in preparation. We're just waiting for fresh blood to enter this ocean. I have to say, even though Leah, that stinky woman, doesn't speak many truths and is always painting grand visions for people, many things are gradually permeating into every corner of the world without raising the alarm of the high-ups. even though Leah has already appeared in public. She has been trying hard to weaken her presence, creating an image of a ruthless and dictatorial businessman, selfish and short-sighted in her external demeanor. Therefore, it greatly weakened her threat on the naval level. However, Doflamingo was well aware that Leah, that dead woman, was very smart, possessed extraordinary sensitivity in certain aspects, and had a good investment eye, which also indirectly indicated that she had a good political vision. The 5 elders of the world government are not fools. They can see many threats both overtly and covertly, and they know that the current government system is on shaky ground and can only maintain balance as much as possible. Their only advantage is that they have built an army under the government that can suppress many threats with force. However, they also have a fatal flaw: arrogance and contempt. They consider themselves above others. How could they delve into the grassroots and notice the changes happening among ordinary people? How could they be aware that many people have already shed the mindset of tamed slaves? No one knows better than Doflamingo the fear and hatred the populace has for the celestial dragons. When a majority of people in this world discard their reverence for the celestial dragons, what kind of changes will the world undergo? He really wants the future to arrive quickly. Moreover, Doflamingo knows one more thing. Leah used her money ability to buy off many mid-level combatants in the Navy, passing along intelligence within the Navy, including key leaders from various branches. When a significant change occurs, they can lead their soldiers into the embrace of revolutionary gold. As long as they can overthrow the existing government system and pull the celestial dragons down from their pedestal, Doflamingo does not care who the final winner is. Doflamingo is indifferent to whether he will have political power in the future. In Leah's words, what is the point of having a little political status? Even if you're a commoner, if you have money and power in your hands, doesn't the government see your influence? No matter how the future government system changes, the ones who will always live the best are the wealthy. Doflamingo cooperated fully and increased the number of people secretly patrolling around the fruit. Sure enough, he discovered someone behaving unusually. Although it was an auction, Doflamingo's true purpose was not the auction itself. So he showcased the fruit in advance, baiting to catch fish. Although there were many people in the exhibition hall, and some looked at the devil fruit with greedy eyes, many dared not act rashly due to Doflamingo's external intimidation. However, that person's gaze was not focused on the fruit. He wandered around the exhibition hall for a long time, secretly observing the rotation of the guards. If one were to observe carefully, their thoughts would be easy to guess. Leah looked at the person's clumsy disguise and wondered why someone like this could steal the gold fruit from Doflamingo. Moreover, facing Doflamingo, this person seemed to have no chance at all. Doflamingo had led the Don Quixote family for so many years. How could he possibly lose to a newcomer who had just eaten a devil fruit? Even if this person developed later, they would still be incomparable to the Don Quixote family. Unless all of this was intentional on Doflamingo's part. Perhaps he and that person, no, they should be called Desoro, had reached some kind of agreement, which is why Doflamingo let Desoro go. However, before this agreement could be fulfilled, Desoro was already taken down by Luffy and the others. Leah caught another glimpse of D-Solo's face, and wow, D-Solo from this period really looks like Ace, just without the freckles. Leah covered her face and looked at the person's face. What if she couldn't bring herself to take action later? Well, let's leave it to Doflamingo to handle. She's just responsible for brainwashing. After locking onto the target, Leah gave those people a look, signaling them to keep an eye on the person and not let them escape. Leah is taking Baby 5 to explore Dressrosa. After all, Dressrosa is also a famous tourist destination. As for Yuxia, she went to find Toribol as soon as she arrived here to revise some cooperation details. These matters are quite complicated, including sourcing, origin of raw materials, profit sharing, etc., all of which require detailed handling plans. Leah is troubled by these things, but Yuxia is very good at handling them. Of course, once the business grows larger and stronger, these things shouldn't be handled by Leah anyway. She is involved in too many industries. She only needs to be responsible for determining the general direction and the targets for each task. If she has to personally worry about everything, then why hire so many people? Baby 5 has grown a lot, now reaching Leah's chest. Although she has grown taller, her mentality is still that of a child, pulling at Leah's small mouth and chattering away. This little one also doesn't understand how to refuse others, often being foolishly tricked by them. Looking at Baby 5's fair little face, Leah thinks this girl is great, but her judgment is too poor. Doflamingo can be considered Baby 5's old father. If he were to witness Baby 5 being taken away by old Kai, he would probably bite his teeth in frustration. Just imagining that scene makes Leah want to laugh. Suddenly, a chilling voice came from behind Leah. What mischievous idea are you thinking of again? Damn it, my heart almost stopped. You scared me to death, Leah exclaimed. When did you arrive? You startled me on purpose. Leah pointed angrily at Doflamingo's waist. Sister Leah, the young master has been here for a while. You didn't notice him when he was standing beside you, and then he walked behind you, Baby 5 said, raising her small hand. Her bow on her head swaying with her words. She's such a cute little lowly. Baby 5, be good. When you grow up, definitely don't learn from your young master. With his stingy attitude, he will never find a wife, Leah said jokingly. Before Baby 5 could say anything, Doflamingo retorted, my swimming pool is full of women. If I want to find a queen, it would be easy. Leah let out a sigh and said, but I hope Dof can find someone who truly understands him. No matter the circumstances, someone who would never give up on him. After thinking for a moment, Leah waved her hand and said, forget it, forget it. Why am I talking about this? I feel like I'm becoming a nag, and I'm only 20 this year. Dof smirked and half-jokingly replied, who says otherwise? You're always rambling on and on. You're the one I find most annoying. True love is a concern, yet she is still just a young girl. The kind of person she speaks of is impossible to find. I've long stopped trusting others. But having this little guy buzzing in my ear every now and then isn't so bad, though his taste in people is questionable. That messy redhead, doesn't he deserve that dead woman? inMy, Dof, Leah said, pulling Baby 5 into the crowded crowd. Dof effortlessly followed Leah, as having long legs is convenient. Don't walk so fast. Aren't you tired? Today I'm in a good mood, so I'll cover all your expenses. How about that? Dof said, taking his steps leisurely. Leah immediately stopped in her tracks, staring intently at Doflamingo, her eyes transforming into the shape of a bell. Really? She asked. Why would I lie to you? I can afford this little amount. Doflamingo shook his feathers and said proudly, thank you, dear master. Leah, acting like a sycophant, hugged Doflamingo's long yet muscular arm, then immediately pulled Baby 5 along to start raiding the shops. Doflamingo watched the energetic figure of the person ahead, chuckling softly, and made a gesture. A person stepped out from the crowd, slightly bending at the waist, and said, Master, have those shopkeepers send everything they choose to the palace. Doflamingo commanded indifferently. Yes, the person responded and immediately followed the two women who were darting around. Doflamingo did not return, but kept a distance, ensuring he could see what Leah was doing, not caring about how many things Leah ended up taking. Leah picked out a lot of things, and after shopping for a while, she realized that she couldn't ignore her temporary benefactor. What if Doflamingo changed his mind and didn't pay? So Leah took Baby 5 and bought a lot of food to hold in her hands, then ran over to signal Doflamingo to follow her. The three of them found an empty table, and the food filled the entire table. Leah graciously handed an ice cream to Dover, urging him to eat it quickly before it melted. Dover didn't actually like such sweet things. However, because it was Leah who gave it to him, he didn't just throw it away but slowly finished the ice cream. Then Leah, holding her meat, mumbled, Dover, hurry up and eat. Don't be so polite with me. Do I need to be polite? I'm the one paying. Dover silently complained about it, but still picked up his utensils to start eating. Dover's eating speed wasn't slow, but he displayed a certain elegance in some details. As a celestial dragon, he naturally received a noble education. Although it was barely noticeable now, some remnants still lingered. Meanwhile, the members of the Don Quixote family, who were secretly observing, were having an exciting discussion. The young master really looks well-behaved when he's with Miss Leah, and the young master listens to Miss Leah so well. I hope our young master can be a bit more impressive. My mighty young master, could it be that? This afternoon, Leah had a fruitful day and also helped Yuzha pick out a few outfits. Yuzha has a great figure, but her usual dressing style is close to that of Western European nobility, and she doesn't like those extravagant styles, which makes Leah feel quite burdensome. So she chose several dresses for Yuzha that show off her figure. After all, Dressrosa has a reputation as a city of love, and the dressing style of beautiful women here is quite bold. With a little coordination, it could harmonize well with Yuzha's style and yield unexpected results. Leah also helped Andy pick out a few things, but there were no Lolita styles that Andy liked here. So Leah selected a few suitable outfits for feeding pigs. Andy said that when facing those piglets, she had to wear something colorful or else the piglets wouldn't have an appetite. As for Doflamingo, forget it. He likes very stylish outfits. If it weren't for his good looks and the charm he carries, anyone wearing his clothes would look tacky. He used to wear a bit of a suit, but now he has gone for the big floral shirt style. It seems like everyone in this world has a fondness for floral shirts. Shanks and Myhawk can hardly keep up. Speaking of which, it's been a long time since she saw Myhawk. Normally, he would chase after her with his big sword every so often. She regretted letting Myhawk know her hideout. It's worse than receiving a letter urging her to update, being chased with a sword directly. Does he think she doesn't get enough exercise? In the evening, DeSoloro finally made a move, and under Doflamingo's hint, the security personnel intentionally led him into a trap by delaying the shift change. DeSoloro took the opportunity to sneak into the exhibition hall. Just as he was about to touch the fruit after opening the display case, he was pinned down by someone. Perhaps it was fate. Despite being held down by so many people, DeSoloro managed to break free. After freeing himself, he didn't rush to run away, but lunged directly at the display case, smashing the glass. He bit down on the gold fruit and hurriedly swallowed it. After he was controlled again, his subordinates brought DeSoloro before Leah and the others. DeSoloro was covered in blood, and it was evident how bad the devil fruit tasted. Even Luffy had commented on its terrible taste. Yet DeSoloro seemed unfazed, devouring it in big bites. After finishing, he went into a coughing fit due to lack of water. But since he was being held down, no one helped him. Just when Leah thought he was about to vomit, he forced himself to hold it down and swallowed the devil fruit in one go. Even so, he began to laugh maniacally afterward, declaring he finally got it. The ability he wanted the most. With money, he could buy everything in this world. He laughed, his expression twisted. He looked quite disheveled, his clothes tattered, with several footprints on him from being kicked. Did eating that devil fruit really make him that happy? Yet his eyes were filled with tears. Yes, he was laughing, but tears were dripping from his eyes onto the ground. Despite being captured, he remained arrogant. The person holding him down was about to hit him again, but Doflamingo stopped him with just a glance. Since this was an internal matter of the Doflamingo family, with so many subordinates present, Leah chose not to speak first. What a bold move to steal from the Don Quixote family. Don't you fear for your life? Doflamingo rested his chin on his hand as he sat in the main seat. Although Doflamingo's posture seemed casual, it radiated a strong sense of pressure. At this moment, Leah began to feel a hint of understanding about Doflamingo's notorious reputation. However, it didn't matter. Leah was a very tolerant person and wouldn't care about such trivial matters. DeSoloro didn't respond. He continued to laugh, repeating, "I can buy everything. I can buy everything." His captors saw his lack of reaction and kicked him down, then grabbed his hair to lift his head when the young master speaks. You need to listen from this angle. While saying this, he also stepped on DeSoloro. Doflamingo's subordinates weren't good people, and Leah was well aware of that. They only acted like normal people in front of her. However, their loyalty to Doflamingo was remarkable. As long as they had that, it was enough. Doflamingo began to tap the armrest of his throne, observing the person below him, seeing his past self reflected in DeSoloro, and he began to feel a bit restless. DeSoloro finally stopped laughing, as if just realizing something, and started to scrutinize the people standing in front of him, including Doflamingo sitting at the top. Leah feels that this person is in a fluctuating mental state and is unsure if he can engage in normal conversation. She doesn't need him to be very intelligent. Just to follow orders will suffice. Given the current situation, with just her and Doflamingo sharing such a large amount of industry, the goal is indeed too ambitious. Leah needs to cultivate another person or force that can share some of the attention and responsibilities with them. However, this is not an easy task, as the students in the school are still quite immature, and very few have the talent to reach the level of fruit awakening, making it difficult to assess their potential. Therefore, doing this well is not straightforward. This is why Leah thought of DeSoloro, who has an extreme hatred for the celestial dragons and has decent talent, making him a suitable candidate. Leah had already made preparations at the thought of this person. Doflamingo's gaze turned to Leah, and the implication was clear. He could do whatever he wanted without being so restrained. Leah nodded, walked in front of DeSoloro, and revealed a mocking smile. She raised her hand, and several pages of documents fluttered down. DeSoloro was forced to look up, and his pupils suddenly dilated, because on those pages was a photo of Stella, the Stella in the photo. Some were battered and bruised. Some showed her locked in a dungeon gazing at the moonlight outside with a smile, and others depicted her struggling in pain under the foot of a celestial dragon. Among those pages not only was there Stella, but also DeSoloro's brief yet tragic early life. However, DeSoloro paid no attention to any of this when Stella appeared. All that remained in his eyes was Stella. Stella's eyes gradually filled with tears. She had been captured, beaten, and humiliated by having her hair pulled. Yet she did not cry. But when she saw Stella, she couldn't stop crying no matter how hard she tried. Leah signaled for the person to release DeSoloro. After being let go, DeSoloro crawled over to the photos with tears in his eyes, tremblingly picked them up, and said, "It's my fault for being useless. If I could have earned enough money sooner, Stella wouldn't have been taken away. It's my fault for being useless." Capturing Desoro, Part 2, Leah squatted down, grabbed DeSolo's hair, and said, "You said money can buy everything?" Leah sneered and continued, "What can money buy? Can it buy the familial love you have never felt? Can it buy genuine friendship? Or can it buy back the beautiful love you have long lost?" Leah felt a bit of compassion for someone like DeSolo, as her words pierced his heart like ice blades. However, there was no other choice. DeSolo was already trapped in the cage of money, and such a person was destined not to go far. Therefore, only by using the harshest methods to slap him in the face could she make him a little more alert. Only in this way could Leah use his hatred for the celestial dragons to make him obedient to her. Leah has never been a good person. She can never achieve the kind of chivalry that Luffy and Shanks have. Compared to that, she cares more about whether she can protect the people around her. Leah continued to speak to DeSolo in a cold but mocking tone. "That's not right. In your youth, you did by what you thought was friendship with money." Saying this, Leah grabbed his head and slammed it into the ground, then forcefully threw a stack of documents onto his face, saying, "Someone like you, even with immense wealth, is just a heartless, pathetic creature. What do you know? What do you know? It's because I had no money that I lost all hope. Stella was my only hope. But now I have nothing." DeSolo finally began to fight back, but Leah dodged all his attempts. He had just eaten the devil fruit and had not yet grasped how to utilize his newfound abilities. DeSolo and Leah started to fight, but DeSolo was no match for Leah. In fact, he couldn't even defeat most of the nameless subordinates present. He clumsily swung his fists at Leah, lacking any technique. Even forgetting the powers granted by the devil fruit he had consumed, Leah simply allowed him to swing his fists, letting him release the anger that had been suppressed in his heart. Anger is the most genuine emotion. If a person cannot even feel anger, it means that person is beyond help and has become completely numb to reality. Doflamingo silently observed everything from above, his mind turning with countless thoughts. Her way of expressing kindness to others was truly unique. But after all these years, he had become accustomed to that clumsy yet warm concern. He could also sense the hidden insecurity of the dead woman, who always felt she was not a good person. However, in his view, being able to do that had already surpassed most people in this world. Yet Doflamingo felt a bit annoyed. Why was this dead woman like this to everyone? Sensing the unstable pressure from their young master, the subordinates below dared not speak, merely watching the two people in the arena quietly. As DeSoro's venting came to an end, Leah landed a punch that knocked him down onto the floor. DeSoro couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. The current DeSoro was not yet the golden emperor of the future and couldn't take such a beating. Lying on the ground, DeSoro took a breath and slowly got back up. After venting his emotions, his mind finally started to work. Considering everything that had happened that evening, DeSoro thought he might have already been seen through by others. He just needed the right opportunity to bump into them. "I have consumed your devil fruit. What is the price?" DeSoro had already realized that he still had value to offer. Otherwise, they wouldn't have said so much to him. Though the sadness in his heart could not be eased by this brief conversation, he had at least released some of those difficult-to-express emotions. Leah looked at the responsive DeSolo with satisfaction and said, "I want you to quickly enhance your strength and become the leader in the entertainment industry. My subordinates have already been in contact with Morgans about many matters, and we have detailed plans. We intend to jointly create a new emerging entertainment industry, lead entertainment trends, and cultivate idols that represent the new era, among other things. I will show you these detailed plans shortly. As our public spokesperson, you can own a portion of the company's shares, and if you want to become an idol singer, I will also provide you with opportunities to help you become a well-known singer." Leah began to observe DeSolo's expression as she spoke. DeSolo lowered his head and said, "It seems that I have no room for choice now. I've often seen in the news that the two of you have a bad relationship, but I didn't expect that your relationship is actually so good privately. It seems that rumors can't be fully trusted. Well, I can show you a bit more of what you're interested in. Otherwise, it would feel like we're forcing a deal." Leah took out a viewing bug from her coat pocket and placed it in front of DeSolo. The footage began to play, showing a video of a celestial dragon being controlled, his actions manipulated to collect various intelligence and facilitate Leah's business dealings, including interactions with Usia, and so on. DeSolo's pupils trembled in disbelief. Having once been a slave to the celestial dragons, he couldn't even decide to smile on his own. Now seeing the celestial dragons being manipulated like puppets, he suddenly looked up, his gaze wildly shifting between Leah and Doflamingo. These two had considerable ambition, being able to accomplish so much secretly in Mariewa. Were they trying to overthrow the rule of the celestial dragons? One reason DeSolo was determined to acquire part of the power of the gold fruit was his hatred for the celestial dragons. He believed that as long as he had enough money, he could possess the rights of the celestial dragons and become a god himself, which might allow him to take revenge for Stella. So, have you thought it over? If you work with us one day in the future, I will definitely give you the chance to take revenge on the celestial dragons personally. Leah looked down at DeSolo with a cold expression. Leah rarely puts so much effort into winning over a subordinate. Although such people are hard to find, they are not irreplaceable. Her sincerity is already on the table. If they refuse again, it would be somewhat ungrateful. Leah also sensed that Dover's mood had worsened. The low pressure was palpable. Didn't she see that some of the timid subordinates on the field were already trembling? Leah thinks that Dover is still young and a bit too impatient. Young people need to exercise more. I agree. I want to personally take revenge for Stella, and I want to take revenge for myself. DeSolo did not hesitate for long this time. He agreed, of course, because refusing might also get him caught by Dover. Leah patted DeSolo's shoulder with satisfaction and said, "Those who know how to adapt to the circumstances are truly wise. For your wise choice, I have decided to give you another small gift." Leah took out an old-looking letter from her pocket, which she was unsure about, and handed it to DeSolo. Leah continued, "This is a letter I had someone bring from Mary Geos, written to you by Stella before she passed away. It's something that money can't buy in this world, along with Stella's feelings for you." DeSolo silently put away the letter, planning to open this final note from Stella himself when there were fewer people around. Leah didn't say anything either. After turning around, she gave Dover an okay hand gesture. Dover, quite clever. The content of the letter is as follows. To my dear Mr. DeSolo, I regret not having expressed my feelings to you until now. I like you. I have liked you since the first time I saw you. The way you look at me is like a naive puppy, filled with curiosity and longing, as if you're gazing at something precious. No one has ever looked at me with such joyful eyes. I am just a slave, and most people only regard me with the eyes of someone looking at a commodity. I love to hear you sing. When I heard you say you wanted to work hard to earn money to buy me, I was truly happy. You said you saw hope in me. But I also want to tell you that I found redemption in you. It's so wonderful that someone can look at me with such sincere eyes. And I am immensely glad. Seeing you gradually lift your spirits and work hard to earn money for me, I am truly grateful. Hearing that you are almost saving enough money to take me away, I long for that day, but unfortunately, someone bought me before you could. Although I had long anticipated that I would be sold, the only buyer in my heart is you. Seeing you sad breaks my heart, but I want to tell you not to feel guilty about it. Your feelings for me surpass all the treasures in this world. I hope you can live well and meet a wife who loves you. I will be in a corner of this world, silently blessing you. Please do not feel guilty for me. In my heart, you shine brighter than any great figure. Written by Stella, Mr. DeSolo. Leah feels she is about to become a villainous leader. Over the years, she has done many things, including but not limited to engaging in maritime trade with Fishman Island. She has collaborated with the Whitebeard pirates to establish a body conditioning plan due to the precious medicinal materials and because of the special fruit that Yusha possesses. Almost no one in the world dares to openly offend their trading company. Once a conflict arises, Leah can target that organization both with drugs and economically. It is worth noting that some extremely scarce medicines can almost all be traded with Leah's company. And in terms of production, the majority of the best-selling and widely used products in the market are either produced by factories established under Leah's name or are products of joint investments by Leah. Additionally, in the field of emerging products, nearly 80% of new types of sanitary products come from the trading company, and its market is immeasurable. Who would choose to use primitive tools when more efficient ones are available? In fact, it's not just tools. They also produce many everyday items, which has led to the bankruptcy of many manufacturers. For these factories and companies, Leah selectively absorbs them, while she outright rejects those with old-fashioned and arrogant bosses. What Leah needs are talents with a great capacity for acceptance and adaptability to emerging things. As for those who are conservative and rigid, they are destined to be overwhelmed by the tide of the times. Leah is the type of person who is very career-driven. When she gets busy, she often tends to overlook certain people. Moreover, everyone has their own matters to attend to, and she still needs to expand her career into the new world. Shanks is also not having it easy. There are vast territories to conquer in the new world, and it's a jungle out there. Sometimes, after finishing one battle, there's no time for a feast before having to fight another. As a result, the two of them may only meet a few times in a year or so. However, since Leah has an alliance with Doflamingo, they frequently need to meet to discuss various matters. Therefore, their meetings are quite frequent. Doflamingo had also proposed a plan for artificial devil fruits, intending to use it to establish a cooperative relationship with Kaido of the Beast Pirates among the four emperors. However, Leah rejected this proposal because it would place Kaido in a dominant position, which would be detrimental to future development. Furthermore, Doflamingo is no longer just the king of Dressrosa. He is secretly allied with multiple countries, and he is the leader of this alliance, even giving Leah a nominal position within it. Rosie is currently engrossed in teaching children how to read, and, during holidays, follows the Revolutionary Army to observe their private revolutionary struggles. Rosie is very satisfied with his current life, with the only regret being that he can only hear about Luo's growth from others. He is looking forward to the day he reunites with Luo. Sometimes, Rosie awkwardly asks about Doflamingo's recent situation. A long time has passed since their fallout. And as he ages, Rosie begins to understand his brother better. After all, they are brothers. Whether in childhood or adulthood, Doflamingo has always stood in front of Rosie. Doflamingo does not owe Rosie anything as a younger brother. Even during the toughest times, Doflamingo did not abandon Rosie, only regretting their differing positions. Admiral Sengoku adopted Rosie, and under the cultivation of the Marines, he has grown into an excellent officer. However, Rosie is not blind to the darkness within the Marines. Over the years, Rosie's appearance has not changed much, but he has matured significantly psychologically, though his carelessness can still be quite troublesome. One day, during a break, Rosie went to the well-known Andy's island to watch her feed piglets. However, he accidentally set fire to Andy's pig pen. Everyone knows that Rosie is the type who can set his own clothes on fire while smoking. That was the first time Rosie saw that cute girl get angry, and it was genuinely terrifying. When Leah received the news, she immediately abandoned the documents on her desk and rushed to the pig pen. By the time she arrived, she was sweating cold bullets. She saw that a large row of pig pens had collapsed, which couldn't possibly have been caused by just Rosie's cigarette. Based on Leah's understanding of Andy, it was highly likely that Andy had knocked them down while beating Rosie. Andy, small and seemingly soft, is actually quite formidable. After numerous missions, whether simple or difficult, Andy has completed them perfectly. Even the smart Karam has said that Andy is unfathomable. And now, Leah could hardly bear to look at Rosie. Rosie is 3 meters tall, and now he was left only in his underwear. His body was covered in scars, and he was tightly bound to a chair, and he had also stuffed a white towel in Rosie's mouth. However, Leah still spotted Rosie's perfect abs and dangerously slim waist at a glance. The injuries on his face gave him a sort of battle-worn beauty, and considering how Rosie had been stripped down like this, if Leah didn't know Andy well enough, she might have thought that Rosie had been forced by Andy. Meanwhile, the piglets in the pig pen were clever and had run out by themselves, forming a circle around their master, as if they were observing his plight. Andy had now pulled out her usual meat cleaver from behind to prepare to strip Rosie's underwear. Leah opened her mouth wide and hurried over to grab Andy's hand. Andy, don't do that. Be careful not to get a needle prick. Leah held onto Andy's fair little hand, while signaling to Yuxia to quickly untie Rossi. Pretty sister, I'm not doing anything. I've traveled all over. I've seen everything. This is nothing. I'm not even mad anymore. Don't hold me back. I'm letting you off easy because of your face, Andy said in a lowly voice, striking a pose with her hands on her hips. Be good, Andy. I've asked someone to buy you a lot of beautiful Lolita outfits. Come with me to check out the new clothes. As for Rossi, he already knows he was wrong. So why not just forgive him? Leah coaxed the little girl who was a whole head shorter than her. Andy's eyes immediately lit up as she said, great. Let's go right now. But my pig pen. Andy stretched out her little hand, pointing at the collapsed pig pen. Leah's little plan in her heart was ringing desperately, and she said with a difficult expression, Andy, I can call someone to rebuild it for you, but right now all my manpower is out on missions. Isn't it just a mission? Call them back to build the pig pen for me. I'll take care of the missions. Andy patted his little chest and said, So, are we going to try on new clothes now? Leah asked Andy. Okay. After Andy agreed, he pointed at the piglets and said, You guys mustn't run around or disturb the pretty sister. Wait for me to finish my work before I come back to feed you. The piglets looked at Andy and flapped their pink ears a few times. After Leah took Andy far away, Yuxia ran over to untie Rossi, and only then did she notice Rossi's flushed cheeks. Now, even Rossi's neck was red. Damn, no way. Yuxia looked at Rossi's red face, falling into deep confusion. When Andy got angry, he really didn't recognize anyone and absolutely wouldn't show mercy. At most, there would be a difference of 1 life or half a life. Under the grasp of the violent lowly, how could she still blush like this? Yuxia walked over to help pull the white towel out of Rossi's mouth, and then untied her. She shouldn't have done anything to you, right? Look at how red your face is, Yuxia said, adjusting her long golden hair. Rossi's lips trembled, wanting to say something but hesitating and shaking her head. Just say it outright. A big man shouldn't be so coy. Yuxia, who had spent a long time with Leah, had also abandoned her previous demeanor and became irritable. After all, her boss often threw messy situations at her while she went out to play. Yuxia signaled the onlookers around to find some clothes for Rossi to wear. Is Andy usually this direct? Rossi asked, subtly expressing her confusion. Yuxia looked at Rossi, who was left in just a pair of shorts, and said, well, that girl is a bit lacking in brains, so don't hold this against her. Last time on a mission, the boss on the other side was playing cards with his mistress, and Andy directly ran over to ask why they didn't find a spacious place to fight, but insisted on doing it on the bed. Then, without waiting for an answer, she chopped off both of their heads, blood soaking the entire bed. And then Andy turned around and cheerfully asked the person beside her what they were going to eat later. When saying this, Yuxia deliberately put on a gloomy expression, and her tone was eerie. Rossi was not scared at all. Instead, her face became even redder. Miss Andy was quite innocent. Yuxia, how many layers of filters is this? Rossi, you haven't been around Leah for too long and been influenced to the point of being mentally unbalanced, right? Why are you so submissive? Yuxia said, touching the goosebumps that had appeared on her arms. Leah was helping Andy try on clothes when she suddenly sneezed. Andy asked, pretty girl, are you okay? Leah, it's nothing. Probably someone misses me. Well, don't say anything more. Just put on your clothes. I'm going to find Camus for a cup of coffee. This world is getting more and more magical. Yuxia is now somewhat disdainful of this version of Rossi. She didn't expect that the obedient and gentle Rossi actually likes this kind of forceful approach. It's a bit twisted, apart from giving advice. The thing Camus does the most every day is literary creation. However, the progress of this matter has not been smooth. He's been writing and tearing up his manuscripts, and there isn't a single article he feels satisfied enough to publish. Camus' biggest dream is to awaken people's numb hearts through literature and inspire their determination to resist. To be honest, Leah has read his articles. Her evaluation is, they're too lofty and lack the ability to truly strike at people's hearts. Although Leah is not a literary figure, she does possess a basic appreciation for articles. To write works that can truly influence a generation, one must tear down the veil that covers this era. It is better to feel pain than to be numb. Regardless of your writing style, whether gentle or sharp, you must present the suffering of humanity before the public eye. Only through a deep shared sorrow of the times can people be awakened to fight for their own fate. A sharp sword can cut through steel, and even a small force can move 1,000 pounds. If they're truly excellent articles, they may well have the power to awaken a generation with just a single stroke. Leah gave him a practical suggestion to record his past life. As mentioned earlier, Camus grew up amidst war, witnessing countless tragedies, separations, deaths, the fall of nations, and overnight regime changes. The high positions of power are surrounded not only by supreme status, but also by the blood of countless paving stones. Walder is now also persistently playing the piano, and it must be said that he has truly made progress. He can now express some ideas about it. He has even started trying to compose his own music. It feels like he has suddenly had an epiphany. In terms of music creation, Leah believes there is an important point, and coincidentally, this clueless boy Walder has grasped it. This point is understanding for whom and why you are composing your piece. Everything in the world has aspects that can be praised or criticized. The reason for playing music is crucial. There are battle songs in war, national anthems for countries. Music can represent a spirit or an emotion. If your music resonates with people, it signifies that it is a successful piece, rather than merely playing notes. Walder lacks musical talent, and his fingerings are clumsy. But fortunately, he is persistent, and he has finally made some progress. Walder also has a shining quality. He is sensitive to suffering. His notes tell a story. This is something Leah realized after hearing Walder play the piano fluently recently. Cinderella is, of course, also there, and she is even happier than Walder himself. Another foolish woman. Leah shook her head in her heart. Leah did not expect Vandy's progress to be so rapid. This progress was not merely a technical improvement, but a spiritual advancement for the performer. Such progress cannot be achieved through diligence alone. It relies on insight. This improvement also benefits not just music. Vandy's swordsmanship has reached a new level. His sword techniques are no longer as aggressively forceful as before. Instead, they have become much gentler, carrying a feeling akin to spring rain, making it hard for others to counter. In short, everyone on the island is improving, and Leah's career is flourishing. In terms of desserts, Leah has her own unique insights, thus relying on exquisite and delicious pastries. Leah has also established some connections with Big Mom. Their relationship cannot be described as particularly good, but it is not bad either. They are partners who can make money together. Although the four emperors, Big Mom, will eventually fall, that is not the case now. For now, it is best to obediently play the role of a younger brother and avoid engaging in meaningless battles. Leah's primary goal at the moment is to make money. She will not do anything that is thankless. As for the four emperors, Kaido, to be honest, Leah does not want to get involved in the affairs of Wano country at all. Let Luffy and the others handle the samurai spirit. And besides, didn't Ace promise Yamato? Let the young people deal with their own matters. Actually, I really dislike princesses and pirates. I don't like any of them. Feeling like they're just freeloading off Luffy and the others. The next chapter will directly advance the timeline into the main plot. In the year 1517 of the Sea Circle calendar, Ace is 17 years old. Following a childhood promise, Ace prepares to set sail. Over the years, Ace has gained quite a bit of experience following Leah and the others. As for his strength, let's not mention that for now. At least he considers more things when doing tasks and cares more about the feelings of those around him. His mental state is no longer comparable to what it was before. For this matter, Leah even went to the Revolutionary Army to kidnap Sabo back, believing that Sabo would also want to witness this moment. As a pirate setting out to sea, if it weren't for the Marineford War, with his talent, Ace would surely reach the highest levels of this sea as a pirate. What he lacked before was the training of Conqueror's Haki. When Ace first awakened this ability, he did not consciously train it, or rather, he did not realize that this ability could strengthen himself. After joining the Whitebeard Pirates, Ace relied too much on his devil fruit abilities, neglecting the physical training he had done for over a decade. During this time, his mindset also changed, with dreams wavering, collapsing, and being rebuilt. Mental growth will also affect the growth of strength. However, Whitebeard would likely guide Ace to awaken his Conqueror's Haki. Leah does not believe Ace would share his past with Luffy with others. Therefore, it is very likely that most people are unaware that Ace possesses an ability that only appears among millions. But Whitebeard probably knows. He likely wants to cultivate Ace to become the Pirate King for his own reasons. As for why Ace hasn't used Conqueror's Haki, the Marineford arc is too early, and Oda's settings are not yet fully developed. Among the people Leah knows, there are indeed those who can use Conqueror's Haki. For example, Doflamingo, but Leah's intuition tells her that Ace and Doflamingo are not suited to meet early. They're simply not of the same type, and Leah deliberately conceals her relationship with Ace and Luffy. In the early stages, she hasn't grown strong enough to be unafraid of anyone. If she reveals that she has two younger brothers, her visible or potential enemies would surely target her weakness, making it difficult for her to act and threatening Luffy and Ace's safety. Mihawk might also have it, but he specializes in swordsmanship, and Haki is not his strong suit. As for Shanks, he is a very suitable candidate. However, Shanks mainly operates in the New World, where they will engage in battles for territory. Given Ace's mentality and age, it would be very dangerous for him there, and he could easily be exploited by others. Therefore, basically, Ace has been researching the ability of Conqueror's Haki by himself over the years. One could say he can use it, but not for long. It can intimidate small sea kings, etc. However, he has also reached a new height in physical arts and can occasionally dodge his father's iron fist. It should be noted that Ace is only 17 years old and has not yet experienced a true life and death battle. Achieving such a level is already quite impressive. Children must grow up. The world outside is vast, and they have their own worlds to explore. The Revolutionary Army has a lot going on, and their revolutionary cause is thriving. As the Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army, Sabo had a lot to manage. He was originally supposed to deal with post-war reconstruction in the kingdom. However, upon hearing about Ace, he did not hesitate too much, temporarily handing over command to Koala and connecting remotely via a Din Mushi to grasp the overall situation. Over these 7 years, although the three of them have not met, they have often communicated and cared for each other in their hearts. They have grown in different places, silently improving their strength, waiting for their reunion. Now that Ace is about to set sail, this is of great significance to them. Therefore, putting aside his current work to send his brother off is not an excessive thing, regardless of what positions or identities they may hold in the future. As long as any one of the three brothers needs help, they would temporarily give up everything to assist the one in need. At the port, Leah, who has now become a super rich person at sea, naturally would not let her brother set sail on a small wooden boat. However, To avoid making the ship too luxurious and attracting attention, Leah prepared a low-key but sturdy boat for Ace. The interior design of the ship is quite sophisticated, equipped with many newly developed weapons. Unfortunately, Ace knows nothing about this and can only wait until he recruits a shipwright in the future. At this moment, Ace stands on the small boat, while Luffy, Sabo, and Leah stand on the port. The siblings of this generation have long since exchanged farewell hugs. Leah's eyes were a bit moist. She is Ace's sister and has watched him grow from a small child into a cheerful, sunny young man. Over the years, they have shared countless memorable moments together. Leah made an album for Ace, Sabo, and Luffy, recording every memorable moment of the three kids from childhood to now. We can't hold on to time, but we can preserve these moments in our shared memories through photos. Dad didn't come to see Ace off. However, Leah understood that someone like Dad, who values his pride, must be afraid of breaking down and crying in front of the three kids, losing face. After all, he has watched them grow up since they were little. How could he have no feelings at all? But that's okay. Leah is also preparing for the relocation. Separation is only temporary. Everyone knows this. Just look at the tacit smiles on the three of them, clearly full of confidence in each other's future. Goodbye, Luffy. I'm heading out to sea before you. Ace adjusted his hat, smiling proudly and carefree. It's okay. I'll catch up with you in 3 years. We promise to meet again at the peak of piracy. Luffy, also adjusting his straw hat, said confidently to Ace. What a couple of reckless guys. Sabo, holding a water pipe, looked down and revealed a big grin. Ace, if you reach the Grand Line, come find me in Sicily. I have a gift to give you then, Leah reminded him with a smile. I'll remember that, Nissan. But I'm still curious about one thing Ace hesitated to ask. Just say it directly. Don't be so formal with your sister. Leah replied. What is going on between you and Shanks? Ace scratched his head, as he could probably guess. As a younger brother, it's not good to pry into his sister's romantic issues. Meanwhile, Sabo and Luffy's gazes also focused on Leah. Well, Leah stammered, unsure of how to answer the question. Seeing Leah like this, Ace smiled calmly and said, It's okay if Nissan doesn't answer. I'll just go ask Shanks myself. Whether it's about Luffy or Nissan, I'll ask him directly. Oh, really? Leah awkwardly scratched her head. That's right. This question is important. I'll also verify it with Shanks. At this moment, Sabo also spoke up. After all, Ace and I won't allow anyone to toy with Nissan's feelings, even if that person is one of the 4 emperors of a new world. Nissan doesn't need to worry. This is a conversation between men. You are an important family member to Sabo and me, and we definitely won't let anyone bully you. Ace added. Actually, he didn't bully me. I just don't bully him. But Ace didn't hear this, because he had already set sail quietly under the watchful eyes of his siblings. Ace embarked on his journey, and little Jean actively accompanied him, following behind Ace's ship until Ace left his territory. Little Jean popped its head up, spitting a large mouthful of water into the sky. As if sending Ace off, Little Jean excitedly wagged its tail, creating huge waves, while Ace steadied the ship with one hand. He also waved at Little Jean with a smile. Little Jean watched Ace go far away, then silently swam back to the nearby waters of the Goa Kingdom. Leah intends to leave Xiao Jin here. Firstly, Xiao Jin is relatively small among the giant sea beasts, and taking it to other waters might pose a danger. Secondly, although Xiao Jin is not very powerful among the sea beasts, it still presents a significant threat to ordinary humans. It is more than enough to deal with the pirates who usually come to trouble Windmill Village. Leah intends for it to protect the residents living in Windmill Village. Leah is very busy. The immigrant population on the island is growing, and productivity is increasing. Leah has established a complete industrial system on Sicily. Furthermore, with the introduction of mechanical production capacity, Leah has also implemented a mechanization transformation across the entire island. In the event of danger, the whole island can transform into a high-strike island-type battleship. Leah continues to keep these 2 super-large Sea Kings in captivity, which helps to deter other Sea Kings. In case of an emergency, Leah can command everyone on the island to take shelter in the windless zone, and with the island's complete production system, even if they suddenly need to hide, they can achieve self-sufficiency. Indeed, all of this was planned and implemented by Leah 10 years ago, as a world-class giant war would eventually break out. The lower-class people have been oppressed by the celestial dragons for too long. They will either erupt in silence or perish in silence. After so many years of hard work, investment in education, and instilling self-awareness, they are liberating themselves from the servitude caused by natural society. All the build-up is just for the final explosion. Every advance in humanity requires the sacrifice and effort of countless people. Bartolomeo has been thriving in the underworld these past 2 years, at least in the 4 seas. Wherever Bartolomeo goes, others have to give him face. Moreover, the most important thing is that the Baroque Works proposed a cooperation plan with Bartolomeo. Baroque Works was originally an intelligence network cultivated by Crocodile, covering the first half of the Grand Line. They also gathered near Reverse Mountain to rob pirates entering the Grand Line from the 4 seas, thus gaining first-hand information about newcomers at sea. Bartolomeo is the leader of the underworld in the 4 seas, although on the surface he still belongs to Leah's trading company. The well-informed Crocodile clearly knows that Leah has given Bartolomeo great autonomy. Aside from matters related to business accounts, any changes in the affiliation of other powers are decided by Bartolomeo. Originally, Bartolomeo could choose to inherit his share of the trading company when he came of age and operate as a shareholder in the sea. However, Bartolomeo is a fervent fan of Luffy, and he also idolizes Ace. Of course, Bartolomeo admires Leah as well. Therefore, he did not choose to leave the trading company. Instead, he announced that he would serve Leah for life. Leah didn't oppose this either. She didn't want to interfere too much with Bartolomeo and didn't restrict him from developing his own power. From another perspective, the stronger Bartolomeo became, the more influence her own merchant association would have, and she could earn more money from it. Could it be said that Bartolomeo would betray her? Leah is not too worried about this because that fool Bart doesn't have the brains for it. She just needs to be wary of him being used by others. Then there's the matter of Makabaka and his 2 brothers. Only Makabaka is left of the 3 corgis. The other 2 died of natural causes, their lifespans exhausted. Dogs can foresee their own deaths. Before Wuxidixi passed away, it lingered for a while in front of each family member, no longer wagging its tail with the same vigor as before, but instead gazing at everyone with its uniquely clear eyes for a short while, as if trying to remember everyone in the family. Then, in the deep of night, it left alone, its steps unsteady, yet it still walked firmly into the darkness, wanted to maintain a little dignity for itself. At the end of its life, it wanted to leave on its own. As the eldest brother among the 3, Makabaka just touched Wuxidixi's head one last time, then sat at the door, silently watching it leave. Later, it also saw off Yugobigu. Since then, Makabaka hasn't barked again. Over the years, it hasn't shown any signs of aging and still looks just like when they first got it. It lacks the energy it had before coming to them, often lying beside Leah as she works, going nowhere. Makabaka is becoming more and more like a person. Sometimes, when Leah looks into its dog eyes, it feels as if she sees a calm, middle-aged man meditating. If one day Makabaka were to speak, Leah wouldn't be surprised. Leah knew from the beginning that Makabaka was clever, but she didn't expect that little bit of cleverness to be something it was deliberately showing off. If Makabaka were a person, it probably wouldn't have been able to be so active in front of Leah for so long. But it just happened to be a dog. When Leah looked at it with suspicion, it flipped over and lay on the ground. Leah parted the fur where it indicated, revealing a dense array of tiny holes underneath, covered by its hair, which made it nearly impossible to notice without a close look. Makabaka couldn't speak, but looking into its eyes, it seemed to say everything. When Wuxidixi and the others were leaving, Luffy initially wanted to chase after them and bring them back. However, Makabaka bit onto Luffy's clothes. Seeing the look in Makabaka's eyes, 12-year-old Luffy seemed to understand. He quietly stayed by Makabaka's side, watching the limping dog leave together with it. At that time, Luffy was not in Windmill Village. But later Ace told her that he also stood on the attic to send them off. In the children's hearts, the dog had long been a part of their family. This was their second time truly feeling the impermanence of life, making them cherish the time spent together even more. The first time was when they mistakenly thought Sabo was dead. They were all growing, and one day they would become leaders in their own right. Luffy's ability to hear the voices of all things was gradually manifesting, and his relationship with Makabaka was getting better and better. Luffy remained energetic and loved to laugh. But occasionally, he would hold Makabaka and go to the edge of the highest cliff, sitting on the grass there, feeling the damp, salty sea breeze. At that moment, Luffy was rarely quiet. During that time, Ace wouldn't often restrict Luffy, and both of them had learned to enjoy their own space. The word growth really evokes deep feelings. While Ace was adventuring on the sea, Luffy was not idle either. With his current strength, the Kelp Mountain Range no longer served him much in terms of training, although Luffy would always set off from Windmill Village. During this time, he could choose other places to train. Leah has encountered very dangerous places while searching for the source of raw materials. Leah will randomly pick an island and throw Luffy there, until Luffy calls to tell her that he has conquered the entire island. Luffy has never been alone since he was little. No matter how mischievous he was, Ace was always there to back him up. Later, after going to sea, he also had companions by his side to help him. Facing danger alone is a form of training for him. Luffy never feels lonely. Even when there's no one to talk to, he can play with the animals around him. Luffy loves to eat meat, and while living alone, he learned to start a fire and grill meat. The taste is not worth praising, but for Luffy, as long as it's meat, it's delicious. One rare thing about Luffy is that he hardly thinks about anything, but he has compassion and doesn't bully the weak. In the face of right and wrong, he always has a sharp intuition. Luffy often acts recklessly, but for some reason, in the end, things always seem to get back on track because of him. Leah feels that her youngest brother is a person with strong energy. This immense energy does not refer to his strength, but to his inclusiveness. As long as Luffy is smiling, life won't be too bad. Luffy's smile has also given Leah a lot of energy, allowing her to keep going. Luffy's setting sail represents the beginning of everything. And now, Leah is heading to the Whitebeard Pirates. She has new business to discuss with them. Meanwhile, the Whitebeard Pirates are also talking about Leah's upcoming visit. Marco is usually worried about financial expenditures, as the Whitebeard Pirates are one of the few relatively conscientious pirate crews. Although they do collect a certain protection fee from the countries and organizations within their territory, compared to Big Mom and Kaido, that is already quite reasonable. Mainly, apart from robbing rival pirate crews, they do not have any industries to alleviate the financial pressure on the ship. With such a large pirate crew, the various expenses add up to a huge amount every month. In recent years, Leah has also become quite famous on these seas. Leah is officially the captain of the Moon Pirate crew and also one of the Shichibukai. However, very few dare to challenge her. The main reason for this is that this woman has an incredibly wide network of connections. Wherever she goes, business flourishes. She is practically a walking money bag on the sea, overflowing with wealth. Who would go against money? Probably no one. Moreover, with Yuja's presence, Leah has essentially achieved freedom in food supply. Many lands are barren when it comes to food, but countries rich in mineral resources are more than willing to cooperate with Leah. Not only that, although Leah and her crew are a pirate group, they rarely gather together. They're usually scattered, sent by Leah to handle various issues in different locations. Their displayed strength is impressive, but their overall power is hard to estimate. Leah has rarely had conflict with others, and there are very few battle scenes. One thing everyone agrees on is that Leah was able to compete with one of the 7 warlords, Don Quixote da Flamingo, several years ago. However, after so many years, it is hard to say she hasn't made significant progress in strength. Furthermore, Leah isn't like other pirates who are focused on territory. Her main interest lies in making money. And in this regard, Leah is undoubtedly a genius. Adapting to local conditions, she establishes different processing factories on various islands and forms partnerships with various pirates. Once cooperation is established and the factories are built, they become large money bags. Leah is quite reputable in business. Even the most ill-tempered pirate wouldn't go against money. Leah also demonstrates enough value to them. Ultimately, Leah has built a financial alliance system centered around her, where one link sets off another. Each partner must cooperate effectively. Those who fail to deliver or lack capability as partners will be directly eliminated by Leah, who will then select a satisfactory replacement from their subordinates. Throughout this process, Leah and the Merchant Association behind her steadily increase their deterrent power. Money flows in continuously, and Leah does not keep all these funds to herself. Whether investing or putting them into research, she utilizes them. Moreover, as a forever valuable asset, Leah has almost emptied half a mountain to build a large warehouse filled with gold. After making money, another important project is to establish schools. By educating the public and enlightening them, in recent years, the Revolutionary Army has grown increasingly larger. In terms of weaponry, the initial investment in laboratories was enormous, and many research achievements have been produced in recent years, including new weapons and new types of treatment drugs. Doflamingo, as the Joker of the Dark World, controls the arms business. With a complete industrial chain covering weapons, medical supplies, food supply, and recently lucrative entertainment, there is immense potential for information dissemination that could influence the entire world. Additionally, after establishing schools, there is a vast source of potential recruits. If Leah were to mobilize all her forces and connections to establish a country and then form a powerful army, this country would possess immense war potential, even enough to pose a threat to the celestial dragons. This is also why Leah chose to ally with Doflamingo and Desiro, to divert the attention of the higher-ups in the world government and the pirates. The three of them maintain a seemingly poor relationship on the surface, ensuring that there are no signs of their potential alliance within the intelligence networks of others. Only in this way can they avoid threatening many people's positions. To achieve all this, Leah has laid out her plans for a full 10 years, starting from a small fishing village in the East Sea. Moreover, not only her Sicily, but also Doflamingo's Dressrosa and Desiro's Golden City have undergone technological transformations. On the surface, they appear to be islands, but in reality, once war breaks out, they will transform into giant warships, super military vessels with a monopoly on technology. This journey has not been easy, but Leah now possesses enough confidence to face any future challenges. She will absolutely not let anything happen to everyone around her. For the goal she set from the very beginning, Leah has spent a full 10 years. If counted carefully, it has been more than 10 years. Marco stepped out of the infirmary, and upon facing the enormous expenses on the accounts, he furrowed his brow even deeper. He adjusted his glasses and sighed helplessly. Meanwhile, the others on the ship were each doing their own thing. Some were sharpening swords, some were drinking, each occupied with their own activities. Even Blackbeard was sitting in a corner eating a cherry pie, occasionally casting unfriendly glances at others, but when someone looked over, he would revert to a seemingly honest expression. News came that Leah was coming to visit, which lifted Marco's spirits after days of worry. No one visits without a purpose, he thought. Miss Moneybag loves money so much. She must have her own motives for coming here, but it's highly likely she is here to discuss cooperation. Miss Moneybag is beautiful, has strength, and holds a high status, but her choice in men isn't great. In Marco's view, Shanks, who pursues freedom so fervently, is actually not suitable for Miss Moneybag, as he can't settle down. When Miss Moneybag encounters danger, he can't show up in time, and when she is unhappy, he can't be there for her. Marco thinks that despite Miss Moneybag being quite young, she manages so much on her own, making her a truly impressive sister. However, the first time she met him, she said he looked like a pineapple, which wasn't very polite. Speaking of pineapples, now that his mood has improved, he decided to treat himself to one. With this thought in mind, Marco walked to the kitchen, took out the keys from his pocket, and unlocked the refrigerator. There was no choice. If the fridge wasn't locked, the bill would add another string of numbers, as there were too many big eaters on the ship. After finishing a proper meal, it wouldn't be long before they'd come to the kitchen to steal food again. Marco then proceeded to engage in the classic scene of eating a pineapple raw. Although Leah had seen this scene before, she couldn't help but chuckle each time, thinking, isn't eating a pineapple without peeling it going to be messy? And she had never heard any myths about the phoenix liking pineapples. Leah arrived first at the kitchen where Marco often stayed and happened to see him gnawing on a pineapple. Marco, doesn't your mouth hurt? Unable to hold back, Leah asked directly. Marco swallowed the pineapple in his mouth and replied, it doesn't hurt. Why do you ask, Miss Leah? Although Marco often referred to Leah as Miss Moneybag in his mind, he still maintained a polite tone in verbal communication. Never mind that. Where's Dad? I brought some new medicine that we could try on him. After a few more courses, his health issues should fundamentally improve, Leah said. Marco felt a bit excited. He had been taking care of Dad for many years. Moreover, being a doctor himself, he knew all too well that with age, Dad was increasingly unable to bear the side effects of the tremor fruit. In his younger days, Dad roamed the seas, battling countless strong opponents, leaving him with many hidden injuries. In recent years, as he aged, his health had deteriorated further. The tremor fruit could tear space apart, but it was also tearing apart Whitebeard's body. However, the newly developed medicine could effectively curb these side effects, stimulating the division rate of primitive cells in the bone marrow, thereby subtly repairing the damaged organs in the body. This was a new ingredient extracted from newly discovered plant species in this world, with the laboratory mixing different herbal components to create various medicines that could effectively treat hidden injuries, tailoring treatment plans according to different individuals. Recently, the synthesis of these medicines in the laboratory had made significant technological progress. Not only had costs decreased, but they had also been integrated into the supply chain, allowing for mass production and extensive market promotion. Of course, for Whitebeard, the medical staff in the laboratory were meticulous, and the medicines produced were even more targeted. Follow me, Marco said, leading Leah to the captain's quarters of the Moby Dick. As they walked, many people greeted Leah, and she responded to each one. The goddess of wealth is here again. Miss Leah is really beautiful, totally comparable to that pirate empress. If only Miss Leah could be our sister. Impossible. Miss Leah's family is too big and powerful. Which lucky bastard gets to be with Miss Leah? A pirate displayed a lovesick expression. Isn't this a well-known issue? Why ask? Don't you listen to gossip? Nanny, what did we miss? Didn't Red Hair become the new Yonko last year? He stands alongside Dad. But when they held the celebration banquet, he was kicked into the sea by an angry Miss Leah and didn't dare come up for a whole day. Is that true? What happened next? The follow-up is that red-haired unilaterally announced his relationship with Miss Leah. Didn't you all know that? We don't really pay attention to that. We care more about which noteworthy newcomers have appeared at sea. Because he was jealous and publicly announced it without discussing it with his wife, he got kicked. The stubble was too annoying. And he was kicked into the sea by his irritated wife. Red-haired. ISNT life meant to challenge limits? Leah, it's already annoying with my period. And having that red-headed guy swinging in front of me is even more bothersome. How has Beckman put up with him for so long? Beckman said that when he's in a bad mood, he won't hold back when he hits him. Marco scratched his head and awkwardly said after kicking the two muscle-headed pirates who were fighting and damaging the deck off the ship, Miss Leah, don't take it to heart. They're just straightforward guys without any bad intentions. This is how pirates get along, saying whatever comes to mind. However, Leah is a woman, and discussing her private life in front of others seems disrespectful. Others might not consider these things, but Marco couldn't ignore them. The Whitebeard Pirates have many collaborations with Leah's business association, and their relationship is one of equal trade. Leah respects and admires Whitebeard, which is why she calls him Old Man along with them. For better cooperation, Marco always shows respect for Leah. Marco, just call me Leah? No need to be so formal. Aren't we already friends? Okay, Leah. Marco recalled the last gift Leah sent him, and that card really stuck in his memory. It made him the subject of laughter from his brothers for a long time. The card had a cartoon on it, depicting a teenage version of himself awkwardly trying to get to Old Man's hand as a phoenix. It was cringe-worthy, especially since Old Man was making that gesture in the picture at the time. If it were Mihawk encountering this, he might have chased Leah with his sword for months. Pushing open the captain's cabin door, he was greeted by the sight of a huge old man. The aura of a strong person hit him right away. After all, this was a powerful pirate who could stand shoulder to shoulder with Pirate King Roger in his youth. Sharp-eyed Leah noticed the old man's sneaky action of hiding a bottle of alcohol, her gaze drifting as she said, "Ah, Marco, is there something you need?" Given Marco's personality as a caretaker, it was indeed. "Old man, you stole some alcohol again. Haven't I told you many times?" Marco extended his hand and continued, "Old man, give me the alcohol. Since when does a son discipline his father?" The old man felt a bit disgruntled about losing face in front of the younger generation. It was usually fine, but now there was a little girl around, and Marco was giving him no face at all. "I put in a lot of effort to take care of your health, old man. Are you going to let us both down while being willful?" Marco adjusted his glasses and said helplessly, "What the hell? Since when does a son discipline his father?" Although the old man said this, he obediently handed the alcohol over to Marco. "Hey, old man." The old man ignored Marco's helplessness and then turned his gaze to Leah, who was standing aside. Out of respect for the elder, Leah naturally greeted him first. "Old man, long time no see. How have you been feeling lately?" "Little girl, you're here again. Marco's nagging in my ear is already annoying enough." The old man suddenly realized he had let an honest thought slip out. It was also because that little girl made it too easy for people to let their guard down. Whitebeard had high hopes for this junior. Leah turned away, pretending to be sad, and said in a muffled voice, "It seems like I'm hated by Dad. I'm so heartbroken." Leah is very respectful towards her elders, especially someone like Whitebeard, who possesses both virtue and strength. She is also aware that Whitebeard holds an appreciation for her as a junior. Therefore, when facing Whitebeard, she can occasionally show a bit of her true self, which is harmless. Dad was amused by Leah's behavior, and besides, what he said wasn't really heartfelt. He viewed Leah as a promising junior. The little girl is outstanding. No wonder that red-haired kid on Roger's ship is so obsessed with her. Time flies, and nearly 20 years have passed in the blink of an eye. How far away is the era that Roger longed for? Well, what does the little girl plan to do this time? "I have developed a new medicine for you, Dad. I estimate that after using it, your internal injuries and the side effect from excessive use of your fruit abilities can be maximally restored in about 3 years." However, Dad's expression remained unchanged. This was good news for him, because recovering strength means he can protect his sons well and safeguard the treasures of his life. As someone standing at the pinnacle of this sea, alongside Roger, how could Dad not see through the little girl's true nature? She seems to only like money, but every step she takes has its own scheme. The current sea appears to be divided and fragmented, with everyone holding their ground. Yet, regarding that group of pigs, there's a subtle shift towards unity. This barely perceptible, subtle influence is the most deadly. Conflicts have already emerged. What is lacking now is an explosive point to trigger drastic changes in this era. But what? Dad asked straightforwardly. However, I hope you can conceal the true state of your health. Aside from me and Marco, no one else can know about your condition, Leah said seriously. Why do this? You have to give me a reason, little girl. Whitebeard's tone wasn't particularly authoritative, but the underlying conqueror's hockey made Leah's heart sink. Leah understood that her father was confirming one thing with her, whether her goals would threaten the Whitebeard pirates and his sons. Marco was somewhat puzzled and instinctively wanted to speak up for Leah. However, under Leah's gaze, he realized what was going on and first stepped outside. Her father's current physical condition was still a far cry from his peak. Nevertheless, even so, he exuded the greatest sense of intimidation over everyone in this era. As long as he was alive, he was like a mountain looming over everyone's hearts. For many, becoming a pirate meant having the lifelong goal of defeating Whitebeard. Take Crocodile, for example. In order to defeat Whitebeard, he even turned his attention to ancient weapons, completely missing the point. Even a battle-damaged Whitebeard could instill such a strong sense of fear in so many people. If it were the young Whitebeard, the despair would be unimaginable. Leah knows that Shanks has been striving to maintain the balance of the sea. However, this is only a temporary need. The balance will ultimately be broken, especially after the new generation sets sail. Shanks has his own goals to achieve, and Leah has her own bottom line and principles. She absolutely cannot allow her family to be threatened. Therefore, there are differences between Leah and Shanks. These differences are irreconcilable, and what Shanks intends to do comes with a high cost. Leah's younger brothers are bound to become the center of the vortex, and if left to develop freely, accidents can easily occur. Human life is fragile, and with so many natural and man-made disasters, it's hard to guarantee that nothing unexpected will happen. They have their own dreams to pursue, and Leah should support them wholeheartedly, allowing them to learn a lot about life on their journey. However, Leah is family to them. They're some of the closest people in this world. Human nature is selfish, and her only wish is for them all to survive, nothing more. Therefore, Leah must plan ahead. Leah shared part of her predictions for the future and her plans with Whitebeard. Whitebeard was surprised by Leah's schemes and arrangements, and he realized that the era of the young was about to arrive. Whitebeard agreed to Leah's proposal to hide his own situation. Leah did not remind Whitebeard about Blackbeard's ambitions. This is because Leah believes that Whitebeard is already aware of it. However, Blackbeard has called him dad for 20 years, and Whitebeard values familial bonds, which is a rare quality, but at the same time, it is also his greatest weakness. To others, Blackbeard appears to be an honest and straightforward companion who has been aboard for over 20 years. Blackbeard has the audacity to exchange 20 years of lurking for his ambitions, and he must have established a foundation of trust in the hearts of others, which cannot be changed by just a few words from Leah. If she rashly reminded him, it would instead damage her friendship with the Whitebeard pirates. Leah has her own plans regarding Blackbeard. She intends to use his ambitions against him. After discussing various matters with Whitebeard, Leah left the captain's cabin. To welcome Leah, Marco decided to hold a painful banquet, but Leah stopped him. She was generally aware of the situation in the Whitebeard pirates, and she did not want to make a fuss or trouble Marco any further, so she declined his proposal. However, unable to resist Marco's enthusiasm, Leah had no choice but to stay and have dinner with them. During the meal, Leah also met the kind-hearted but oddly styled Sachi, the beautiful and stunning Musashi, and the always lurking and unassuming Teach, who would always show a harmless and naive smile whenever Leah's gaze fell on him. Leah once again reminded herself not to underestimate Blackbeard. He had managed to stay hidden for over 20 years just to obtain a devil fruit, so he definitely wasn't a simple character. If he succeeded, he would undoubtedly become a formidable figure in the future, bringing endless troubles. As a man, I have to make a request to you. Ace's expression was serious while others were drinking merrily in the cave. The world outside was a blanket of white snow, with only the distant sea still showing its deep blue. Shanks, rarely serious, reached out to catch the falling snowflakes and asked, "What exactly do you want to do?" "Ace, you're not the same as you were when you were a child. After staying by my sister's side for so many years, I can't have made no progress at all." Ace paused for a moment and continued, "I know the flaws in my personality. I can easily bring trouble to others, although I really don't want to admit it. If the world knew about my relationship with that bastard of a father, I would be targeted by everyone. Whether it's the world government or the Navy, they definitely wouldn't let me off. I'm not afraid of their targeting, but I'm afraid of dragging my sister and my family into it. If there ever comes a day when I stand on the opposite side of everyone, then Shanks, you have to help me stop my sister. Knowing her personality, even if I'm against the whole world, she would stand by my side as an enemy." Ace had never doubted this. But Ace didn't want that. This was his fate, the path he had to take. Life and death are determined by heaven, and he wouldn't easily give up his life. After all, there were so many people in the world who cared about him. However, one thing was certain. His own matters must not involve those he cared about. Shanks understood Ace's unspoken meaning and suddenly laughed, saying, "I can't agree to that. If I do, your sister might never talk to me again. Besides, your sister is not as simple as you think." Shanks said, "If you can't even handle this small matter, I'm really worried you won't be able to protect your sister." Ace said angrily, "She doesn't need my protection. She's not my subordinate. Your sister is an independent individual." Shanks paused for a moment before continuing. "Your sister doesn't want me to help her either, at least in her career development. She and I are on separate paths." Shanks then recalled Leah's words when she stood at the highest point of Sicily. "I promise to be with you because I like you, not to use you to achieve some goal of mine. I will use my own strength to reach the heights I desire." Leah's words sounded uncertain, as if they could be scattered by a gust of wind. However, they left a deep impression on Shanks. The confidence emanating from her soul was more dazzling than any gem he had ever seen. Perhaps Leah's initial intention in approaching Shanks was not so pure. But as they spent time together, she gradually accepted him. Leah and Shanks are partners, but Leah does not need any form of help from Shanks. Life is full of surprises, and they may not end up together in the end. Only by obtaining everything solely through my own strength can I fully rely on myself to protect it. Leah never felt that being together necessarily required support from a partner in any aspect. She is strong on her own and does not need a partner to enhance her. Shanks and Ace shared stories about their captain, Roger, from the past. Shanks did not make any subjective evaluations about Roger because he was the one who interacted with him, and he was the beneficiary of Roger's kindness, not Ace. He cannot force his personal admiration onto Ace. Although Ace and Captain Roger are father and son, ultimately, Captain Roger owes Ace. Therefore, Ace's views on Captain Roger can only be judged by himself. In this regard, Shanks and Leah share the same sentiment. Time passed quickly, and Ace bid farewell to Shanks, embarking on his own journey. However, what choices he would make this time is hard to say. As soon as Ace left, Leah came to find Shanks. It was a common occurrence for Leah to seek out Shanks. Beckman nodded at Leah as a form of greeting. Lucky Roo was already munching on a chicken leg while preparing food for Leah. The members of the red-haired pirates liked Leah very much. Most of them regarded her as a little sister. Leah is beautiful, has a pleasant personality, and is not as delicate as typical young girls. So she naturally gets along well with everyone. At least in the red group, Leah is treated much better than Shanks. Leah is now 24 years old, which means she has known Shanks for 7 years. Both she and Shanks have their own things they want to accomplish. However, they do not inquire about each other's ambitions, nor have they ever discussed these matters, as it would inevitably lead to arguments. Shanks has placed the future of the new world in Luffy's hands, which is understandable. However, during Luffy's process of growing up alone, how much must be sacrificed? What if Luffy never awakens the gum-gum fruit? Some might say that Luffy is the destined protagonist. So how could he possibly not awaken? No, in this world, Leah's arrival has already changed a lot. Even if she doesn't intentionally do anything and spend her life hiding in a small village, it doesn't mean she won't impact the world. Moreover, she has already changed a lot. Corazon survived, although he has recently become obsessed with learning how to feed pigs from Andy. As for Shanks, he is the one who hides the deepest. He doesn't intend to play the role of a pawn, but he carries too much on his shoulders. He is destined not to become a pirate like Roger, not to be the freest person in these seas. Shanks may not be very tall in this world filled with giants, but he must use his broad shoulders to support an entire era and safeguard the arrival of a new age. Leah is not alone in her burdens. She has too much to bear. Too many people have chosen to entrust their futures to her, and she must take on that responsibility. Although the direction of the team's development is decided by Leah herself, she must ensure that this development aligns with the interests of the majority. Her responsibility is heavy. Shanks is no different. They cannot formally establish any relationships for the time being, because once they do, it signifies a binding of interests, and many matters will have to consider each other, which would hinder their freedom. Shanks smiles foolishly, looking much like he did in the past. However, his eyes clearly reflect a lot more, like chains binding him, preventing him from fully relaxing. Yet when Shanks looks at Leah, his gaze remains as clear as ever. "Do I look good? You've been staring at me," Leah said, crossing her arms, trying to tease Shanks. "You look good," Shanks replied without hesitation. "In my eyes, no one looks better than you," he said earnestly, a smile in his eyes. Smooth talker. Leah knows she is beautiful. Countless people have praised her appearance in the past, but she never paid much attention. She was never someone who cared about looks. However, now, when she hears Shanks compliment her beauty, she surprisingly feels her face heat up. Shanks is indeed special to her. What do you think about the plan we discussed last time? Leah feels a bit shy and awkwardly changes the subject. I've thought about it, but Lily-chan, I don't want to agree. The smile on Shanks's face diminishes significantly as he turns his gaze to the snowflakes drifting in the sky. It's very cold, and Leah instinctively tightens her coat. Looking over, she notices that Shanks, as usual, shows no signs of wearing extra clothing. The thin white shirt covers his muscles, and after standing there for a while, a thin layer of white has settled on his red hair. Why don't you want to agree? It's the least damaging way. Leah extends her delicate hand to catch a small falling snowflake. Indeed, if everything goes smoothly, neither side would suffer a loss of morale. But Lily-chan, you will bear the greatest pressure. I can't suppress my worries to execute this so-called perfect plan. Shanks turns to look at Leah, wanting to see her soul through those beautiful eyes. You are very important to me, Shanks says, a hint of sadness in his voice. His eyes dim. This is the first time Shanks has shown negative emotions in front of Leah. He usually never displays such feelings. Shanks is a powerful figure at the top of this sea, yet even someone as strong as him shows this vulnerable side in front of Leah. Shanks, I understand now. Lily-chan, no need to say more, I agree. I know you're not doing it for just one person. Shanks pauses, covers one eye with his hand, lowers his head, and says, I don't want you to be a choice I make based on pros and cons, Lily-chan. Do you really understand your place in my heart? I do. Leah steps forward, lifting the downcast, red head with both hands, and says to Shanks, aren't your eyes filled with me? Leah reached out and brushed off the layer of white on Shanks' head, saying, I won't die. I'm not that easy to kill. Leah hugged Shanks' neck, her whole body hanging onto him. This was Leah's first time actively getting close to Shanks. Shanks, to be honest, once everything is settled, we'll be together. That's our promise, Leah said to Shanks, half jokingly and half seriously. Shanks wrapped his arms around Leah's waist, resting his head on her shoulder. After a moment of silence, he sighed and said, all right. Leah smiled and kissed Shanks' lips. They didn't engage in a deep kiss, just a gentle touch. Amidst the heavy snowfall, Leah and Shanks leaned their foreheads together, both with their eyes closed, sharing this moment of warmth. After bidding farewell to Shanks, Leah returned to Sicily. Meanwhile, Leah called the bug and summoned Aaron back. Leah's purpose in summoning Aaron is simple. She wants to go to Fishman Island, specifically to the root of the Sun Tree Eve. Directly beneath the Sun Tree Eve is the location of Fishman Island, and the giant bubble surrounding Fishman Island is created by the breathing of the Sun Tree Eve. Fishman Island is located 10,000 meters above sea level, and directly above that is Mariewa, the residence of the celestial dragons. The Sun Tree Eve is a giant tree that stands 10,000 meters tall. Poseidon, the Sea King, was born in Fishman Island, and every few hundred years, a princess who can control the Sea Kings is born on Fishman Island. Known to those in the know as the Sea King, the celestial dragons possess a weapon capable of instantly erasing a country. Although Leah does not know exactly what this weapon refers to, she suspects it is likely the legendary Heavenly King. Doflamingo once revealed to Leah that there exists a national treasure in Mariewa that can command the world. And it was precisely this secret that allowed Doflamingo to gain many benefits from the celestial dragons. Why did the giant kingdom, which overthrew 800 years ago, choose to reside in Mariewa rather than their own country, living at the top of the Sun Tree Eve? Leah speculated that there must be something in Mariewa that they want to take, but cannot, something that can only be controlled by living there. Coupled with some secrets revealed by Doflamingo, that thing is very likely the national treasure he mentioned. Isn't it appealing to have a place all to oneself and be the king of that country? Yet, they insist on having 19 kings squeezed into that small place in the Holy Land. Leah speculated that the gathering of 19 kings here was also out of fear that other kings would monopolize the Heavenly King's power to attack their own countries, thus jointly controlling its use. It is very likely that both the Heavenly King and the Sea King are products of Yangshu Eva. Moreover, why did the Alabasta Kingdom, which overthrew the rule of the giant kingdom 800 years ago, choose to remain in Alabasta? Perhaps the rumors about the Underworld King are true. Vivi's ancestors may have really controlled this ancient weapon, and staying in Alabasta was to protect the secret of the Underworld King. However, as time passed, this secret was completely buried under the sands of Alabasta, hidden from the light of day. Leah speculated that the Celestial King grew at the top of the Sun Tree Eve. She chose to dive down, passing through the depths of the ocean, to reach the roots of the sun tree Eve, in order to observe the sprouting of a new world consciousness. This was the seed she had planted back then, long before she was targeted by the heavenly path, with thunder constantly striking above her head. She had already been considering how to completely bring down that lofty heavenly path. A person without long-term concerns will surely face immediate worries. In her calculations, Leah had always been very cautious, as this concerned the lives of herself and those around her. Aaron had also completely come to admire Leah. Over the years, not only had his strength steadily improved, but the quality of life for the orphans on Fishman Street had also visibly enhanced. The dream he had as a child, to go to the surface into the paradise of the Shambadi archipelago, was no longer just a vision. The orphans of Fishman Island no longer had to endure the loneliness brought by the vast ocean as he did in his childhood. As long as they obeyed the rules, anyone could follow the merchant convoy to the land above and learn skills to adapt to this world. Aaron was not someone ungrateful. It was just that after the death of Tiger, the shock he suffered and the impact of his distorted childhood had shaped his paranoid character. But now, he had changed a lot. There were still many unruly and human-hating fishmen on Fishman Street, a result of years of grievances and discrimination between generations and races, which Leah could not change. She could only allow and restrict those fishmen from coming to the land to cause trouble for her. Surprisingly, Aaron did not oppose Leah's approach. On the contrary, he supported it. A person who knows the situation is a wise man. Aaron understood the efforts Leah was making for them and felt he could not ask for more. For the safety of those fishmen, Aaron could not let them go to the land and cause trouble. King Neptune, you've revealed all your wealth to me in such a short time. Aren't you afraid I'll sell you out? Leah said with a smile, stroking the bracelet that Shanks had somehow brought back for her. Yeah. After a moment of thought, King Neptune replied, then let us just consider this as if you didn't hear it. Leah covered her face in disbelief. Do you think it's possible? I'm not joking. Miss Lilia, I believe you're a good person. King Neptune finally spoke seriously. Leah, forget it. You said you want me to help you rescue your daughter. Leah's finger lingered on the roundest gem of her bracelet as she spoke. That's right. I can pay a reward. As long as it's something I can offer that won't harm the citizens of the Mermaid Kingdom, I can give it to you. King Neptune said eagerly, but was interrupted by a gesture from Leah. It's not difficult to resolve your daughter's situation, but the timing isn't right. She can't come out of the shell tower yet, Leah said, shaking her delicate finger casually. Why? My daughter, clearly. King Neptune pressed eagerly. You can't protect her well, and she is still young. If you release her now, the world's malice will confront your daughter directly. She still needs to refine her character, Leah said, spearing a piece of pastry with her fork and bringing it to her mouth. Leah speaks eloquently, but in reality, she wants to offer the favor of rescuing the mermaid princess to Luffy. She has already helped Fishman Island a lot, and doesn't need to add more to it. King Neptune's expression is one of sorrow, and a sense of helplessness lingers in this father's heart. Leah added another boost of confidence, and besides, your daughter is still young. Do you think she can control herself and not use that kind of power? King Neptune's pupils constricted slightly, and his lips trembled. Miss Lilia, you know. I have a bit of influence, Leah said, blinking and swallowing the pastry in her mouth without any burden. I understand, Miss Leah. I will let White Star stay there, King Neptune said somewhat sadly. Leah stood up, walked over, and patted Neptune's shoulder, saying, Your Majesty, there's no need to be too sad. Your daughter won't be trapped in the shell tower forever. Someone will come to rescue her. But that person is not me. I think the seer on your island should be able to provide you with some insights. King Neptune leaned on his throne, rubbed his forehead, suppressed the sadness in his eyes, and said, I understand, Miss Lilia. I will seek her confirmation, but I also hope you can keep this a secret for White Star. With that, Neptune intended to bow to Leah, but he was stopped by her. I'm not interested in White Star's matters, so don't worry. The purpose of my visit this time is to hope that White Star and I can go to the Eve Tree together. I have something to verify, and you can rest assured that I will guarantee her safety. Leah then stated the purpose of her visit. I believe you are a trustworthy person, Miss Lilia. If you have any requests, feel free to make them. As long as White Star agrees, I, as her father, have no reason to object. It's not that I don't want to say this. We are clearly meeting for the first time. By the way, why you trust me so much? Because, after White Star expressed her admiration for the enormous Eve Tree, she turned her gaze to Leah, her eyes questioning what to do next. Leah first waved away the people around her, leaving only herself and White Star, and then set up a barrier to obstruct their line of sight. By the way, Leah also borrowed the mark on White Star to cast a curse in return. She really couldn't stand that Vanderdaken the Ninth. a pure pervert who was entangling a young girl. The next time she caught him, she would definitely make that bastard peel off a layer of skin. However, just being cursed would probably cost him half his life. This time, Leah was quick and directly pulled out the little light orb. She shook the little light orb in front of White Star and asked, "Can you see it?" White Star's eyes followed the movement of the little light orb, sparkling brightly. "It's so cute," White Star exclaimed with shining eyes. "All right, got it. She can see it. She really is still a child. White Star, do you like it?" Leah held the little light orb out in front of White Star. White Star looked at the little light orb, her smile growing wider, her finger tentatively reaching out to poke it. "This little guy has a very comfortable aura," White Star said instinctively. The little light orb wriggled a bit and jumped onto White Star's hand. The halo around the little light orb began to expand, gradually enveloping White Star. "Miss Leah, it?" White Star's bewildered gaze looked through the halo at Leah. "It's okay. It's just seeking your approval." Leah's gaze gradually became distant as she recalled. She remembered the moment when Gene transferred his power to her as he was dying. It's truly ironic that gods are meant to serve humans. There isn't much difference between humans and gods. They're all equally selfish. However, because of eternal life and infinite memories, while gods bear the responsibility for all living beings, they must endlessly sink into suffering. But now that world is behind. This is a new world. Leah looked at the young White Star and couldn't help but feel a bit doubtful. Could this little child really bear such responsibility? After all, they had never gone through any training. Leah thought for a moment, her expression dimming. Everyone has their own fate. Bai Xing has been chosen since birth, hasn't she? Although Leah is determined to overturn the old heavenly order. How could those chosen by it be so simple? Only when one is in peril can the true nature of a person be revealed. Perhaps there are qualities in Bai Xing that she has yet to notice? A tender voice from the little light orb echoed in her mind again. Leah looked over again. White Star was smiling happily, her eyes curved with joy, and the little light orb was growing. It only stopped when it filled White Star's hands. Seeing White Star's expression, it seemed she could communicate with this little light orb. "White Star," Leah said. "Miss Leah, I'm very happy. It says it also hopes all races can coexist peacefully, and it says my mother is a great person." White Star said joyfully. Looking up, the little light orb was once again reading others' memories without permission. However, now it had already gained White Star's acknowledgement, right? The next few days, I'm afraid it will be chased by lightning again. By the way, it was mentioned earlier that the little light orb rapidly grew after gaining White Star's acknowledgement. Leah thought she would be chased by lightning again, but it didn't happen. The weather was calm. This actually made Leah a bit anxious. It certainly wasn't up to any good, and it might be brewing some big move waiting for her. She had to be more cautious. Although the entity in the sky couldn't directly attack her, it could only indirectly target her by leveraging the forces of nature or manipulating the wheel of fate. However, she was destined to be unable to avoid those significant events. When participating in a time node that could change history, she was likely to be ambushed. She had to be extra careful. After that, Leah took White Star to the sea forest to pay homage to Princess Yuki. White Star was a good child. In her lonely childhood, she missed her mother. 2 years later, coordinates, an unexplored island in the South China Sea, a deserted island, where her subordinates discovered rare minerals, which were crucial for the mass production of new weapons at the Sicily laboratory. Due to the significance of the matter, Leah and Camus personally came to supervise. To be honest, these minerals had a certain level of radiation and could harm the human body. They couldn't be mined on a large scale and could only hire special talents who signed confidentiality agreements to work in shifts. Of course, the salary Leah offered was also quite high. There were suggestions to hire ordinary people at high prices to extract these minerals and use lives to increase production. But Leah firmly rejected this proposal. Leah is not short on money. When someone dies, she isn't afraid to spend money to deal with it. However, if she really did that, she would be no different from those unscrupulous capitalists. A person's life is priceless, but unscrupulous capitalists measure life with money, turning everyone into cheap labor under the shadow of capital, and people become commodities. Commodities that can be bought and sold with money. Just when the project was in full swing, her subordinates reported that a small boat was drifting over from the sea, and the man driving the boat seemed to have had a conflict with the brothers on the shore. He accidentally damaged a few boats. Leah felt this scenario was strangely familiar. However, damaging the boats without taking advantage of the other party doesn't align with Leah's character. When she walked to the shore, she saw the guy that Camus had set up, a familiar face she hadn't met before. Isn't that the green-haired guy who doesn't like to get lost? By the way, has Zorro set sail so early? Leah thought it was rare to encounter such an interesting person, and she should tease him a bit. With that in mind, Leah deliberately put on a gloomy face. From a distance, Zoro looked grim, being suppressed by Camus, with a face full of defiance. Leah stepped forward and asked expressionlessly what happened. Cam's eyes signaled, and a guy with a bruised face stepped up and said, "It's this guy." Without saying a word, he came at me with a knife as soon as he saw me. My brothers only fought him to help me. I definitely wouldn't cause trouble on my own. Boss, I've always remembered your teachings. This incident started because of me, so if you want to punish someone, just punish me. Don't involve the other brothers. The speaker's face was swollen from the beating, and he struggled to articulate his words, his eyes teary and looking quite pitiful. He seemed like an honest kid, not someone who would cause trouble. So, Leah turned her gaze to a certain green, algae-headed person who was gritting his teeth. "What are you looking at?" "He called me green algae first," Zoro said angrily. The person covered his face and retorted at that time, "You were lying in the small boat with only your head exposed. You really looked like green algae." "But you said it afterward," Zoro shouted furiously. "Who told you to punch me without saying a word when you came up?" "Wait, you guys can argue about your matters later. That's Zoro over there. You destroyed my boat. How are we going to talk about this?" Leah pretended to be very angry, but in reality, a few boats didn't mean much to her. It was just delaying the progress of her project. However, she just wanted to take advantage of Zoro and Luffy's newbie gift pack. "I'll compensate you." Zoro tried to break free from Camu's restraint, but after struggling for a while, he realized he still couldn't get away. "Money doesn't mean much to me, but because of you, my project progress has been delayed," Leah said slowly. Actually, Zoro was quite good-looking and very masculine. Based on his later performance, he was a reliable person. As for why he would do such things today, it could only be said that he was young and just set sail. "What do you want then?" Zoro couldn't help but ask, now a bit worried. After all, he was at a disadvantage, and most importantly, he still needed to save money for the village. Where exactly had he drifted to? "Well, I have a very special hobby, which is collecting human organs. If you can give me one of your kidneys, I won't hold today's incident against you," Leah said with a sly smile, making it clear to anyone with a discerning eye that she was just teasing him. However, the straightforward green algae head couldn't pick up on it. One person does the deed, one person takes the blame. "If you want it, I'll give it to you, but you really are a freak," Zoro said seriously. At this time, Camus had already released Zoro, as holding on to him was quite tiring. Plus, Camus understood Leah well and had already figured out that she didn't intend to hold this against the kid. As soon as Camus let go of Zoro, he drew his sword and aimed it at his kidney. A man should be fearless. "Damn, are you serious?" Leah exclaimed in surprise. Saying this, Leah summoned her scythe and knocked the sword out of Zoro's hand. "Where did you get that scythe?" Zoro asked, touching his green short hair. "European goods." "That's a good question. It's the first time someone has noticed this," Leah said. Did Zoro's muscular brain just have a flash of insight? Bart. Leah didn't want to answer that question. Leah changed the topic and asked, "Why are you here?" "This place is hard to find without a locator." Zoro's expression changed suddenly, and he became stammering. "I came here for tourism." "Are you sure? Visiting this godforsaken place?" Leah laughed mischievously. "Baka, why do you care?" The green-haired guy was getting angry. "By the way, do you know where this is?" Leah asked again. "East Blue?" Zoro could only give a rough area because he didn't even know how many days he had been drifting at sea. "Damn it, why is Frostleaf Village so hard to find?" "Oh, but this is the South Sea." "Nanny." In the end, Leah sent Zoro back to the East Blue. As a price, Zoro agreed to do something for Leah that did not go against his own heart. Ace ultimately joined the Whitebeard Pirates. However, unlike before, Ace's purpose for joining the Whitebeard Pirates was no longer simply out of admiration. Jimby still fought fiercely with Ace as before, but this time, Ace emerged victorious. In fact, it was a misunderstanding. Under Leah's guidance, Ace acted with more restraint. Ace sought out Whitebeard to learn more about Roger. However, he couldn't determine whether Roger and Whitebeard were enemies. Moreover, Ace knew he wasn't strong enough to defeat Whitebeard. Yet, he still wanted to experience the strength of Whitebeard, who was closest to that man. As long as he survived, he believed he would one day surpass that man. Ace didn't want to live in that man's shadow. He was Ace, not anyone's child. He wanted to make a name for himself on the seas as Ace. He aimed to surpass that man with his own power. However, Ace was still drawn to Whitebeard's charisma, and within the Whitebeard Pirates, he found what he had been missing deep inside since childhood. Joining the Whitebeard Pirates was a way for him to clarify his heart. He began to doubt his past pursuit of becoming the strongest. Deep down, did he truly want to become the Pirate King? While in the Whitebeard Pirates, he gradually recognized the real issue. Although he didn't want to admit it, He had indeed lived in Roger's shadow since childhood. He had never escaped that influence, and because of Roger, many people labeled him the son of the devil. He couldn't find a way to resolve this. Therefore, in his youth, he took surpassing Roger and becoming the Pirate King as a means to solve the problem. But within the Whitebeard pirates, he realized that this wouldn't solve anything. Yet, he found what he truly wanted to pursue with Whitebeard. The light of others is the fire of my hope. Ace's life was about seeking self, finding meaning in his existence, and affirming himself. His reflections were far more profound than Luffy's, and Leah, as the older sister of the two boys, understood this best. She knew Ace's confusion, but she couldn't solve the problem, because the meaning of life must be sought by oneself. Only what Ace determined to be good for him, suitable for him, and the life path he pursued would be the best. In the original timeline, Luffy and Sabo were more like his followers during Ace's childhood. They accompanied him in dreaming, worked hard with him, alleviating his loneliness and suffering from solitude. For the first time, he had someone he wanted to protect deep down, realizing that he could be accepted, not a freak. Later, he chose to learn etiquette from Ichino, wanting to protect Luffy along with Sabo's share. After Sabo's death, protecting Luffy became the value of his existence. Whitebeard helped Ace find his own worth. The son of the devil was warmly accepted by others, affirmed by other captains, and recognized by his brothers. He learned of another aspect of his value. A warrior dies for those who understand him. Becoming a warrior who clears the path and helps Whitebeard stand at the pinnacle of the world was not another way for him to seek his self-worth. The Marineford War allowed him to reconcile completely with his past and fully affirm himself. However, he also saw his father's aging and his brother's potential. He could only place his hopes on his brother. He protected the next Pirate King in his heart and safeguarded his life's value. Compared to the incredibly confident Luffy, Ace seemed more like an ordinary person. He placed his trust, even faith, in Whitebeard and his brothers, affirming himself by risking his life for others. This is Ace. Not only did he protect his cherished family, but he was also a loyal warrior, protecting those he wished to protect, believing in those he guarded. The light of others is the fire of my hope. Ace's will is to strive to live, to be strong, to recognize, and to protect. Why wouldn't he run away when facing enemies far beyond his strength? Because behind him were his loved ones. If he succumbed under power, then what meaning would there be in being a man? He would never allow his life to have regrets. The death of one person is merely an additional grave in this world. But to those who rely on each other, it is as if the entire world is buried in that grave. How could Ace let something happen to Luffy in front of him? Finally, thank you for loving such an Ace. And now Leah has changed Ace. He is no longer that stubborn child. Leah had already affirmed Ace since childhood, and Ace was not as uncertain about himself. He just carried a hint of doubt. Therefore, after meeting Shanks, he wanted to find Whitebeard. On one hand, he wanted to experience the current gap between himself and the top of the world. On the other hand, he wanted to see the world from a different perspective. However, it's hard for anyone not to be drawn in by Whitebeard's charisma. Moreover, Whitebeard had what Ace was most lacking. Another point is that Ace was not so obsessed with supporting Whitebeard to become the Pirate King. The most important quality he learned from Leah was the ability to calm down, respect others' choices, and not impose his thoughts on others. Through long interactions, he understood that for Pops, the most important thing was family, not becoming the Pirate King. Ace no longer wished to be the Pirate King, but he wanted to find a one piece that everyone talked about and see what it was that moved countless people on the sea. Every year on Ace's birthday, Leah would celebrate with him, without exception. On his 18th birthday, Ace had already joined the Whitebeard Pirates, and soon after, he would be appointed as the captain of the 2nd Division. Of course, that is a story for later. He had also gained the power of the Mera Mera no Mi. Because of this premise, Leah planted another spark in Ace's heart. When the time was right, its effect would naturally manifest. Time flew by, and it was now the year 1520 of the sea calendar. When Luffy set sail, Leah did not go to see him off. She planned to send him off in Logtown, where that kid would definitely go. Dayton also did not go to see Luffy off. She stayed alone in the mountain bandits' home drinking. In fact, she had invested a lot of feelings in the 3 kids. Sharp-tongued but soft-hearted describes Dayton well. She's always complaining, but is quite straightforward, which is quite awkward. Wouldn't it be better to just say it directly? And I believe that in the hearts of the 3 brothers, there is certainly a place that belongs solely to Dayton. Leah had someone send a boat to Luffy, but considering that Luffy knows nothing except for fighting, she didn't prepare a big ship for him. Just a small boat that one person can operate. He set sail on that small boat, beginning his journey to gather companions, not stamps. The first person he encountered was Kobe, the timid Kobe. Perhaps in the future, Kobe could become a figure comparable to his own grandfather. Who knows? First, there was the newbie package Zoro. If he hadn't met Luffy earlier, would he have gotten lost and ended up back in the East Blue before meeting Luffy? Zoro and Luffy's meeting could be considered a fateful encounter. Zoro and Luffy teamed up to defeat Captain Axam Morgan, and he was brought onto Luffy's ship, forming the Straw Hat Pirates. Zoro set out to become the world's greatest swordsman, and after joining the Straw Hat Pirates, his identity changed from bounty hunter to pirate. Later, they encountered the thief Nami, who, due to the absence of Arlong, joined the Straw Hat Pirates as their navigator, admiring Luffy's charismatic personality. In Syrup Village, they met Usopp, and together they defeated the Black Pirates. Usopp boarded the ship and, after bidding farewell to the wealthy young Lady Kaya, set off on his journey. Usopp set out to become a brave warrior of the sea, promising Kaya that he would eventually share all his adventures with her. At the same time, in Syrup Village, Luffy and the others also acquired an important partner, the Merry Go from the Going Merry Pirates. Afterward, they passed through Kokoyashi Village, where Nami bid farewell to her sister and mother, Belmere, as she set sail to draw the world map. Meanwhile, Kobe and Axam Morgan's son, Helmeppo, caught the eye of Vice Admiral Garp and was taken to the Navy headquarters for training. Luffy and the others also arrived at the place of beginning and end, East Blue Lowtown. Leah knows that before leaving the East Sea and heading to the Grand Line, Luffy will definitely come here, no matter what method he uses. Luffy comes for the will of the Pirate King, inheriting the will passed down through the Straw Hat. Wearing Roger's hat, Luffy envisions the same dream as Roger, opening the curtain to a new era. The last place he visited is also the place where he will set sail. This is where the greatest pirate in history met his end, and it is also where the age of pirates began. The Straw Hat Pirates have arrived at Lowtown in the East Sea, and Leah is already waiting here, gazing at the execution platform in the distance. Leah thinks, after Luffy becomes the Pirate King, will he come back here with his crew? Lowtown symbolizes peace in the East Blue. Karp also said that Roger's death would make other pirates in the world submit. The East Blue is a symbol of peace. Roger transformed the flickering flame of his remaining seconds of life into a fire that ignited the world. Leah feels that the air above Lowtown is filled with the elegy of heroes. The transformation of heaven and earth happens in an instant. Leah felt the dark clouds slowly gathering over Rogtown. The execution platform was a place where Luffy would definitely come, and Leah believed that waiting here, she would be able to see Luffy. She would personally send her brother onto the path of his dreams. The sun, which had just been shining brightly, disappeared in the blink of an eye, with the dark clouds blocking all the light. A chill ran through her hand as raindrops began to fall. Truly, the weather is unpredictable. Leah didn't bring an umbrella, but at this moment, she didn't want to find a place to hide. If this rain could make her feel a little more awake, she wouldn't mind if it poured a little harder. Raindrops hit her face and soaked her hair. Just then, an umbrella was opened over her head. "You might catch a cold in the rain," a gentle voice from a stranger said. Leah turned her face, and what came into her view was a man with golden hair and curly eyebrows. If his expression weren't so lewd, Leah would think he was a gentle gentleman. At this moment, Sanji's face was flushed red, and hearts sparkled in his eyes. "Lady, you are simply a gift from the heavens." It was at this time that a crowd had unknowingly gathered in the square in front of the execution platform. A clown with a red nose and Luffy began to argue on the execution platform. In fact, Leah had been observing from this side for a long time. She just felt this was one of Luffy's iconic moments, and she didn't want to ruin it. She just didn't expect the first person she encountered would be Sanji. Sanji truly lived up to his reputation. If you say he is a gentleman, he indeed is, and if you say he is a pervert, that is also true. Leah now felt like she was squeezing toothpaste, uncomfortable because she really didn't know what expression to face Sanji with. However, Sanji didn't make her struggle for long. Zoro rushed past them like a gust of wind. "Excuse me, beautiful lady, I need to go save our captain. If we get the chance, we must sit down for dinner together." "Bye-bye," he said while handing an umbrella to Leah and running off. Indeed, a classic scene had already unfolded. With Buggy and Luffy arguing fiercely, Buggy was so enraged that he raised his knife to chop at Luffy. Observation hockey spread throughout the area, and Leah noticed that Bartolomeo seemed to be there as well. It seemed he was there to become Luffy's biggest fan and had successfully met his idol. However, Bartolomeo had liked Luffy since he was a child and also respected Ace. After all, when they were young, even though Luffy had eaten the devil fruit, Ace had always overshadowed him and almost never lost, partly due to Ace being older, which further demonstrated that Ace's talent was no less than Luffy's. And then there was the mysterious Uncle Dragon, hiding in the crowd, quietly watching Luffy about to be executed. Seriously, if he wanted to see his son one last time, he could just meet him instead of hiding. It was so irresponsible. He had left Luffy with an even less reliable grandfather when he was a child. TSK, the men of the monkey family, 3 generations, 3 different paths. Leah was also very curious about what kind of woman could conquer someone like Uncle Long. A man who was so unanchored. Who could possibly tolerate him like that? However, it should be someone with great ambitions, just like Uncle Long. At the same time, Leah noticed Smoker's expression, which was almost like that of a pilgrim, shouting out his grand dreams on the execution platform and smiling as he faced death. That's Luffy, forever fearless and resolute, sometimes a bit oblivious, but Luffy is a kind-hearted boy. We usually call this a childlike heart. Riding the west wind, the Mary set sail once again. Smoker, due to Uncle Long's deliberate obstruction, couldn't board the warship to pursue them. He only swore that he would definitely catch the Straw Hat Kid. Although there were warships chasing them later, Uncle Long gave the Mary a boost, and they sailed faster with the wind, allowing them to escape the warships. Everyone worked together to steer the Mary away, temporarily unable to pay attention to the extra person on board. Luffy, however, was clinging to Leah and wouldn't get off. Nami, it's been a long time since I saw you. You didn't come to see me off when I set sail, Luffy said in a spoiled manner. Aren't I here to see you off now? Leah replied helplessly. Soon, everyone escaped from the Navy's pursuit, giving them the opportunity to focus on the extra person on the ship. Nami recognized Leah at a glance. Nami had seen Leah when she was a child and had always remembered her. Leah had saved the most important person in her life, her adoptive mother, Belmare. Nami really couldn't imagine what would have happened if Leah hadn't appeared. Uncle Ah Jien and the villagers might have fallen into Arlong's oppression. Leah turned around and saw Nami, greeting her. Are you Miss Belmer's daughter? I can't believe you remember me. Miss Leah, Nami replied, stepping on Sanji's chest with her high heels to prevent him from swooning over Leah. Before Nami could say anything else, Zoro walked over with a surprised expression and said, Huh, it's you again, woman. What? Even that mosshead bastard recognized this beautiful lady before me. Sanji lay on the ground, as if he had lost his soul. Let me formally introduce myself. I'm Leah, Luffy's sister, Leah said with a smile, greeting everyone. Oh, is this the Leah? Usopp emerged from behind Zoro, wiping sweat from his forehead, holding a bounty poster of Leah. Do you think I don't look like her? Leah asked with a smile. Usopp swallowed hard and said, The legendary warlord is actually standing right in front of me. Usopp turned to stone on the spot, his expressions exaggerated. As expected, the sister of monster is also a monster, Zoro commented. Nami looked at Leah with a fervent gaze. After all, Leah is recognized by the world government as the world's richest person. For someone like Nami, who values money above all else, Leah had an irresistible allure. Sister, let me get close. Nami's eyes sparkled as she ran towards Leah. Leah's eyes widened in surprise. Is there really such a figure in the world? Would it hurt if it fell on me? Sanji, just getting up, saw the scene of 2 beauties embracing, which was a delight for a double cook. After sitting down, Leah said, Luffy, I want to stay on your ship for a while and take your ship to the Grand Line. My people are waiting for me over there. Can't Nami stay on the ship as my crew? Luffy said, biting into a piece of food and mumbling. Luffy, I have my own things to do. I can't be your crew. Leah usually spoiled the youngest child in the family. What a pity. I was hoping that if Nami stayed, she wouldn't leave me. Luffy pouted. All right, Luffy, you're not a child anymore. Don't be so childish. Aren't you supposed to become a pirate king? Show a bit of manliness. You still have to lead your crew through the most dangerous waters in the world, Leah said seriously. Luffy pressed down his hat, his expression unclear, and said, I will definitely become the pirate king. You don't need to worry about me, even if it costs my life. I will never give up. When you get to the Grand Line, Sabo and Ace should come looking for you, Leah mentioned. Ace and Sabo, it's been a long time since I saw them. Maybe this time I can beat them. Nami, Luffy said, grinning foolishly while holding his hat. At this moment, Sanji actively brought afternoon tea and refreshing drinks for the 2 girls. Nami-san, Miss Leah, please enjoy. This is specially prepared for you beautiful ladies, Sanji said, his eyes filled with hearts as his body bent into a wave-like shape. Thank you. Leah smiled as she took a drink from the tray. No need to thank me. Miss Leah, it's a great honor to serve beautiful ladies, Sanji replied. By the way, who are Ace and Sabo? Usopp asked at that moment. Oh, Ace and Sabo are my brothers. The 3 of us are sworn brothers, Luffy introduced with a smile. Usopp took out 2 bounty posters, feeling somewhat prepared, swallowed hard, and asked, Luffy, are the Sabo and Ace you mentioned really those 2? Leah leaned closer to the bounty poster, scrutinizing it carefully, and said, "Yes, it's definitely them." Usopp excitedly pointed it out, huddling in the corner with Nami, tears streaming down his face as he exclaimed, "What kind of monster family is this?" TSK. Whitebeard Pirate 2nd Division Commander Ace, Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army Sabo, and you, one of the 7 warlords of the sea along with that person. What kind of monsters are you siblings? Zoro said as he took another big gulp of alcohol, the liquid flowing down his throat onto his strong abs. Ugh, so bitter. Although Zoro was a bit of straight shooter, he was indeed very handsome. If only her guy was a bit cleaner, he probably wouldn't be bad either. But Shanks just loves to be messy and act like a disheveled old man. Every time, Leah had to go looking for him before he would think about tidying up his appearance. Leah couldn't help but feel disdain when she thought of this. She shook out a certain red-haired guy from her mind and got down to business. She took off the large bag from her waist, casually grabbed a handful of jewelry, and stuffed it into Nami's hands. Then she rummaged through her things and handed Nami a discount card for all the stores under her brand, saying, "Although he's my little brother, he still relies on the ship, so you all have to cover your meal expenses. Also, this discount card is a special gift I prepared for little Nami." Leah's gesture can be described as extravagant, living up to her status as a billionaire. Is it really possible? Although the elder sister said so, Nami showed no hesitation in collecting the jewelry and cards. "Of course it is." Leah made a gesture and said, "This little bit is nothing. By the way, Luffy, have you seen your father?" Leah suddenly asked. "Luffy? I don't even know what he looks like. How would I know if I've seen him?" Luffy said nonchalantly while patting his round belly. "I must say, that's quite reasonable." Luffy learned for the first time at the age of 7 that he had a father, but he had never seen Uncle Dragon. It should be said that it was a one-sided situation. Uncle Dragon had never appeared in front of Luffy or spoken a word to him. Every time he saw Luffy, he only hid in the shadows to spy, showing almost no concern for him. In comparison, Sabo seemed more like Uncle Dragon's son, and Sabo was set to inherit his business. "He came to Road Town to see you?" "Luffy," Leah said again. "Really? Where? Where?" Luffy jumped up and looked around, searching for the stranger's figure. "Baga, we left Road Town a long time ago. What are you rummaging around for on the ship?" Nami picked up the nautical chart that Luffy had thrown on the ground and stood up to punch him. Luffy covered his head, a heat rising up, and a big bump formed. After burping, Luffy's swollen belly gradually reduced. The eating capacity of the monkey family is beyond ordinary imagination. After finishing digesting the food, Luffy, as if he had opened some meridian, asked, "Is it that cloaked uncle standing in front of the smoke guy?" Luffy asked while picking his nose. Leah nodded and said, "It's him. So he is the uncle who keeps calling Sabo to complain." Sabo said he is super lame, loves to act cool, and makes simple things sound mysterious. Luffy flicked a booger he picked out of his nose at Zoro and said, "That's your dad." Leah looked at Luffy helplessly and said, "Even if you're complaining, don't be so blatant about it. Just say it privately. Be careful or Grandpa will hit you with his iron fist." Meanwhile, Zoro, with a horrified expression, dodged the booger and drew his sword, swinging it at Luffy. Luffy widened his eyes, stretched his hand toward the mainsail, and then launched himself to dodge Zoro's strike. Shouting unhappily, "Zoro, why are you trying to cut me? Damn, Captain, at least pay attention. I'm definitely going to cut you one day." Zoro roared. Not sure how Luffy managed it. His hand wrapped around the mast a few times, and when he released, he was spun out. Zoro saw this scene as if it were normal, already taking off his outer clothing, ready to fish Luffy out. Just as he was about to take off his outerwear, he saw a huge black wing sweep past. Upon closer inspection, it was Leah flying up, catching Luffy just in time before he fell into the sea. Luffy's face was just above the water, and he let out a breath. To be honest, among the devil fruit users, there shouldn't be anyone who isn't afraid of seawater. Just as Leah brought Luffy back to the Mary, Sanji had a love-struck look on his face and said, "Oh, Miss Leah, you are simply an angel." At that moment, Usopp shouted in surprise while holding a telescope, "Look, over there, the seawater is climbing the mountain." Everyone was astonished and walked to the observation deck. "Nami, just as I predicted." "Zoro, Nanny?" "Sanji, is that possible?" "Luffy, yo-ho-ho, the incredible mountain." At this moment, Leah walked up to them and explained, "This is Reverse Mountain, and the canals of the 4 seas flow upstream. The ship has already been caught in the undercurrent, and there is no turning back. You just need to climb up this mountain along with the sea water, and you'll enter the Grand Line." Witnessing Luffy lead the Straw Hat Pirates into the Grand Line, even someone like Leah, who frequently does business at Reverse Mountain, couldn't help but feel a bit excited. In everyone's eyes, there was fear of the unknown, but even more so, there was excitement. The Red Line was shrouded in dark clouds, and it was impossible to measure its height with the naked eye. Luffy and the others exchanged glances and, in tacit agreement, placed their feet on the wooden barrel together. Leah originally planned to just stand aside and witness the scene. However, Luffy pulled Leah over and said, "Nai-chan may not be my crew, but how can you be absent during such an important moment? After all this time, I still don't know what Nai-chan's dream is. Just tell me here." Leah also imitated them and put her feet on the wooden barrel. "Luffy, I am going to be the king of the pirates. Zoro, I want to be the world's greatest swordsman. Sanji, I will find all blue. Nami, I want to draw the world map. Usopp, I want to be a brave warrior of the sea." Everyone's gaze shifted to Leah, and her passion seemed to ignite as well. Although she was already past the age of shouting out her dreams, she declared, "I want to bring down the celestial dragons. I want a world without oppression, where everyone can live freely." Perhaps to everyone, this dream seemed unattainable, because no matter how the world changes, there will always be gaps between people, and there will always be those who stand in the harvesting and managing class. However, this thought was ultimately her beautiful vision for the world, and it was what she had once hoped to see the most as a deity. "All right, everyone, let us go," Luffy said. "Receive, Captain." Everyone responded in unison. The navigator Nami was the first to give the order, "Adjust the course. Don't let the ship crash into the stone gate." "Received," Usopp replied. Leah hurried to Usopp's side to help him control the ship's helm. The closer they got, the clearer it became that the gap in the middle of Red Line was the canal leading from the East Blue to the Grand Line. 10 stone gates stood above the waterway, and the canal was wide enough for the Going Merry to navigate, but the current was too strong. Sanji, Usopp, and Leah couldn't hold onto the helm. The lever broke, and they were about to crash. Fortunately, Luffy used his rubber balloon ability to correct the Going Merry's direction. In a critical moment, Zoro caught Luffy, who was about to fall into the water, and they finally stepped onto the waterway, being pushed by the waves. The Going Merry rushed toward the mountaintop, quickly passing through the thick clouds. The white waves continuously washed over the peak of Reverse Mountain, and the Merry leaped up, landing perfectly at the entrance to the Grand Line. After descending the mountain, they were on the route, and everyone was smiling, Leah included. Even though she wasn't as excited the first time she crossed Reverse Mountain, she felt genuinely happy now. Everyone was looking forward to the day their dreams would come true. Just then, the sound of a whale appeared in their ears, and Luffy was the first to see a gigantic creature at the bottom of the mountain. "Oh no, I forgot to tell Luffy that Laboon is still here," Leah exclaimed. Luffy and the others crossed Reverse Mountain, but didn't expect to be blocked by a whale bigger than the island, and Laboon, in an unconscious state, damaged Luffy's special seat. Leah quickly hugged Luffy from behind, but she couldn't stop him in time, as Luffy's fist was already reaching for Laboon. In pain, Laboon swallowed seawater and engulfed the entire Going Merry. Leah was holding Luffy, and the two of them sat on Laboon's body with confused expressions. Realizing that his companion had been swallowed, Luffy immediately wanted to take action to save his friend. But all of his attempts were stopped by Leah. Leah pointed to the small iron door on Labu and said, "They're fine, we can find them by going in there." "Luffy, don't be so reckless." Luffy lowered his head and said, "I understand, Nichan." The two of them entered through the small door, passed through the winding pipes, and slid into Labu's stomach. Leah quickly spread her wings to avoid falling into Laboon's stomach acid along with Luffy, who knows what could be inside. Just as they landed on the deck, before they could say anything, a gigantic octopus floated up from the stomach acid. It was partially rotting and looked utterly disgusting. Fortunately, she didn't fall in. Otherwise, with her obsessive cleanliness, she might have scrubbed her skin raw. At that moment, Luffy finally had the time to take in his surroundings, and he immediately spotted an old man wearing floral shorts and a flower on his head, strolling out leisurely. As expected, floral shorts are a trademark of OP. This is Leah's first time entering Lab's belly, and she is still a bit surprised by Uncle Coloca's painting skills. If you don't look closely, you might really think this is a blue sky with white clouds. Leah is familiar with the lighthouse keeper Kuroka's at Reverse Mountain, as she often visits there. So she greeted him first. "Uncle Kuroka's, long time no see, good afternoon." Uncle Kuroka's put down his newspaper and adjusted his glasses, saying, "Oh, it's you, Leah. Where are you off to this time? By the way, how did you end up on another pirate's ship?" "Ah, it's nothing," Leah said, pulling Luffy over and introducing him. "Uncle Kuroka's, this is my little brother, and his goal is to become the Pirate King." "Huh, is that so?" Kuroka's replied nonchalantly, as Luffy was just a small pirate with a bounty. Every year, many pirates pass through Reverse Mountain to reach here, most of whom are after Roger's treasure. So it's not surprising. He didn't see anything special about Luffy yet, so he refrained from commenting further. Of course, he wouldn't discourage him either. Suddenly, the mixture of stomach acid and seawater began to backflow, and even the island where Kuroka's lived started to shake. Kuroka's quickly stood up. He knew Laboon was starting to ram against the red line again. He immediately jumped into the sea, climbed up the small iron gate, and found a huge syringe, starting to inject a large dose of sedative into Laboon. Of course, for Laboon's size, it wasn't much. After calming Laboon down, a pair of men and women suddenly emerged from the water and climbed onto the Mary's deck. Kuroka's warned them that as long as he was alive, no one could harm a hair on Laboon. Seeing their plan exposed, the two of them hoisted a cannon and fired directly at the whale's stomach wall. Seeing this, Leah immediately flapped her wings and used them to shield herself from the impact of the explosion caused by the cannonball. This small matter was of course very easy for Leah, like scratching an itch, and she didn't suffer a scratch. Kuroka's paused his steps and gave Leah an approving look, regarding her like an excellent junior. She was not only beautiful, but also capable, and every time she passed by, she would bring him local specialties from other places, which weren't expensive, but were heartfelt. Of course, Leah had her own motives for doing these things. What she truly wanted was the medical books that Kuroka's had written over the years. In fact, Leah had previously invited Uncle Kuroka's to teach at the school he founded. However, due to Labu's accident, he was unable to make it and had to decline. Kuroka's had no children and had dedicated his life to medicine. As an excellent physician, he naturally hoped that his medical books would be passed down as they were the most precious wealth of his life. However, after Luffy left here, she could invite Uncle Kuroka's again, and by then, Labu would no longer crash in the mountains. Just in time, Leah had already prioritized the construction of a university. Now, the basic facilities such as the dormitory, teaching building, and cafeteria had been established. All that was left was to fill the library and invite the teachers. Thinking of this, Leah felt she needed to find time to visit Elbaf. After she landed, Sanji was the first to run over to check on her, and Leah graciously reassured him that she was fine. Luffy, witnessing the situation, instinctively felt that these two were not good people. He jumped up and easily knocked both agents unconscious. Old man Kuroka's then began to tell Luffy and the others about the identities of these two individuals and Labu's past story. Leah was well aware of all this, so she didn't pay much attention to that side. She walked over to the two unconscious agents and squatted down to closely examine them, especially the girl with blue hair, the heir to the throne of Alabastan, Neferu Tali Vivi. After all, she was a girl, so Leah didn't pull any tricks on her. Leah actually doesn't like this so-called princess very much. Her abilities are too weak, and she always needs someone to protect her. Her mindset seems like that of a child. How can someone like this take on the responsibility of country? Just like Xiao Bai Xing, she has been overly protected. If it weren't for the turmoil in Alabasta, she might never have grown. Leah's expression changed as she came up with an idea. She wanted to reveal the girl's true identity to Luffy in advance. Would Luffy and the others still rush to help her save the Alabasta Kingdom? Strictly speaking, without Luffy and the others, Alabasta might have been left in the lurch. However, there wasn't any news about the Underworld King there. If they eventually found out about this, Crocodile wouldn't continue to dominate Alabasta. He would likely seek his next target after gaining enough benefits. Both Crocodile and Doflamingo are proud individuals. They wouldn't stay just for the throne of a country. Otherwise, why would they go to sea as pirates? Just then, Dr. Kuroka's opened the small iron gate and let the going merry out. In fact, Leah felt that Luffy was not foolish. Or rather, he wasn't as silly as he usually seemed. He could distinguish between good and bad people clearly, and sometimes his unexpected actions had deeper meanings. For example, right now, Luffy had thrust the main mast of the Going Merry onto Laboon's head, firmly planting the flag of liberation into Laboon's wound. Laboon was old, not dead. It could still get angry. After Laboon cried out in pain, it started fighting with Luffy. The crew on the Going Merry couldn't understand Luffy's actions, but Leah did. Laboon actually possessed high intelligence. It had waited its entire life for the Rumbar pirates to return and set sail with them again. Like a person, when hope is shattered and life has no expectations, one can start to neglect oneself and just go with the flow. Laboon was the same, but it was even more pure and persistent. It didn't want to believe that the people it was waiting for would never return. It was like a guardian crashing against the red line day after day. Luffy's actions were meant to give Laboon's waiting meaning, to give it something to look forward to. However, everyone only understood this after seeing Luffy make a promise with Laboon and marking the Straw Hat Crew symbol on its scar. Old man Kuroka's watched this scene, his gaze profound. He sensed that the bright, smiling boy had a powerful charisma and seemingly endless vitality, similar to Roger. However, he was still too immature and needed more experience. Then, Nami looked at the spinning compass in her hand and said, somewhat puzzled, could it be that this compass is broken? Kurokas looked at the little kids in front of him and said, it's not that the compass is broken. It's just that this simple compass doesn't work in the Grand Line. Seeing Luffy and the others look confused, Kurokas helplessly said, did you not check any information about the situation before coming to the Grand Line? Upon hearing this, Nami felt a bit embarrassed. As a navigator, encountering such a knowledge gap at sea was her negligence. Leah slapped her forehead. Since boarding Luffy's ship, events had been happening one after another, and she had forgotten to remind them about this matter. Kurokas continued, the islands of the Grand Line are connected by magnetic forces governed by rules. As long as you record the magnetic forces passing through the islands with a pointer, you can find a route to the next island. Just as Leah was about to take out the magnetic pointer, Luffy, holding the pointer, leaned closer to Kurokas and asked, is this it? Luffy, how do you have this? Leah asked in confusion. Luffy pointed backwards and said, I took it from that person's hand. That's right. To prevent the two from escaping, Leah had tied them together. The two seemed to have woken up and were struggling to escape. When everyone looked over, they immediately froze in place. Leah also conveniently blocked their mouths. Although Luffy didn't know why Leah did that, he had experience and understood that his sister had her own plans. After what just happened, Leah was still considering sending someone to Twin Cape to sell the record pointers, estimating there would be a profit. The more they could earn, the better. Slowly accumulating, it would turn into a family business. To gather enough magnetic force, everyone could only temporarily dock at Twin Cape. While old Kurokas was explaining the Grand Line to everyone, Luffy finished off a whole table of food by himself. Sanji's carefully prepared love lunch went untouched by Nami and Leah. Furious, Sanji didn't have time to consider Leah's presence and kicked Luffy. Luffy's straw hat was kicked off, and as it flew away, it also smashed the record pointer that Nami was holding and studying. Leah wanted to say something, but Sanji and Luffy had already been kicked into the sea by Nami. Nami seemed to remember something, turned her head awkwardly to look at Leah, and wanted to say something. Leah immediately understood what Nami wanted to express. She waved her hand and said, it's okay. That kid Luffy is tough and resilient. He can't be broken. Compared to my old man, you guys have already been quite tolerant of Luffy. Don't worry about me. If Luffy is being willful and causing trouble, just hit him. He deserves it, Leah said with a smile. Leah just caught a glimpse of Sanji happily falling into the water, and it was really quite bizarre. Luffy and Sanji, who had fallen into the water, were immediately pulled ashore by Laboon. The wailing duo looked at this scene in astonishment. Suspecting that the pointer Kurokas gave to Luffy had some hidden meaning, Leah didn't rush to hand over the new record pointer to Nami. When old man Kurokas looked over, Leah innocently blinked her eyes. The old man didn't hesitate and took out a record pointer he had used in the past to give to Luffy and the others, solving their urgent need. After the record pointer was filled, Luffy and the others prepared to set off. Before parting, Leah earnestly requested old man Kurokas to pass on his medical knowledge to her. She would store it carefully in the library, and once medical-related courses were established, these books would be made available to the public. No matter how great a person's achievements in life, the final outcome is death. Only the knowledge and experiences of a lifetime can be compiled into texts, passed down through generations. The predecessors pave the way, and the successors practice. By standing on the shoulders of giants to develop civilization, humanity can progress more rapidly. Old man Kurokas' medical books can help future scholars avoid many detours and allow future healers to continue developing medicine while standing on his shoulders. This is no longer just a personal matter. It represents the level of medical development in the entire human society. Leah truly loves meeting scholars who are at the top of various fields. It is their collective efforts that promote the advancement of human society as a whole. Old man Kurokas generally understands Leah's thoughts, and he gladly agrees to leave his most precious wealth to future generations, which also brings him great comfort. Yeah, this little girl had a lot on her mind, but she's not a bad person. She's an excellent junior. If I hand the medical books over to her, I can rest assured while watching over Labu and enjoy my old age. This is because I don't want to expose what will happen in the future. Leah avoided others and quietly approached Lab. She told Lab that Brook was still alive, just temporarily trapped and unable to come to find him, and that he needed to be a little more patient. Brook would definitely come back to find him. Brook had never forgotten the promise he made to Lab. After the Mary set sail, the old man gazed at the distant figure of the Mary and murmured to himself, is it the Gum Gum Fruit or Nika Roger? Could he be the pirate you are waiting for? After bidding farewell to Twin Cape, Leah began her work of coaxing. Leah covered half of her face and then removed the objects that were stuffed in the mouths of the two people from the Baroque work studio. These two were shameless. They asked Luffy and the others to take them back to Whiskey Peak. Leah gave Luffy and the others a glance, signaling them to agree first. Although they knew these two had ulterior motives, Luffy trusted that Leah wouldn't do anything to harm them, so he was willing to go along with her wishes. Afterwards, Leah locked Mr. Nine in another room, leaving behind the blue-haired woman who called herself Ms. Wednesday. The members of the Straw Hat crew gathered around, and the blue-haired woman looked a bit scared, but she still tried to maintain her composure. Leah urged and pulled out a piece of paper from her pocket. However, she didn't rush to open it. Instead, she squatted in front of the blue-haired woman, displaying a creepy smile like an ant trying to lure a child, and said, "I think you look a bit familiar, like I've seen you somewhere before." Upon hearing this, the blue-haired woman began to sweat. Her reaction was too obvious, making it hard to believe, right? "But I've never seen you before," the blue-haired woman said awkwardly with a forced smile. "But I just feel like I recognize you," Leah said as she pulled a short knife from her waist and slowly lifted the woman's chin with the blade, causing blood to gradually seep from her neck. "What do you think we are? We're pirates. You better tell the truth. Otherwise, who knows what might happen, right, Zoro?" Nami added. Zoro cooperatively flashed a smile that could scare a child to tears. Sanji wanted to say something, but seeing the situation, he held back. Usopp was genuinely frightened by Leah, hiding behind Luffy. However, at this moment, Luffy didn't do anything strange to break the tension. He generally understood that his sister wasn't being serious and was just trying to scare her. Such things had happened many times in the over 10 years they had spent together. Leah spread out the paper she was holding, which depicted a graceful Arab princess. The members of the Straw Hat crew examined it closely and indeed found some resemblance to the woman before them, though the one on the paper appeared to be younger. "I remember her name is Neferu Vivi, the princess of the kingdom of Alabasta. What if we capture the princess of Alabasta and use her to threaten his majesty the king, or control her to do some things we enjoy?" Leah said, moving her knife away and becoming increasingly excited. The blue-haired woman visibly looked anxious, her mouth opening as if she wanted to say something, but ultimately said nothing. "Mr. Ms., those are the titles for the senior agents of the Baroque Works, right?" Leah said casually while looking at her exquisite nails. "What is Baroque Works?" Nami asked at that moment. Baroque Works, abbreviated as BW, is a secret criminal organization based in Alabasta, founded by one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Crocodile, Leah explained briefly. The blue-haired woman was extremely anxious. She seemed to want to kneel down, but was pulled back by Leah. In desperation, she had to bow deeply to Leah and said, "Please keep this a secret for me. Everything I do is to save the kingdom of Alabasta. Its people are in dire straits." Leah avoided the bow, as she had no intention of getting involved in the affairs of the Alabasta kingdom. All she cared about was Alabastus oil. Luffy watched this scene and silently lowered his straw hat. "I didn't plan to expose you. See, I've even sent your companion away," Leah said, spreading her hands. "What are you all talking about? Can you be a bit clearer?" Zoro said, somewhat irritated. Then, Vivi began explaining to the Straw Hat crew about the events that had befallen Alabasta. When it came to the 7 warlords of the sea, everyone's gaze turned to Leah. "Crocodile is quite tough to deal with." Leah paused and continued, "Given your current strength, defeating him is almost impossible. To be honest, that was quite discouraging. However, Crocodile's strength, how should I put it, feels like his devil fruit shouldn't be called the Sand fruit. It should be called the 50-50 fruit. He can go toe-to-toe with anyone." Of course, Leah had never fought him, so she wasn't quite sure what his current level was. However, right now, Crocodile was in a low point, desperately trying to use external means to defeat Whitebeard, so he probably wasn't that strong. But to say he was easy to deal with would be impossible. The current 7 warlords of the sea were not just names. Just as everyone was feeling low, Leah said, "By the way, Luffy, have you learned that thing Camus taught you before?" "Huh, is it this?" Luffy said, extending his fist, which was already covered with something that looked as hard as steel. Leah nodded, looking pleased and reassured. Luffy's talent was indeed impressive. He had already grasped the concept of haki. Although he had taken quite a few hits before, it was all worth it. Crocodile is the user of the sand fruit, so if you encounter him in the future, Luffy, use this technique to hit him, Leah said. At this moment, Vivi and Luffy were not very familiar with each other, and they did not know much about Luffy and his crew. Therefore, Vivi did not rashly make any requests for help. Moreover, she had just been threatened, so she was not foolish enough to act recklessly. She should be eager to return to Whiskey Peak to meet up with Icolum, and then together return to Alabasta to reveal the truth and resolve the turmoil in her country. At that moment, Leah suddenly removed the mask covering her face and looked at Vivi, saying, "After the situation in Alabasta is resolved, I wonder if I will have the fortune to engage in some business dealings with your country. You are the warlord of the sea, Port Leah." As an undercover agent working in Baroque works, Vivi had seen Leah's introduction in intelligence reports. One could only say that Leah might be the most mysterious of the warlords. Even her father had once held her in admiration and caution. After having a conversation with Princess Vivi, Luffy and the others decided to head to Whiskey Peak. With Luffy making the call, the Straw Hat Pirates decided to help Vivi and the people of Alabasta. In fact, Leah had already guessed this, but she still wanted to confirm it once more. Leah did not intend to continue sailing with Luffy and the others. She had already seen Luffy's way of life and how he handled things after setting out to sea. She believed that Luffy could handle the upcoming challenge as well. Next, she planned to find Shanks. Sachi was not dead, just slightly injured. During that time, Leah was determined to stay with the Whitebeard pirates. Not only did she prevent Sachi from being killed by Whitebeard, but she also tricked Blackbeard. After Sachi expressed his disinterest in that devil fruit, she immediately discussed the price with him in private and obtained the dark fruit for herself. Blackbeard, not understanding the situation, planned to attack Sachi. After the plan was exposed, Blackbeard had no choice but to abandon ship and flee. But as a result, he developed a hatred for Leah. However, Blackbeard was someone who could bend and stretch. He was also good at assessing situations. Knowing he couldn't do anything to Leah, he tentatively tried to collaborate with her to dominate the seas. But cooperating with such a person was akin to seeking skin from a tiger. Moreover, Leah had little interest in dominating the seas. What she loved most was money, and her suitable strength and skills had given her a status that was hard for others to match. This world is like that. If you're too strong, standing out from the crowd, you will encounter many troubles. If you are too weak, then anyone can bully you. Leah works so hard, so desperately, just to be able to stand firm in the sea, so that when her family and friends encounter problems, she has the qualification to stand up and stop or change things. As for the outcome, it is left to fate. Ace still went after Blackbeard. However, this time, Blackbeard was not as strong, while Ace had become significantly more powerful than before. It seems that Whitebeard, knowing he was going to exit the stage, had also given Ace a lot of support. The war at Marineford was bound to break out, no matter if Ace was the trigger or not. This war had to be fought as a dividing point between the old and new eras, and as the torch igniting the new era, she would incite this world-shocking war. Even if she secretly stirred the pot, regardless of victory or defeat, as long as the war could tie down the Navy, its value would already be manifested. War cannot be without casualties, but she would keep it within a controllable range to ensure some people's safety. The Navy was also divided internally, with differing ideologies. The Hawks had long wanted to plot against Whitebeard to establish their authority. It had been 22 years since Pirate King Roger was executed. The Navy's prestige had been continuously provoked over the years, and more people chose to go to sea and become pirates. They needed to kill the chicken to scare the monkey again, and Whitebeard was the best candidate. The strongest man on the sea. This title was not just a boast, but a result of accumulated battle achievements. Whitebeard was not the so-called chicken, but a fierce tiger in the jungle. Ace was the chosen successor of the Pirate King and also his beloved child. Leah will definitely not let anything happen to them. They have never been stepping stones on Luffy's path to becoming king. Ace and Luffy have a competitive relationship, and even now Leah thinks this way. Ace's personal strength is undeniable, but his choice of partners is somewhat lacking. In the past, he wanted to dominate the seas solely based on his personal strength. However, after joining the Whitebeard pirates, he realized that this was simply impossible. In contrast, Luffy chooses partners who are all very promising. Luffy's personal charm lies in his ability to turn everyone around him into his companions. Just like 2 years later, they're not only striving for their own personal ideals, but also to support Luffy in becoming king. By the way, to avoid any unexpected situations after the war that might affect those around her, she has already planned to temporarily move the island, specifically Sicily, secretly into the Bermuda Triangle to coordinate with Moria and temporarily evade the most severe period of the situation. After that, everything can be discussed. Once they get through that period, it will be difficult for anyone to threaten her and those around her. Now, in her rush to leave and find Shanks, she is also afraid of what unexpected events might occur in such a critical situation. Not only human-made accidents, but also due to the targeting by fate. One of the reasons she wants to provoke the higher-ups is to break free from this targeting. When the scales of fate tip in their favor, the original laws of fate will be weakened, making it harder for them to target her with certain means. Leah wondered if the Tao of Heaven had been much more settled recently, and whether it was also waiting for an opportunity to completely eliminate her. What was she going to do with Shanks? Why think so much? If she wanted to find him, she should just go ahead and do it. Perhaps they wouldn't be able to see each other for a long time in the future. Leah had a premonition. She knew this was no mere coincidence. After meeting Shanks, she still had to go find the stubborn kid Ace. Although Ace was quite powerful, his intellect wasn't great, and Whitebeard intentionally protected him, making him seem inexperienced compared to those seasoned veterans at sea. The monkey family had many strengths, but their brains seemed to be concentrated in Uncle Dragon, while the others lacked a bit of cunning. Ace was both stubborn and headstrong, making him easy to manipulate. However, he was also very sociable and could strike up a conversation with anyone, which meant he had friends all over the place. Keeping him close and watching over him made Leah feel more at ease. After all, Ace had a special background, and if the Navy learned some insider information, they might pick Ace to stir up trouble. Moreover, the captains of the Whitebeard pirates shouldn't be alone for a while. Any excuse could lead to capture, and anything could serve as a pretext. Leah hides this island to conceal the experimental data and newly developed technological methods in her hands. Even if the buildings are destroyed and the entertainment street is demolished, these can be rebuilt as long as there's funding. However, if the experimental data is lost, it cannot be recovered in a short time. And most importantly, the key research personnel have already been secretly assassinated recently. Leah guessed that it might be the work of the CP organization. However, she currently couldn't spare the energy to deal with them. All personnel had been assigned to missions, just waiting for a major event to unfold. She wanted the celestial dragons and the world government to pay a heavy price. As for the businesses spread across other islands, Leah was not worried at all. Her partners were from diverse backgrounds and involved many classes, and even the world government dared not act rashly to shut them down. Because if they touched those businesses, it would mean disturbing the capital's cake. As long as they dared to act, the world government's financial chain would face issues, and their internal structure might collapse from within. Losing a bit of money in exchange for such a result was something Leah would gladly welcome. However, the five elders were not fools. They wouldn't act recklessly. When Leah found Shanks, he was excitedly sneaking drinks of alcohol. The food that Lucky Roo had hidden with great difficulty was also dug out by him. He avoided everyone and was happily enjoying the afternoon. To be honest, Shanks had quite a few things to face next, and it seemed he had a premonition of it, finally starting to take on the demeanor of a sea ruler. Did Shanks know what Leah was doing? Or rather, did he understand what those things she was doing meant? Leah thought he knows. It's just that he doesn't want to intervene forcefully. Leah is an absolute variable, and this is something Shanks may deeply understand. Give her relative freedom, even if what she does might derail many things. Relative freedom means that if he cannot help her, he should try to avoid interfering or obstructing her as much as possible. Shanks carries too much on his shoulders. He cannot act entirely according to his own will. Even freedom is unattainable for him. He cannot achieve absolute freedom. Becoming the Pirate King? He has thought about it. But is becoming the Pirate King merely about reaching Laugh-Tale? The captain entrusted his hat to him, along with the responsibility. He knows the captain had high hopes for him. However, he is destined not to become the Pirate King, due to his background and the timing. Too many things are binding him. It seems fate has been leading people like them by the nose, and no one can escape. The captain was the first to notice this. He has long known all the secrets of this world, using these secrets that can have a huge impact on the world. He gained many privileges from the Gorosei. Becoming one of the four emperors was merely to grasp the power to control the seas, nothing more. He made a deal with the Gorosei, promising to maintain the balance of the sea before it completely descends into chaos, which is essentially maintaining the rule of the world government. For him, this isn't too difficult. As long as he is with his friends, any position is possible. It's just that he is unwilling. Since the moment he gave up his dream, he has done too many things he did not want to do. Meeting Leah, knowing and loving her, this was predetermined, as she had already reserved him long ago. He does not belong to anyone. He is a child of the sea, but his love belongs only to her. Even if time passes and they turn to dust, this will not change. Every life is finite. There are too many things we cannot change. However, the true love of one person for another cannot be severed by time, nor can life and death separate it. Even if our lives cease at this moment, everlasting love will still mock the incompetence of death. Leah leisurely walked up to Shanks and sat down in front of him. He was stuffing food into his mouth while staring at Leah with bright eyes. Although it looked silly, every moment he gazed at her, his eyes were filled with only her. Let's take a day off from Beckman and go have some fun, Leah suggested with a smile, running her hand through his red hair. Lily-chan, you're so gentle today. I'm a bit unaccustomed to it, Shanks said with wide eyes, looking surprised. Bastard. Leah punched Shanks's head into the floor. I finally said something nice. Can't you cooperate a bit? You idiot. Leah stood up, pointing at Shanks in dissatisfaction. Shanks covered the bump on his head that was steaming with tears in his eyes and said, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Forget it. Let's go ask Beckman for a leave. And Shanks, at least you should act a bit like a captain. Stop stealing food. Leah paused for a moment and continued. And if you're going to steal, at least don't get caught. It's embarrassing to be dealt with by Beckman every time, being scolded by Lily-chan. The situation was urgent. Shanks had arranged to meet Whitebeard at this time. Leah felt that this was a handover of the times, though she wasn't sure. Whitebeard had roamed the seas for decades, and now that he was old, it was time for him to lay down his burdens. A new era was about to come. However, Leah was a bit worried about what unexpected events might happen to her. Their matters had been dragging on for a long time. She needed to give him an explanation. Leah always felt that personal life was insignificant compared to what she had to do, even though she had become a concern for many people. After using Shanks' money ability to ask Beckman for leave, Leah pressed Shanks down and shaved the stubble off her face clean. She also took him shopping for several outfits. There was no choice. This guy's fashion sense was just too poor. It was hard to watch. He looked good, and he had the title of one of the 4 emperors. So why couldn't he take better care of himself? However, since he was still part of her family, Leah's tolerance for Shanks was relatively high. Leah booked a hot spring. Mingming is dressed very lightly and soaking in the hot spring. However, Shanks is just like a piece of rotten wood, still eating nonstop. A few slowly appeared above Leah's head. Unable to endure it any longer, Leah, still wearing her dripping bathrobe, pulled Shanks into the pool. The mist was thick, and after blinking a few times, Shanks stared at Leah without moving for several seconds. How pretentious! Leah leaned closer to Shanks and bit down hard on his lip. In pain, Shanks began to kiss Leah back. As the kiss ended, Leah panted heavily, her gaze ambiguous. Lily, your initiative today is a bit scary, Shanks said as he wrapped his arms around Leah, pulling her into his embrace. Their body temperatures continued to rise. Shanks suddenly became serious and asked, Are you planning to do something dangerous? You're remarkably perceptive. Leah replied, It's just that it's hard to say how dangerous it is. There are too many unknowns, and I don't know what will happen. That counts as danger. Shanks tightened his hold on Leah as if he wanted to engulf her in his embrace. Leah reached out and brushed her hand over Shanks' chest, gently suggesting, Shanks, let's do it. I completely respect you, and honestly, it doesn't have to be like this after all. It's usually the woman who ends up at a disadvantage. I don't want to force anything. Let's just go with the flow. Shanks seemed somewhat incoherent, as if he was getting nervous too. It's not forced, Shanks. Once everything is over, I will marry you. Leah wrapped her arms around Shanks' neck and pulled him closer to her. Don't leave me, Shanks whispered softly amidst the waves. Leah's eyes flickered, but she couldn't bring herself to deceive him. I can't guarantee that you are indeed a bad woman. You had already stolen my heart when we were young. Shanks retained the last shred of consciousness but still didn't say that sentence out loud. Subsequently, a more intense surge spread between the two of them. As for the matter of stripping a Yonko and running away after, it can't be said to be skilled. It's just that it was Leah's first time as well. After all, it's not like you can find another Yonko to sleep with. Just thinking about it gives me psychological trauma. As for why Leah woke up first and ran away full of energy, that's open to interpretation. That said, Leah still changed into a turtleneck sweater that could cover the red marks on her neck. She took out Ace's life card and headed straight in his direction. Naturally, Shanks couldn't be completely unconscious. Having reached his current status, he always had to be on guard against those despicable people who grant the Yonko throne. His observation hockey had almost become a habit wherever he went. He knew some things Leah didn't want to face and didn't want to clarify everything. He didn't want to force her to compromise or back down. She wouldn't agree, and he didn't want to put her in a difficult position. They were lovers, but there also needed to be a certain boundary. So for now, let's just let things be for a while. Leah just loves to make empty promises, and although those promises never fail to delight him, Shanks lifted the thin blanket, revealing his muscular physique. After grabbing the clothes he had prepared long ago and taking a shower, he leisurely put on his clothes and strolled back to the Red Force. To be honest, Leah is really thoughtful and left quite a bit of money on the bedside table. Shanks didn't hold back and directly took it to buy some drinks. Later, for some reason, the other crew members found out about this and teased Leah as if he were a pimp, while Shanks was the one being pimped. After sleeping, he just dropped the money and ran away. Lucky Road joked, the boss actually got abandoned again, as usual, so pathetic. Haha. Beckman took a puff of smoke and didn't say anything, perhaps feeling it was too embarrassing to comment. The others were directly laughing so hard they couldn't get up from the deck. Shanks. By the way, that Ace kid really knows how to run. Changing places every day. Every time they try to catch him, he just moves to another spot. Ace is now completely being led around by Blackbeard. Maybe Blackbeard already anticipated that Ace would come out to hunt him down. This person is quite scheming and must be guarded against. However, with Blackbeard not having the dark fruit anymore, it's equivalent to him cutting off an arm, significantly reducing his power and potential. Logically speaking, he shouldn't pose much of a threat to Ace. It's just that the seeds Leah planted haven't sprouted yet, and the kind of power suitable for him to control hasn't awakened. Ace's mind has matured quite a bit, but he hasn't completely made up his mind yet. He hasn't determined the path he ultimately wants to take. Before he could find Ace, Leah was called by Doflamingo to dress Rosa. Doflamingo is still the same, very flamboyant. Leah had previously sent that fat bird standing on Dover's shoulder, looking quite proud. When Leah wanted to get a little closer to observe the fat bird carefully, Dover extended a finger to press against her forehead. Seeing this, the fat bird adjusted its glasses with its wings and then flapped away from Leah. Oh wow, it's spoiled. Now this bird is just as arrogant as Dover and ignores people. Dover couldn't help but laugh heartily. Unlike his usual teasing laughter, this one came from genuine joy. By the way, why did you call me over? Were you just looking for someone to entertain you? Leah pushed Dover's finger away and said helplessly, Who told you to look so clueless all day? Dover replied leisurely, Leah, I'm planning to stand by your side. Doflamingo's tone became a bit serious, though not very noticeable, as he was usually indifferent. Isn't it more appropriate for you to deal with the celestial dragons? Leah looked up at Doflamingo and said, You'll feel better too. Doflamingo suddenly slapped Leah's forehead hard. Damn. Leah crouched down, holding her forehead. You damn flamingo, why did you hit me? That hurts. Do you really think I don't know? You're trying to push me away because you want to do something dangerous. Doflamingo rested his chin on his hand and said, I really can't hide it from you. Leah stood up and continued, Standing by my side might be very dangerous. It should be said that you'll be targeted, like accidental injuries or something. There's no such thing as accidental injury. We're already a group. Targeting you means targeting me as well. Doflamingo turned his face away and said somewhat awkwardly, The sun is rising in the west, which beauty is so powerful that you've softened Doflamingo's mouth. Leah said with surprise, accidentally spilling her words. Dodging Doflamingo's kicking leg, Leah patted her racing heart and said, Don't be angry. I didn't mean it that way. I'm just a bit too outspoken, and you know that. Doflamingo's forehead bulged with veins, looking quite speechless, his fists tightening and then relaxing, truly unable to deal with this dead woman. Leah suddenly leaned closer to Doflamingo, patted his shoulder, and said seriously, Understand, Doflamingo, you're worried about me. But you really don't need to worry so much, because I would never casually put myself in a dangerous situation. I also wouldn't casually talk about sacrificing myself. I'm a businessman. Weighing pros and cons is my nature, and I want to do things without benefits. Doflamingo softly replied, then continued, Anyway, the celestial dragons can't be dealt with all at once. I've handed over that matter to Desuller. His desire for revenge is even more urgent. Of course, I want to let those celestial dragons off easily either. They're the ones who stirred up trouble, leading to our family's rapid decline. If it weren't for them, my mother wouldn't have suffered to the point where no medicine could save her. Doflamingo's gaze was profound. I hate this world. Our family's troubles aren't caused by just one side. Even if I kill everyone who hunted us down back then, the anger in my heart still hasn't disappeared. Instead, it has intensified. As long as I live for one more day, I will turn this world upside down, bringing eternal chaos. By the end, Doflamingo's expression became increasingly fierce. Leah sighed softly and said, Doff, why don't you really consider getting a wife? Find something to occupy yourself with, instead of thinking about destroying the world every day. You should find some joy in life, otherwise living would be too painful. Moreover, Rossi keeps asking me about you every day. He has also developed feelings for Andy, the girl I have under my wing who is particularly charming. If they end up together and have a child, wouldn't you become an uncle? Then you'd have a little one to play with. Wouldn't that be interesting? Enough. Don't mention that brat Rossi to me. Hey, come on, you can't deny that you care about Rossi too, so don't pretend otherwise. Perhaps in a desperate situation, Blackbeard allied with the Navy. They attacked Ace and captured him, bringing him to impel down. When Leah received the news, she was stunned. Her heart stopped for a moment. In that instant, she wondered if she could change anything at all. After calming down, she began to carefully review the situation. It was said that the Navy headquarters had dispatched Vice Admiral Mole, a very special person. His hockey and mastery of the Navy's 6 styles had reached the level of an admiral, with the only difference being the devil fruit. He was a trusted subordinate of Akainu, belonging to the hawkish faction. However, compared to Akainu, he was more flexible and adaptable, pursuing efficiency and willing to cooperate with anyone. His style of action also aligned more with justice, making him a competent and outstanding commander. It was not surprising that Blackbeard could hand over Ace's information to the Navy, and the Navy would send him to assist in the capture. But why didn't Ace escape? At that time, it seemed like Ace was in a situation where he was evenly matched with the opponent, yet he surrendered and was captured. Why? Moreover, Leah had also received Ace's last letter. It contained only a few words, at my cost. Leah crumpled the paper in her palm, closed her eyes for a moment, and then opened them again. Ace has grown up, but it didn't have to be this way. There were clearly more suitable methods. No, or rather, the current way might be the most appropriate, because the cost is minimal. As a businessman, one should indeed say this. However, how should one weigh emotions against interests? Leah could even imagine Blackbeard using Luffy as leverage and how she would act in that regard as a bargaining chip. Is it destiny? Ace was kneeling in the 6th level of Impel Down's prison. He was heavily injured, with his hands shackled in sea-stone handcuffs. He looked disheveled, but his pride remained unyielding. At a moment when no one was paying attention, a faint white flame ignited in his hand. Coincidentally at the same time, the Yonko red-haired Shanks and the Yonko Whitebeard were having a historic meeting. All parties were watching closely, as they couldn't afford to ignore it. If the 2 Yonko decided to join forces and attack Marine headquarters, it would be quite a challenge for the Marines. Furthermore, if the balance of the sea was broken, unrest would arise among the lower classes, destabilizing the rule of the world government. This was, of course, unavoidable. A decaying social system would inevitably collapse. This is the trend of historical tides. For 800 years, Leah had no way of knowing how many times the world government had violently suppressed such resistance with overwhelming military force. She needed a catalyst to completely ignite this world. Whether they were commoners, nobles, or slaves, everyone could rise up against oppression and completely overthrow the mountain of power pressing down on them. To ignite the anger in people's hearts, the simplest way was to take the lead. For example, to act against the celestial dragons, not through single provocations or other subtle means, but through large-scale capture and slaughter. If someone took the lead in doing this, those who had long been oppressed would be inspired to gather forces nearby to resist the local nobles, to overthrow the old social order. It couldn't be accomplished by individuals or organizations alone. The entire human society needed to unite. Ultimately, those with individual strength were few. The majority of those who controlled society would be ordinary people. They were the components that made society operate. Shank's pirate flag had undergone several modifications. Many people had not noticed this, but Leah could not overlook it. From the laughing skeleton of Windmill Village to the recent ordinary pirate flag, and the fierce grimace from their previous meeting, it seemed that Shanks was ready to embrace the challenges of the new era. When he was on Roger's ship, Shanks could not have been unaware of the prophecy concerning Fishman Island. Could he find the Joy Boy who would open the new era? Taking the risk of offending the world government, Shanks led his crew to actively confront CP9 and snatch the rubber fruit, or perhaps it should be called the Nika fruit. But who could awaken the powers of the rubber fruit? Due to his lineage, he had long been excluded from that list of candidates. His life had collapsed twice. Once was during his confrontation with Blackbeard when he got injured in the eye. At that moment, he almost thought he would go blind. This time, he kept the deeply hidden Blackbeard in his heart, reminding himself that there were always greater powers beyond. The second collapse was when he learned of his true lineage. His despair was understandable. He was the descendant of the person he hated the most. Could his dreams still be realized? However, the captain did not mind and told him, "You are a child raised on the Golden Jackson, a child of the sea. Whatever you want to do, you must do it boldly." To encourage him, the captain even gifted him his treasured straw hat. Shanks understood the significance of this straw hat very well. Even before this, it was just a hat. To put it broadly, it was the private property of Pirate Roger. When he gave the hat, Roger had not yet gone to Raftel, probably. But once this straw hat was passed to another, it became a token of the inheritance of Will. After acquiring the rubber fruit, he hesitated, and at that time, he learned that Captain Roger's child had survived and was raised by Garp, hidden in the East Blue. He approached Beckman with a trial-and-error attitude to inquire about Garp's whereabouts over the years and roughly confirmed the area. After Roger's death, he formed his own pirate crew, but he faintly sensed that he was somewhat out of place. He felt lost and self-doubt on the path he was pursuing. Did he really want to become the Pirate King? Was what he had been seeking not true freedom? When poor, one seeks to better oneself. When prosperous, one helps the world. He had always shouldered the mission left to him by the captain, hadn't he? Should he take it slow and look for the captain's child? Perhaps he would be a more suitable candidate. When he saw Luffy, he almost thought Luffy was the captain's child because Luffy resembled the captain in many ways. But the age didn't match. Later, he also met Ace, the captain's child. Ace had some similarities to the captain, but perhaps due to his upbringing, he was somewhat gloomy. Compared to Ace, he was the child who enjoyed all of the captain's love. He and Buggy both were. At that time, he felt a stirring. Should he give the rubber fruit to Ace? But he favored Luffy more. Of course, he could eat it himself, but his heart was no longer certain. Just as he was in turmoil, Luffy consumed the rubber fruit. The mythical Zoan fruit would choose its own master. As a seasoned pirate who had sailed the seas for many years, he understood this very well. It was fate. Later, Ace joined the Whitebeard pirates and was favored by Whitebeard, who intended to cultivate Ace as the future Pirate King. Shanks was well aware of this. However, Leah had been involved in many matters that led the aging Whitebeard, even if not because of Ace, to add fuel to the flames of the new era. But Ace was captured. Whitebeard could not remain uninvolved. At the moment he clashed swords with Whitebeard, Shanks knew that Leah's conspiracy had succeeded halfway. As powerful as he was, Shanks seemed to see the moment 20 years ago when Whitebeard faced off against Captain Roger. Though he was not as strong, the gap was not far. He noticed that those around him did not seem surprised, and he felt calm. He had never asked Leah anything, but that did not mean he knew nothing. The Marines had long planned to take action against Whitebeard. Ace was merely a pretext for both sides to go to war, a reason to add icing on the cake. Whitebeard looked at the strong and reliable young man he hadn't seen in years, expressing his thoughts on future events, even though he already knew in his heart. Whitebeard was the guardian of the era, but he was old, and he needed someone to take over his duties. The young red-haired Shanks was a reliable successor. When he passed the hat to the person he had chosen, he had already come to this realization, hadn't he? With his last ounce of strength, Whitebeard resolved to pave the way for these fresh bloods. The two men silently drank, and eventually Whitebeard burst into laughter, as if completing some kind of handover ceremony. This was a meeting of the century, comparable to a relay race. Before Roger surrendered, he had also invited Whitebeard for drinks, sharing everything about D and the world with him. Compared to the future of the world, Whitebeard loved his family more. He had long made his choice, and now once again, for the sake of his family, he would fight his final battle in life. He could die, but his children would still roam freely on the seas in the future. At that time, who would lead them? Ace, Marco, or some other stranger? All of this was unpredictable. But as a father, Whitebeard hoped they would have a free future. He represented the old era, while his children were part of the new era. Shanks ultimately left with his people. He had to keep an eye on Kaido, as this ugly dragon stationed on Onigashima might bring Quinn and others into the mix, exacerbating the situation. He now understood that he had to watch over Kaido and other monsters in the new world. As long as he did this well, Leah's danger could be minimized. He truly accounted for everyone in his plans. He now had some unfounded doubts about Leah's intentions in approaching him. Although she had long admitted that her goodwill in Windmill Village was not pure at all. He didn't mind much, but it was somewhat sad. However, these thoughts were fleeting, and in the end, he couldn't blame her. Beckman stood silently beside Shanks. He was his first mate, and he had to share all the risks with Shanks. After all, it was a path he chose, and no matter what, he had to walk it with this man. Set sail, everyone, Shanks commanded. Yes, countless responses came from all corners of the Red Force as he stepped onto the path he had chosen. And impelled down, Garp sat on the ground, watching Ace, whose hands and feet were shackled by huge sea stone chains. For Garp, this might be Ace's last moments, and he wanted to chat with him as much as possible. Originally, the old man hoped Ace and Luffy would become powerful Marines. However, they had taken a path contrary to that. The monkey family had no obedient ones, not even his unfilial son. Although helpless, Garp felt some comfort, because people are meant to pursue their dreams and walk the paths they choose. Otherwise, what is the meaning of life? It was just that he couldn't protect the child he watched grow up under his wings, which made Garp somewhat sad. He initially chose to save Ace, hoping he could grow up safely. And that little girl Leah too. Recently, there seemed to be signs of a great war, with many new Marines choosing to leave. Whether it was the increasingly rampant pirates or the increasingly wavering hearts within the Navy, it all represented a trend. The balance of people's hearts had already tipped to one side. Where did the departing new Marines go? That's right, to the Revolutionary Army. Garp himself did not believe the Navy was just and he had seen this clearly long ago. Otherwise, he wouldn't have continually refused to be promoted to admiral. However, the justice behind this was something he had carried for a lifetime. How could he easily let it go? The islands appeared calm on the surface, but undercurrents surged, with more and more people joining the ranks of resistance. As for why this was not yet known to the people of the world, it was because Morgans, under pressure from the world government, could not integrate and report these events. However, Morgans had conflicts with the world government and the Navy, and this situation would not last long. Once he moved the headquarters of the newspaper to the New World, where the government had the least control, he could report extensively on these matters. With people's hearts in turmoil, the world would naturally fall into chaos. Ace was about to face execution, while Luffy was causing a ruckus at Sabati Archipelago. As a grandfather, Garp felt quite helpless, but it was already irretrievable. The warship Luffy was on had arrived at Impel Down, and Luffy continued to hide in Hancock's clothes. The Navy had agreed to the Pirate Empress's request to participate in the battle, and meeting Ace at Impel Down was her condition for exchange. However, she needed to be searched and wear sea-stone handcuffs before entering. Upon arriving at the prison, Hancock was greeted by Vice Warden Hannibal. Under Hannibal's arrangement, Hancock followed Deputy Warden Domino to a room for a body search. They arrived at the inspection room, where surveillance transponder snails were installed. Domino took out the sea-stone handcuffs and said, "Please cooperate with my work." Hancock shyly replied, "Could you be a little gentler?" Taking advantage of Domino being momentarily stunned by her appearance, she activated the power of the sweet, sweet fruit, petrifying both Domino and the surveillance transponder snail. At that moment, Luffy crawled out from Hancock's clothes. Luffy was very grateful for Hancock's help. He grabbed her hand and said seriously, "I won't forget this kindness. I will repay you one day." Hancock's face turned beet red, and her mind began a series of imaginative activities. Meanwhile, Hannibal answered a call coming from the surveillance room, reporting the situation to the Vice Warden. The image of the transponder snail in the room suddenly went dark. Was there a problem? Hannibal realized that something was wrong and quickly knocked on the door to inquire about the situation. Suddenly, the door was pushed open, and Hancock and Domino walked out of the room. Hancock changed the subject, and Luffy took this opportunity to shake off Hannibal and Major Mole. Impel Down has 6 levels, all built underground. The first level below ground is where the least serious criminals are held, known as the Red Lotus Hell. Here, there's a vast area resembling a forest, with sword trees whose leaves can slice through anything, and needle grass that pierces the human body like needles. Prisoners would run back and forth, chased by poisonous spiders and guards, ultimately bleeding profusely from cuts inflicted by these leaves and grass, suffering continuous torment. The second underground level is the beast layer of the demon world, also known as the Beast Hell. This place houses various ferocious demon beasts, the largest being the Basilisk, and the boss is the Sphinx, who is also the chief guard and commander of the Blue Gorillas. Prisoners held here know they will eventually become food for the beasts and lack the courage to even be afraid. Mr. 3 is imprisoned on this level. The third underground level is the Hunger Layer or Hunger Hell. After coming from the Burning Hell, prisoners on this level are given no food or warmth. Mr. 2 Bon Clay, also known as Little Bon, is imprisoned on this level. The fourth underground level is the Scorching Layer or Scorching Hell. This is the office of the Warden Magellan, where the temperature is extremely high, resembling a giant boiler filled with boiling blood pools and seas of fire. Prisoners must undergo scorching disinfection on this level before entering prison. Mr. 1 is imprisoned here. The fifth underground level is the Extreme Cold Hell. This level holds pirates with bounties over 100 million, and the environment is colder than a large freezer, causing severe frostbite until death. The Frozen Hell's forest also raises a large number of military wolves. Due to the extremely low temperature on this level, no monitoring phone bugs have been installed. The 5 level is a new paradise for transvestites. Entering from the sewer of the Great Prison, one must traverse an impossible path to reach this secret paradise, Area 5. 5 for prisoners. The Devil's Invitation, which causes many prisoners to mysteriously disappear, is just a facade. The current king of transvestites is Ivankov. Ace, on the other hand, is imprisoned at the very bottom, which is the 6th underground level, the Infinite Hell. Those who enter are all remarkable individuals, either death row inmates or serving life sentences, consisting of monstrous figures erased from history due to their heinous crimes. Because these prisoners have committed exceedingly cruel acts, ordinary people do not even know of this level's existence. The life card can guide the way, and Luffy, holding a tiny piece of Ace's life card, heads underground. Meanwhile, Buggy has escaped from the prison, not caring about his cellmates, quietly leaving. Running is the best strategy, but his luck is poor, and he's caught on camera by a monitoring phone bug at a corner. The staff in the monitoring room pulled the alarm, reporting Buggy's location. Subsequently, a group of blue gorilla guards rushed out, searching everywhere in the prison for Buggy's figure. At this time, Luffy is looking for the entrance to the next level on the first underground floor. Just then, pirates in the cell called out to Luffy, hoping he could help them steal the keys. These little pirates kept persuading Luffy. "Don't you think it's fate that we met in this vast sea of people?" One pirate said, with a flattering expression. Just as Luffy was pondering, a commotion arose. It turned out Buggy was running over with a large group of blue gorillas. A blue gorilla swung an axe at Buggy, splitting him in half. Buggy met Luffy again in this manner, the last time being in Lobetown. Shortly after, Luffy also began to be chased by the blue gorillas. Luffy and Buggy started fighting as soon as they met, both battling and running. After a while, they decided to temporarily team up to deal with the blue gorillas chasing them. They both turned and launched an attack, with Luffy knocking down a blue gorilla with one punch. Buggy knocked himself down in the process. He looked at the blue gorilla lying before him and said, "Don't be careless, there are still 4 more. But when he turned around, he saw that Luffy had already taken down the remaining 4 blue gorillas. Buggy was astonished, almost losing his eyes in disbelief. "You did it all. By the way, can Buggy's fruit really only work on himself? Can it work on other things or people? He must be hiding something." After dealing with the blue gorillas, Buggy picked up the large axe that had fallen to the ground and slung it over his shoulder. Upon learning about Luffy's purpose for coming to the prison, Buggy expressed that he didn't want to accompany Luffy to his death and wanted to leave alone. However, Buggy noticed the ornament on Luffy's arm. It was just a glass double circular bracelet, a gift from Nami, but Luffy had worn it on his arm. Upon seeing this bracelet, Buggy's eyes lit up. In the midst of speaking, Buggy even attempted to snatch it away. "Just give me this, and I'll lead you," Buggy said, gripping Luffy's arm with a fierce expression. After hearing this promise, Luffy finally stopped. Subsequently, Buggy led the way from above, while Luffy chased from below, as they headed towards the 5th level of the Great Prison. Meanwhile, Hancock, under the guidance of Major Mole and Domino, arrived at the 4th underground level. They were here to meet Warden Magellan. Magellan spends 10 hours a day in the bathroom. He is a user of the poison fruit, and even a casual breath can poison someone. Luffy and Buggy have already reached the 2nd underground level. They defeated the guards of the 2nd underground level. The keys to the cells fell to the ground, and the prisoners inside were shouting, "If possible, could you bring us the keys?" Buggy thought for a moment, picked up the keys from the ground, and said, "I can save you, but you must know that it was Captain Buggy who saved you." After negotiating, Buggy opened the cell doors one by one, and the handcuffs on the prisoners' hands were also released. However, what they didn't know was that there were micro-monitoring army ants densely surrounding them, which were also one of the new experimental results from Sicily. By studying the transmission principles of phone bugs, Leah proposed a new concept and found an inconspicuous organism that could replace the function of phone bugs. However, the experiment is still not perfect. They can only be deployed in large numbers, and they have a certain degree of self-awareness. What will be recorded is also unknown. Moreover, due to the massive number of deployments, it truly tests the eyesight of those watching these monitors, as they must sift through a lot of video data to filter out effective information and compile it. With a large number of prisoners released, they surrounded Buggy, cheering, as they had already regarded him as their backbone. Among these prisoners was Luffy's old rival, Mr. 3, who was excitedly mumbling while leaning against the iron door. "It seems I haven't been completely abandoned by the gods yet." Mr. 3 walked out with shattered eyes, arrogantly saying, "Do you remember me?" After Luffy mistakenly called out the wrong name, Amar, 3 and Luffy ran together with Buggy. Mr. 3 didn't know Luffy was heading to the 6th level. He thought Luffy and Buggy were trying to escape from prison. Upon learning Luffy's true purpose, Mr. 3 immediately planned to run away, just like Buggy. However, Luffy wouldn't let him go and asked him to tell him where the entrance to the 3rd level was in exchange for his freedom. At that moment, a larger soldier ant, which looked like a leader, crawled onto Buggy's prison outfit and quietly hit on him. Meanwhile, Kumo, who was frantically scanning for information, immediately locked onto that specific frame, zoomed in on it, and dragged it to the center of the screen. Then, one of his eyes focused intently on the image while the other began sifting through nearly 1,000 frames. At this moment, Mr. 3 started to plot something sinister. The staircase between the 1st and 3rd levels was connected, and to get to the 1st level, he needed to distract the monsters on the 2nd level. After some consideration, he verbally agreed to Luffy's request, but actually intended to use Luffy to divert the monster's attention. Not long after, they encountered the staircase guardian, a hideously ugly sphinx. This lion spoke human language and chased after the three of them. Mr. 3 had a clever idea and created many wax figures that looked just like him. The lion had poor discernment and couldn't tell which one was the real Mr. 3, so it started playing a whack-a-mole game, continuously stomping on the wax figures. Just as Mr. 3 was about to escape, the floor began to crack. The three of them, along with the lion, fell down to the -3rd level. Meanwhile, Jinbei and Ace were locked in a cell. Jinbei was sharing stories about their father with Ace. Whitebeard was a towering figure. He had resolutely declared to everyone, "Fishman Island is my territory." With that statement, no one dared to lay a hand on Fishman Island. Jinbei admired Whitebeard and wanted to stop the war and save Ace. But he felt powerless. Suddenly, someone burst out laughing from the cell opposite Ace. It was former Shichibukai Crocodile. "I lost a bet. I lost the bet. Ha. Ha ha ha," Crocodile said while laughing, then lowered his head, muttering, "As expected, she predicted it. Life is indeed complex and seems to be manipulated by others." At this time, in the Navy headquarters, Admiral Sengoku was furious. The news of Luffy causing chaos in the prison had reached his ears. He was scolding Garp. "Why is it always your grandson, Garp?" Sengoku pointed at Garp's nose. Garp was laughing so hard that tears were streaming down his face. He gave a thumbs up and proudly said, "He's really something, just like my grandson." Just like the grandson, the grandfather was also like this. Sengoku's way of venting his anger was to snatch Garp's senbei. "This is mine, give it back." Garp reached out for it. "Shut up." Sengoku then poured a large bag of senbei into his mouth. Akainu sat calmly on the sofa, saying nothing. After Akainu left, Sengoku finally let go of Garp's collar and pulled out a large stack of reports from his desk. He threw the entire stack in Garp's face, his expression turning serious as he said heavily, "Look at what your granddaughter has done. What she is doing is overturning the entire world. Can your family really bear the consequences of a world uprising?" With his hands behind his back, if one looked closely, they could see his shoulders trembling slightly, as the justice behind him was teetering. Garp squatted down to pick up the reports one by one, smiling. It seemed that at this moment, this powerful old man showed a hint of aging for the first time. "Sengoku, I'm old. It's now a world for the young." Sengoku's shoulders slumped as he said in a distant voice, "It's also an era of chaos." And impelled down at the -3rd level, Luffy, Buggy, and Mr. 3 fell from the 2nd level, while the Sphinx was knocked out. The temperature here was extremely high, and they all woke up from the heat. Mr. 3's abilities were useless here. The high temperature melted the wax instantly. Now they needed to find the entrance to the -4th level. They arrived at a cell where the imprisoned pirates were relatively strong, mostly criminals with bounties of up to 50 million. A riot had broken out on the -2nd level, with a group of prisoners rushing toward the entrance. These prisoners were released by Buggy, indirectly diverting the attention of the prison guards. At this moment, Buggy was about to lose it. They had gone in a big circle and ended up back at the place they fell. Everything was being monitored by the guards. They pulled a rope, and a huge stone door rose up, with a fishing net attacking Buggy and the others, completely ensnaring them. The bad news was that this fishing net contained sea prism stone, rendering their abilities useless. Soon after, a group of guards arrived, led by a short Sphinx. "Give up. Resisting is useless," the Sphinx said, looking lethargic with dark circles under his eyes. Just then, the Sphinx, also trapped in the fishing net, woke up and struggled violently, breaking free from the net. This allowed Luffy and the others to escape. A large group of guards rushed toward Luffy, while Mr. 3 and Buggy were on the overhead bridge, preparing to shake off Luffy. Luffy's optimism exceeded their expectations. He wasn't angry. Instead, he waved to them, expressing gratitude. "Well then, thank you for bringing me here." "He's kidding, too optimistic." Buggy and Mr. 3 looked up in surprise. The primary target of these guards was also Luffy, and taking advantage of the chaos, Buggy and Mr. 3 quickly left the area. The soldier Ant's antennae on Buggy twitched, and another soldier Ant crawled up Luffy's pant leg amidst the confusion. They couldn't hold out much longer due to the intense heat, so they decided to take a break. At that moment, a beautiful singing voice reached their ears. "What is that singing?" Buggy asked curiously. "The path of the transgender, the strongest." The strongest. In such a hot space, being able to sing effortlessly was no ordinary feat. They ran toward the direction of the voice. And the handsome figure in the cell was Mr. 2 Bon Clay, also known as Little Bon. He was gracefully dancing ballet. Seeing Buggy and Mr. 3, his eyes widened in surprise. "What? Mr. 3, what are you doing here?" Xiao Feng excitedly rushed to the edge of the cell. holding onto the iron bars and speaking. Buggy and Mr. 3 discussed for a while and decided to release Xiaofeng. However, Feng Jiang did not leave with Buggy and the others, but acted independently. On the other side, Magellan brought Hancock to the 6th floor of the prison, where Ace and Jinbei were right in front of them. The prisoners, seeing another beautiful woman arrive, started to make a commotion. They never expected to see such a beautiful person in prison. Magellan ordered the prisoners to quiet down. Instead of listening, the prisoners mocked Magellan, saying that a guy who constantly has diarrhea dares to discipline them. Hearing this, Magellan became furious, his eyes turning red. He was going to teach these ignorant prisoners a lesson. Several purple poison dragons formed from venom began to rise behind Magellan. The criminals looked terrified and started shouting louder, pleading for Magellan to spare their lives. At this moment, no one noticed Hancock. The scene was too noisy, and Hancock seized the opportunity to inform Ace about Luffy coming to save him. Upon hearing this news, Ace was first surprised, his eyes widening, but then he gradually calmed down. He lowered his head and let out a smile, uncertain if it was pride or something else. Indeed, Luffy never fails to cause worry. Magellan launched an attack on the prisoners. The poison dragons surged into different cells, covering the criminals in venom. And cries of pain and astonishment echoed throughout the prison. Magellan coldly warned the prisoners present, reminding them that he had the right and power to execute them on the spot. After saying this, Magellan returned to his original state. Hancock had also finished delivering the news to Ace. Meanwhile, Luffy was being pinned down by a lion. He was hungry and the heat was unbearable. Luffy had no strength left to break free from the lion's grasp. Just as the lion was about to eat Luffy, a voice shouted to stop it. The lion and Luffy turned to look. Hey, isn't that Zoro? Oh no, it's Xiaofeng disguised as Zoro. Xiaofeng jumped down and kicked the lion away, saving Luffy. Luffy looked at Xiaofeng elegantly spinning in the air and realized this wasn't Zoro, but the voice sounded familiar. It's been a long time, little straw hat. I miss you so much, Xiaofeng said, tears streaming from his eyes. The two good brothers embraced each other. Fate had brought them together again, and they promised not to be separated from now on. Getting carried away, Xiaofeng and Luffy chatted as they ran. Luffy wanted to go to the 6th underground floor to save Ace, while Xiaofeng wanted to go to the 5th and a half underground floor to meet the person he most wanted to see. At this moment, Hancock had just come up from the 6th underground floor. Everything was going smoothly. Having sent Luffy into the prison and delivered the message to Ace, her mission was complete. Xiaofeng brought Luffy to a high wall and pointed at it, saying, if we climb over this wall, we can see the entrance to the 4th floor. Then, the two of them jumped up. There was thick smoke, and the temperature was extremely high. Xiaofeng explained, the 3rd underground floor is the vent for the 4th floor. But the 4th floor is different. It's a real furnace. Luffy understood that the temperature of the 3rd floor was nothing at all. Xiaofeng approached the furnace and told Luffy, little straw hat, if you jump down from here, you can reach the 4th floor. But make sure to find a good landing spot. Luffy jumped next to Xiaofeng, staring at the massive furnace billowing thick smoke. For Ace, he had to jump. Suddenly, Luffy asked Xiaofeng, would you risk your life to meet the person you want to see? Xiaofeng smiled and said, naturally. The person Xiaofeng wanted to see was the Okama King Ivankov, and his eyes lit up at the mention of him. Just then, Mr. 3 and Buggy rushed towards them, being chased by a cow. This inadvertently dragged Luffy and Xiaofeng into the escape life. Buggy told Luffy that they didn't want to go to the 4th floor. He and Mr. 3 had encountered the cow while searching for the entrance to the 3rd floor. This cow was a guard beast, very strong, and they couldn't fight back, so they could only flee. Running away all the time wasn't a solution. Thinking this, Buggy turned around and kicked. Buggy Bomb was launched from his foot. The explosion looked devastating, and the effect was explosive, engulfing the cow in flames. However, it didn't actually harm the cow, which stood in the fire unfazed. Xiaofeng jumped into the air and used the Okama leg technique to kick the cow. With that kick, the ground collapsed, and half of the cow's body sank into it. Then Mr. 3 put a wax handcuff on Luffy and executed a move, Rubber Hammer Spiral. This move did quite a bit of damage, and the cow fell to the ground. By the way, 2 future emperors teaming up here. The floor began to crack, and Luffy peeked and saw the ceiling getting further away. At this moment, everyone realized that the floor was collapsing, and they were in a descending state. On the other side, the guards had already begun reporting to Magellan that the Straw Hat and Buggy had safely reached the 4th underground floor, having fallen from the ventilation tower. What's going on? Isn't there magma below the tower? Why do they come out unscathed? Magellan questioned. The guard speculated. They probably fell from a floor above and used it to jump out avoiding disaster. Magellan was very angry. He walked out of the restroom and ordered, "Everyone listen to my orders. There are only 2 stairways to the 4th floor. Hannibal will lead a team to guard the stairs leading to the 3rd floor, and Suddy will guard the stairs leading to the 5th floor with the guard beasts." Suddy was a yellow-haired woman with no visible eyes. She only thought about fighting and was unwilling to defend. At this moment, Hannibal thought that if the Straw Hats reached the entrance he was guarding, he would let them go and then shift the responsibility onto the prison warden, allowing him to take the position of warden. Magellan did not agree to Suddy's request for an attack and said, "Follow orders. After catching them, you can deal with them as you wish. The remaining guards, I'll go after them. Don't underestimate them. That annoying Straw Hat crew will not let you do as you please anymore. Let's settle this in this hell of flames." And at that moment, several army ants jumped onto Magellan's wings. The temperature on the 4th floor was extremely high, making Luffy and the others stomp their feet. Luffy moved his nose and smelled the aroma of roasted meat, and he dashed towards the smell. Xiao Feng quickly followed Luffy, but before they reached the kitchen, many guards appeared ahead of Luffy. These guards were mainly to buy time, serving no other purpose. The guards reported to Magellan that the power difference was too great and requested support. At that moment, a drop of purple liquid fell in front of Luffy. In the blink of an eye, Magellan appeared before Luffy. Luffy didn't recognize Magellan, but the guards quickly ran away as soon as they saw him appear. Because staying here is a dead end, and I will be caught in Magellan's poison. The little Feng reminds Luffy that he cannot fight Magellan, as he is the warden of Impelled Down. Luffy dodges Magellan's poison dragon and is about to punch him when his fist is blocked by Little Feng's body. Little Feng grabs Luffy by the collar and emphasizes, "That's poison. You absolutely cannot touch it. Right now, we can only run. We can't fight at all." On the other side, Buggy and Mr. 3 are at the stairs leading to the 3rd level, where Hannibal is guarding with the prison guards. After discussing a strategy, Buggy and Mr. 3 jump down together, ready to fend off Hannibal. Just as they are about to fight, Hannibal calls for everyone to stop, saying, "Everyone, listen to my orders. Stay here on standby. Let them go now, plus the Straw Hat Kids invasion. The higher-ups will definitely blame Magellan. By then, Hannibal will be able to take the position of warden. This plan is just too perfect." Hannibal then orders the guards to make way for Buggy and the others. Magellan flatteringly says, "Sorry to keep you waiting. Come this way." He then orders the guards, "Hurry up and make way. It's too disrespectful to our guests." "All right, please proceed." Magellan tells Buggy and them. Buggy and Mr. 3 exchange glances and angrily retort, "What a joke. This is too obvious. It must be a trap." Just as they finish speaking, the Conqueror's Haki is unleashed and Buggy's cannonball is fired. As the smoke clears, Hannibal is completely unharmed, thinking they are 2 fools. Why not just go along? Then Buggy and Mr. 3 are tied up. Hannibal, being the vice warden, wouldn't be slapped in the face by Buggy. Meanwhile, Luffy is being chased by Magellan and is out of breath. This escape is not a solution. To save Ace, he must leave this place. Realizing this, Luffy stops and activates Gear Second. He launches a rocket punch at Magellan's stomach, which has a decent effect, causing Magellan to kneel on the ground in pain, continuously dripping venom from his mouth. Luffy's hands are also covered in purple poison. The poison will paralyze the nerves. And Luffy is in so much pain that he can't stand up, but the fight is not over. Both of them stand up again. Luffy uses the rocket punch to attack Magellan again, while Magellan continuously spits out poison balls. As Luffy dodges, he circles around to Magellan's back. A poison dragon takes the opportunity to strike at Luffy, but Luffy's air pistol just hits the poison dragon's mouth. His attack disperses the poison dragon, but the venom clings to Luffy's body. Then, Magellan spits out a large amount of poison gas into the air, filling the entire space with purple gas, which is Magellan himself. The poison mist surrounds Luffy, and he starts to have difficulty breathing, his movements becoming sluggish. He can't continue like this, otherwise he will die here. Luffy jumps into the air and inflates his stomach, blowing out a large amount of gas to disperse the poison gas. Magellan tells Luffy that all of this is in vain. The poison gas is endless. Due to inhaling too much poison gas, Luffy is already paralyzed and collapses to the ground in pain. Meanwhile, Buggy and Mr. 3 are tied together, weeping. Hannibal is about to take Buggy and them away when Little Foam arrives. He jumps down and kicks the guarding prison guards away, rescuing Buggy and Mr. 3. Then Little Foam starts fighting Hannibal. Luffy is now completely wrapped in poison, and it won't be long before he is poisoned to death. Magellan orders the guards to imprison Luffy in the 5th level underground. By the time Magellan arrives at Hannibal, the guards have all been wiped out. The guards report to Magellan that a she-male used a beauty trick against the vice warden, which led to Hannibal's defeat. Magellan orders them to send the soldiers from the 4th level underground to the 3rd level underground, letting Little Suddy command and dispatch all the prison beasts. Magellan has a stomach ache and needs to go to the bathroom, so he won't participate in this capture. After Magellan leaves, Hannibal tells the soldiers to get up and catch that she-male. He himself will take Buggy and Mr. 3 for interrogation as he has important questions for them. Then, these two are thrown into the interrogation room. Once the door is closed and locked, Buggy and Mr. 3 reveal wicked smiles. It turns out this Hannibal is an imitation of Little Foam. Mr. 3 asks Little Foam what the next plan is, and Little Foam tells them that the next plan is to rescue Luffy. The two completely disagree, saying they just barely escaped, and now they have to go die. Moreover, the soldiers have said that the Straw Hat Kid has already been defeated by Magellan and is imprisoned in the 5th level underground. Are you going to go die? The Straw Hat Kid is beyond saving, Buggy exclaims excitedly. But Little Fang's attitude is exceptionally firm. When I left Magellan and the Straw Hat, I had already put my life on the line. No matter what, I will rescue the Straw Hat. The Straw Hat and I are friends. After saying this, Little Foam plans to go alone to find the antidote. Only by finding the antidote can he save Luffy. Then Little Foam disguises himself as Hannibal and goes to the medical room. After questioning the medical staff, Little Foam learns that there is no antidote for Magellan's poison. Because Magellan's poison is a mix of various poisons, no antidote can be made. After that, Little Foam returns to the interrogation room, unsure of what to do. Suddenly, Little Foam has a brainwave. He thinks of the she-male, King Ivankov. Little Foam continues to imitate Hannibal, and they need to use the staff-only stairs to go to the 5th level underground to find Ivankov. He firmly believes that Miss Ivankov will have a way to save Luffy, but Buggy and Mr. 3 have long faces, unwilling to go, yet they still follow Little Foam. Do you think they're going to help Little Foam and Luffy? No, it's because being next to the Vice Warden feels the safest, Buggy grumbles. When they reach the entrance, the soldiers, as usual, extend their hands and say, "As usual, please hand over your clothes for us to keep." Little Foam is baffled. "Do we have to take off our clothes?" The soldier says, "Vice Warden, didn't you always emphasize that you shouldn't wear clothes when entering the extreme cold hell? You even let us learn together. All the staff admire you." Little Foam and the other 3 have their clothes taken off. And once they arrive at the extreme cold hell, they immediately start to have ice crystals form on their bodies, and their snot is frozen all over their faces. Not only is the weather cold here, but there are also many snow wolves. Buggy and Mr. 3 see the situation as dire and quickly run away. "Idiots. Go deal with them alone." Little Foam is once again shocked by these two's lack of limits. Luffy is now imprisoned in the extreme cold hell. Magellan's poison enveloping his entire body, paralyzing him and making life worse than death. Soon after, severely frostbitten Little Foam comes over with the key, saying, "Little Straw Hat, I'm here to save you, betting on this friendship." He apologizes to Luffy, saying that when he was fighting Magellan, he left Luffy behind and ran away. And he deeply regrets it. He shouldn't have abandoned his partner. This time, he won't leave Luffy behind. He will save Luffy. The cell was opened, and Xiao Feng dragged the unconscious Luffy out of the cell. The next step was to find Ivankov. Perhaps Miss Ivankov could save Luffy's life. Xiao Feng endured the extreme cold and asked each prisoner about Ivankov. However, the imprisoned inmates did not know where Ivankov was located. After a long time, Xiao Feng finally learned from one prisoner where Ivankov was being held. The prisoner pointed to the woods across from them, where there was an unused cell, and said that a strange man had appeared there before. After hearing the prisoner's account, Xiao Feng dragged Luffy toward the forest. Meanwhile, the prisoners began to discuss. "Isn't that forest the den of the wolf pack?" One prisoner hesitantly asked. In fact, this prisoner was just teasing Xiao Feng. It was too cold here, and Xiao Feng was injured, causing him to kneel painfully in the snow. All he could do now was to remain resolute. At that moment, Ivankov was holding a small metal box made of metal, with a small display screen showing the situation of Xiao Feng and Luffy. Another subordinate approached Ivankov cautiously and asked, "Should we go find the Straw Hat Kid now? His condition doesn't look good. If something happens to him, Miss Leah might not supply us with food at a low price in the future." Ivankov revealed a mysterious smile and said, "No need to rush. We will send a video of saving the Straw Hat Boy to Miss Leah later. Then our leader can use this to negotiate with Leah for a better price." Ivankov snapped his fingers, calculating everything well. However, they couldn't let anything happen to them, so Ivankov led his men toward that direction. When they arrived, it seemed that Xiao Feng and the others were being attacked by snow wolves, but all of them, including the snow wolves, were lying on the ground. Feeling the vibrations in the air, it was the conqueror's hockey. On the other side, Hannibal was suspended in midair, recalling the scenes that had occurred earlier. Xiao Feng transformed into Nami's appearance, intending to seduce Hannibal, making him let his guard down due to his lustful desires. "I'm sweating all over. Could you help me take off my clothes?" Nami said as she lowered her prison uniform. Subsequently, a flustered Hannibal, under Xiao Feng's guidance, opened the entrance door. Staying in prison for too long was not good. There were too few women, leaving Hannibal starving for affection. Once inside the room, Xiao Feng took the opportunity to bind Hannibal with ropes and then suspended him in the air. After Xiao Feng regained consciousness, his first priority was to find Luffy. He heard voices and leaned against the wall, slowly making his way toward them. A door appeared ahead, and upon pushing it open, the bright light was blinding. It was like a bar, with a group of people eating, drinking, and having fun. The people inside warmly greeted Xiao Feng. "You're awake, bro. You've been sleeping for a long time. Want to come over for a drink? What's going on? Is this heaven?" A girl holding a glass of wine told Xiao Feng. "You slept for 10 hours. I saved you all." Imagina was Ivankov's subordinate. Xiao Feng remained cautious. "Although you say you saved us, where's the straw hat guy? I haven't seen him." Imagina told Xiao Feng to calm down and that the answer he wanted would be revealed by that person. Ahead of them was a stage, and as the music began to play, a figure appeared in the center of the stage, illuminated by a spotlight. This person was singing, their body wrapped in fishnet clothing and stockings, swaying and twisting energetically. The atmosphere in the bar was vibrant, and Xiao Feng stood there, somewhat at a loss. The crowd continuously shouted Lord Ivankov, and Xiao Feng understood that the person in the center of the stage was the legendary queen of the she-male, Ivankov. Xiao Feng knelt down, making a request. "It's so great to see you, truly wonderful. I hope Lord Ivankov can save the Straw Hat Kid." Ivankov understood Xiao Feng's intention and took him to see Luffy. Along the way, Ivankov asked Xiao Feng, "Do you know why we treated you?" Xiao Feng glanced at the bandages on his body, puzzled, and asked why. "Because the Straw Hat Boy begged me to save you." Ivankov paused and continued, "Originally, I intended to fulfill Miss Leah's request, which was to inject that needle into the Straw Hat Boy and then help our leader. But because of the Straw Hat Boy's plea, I ended up saving you as well. It's truly touching that he, despite being severely injured, still insisted on having us save you," Ivankov said, pulling out a handkerchief to wipe away the tears streaming down his face. Ivankov seemed to be quite an emotional person. "The treatment for the Straw Hat Boy had actually started 10 hours ago," Ivankov said. "Really?" Xiao Feng asked excitedly, and just then, a locked wooden door appeared in front of them. Luffy was inside the room receiving treatment, but painful screams from Luffy echoed from within. The medicine brought by Miss Leah could greatly develop a person's potential. Ivankov paused and said, "The first injection is for detoxification. The second is to expand the meridians, significantly improving a person's physique. However, forcefully raising a person's limits without proper training will inevitably subject the body to extreme pain from the abnormal changes. If one's willpower is weak and they cannot endure, it could seriously harm their original foundation." Miss Leah truly is ruthless with her brother, Ivankov sighed. "Does the Straw Hat have a sister?" Xiao Feng asked. "You should know this person as well. She is one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Port Gastelia." Ivankov said, "Right, I should have thought of that. With that surname, Ace is the Straw Hat's brother, so naturally." Xiao Feng paused and said, "But this Straw Hat family is a bit terrifying." Xiao Feng opened the small window on the wooden door and peeked inside to check on Luffy's condition. Since the treatment would take another 2 days, they returned to the previous hall to wait. Ivankov explained the situation to Xiao Feng. This was the sewer of the prison, and all the people present were she-males, prisoners of this prison. They were fortunate to have come here, and after my transformation, ultimately turned into she-males. They are very free here, able to go out and acquire various resources, and there are also monitors to observe the movements in the prison. Most of the people here know about the Straw Hat Boy's plan to rescue his brother from the surveillance. Long ago, among the imprisoned inmates, there was an ability user who could dig tunnels, and under that person's leadership, this paradise for prisoners was established. And here is the center of the 5th and 6th underground levels. Xiao Feng was somewhat confused. Is there really a 6th level? Ivankov smiled and told Xiao Feng. The most dangerous missions are imprisoned on the 6th level. Ace, Crocodile, and Jinbei, those few are locked in the 6th level. Xiao Feng now understood that Luffy's brother Ace was not imprisoned on the 6th level, but rather on the 7th level. Additionally, the 7th level also housed an extremely dangerous individual, Shiryu of the Rain. Shiryu was originally the chief warden of Impel Down, and he loved killing. leaving no prisoners alive in the jail. Ivankov said. Magellan couldn't stand it any longer. Such indiscriminate killing would severely damage the reputation of Impelled Down if word got out. He used his authority as warden to arrest Shiryu. In the end, Magellan chose to confine Shiryu on the 7th level, where Shiryu's strength was only second to Magellan's. Following this, Ivankov revealed something heartbreaking. The Straw Hat Boy would be unable to rescue his brother from Impelled Down. He needed 12 more hours for treatment, while Ace's execution was scheduled for 3 o'clock in the afternoon. In 7 or 8 hours, Ace would be taken out of prison to the execution platform. Upon hearing this, Xiao Feng closed his eyes in despair. However, Ivankov's next words reassured Xiao Feng a lot. Ace will be fine. Miss Leah had already made arrangements for everything. Even our chief of staff rushed to Marineford as soon as he heard the news. Xiao Feng felt he could do nothing to help. So he ran to the cave where Luffy was being treated and shouted encouragement for him. Passers-by mocked Xiao Feng for his futile efforts, but he ignored them and persisted in doing what he believed was right. 3 hours later, the 3 of them returned to the spot, surprised to find Xiao Feng still holding on. Xiao Feng's throat was already hoarse, and he had coughed up a lot of blood. Finally, he collapsed from exhaustion, and several people rushed forward to take him for treatment. But Ivankov stopped them, saying, "Don't move him. Let him do what he wants. He is fighting in pain alongside the Straw Hat Boy. Even if the chances are slim, we believe the Straw Hat Boy will succeed, and he is willing to call out with his life. The 2 of them have long surpassed their limits." Xiao Feng struggled to stand up again, moved closer to the door, and continued to cheer for Luffy. At that moment, everyone was touched to tears, and the words "go for it" were shouted from different mouths. Go, Straw Hat. Meanwhile, several guards finally discovered Hannibal tied up in midair. Time flew by, and by 7 in the morning, everyone was exhausted from shouting. A large amount of blood seeped from beneath the wooden door, and Luffy's screams could no longer be heard. Ivankov and Xiao Feng grew anxious. Ivankov feared that something must have gone wrong with the Straw Hat Boy, but he couldn't report an injury to Leah. Just then, wood chips flew as the locked wooden door shattered with a loud bang. It turned out Luffy had punched his way out. As soon as Luffy emerged, he shouted that he wanted to eat. Xiao Feng immediately burst into tears of joy. The transgenders hurriedly brought various foods for Luffy. A large group of people threw food into the cave, and soon the ground was covered with food scraps, raw or not. It was all about the quantity. The transgenders were shocked by Luffy's appetite. When Luffy stepped out of the room, he had become a giant pumpkin from overeating. In an instant, Luffy returned to his original form, showcasing his astonishing digestive ability. Camus, watching the scene on the screen, sighed in relief, noting that Luffy's physique resembled the life restoration he had read about in books. A group of transgenders excitedly rushed over to lift Luffy and throw him into the air, seemingly celebrating their success in this way. This was the result of everyone's hard work together. Xiao Feng was very happy, but due to excessive fatigue, he collapsed. Luffy immediately jumped to Xiao Feng's side. Luffy was very worried about Xiao Feng, but Ivankov reassured Luffy that there was no need to worry. He was just overly tired and would be fine after resting for a while. Ivankov also relayed all of Xiao Feng's efforts to Luffy. During the time you were being treated, he stayed by your side, cheering you on. Luffy looked at the unconscious Xiao Feng and sincerely bowed his head in gratitude. Shortly after, Imuzuna brought Luffy's clothes and hat. Her intention was to let Luffy rest for a few days, as the treatment had taken a severe toll on his body. Your sister has already arranged for Ace's situation. You can stay here to recuperate for now, Ivankov said at this point, but was suddenly interrupted by Luffy. I won't feel at ease until I see Ace escape with my own eyes. I must go save Ace, even if it costs me my life, Luffy declared firmly. Xiao Feng has entrusted you to me. Once it's all over, I'll come back for him. Luffy was now full of energy and in much better condition. Ivankov could sense from the aura emanating from Luffy that he had become significantly stronger than before. After taking a few steps, Luffy suddenly remembered something and turned to Ivankov, asking, "Aren't you coming with me to break out? Xiao Feng came here to save you. I appreciate Xiao Feng's intentions, but even if he doesn't come, I plan to go out." That man has already started to move, Ivankov winked and said with a smile. That man? Luffy asked in confusion. Yes, the one I pledge allegiance to, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon. Ivankov spoke of Dragon with a mix of reverence and a hint of disdain, as he recalled the time when the previously cool and mysterious leader argued fiercely with Leah over prices and ultimately agreed helplessly after being threatened by her. Miss Leah is one of the few who can make Dragon change his expression. In fact, threatening Uncle Dragon is simple. All it takes is a line. Uncle Dragon is deliberately lowering the price. I'm going to tell Grandpa. The warning from Cap's slippers seemed to make Uncle Dragon vaguely feel a pain in his left cheek. "Oh, it turns out it's my dad," Luffy said calmly, as if it were nothing remarkable. Ivan's big face froze for a moment. Then he exclaimed in horror, "Dad?" The transgenders were equally surprised, exclaiming together, "You say he's your dad?" Ivan was so shocked he seemed to be embedded in the wall, unable to believe Luffy was bragging. Ivan excitedly spat as he said, "A stuffy guy like Dragon. How could he possibly have a son?" Luffy stood up, scratching his head innocently. "My sister told me this, and later my grandpa confirmed it. Anyway, I've never met my dad, so I'm not sure. So that means Miss Leah is Dragon's daughter. As a father, how shameless to take advantage of his own daughter." Strange voices came from the crowd. Ivan's eyes trembled. He was somewhat skeptical about these matters, but not too much, because the Straw Hat Kid didn't seem like someone who would lie. And thinking of Leah, Ivan suddenly felt this matter became reasonable. Who would have thought that Dragon had children so early? "Where are you from?" Ivan asked. Luffy replied, "East Blue." Ivan had noticed something odd about Dragon before. He often gazed towards the East Blue. It turned out he was watching his loved ones. Ivan suddenly made a decision. He wasn't going to rush to the Revolutionary Army anymore. He would accompany the Straw Hat Kid to Marineford. At least he wanted to ensure his safety before he reached the battlefield. Ivan asked, "Wait, if Miss Leah is your sister and Ace is your brother, then aren't they all Dragon's children too?" He immediately had Imizuna investigate Ace's transport time. "Go right away. It's a critical moment. Ace is the Straw Hat Boy's brother. In other words, Ace is also Dragon's son. I have to go to Marineford to help Miss Leah and the Straw Hat Boy rescue Ace." Ivan finally made up his mind. Thinking of this, Ivan couldn't help but mock Dragon for being able to have and hide so many children, with not a whisper of it leaking out. "No, Ace and I are sworn brothers. Sister Leah is Ace's sister. Ace's dad is Roger, and my dad is Dragon." "What? That Roger? The Pirate King Roger?" Ivan exclaimed. Luffy nodded, not understanding what was so shocking about it. The transgenders were so surprised their jaws dropped to the ground. "Then who is your grandpa?" Ivan asked again. "I heard from inMy that he seems to be some kind of vice admiral. Not too sure. But my grandpa's name is Garp," Luffy said while picking his nose. "The marine hero Garp." Ivan was at a loss for words. What kind of monsters is this family? Just before setting off, Luffy ran to remind Little Foam to stay here and wait for him to come back. With Ivan's help, Luffy was full of enthusiasm. On the other side, Magellan was leading his men to the 6th underground level of the prison, where they needed to hand over the prisoners at the main gate by 9 a.m. They were about to hand Ace over to the Marines. Meanwhile, Jinbei's massive body blocked the surveillance personnel, and a metal bracelet fell out from his collar. He picked it up with his mouth and placed it on Ace's arm. Jinbei whispered, "This is what Arlong gave me. He couldn't stop me from coming to save you, so he had Miss Leah pass this to me, telling me to give it to you if I got caught." Ace closed his eyes and murmured, "inMy." The main entrance of impelled down. To ensure the mission went smoothly, the Marine headquarters sent 5 warships and 5 vice admirals. They were responsible for escorting Ace to Marineford. Meanwhile, Luffy, Ivankov, and Imizuna were rushing to the 6th underground level. Ever since Luffy woke up, he had abundant energy, with strength surging from his body. When they went down the stairs, the surveillance snail saw everything. Hannibal looked at the surveillance snail and ordered, "Get ready for battle. Inform Magellan. We must capture them this time." The guards tried to block Luffy and the others, but these small fry were nothing to worry about. Ivan grabbed a guard and threw him over his shoulder, indicating he should lead the way. When they arrived at the cell where Ace was held, it was too late. Ace had already been taken away, leaving only Jinbei still locked up. Jinbei saw Luffy's straw hat and recalled what Ace had told him before. He confirmed that this person was Ace's brother. He looked at Luffy and told him that Ace had just been taken away, urging him to hurry. There might still be time. Meanwhile, Ace was inside the elevator, holding his head high with his eyes closed, looking nothing like a prisoner about to be executed. The people escorting him were surprised and puzzled, but didn't dare to ask him. The elevator could go straight to the exit and was moving quickly. Ivan and the others understood they had to hurry and catch up. When they reached the elevator, the activation device was locked and couldn't be opened. Luffy wanted to climb up the chains, but everything was being monitored by Hannibal. There was a mechanism above the elevator. Hannibal pressed the activation button, and the chains fell with the mechanism's activation, meaning they couldn't climb up anymore. They could only take the stairs. However, when they reached the stairs, they encountered trouble again. A railing fell down, locking the spiral staircase and completely blocking all exits. Luffy tried to open the iron railing, but the space began to fill with sleeping gas. Luffy rushed over and fell asleep immediately. Then Imizuna's arms transformed into scissors, easily cutting through the floor like fabric. The cut floor covered the stairway, completely sealing off the sleeping gas. Imizuna, who had eaten the scissor fruit, could use the things he cut like paper. Ivan hurriedly shouted to wake Luffy. Is it time to sleep now? At the entrance of Impel Down, Magellan had already handed Ace over to the Navy along with Domino. In any case, Luffy and the others couldn't catch up now. They were also in a dilemma, as there was no exit to leave the 6th floor underground, let alone save Ace. At that moment, all the surveillance transponder snails were down, and the screen in front of Hannibal went completely black. Meanwhile, the marching ants had already spread throughout the entire prison. In a prison on the 5th floor, Jessica took off the human skin mask on her face. She had received a mission from Leah to ensure the filming of Luffy and their escape from Impel Down and Blackbeard's prison break. This didn't require much strength, just a clever mind. After Soy's death, Jessica became an executive of the Chamber of Commerce, specifically handling the dirty work. Jessica had a son who was currently studying in Sicily. To secure a good future for her son, she had to take risks, even knowing the dangers. It can be said that Leah had her reasons for placing her in this position. This woman was ruthless and adept at manipulating people's hearts, and Leah fundamentally did not trust her. However, coincidentally, her weakness, which was her son, was in their hands, so she didn't dare to do much. Furthermore, Leah's family was powerful enough not to kill the donkey after it had finished grinding. As long as she did her job well, her child would naturally have a better future. Meanwhile, Crocodile called out to Luffy. Crocodile intended to collaborate with Luffy to escape from prison. He could use his powers to create a hole in the ceiling. Crocodile was truly interested in Whitebeard. A war was about to break out, and he wanted to take Whitebeard's head to wash away the humiliation Whitebeard had brought him before. It was said that after Whitebeard defeated Crocodile, he casually tied up Old Sand to use as bait for the Sea King. Old Sand had a golden hook on his hand, while little Marco watched his father's actions with his arms crossed, gloating. Therefore, Crocodile held a grudge against Whitebeard and swore to defeat him. Ivan approached Crocodile and greeted him. Long time no see, Crocodile. Ivan and Sand Crocodile were already acquainted, and Ivan also knew Old Sand's weaknesses, so it was fine to let him out. If Old Sand dared to cause trouble, he would have to face the consequences. These threatening words made the usually unflappable Old Sand furrow his brows, his forehead bulging with veins, clearly indicating Ivan's words hit a sore spot. Having someone hold onto your weakness is truly uncomfortable. Ivan continued. As long as you help us, I can help you keep your secret. You bastard, Old Sand said through gritted teeth while holding a cigar. At that moment, Jinbei spoke up. Let me out too. Take me with you, and I will definitely help you. I can lend you a hand. I knew Mr. Ace before he joined the Whitebeard Pirates, and I also want to save Ace. We the Fishman Island received great favor from Miss Leah before. Please trust me. The blue fat man Jinbei said earnestly. Luffy looked at Jinbei. Although he didn't know him and didn't know if what he said was true, his intuition told him that Jinbei was reliable. Imizuna objected. We have no idea about this guy's danger and character. How can we just let him out? It's fine, let him out, Luffy said. Jinbei nodded at Luffy, saying, thank you very much. Imizuna used scissors to pick the lock, and the iron door was easily opened. Then, Jinbei and Crocodile were released, and Luffy and the others had suddenly freed 2 warlords of the sea. Before long, the spiral staircase was blown open, and guards wearing gas masks rushed into the 6th floor. The scene before them left them dumbfounded. It turned out that Imizuna had used her abilities to establish the floor and had folded a spiral staircase, escaping back into the sewer where the transgenders were gathered. Meanwhile, Little Fong, lying on the ground, asked Ivan to arrange for him to receive excitement hormones. Ivan agreed, and then pink nails pierced into Little Fang's body. Ivan led the transgenders, standing in the icy cold of the 5th floor, discussing countermeasures. The preliminary plan was to seize a warship after they got out, and also release some prisoners to increase their companions. Leaving Impel Down was not an easy task. There would definitely be casualties along the way, and what they needed to do now was to release as many prisoners as possible on the way from the 5th floor to the 1st floor. As long as the prisoners cause a riot, it would reduce the enemy's combat power. Let's create unprecedented panic in Impel Down. Ivan encouraged everyone. Meanwhile, Luffy, Jinbei, and Crocodile were already at the forefront. It was now 10 in the morning, and Ace's execution was scheduled for 3 in the afternoon. There were still 5 hours left, and they had to speed up. The wooden doors of the prison posed no obstacle. Crocodile directly turned the door into sand. The guard were also no match. In just a few moves, Luffy, Jinbei, and Crocodile took them all down. Upon reaching the 4th floor, Crocodile saw his old subordinate, Mr. One, but Old Sand did not have any special reaction. Meanwhile, Buggy and Mr. 3 had built a small candle house, and they were hiding inside, peeking at a large group of blue gorillas surrounding Luffy and the others. After the blue gorilla wave passed, they copied many keys using candles, planning to release all the prisoners here. Before long, the criminals on the second underground level were released. Hannibal was quite anxious, as news kept coming in about riots breaking out all over the prison. He would be penalized for this. He did not want to lose this job, let alone push Magellan out and take the position of warden. On the other side, Ivan caught up with Luffy and the others. Little Phone appeared particularly energetic. He and Luffy were now safe and sound, which was great. Ivan's large face loomed behind Luffy and the others, looking fierce yet reasonable. Two well-known warlords of the sea, along with capable cadres of the Revolutionary Army and several prisoners. Unless Magellan showed up, who could stop their advance? At the Navy headquarters, a Navy officer was reporting the situation. Blackbeard was missing and had not yet become a warlord of the sea, meaning he was still just a candidate. Ace was captured by Blackbeard along with Navy Admiral Kazuro. As Ace was worn out, Kazuro looked at the ace lying on the ground, his expression complex and hard to decipher. It was hard to imagine that the person who was about to ignite the largest war in over 20 years was the same little baby who once squirmed in his arms. Kizaru shook his head, trying to throw that impolite scene out of his mind. Just thinking about it made his scalp tingle. However, after Ace was brought to impel down, Kizaru couldn't help but say, "I used to hold you when you were little." What kind of expression did Ace have upon hearing that? In short, it was a look of disbelief. Ace loved to laugh and rarely had a speechless moment, but at that time he felt very speechless. Was this Kizaru trying to get close to him? Why were you fighting so fiercely just now? Kizaru chuckled, shook his head, and turned to leave. The work is done. It's time for me to clock out. Blackbeard had vanished without a trace, and a military ship without permission had arrived at Impel Down. A Navy officer was about to report the situation to Sengoku. Indeed, it was Blackbeard who had come to Impel Down aboard this military ship. After arriving at Impel Down, Blackbeard first defeated the guards here, which inadvertently eased the pressure on Luffy and the others in their escape. What Leah wanted was for Blackbeard, now that he was already in the prison, not to leave. The videos were just right to divert the Navy's forces. Those imprisoned inside were not just small fry, but also many legendary figures who had required a massive effort from the Navy to capture. If they were all released by Blackbeard, the consequences would be unimaginable. Hannibal, upon receiving the news, felt utterly despairing. Caught between internal and external attacks, he truly had no way out and simply decided to give up. He then suggested, "Let's go to the monitoring room and eat persimmons." He was immediately shouted back by his assistant, "Stay focused and protect Impel Down." At that moment, Magellan called to inform Hannibal that all the prisoners in the second underground level had been cleared and that the entrance had been sealed. Meanwhile, Buggy and Mr. 3 were in a tragic situation. They had barely escaped to the second underground level when the exit was sealed off by Magellan's poison blocks. Seeing the urgency of the situation, Magellan had no choice but to decide to release Shiryu of the rain. Arriving at the sixth underground level, several guards released Shiryu, who had a fierce appearance and looked far from innocent. Magellan told Shiryu over the phone, "Blackbeard is your responsibility. You are sentenced to death. If you help me this time, your execution will be postponed." Upon hearing this, Shiryu decisively hung up the phone, drew his sword, and killed the guard who had released him. "No mercy," Shiryu said with a fierce expression. In the fourth underground level, the transgenders opened the cells and released as many prisoners as possible to increase their combat power. Blackbeard's crew was now in the first underground level, while Buggy and Mr. 3 were in the second underground level. Magellan was on his way to the fourth underground level to chase after Luffy and the others, without Magellan's main force blocking them. Blackbeard's group was indeed unimpeded. However, they were also met with a strong opponent, Shiryu of the Rain. Shiryu was ruthless and indifferent to human life. Both sides were villains without exception, and despite being strangers, Shiryu joined Blackbeard's crew. Luffy and the others were still in the fourth underground level grinding through the dungeon, and the combative Suddy stood in front of them first. Just as Luffy was about to rush forward to defeat Suddy, Ivan pulled him back, saying, "Leave this to me. You need to hurry and save Ace." Ivan used his special ability, inserting his pink nails into his own face, and his size returned to normal, with his head also becoming proportionate. Then Ivan started fighting Suddy. Amzuna opened the exit to the third underground level, but Hannibal was blocking the way. As the deputy warden, Hannibal had some real skills. He spun his knife, which began to spark. Luffy activated Gear Second and unleashed a barrage of paint spray at Hannibal's face. Hannibal didn't last long before Luffy knocked him out. In his fading consciousness, Hannibal recalled scenes from when he first joined the job. He had been quite naive, and his first impression of Magellan was that he was gloomy. However, over time, his impression of Magellan changed. Hannibal was careless and often got into trouble, and it was Magellan's tolerance that allowed him to continue serving as deputy warden. Hannibal stood up, seemingly awakened, and decided to defend this place with his life, fulfilling his duties as deputy warden. I must hold on until Magellan arrives, Hannibal said to himself. The earlier thoughts of wanting to oust Magellan had gradually faded away. Speculating that Blackbeard had 3 hearts, he could thus possess the powers of 3 devil fruits. Previously, due to Leah's interference, Blackbeard had not obtained the Yami no Mi, but he had somehow acquired another fruit. Its ability could transfer matter. Consequently, all the poison blocks that Hannibal used to seal the path were transferred away by Blackbeard. Soon, Blackbeard and his crew arrived at the 4th underground level, with Blackbeard stepping on Hannibal. To be honest, Hannibal was quite pitiful. He had been dealt with by many waves of people, and the enemies he faced were much stronger than him, while he had only ordinary guards on his side, who were quickly knocked down. At that moment, Luffy faced the scheming Blackbeard for the first time. The scene was chaotic, and Jinbei recognized Blackbeard. Luffy understood everything upon hearing their conversation. Ace had previously mentioned that he was chasing someone, and that person was Blackbeard. Granny Nyan had also said that the pirate who called himself Blackbeard teamed up with the Navy admirals to defeat Ace and became a candidate for the 7 warlords. The fuse of the entire incident was this very person in front of him. Luffy was furious, clenching his fists, and at that moment, Blackbeard added fuel to the fire. If I hadn't shown up, you would be the one dead Straw Hat Kid. Luffy seemed to have comprehended everything. He not only activated Gear Second, but also covered his arm with a metallic substance before leaping up to use Jet Pistol against Blackbeard. The attack caused Blackbeard to crash through a wall and slide along the ground for quite a distance. Anger can sometimes be the best catalyst. Previously, Luffy struggled to control his haki, but now it felt particularly smooth. Blackbeard, of course, was not so easily defeated. He was tough and quickly got back up. He instantly moved in front of Luffy, attempting to grab him and slam him into the ground. However, Luffy was faster, dodging his attack and delivering a kick to his head, which also used haki. At that very moment, Luffy clearly demonstrated that he had mastered observation haki. Crocodile, standing to the side with a cigar, was puzzled as to why the Straw Hat Kid had become so much stronger in such a short time, seemingly capable of mastering this power now. It was obvious that back then, he was still inconsistent. Blackbeard arrogantly stood there and said, "None of you are my match. I can now transfer your attacks elsewhere. Come and challenge me if you dare." Just as Luffy was about to charge again, a person stepped out from the corner. Someone Luffy was very familiar with. Camus. Camus still held an air of elegance, with a glass of red wine in hand, gently swirling it as he said, "Oh really? Do you think I could give it a try?" Camus, with his dark heart, knew exactly how to provoke others. Holding a glass of wine in one hand and using the Yami no Mi's ability with the other, he showed off in front of Blackbeard, who saw the power he had long coveted being wielded by someone else. Even Blackbeard, who is usually mentally strong, has shown some signs of losing control. Luffy paused and asked in surprise, "Uncle Camus, how did you end up here?" Mystery is said to never let go of those who harmed Ace. Camus appeared lazy, but he didn't hesitate to unleash his deadly move against Blackbeard. "Stay here and impel down, Blackbeard. Don't go out." Camus leisurely launched his attack while chatting away. Blackbeard relied too much on his devil fruit powers. In terms of physical combat, he couldn't even match Luffy. Moreover, the most important point is that he lacks the talent and the conqueror's haki that top-tier strong fighters possess. Blackbeard's greatest strength is actually his strategy. He devised a plan to obtain the dark fruit, used Ace to gain the title of warlord, then broke into impelled down to find allies. And when his father was exhausted, he returned to the battlefield to seize the tremor fruit, ultimately reaching the peak of the 4 emperors. This strategy was exceptional, but if even one link in the chain is broken, his subsequent plans will be incredibly difficult. Jinbei looked at Luffy, who was still emitting steam, and said, "Luffy, calm down, think carefully about what we should do first. There's no time to waste here." Camus added, "Luffy, leave this to me. You go to Marineford first." After hearing Jinbei and Camus' words, Luffy gradually calmed down and released his second gear state. Old Sand didn't move much. He stood there, focused on observing Camus' moves, trying to figure out which style he was using. Old Sand recognized Camus and remembered how this guy had blackmailed him with that incident involving Rhea a few years ago. If the situation hadn't been dire, Old Sand would have wanted to rush over and give that annoying guy a few hits. The two sides were at a stalemate for a few minutes when a merman suddenly shouted, "Not good, Magellan is coming." The situation was dire, and they quickly decided to retreat. Luffy and Camus exchanged glances and nodded to each other before Luffy started running again. At that moment, a cow blocked their path again. Luffy, still holding back his anger, thought it would be perfect to vent on this cow. With a jet pistol, the cow was directly blasted into the wall. Unable to get down, it was taken out in one hit. When Magellan arrived at the 4th underground level, he saw Suddy bound in the air. And in front of him was the Blackbeard pirates. Magellan was seething with anger. No matter who it was, he unleashed his poisonous dragon. At this moment, Camus had also chased after Blackbeard and was about to continue attacking them, but a massive poisonous dragon came smashing toward him. Even someone as unflappable as Camus couldn't help but curse. Damn it. This phrase he learned from Leah. Luckily, with the dark fruit in hand, Magellan's poisonous dragon had little effect on him. He could absorb it, while Blackbeard redirected the poisonous dragon, which charged straight toward Luffy and the others. At this moment, Camus seemed to recognize Magellan. They exchanged a glance and stood together, ready to fight Blackbeard and his crew. Dodging the poisonous dragon attack, Luffy and the others reached the 2nd underground level. Jinbei found it strange that all the cells here had been opened, and the prisoners were nowhere to be seen. What they didn't realize was that this was all the work of Buggy and Mr. 3. Buggy and Mr. 3 had started releasing the prisoners from the 1st underground level, teaming up with them to defeat the guards in the 1st and 2nd underground levels. Now, Luffy and the others had a clear path, thanks to Buggy's luck with the Conqueror's Haki. Not long after, they met up in the 1st underground level, where all the prisoners in the entire prison had been released. Except for those who were taken down, everyone gathered in the 1st underground level. However, at this time, even though Magellan was not present, his poison attacks continued to rain down on them. Just then, Mr. 3 played a crucial role. His wax blocked most of the poison attacks. Mr. 3 urged everyone to hurry and leave, saying he couldn't hold out for long. Luffy made a decision to stay back with Mr. 3 while Jinbei and Old Sand took everyone to seize a warship. Luffy and Mr. 3 leaned against each other, quietly discussing strategies. After they finished, they both began their super transformation. Mr. 3 outfitted Luffy in a full suit of wax armor. Luffy looked at the armor on him, his eyes sparkling, as if he were seeing Frankie's transformation 2 years later. Luffy felt like he had reached the pinnacle of his life. It was so cool, Luffy said, feeling energized. After Magellan took down Blackbeard, he charged toward Luffy and the others, ignoring Camus. It's hard to describe the feeling. Camus had been an impelled down before and had even become friends with Magellan. In Magellan's eyes, Camus was nothing but a complete troublemaker. Yet he always had an inexplicable charm that made Magellan unconsciously admire him. Simply put, Camus was good at manipulating people's hearts. It's easy to imagine how difficult it was for Leah to persuade Camus to work under her. Now, the two stood on opposing sides, as if worlds apart. Magellan was incredibly fast. He almost instantly caught up to Luffy. Camus couldn't stop Magellan's actions, so he had no choice but to follow. Mr. 3 blocked Magellan's poison, giving Luffy the chance to launch an attack. Champion Spiral. Magellan surprisingly blocked this move with just his arm. Seeing this, Camus knew he needed to get serious with Magellan. The darkness in his hand gradually spread, wrapping around Magellan completely. He then shouted to another corner, "Jessica, did you get that recorded?" "Got it." Jessica, dressed in protective gear against the poison, responded loudly. Then sent it to Miss Rhea. "Tell the Navy to deploy their forces and lure them into impel down." Camus instructed further. "Reveal Blackbeard's conspiracy, exaggerate the motives behind this action, and with the Revolutionary Army's actions in Mariewa, the Navy would undoubtedly be stretched thin. Winning this battle would be extremely difficult." After that, Luffy and the others took the opportunity to pursue Jinbei and the others. Meanwhile, Buggy and his subordinates prepared to charge out, believing that there would be many Navy warships outside Impel Down. They reached the main gate of Impel Down and were ready for battle. When the gate opened, they rushed out en masse. However, the sight before them left them dumbfounded. There wasn't a single warship outside Impel Down. Wasn't that a disaster? Caught between a rock and a hard place, with Magellan behind them and the sea in front, the prisoners felt utterly hopeless. Staying here would only lead to being caught and killed by Magellan. Impel Down was located in a windless zone, the lair of sea kings, making it impossible to swim away. At that moment, Jinbei stepped forward and said, "Look closely, the warships are right in front of them. They haven't left." Jinbei tore down the gate of Impel Down and planned to use the wooden door as a ship to seize the warships. "Anyone with the guts, come up." After saying this, Jinbei jumped into the sea with the wooden door. Lao Sha and Mr. One stood on the plank without hesitation. Jinbei was somewhat speechless, thinking to himself, is it really just these two? At that moment, Buggy jumped out, laughing and revealing his white teeth, completely forgetting about me. There's no way around it. I'll go with you. The prisoners behind immediately started to flatter. So bold. As expected of Captain Buggy, the so-called mouthy Emperor Buggy-san. Seeing this, Buggy felt he had to tough it out. So many little brothers were willing to follow him. He couldn't show any weakness now and lose face. Soon, a few people set off. Jinbei, being a fishman, could exert his strongest power in the water. As they were about to approach the warship, Jinbei released the door plank and dived deeper, using Fishman Karate Spiral to attack the door plank. A powerful current shot out from Jinbei's hands, and a massive water column surged from the sea, pushing the door plank towards the warship. At the moment it fell, Lao Sha and Mr. 3 jumped down, landing perfectly on the warship, and the next step was to clear out the navy on the ship. Meanwhile, in the underground level, Magellan seemed unable to contain his inner rage. The venom on his body transformed from purple to red. Kumo, well-informed, realized this might be Magellan's fruit awakening. He quickly led Magellan toward Blackbeard's side. Magellan's devil fruit is a paramecia type, and after awakening, his attack power should increase significantly. Blackbeard was easily subdued, so it was just right to have Magellan give him another drink. The red venom was completely different from the purple venom. Just a little contact which spread like a virus throughout the body. Kumo didn't dare to directly receive Magellan's venom anymore. He said, there are still many legendary criminals down below. If you delay here with me, they'll all be released by Blackbeard, and then your responsibility will be even greater. What did you say? Magellan controlled the red venom demon and chased after Kumo. Jessica was terrified, hiding in a corner and not daring to move. But without Kumo, she wouldn't be able to leave here alone, so she had no choice but to follow after Magellan. Meanwhile, Luffy and Mr. 3 were rushing to the first level of the sea. Ivan had been attacked by Magellan's purple venom earlier and had been unconscious, but now he woke up and injected himself with excitement hormones. Ivan was still weak, and after falling to the ground, he had a sudden idea. He used his death eye on the ground, and after the recoil, Ivan crashed upward with Emizuna. His big head broke through the ceiling and landed right in front of Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng was so excited that he cried out, Lady Ivan, Emizuna is still alive. That's wonderful. The transgenders following Xiaofeng cheered. Lord Ivan. At this moment, Jinbei called, informing everyone that they had captured a warship. However, the warship was too far from Impel Down to come and get them, so they had to act according to his instructions. After hearing the instructions, Ivan made his head big again. Everyone grabbed Ivan's purple hair, and Ivan used the old trick again. He activated his death eye on the wall of Impel Down again, using the recoil to smash his head through the protective bridge, flying straight toward the distant sea. At that moment, many whale sharks suddenly appeared in the sea. The whale sharks caught Ivan and the others. It turned out that Jinbei had brought them to rescue them. Jinbei was surprised that Ivan's head could become so big. With the help of the whale sharks, Luffy and the others successfully escaped from Impel Down. Jinbei communicated with the whale sharks, instructing them to transport these people to the warship. Soon, Luffy and the others arrived on the deck, and it could only be said that they had faced danger but survived. Fortunately, Magellan did not see this scene. Otherwise, his nose would have been crooked with anger. However, now was not the time to celebrate. They still had to avoid the pursuit of a large number of Navy soldiers. And in front of them was a gate of justice. If this gate did not open, they would not be able to leave this area. Mr. 3 exclaimed, holding his head. Oh no, it can't be opened. We've come this far, but there's no way out. Luffy was also a bit annoyed. At this moment, the Navy was secretly delighted, believing that Luffy and the others were already in their grasp. However, they hadn't been happy for 2 minutes when the gate of justice opened. Why? What happened? Why did the gate open? Although they didn't know what was going on, it had indeed opened, and Luffy and the others couldn't help but cheer. Now they really could celebrate. In the control room, it turned out that Xiaofeng was disguised as Magellan and had given the order to open the gate. Indeed, this was a move that only the true man, Xiaofeng, could pull off. Meanwhile, Magellan was busy chasing after Blackbeard and had no time to pay attention to the situation in the control room. Xiaofeng took the opportunity to destroy the power supply equipment, ensuring that no one could stop Luffy and the others from escaping. At this moment, Jinbei handed the snail phone to Luffy. This little snail's signal was very short. If the gate of justice closed, communication would be immediately cut off. Xiaofeng was very happy, sacrificing himself to achieve thousands and thousands of me. Luffy's voice came from the snail phone. Why did you make a decision on your own? We clearly agreed to leave together. Back in Alabasta, you already sacrificed yourself once. Why are you doing this again now? Luffy's voice gradually lowered. I have no right to blame you because all of this is because I owe you again, Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng didn't speak. He was also in pain because he had to say goodbye to his friend again. At this moment, Jessica snuck into the control room, grabbed the snail phone, and said, "You all go ahead. After we complete the mission, we'll take him with us." When the warship sailed out of the Gate of Justice, Luffy finally said thank you to the snail phone. Xiaofeng also responded to Luffy at the last moment. Straw Hat, you must rescue your brother. Then, the Gate of Justice completely closed and communication was completely cut off. The Navy behind could not pursue Luffy and his group because they were also trapped behind the Gate of Justice. At this moment, the fugitives on the warship were finally safe. However, everyone lay on the warship, crying uncontrollably, moved by Xiaofeng's spirit of self-sacrifice. Rainsy Shilio had the antidote to Magellan's venom, and he indeed used it to save Blackbeard and the others. But faced with Magellan's awakened red poison, his antidote seemed ineffective. With no other options, Blackbeard and his crew had to flee deeper into the prison. During this process, Blackbeard sacrificed many of his so-called companions to block Magellan's attacks. This group was not united and quickly dispersed. Even Shiryu of the Rain began to distance himself from Blackbeard. However, since Shiryu was familiar with the layout of Impel Down, Blackbeard kept him under control. They planned to release the deepest prisoners on level 6 to buy them some time. On the warship, the Navy's transponder snail rang, and the Navy warned them through the snail that as long as they did not open the next Gate of Justice, they were trapped in a rotating sea current with no way to escape. In a fit of anger, Luffy told the Navy, "I will definitely rescue Ace," and then hung up the phone, shutting the cabinet door. At Navy headquarters, a dense crowd of Navy personnel filled the square, with countless warships anchored in the sea. They were ready for battle, and their morale seemed high. There were a total of 100,000 elite Marines present, and the great battle was about to begin, with 4 of the 7 warlords of the sea in attendance, while Moria was still hiding in the Devil's Triangle. Leah drove her own submarine, following closely behind the Whitebeard pirates. Everyone understood without saying a word that both Doflamingo and Mihawk could guess that Leah would never side with the Navy, and Doflamingo had already started to think about how to slack off later. Mihawk scanned the surroundings and thought for a moment, realizing that there didn't seem to be any worthy opponents in this situation, and he too felt a bit like wanting to take it easy. Just because the warlords acted in convenience didn't mean they truly had to rely on the Navy. Below the execution platform sat 3 men, the strongest forces of the Navy, Admiral Akiji, Admiral Kizuru, and Admiral Akainu. At this moment, Ace was brought to the execution platform, with Sengoku standing beside him, holding a Den Mushi. He was about to announce Ace's heritage to the world. There is something I must convey to you all, poor Ghastly Ace, about the true significance of this man's death here. Ace, come, state your father's name, Sengoku said. Ace's expression remained largely unchanged as he calmly replied, "My father is Whitebeard. He is the only one who is my father." At that time, based on the scan information and possibilities from the CP department, we searched for many newborns and those about to be born and conducted thorough investigations on their mothers, but ultimately found nothing. It's no wonder. Your birth was bought with your mother's life. It can also be said to be your mother's ulterior motive. Mentioning his mother made Ace clench his fists, and his hatred for Roger grew even stronger. She deceived our eyes. No, she deceived the eyes of the world. There's an island called Buried Island in the South Blue. Your mother is named Port Gasti. Rouge, she endured carrying you for 20 months to give birth to you, and died on the spot from exhaustion. A year and 3 months after your father died, the baby inheriting the world's most evil bloodline was born. And that is you. Your father is the pirate King Gold, Roger. After Ace's lineage was revealed, it caused an uproar among the crowd, even behind the live broadcast screen, while Carp fell into memories. He recalled the moment Roger entrusted Ace to him. Was it really just an investigation? A faint questioning voice spread throughout the venue. Sengoku's expression immediately darkened, and he anxiously shouted, "Who is it? Step forward." He also discreetly signaled his subordinates to quickly find this person. A number of submarines surfaced from the sea, and Leah stood on the middle submarine, calmly holding the Den Mushi that connected to the submarine. From my vague childhood memories, the Navy killed all the pregnant women of suitable age on the entire island, leaving none alive. This statement stirred the military's morale, and even those watching behind the screen began to whisper among themselves. "We clearly sent people to Sicily to surround you." Sengoku muttered inwardly. Of course, as the supreme commander, Sengoku had to maintain his composure, even though he was surprised by Leah's appearance at this moment. Meanwhile, Carp, along with Ace, had their gazes fixed on Leah without exception. Leah gave them a reassuring smile, gentle yet enough to soothe the heart. Look at you, the general of the warring states, turning my aunt, a great mother who sacrifices herself for her children, into what? Leah continued. At this moment, Leah looked at Ace and said firmly and loudly, Ace, I am sure that when Aunt Lujua was stroking her belly back then, she was absolutely wearing a happy smile. She was looking forward to your birth. No one is born guilty. It's not you who is wrong, but this world. Leah didn't care about the occasion. At this moment, she just wanted to say everything she had in mind and shake the morale of the military a little. After all, the main party, the Whitebeard pirates, had not yet made an appearance. Poor Dasti. Leah, are you planning to betray the Navy? Marshal Sengoku knew he couldn't steer the conversation in that direction because at that point, the Navy was indeed in the wrong. I was a pirate to begin with. How can I talk about betrayal? Leah crossed her arms and said matter-of-factly, moreover, the child I raised since childhood. How can you Navy just casually label with a crime and execute him? After saying that, Leah looked at Ace, her eyes shining as she said, Ace, I will definitely rescue you. Tears filled Ace's eyes, and this time he didn't refute anything, nodding heavily. At that moment, time seemed to stand still. The entire square fell silent, with whispers echoing. Outside the live broadcast screen, FireFist Ace is the son of Gold, Roger. And poor Gasti, Leah is Ace's sister. Although there had long been speculation about the relationship between these two based on their surnames, when this news was confirmed, it was still unbelievable. The reporters were already preparing to publish. This was a major news story. Photographers and journalists began to riot. Marshal Sengoku continued to promote Ace's background. Hoping to stabilize the military's morale, 2 years ago, you set sail using your mother's surname, and at that time, we noticed that Roger's bloodline had not been severed. However, Whitebeard, who also realized this matter, took you on his ship to train you to become the next pirate king, letting the son of his former rival join him. At this point, Ace retorted, I don't know if Dad wanted me to become the pirate king. Right now, this matter is no longer the most important thing to me. What matters most to me now is to protect my family beside me. To add a crime, what excuses are lacking? Just like In-chan always taught me. I believe my birth is not wrong. Whether my biological father is the pirate king or the mountain thief king, I only recognize one father, and that is Whitebeard. And also, you absolutely must not slander my mother again. Ace knelt there, his back straight. I came here today entirely because of your Navy's design. I understand that it was Dad who protected me before, allowing you to not lay a hand on me. But today I will stay here. Whether what is delivered to me is the executioner's blade or the hands of salvation, I will accept it. I accept the judgment of fate upon me. Ace's words were powerful and resonated in the ears of everyone present. Leah felt relieved that Ace finally understood. The once unruly child was now willing to accept and bear everything behind him. Just then, a Navy officer anxiously reported to Admiral Sengoku. The Gate of Justice has received no instructions and has opened automatically. We can't contact the power room. What did you say? Sengoku replied. At that moment, Luffy was still trying to open the Gate of Justice with his fists, and just as he was about to act, the doors suddenly opened. Everyone was surprised by this turn of events. The previous opening was due to Little Fang's actions, but this time it shouldn't be him. Meanwhile, at the port of Marineford, various pirate ships appeared on the horizon, and the war was now unavoidable. The Navy, using binoculars, carefully searched for Whitebeard among the pirates, but after a thorough search, they found no sign of him. Just then, a massive bubble emerged from the center of the port. Sengoku looked at the bubble, cold sweat forming on his forehead, and wondered, could they have come from the seabed after coating? Indeed, Sengoku's guess was correct. In the blink of an eye, the Moby Dick docked right in the center of the port. And it didn't stop there. 2 more sailing ships burst forth from the sea. At this moment, Whitebeard, holding his sword, slowly walked onto the deck and greeted Sengoku with a smile. Sengoku, it's been decades. On the other side, Ivankov asked Luffy, by the way, Roger's old crewmates should be here too, right? Your captain's son is being executed. They should at least come and check it out. Luffy shook his head and said he didn't know. In fact, I can't quite understand it either. Even past opponents are risking their lives to save Ace. Yet, as old crewmates, they seem indifferent. On the battlefield, Whitebeard took his stance and used the power of the Quake fruit. Suddenly, cracks appeared in the space, and the air trembled. Ace looked at his father and recalled the time he ignored everyone's advice and insisted on pursuing Blackbeard. Back then, He fought Blackbeard and had a vague feeling that Blackbeard was not his opponent, and the so-called companions beside Blackbeard were not either. He just didn't anticipate that Blackbeard would collude with the Navy. For Luffy's sake, he couldn't back down. However, now he felt a twinge of guilt for causing so many problems. He had already vaguely guessed what his sister was planning to do with the Revolutionary Army. He was willing to pave the way for that. But if it weren't him who was captured, it could have been Marco or any of his other brothers. The Navy wouldn't let the Whitebeard pirates go. Whitebeard's powers unleashed a massive tsunami, leaving even Leah, who was on a submarine, in awe. However, surprisingly, the water surface around her remained calm, without a ripple, contrasting sharply with the tsunami elsewhere. Only her surrounding crew noticed this. Andy stood next to Leah, having locked Rossi in a pig pen, thinking that the kid was particularly clingy and quite a nuisance, especially in such a crucial battle where he couldn't let him follow. What Andy said didn't match her doll-like face and was somewhat blunt. That old man is making quite a show, but it's all just noise. Ugh. Leah felt a bit of a toothache and was speechless at the girl. After all, that was an emperor. Could she be a bit more cautious? Sure enough, the observation hockey allowed some of Whitebeard's crew to glance over in this direction. Leah felt quite embarrassed, but the little girl was still struggling in her arms. Andy pulled Leah's hand away and asked, "Lily, why did you cover my mouth? Did I say something wrong?" Andy was holding a butcher's knife taller than herself, with a clear and foolish expression on her face. Leah covered her head, feeling somewhat helpless. She had nothing much to say, so she directly instructed, "If you see a giant wearing a hat later, stick close to him. Whoever attacks him, you strike back at them. Got it?" Andy calmly nodded, then pulled out a small knife from her pocket, waved it in front of Leah, and asked, "Can I use this?" The pig-killing knife. This isn't a bad idea. No matter how strong a man is, if he gets injured there, he definitely won't be able to stand up again. A dark-hearted Leah encouragingly nodded at Andy and even patted the little girl on the head. "After this, when I have time, I'll get you a seat on an island as a breeding farm," Leah promised. "Okay." Andy's eyes sparkled, sharpening her knife in preparation for the pigs and sheep. The two punches from Whitebeard caused a massive tsunami, leaving everyone's expressions frozen in shock. Is this the power of Whitebeard? Many people were beginning to feel excited at the sight. Only Hancock was still worried about Luffy, praying for his safety. At that moment, the sea level began to drop, as if something incredible was about to happen. Kobe felt a pang of breathlessness, thinking it was too quiet, as if time had stopped. Moments later, the ground shook, and an even stronger tsunami surged toward the entire Marine headquarters. The towering tsunami completely surrounded Marineford. At the same time, the giant shadow from the seabed began to emerge slightly. Many people caught sight of the enormous figure's phantom and started to panic, speculating on what it could be. Leah felt somewhat helpless. She originally wanted to hide for a little while longer. Although she said that, Leah still ordered Boar to control those giant killing machines to hide a bit deeper. Although the effect of a surprise attack might not be as obvious, it could still play some role. At the very least, using them to clear out the minions would be sufficient. Seeing the massive tsunami about to engulf the plaza and those Marines, in the next second, Aokiji suddenly dashed out, activating his devil fruit ability. Ice Age. With this command, the tsunami rapidly froze into a massive ice wall, enclosing everyone in the center. "Aokiji, you little brat," Whitebeard joked, addressing Aokiji. Meanwhile, Kobe and the others were nearly scared to death. Just a moment ago, they'd almost been swallowed by the tsunami, their lives hanging by a thread. And the real show was just beginning. Aokiji conjured 3 ice spears and shot them at Whitebeard. Whitebeard punched the air, causing the ice spears to explode into ice shavings. Seeing this, Aokiji elementalized himself and froze the entire sea. The Admiral Aokiji had already started to make his move, and the lower-ranked Marines naturally began firing their cannons. Countless cannonballs flew toward the Whitebeard pirates and Leah's direction. But just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Suddenly, several mechanical giants over 30 meters tall emerged around all the ships. They held shields in one hand and spears in the other, effortlessly blocking all the cannonballs. Their appearance was reminiscent of Voldemort, but they were equipped with armor. This was the mechanical army developed by Boar, who was not on the battlefield, but was instead in the top control room of Sicily, serving as the eyes of the entire battlefield. Unbeknownst to them, the Desert Army Ant Corps had already infiltrated the entire battlefield. The small pirates and Marines had started fighting, but the main forces had not yet engaged. The mechanical giants began to pound the ice surface vigorously, allowing the ships behind them to approach the shore. At that moment, the lone Hawkeye, Mihawk, jumped out voluntarily. He stared at the mechanical giants on the sea, tilted his head slightly, and a spark of eagerness gradually emerged in his golden eyes. Everyone was astonished. The usually aloof Mihawk was actually taking the initiative to make a move this time. Leah glared fiercely at the guy she had a grudge against, silently saying, "If you dare to chop my precious machine, I'll stop updating." Humph. Kizaru sat in his seat, looking slightly bored, but he accurately observed the interaction between the two. TSK, how intimate. Mihawk, of course, also noticed Leah's threat and reluctantly shifted his gaze to Whitebeard. He wanted to see how much of a gap there was between him and the man in front of him. Mihawk drew his black blade, and a powerful shockwave surged towards Whitebeard. At that moment, a shadow rushed over and blocked the attack with all its strength. The power was overwhelming. He gritted his teeth, exerted force downwards, shattering the icy surface underneath him, then concentrated all his strength in his arms and lifted upwards with all his might. Mihawk was slightly surprised. This was the world's #1 slash. Moreover, he hadn't held back with this strike, yet it was actually stopped by this person. Who exactly was this person? Covered in diamonds, with peak physical strength and defense. It turned out to be Diamond Jozu. The battle continued, with swarms of pirates and the Navy engaged in fierce combat, while the mechanical giants also joined in, recklessly jumping into the midst of the Navy, their sheer size and strength crushing some of the cannon fodder. Kizaru moved his body a bit and stood up. Then he elementalized himself, instantly appearing on the battlefield, the intense light blinding everyone. Without saying a word, Kizaru unleashed his signature move on Whitebeard, the Yasakani no Magatama. Countless golden cannonballs rained down on Whitebeard. Just then, Marco emerged, surrounded by icy blue flames, standing protectively in front of Whitebeard. Marco was a Zoan-type mythical beast user, an incredibly rare ability. No matter how severely injured he was, he would heal with the blue flames emanating from him. Then he transformed completely into a phoenix and launched an attack at Kizaru. Kizaru had never seen such a bird before and unleashed the Yasakani no Magatama again. This wave of attacks felt like he was just scraping Marco. Marco kicked at Kizaru, but Kizaru blocked it with one hand. No, he didn't block it. The relaxed Kizaru was sent flying into the wall by the kick. The entire wall collapsed, creating a massive explosion around Kizaru, making it look like he flew into it on his own. Yes, this scene looked terrifying, but our Kizaru was completely unharmed. Then Kizaru casually turned around to remind the giant troops behind him to be careful of flying enemies. The movements of the giants caused massive tremors, and they had already started clashing with the mechanical troops Leah had brought. However, it usually took 3 giants or more to entangle a giant like the mechanical giant. Moreover, mechanical giants were continuously emerging from the sea, making the scene particularly shocking. At that moment, Diamond Jozu charged forward and shouted, "Everyone, get out of my way!" Hearing this command, everyone quickly retreated, clearing a space for Jozu. Jozu punched heavily at the icy surface, causing cracks to form, which then split into 2 streams, ultimately converging into a circle. Jozu then pulled a massive ice cylinder out of the icy sea. My goodness, that's really impressive. The nearby marine soldiers were left dumbfounded. Jozu then hurled the giant ice pillar toward the Navy. It was over 2 meters tall, performing feats meant for a 20-meter giant. As the ice pillar fell, those standing below felt as if a meteor was crashing down, fearing they would be severely injured if not killed. At this moment, the most diligent man on the battlefield stood up, his expression cold, as if saying, "A bunch of trash, I'll have to step in myself." Akainu's hand transformed into magma as he used the move, Great Eruption. The magma fist completely shattered the meteor-like giant ice pillar, and the magma in the air exploded, leaving the pirates below stunned, as another wave of magma meteorites rained down on them. The giant mechanical beings saw this and changed direction, raising their metal shields to block all the falling magma, then bouncing it all back towards the Navy. Countless cries of despair filled the battlefield. The largest meteorite headed towards Whitebeard, who easily stopped the magma meteor with his sword, extinguishing the flaming meteor and turning into an unremarkable boulder. What a ridiculous display of fire, Whitebeard chuckled. Go light the candles on the birthday cake. Magma brat. Akainu even smiled, though it looked uglier than when he wasn't smiling. Don't you like lavish funerals, Whitebeard? Then Ors Jr. made his entrance, wielding a large sword with a clear target. He specifically attacked the Navy's turrets, and under his immense strength, those turrets shattered like tofu. Ors Jr. belonged to the ancient giant race, a descendant of the demon Ors, at 72 years old. He was equivalent to a human in his 20s and had yet to reach his peak strength. At this moment, Andy directly grabbed Ors Jr.'s hair. darting around him to block some sneak attacks. If Moria were here, he'd probably go mad, because the corpse of the demon ores he had collected was now unusable, having been ruined by Luffy and the others. Doflamingo squatted to the side, watching this scene with boredom, peering through his sunglasses as he scanned the battlefield, looking for a route to get closer to Leah while fighting. He knew that soon, Kizaru would have to deal with the situation and impel down. The Navy's cannon fire was like a massage for Oars Jr., whose finger was larger than an individual Navy soldier. Oars Jr. easily lifted a warship and swung it, sending several giant vice admirals flying. Along with that, the warship and several giant vice admirals created a breakthrough in the inner bay. The pirates were energized, as the battlefield was filled with chaos, with someone falling every second. Kobe witnessed such an intense battle for the first time, standing there in fear, too scared to make a move. The giant vice admirals, already struggling against the mechanical giants, were now overshadowed by even larger shadows. For the first time looking up at someone else, they seemed like children in front of Oars Jr. As one giant vice admiral broke free and charged at Oars Jr. with a sword. However, before he could land a few hits, his sword was sliced in half by Oars Jr., and with another strike, the so-called vice admiral fell to the ground. Then Andy leaped high, red slashes emanating from her butcher knife, directly targeting the other giant vice admirals. Even if they tried to block, it was of no use, as the red slashes severed their arms, leaving bloody marks on the giants' necks before vanishing. Several massive figures fell to the ground without a sound. Andy shook her knife, then remembered she should shout her move, Slaughterhouse. Oars Jr. caught the falling Andy and continued to charge forward, surprised to find that this seemingly insignificant little one was so strong. The Empress began her indiscriminate attacks, kissing her finger, which then erupted into a giant pink heart. She then tugged at the heart and unleashed a move, Arrow of Captivity. Countless pink arrows shot out, and those struck turned into stone simultaneously. Whether they were Navy or pirates, they lost their lives on the spot. Then, the Empress jumped up and kicked, and those hits shattered like statues. Indeed, one should never mess with women. No matter who you are, anyone who gets in my way will die. One kick per person, and the Navy was still kicked mercilessly. At that moment, Tyrant Kuma took action. The balloon in his hand slowly expanded, growing larger and then compressing. When little Oars approached, the balloon had shrunk to the size of his palm. This small energy ball approached little Oars, about to touch him, when Andy swung a knife and sent the energy ball flying towards the Navy's turret. Then a massive energy blast spread outward, and its power was truly terrifying. Those nearby were affected. The turret's wall collapsed, creating a huge gap in the ground. Little Oars' straw was almost blown off by the shockwave, but Andy was sitting there, holding it down for him. Coincidentally, due to this round of attack, the inner wall had a gap, and many pirates surged towards those gaps, while the mechanical ground dragons were clearing the way in front. They were huge, unafraid of pain, and unless attacked with enough force to shatter the entire robot, it was really hard to restrict their movements. At this time, Mingu had already stood next to Leah, not making a move, openly slacking off. But now that everyone was fighting, no one paid attention to him. Doflamingo asked, "Aren't you going to take action?" "I'm waiting for an opportunity to make a big move." "Just wait and see," Leah calmly replied. Then she steadily took the walkie-talkie in her hand and issued a command. It seemed that the entire situation was still under her control. The execution platform was right in front, but Whitebeard had ordered little Oars to retreat. His main task had already been completed. If he went further, he would have to face an admiral, a foe he could not handle, and that had to be left to others. At this moment, a giant navy managed to sneak up next to Whitebeard, intending to ambush him. However, without a doubt, this so-called vice admiral was taken out by Whitebeard with a single punch, dead without a doubt. At this time, Whitebeard ordered, "You guys charge." The battle erupted, and many had already sacrificed their lives, whether Navy or pirates. But no one retreated. They wanted to avenge their comrades. Meanwhile, Kobe wanted to escape from this battlefield. He recalled the fierce battle and felt his insignificance. Such powerful people had been taken out in one hit, and he was one of them. Behind him followed the cowardly Barumaber. The two brothers wanted to flee the battlefield. As they tried to escape, they saw Admiral Akainu, who wasn't attacking pirates, but was specifically blocking escaping Navy personnel. He didn't listen to anyone's explanations. He just wanted to kill and silence them. This scene directly frightened Kobe and Barumaber, making their legs weak. It seemed that being a deserter was not an option. On the battlefield, a swarm of pirates had crossed the inner bay and charged in. Leah and the others followed closely behind. Among the crowd, a young man holding a steel pipe and dressed in a noble-style suit flashed by. Leah's lips curled slightly, indicating that Sabo had already blended in. Standing on the execution platform, Sengoku was on the phone bug, discussing something with Admiral Crane on the other end, seemingly preparing for a plan. Bohr was keenly aware of this and promptly reported it to Leah. Of course, she had the earpiece Bohr had made to keep up with the situation on the battlefield. Whitebeard and Sengoku exchanged glances from a distance, and he smiled, saying, "What kind of tricks are you up to?" The wise general, Buddha Sengoku. Then Whitebeard turned his gaze to Leah, his eyes deep. He still couldn't reveal his true strength, waiting for the Navy to show their real means. Perhaps this was the most serious moment for Old Man Carp as he slowly walked up to the execution platform, recalling the first time he met Leah and Ace. A little girl and a soft bundle of a baby, both children he had watched grow up. Now one was fighting below, while the other knelt on the execution platform. The justice on his back felt particularly heavy, making it hard for him to stand straight. He sat down next to Ace, who looked at the usually strong old man, suddenly realizing that he had gone completely white-haired. Tears shimmered in Carp's murky eyes. "Ace, you bastard, why didn't you live the way I told you?" Tears finally fell from the old man's eyes. Perhaps Ace never expected that Carp, the hero of the Navy, would weep for his own matters. "Old man." Ace was somewhat stunned, feeling his own heart struggling. At that moment, Leah's loudspeaker rang out. "Ji-chan." Ace and Carp looked at Leah simultaneously. "Old man, after this battle, you should retire. I'll take care of you." Leah indeed had this intention, but more so to shake the military's morale. The old man's prestige in the Navy even surpassed that of the current Fleet Admiral Sengoku. He had almost become a symbol of the Navy's spirit. If such a presence were to turn against them at a critical moment, the impact on morale could be imagined. Sengoku had already started to sweat coldly at this point. Carp naturally understood this. He wouldn't say anything detrimental to the Navy at this time, and not taking action was already his greatest concession. "Stop talking nonsense, you brat. In this war, who wins and who loses is still uncertain, so don't be so arrogant," Carp said angrily. This was ambiguous. It seemed to be a warning to Leah, but was actually a response to her previous suggestion, meaning that he could consider it after the war ended. Leah was about to say something else when she was distracted by a black in the sky that was gradually getting larger. Leah had just wanted to exhale when she suddenly realized that her brother had fallen from the sky. Thinking the timing was right, Leah no longer hid anything. She transformed completely, with black chitin covering her body, deep red cracks appearing on her skin, and enormous wings spreading wide. In her hand, she held a blood-red scythe, and her entire aura underwent a dramatic change. Even Quasimodo, who had been apologizing while fighting, stopped to look at Leah. He had never seen his boss like this before. It was terrifying, like a legendary demon, as frightening as him. Yet the boss remained calm, accepting everyone's scrutiny. He was somewhat stunned, as his brother was already clamoring to come out, but without Leah's command, he dared not release him casually. It was the battlefield's bloodiness that attracted his brother. Ace was not surprised by Leah's transformation, but Old Man Cap's gaze towards Leah was somewhat serious. Leah exuded an aura that was far from benevolent, and almost no one had seen her demonstrate her abilities. However, intuition told everyone present that she was very dangerous at that moment. After accumulating power for so long, it was time to unleash it all. But why did Luffy and the others fall from the sky? It turned out that the warship they were on was affected by the earthquake caused by Whitebeard, and a massive tsunami was crashing towards them. Faced with the tsunami, they could only face it head-on. Under Jinbei's steering, the warship successfully sailed over the giant wave, reaching the top of the enormous sea swell. At that moment, Akiji unleashed the Ice Age, freezing the massive tsunami in place. Thus, they remained at the summit of the tsunami, looking down to see the battlefield below. The war had already begun, and they needed to rush to the battlefield to rescue Ace. Just as they were discussing their strategy, the ship's transponder snail rang. The transponder snail said, "Implement operation number 3, execute Ace ahead of schedule." This was like a bolt from the blue for Luffy. They had no time to hesitate. Everyone leaped high, putting all their strength into stepping onto the ice. As a result, the ice shattered, and the group fell from the sky. By coincidence, the warship fell right into a hole, which was the place where Jaws had previously moved the ice. This area had turned into a pool of water, and because of this, the small pirates on the warship survived by a stroke of luck. If they had fallen onto the ice, they would have either died or been crippled. Leah watched as Luffy fell and immediately spread her wings to leap forward. When she got closer, she grabbed Luffy's yellow vest with one hand. Suddenly, she felt a weight on her leg and, upon looking down, realized that it was Buggy holding onto her calf. Leah watched as others fell down. Feeling somewhat helpless, she couldn't do anything to help. Luffy slowly opened his eyes and directly stretched out his arm to wrap around Leah, while Buggy quickly grabbed hold of Leah as well. She didn't have time to argue with Buggy now. Leah dodged the incoming shells while lowering her altitude, placing the two people onto the ice surface. Luffy said to Leah, "Nai-chan, I want to save Ace in my own way." Leah leaned closer to Luffy and whispered, "When the time comes, just charge towards the execution platform. I'll handle the rest, and Sabo will be there to assist you." Luffy nodded seriously, indicating he understood. He then looked around, searching for Ace's figure. Unable to see him, he realized it was still too low here. Luffy then ran wildly, climbing to the highest point of the warship's mast. When he reached the top, he saw Ace kneeling on the execution platform. Taking a deep breath, Luffy shouted loudly, "Ace." Upon seeing Luffy, Ace's expression tightened. He really didn't expect Luffy to make it this far. He responded loudly, "Luffy." Sabo, hidden in the crowd, adjusted his hat and felt a bit emotional. It had been a long time since the three brothers were disunited. Once they saved Ace, they definitely needed to celebrate with a drink. Hancock looked at Luffy, feeling as if love was about to fill the air around her. Crocodile remained quite calm as he charged at Whitebeard. Just as Crocodile was about to attack Whitebeard from behind, Luffy kicked him away with a gear second move. Luffy wouldn't allow Crocodile to harm Whitebeard. Ace had once told him that Ace really liked Whitebeard. When Whitebeard saw the straw hat behind Luffy, he recalled Shanks and thought of what Shanks had said before. He seemed to understand something. Standing in front of Whitebeard, Luffy appeared small compared to him. However, his voice was powerful and resonated in the ears of everyone present. "I will be the one to become Pirate King." Everyone was astonished by Luffy's audacious words, even fearful, as that kid dared to say such things in front of the world's strongest man. Just when everyone thought Whitebeard would swing his Bicento to take down this arrogant kid, he actually laughed, a kind of appreciative laugh. As Luffy prepared to rescue Ace, he relayed the information he had overheard on the warship to Whitebeard. Upon hearing the news, Whitebeard smiled faintly, as if he had already anticipated it. Luffy charged towards the Marines, and Leah waved her hand, prompting Kasimoto to release his brother Stolieri, who was responsible for keeping an eye on Akiji and blocking some of the Marines' powerful attacks for Luffy. Vard was called over by Leah to help Uncle Dragon, and D-Solo was also over there. It was likely that soon, the situation there would be hard to conceal. It was time to throw out some other heavy information to distract the Marines. Blackbeard over at Impel Down was a great point of focus. Jessica had a certain talent for filming and editing. To put it bluntly, Blackbeard had not yet encountered the kind of situation he was in, as depicted in the videos he sent. However, how could such a smart woman like Jessica not guess how significant Leah wanted to make this matter? Thus, changing the narrative logic, cutting out the footage of Blackbeard being chased by Magellan and the part where Kamo was holding them back was necessary. The matter of Blackbeard heading to the 6th level to release those super criminals had to be portrayed as if it were a done deal to achieve the maximum effect. Leah had been keeping an eye on Blackbeard long before he planned to seize the dark fruit. Doflamingo held the technology to replicate devil fruits, but he did not collaborate with Kaido this time. Therefore, very few people knew about this matter, and Leah utilized this information gap. Plus, it wasn't just Blackbeard who could have a devil fruit encyclopedia. Leah's super large library was about to be completed, and she possessed the most knowledge in the world outside of Vegapunk. So how could she let such a significant field as devil fruit slip by? Thus, she secretly bought the dark fruit from Sachi ahead of time and asked him to keep it confidential. Given that Blackbeard had hidden his ambitions for over 20 years without anyone noticing, everything had to be kept secret. Otherwise, any misstep could affect her relationship with Whitebeard and the others. Did Blackbeard hide well? Indeed, he did. As before the incident, no one, except for Whitebeard himself, noticed the ambition hidden beneath his innocent Aude. So why had Whitebeard not exposed Blackbeard's concealment before this? 20 years is not just a number. It represents the memories of fighting together, and parents always have more tolerance for their children. Dad regarded everyone on the ship as his children, and Blackbeard had called him Dad for over 20 years. It must be admitted that Whitebeard's heart softened. Even though Leah had warned him to be cautious of Blackbeard, he still held a glimmer of hope for him. He had early on replaced the real devil fruit with a fake one, although Sachi did not understand why. He did not refuse Leah's unreasonable request. After all, the potions Leah's laboratory developed had greatly improved Dad's health. For this alone, she was a benefactor to everyone in the Whitebeard Pirates, and she had no intention of deliberately harming him or anything like that. The reputation of the Whitebeard Pirates was not just blown up. It had genuinely intimidated this sea for countless years, and Sachi couldn't think of any reason Leah would want to harm him. Blackbeard indeed made a move on Sachi, but what he consumed was a fake devil fruit, which was poisonous. However, it seemed he was quite lucky, as he managed to escape while injured and was pursued by so many people, even without being poisoned to death. Leah speculated that Blackbeard still had some luck on his side, albeit the luck of a major villain. She felt even more strongly that the decisive moment was at the top. Teach hadn't died. He was just severely injured and hadn't fully recovered by the time he reached the top. At that moment, Blackbeard realized he had been tricked and dealt a heavy blow to Teach, causing serious internal injuries. However, later on, with Leah's intervention, Sachi survived, although he might have some after effects. Father regretted his softness, leading to the injury of another son. Seeing the weak and bettered Sachi, Ace, in his grief and anger, took on the task of pursuing Teach. However, Ace was not reckless. He reported his situation to Whitebeard along the way, and having undergone a series of training from Leah and her crew in his childhood, his strength had been elevated. There was no need to mention his mastery of armament and observation hockey. Even Conqueror's hockey had been understood by Ace. Pursuing Blackbeard, who had lost the darkness fruit, he still felt somewhat confident. What he didn't expect was that Teach had already colluded with the Marines and even sent an admiral to deal with him. Concerned about Luffy being behind him, he couldn't back down until he was exhausted and captured. The moment Leah obtained the darkness fruit, she handed it to Camus, severing Blackbeard's connection to it. At that time, while fleeing, Blackbeard, injured, obtained another devil fruit. Its ability was quite decent, allowing him to transfer others' attacks onto his enemies. However, it couldn't compare to the darkness fruit that Blackbeard had coveted for over 20 years. But having something was better than nothing. As long as someone like Blackbeard was alive, there would always be a day he could rise again. He would never give up. A so-called hero is just like that. Unfortunately, standing against Leah, he naturally used whatever tricks he could. If he could fall once under his own hand, he could fall a second time. The foresight Leah possessed was her greatest advantage, allowing her to manipulate many things. With Luffy leading the way, everyone followed suit. However, at this moment, there was a dog by Luffy's side. Yes, it was Makabaka. In front of Luffy, Kizaru blocked his path, and then Admiral Kizaru began a new performance, charging up his abilities for a while. He needed a few minutes to build up energy, and just then, Leah threw a metallic box directly towards the execution platform. Many people noticed this scene, thinking it was some secret weapon, and they focused intently on the metallic box. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, to prevent any accidents during the execution, caught the metallic box. He saw a button on it and hesitated for a moment, glancing at Leah, who stood there with ill intentions, and followed his instincts to press it. Subsequently, the screen on the metallic box began to play a video, which was the footage sent by Jessica, not only from that metallic box, but even the external large screen broadcasting the execution was showing this video. The content of the video was primarily about Blackbeard's actions in Impelled Down, edited to make the prison break seem incredibly easy and smooth. The controlled Magellan and the released criminals, the riots of prisoners on each level. And the final images showed Blackbeard and his crew facing the red count. Kizaru, who was charging up, suddenly felt something was off as he looked at Fleet Admiral Sengoku. He thought to himself, am I going to have to work overtime again? It's so good here with so many people. No one would mind if I slacked off a bit. But if it's for other work, just joking. At this moment, Leah spoke up. How does it feel, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, to have the Navy used as a pawn? The battle continued, and many were too focused on the fight to pay attention to Leah's words. But Sengoku's not-so-good expression indicated that something unfavorable for the war was happening. Sengoku collected his thoughts and asked knowingly, what do you mean? As the strategic Admiral Sengoku, didn't he know? Blackbeard's initial intention in helping you capture Ace was not for the position of Warlord of the Sea. His goal was clear, the criminals in Impelled Down. Or rather, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, you must have suspected this long ago. But this opportunity to start a war was too rare, and you chose to let it go. Sengoku furrowed his brow, but quickly returned to normal and said, so what? Whether it is or isn't, does it matter to talk about it now? That is true. After all, your common goal is Whitebeard, but Fleet Admiral Sengoku, can you imagine the consequences if the criminals in the deepest part of Impelled Down are released? Perhaps the armed hegemony you Navy have maintained for decades will be shattered. Leah's tone was somewhat nonchalant. Sengoku's gaze shifted to Admiral Kizaru, who silently lowered his foot. If anyone could turn the situation in Impelled Down around, it would naturally be the so-called light-speed Kizaru. Oh no, he was being called out. Sengoku approached Kizaru and quietly issued an order. You go to Impelled Down to deal with Blackbeard and his crew. If possible, kill them without mercy. No matter what, they must be locked and Impelled Down. Such people, if they come out, will undoubtedly become a major threat to the Navy. Kizaru said nothing and directly transformed into light. He had a premonition that this time, the Navy might lose, and there were already signs of deviating from the main storyline. Kizaru's sudden departure had a huge impact on the morale of the troops, but after Akainu's motivational speech, everyone still rallied to face the enemy before them. Outside the live broadcast screen of the Sabeti archipelago, Rayleigh gazed at Leah's figure and silently thought, the predictions made many years ago have now come true. Of course, Blackbeard's actions also brought a degree of astonishment to those present. After so many years, someone actually dared to set their sights on Impelled Down. The name Blackbeard was etched in the hearts of many, including those supernovas. Luffy continued to run forward, greeted by two fools, Zango and Navy Lieutenant Fendi. With Zango claiming he'd gotten stronger and wanted to show Luffy the upgraded version of hypnosis. With a shout of 1, 2, 3, Zango, both fell to the ground, hypnotizing themselves. These two fools were just there for comic relief. Meanwhile, Leah soared above the crowd, landing at the center of the inner bay. Then the shadows beneath her feet began to ripple, spreading out from her center. Some people sensed something was wrong and quickly left the ground, but unfortunately, the shadows had already begun to engulf everything, blurring the lines between friend and foe. However, Leah couldn't concern herself with that. This was war, and casualties were inevitable. The mechanical Voldemort paused its actions. After such a long battle, their bodies had sustained some damage. The metal plates on their backs opened up, and small robots crawled out, crashing into the crowd, causing chaos. Tyrant Kuma was actually slacking off. Knowing the Revolutionary Army's plans, he didn't need to cooperate with Vegapunk's experiments. Now, his presence in Marineford was merely to cover for the Revolutionary Army for a while longer, allowing them to control the Celestial Dragons in Mariehua as soon as possible. Leah stood in the center of the arena, and all those dragged in by the shadows had fallen silent. Coupled with Leah's menacing appearance, it was enough to instill fear in anyone. The shadows beneath her feet continued to spread, seemingly endless, and Leah's pupils had completely turned blood red, like a demon crawling out of hell. A thick aura of killing intent surrounded her, and everyone began to avoid the shadows. A vacuum zone constructed by the shadows appeared around Leah. Of course, the shadows were not invincible. They struggled against more powerful officers. But this tactic was indeed enough to clear out the weaklings. At that moment, Luffy activated Gear 3rd and knocked down a giant rear admiral with a rubber giant spinning strike. This made the prisoners uneasy. They couldn't let Luffy steal the spotlight alone. They hoped that their idol, Captain Buggy, would take down Whitebeard's head. Captain Buggy, we can't lose to them. Hurry up and take down Whitebeard's head. Buggy laughed arrogantly and ordered, all right, let's go. Just then, Whitebeard suddenly called out to Buggy, hey, Red Nose. Buggy instinctively turned around and cursed. Who are you calling Red Nose, you bastard? Watch it, or I'll kill you, bastard. Then he realized, looking up with a terrified expression, Whitebeard. Whitebeard was quite wise. The common enemy now was the Navy, and he didn't need to bicker with this red-nosed brat at this time. It would be better to pull Buggy in to cooperate. Even if these prisoners weren't very strong, a mosquito's leg is still meat. This greatly satisfied Buggy's vanity, and without hesitation, he agreed to Whitebeard's proposal. All right, Whitebeard, let's team up. It's me teaming up with you. The prisoners were somewhat excited and chimed in. Who are you? Mighty One. That's right, it's our Captain Buggy. This guy had become so arrogant. Mr. 3 looked at the wildly laughing Buggy with a terrified expression. Smoker was also on the battlefield above, charging directly at Luffy, wanting to hit him with a stick. At that moment, Makabaka jumped up and bit Smoker's weapon. With a crack, his weapon broke. Luffy dodged Smoker's kick and took the opportunity to pat Makabaka's head as a reward. However, Smoker was persistent, determined to capture Luffy. Luffy wanted to activate Gear 2nd, but just then, Stoliary charged at Smoker with a large sword. Seeing this, Luffy stopped tangling with Smoker and continued rushing toward the execution platform. Unlike his brother, Stoliary was a complete madman. He ran over without distinguishing between friend and foe, attacking anyone who obstructed Luffy, regardless of whether they were Navy or pirate. At that moment, Hancock arrived beside Luffy, pulled out a key from her chest, and handed it to Luffy. This was the key to unlock Ace's handcuffs. After Luffy received the key, he excitedly hugged Hancock, making her blush. Although Hancock was thrilled, this sudden hug left her somewhat flustered. Luffy then continued to sprint with the key in hand, while Hancock was lost in the embrace, panting heavily and dreamily saying, Luffy's body heat is still on my hands, on my chest, this is marriage. It seemed Hancock really liked Luffy. Just a hug had her fantasizing about marriage. This was indeed a bit exaggerated. Meanwhile, Ivankov was held back by the Revolutionary Army's pacifists. He still didn't know that the tyrant Kuma in front of him was a cyborg. They used to be old comrades. Ivankov tried to awaken the tyrant Kuma, but Doflamingo stood in front of the pacifists. He felt a bit bored and began to deceive the Okama king, saying that the tyrant Kuma had died a few days ago and voluntarily became a weapon for the government's research. Now, the tyrant Kuma had lost his human consciousness and was just a monster that obeyed government orders to fight. Just as Ivankov was taken aback, looking terrified, Doflamingo added, "But once you capture the research facility, you can gain control over the pacifists." Ivankov was speechless. He wasn't thinking clearly. They were planning to attack Mariewa, while I was unprepared. So what reason did Kuma have to continue cooperating with Vegapunk's experiments? Luffy also ran to Ivankov's side, just as the pacifists were about to attack him and Ivankov. Doflamingo stood before them, propping himself up and saying, "Aren't you going to hurry up and leave?" Realizing the situation, Luffy quickly continued running forward, with Ivankov following closely behind. Ivankov asked while running, "Luffy, do you know Doflamingo?" Luffy replied, "I don't know him." "Then why is he helping us?" Ivankov continued to ask. "He has a good relationship with his sister, and he seems to be Corazon's brother," Luffy explained. "Huh, isn't it said that their relationship is poor? Who is Corazon?" However, they didn't have time to focus on this. Ace was still being held captive. Luffy and the group of Okama rushed toward the execution platform, including the gradually growing Makabaka, though no one noticed this. At this time, Buggy and his subordinates seemed to be plotting something big, and from Buggy's mouth, it was revealed to be a world-shocking plan. After discussing the plan, they unveiled the candle house built by Mr. 3, startling the outside navy, and then they charged toward the execution platform, chanting about Captain Buggy's great battle. Meanwhile, Old Sand was still entangled with Whitebeard when suddenly, Jozu charged in, turning into Diamond and crashing into Old Sand, causing him to spit blood. It seemed that taking Whitebeard's head would not be an easy task. Just as Diamond Jozu was about to attack again, Doflamingo sat behind Jozu, controlling his body. Doflamingo, a user of the string fruit, could manipulate his opponents as if they were puppets. This time, Doflamingo wanted to bring Old Sand into his ranks. To be honest, not many people could pique Doflamingo's interest. Moreover, Leah suspected that Doflamingo knew Old Sand's secret. When the two were together, Leah felt that the atmosphere was not quite right. She was still very relaxed, as no true big shots had made a move yet, and she still had the energy to observe the battlefield. After all, Whitebeard had not officially made a move. The proud Old Sand would never team up with Doflamingo, directly unleashing a sandstorm to blow Jozu and Doflamingo away. Doflamingo seemed to have found some fun and engaged in a fight with Old Sand. "I thought you were a reasonable guy," he said as they got entangled. Luffy was getting closer and closer to Ace, but it seemed there were more obstacles in his way. As the smoke cleared, Mihawk appeared before Luffy. Mihawk wanted to see if the one chosen by Shanks could survive under his black blade. Luffy knew that now was not the time to tangle with a top expert like Mihawk, so he directly activated Gear 2nd and charged past Mihawk's range. However, Mihawk would absolutely not let Luffy pass so easily and launched his strongest slash at Luffy. Leah sensed the danger and flapped her wings to block Luffy's path. She swung her blood-red scythe, sending a crimson slash towards Mihawk's camp. When they collided, an explosion occurred, sending countless people flying. The ground where the blood-red slash struck was left with crimson cracks, and it began to corrode the surrounding tiles. Many people saw this and hurriedly dodged. Mihawk noticed this, and his golden pupils flickered with a strange light as he asked, "Do you want to fight me?" Leah tilted her head in thought, and after a moment, a glimmer of brilliance flashed at her eyes. She then swung her scythe, pointing it directly at Hawkeye, and said, "I can't beat you, but I can exchange a few moves." Hawkeye replied, "You can give it a try. I won't go all out." It's quite rare for Hawkeye to say this, considering he is a battle fanatic. However, Leah guessed that his willingness to compromise likely stemmed from the fear that if she died, there would be no one left to continue. With this thought in mind, Leah made an okay gesture and then completely released the shadow beneath her feet. Gradually, the shadows coalesced into a gigantic monster that surged towards Hawkeye, blocking out the sky. Countless people were shocked by this scene, but then, a bright green slash cut through the shadow, heading straight for the frozen tsunami in the distance. What seemed like a casual strike was able to split such a massive iceberg in two, startling the nearby navy. Was Hawkeye truly our ally, or was he with the pirates? Leah was not surprised by this. Her devouring beast could only be harmed by attacks that contained intent. Hawkeye truly lived up to his reputation as the world's greatest swordsman, as his fierce killing intent directly sliced open the throat of the devouring beast. It seemed that they would have to exchange a few real blows. Leah then swung her scythe at Hawkeye, meanwhile leading him towards the execution platform. Buggy had already begun his perfect plan. First, he sent his subordinates to look for the image-transmitting snail and the recording snail, as he seemed to be planning something significant. While Hawkeye was fighting Leah, he was also distracted by the thought that Luffy really had the protagonist's halo, capable of turning everyone present into his companions. On Buggy's side, they had already found the image-transmitting snail, and Buggy's operation was about to begin. The audience behind the live broadcast screen was also astonished by the scene on the battlefield. The Navy had also started their plan, executing ahead of schedule. The announcement of Ace's execution time was clearly not supposed to be at this moment. Why was the Navy advancing it? Those watching the live broadcast were equally puzzled. At the same time, Sengoku ordered his subordinates to immediately cut off the signal from the image-transmitting snail, stating that what would happen next did not need to be made public. They only needed to announce the Navy's victory in the end. Although he said this, Sengoku himself had no certainty about which side would emerge victorious in this war. A huge explosion occurred in the rear, and many pirate ships were set ablaze. They realized that the Marines had bypassed the ice and were attacking from the side. However, soon after, the Navy's warships were tossed into the air by gigantic waves, and the monster's massive jaws crushed those warships. Leah controlled several Sea Kings with the purpose of guarding submarines and ships. The role of the Sea Kings was limited. Their power was a disaster for ordinary people. However, for true, strong fighters, they were easy to handle. When placed in the sea, their utility increased significantly, such as being able to pull boats during retreats. Soon, the artificial pacifists surrounded the pirates, which was the plan of Sengoku, to use artificial weapons to encircle all the pirates and eliminate them. Leading the charge was Bartolomeo, wielding a giant axe and responsible for the actions of the pacifists. The real tyrant Kuma was hiding among the pacifists, intending to take advantage of the chaos. Once the explosion began, Kuma directly knocked away the pacifists one by one, using a reverse method to counter the mass destruction weapons. Bartolomeo was surprised. He didn't expect the real tyrant Kuma to be present, as earlier rumors suggested he had lost his personality and become an experimental tool for Vegapunk. Alone, Bartolomeo naturally couldn't handle the tyrant Kuma, and his giant axe was shattered with a single blow from Kuma. Sengoku, holding a transponder snail, issued orders to the Navy: evacuate the ice surface. Upon receiving the order, the Navy scrambled towards the inner square. Meanwhile, the residents of Sabaody were watching the live broadcast when suddenly two screens went black. On the battlefield, Mihawk charged up a powerful strike against Leah, who quickly dodged as Mihawk's super strong slash flew towards the execution platform. Upon seeing this, Sengoku had no hope for the old man sitting next to Ace and used Haki to block the strike. However, the execution platform was unharmed. While the Marine headquarters building behind, it was directly cut in half, turning into ruins. At this moment, Sengoku was extremely angry and wanted to say something, but Mihawk didn't even acknowledge him, sheathing his black sword and saying, "I'm done fighting." Leah asked in a somewhat cheeky manner, "Are you really not going to fight?" Hawkeye glanced at Leah, then looked at the large number of fallen Marines around. His meaning was clear. All right, if you're not going to fight, go find someone else to play with. I'll call someone to bring you my new writing when I have time." Leah hurriedly waved her hand and said. Hawkeye nodded and didn't say much more. Soon, the swordsman Vista approached, and Hawkeye felt a bit bored. However, out of respect for swordsmen, he still engaged in a fight with Vista. At that moment, Sengoku began to question his subordinates for losing a transponder snail. They were now searching with all their might. A Marine reported. Those watching the live broadcast were also puzzled, wondering if it was live or a movie. Why was the screen black? Could it be an advertisement? Not wet. Meanwhile, the protagonist on the camera snail, Buggy, was still carefully adjusting his clown makeup. Buggy needed to look good on camera. With a shout of start, Buggy appeared in the frame, facing away from everyone. "Thank you for waiting. There's sound." The voiceover from a screen cheered for Buggy. "Is this the great pirate Captain Buggy?" Buggy turned his face and said with an arrogant smile, "That's me." This move really made Sengoku furious. He would probably be so angry he'd lose a few years off his life. Sengoku angrily instructed, "Go stop them immediately." Just then, to Akainu's surprise, the great vortex spider, Squard, did not go ahead with the plan to assassinate Whitebeard. This was thanks to Ace himself, who grew up beside Leah and learned a bit about perceiving and understanding others' emotions. Although he didn't want to admit that Roger was his father, he and Squard were brothers and partners who would fight side by side on the same ship in the future. After learning that Squard hated the grudge between him and Roger, he actually fought Squard once. Emotions need an outlet. Among pirates, nothing works better than a fight to resolve things. Talking it out might not make the tension disappear, but it would definitely improve the situation. When Akainu secretly approached Squard for a talk, he hesitated. But in the end, he chose to trust his old man. It was him who spent time with Ace, and it was him who benefited from his father's favor. There was no need to betray the Whitebeard pirates just because of a few instigations. Akainu must have been so angry that his mouth was about to twist. At this moment, Akainu was somewhat unhappy, and he started persuading other members of the Whitebeard pirates, hoping to influence them. Akainu's rumor-mongering skills were truly exceptional. He claimed that Whitebeard had colluded with the Navy beforehand, and that this rescue of Ace was merely a show. And in the end, they would all die here. Meanwhile, the Navy wouldn't harm Whitebeard and Ace. The members of the Whitebeard pirates couldn't help but be influenced by Akainu's words and began to question Whitebeard, wanting to know the truth. "Dad, is what he said true? Please tell us, Dad, that that's not true." The person involved, Whitebeard, hadn't stood up to refute yet, but Leah directly threw a slash at Akainu, sarcastically saying, "You're talking nonsense. You say you won't harm them. But isn't the purpose of provoking this war to use Whitebeard as an example to intimidate the seas? You say you want to harm them. But you're lying without even writing a draft, with how you all killed every baby and pregnant woman on Ballad Island during your hunt for Ace. Don't act like you're some charity organization. And as for the Demon Slayer Order, I don't even want to mention it. The Navy is just a violent law enforcement agency for the world government that exploits the people. Don't elevate yourselves too high, Red Dog." Leah spoke like a rapid-fire cannon, not pausing for a moment. And of course, her words were transmitted to the Sabeti archipelago through the live broadcast. Akainu heard Leah cursing him and felt a bit crude. He wanted to retort or curse back. However, he found himself at a loss for words and couldn't come up with any harsh insults. After fumbling for a while, he decided to throw magma at Leah, but his attack was blocked by others. At that moment, the live-streaming Buggy team instantly turned into ice sculptures. Akiji stated he didn't want to see Buggy and the others show off anymore. Meanwhile, all the screens in Sabeti went dark, and the people of Sabeti could no longer watch the live broadcast. Just then, chain stores on the Sabeti archipelago began distributing metal boxes that could stream videos to local residents for free. At the same time, small robots, decomposed from a mechanical Voldemort, started to release desert army ants. Pheromones and synthesized video information would be uploaded into the metal boxes. Not only in Sabeti, but merchants under Leah's Chamber of Commerce around the world began distributing metal boxes as well. It would be a shame for only the residents of Sabeti to witness such excitement. Everyone should enjoy the spectacle together. Whitebeard looked at Akainu, who was fighting, and said, "Indeed, the student surpasses the master. Your despicable and shameless behavior might even surpass Sengoku." After saying this, Whitebeard took a stance and swung his fist to both sides. All the glaciers frozen by Akiji collapsed into a heap. Sengoku immediately understood that Whitebeard's intention was to provide an escape route for all the pirates. Breaking the ice wall meant that nearby ships could move, allowing the pirates to escape at any moment. At this time, all the pirates on the battlefield became excited. The truth was clear. They now knew that Whitebeard would never betray them. At this moment, Whitebeard commanded, "Anyone who wants to come with me, abandon your lives and follow me." These two sentences ignited the pirates' fighting spirit. Sengoku then addressed all the Marines, "Prepare for battle. The world's strongest man is about to make a move." Whitebeard wielded his sword, cutting through the clouds, pointing directly at the execution platform, and shouted, "Go." The pirates charged at the Marines almost frantically, their violent instincts fully awakened after this encounter. Seeing this, Leah waved her hand, and the crimson mist immediately spread throughout the area. Its purpose was simple: to unleash everyone's potential and enter a berserk state, making it difficult for anyone to fall. After this incident, the pirates' gazes subtly emanated a bloodlust, and their attacks became increasingly ruthless, as if to say, "Even if we die, we will turn the Navy base upside down." While the Navy was counterattacking, they were also retreating. On one hand, they prepared to use their iron walls to block the pirates' offensive and surround all the pirates to destroy them. On the other hand, the pirates' fearless momentum indeed sent chills down their spines. Originally, the Navy planned to raise the encirclement wall to facilitate the annihilation of the pirates. However, the thick ice on the sea that Akiji had previously frozen affected the elevator's operation. To prevent the pirates from charging into the square, A giant Navy soldier stepped forward to block the pirate's attack. This giant was somewhat arrogant. He swung his large blade down towards Whitebeard. But to his surprise, Whitebeard caught his strongest strike with one hand, looking as if he hadn't exerted much effort at all. With a slight force, Whitebeard rebounded the giant, causing him to lose his balance and nearly fall. At the same time, Whitebeard grasped the air with his bare hands, and the entire space seemed like a transparent cloth as he pulled hard. The ground began to tilt. Everyone clung to the ground, uncontrollably sliding down, while some Navy soldiers who failed to hold on rolled towards the sloping ground, falling onto protruding ice and getting impaled. The pirates began to shout, "Don't get close to Dad." This is the power of the strongest man at sea. With one strike, he made the island carrying Marineford tilt. The sea level rose dramatically, ice shattered, and buildings collapsed, taking a long time to calm down. Leah, who had anticipated this, held on to Andy, who wanted to use a pig-slicing knife against Aokiji, and flew up, hovering in midair to observe the entire scene. Whitebeard's actions were simply apocalyptic. The Navy giant, still not giving up, picked up his blade to attack again. Whitebeard jumped up and struck the giant forcefully in midair, shattering the space. The powerful energy directly penetrated the giant's body and crashed towards the execution platform, breaking through the surrounding wall. The violent impact caused a huge explosion towards the execution platform. As the smoke cleared, the execution platform remained unscathed. Aokiji and Akainu joined forces to block the energy wave. Aokiji said, "It's all because we didn't activate the encirclement wall in time." Akainu replied, "Isn't it because of your ice?" Aokiji casually responded, "Why not just melt it?" Admiral Sakazuki? Akainu, "Damn it, it's all about me." At this moment, Kazuru, who was an impel down, sneezed strangely while leisurely cornering Blackbeard with Magellan. He muttered, "It must be Sakazuki cursing me behind my back, but I can't hold it against him. It will be terrible if he doesn't help me with the paperwork in the future." Just then, Magellan's voice came through the transponder snail. "Admiral Kazuru, hurry up. Why are you dawdling here? The sooner you finish, the sooner you can return. There's still no outcome at Marineford." Kazuru didn't quite catch what Magellan was saying, because when all of Magellan's words reached his brain, they automatically turned into the two big words, overtime. At that moment, a Navy soldier activated the switch to raise the encirclement wall, and the machinery started up, causing the iron wall to rise from the seabed. However, halfway up, it got stuck. The iron wall had many openings with cannons set inside, and the stuck position was right at the cannon mouth, unable to go up or down, nor could extend out. The Navy could instigate their sides' relationships, and Leah could also spend a fortune to bribe people on the Navy side. It was just a routine operation of war. Looking at the expressions of everyone on the field, Leah slightly pulled a smile. Among them, Akainu had the worst complexion. He already looked somewhat serious, and now his mood had dropped even lower. Nothing was going smoothly today, and none of the planned strategies had been achieved. Akainu stepped forward, magma rolling from his hands, an unleashed meteor volcano, with countless magma fists flying into the sky. Everyone looked up, not knowing what happened next. Then, Akainu's magma fists fell like shooting stars. Although they looked beautiful, they would kill people upon impact. The ground was a frozen sea. Even if one wasn't hit, they would sink into the ocean. Just then, Leah formed seals with her hands, her fingers flying, and blood-colored threads wove into a giant net. It wrapped around all the falling magma fists, and then with a strong pull, Leah sent all the magma fists flying towards the Navy headquarters building and behind the iron wall. Luffy stood up and ran towards the back of Little Oar's guards. With everyone's efforts, Luffy stood under the execution platform. However, at this moment, Luffy faced Admiral Aokiji and Admiral Akainu directly. Leah had no such worries, because Andy had already left her embrace and run straight towards Aokiji. Leah soared into the sky, then raised her blood-red scythe and slashed at Akainu. The descending acceleration and the force of the swing converged in the sky into a magnificent blood-red point of light, followed by a red magic circle forming in the air. It fell straight down. Akainu used Haki to defend against Leah's strike, and then the two collided, resulting in a powerful explosion. The ground where Akainu stood cracked and sank, taking a while to calm down. When the smoke cleared, a large pit with a diameter of over 10 meters appeared around Akainu. At the very center, the two were focused intently on each other. Meanwhile, on Aokiji's side, Andy clung to Aokiji's calf and wouldn't let go, proving difficult to shake off or lift, as slippery as an eel. Eventually, Aokiji had no choice but to freeze Andy in place. He reached down and grabbed Andy by the pants, lifting him up to observe. Andy was quite small, now shivering from being frozen, with cold air escaping from his mouth. Aokiji rubbed his head, feeling somewhat reluctant to take action. So he simply grabbed the collar of Andy's shirt and threw him towards the white-beard pirates. It was as if he was letting him off the hook. Then, Akainu attacked Leah, the scorching magma in the air becoming even more intense, and Leah's hair began to curl, emitting a smell of burning protein. How annoying, Akainu scoffed. While attacking, he mocked Leah's courage, stating that it was commendable, but her strength was lacking. Leah was feeling a bit reluctant to move, but she thought of a brilliant move to deal with Akainu. Soon, a blood-red liquid began to seep out from beneath her feet, slowly wrapping around Akainu. This substance could completely cover a person with just a tiny bit, especially targeting those with heavy killing intent. Now the entire battlefield was filled with pirates, and Akainu's killing intent was at its peak, eager to cut through the whole battlefield. However, he still had some reservations and didn't unleash his full power. His instincts told him that this was not a good thing, and while dodging, he had to face Leah's deadly move, making him somewhat flustered. Meanwhile, Aokiji launched a massive ice pillar towards Luffy, who was just about to use haki to shatter the ice pillar. Suddenly, a corgi over 4 meters tall, which was none other than the unexpectedly grown Makabaka, leaped out from the crowd and bit the ice pillar, effortlessly shattering it. Then, a water pipe struck towards Akiji's head from behind. Aokiji, sensing it in advance, immediately transformed into his elemental form. But the half-ice body he had condensed was shattered by the pipe. As expected of an admiral from the Navy headquarters, I couldn't even succeed in landing a sneak attack, said a man wearing a blue hat and a blue suit, lowering his hat brim and speaking nonchalantly. Leah focused her gaze and realized it was Sabo. Both Ace on the execution platform and Luffy, standing below, shouted in unison, "Sabo!" Many people present were surprised by the sudden appearance of this man, instinctively pausing their actions. He was definitely not a minor character. Someone had clearly seen him suddenly appear behind Aokiji. Before this, no one had noticed his approach. In fact, no one had even realized he was on the battlefield, except for the Marines who had been knocked out by Sabo. At this moment, Sabo extended his hand, waving to both Ace and Luffy with a bright smile, saying, "Hey Ace, Luffy, I'm here." Ace looked at Sabo and said excitedly, "I thought you would go over there. I can't rest easy without seeing you safely out of danger. You and Luffy are always my top priority. Only if you are safe can I pursue my dreams and go further." Sabo replied cheerfully. At that moment, Leah came up and punched Sabo in the stomach, asking unhappily, "What about me?" Sabo scratched his head and said, "Of course, you're also very important. You're all my most important people. How about that girl who has been following you around? Why haven't I seen her today?" Leah asked. "You mean Crow? I didn't tell her. I sneaked over here. She's probably still on another battlefield calling me with a den mushy." While they were chatting casually, some viewers in the live broadcast had already uncovered Sabo's identity. The Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army. His status in the Revolutionary Army was second only to the world's most notorious criminal, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon. What a terrifying identity. At this moment, the sibling duo's oblivious conversation angered Akainu, who was standing nearby with veins bulging. He directly swung his fist at the two. They both dodged simultaneously, exchanging a knowing glance and each taking one side. Aokiji was about to attack Luffy when Sabo interrupted his move, stepping in front of Luffy and throwing him toward the execution platform. Sabo waved to Luffy, saying, "Luffy, you can take the old man's iron fist." Then Sabo's expression turned cold as he looked at Aokiji, who was emanating cold air, and said, "How could I allow you to lay a hand on Luffy?" Thus, Sabo engaged in a fierce battle with Aokiji. At that moment, Sengoku ordered the execution to proceed. The two men beside Ace had already raised their execution knives and were about to swing down at Ace. Leah wasn't too anxious because she had already placed her last line of defense on Ace. She was very worried that something might happen to Ace, so she prepared for this. Everyone showed surprise. Could this all end like this? Then, the blood of the personnel splattered high into the air, as it turned out to be an attack launched by Crocodile. No one expected that Crocodile, who was determined to take Whitebeard's head, would actually help Ace. Crocodile told Sengoku that he didn't want to see the Navy's pleased expressions. Before he could finish speaking, Doflamingo flicked his finger, and Crocodile's head flew off, although it didn't matter much to him since he had already elementalized. Doflamingo laughed maniacally, and the two started fighting over a disagreement. Taking advantage of the fact that both admirals were occupied, Luffy charged directly toward the execution platform, where a Navy Vice Admiral seemed to be blocking his way. However, it was useless. Luffy nearly killed the Vice Admiral in an instant. At this time, Sabo was struggling a bit against Aokiji. However, at that moment, Bartolomeo kicked Akiji with his blue flames, sending him crashing into the wall. Right now, the priority was to save Ace. This wasn't a time for chivalry or one-on-one duels. So both admirals were being attacked. It was at this moment that Mr. 3 broke into the Navy's inner area, thinking this was the safest place due to his fear of death. The pirates outside the walls were in a dire situation. The ice was melting, and they had no foothold, so they swam with all their might toward the walls. At this time, a ship surfaced from below the sea. It was a coated ship slowly rising to the surface, and the pirates in the sea took this opportunity to climb aboard. This was a coated ship that had been lurking beneath the sea. Additionally, the submarine that Leah brought also surfaced with some pirates. The pirates who had just escaped to the surface climbed onto the sailing ship and the submarine, which was heading in the direction of Oars. Little Oars was using his immense strength to pound against the enclosing wall, trying to smash it back underground. When Little Oars saw the sailing ship coming, he directly picked it up and forcefully smashed it into the enclosing wall. Now everyone was inside the Navy's enclosing wall, and the Navy's cannons could not be activated. It was time to wreak havoc. Whitebeard jumped off the sailing ship, first asking the kids to keep their distance because he was about to unleash his ultimate move. He gathered an energy ball with Songyun cut and swung his hand to smash the energy ball toward the Navy. How many Navy soldiers were there? It felt like they could never be finished off. Thinking of this, Leah couldn't help but frown. Then she looked at Kasamoto, who was killing joyfully in the crowd, swinging his butcher knife. Seeing this, Leah fought even harder against Akainu. Soon, the captains protecting their pirate crew gathered around Whitebeard, and after a command from Whitebeard, their morale surged. Whitebeard was ready for a second attack, and this time the momentum was distinctly different from before. During the build-up, the clouds in the sky began to churn. Just then, Akiji shook off Marco and the others and jumped towards Whitebeard, using his freezing powers. Whitebeard was instantly encased in ice, but within 3 seconds, cracks appeared, and the ice shattered. It seems I can't freeze him, Akiji said, and then he jumped again, preparing to attack once more. Whitebeard raised his Songyun slash, using his Conqueror's Haki to stab through Akiji's chest. The Navy members gasped at this scene, exclaiming, Admiral Kazan was hit with Haki. The pirates, however, questioned, is he dead? Akiji. Unfortunately for them, Akiji had anticipated Whitebeard's actions and had preemptively elementalized to create a hole for himself. Akiji then embraced Songyun slash, rebutting the pirates. No, don't say foolish things. The ice then spread along Songyun slash toward Whitebeard. Ice blocked 2-pronged spear. Just then, Diamond Jozu charged in, directly neutralizing Akiji's attack. Jozu said, Dad, you go ahead. Whitebeard replied to Jozu, I'm counting on you. Sabo also rushed over, and the two of them attacked Akiji together to buy time for Luffy. Whitebeard shouted, All you reckless ones, come on. As long as Whitebeard posed, he could intimidate the small navy. Songyun's slash cleaved forward, causing a violent explosion, and the force of this strike tore the sky apart, sending shockwaves that knocked everyone in front away, directly heading towards the execution platform. After the smoke cleared, Sengoku used his ability to transform into the Buddha of Sengoku, barely managing to block this attack. His eyes involuntarily widened. What was going on? The intelligence had clearly stated that Whitebeard's old injuries had worsened and that his body could no longer support the use of his devil fruit. Why? Why did he still have such power? This was almost on par with that monster from 20 years ago. At that moment, Garp couldn't help but stand up, thinking, has Whitebeard found a way to recover? Akainu shook off Leah and charged at Whitebeard with a punch. Their fists collided with a force that could crush anything, and Akainu was sent flying, crashing into the ground and creating a large crater. As he tried to prop himself up, he couldn't help but cough up a mouthful of blood. This scene greatly affected the Navy's morale, and some members could no longer resist starting to retreat. Meanwhile, those watching the live broadcast couldn't help but marvel. No wonder he's known as the world's strongest man. He can incapacitate an admiral of the Navy headquarters with a single strike. It seemed he had internal injuries. Seizing the opportunity, Leah knew that this was the time to strike, so she unleashed a blood net toward Akainu. At the same time, the battlefield was filled with chaos, and Hancock continued her indiscriminate attacks, petrifying anyone she could, be they pirate or Navy. Leah's blood net can absorb a person's vital energy, and the murderous intent can make it even stronger, having remarkable effects on those with strong murderous intent. Akainu, due to an injury, accidentally got entangled in the blood net and began to struggle in pain. Seeing this, the Navy's desire to retreat grew even stronger. At this moment, Garp jumped down from the execution platform and charged at Whitebeard. He could no longer stand by and watch. If the Navy didn't achieve some results soon, their morale would likely be depleted by these ruthless pirates. To surrender without a fight would be the greatest shame since the Navy's establishment. As Whitebeard managed to entangle the greatest variable of this war, Navy hero Garp, Marco flew toward the execution platform. The Navy's attacks below had no effect on Marco. At this moment, everyone's gaze was fixed on Marco. Would he succeed this time? However, at this moment, Admiral Sengoku jumped up. After Marco dodged Sengoku's strike, he lifted his foot and delivered a kick, sending Sengoku tumbling off the execution platform. The war had reached a boiling point, especially with Whitebeard and Garp in the middle of the battlefield. Around them, it was almost a vacuum, as no one dared to approach the two fighters. Even slightly weaker Navy members could be torn apart by the shock waves of their battle. Whitebeard, after throwing another punch, Garp said somewhat solemnly, I have to thank that little girl Leah," Whitebeard replied, now having nothing to hide, since he had already made a move. "Oh, so it's that little girl. Ha ha, indeed. She's my granddaughter, always getting me into trouble." Seeing Garp throw punches with even more vigor made one wonder if he was truly proud of Leah or felt bittersweet. To force the last line of defense on the execution platform to take action indicates that the balance of victory has already shifted toward the pirates. Everyone knows that over 20 years ago, Garp had fought against Pirate King Roger multiple times, gaining fame throughout the world. Before becoming Pirate King, Roger's reputation was nearly on par with that of the Golden Lion, who caused a ruckus in Marineford over Roger's execution. Garp, along with Sengoku, confronted him, and in the end, it was Garp who sent the Golden Lion into impel down. But seeing that their father could trade blows with Garp gave the pirates renewed determination. Everyone was giving their all. They would never be intimidated by Garp's reputation. Their father is the world's strongest man. All of this gave Luffy the opportunity. He took the key and jumped onto the execution platform. Akainu wanted to rush to the execution platform, but the problem was that he was already trapped by Leah. The blood net wrapped around him was getting tighter, and he could feel his strength gradually draining away. Taking advantage of the fact that everyone was entangled, he unlocked Ace's sea stone handcuffs. Ace was freed. The blazing flames engulfed the entire execution platform. Ace was free. Subsequently, white flames erupted from his fingertips. Leah's eyes lit up at the scene. Had Ace learned? With a wave of his hand, Ace sent flying a Navy soldier who attempted to ambush Luffy, and white flames blazed along the retreat path, creating an escape route for everyone. This flame didn't burn at a high temperature, making it easy for people to let their guard down. However, once it stuck to you, it would burn you to the bone. As some people got caught in the unquenchable flames and were turned to ash, scattering in the wind, everyone instinctively moved away from Ace. Luffy and Ace stood back to back, facing the surrounding enemies together while also looking for a chance to retreat. Whitebeard and Garp were still fighting. Upon seeing Ace saved, a hint of a smile crossed Whitebeard's face. As long as Ace was safe, he had already achieved more than half of his goal for the day. However, continuing to fight Garp made it hard to predict who would win. So now, the priority was to create an opportunity for his children to retreat. Marco had once again engaged with Akiji, and Akiji glanced at Akainu, who was ensnared in a web of blood, a flash of worry crossing his eyes. Just then, the sky began to darken with clouds. A thick bolt of lightning came crashing down towards Leah. Leah looked at the sky, her expression changing suddenly. She hurriedly dodged, while Akainu took the lightning strike for her. The blood net was split by the lightning, and Akainu was freed, but at that moment, his hat fell to the ground, emitting a dark aura, and his hair stood on end from the strike. However, Akainu seemed quite enraged, clicking his tongue. Damn, this lightning started chasing Leah, he thought, striking her one bolt after another. A large hole appeared in the sky, as if the heavens were preparing a powerful attack. Akainu's primary target was still Ace. Although he was furious with Leah and wanted nothing more than to pierce her chest with his magma fist, he still pursued Ace and the others. Whitebeard ordered all the pirates to retreat, as he held the rear for all his children. Everyone must return alive, safely back to the New World, he said while fighting. Whitebeard swung forcefully, sending Garp flying into the distance, then began to gather his strength. He concentrated all his power into his arm, wanting the Navy to witness what true terror looked like. With a single punch, the air exploded in succession. Marineford shook violently, with dust filling the air. Whitebeard stood amidst the ruins of Marine headquarters, not looking back. His silhouette seemed to tell his children the story of his legendary life. Do not look back. This is the change of an era. The new era no longer has a ship that can carry Whitebeard. He believed he had become a remnant of the old era. and that the new world should be explored by his sons. He thought his life should end here, but that little girl changed everything. Thinking of this, Whitebeard distractedly glanced at Leah, realizing that the girl seemed to be having bad luck. Why is it only her being struck? In fact, if one had to say, Leah wasn't afraid of being struck by lightning. After all, it wouldn't kill her. She would just end up with a facial paralysis for a few days afterward. It was the kind of facial paralysis that made her look embarrassed. On the battlefield, the pirates were retreating. They needed to seize the opportunity and not waste the chance their father had created for them. In the end, Ace, Sabo, and Luffy stood together. They worked together to retreat, and this formation was nearly impossible for anyone to stop. They teamed up against Aokiji. Then, Ace and Sabo exchanged a knowing glance and tossed Luffy to Ivankov, who was rushing over. Their fists collided. FireFist, Dragon Claw Fist. The two combined their powers, white and red flames intertwining. They formed a massive pillar of fire, rushing towards Aokiji. This combined attack successfully pushed Aokiji back, and they exchanged another glance, tacitly escaping together. Leah also gave orders for her subordinates to leave this place. She looked at the enormous black hole that appeared in the sky, her expression troubled. However, she soon felt relieved. Marshal Sengoku stood not far away, watching his subordinates report the intelligence about Mary Geos. Beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead as he couldn't help but clench his fists. Mary Geos was under attack. Slaves were freed, and a large number of celestial dragons were captured. The key point was that the Revolutionary Army completed these actions and escaped from Mary Geos with the captives and slaves, leaving no chance for pursuit. Moreover, the Navy's main forces had almost all been dispatched to Marineford to participate in the Marineford War. Even if they learned about it now, they simply couldn't spare any manpower to deal with the situation over there. Furthermore, the death toll of the celestial dragons was horrifying, with many killed by the slaves' violent uprisings. Capturing the celestial dragons was for negotiation purposes, and under pressure from the five elders, the Navy would inevitably have to agree to many unreasonable terms. Thinking of this, Sengoku felt even more pain in his head. Those trash would be better off dead, but they'd ensure the Navy's funding. Without funding, the Navy would undoubtedly be unable to sustain itself. Watching Carp below fighting more fiercely, with the ground cracking with almost every exchange, Sengoku realized that if this continued, Marineford would sink. Sengoku didn't hesitate for long, as one of the five elders, the bald elder, had already called. He instructed Sengoku to send troops to pursue the Revolutionary Army with the strongest forces. After Carp and Whitebeard exchanged another blow, Sengoku recalled Carp. Reluctantly, Sengoku instructed Carp to lead troops to Mary Geos to investigate the situation. There was no choice. Kizaru and Akainu were both injured, and Kizaru was still dealing with Blackbeard and impelled down. He himself had to remain in Marineford to handle the aftermath of the battle. Upon hearing this, Carp instinctively wanted to refuse, but seeing Sengoku's more dispirited expression than before, he silently nodded. In fact, with Carp's seniority, even the five elders wouldn't dare to show him a hard time. However, just thinking about facing the disgusting faces of those trash celestial dragons made him feel nauseous. He also planned to resign from the position of admiral. He had to take responsibility for this war. At this moment, Ace and Sabo had retreated to Whitebeard's side. White flames ignited, encircling the three of them. Ace looked at Whitebeard and suddenly knelt down before him. A man doesn't need many words. Hot tears streamed from the corners of his eyes, filled with gratitude towards Whitebeard. Ace, let me ask you a question, Whitebeard said. Am I a qualified father to you? Ace replied loudly, of course. Father and brothers have made up for what I've been missing all along, and I'm incredibly grateful for this. Whitebeard smiled with satisfaction. Then his expression turned serious as he said, Ace, let that girl Leah go first. I'll hold them off for you. In fact, after Carp left, there was no one present who could stop Whitebeard. Sengoku was clear about this, so the Navy focused more on clearing out the retreating pirates. However, with Whitebeard standing there, no one could pass him to harm his children. Some Navy soldiers even felt their legs weaken at the sight of Whitebeard. The defeat was evident, but as the Admiral of the Navy, he needed to bear the justice of the Navy. At this moment, Akainu also stood up, seemingly having recovered a lot, aiming at Whitebeard as they charged together. Even though they usually disagreed politically and belonged to two factions, at this moment, for the sake of the justice behind them, they had no choice but to cooperate against the enemy. What was even more surprising was that just as Akainu's magma fist and Sengoku's transformed golden Buddha fist were about to collide with Whitebeard's cutting attack, the 6-meter-tall Whitebeard suddenly vanished. Then, Whitebeard and a group of his crewmates from the Whitebeard pirates appeared on the Sea Kings, controlled by Leah, almost instantaneously. Leah's lips dripped with fresh blood. Given the situation, why continue fighting? She wiped the blood away. The cost of using her powers was something she could afford. Ace had already been saved, and they should escape quickly. Staying here would only put them in danger. Sengoku immediately sensed something was off and looked up at the sky. The black hole above had grown larger and larger. Sengoku had noticed this black hole before, but he had thought it was the result of the clash between Whitebeard and Carp's Conqueror's Haki. Now, it was clear that this was not the case. Lightning clashed violently between the clouds, and the airflow in the center of the black hole began to swirl. This created a cyclone that lifted the shattered bricks from the ground. Initially, it was just bricks, but soon small boats anchored on the sea were also caught up. Continuous screams echoed, as some people were already being swept into the sky. It was devouring everything. This time, without Sengoku issuing a command, many Navy soldiers fled. In the face of natural disasters, everyone is equal. It was clearly unrealistic to expend energy pursuing the Whitebeard pirates now. There was no denying that there were those in the Navy who would sacrifice themselves for their noble beliefs, but now, they had no choice but to retreat. They would rather die under the butcher's knife than in such an inexplicable natural disaster. Ace, Sabo, and Luffy searched everywhere for their sister, but after asking around, no one had seen her. It was a bit strange. They were still running, and it seemed they reached this place in an instant. Ace almost fell into the sea because he couldn't stop in time. Luckily, Sabo caught him, and together they pulled Luffy, who was still charging ahead in a daze. The sharp-eyed Marco pointed to the center of the black hole. There stood a vague figure. Ace quickly focused his gaze in that direction. He was sure it was his sister and immediately wanted to rush forward. However, the arm guard on his left arm began to heat up slightly, and then red blood lines spread out, weaving into a massive blood net that enveloped the entire sea creature. Many people tried to escape, but they were all trapped inside. At the same time, this blood net also blocked the enormous waves crashing toward them. The whirlpool at the center of the black hole grew larger, threatening to pull in the entire Marineford building. Thunder rumbled within the clouds, occasionally striking at Leah standing in the center of the black hole. But Leah dodged every strike. How was she able to remain stable in such a place? Marco said in surprise. It seemed that the little girl was hiding many secrets. Whitebeard thought to himself. Ace hit the blood net hard with his hands, but it had no effect. Even burning it with his white flames was completely useless. Sabo and Luffy also tried their best to break the blood net. They couldn't allow their sister to face such a situation alone. Dad also tried using the Tremor fruit, but it was completely ineffective. Has her strength really reached such a level? If so, she didn't need to prepare so many schemes that seemed unlikely. At that moment, Leah's voice rang out in the wind, but only Sabo, Ace, and Luffy could hear her. This is a battle I chose for myself. I will be fine, so don't worry about me. The old consciousness of the world was desperately trying to drive her away. But what was the point of driving her away now? Everything had changed. The world would move in another direction. The little light cluster Leah nurtured in the Eve tree could continue to grow until it devoured the old world consciousness. So, does it now realize that its time is up and is making its final struggle? The direction of the world cannot be decided by Leah alone. It is a collective choice of everyone in this world. Even the world consciousness, which can influence this world to a certain extent, cannot determine the direction of the world. When a majority of conscious beings in this world share a common aspiration and choice, a new world consciousness will be born. Leah only manifested him. This does not mean that Leah cannot harm the world consciousness. Initially, she ignored his targeting out of respect. However, the increasingly severe targeting annoyed Leah, especially since during those years she was busy expanding her business, traveling far and wide, and witnessing countless human tragedies. In fact, those who truly possess divinity tend to have more sympathy and compassion for such matters. When Jean and Leah were in the second world, they were both ancient gods from the beginning of creation, born from the birth of the world. However, Leah presided over death. Initially, she was characterized by her propensity for slaughter, her humanity, and her divine nature as the goddess of death constantly entangled in her mind, making it difficult for her to fully control her actions. In the later stages, as the world began to perish, Jean died in a battle against outsiders and the divine clan. But before he died, he bestowed his divinity upon Leah. Because of Jean, Leah gained the ability to think independently and the right to decide her actions with her own consciousness. Compassion and sympathy were the gifts Jean left for Leah. He knew that in the end, everyone would turn to dust in the universe with the world's demise. Yet, he still hoped that Leah could control her actions in the final moments. Therefore, she did not intend to evade this so-called world consciousness any longer. Over countless years, she ultimately overcame the inherent flaws of humanity. She might still love wealth, be selfish and stingy, but she could also show a sincere smile for all the suffering people and choose to sacrifice something, whether it be her own life or her personal fate. This was something inherently passed down in her spiritual bloodline. Thus, this was a struggle she chose for herself, a revolution of self. No matter what happens next or what she has to sacrifice, she would not regret it. However, to prevent any mishaps, she tucked the little light orb into her embrace and brought it to the battlefield at the top. But now this little creature was very scared, hiding in her clothes and not daring to come out, particularly timid, making it seem unreliable. Subsequently, Leah began to gather her strength, and countless blood-red light points emanated from her body, quickly filling the air with these crimson light points. Leah stood at the center of the vortex. Countless specks of light surged upward like a blood-red snowfall. Soon, the crimson lights erupted violently at the center of the vortex, and the clouds began to roll more fiercely. Accompanied by a tremendous sonic boom, a massive purple lightning bolt struck directly down towards Leah from above. This time, she had no intention of dodging. The thunder coursed through her body, and the crackling electricity exploded in her ears. Blood slowly trickled from the corner of her mouth as Leah smirked slightly, then swung her blood-red giant scythe, the slashing motion seeming to cut through the heavens. The black hole appeared to become unstable, its opening shrinking significantly. It was at this moment that a dragon-headed sailing ship appeared in the distance, the Red Fist. Leah glanced over there and saw Shanks, anxiously looking this way from the bow of the ship. TSK. She had never anticipated their presence. She originally thought she could explain the Marineford War without Shanks being present. And indeed, it was over. But wasn't there an unexpected situation? That fool would definitely come running to save her without a second thought. But she didn't want that. Firstly, because the people in this world have no absolute resistance against the world's consciousness. They can easily be manipulated, which has nothing to do with strength. It's a battle of different dimensions. Secondly, Leah is a person with clear boundaries. When she was building her career, she never asked Shanks for help, and now she was even less willing to let him interfere with her choices. Aside from mutually beneficial cooperation, she and Shanks had always refrained from interfering in each other's business, although she had to admit that she easily softened when facing him. Shanks left the rest of the red-haired pirates behind, jumped into the sea, and swam towards Leah. Leah frowned. She really wanted to seal off this area to keep him away, but that seemed a bit too cruel. Forget it. While he hasn't made his next move, let's take him away from here. Leah's mind raced as she used the blood web to cover the black hole in the sky, which should be able to hold it off for a while. Then she flapped her black wings and flew to the surface of the sea, grabbing Shanks' hand and pulling him up from the water. To be honest, flying with Shanks was no effort at all for her, but he clung to her tightly, trapping her in his embrace. She had initially planned to place him on the Red Force and leave, but now that was no longer possible. Shanks was indeed very smart. He just didn't like to use his brain most of the time. By the way, don't you think I look ugly like this? Leah suddenly asked. Leah is now wrapped in black scales, with her skin covered in red cracks. There is no beauty to speak of, and it has nothing to do with her usual appearance. You're not ugly. You haven't rejected me, this messy old man. So how could I reject you? Shanks said contentedly while holding Leah. As they spoke, Leah hovered above the Red Force. Let go, I still need to deal with things over there. Leah pointed to the black hole above Marineford and said, No, if you let go, you'll leave me. I trust my instincts, Shanks said, his gaze dimming slightly, speaking somewhat stubbornly. I shouldn't be in any danger. It can't do anything to me, Leah hesitated to say. Besides, if I don't handle it this time, it will find another opportunity to deal with me. If I'm not prepared then, won't it be even more dangerous? Leah continued to coax Shanks. Shanks looked up at Leah again and then took her hand, slipping a small ring onto her finger. He said, Now you are my wife. Promise me. You will definitely come back. Leah extended her hand to take a look at the ring finger of her right hand, thinking to herself, It's still considerate, so I might as well agree to him. All right, I promise you, I will come back and marry you, Leah said with a smile. To be honest, proposing in such a situation is somewhat inappropriate. Shanks had imagined countless scenarios of proposing to Leah before, but at this moment, he felt he had to put this ring on her finger. He could arrange for countless extravagant proposal ceremonies later, but right now, he desperately needed a sense of belonging. Leah is always like a gust of wind, and no one can guess what she is really thinking. But as long as she makes a promise, she will certainly keep it. He wants a sense of belonging. They belong to each other. Shanks jumped back onto the red force, watching Leah slowly fly away until she became indistinguishable. Jesus reached out and put his arm around his captain, teasingly saying, "Boss, I've noticed you get a bit of sweet wife vibe when you're with Miss Leah." Lockie, munching on a chicken leg, nodded vigorously in agreement. Meanwhile, Beckman stared at the black hole in the distant sky, lost in thought. Shanks scratched his head and proudly said, "How did you guys know I proposed? And that it was successful?" Buxiang punched Shanks in the chest and said angrily, "No one asked you that. How do you know that when Lily agreed to me today?" Her tone was very gentle. Shanks continued to dig his own grave. This time, several fists came together to confront Shanks. "We said it already. No one asked you that." Some crew members seemed to turn to ash, becoming paper-thin and sticking to the ground, seemingly crushed by the realization that even someone like Shanks has a wife now. Beckman suddenly asked, "Shanks, aren't you worried about her?" Upon hearing this, Shanks' red hair couldn't help but droop down. He was worried, but there was nothing he could do. He couldn't force her to leave. Respect every independent soul. Respect her choices. Her every action tells me that if I force her to do something she doesn't want, she will definitely choose to leave me. Although I am reluctant. Respect is even more important. She likes me precisely because I can accept all of her. Whether it's her glamorous side or her weak side, I can accept it. And I respect her independent spirit. Shanks spoke slowly and solemnly, sharing with his companions about his relationship with Leah for the first time, perhaps to ease the tension in his heart. Earlier, he had intended to joke around, as he used to lighten his mood, but he still couldn't fully relax. Moreover, he always felt that this time was a crucial opportunity for her to return to the past. Doflamingo silently watched Leah and that annoying Yonko from a distance, saying nothing. However, his eyes betrayed a silent anger. He was very dissatisfied. This stubborn woman made decisions without consulting him. No wonder he had previously asked him to relocate his business to the island that the Revolutionary Army was secretly controlling. It seemed he had anticipated this all along. Wasn't it agreed that they would be the best allies? Aside from that brat Rashi, he had only this one acknowledged relative left in the world. Deep down, he hoped nothing would happen to her. No matter how many secrets she kept from him, it didn't matter. Even the fat bird Leah sent him jumped out of the cabin and perched on Doflamingo's shoulder, looking over there, adjusting its eyes as if it had a bird face. It really looked quite human. When Leah flew beneath the black hole, she suddenly felt something strange on her leg. Looking down, she realized it was Makabaka, gripping Leah's calf tightly while being blown about by the whirlwind. However, its dog face showed little expression. It was just biting Leah and wouldn't let go. It didn't hurt. The pressure was just right. Leah knew that the dog wanted to keep her company, so she didn't blame it. Leah felt that this dog had really become extraordinary, as it was able to use the vortex to rise to this height and accurately bite her. Leah thought about sending Makabaka back, but obviously it was too late. Therefore, Leah just lowered her head and patted Makabaka's dog head, saying, "You need to hold on tight. I might not be able to take care of you later." Makabaka's eyes flickered, wanting to bark, but then realized it couldn't let go now. Knowing that the dog understood, Leah raised her head, her target set directly at the black hole above. She flapped her wings and flew straight into it. Inside the black hole was a void, with darkness enveloping everything in her sight. Only a faint light came from a distance. After hesitating for a moment, Leah hugged Makabaka and flew toward it. At the same time, she pulled the small light orb out from her clothes, holding it in her hand, placing it at the forefront. Although it was timid, it always had a bit more courage when facing its kind. The small light orb trembled in Leah's hand, but it didn't try to break free. It could be big or small, depending on Leah's needs. It was fine to squish it into a ball and stuff it into her pocket. As they got closer, Leah once again saw a scene she could never forget in her life. The world was shattering, dissolving into cosmic dust. This was Leah's only psychological shadow, and to this day, she couldn't get over it, because all of this was something she had experienced. The unspeakable pain cast a shadow that she still couldn't forget. Her senses gradually faded, leaving only her conscious thoughts, and then even her consciousness began to shatter and disappear, ultimately losing all mental activity. This was extreme pain. A heroic death in battle was much better than this. At least one Wundti have to endure the fear of knowing they were walking towards death with no other way out. Just at the moment her mind faltered, a person, a dog, and a light orb were sucked into a glowing green vortex. During the drifting process, the small light orb passed by another glowing green orb, and then it swallowed that glowing green orb whole. Meanwhile, the black hole outside disappeared in an instant. It vanished so suddenly that many people couldn't help but rub their eyes, confirming whether they had seen it wrong. In fact, many people chose to stay and watch. They also wanted to know what was happening. Leah's friends and family naturally looked very worried. Before the whirlpool had completely settled, they hurried over to that area, anxiously searching for Leah's figure. But in the end, they found nothing. Leah has gone missing. By the time everyone was enjoying the fish, I have to say, it really smelled good. Fortunately, Leah had bought a lot of basic spices while she was in town. Now that she has fallen here, it's hard to predict what will happen, so it's always good to be prepared. Makabaka was also happily holding on to his pile of fish. So far, the biggest credit for figuring things out so quickly and finding Doflamingo and the others goes to that stupid dog. It's so clever. It knows how dangerous this trip is, but still came along, proving that the dog really cares about Leah. Thank goodness the silly dog followed her over. Otherwise, being alone in a strange world would be so lonely. Although it's the same world, but in a different timeline, Leah really doesn't know anyone here. Thinking of this, Leah hugged Makabaka tightly, burying her face in its fur and taking a deep breath. So comforting. Rossi looked at Leah's strange behavior with curiosity. Doflamingo, on the other hand, was eating heartily, devouring his food quickly as he hadn't had fresh food in a long time. Their family couldn't cook and didn't know how to find ingredients. Every time they showed their faces in town, someone would chase them. So they could only rummage through garbage for food that people had discarded. At first, he could hardly swallow, feeling nauseous to the point of vomiting stomach acid. But because he had a weak mother and a young brother, he had to endure all this suffering. He needed to survive. Only by surviving could he repay all this humiliation. When he was half full, Doflamingo stopped chewing. He stared at the fish in his hand, hesitated for a moment, tore off a large leaf from the bushes, washed it in the river, and wrapped up the remaining 2 fish. Their mother was still waiting for them at home, so it was better to save these for her. However, Doflamingo's gaze clearly showed that he wanted to continue eating, but he held back, prioritizing his mother. Rossi saw his brother's actions and imitated him, wrapping up the fish to take to their father. His brother hated their father, who had never cared about his well-being and wouldn't share food with him. But Rossi always left a portion for their father and secretly took it to him behind his brother's back. Doflamingo had caught him doing this before, but he just turned a blind eye and didn't really stop his brother's actions. Yet he still harbored resentment towards that cowardly and naive father. Their family's current predicament was largely his fault. If it weren't for him, I should be living in Mariewa, freely controlling slaves, without worrying about making a living, and wouldn't have to endure the beatings and insults from those lowly people. Their mother wouldn't be coughing more seriously, unable to find a doctor willing to treat her, spending her days bedridden with illness. All of this was because of that incompetent and foolish father. Thinking of this made his mood a bit sour. Just then, Leah stuffed a fish into little Doflamingo's mouth while biting into a fish herself, mumbling, "Eat up, don't save any for later. If it's not enough, I'll grill more for you." Saying this, Leah again followed suit and stuffed a fish into Rossi's mouth. She didn't ask them why they were doing this. Everyone has unspoken difficulties, and she wouldn't pry into their secrets or comfort them too much. She could only do what she could. During her entrepreneurial days, Doflamingo had helped her a lot. Although he didn't say it, his actions were a strong support for her. Now that they were here, those people back there must be going crazy with worry. But she was concerned that anything would go wrong with her business. She had already transferred her core enterprises to within the Revolutionary Army's sphere of influence long before the war started. Even if the Navy wanted to strike, they couldn't touch the route. Sicily had been transformed into a multifunctional large warship after more than a decade. She had already moved it to the doldrums. And if the Navy wanted to issue a destruction order, like the Demon Extermination Order against Sicily, they would have to find it first. Moreover, they probably had their hands full dealing with the Revolutionary Army, which had officially declared war on the Celestial Dragons. That was enough to keep them busy. The first half of the Grand Line had already seen the outbreak of wars in many places. This was total war. As for the second half of the Grand Line, the New World, the Navy couldn't manage it, and the Revolutionary Army had no intention of seizing it. That was the pirates' graveyard and an excellent battleground for competing for the One Piece. In short, it wouldn't calm down until the new generation of the Pirate King emerged. Whether for fame or profit, the disputes among pirates wouldn't stop unless a true king appeared. Leah felt quite reassured leaving her business to Yuxia. With Doflamingo and D Solo around, there wouldn't be any major disturbances in the short term. As for whether there would be pirates coming to seize treasures, there definitely would be, but someone would handle that for her. If they couldn't even manage this small matter, the first thing she would do when she returned would be to make that person kneel on a washboard. They were all family, and Leah was too lazy to be polite with him. Didn't the money she earned also belong to him? With how lavish their pirate crew was, relying on the protection fees from those countries to maintain their finances was really a stretch. Beckman was too stingy, hardly having any spare money to buy Shanks a drink. And then there were the intelligence networks below. Maintaining connections and social niceties required gifts, right? TSK. Thinking of this, Leah suddenly felt their pirate crew was even poorer. As the rich captain's wife, it was fine to occasionally take some small money to support her man's career, but how much to support would depend on Shanks's performance. Coming back to her senses, Doflamingo and the others had basically eaten their fill. Leah then proposed to borrow their home for a while. In exchange, she could take care of their food because she didn't have a place to stay for the time being. Doflamingo instinctively wanted to refuse, but thinking of the roasted fish in his arms, he hesitated and agreed. Our home isn't a good place. If you dare to complain, I'll hit you, Doflamingo said nervously, squeezing his fists and pretending to be fierce. Leah noticed this little detail and knew that the child was somewhat insecure. After all, having fallen to a point where anyone could bully him, he would inevitably be more sensitive. So Leah immediately held up 3 fingers and assured, I will definitely not dislike you, as long as there is a place to sleep. As her consciousness gradually returned, Leah blinked. It seemed like she was being exposed to bright light. Even before fully opening her eyes, she felt a sharp pain in them. One hand shielded her from the bright light, and Leah opened her eyes. Leah felt a bit stuffy in her chest, so she lowered her head to look at her chest. Makabaka, that silly dog, was lying on her chest, diligently grooming its fur. When it lifted its head and saw Leah was awake, it turned around, presenting its big duong but to Leah, and continued licking its fur. Damn, so annoying. Why is Makabaka so full of itself? Leah pushed Makabaka onto the beach and stood up, brushing off her clothes. Lying on the beach, she was covered in sand. It felt uncomfortable, and the sun was way too harsh. It seemed like they were on an island. Leah felt her entire body and almost thought she had fallen into another world again. The power inside her began to fall asleep once more. However, when she ran to the surface of the sea to take a look at herself, her appearance hadn't changed. She still looked the same. Although her clothes were tattered, it was still vaguely recognizable as what she had worn before. She couldn't use much power now, so she had to be careful not to get swept away. Fortunately, she always liked to tie a pouch around her waist wherever she went, filled with gold and silver treasures. So even if she found herself in a dire situation, she wouldn't starve for a while. The pouch was bulging, which reassured Leah a bit. Then, Leah pulled the small light orb out from her sleeve, but it showed no reaction at all. Leah shook him vigorously, but he still didn't move. Was this little guy dead? Hey, no way. He shouldn't be this fragile, right? However, a vague impression told Jizeshu that she had been enchanted before and then fell into the time turbulence. Logically speaking, falling into such a powerful rule would quickly crush the body. In the midst of the time turbulence, the only thing that could exist was consciousness. The fact that she could still maintain her current state should be due to this little light orb doing something. But it also caused him to become this half-dead state. Thinking of this, Leah squeezed the little light orb into a small ball and stuffed it into her clothes, planning to find a place to settle down first and then investigate the situation here. Walking along the edge of the island, she saw some small fishing boats along the coast, which made Leah feel a bit more at ease. At least she hadn't fallen onto a deserted island. Otherwise, even if she had money, there would be nowhere to spend it, and she was unfamiliar with the place. With the guidance of passers-by, she made her way to the town on the island. Makabaka followed Leah silently, not making a sound. After Leah entered the city, the first thing she did was buy clothes. The ones she is wearing now are tattered and worn. If someone didn't know better, they might think she was a disaster victim from somewhere. She's too eye-catching. Leah is wealthy, but when she goes to clothing stores, she mostly buys very ordinary clothes. She keeps her wealth hidden, and now she doesn't have much strength left in her body. If she accidentally attracts the attention of a villain, the situation could be very bad, especially since she is unfamiliar with this place. Thinking of this, Leah bought another mask. After all, her appearance can easily attract scum. However, after Leah left, the shop owner looked at her back and revealed a sinister smile. The little light orb hasn't woken up yet, and she estimates she will have to stay on this island for a while, so it's better to keep a low profile. After buying clothes, Leah took Makabaka to a restaurant. She hadn't eaten for a long time, and she figured Makabaka was probably hungry too, so they should fill their stomachs first. Leah turned a corner and walked into a restaurant. Although it's called a restaurant, it's actually more like a bar, but this bar serves both drinks and food. Leah casually found a spot in a corner and sat down without saying a word. After placing her order, She held Makabaka in her arms and quietly listened to the conversation of the rough men around her. This group was quite mixed. Some were dock workers, while others were young people from the area looking to set out to sea in search of treasure. Despite their different professions, they were brought together by the alcohol. Their conversation was particularly lively, and many of their eyes reflected greed. From many details, it was evident that this was not a stable place, and the public order was not very good. Fortunately, Leah had not yet encountered anyone particularly powerful. It felt like just the day before she had stirred up a storm with Marlon Fando, and today she suddenly became an ordinary woman, not much different from anyone else. The contrast. Life has its ups and downs. It's just about overcoming the hurdles, but the feeling of low spirits was still hard to ignore. However, she believed she would overcome it. This time, she had stumbled because her mental fortitude wasn't strong enough. She was actually scared by an illusion. So, she needed to train more. Leah began to listen carefully to the conversation of those people. Have you heard? A few celestial dragons have come to the city, and it seems they're all from the same family. I heard that the head of that family has renounced his status as a celestial dragon and left Mary Geos, wanting to live among us commoners. How naive. Once they renounce their status as celestial dragons, they are nothing. I don't care. Celestial dragons deserve to die. That's right. Celestial dragons are trash. I've heard that many people in the city have already started to deal with them. Since you all hate the celestial dragons so much, why don't you go? I want to wait and see first. What if one day those people suddenly regain their status as celestial dragons? Wouldn't I be in trouble then? That's true. Let's wait and see. If it turns out that the celestial dragons won't interfere with that family, then I definitely want to get involved. Those celestial dragons, those scum, don't deserve to live in this world. Keep your voice down. It's fine to say this here, but you can't just say it anywhere outside. Leah listened to these words, feeling somewhat puzzled. It sounded a lot like the Doflamingo family. Aside from Doflamingo's Navi father, Leah couldn't think of any celestial dragon who would willingly give up their identity to live equally with the lower classes. With this thought in mind, Leah quickened her eating pace, and she also placed a large piece of meat from her plate into the dog bowl that the shopkeeper had prepared for Makabaka. Leah patted Makabaka's big bottom, signaling it to eat faster. Makabaka cooperated well, sweeping away the food like a whirlwind. As far as eating was concerned, Makabaka truly embodied the style of the monkey family. After finishing the food, Leah quietly settled the bill and left. She wanted to verify whether her suspicion was correct. After inquiring along the way, Leah arrived at the place where the celestial dragons first lived. When Leah arrived there, the first impression was one of decay. The windows and doors were all in a state of disrepair. Upon entering, she found that almost nothing was left inside. Not only had the furniture been stripped bare, but even the paintings on the walls, the carved railings, which might have once been adorned with some gems, and even the floor tiles had been pried away. The originally pristine white walls were covered with blood handprints, and the exterior walls were stained with brown marks. The entire house exuded a sense of rot, and there seemed to be remnants of what might have been thrown inside, like rotten vegetable leaves or rotten eggs, which had now become particularly foul-smelling due to mold and decay. Leah couldn't stay for long and soon ran outside. Meanwhile, Makabaka didn't even enter the door. She squatted far away, sitting and watching, wagging her tail with a carefree little expression. Leah was furious to see it like this, but she suddenly remembered that the dog had another amazing ability, which was its sense of smell. If she could find something they had used before for Makapaka to smell and remember their scents, wouldn't that make Leah's search for them much easier? Thinking of this, she decided to take action. Leah stood there, her mind racing with thoughts, but her expression remained unchanged. Leah knew that Makabaka was a very intelligent dog and must not show any signs of abnormality. She walked over to Makabaka, slowly squatted down, and then hugged Makabaka tightly in her arms. Leah did this because she was afraid that Makabaka would realize something. If she secretly ran away, it would be the end. Once she held the chubby little dog in her arms, Leah felt relieved. She carried Makabaka straight to the second floor of the small building. Then she walked to the deepest part to the dilapidated door. According to the layout, this should be a bedroom. However, there were no cabinets or beds or any furniture left inside. Only a small bear remained in the corner. The bear was very worn and dirty, with its stuffing exposed. Even a homeless person who lived by scavenging might not pick it up. Makabaka seemed to sense something, and it raised its little feet to cover its nose. The expression it showed looked particularly disdainful. Seeing this, Leah smiled and said to Makapaka, "Makapaka, as long as you go and sniff a bit to help me find the owner of the little bear, you're the best, right? How could this little thing be difficult for you?" Macapaka's eyes twirled, jumped down from Leah's arms, and headed straight for the old teddy bear. Leah knew that Macapaka had agreed. Macapaka leaned close to the little bear and sniffed for a while, then let out a puff of stale air and nodded at Leah. Leah indicated that she understood, then walked over to pick up the teddy bear and pulled out a piece of cloth from her backpack to wrap it up. Although the teddy bear was tattered and dirty, it was still evident that its original owner cherished it. There were many signs of repairs, and the fur was old, lacking that soft, fluffy feel. Before it was abandoned, it must have been washed and mended many times, as its owner could never bear to throw it away. Leah guessed it was left behind because they were too hasty when they left, unable to take anything with them. This was quite at odds with their identity as Dragon Clan members. After a long walk, Macapaka brought Leah to the garbage dump outside the city. Leah frowned, looking at their situation and realizing it wasn't good. Although she had mentally prepared herself for their circumstances, seeing it in person still made her very angry. A group of adults was violently attacking two small children, fists continuously landing on them. The child with a shaved head protected the child with long hair by shielding him with his body, causing most of the adults' blows to fall on the bigger child. The long-haired child cowered under the shaved-head child, crying loudly. The shaved-head child gritted his teeth tightly, not making a sound. Due to the sunglasses, his expression couldn't be seen, but it was clear that he must be filled with hatred. Leah took a pipe out of the garbage pile and was about to charge forward. However, Macapaka bit Leah's pants, preventing her from moving ahead. Then, Macapaka let go of Leah and charged forward on its own. Macapaka's body gradually grew larger, becoming as big as a small villa, and it rushed towards the group of people like a truck. Before Macapaka could reach them, those people, armed with sticks, scattered and fled in all directions. Seeing that they were all scared away, Macapaka stopped in front of the two children. The monk-headed blonde child protected the long-haired child behind him, keeping a close watch on Macapaka. The monk-headed blonde child was trembling, clearly frightened, but his first reaction was still to protect the long-haired child behind him. Sharp-eyed Leah noticed that the long-haired child was holding food in his arms. Although it was some not-so-fresh food that looked somewhat spoiled, it was still good enough for them, as it could fill their stomachs. Leah walked in and basically confirmed that this was the Doflamingo from her childhood. It was because Doflamingo had that aura of being above everything and everyone, which was really hard for others to imitate. So it should be around the year 1990 in the Sea Circle calendar. Macapaka stared at Doflamingo for a while, said nothing, and stretched out its huge tongue to lick Doflamingo from head to toe, giving him a refreshing chill. Doflamingo was surprised for a moment, then a bit annoyed, wondering what this stupid dog was doing. After that, Macapaka ignored Doflamingo's reaction and used its claws to pull out Rossi, who was behind Doflamingo, and then licked him from head to toe as well. Back when they were in Sicily, Rossi spoiled Macapaka a lot and often prepared special treats for him. Over time, Macapaka gradually regarded Rossi as one of its own. As for Doflamingo, Leah was once curious about how Doflamingo, who usually disliked animals, would actually pet Macapaka and not mind its proud little temper. Was that the reason? Rossi was so startled by Macapaka's enthusiastic actions that his legs trembled, causing the food he had gathered to scatter everywhere. Then little Rossi successfully caught the murderous gaze of his older brother and immediately cried out, "Wow!" Little Doflamingo quickly covered Rossi's mouth. "Do you want to attract those people again? Idiot, we can find more food later. Why are you crying?" Once little Rossi calmed down, little Doflamingo released him. Then little Doflamingo fixed his gaze on Leah and asked in a hostile tone, "Who are you, and what is your purpose in helping us?" After licking the humans, Macapaka wagged its tail and sat next to Leah, its eyes shining, clearly asking Leah for a chicken leg. It was precisely because of Macapaka's actions that little Doflamingo realized that this stupid dog had saved them, and that it had done so on behalf of this woman. Leah scratched her head, finding it a bit hard to explain. With her sudden appearance, it was no wonder that Doff felt she had ulterior motives. Just as Doff was about to point at Leah and curse her, his stomach suddenly let out a loud grumble. It was quite embarrassing. Doff's face flushed for a moment, and he suddenly found himself at a loss for words. He wanted to curse her a couple of times to bolster his own confidence, thinking that as long as he wasn't embarrassed, it was others who should be. Just then little Rossi popped out from behind him and said, "Brother, I'm hungry." Doff tightened his fists, but ultimately helplessly relaxed them, grabbing little Rossi and leading her towards that garbage mountain. Doff thought of his seriously ill mother at home and their weak, incapable father who couldn't protect them. He had his younger brother and his beloved mother behind him. For their sake, this little humiliation was nothing. One day, he would kill everyone who had bullied their family. He was born noble. How could those commoners be worthy? For his mother, what was the harm in enduring this moment of shame? One day, he would take revenge. Just then, Leah caught up with the two brothers and said, I saved you. Don't you plan to thank me? Little Rossi, being quite obedient, turned around and bowed to Leah, saying, Thank you, big sister, for saving me and my brother. Daph, however, grabbed little Rossi and angrily said, Why are you thanking her? Who knows if she has bad intentions? Daph's temper had indeed been bad since childhood, but after experiencing so much, a bit of vigilance was a good thing. What purpose could I have? What is there about you two that I would be interested in? Leah shrugged her shoulders, feeling somewhat helpless. This was true, but Daph seemed even angrier. Back then, wherever their family went, the streets had to be cleaned, and people would kneel and welcome them. Now, it was all because of his useless father. Thinking of this, Daph couldn't help but clench his fists again, looking at Leah with eyes full of hatred. Leah looked at him and could probably guess what Daph was thinking. She stepped forward a few paces, standing expressionless in front of Daph, staring at him intently. Daph instinctively reacted by pulling Rossi behind him. This younger brother was timid and cowardly, and he cried easily. Whenever something happened, he was always the loudest crier, which annoyed everyone. It was better to keep him quiet. Then Leah crouched down and gently patted little Daph's bald head, saying seriously, Don't worry, I really have no ulterior motives, but I can't clearly explain where I come from. Anyway, let me take you out for a meal. Leah's gentle and warm gesture of patting his head was something he had never experienced from anyone other than his mother. When he was a celestial dragon, no one dared to offend him like that. After coming here, wherever he went, there was cursing and beating during those moments of being hit. He had never hated this world as much as he did then. Doflamingo swatted Leah's hand away and turned his back to her, no longer looking at her. If one were to ignore Doflamingo's slightly red ears, Leah would definitely think that little Doflamingo disliked her. Rossi looked up, somewhat confused at Leah. Both children were very thin, with slender arms and legs. Being young, they were just two little beings. It was hard to imagine that Doflamingo and Rossi would grow to over 3 meters tall. Rossi spoke up, but those people will hit us as soon as they see us, implying that the two of them couldn't go with Leah to the restaurant. Leah thought for a moment and realized it was indeed the case. Then she didn't feel discouraged. After all, when she was with Ace and the others in the early days, they also relied on the mountains and rivers for their sustenance. Thinking of this, Leah asked Rossi, Do you know if there's a river around here? Preferably one with fish. There's one over there, but the water is too swift. My brother and I are afraid to go in, worried we might get swept away by the current, Rossi said quietly, looking down. Rossi was a bit introverted. Then Rossi, Take me there. Once we catch some fish, I'll make delicious grilled fish for you. Leah patted her chest and said seriously, Hey, that woman, the water is really fast. If you fall in, Rossi and I 1T rescue you, and we 1T care if you drown. Little Doflamingo turned around and shouted loudly. Leah squatted down and lightly flicked Doflamingo's forehead, saying somewhat irritably, If you care about others, you should say it nicely. Who taught you to be so tough with your words? Who cares? I definitely don't care about you. Doflamingo turned away, a bit embarrassed. Indeed, as the saying goes, a 3-year-old shows their character for life. Doflamingo has truly been Tsundra since he was a child. Even when he tries to express concern for others, his words always come out twisted. Under Rossi's lead, the two brothers, Leah, and a dog arrived at the rushing riverbank. Leah confidently patted Macapaka's head and said, Grow bigger, then jump down to catch fish. Macapaka rolled its eyes and turned away, presenting its backside to Leah, giving her no respect at all. Leah had anticipated this, so she took out a sharpened stick from behind her and said, I want to make it clear, Macapaka, if I catch anything, you won't get a single one. Leah moved in front of Macapaka and continued to coax, Look, I'm not idle either. I still have to take the 2 kids to collect some dry branches for the fire. Later, I'll have to roast something. Your task is the easiest. Macapaka glanced at Jizachu and then silently walked to the riverbank. Its expression seemed to say, You're in such a bad shape, I might as well help you. Then, Macapaka's body grew larger, and it plunged into the water, shaking the fish onto the shore. Meanwhile, Leah took the 2 kids to gather firewood. Little Rossi was very obedient, doing whatever he was told without any complaints. However, Dofu was also collecting wood, but his brows were furrowed as if they were about to reach the sky. He piled the dry branches on the ground and shouted at Leah, Why do I have to listen to a stranger woman doing this here? Leah clapped her hands and said, Oh right, I haven't introduced myself yet. I'm Leah. Is that the point? Little Doflamingo was even angrier. Big sister, I'm Don Quixote Rosanani, and the one wearing sunglasses is my brother, Don Quixote, Doflamingo. Hey, you two, stop talking to yourselves. Little Doflamingo was so angry that he jumped in place. But he didn't do anything to Leah. When little Doflamingo and little Rosanani brought Leah home, Giza was indeed surprised. As for Rosanani, it was also quite difficult for him when he took Rosanani around to seek medical help. After Doflamingo took over Dressrosa, the palace was rebuilt magnificently, which stood in stark contrast to the current shabby wooden house. It was unexpected that Doflamingo could endure such an environment. The wooden house was very dilapidated, and it felt like a little wind could blow the roof off. Leah stared at the cabin a little longer when she received a round of mockery from little Doff. I already warned you. If you dislike it, then don't follow us. If you don't want to come, just leave early. Doff pointed at Leah, saying nothing nice. I'm not complaining. I just feel a bit nervous about meeting your family, Leah replied, not wanting to argue with Doff, who was actually quite pitiful. Little Doff huffed at Leah, then pulled Rossi over to the faucet, washing both his own and his brother's hands and faces clean. He also changed out of his dirty clothes, making himself and his brother look much tidier and more presentable. Then he thought of something and threatened Leah. You must not tell my mother that we were beaten up outside. If you say anything foolish, I'll kick you out, understand? Leah silently nodded, suddenly feeling a pang of heartache for the two children. She despised the celestial dragons, but seeing the Doflamingo family in their current state made it impossible for her to feel any schadenfreude. Little Doflamingo took his brother out to search for food to support their frail family. Didn't he know that going out could lead to being beaten if discovered? He knew, and as a celestial dragon who had never worked a day in his life, this process must be even more difficult for him. Although little Doflamingo had a bad temper, he was not a fool. He knew when to get angry and when to hold it back. He remained vigilant around Leah, and his fierce demeanor was partly to convey to her that, despite his young age, he was not easy to bully. He was using a tough attitude to protect himself and his brother. The current situation couldn't be entirely blamed on the Doflamingo family. But the root of the problem lay not with them, but with this rotten world. Growing up in Mariehua and influenced by other celestial dragons, Doflamingo surely had similarities in temperament with them. Fortunately, he had a pair of gentle parents who had been trying to correct his somewhat distorted perceptions. However, it seemed that their efforts had little effect. Not everyone can remain kind when faced with great change. After the two children tidied up, they led Leah inside. Observant Leah noticed that Doflamingo had concealed all his injuries, not revealing a single one. It seemed he didn't want to worry his mother. As soon as they entered, they heard a fit of intense coughing, and it was clear that the owner of the cough was trying hard to suppress it, but couldn't help it. Hearing the sound of the door opening, a hoarse female voice came through. Is that Doflamingo and Rosie back? Little Doflamingo adjusted his expression and walked towards the bed at the back of the wooden house. He leaped to the bedside and said to the woman lying in bed, Mom, we're back. We had a great haul today. Did you get hurt, Doflamingo? Asked the blonde woman. No, it seems like people outside are starting to accept us. I even brought home a big sister to play today. Doflamingo knew this was the news his mother most wanted to hear. Rosie stood by, glancing at his brother. He knew his brother was lying. However, seeing their mother's smiling face, he ultimately said nothing. No one is born strong. You cannot imagine how much a person has endured to become what you see in front of you. Leah stepped forward and greeted Lady Don Quixote with a smile. Hello. I was a bit worried about the two little ones, so I brought them back. Please have a seat. Due to my health, I can't get up to entertain you. I hope you understand. Although Lady Don Quixote's voice was hoarse, her tone was very gentle, and Dover only softened his attitude in front of his mother, like a hedgehog retracting all its quills. Then Rossi asked where his father had gone. Dover's mother said he had gone to the city to find a doctor to see her. He had no special abilities. After leaving the celestial dragon identity, he was just an ordinary person, but he still had a wife and two children behind him. Even knowing he would face insults, abuse, and even beatings, he could not stand by and watch his wife's health decline day by day. Upon hearing this, Dover's expression immediately tensed up, and he asked, Mom, has your illness worsened again? No, I think I'm okay. It's just that your father is too worried about me. Dover's mother spoke weakly and intermittently, coughing after every few words. Seeing this, Dover became even more anxious. He straightened up and said, Mom, you can't go on like this. I'll go find a doctor for you. Saying this, Dover jumped off the bed and intended to go out. Dover's mother wanted to stop him, but before she could say anything, Leah intervened. Dover glared at Leah with some hostility, and thoughts similar to the idea that Leah had come to their home to harm them began to rise in his mind. Let's wait until your father comes back and see how those people in the city treat him. Leah paused, then leaned close to Dover's ear and whispered, If that doesn't work, I'll go with you to the city tonight to kidnap a doctor for your mother. We can't let this drag on. Mentioning this method, Dover quieted down and sat back down. Then he took out the roasted fish he had brought back from the table, carefully picking out the bones. He then used a tool to cut the fish meat into small pieces, took out dusty bowls and chopsticks from the cupboard, washed them, and started to feed his mother small bits of fish. During these days of fleeing for his life, Dover had learned a lot. However, his mother's body was truly weak, and she began to vomit after eating very little, looking really uncomfortable. Rossi frowned as he looked at his mother, feeling like crying. But thinking of his brother's admonition not to cry in front of their mother, he held back his tears and picked up a broom to clean the floor. Leah thought for a moment and asked, "Is there rice at home? It would be better for the patient to eat something light." In the evening, Zayaduf led the way, while Makabaka and Leah followed behind. They planned to kidnap the doctor. They initially wanted to take Shaluo Shi along to help him build some courage, as he had indeed become a bit timid. However, considering that Shaluo Shi was so careless that he could trip while walking, it was likely to cause problems. So Leah decided to leave him at home. Duf's father also returned, and Leah greeted him. However, Duf ignored him and pulled Leah along, telling her not to pay attention to his father. To be honest, Mr. Don Quixote looked quite disheveled and had sustained quite a few injuries. However, Leah felt little sympathy for him. She could only say that kindness is a good virtue, but it needs to be rational. Shaluo, she was afraid of being scolded by his brother. So he waited until Leah and Duf left the house before handing the roasted fish he had left his father, while Leah fed the porridge to Mrs. Don Quixote. It seemed that Mrs. Don Quixote's complexion improved a lot, and then Leah helped her to bed. Afterwards, she went out with Duf. While walking on the road, Leah asked, "Duf, do you have a specific doctor in mind that you want to find?" "Of course, I want to find the best doctor," Duf replied confidently. "It seems you already have someone in mind," Leah said. "Yes. I plan to go to the clinic in the most prime location in the city and kidnap the attending physician there. I've had my eye on it for many days. There are descriptions of herbs like bewitching powder in the books I've read. I've been preparing for this, originally planning to team up with my useless father to bring the person back. But he is too old-fashioned and communicated with my mother, who also disagreed. So I couldn't carry out these plans alone." Duf then clenched his small fist and said angrily, "A child's strength is really too weak. Even if I can knock someone out, I can't bring them back." "Why did you choose the clinic in the prime location?" Leah asked deliberately. She knew that Duf was definitely not a fool and was curious about his true thoughts. Wealth accumulates around capable people. He can connect with various parties and open a clinic in a prime location, which shows he has some real skills. Moreover, wealth stirs people's hearts. The richer they are, the more afraid they are of death. Such people are the easiest to control. As long as I grasp their lifeline, they will naturally agree to treat my mother," Duf said. He then glanced at Leah with a somewhat ambiguous expression and continued, "The hardest people to deal with are those who have firm boundaries and beliefs. Wealth cannot shake their determination. To uphold their principles, they might even give up their lives. Encountering such people would make my efforts in vain. Unless I kidnap their loved ones and threaten them, it would take much more effort. And just with me as a child and you as a useless adult, we can't handle so many things." Duf pointed at Makabaka and said, "Having that dog won't help either." At only 8 or 9 years old, Duf already had such a mind. He was a good candidate for the underworld. "What you mean is that there is actually a more suitable candidate, but for some reason, you can't do anything about him. So you settled for another doctor instead?" Leah quickly realized the hidden meaning in Duf's words. "I thought you were a fool based on your looks, but it turns out you're not that stupid." Little Duf chuckled. This mischievous expression overlapped with that of the infuriating Flamingo years later. Leah clenched her teeth in anger, but considering that Doflamingo was still a child, she, as a 27-year-old adult, wouldn't stoop to arguing with a little brat. There was indeed a doctor living at the garbage dump who would treat the poor for free and was very skilled, especially in handling complex diseases. However, one thing was certain. That old man was stubborn to the core and despised the nobles who oppressed the poor the most. Moreover, our family was among the noblest of nobles, the celestial dragons. Doflamingo's expression was unable to hide his pride as he spoke about this. Leah stepped forward and tapped Doflamingo's bald head, saying, "Are you still proud? What good is a celestial dragon? Think about why your family is chased wherever they go. It's obvious how detestable the celestial dragons are. Right now, these people are suppressed by the Navy and dare not resist. Their hearts are dead. But if one day their hearts come alive, what will happen to the celestial dragons? I really hope that day comes. If I can't have something, no one else should either. I'd rather destroy it than let them ride on my head and act arrogantly." Doflamingo clenched his small fists and said, The ideal state of the world is that there are no classes, and no one can stand on any position to oppress the weak. Leah's gaze drifted, as if recalling something. That's too idealistic. People are inherently selfish, and that will never be realized, little Doflamingo said in a grown-up tone. Who cares? Whether it can be realized or not, people must have dreams. Without dreams, what's the difference between a person and a salted fish? Leah smiled, feeling somewhat relieved. She just needed to do her best and focus on what she could do. You're a foolish woman, Doflamingo retorted. Don't always talk to me in a domineering tone. You're still a little brat, Leah said, tapping Doflamingo's bald head again. If you hit me again, I'll hit back. You dare. With that, Leah picked Doflamingo up, wedging him at her waist like a handbag, and then gave his bottom a few taps. Perhaps the most embarrassing thing in Doflamingo's life was experiencing this with Leah. The imagery was simply too wonderful. You idiot woman, Doflamingo shouted at Leah, his face flushed and full of anger. Leah ignored him and led him to the edge of the city. After seeing the city wall, Doflamingo reluctantly closed his mouth. Things went smoothly. Leah and Doflamingo managed to bind the person and get him out of the city. Then, Makabaka grew larger and carried the person out. After tossing him into a small grove, they stuffed him into a sack, leaving only his head exposed, and then they started beating him. They didn't hit his face and ignored his threats or attempts to please them, directly beating him until he was submissive and compliant with Leah and the others. In the end, Leah pulled out a small pill from her waist and stuffed it into the doctor's mouth, warning him that if he didn't obey, he would die from poisoning. It was evident that he immediately became obedient. However, when they brought him to Doflamingo's house, Leah keenly noticed the disdain in his eyes, and she kicked him a few more times. The preliminary examination results were very poor. Pulmonary fibrosis, commonly known as white lung. Pulmonary fibrosis is a serious interstitial lung disease characterized by the proliferation of fibroblasts, accumulation of a large amount of extracellular matrix, and accompanying inflammatory damage, leading to structural destruction of the lung tissue. This means that after normal alveolar tissue is damaged, abnormal repair results in structural abnormalities. It is a severe disease that can lead to progressive loss of lung function. Pulmonary fibrosis severely affects respiratory function, manifesting as a dry cough and progressive shortness of breath. As the condition and lung damage worsen, the patient's respiratory function continuously deteriorates. Under current medical conditions, there is almost no possibility of a cure. If there were a surgery fruit, there might be some hope. Imagine that pulmonary fibrosis is akin to your lungs being cooked. This kind of damage is almost irreversible. If this situation were encountered decades later, Leah could leverage her connections to find someone who could treat such a disease. Another avenue would be the devil fruit. Aside from the surgery fruit, Marco's bird fruit, a mythical zootype in the form of phoenix, has regenerative abilities that work wonders on such naturally occurring organ damage. Of course, the only drawback is that it doesn't have much effect on wounds caused by Haki, as Haki counters devil fruit abilities. Currently, she is an undocumented person on this timeline, and her abilities are locked. She is just slightly stronger than an ordinary person, and leaving this island is already a challenge, let alone crossing Reverse Mountain and the first half of the Grand Line to find Marco for help. Right now, she can only wait for the little light orb to wake up, as only it can unlock the world's restrictions on her. Furthermore, Marco doesn't know Leah at all right now, and she has no connections with the Whitebeard pirates, so why would he help her? Looking at little Doflamingo's pained and enduring expression, Leah felt a bit of sympathy, but sometimes reality is just that cruel. Some things are inevitable. Little Rossi was already sobbing, but he held back his tears because his mother was still inside. The three men of the Don Quixote family decided not to tell Madame Don Quixote the actual condition of the illness, just in case a miracle might happen. They hugged the two children tightly, allowing them to cry it out. As for the doctor, Leah did not let him go back. This person was thriving in the town, and if he were released and found out that he wasn't poisoned, he would surely find a way to retaliate. By then, not just the Doflamingo family, but Leah herself would also be in danger. How could Leah leave such a hidden danger? She directly killed the person and threw the body into the forest, letting the beasts eat it. Not a trace left behind. Leah is not the kind of person who enjoys killing, but she is definitely not soft-hearted either. Leah booked a hotel in the city and basically returns to the city at night. She didn't choose to stay long-term at the Dover's house. That would be too brazen. Leah knows that one day she will have to leave, so when she visits Dover and the others, she teaches them many survival skills for the wild. After all, their family is truly not well liked. It's difficult for them to procure supplies from the city without getting hurt. Many vendors deliberately raise prices or refuse to do business with them altogether, making their lives even harder. By the way, the little bear that Leah found belongs to Dover. At that time, Mrs. Don Quixote made it by hand to soothe Dover to sleep. It has actually been many years, patched up multiple times, and Dover is reluctant to part with it. However, the move was too rushed, and many people were chasing them at that time, so it was left behind at their original home. Dover has always wanted to find a chance to retrieve it, but it's difficult for him to even enter the city. With his mother being ill, he needs to take care of his younger brother and can't spare the time. If he takes Rossi with him, he worries he won't be able to protect him well, and if something happens, it would be disastrous. After Leah cleaned the bear and helped mend its body, she returned it to little Dover. When he received the bear, it felt as if a piece of ice melted in his heart, and he slowly began to accept Leah's presence. Because of his young age, even though he doesn't say it, he still thinks of Leah as his sister in his heart. Leah often takes Rossi and Daf into the mountains to identify mushrooms, find wild vegetables, and learn some basic pharmacology and common herbal combinations. At least before they leave, she ensures that they can survive well until their next reunion. Another important task is collecting firewood. They need to start gathering firewood now in preparation for the upcoming cold winter. Leah swung an axe with her 2 children, chopping down one big tree after another and splitting them into smaller pieces to take back. Although it was tiring, labor allowed her mind to empty, temporarily escaping from pain. After sweating, looking at the pile of wood on the ground, there was always an inexplicable sense of accomplishment. When one is in a low point, if they rush to escape their predicament, they may become even more entangled in it and unable to break free. The truly correct approach is to be well prepared before making a leap upward, aiming for a decisive result. Little Doflamingo is still too weak, but fortunately, the greatest hardships he faces now come from ordinary people. People are fragile. A cut from a blade can sever a vein, and when the blood flows out, they will die. Even a serious bump can lead to death. In short, killing is much simpler than saving lives. If one's strength cannot defeat the enemy, then one should use their brain more. They may have once been pitiful individuals, whether they were enslaved and oppressed by the celestial dragons or for other reasons that led them to beat and insult Doflamingo and his friends. It doesn't matter. Revenge is what counts, and even if it means killing them, that's fine, as long as the hatred does not extend to the families of the perpetrators. It's not considered bad. Who cares what reasons you have? The ones who truly got to know and built a friendship with Leah were Doflamingo and Rosie. It doesn't matter what reasons these people had for bullying them. Leah only knows that actions have consequences. Between moral boundaries and those she cares about, she chooses the latter. So she taught Doflamingo many underhanded tricks. In short, he must not be bullied by others. Doflamingo's character is inherently suited for being a villain. Expecting him to be educated into a great sage is unrealistic. As long as he isn't rotten to the core, as long as he isn't condemned by the world, Leah is already grateful. Whether he is a villain or a good person, Leah only recognizes one thing. Doflamingo treats her well, takes good care of her, and has helped her a lot. So now she wants to teach Doflamingo survival skills to the best of her ability, to help him survive in this cruel world until they meet again. Leah stayed in this place for about 3 months and taught Dover a lot of things during that time. Most of it was related to daily life, because when it comes to cunning, Dover really didn't need much teaching. Leah knows a lot, but mainly she teaches basic life skills similar to farming, laundry, and cooking to little Rossi and Mr. Don Quixote. What she teaches Doflamingo, however, are skills for making money. This is not favoritism. It's just that Rossi and the others genuinely cannot navigate the rules of the dark world. Furthermore, they aren't very bright, making them more suited for fixed, brainless jobs. Additionally, the celestial dragons in Mariejois seem particularly lazy, only knowing how to enjoy the fruits of others' labor, and they lack any survival skills. With almost no life skills to speak of, they can boil porridge until the pot is ruined and wash clothes until they tear, which is quite troublesome. Therefore, Leah is teaching them one by one, and fortunately, they are willing to learn. Almost all the treasures they brought from Mariejois have been taken away, leaving only some personal jewelry belonging to Lady Don Quixote. Lady Don Quixote wants to take out her jewelry to help support the family, but she faces unanimous opposition from the others at home. After all, when someone leaves, they still need some dignity. Time lost cannot be reclaimed, and the departed will ultimately turn to dust, remaining only in the memories of others. In fact, Leah later thought of many ways and even took out her small savings to invite other doctors to treat Lady Don Quixote. However, the results were pretty much the same. In short, there was no hope. This is a fact everyone accepted, but when that day really comes, it's hard not to feel sad. Death is cruel. You cannot refuse it. just as you cannot shatter a typical man's confidence. I digress. Lady Don Quixote seems to have a good understanding of her physical condition. Is she sad? Of course. She must be sad to be forever separated from her young child and beloved husband. However, until the very last moment, she's trying to comfort her children, bringing them sunshine and hope. At least, Lady Don Quixote is a kind and gentle mother. From the beginning, Leah told Doflamingo that she would definitely leave. It was just a matter of time. Even though Doflamingo is currently facing the huge setback of losing his mother. When he asks about this issue, Leah's answer remains the same. Her departure is inevitable, but as long as they survive, as long as they live in this world, they will definitely meet again. If the pressure on a person is too great, they may collapse. Besides, Doflamingo is somewhat extreme, so he needs some hope. Moreover, he still has his brother with him. It's unrealistic for him to forgive Mr. Don Quixote, and at least now he isn't constantly shouting to return to Mariewa anymore, because Doflamingo has started to hate the celestial dragons as well. This is good. Destroying the world is not an easy task, and many people are lining up to be harmed by Doflamingo. Leah's thoughts on this are quite unorthodox, but it doesn't matter as long as they survive. Only by surviving can there be a future. I feel like I have nothing in my life. Doflamingo lay on the grass near the sea, speaking to Leah, who was sitting beside him. Life is originally a process of going from nothing to something. It is precisely because there is nothing that one must strive to possess. Moreover, even if you don't want to acknowledge Mr. Don Quixote, you still have Rossi, right? If there are no accidents, Rossi should be able to accompany you for a long time. Of course, this is Leah's more optimistic view, and she says this to comfort Doflamingo. Even if Rossi is not adopted by the general, Rossi and Doflamingo are not really on the same path. Right now, Rossi is still young and lacks opinions. When they grow up and their worldviews are formed, it's hard to say whether the two brothers will part ways. Moreover, Leah knows that in the future, they might reach such a point. Although Doflamingo quietly let Rossi go, even after more than a decade, he still hasn't agreed to meet Rossi. He can no longer trust anyone, except Leah. However, Leah is quite fond of the pairing of Doflamingo and Violet, though Doflamingo will probably never care about this matter. Moreover, Violet and Doflamingo are enemies. Doflamingo forced the former king of Dressrosa to step down. Although he later won over those ministers with his achievements, such differences and hatred cannot be resolved. In fact, Leah thinks that Doflamingo and Violet have known each other for a long time. Perhaps they even have some unknown past. But the possibility of these two being together is slim. Doflamingo cannot tolerate too many schemers beside him, and besides, there is still family hatred between them. National hatred does not apply here. Doflamingo has already been merciful enough to let the Riku royal family go. To put it bluntly, he is giving Violet face. If Leah were to do this, she would definitely uproot the Riku royal family without leaving any survivors. There is no regime change without bloodshed. However, Doflamingo did indeed kill all the loyal old officials of the Riku royal family. There is only a powerless old king left as a mascot, and they can't stir up any waves. The little people have now officially established cooperation with Doflamingo. Even if they want to resist, it is difficult to rally domestic forces. In the face of vested interests, everyone knows what choice to make. It's a contradiction. Leah wants the world to be better, but she can also tolerate the existence of someone like Doflamingo and maintain a good relationship with him. The reason for this is actually quite simple. Class will always exist. The gap will also always exist. Exploiters and oppressors will also always exist. They control social media, control the media, and control the channels for ordinary people to voice their opinions. They impose mental control on the exploited, making them willingly become the objects of capital oppression and harvesting, creating a false social illusion filled with happiness. Rather than letting others stand on the opposite side of the scale to oppose her, it's better to unite with Doflamingo and first topple the biggest mountain. However, Leah cannot tell Doflamingo any of this at this time. She just needs to wait for fate to bring them back together. Moreover, the little light orb is about to wake up. She still needs to spend some time figuring out how to have the little light orb take her back. Doflamingo and the others have been captured. The reason is simple. Perhaps the residents of the town want revenge. They cannot take revenge on the celestial dragons of Mariewa and can only set their sights on Doflamingo's family, who came here and tried to integrate into ordinary life. That day, Leah went out because the little light orb had awakened. However, due to the energy in Leah's body being locked, it was particularly difficult for her to communicate with the little light orb. But she couldn't let anyone other than Makabaka see the little light orb. She could only go deep into the forest alone. She fiddled for a long time and had some success. At least a part of her ability was released. Although it was far from her peak, it was enough for self-protection on this small island. In a good mood, Leah even bought a lot of things, planning to go back and celebrate with Doflamingo and the others. By the way, she intended to make a formal goodbye. But when Leah arrived at Doflamingo's house, holding a pile of food and drinks, it looked as if it had been ransacked. Some furniture they had handmade before was lying on the ground, and the once thriving local chickens had all died in the chicken coop. Leah realized that Dover and the others were in trouble. Why? Why did this group continue to make things difficult for the two children time and time again? Clearly, they had already learned to become self-reliant. Leah taught Dover and Rossi a bit about carpentry. After they learned, the first thing they did was to make a delicate vanity box as a gift for her. Although Dover still didn't say anything nice and awkwardly shoved the item into Leah's arms, his face was already flushed red, and it seemed especially difficult for him to say something kind. Leah threw away what she was holding and rushed into the town. She suddenly realized a problem. The people who had been bullying Doflamingo and the others had actually been dealt with by her, the malicious Doflamingo, several times. Logically speaking, they shouldn't have the courage to provoke Doflamingo anymore. Ordinary residents should be even less likely to do so, because not everyone has the guts to be a bully. Most are self-interested and wouldn't want to stir up trouble for no reason, unless someone is pushing all of this from behind or has offered those people benefits, making them feel invulnerable. After all, the Don Quixote family was once celestial dragons. This surname signifies their prominent status, even if they are somewhat down and out now. If they were to regain their status as celestial dragons one day, wouldn't those people fear retribution? From another perspective, it seems they have been tipped off in advance. They are certain that the Don Quixote family can no longer restore their celestial dragon status. And the one who could do all this is likely also a celestial dragon. Is there anyone in this world who doesn't want to be a celestial dragon? Only a fool wouldn't want that. Is it possible for other celestial dragons, who are also world nobles, to want to abandon this noble identity? It's an insult to the ridiculous vanity of those celestial dragons who consider themselves superior and look down on everyone else. This action tears apart their vanity mask. They are angry. They are furious. Only when such people completely disappear can this shame be washed away. The Don Quixote family is the disgrace of the celestial dragons. As celestial dragons, they lack self-respect and self-love, and they actually want to lower their dignity to coexist equally with those commoners. Such a disgrace must be eradicated. Homingu, look at the good deeds you've done. As he watched Rosie get shot in the arm with an arrow, he was also bound by his own strength, and Doflamingo couldn't help but vent his pent-up anger on his father. I am just too weak. This is why I can't protect anything. Doflamingo's sunglasses were also lost, and his eyes had been injured while evading pursuit, unable to withstand bright light. He could only cover his eyes with a piece of rag, but tears still flowed uncontrollably. Meanwhile, the murmurs from below continued. They are celestial dragons. Now they no longer have the identity of celestial dragons. Even if they are killed, the Navy won't intervene. God bless. Finally a chance for revenge. I thought I would have to live my life crying every night. Smash all their bones with an iron fist. Stick 1,000 needles in their bodies. My wife was burned to death by the celestial dragons. And you never cared, right? To pay tribute to you in the heavens. An entire country was destroyed due to famine. That person was agitated and continued to shout loudly. Have you ever tasted the feeling of hunger? Those people died while starving to skin and bones. My two children, only 5 and 2 years old, were shot 16 times just for running past the celestial dragons. They died on the spot, treating humans like ants. Do you know what pain is? What sadness is? What hardship is? He wiped the tears from his face and painfully questioned. Speak up. Celestial dragons. Aren't you supposed to be like gods? Aren't you supposed to be different from mortals? A wound of this degree shouldn't be fatal, right? Saying this, he drew back his bow and shot another arrow at Doflamingo. Rosie, big brother, Homingu urgently said to the people below, as long as you spare my child. It doesn't matter what you do to me. I beg you to spare my child. Doflamingo is still a child, and he cried out in pain. Due to the intense struggle, the rag he used to cover his eyes slipped down, and many people were holding torches, wanting to burn their family alive. The flickering flames stung his eyes painfully, but he forced himself to endure the bitterness, forcing himself to open his eyes and remember these people. However, soon he was sweating profusely, gritting his teeth, veins bulging, and then he started to laugh wildly, looking down at those people with a hateful gaze. He saw the hatred, anger, and sorrow in their eyes, witnessing countless emotions, but he felt not a shred of compassion in his heart. No matter what you have experienced, no matter if these things are related to our family, Doflamingo, will take full responsibility. If I can survive today, everything I have suffered today, I will definitely return it to you tenfold or 100-fold. Just wait for me. From today on, I will live only for revenge. Not just for revenge against you, but for revenge against this world. It must be very painful. When Leah arrived, everyone had fallen down. Sensing the residual energy in the air, it must have been the use of Conqueror's Haki. However, this Conqueror's Haki was very basic. It was still difficult for ordinary people to withstand. Doflamingo, Razanani, and their father, Don Quixote Homing, were all hanging from the high wall. A pile of firewood was set up beneath them, and those people were still holding torches. But now those torches had fallen to the ground and had already started to catch fire. Doflamingo's eyes were bloodshot, tears continuously streaming from the corners of his eyes, seemingly impossible to wipe clean. Yet there was a smile on his lips. Every time he tried to stop smiling, he would force himself to maintain that grin. He seemed to be trapped in some kind of madness. Leah hurriedly kicked away the bonfires, sending the burning wood towards the residents lying down. They wouldn't die. After feeling the heat, they would naturally wake up. However, doing such a thing would always result in some punishment. Leah held the two children in her arms and left this place of turmoil with Homingu. All of this was witnessed by 4 villains hidden in another corner. Doff and the others could not return to their previous home. Those people would definitely come looking for trouble once they woke up. However, Doff insisted on going back because there was the last remaining photo of their mother there, and they had to retrieve it. Leah is not worried. Those ordinary people pose no threat to her now. One counts as one, and if they come, she will kill them. Sometimes, killing is not much different from chopping vegetables. Leah took them back there. Rossi looked at the furniture on the ground that he and his brother had worked so hard to make, and he couldn't help but feel a bit down. But soon he stood up again and went to find a first aid kit at home. Both he and his brother were injured, and this was a good opportunity to take care of their wounds. Rossi was truly an angel, even now. He had no thoughts of seeking revenge on those people. Leah originally wanted to go up and help deal with their wounds, but was refused by Dover. He instructed Rossi to pull the arrows out of his arm. Rossi's hands trembled a bit, but after receiving his older brother's gaze, his expression became more determined. Leah felt a bit of loss. When Dover saw her expression, he immediately understood what she was thinking and explained. It's not that I'm blaming you for not coming to save us in time. Then why is it? Leah asked anxiously. Because we can't always rely on you. Didn't you say that you would leave, for sure? Dover said, covering one eye, his tone somewhat gloomy. From now on, Ross and I have to rely on each other. At this point, Ross pulled the arrow out of Dover's arm, causing Dover to cry out in pain. Little Ross became a bit flustered and quickly said, Big brother. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Idiot. Don't apologize. This isn't your fault. What will you do if you leave me in the future? You're such a fool. Dover scolded Ross in a low voice while covering his wound. I'm sorry. I told you not to apologize. Homingu also wanted to come over to help, but as soon as he got close, Dover looked at him with a hateful gaze, which made him feel really uncomfortable. Leah wasn't in the mood to comfort him. She was more worried that after she left, Doflamingo would end up killing his own father. Rossi, apply pressure to stop the bleeding, just like I taught you. Doflamingo instructed Rossi. Ever since Leah mentioned she wanted to leave, Doflamingo had started to teach himself medicine. It was simple. They were really prone to injuries. Knowing a bit of medicine was a certain guarantee for their lives. He also began to guide Rossi. Since he only acknowledged Rossi as his blood relative, he felt so useless. If he left, he didn't know how Rossi would survive. By learning some additional skills, as the older brother could feel a bit more at ease. After quickly treating the wound, Leah led them deeper into the dense forest. Although there were threats from wild beasts here, people were still more terrifying. Leah cleared out a piece of territory because she had regained some of her strength, and she conveniently killed all the surrounding beasts, piling them together. Animals, especially wild beasts, have a strong territorial awareness and are particularly sensitive to smells. By killing the large beasts in this area, their scent will not dissipate immediately, and for a period of time, this area will be temporarily safe. Leah was about to turn her head and tell Dofer something, but before she could say anything, Dofer was leaning against a large tree, sweat still on his forehead, enduring the pain from his arrow wound. I knew I should skin those animals and wear their hides, so that I wouldn't be attacked by weaker creatures. You taught me that, and I remember. Dofer's voice was weak, but he still smiled at Leah. You don't need to worry about me. I'll survive, and I'll live well. I'll become very strong. When we meet again, I will be super strong. Strong enough to pull you behind me and protect you. However, you didn't say this last sentence out loud. You want to say goodbye to us, right? I know, Dofer continued. I won't stop you. You must have things you need to do. I won't seek your sympathy because of my current situation. If you want to leave, now is the time. Don't feel guilty. Rossi looked at Leah, his eyes a bit reluctant, but he still said, Sister Leah, brother is right. It's time for you to go. Leah felt a stir in her heart. She and Doflamingo were really quite similar in some ways. With this thought, Leah walked up to Doflamingo, squatted down, and said to him, I won't say goodbye, because we will definitely meet again. But when that time comes, you probably won't remember me. She gently patted his head and continued, As a return for all I've taught you, please be a little more patient with me when we meet next time, Doflamingo. Doflamingo's mind was racing, and he wanted to ask something. However, looking into Leah's gentle eyes, he simply nodded. Then Leah leaned closer to Doflamingo and whispered in his ear, No matter how much you hate your father, promise me to hold onto your bottom line, okay? This time, Doflamingo did not nod. He turned his head away, neither agreeing nor refusing. Leah felt a bit helpless, but she didn't force him to agree. Then Leah looked at Rossi and said, Rossi, the same goes for you. Next time you see me, no matter what you see, don't be surprised. Just treat it as if it's our first encounter. Then Leah pointed to the sky and said, This is the rule. Damn it. Leah fell from the sky in anger. Then her waist violently hit a branch of a giant tree. Hiss! Leah grimaced in pain, but she had to keep her mind clear. If she fell any further, she wouldn't survive the impact with the ground. She concentrated all the strength in her body and tried to spread her wings. Even so, she was still falling through the branches and leaves of the giant tree. After spreading her wings, her body was continuously scratched. The cushioning effect didn't help much, but at least she was still alive. She protected her body with her wings and finally crashed heavily to the ground. Her waist hurt, and she couldn't move much. She couldn't even retract her wings. But her pupils had barely returned to normal. Lying down slowly, she ended up lying from nightfall until the sky turned light. What Leah didn't know was that on this island, a one-sided massacre was taking place. And her current location was right in the center of the island. Those with strong observation haki might have already sensed her. It was all the little light orb's fault, but it seemed she couldn't blame it entirely. This little guy had swallowed the world consciousness of the timeline she originally belonged to. Speaking of which, every world consciousness, at the moment of its birth, has a kind of innate ability specifically targeting the innate abilities of other world consciousnesses. The little light orb's innate ability is devouring, which is considered an extremely powerful ability. It is roughly at the same level as Leah's ability. If her original form were still present, she could instantly cause all things to wither and erase the source of life. Unfortunately, in this world, she would never be able to unleash her full power, because not only was the world consciousness targeting her, but the rules of the world were also restricting her. Leah felt that this was the foundation of the world structure. Each world had different levels, with advanced civilizations, celestial realms, and ordinary technological civilizations. If the people from a highly developed world entered a relatively lower-level world, their individual power could potentially cause the world to explode. So, there was a reason for such restrictions. The current issue was that the small light orb had devoured the original world's consciousness and gained control over the time tunnel. However, due to its recent birth, it was unable to fully control the time tunnel. It could take Leah back to the future, but how many years into the future was entirely unknown. This time, the small light orb brought her here without any chance to react, high up in the air. Later, Makabaka arrived late, biting the small light orb. These two were in completely different locations from her, but at least they were on the same island. Looking at Leah, who was unable to stand against the big tree, Makabaka rolled its eyes at her and turned away in disgust. Damn it! Leah couldn't help but curse again, then raised her middle finger at Makabaka's big butt. At that moment, hurried, breathing sounds came from the nearby bushes, as if someone was fleeing through the forest. Leah was still somewhat reluctant to move, because she could feel it. The person in the woods was scratching his feet, and she didn't even need to stand up to deal with him. During this break, the small light orb had once again burrowed into her pocket, and with its influence, Leah could feel her strength returning a bit. Soon, shadows spread out beneath her feet. Those shadows rushed out, charging towards that person. Eventually, they dragged out a middle-aged man dressed in prison garb, looking oddly shaped from the bushes. The moment Leah saw him, she couldn't help but furrow her brows. Firstly, he was just too ugly. Secondly, wasn't that prison uniform from Impelled Down? Where exactly were they now? This small island was clearly not one of the surrounding islands of Impelled Down. How did these criminals escape here? This was bad. The prisoner was still peering into the jungle with a terrified expression, seemingly unconcerned about being enveloped by her shadows. How terrifying must the one chasing him be? Damn it. It felt like she had gotten herself into trouble. Just as she was thinking about quietly putting him back, an exceptionally tall man stepped out from the bushes. Leah's mind was racing as she quietly summoned the shadow back. Makabaka was also very cooperative, and at Leah's glance, it bit down on the prisoner's leg. Accompanied by the prisoner's screams, blood seeped out from the skin. Then, with a strong tug, Makabaka caused the prisoner to faint from the pain. Following this, a peculiar catchphrase was heard, along with the slow, deliberate footsteps. That catchphrase sounded so familiar, almost cheeky. How come SO be here? A man wearing orange fly sunglasses, a white knitted hat, and a yellow leather jacket crouched down in front of Leah. Leah pretended to be weak as she sat up, saying, "I don't know, sir. I've forgotten many things. I only remember that my little dog Pochi and I fell from the sky." As she spoke, Leah deliberately waved at Makabaka. "Come here, Bulky." The man looked at Leah, smiling but saying nothing. In fact, he had noticed this young lady from afar, not for any other reason, but simply because the scene was too beautiful. Leah sat against a towering tree, with noticeable scratches on her face from the branches. Her complexion was somewhat pale, and her wings were wrapped around her body for protection. The morning sunlight fell on her face, revealing the particles floating around her. Her long silver hair spread out, cascading to the ground. She looked up, her eyelashes trembling slightly, and her purple pupils quivering as if she were a fragile doll. As a naval officer, he had seen many beautiful women and had countless girlfriends, so he couldn't remember their faces. However, strangely, he remembered this woman at a glance. Perhaps it was because those other women covered themselves with thick makeup, using cosmetic tricks to make themselves look increasingly similar, lacking any distinctiveness. Of course, there was also the fact that he regarded those women merely as tools to satisfy his physical needs. After all, it was a mutual agreement, a transaction of money for services. Makabaka felt helpless. What was this woman doing that was driving him crazy? But due to the presence of a stranger, Makabaka hurriedly ran to Leah's side, comfortably rubbing against her hand. "Hey, miss, I'm Poliusolino." The man suddenly began to introduce himself. Leah's jaw nearly dropped in surprise, and she couldn't help but ask again, "What did you say your name was?" "Borisolino, oh miss." It seemed like the miss recognized me. Borisolino leaned on his hand, looking at Leah with great interest. This scene felt familiar, and for a moment, Leah thought she had returned to the time when she first arrived in this world. Was this really Kizaru? Looking this handsome, Leah thought if he could stay this good-looking in the future, she might as well consider moving on. But there are no ifs. Speaking of which, Kizaru is a Marine Admiral. He trains every day, so he should age slower than others. Plus, he will be in charge of the science division in the future. Can't he use some high-tech on his own face? If he still looks like this in the future, he must attract a lot of young girls. So why turn himself into a dried orange peel? Right now, in this muscular, testosterone-filled state, he also has a carefree, young master vibe. Family, who understands? Seeing the comparison between Borisolino and his old age and his youth really gives a heart-wrenching feeling. I just feel that this name sounds familiar. Just rambling. After all, my current persona is in a state of amnesia. What the miss said is really heartwarming. If it weren't for the timing, I would really want to go on a date with her. Kizaru revealed his signature smile, which was truly hard to look at. Leah automatically ignored the flattery and focused on the main point of Borisolino's words. "So, is it dangerous for me to stay here on this island?" she asked eagerly. She adjusted her gaze to make herself appear weak and helpless, her watery eyes looking at Borisolino as if she were very scared. "Well, this is still the hunting ground of the military training camp. My teacher said that in order to stay in the Navy headquarters, we need to behead a sufficient number of prisoners from the advancing city," Borisolino said with a smile. He knew well that this person was not simple, but whatever her purpose was, it wouldn't interfere with him. "Leah, I understand, but I have to pretend not to." Naturally, making a puzzled expression, Leah continued to look at Kizaru. By the way, the wings behind the young lady look very much like those of the Lunalia tribe, which is said to have disappeared. I don't know, what is the Lunalia tribe? The celestial dragons, who are known as the descendants of gods, live in Mariehua, and the Lunalia tribe are the indigenous people of the land of gods on the Red Line. Kizaru really patiently explained this to Leah. "I don't know any of this, continuing to play dumb. I just don't know, and if it gets too bad, I could just run away later." Kizaru felt a bit mischievous, as every time he met someone, it was either a test or on the verge of a test. "By the way, young lady, it looks like you're seriously injured. Do you need me to take you out?" Borisolino continued to squat down, curiously poking Leah's wings. It was a bit itchy, and Leah instinctively wanted to flap her wings to blow this person away, but she held back. Is that really okay? But Mr. Salino still has to participate in the assessment, right? Leah asked gratefully. Of course it's fine. As for the assessment, I have a workaholic teammate. Even if he does the mission alone, we 1T lose. Kizaru paused for a moment and continued. He really likes to kill pirates. I'm just giving him an opportunity. Just say you want to slack off. I can guess that the teammate you're talking about is the troublesome Akainu. I'll carry you, young lady. Saying this, Borsalino picked Leah up on his back. It was a bit hard to refuse, and to avoid arousing his suspicion, she decided to cooperate. If this island is conducting the Navy's assessment, then it wouldn't be safe for her to go anywhere alone. It's better to team up with Kizaru. Besides, her waist really was injured, and she couldn't move much now. It would take a few more days to recover. She couldn't recklessly call Little Light Group to take her away from here. With her injuries, if Little Light Group took her to the wrong timeline again, it would be a disaster. Moreover, if she ended up in the mouth of Sea King next time, wouldn't that be the end? While lying on Kizaru's back, Leah felt quite at ease. It was just like having an extra bodyguard. If any emergency arose, she could just call Little Light Group to run away with her. Makabaka followed behind Kizaru, tongue hanging out long, panting heavily. There was no way around it. The corgi had no legs, and it wasn't convenient for it to grow big right now. You're exhausting me, you old dog. Halfway through, Kizaru suddenly stopped. He casually said, Young lady, I just remembered, during the assessment period, I can't leave this island. Otherwise, I'll automatically be disqualified. How cautious. Would this old fox forget such an important thing? It's impossible. So this is really a test to see if I'm afraid of meeting other Navy members. In order to indirectly determine whether I'm an enemy of the Navy. Or rather, he is treating me as his assessment subject. Noticing Leah's silence, Kizaru continued, How about you stay by my side, and once the assessment is over, I'll take you out? I have no objections. Anyway, I can't move right now, Leah said speechlessly. Then I'll pick a mount for you, young lady. If we encounter criminals from Impel Down later, I'll need to free up my hands to deal with them. Leah, thank you, Mr. Salino, for your trouble. Salino, no need to thank me. It is my honor to serve a beautiful young lady. The 30-something Salino is full of flattery, one line after another. Leah thought of this and decided to ask directly, Mr. Salino, are you a playboy? Well, not really. After all, there's no real emotion involved. Moreover, my identity is that of a Navy officer, and I might die on the battlefield one day. I focus more on the feelings of the present. If I'm lucky enough to land a high-paying job with less work in the future, then I might have the qualifications to make promises to others. It seemed that Huang Yuan had opened up a bit, sharing some of his true feelings, half true and half false. Leah agreed with this. At that moment, Huang Yuan let Leah down and went into the forest to catch a giant deer for her. The deer was quite stubborn, but Huang Yuan managed to tame it. Then, he placed Leah on the giant deer. Leah thought of her character and showed a hint of fear. She cautiously reached out to touch the antlers of the giant deer. Tears glimmered in the corners of her eyes as she gazed at the clear lake in front of her, like a delicate willow swaying in the wind. It seemed she wanted to see her current appearance clearly. The yellow ape stood not far away, while Makabaka squatted beside him. A gentle breeze lifted her silver hair, and she raised her head to look at him. The light purple of her pupils reflected the entire, crystal-clear scene. The girl rode the giant deer, her black wings slightly fluttering as she tentatively stretched them out. The reflection on the lake overlapped with the girl's figure. Surrounded by the sounds of birds and insects, she completely blended into the environment. In a daze, Borsalino thought she was not human, but a guardian spirit born from the forest. It turned out that love at first sight really was a matter of attraction to beauty. At that moment, a scream echoed from afar, growing closer to Leah and the yellow ape. Miss, should we hide first? The yellow ape asked deliberately. Leah thought for a moment and said, I should hide. I feel like being here will cause you trouble, and I don't really want to see anyone else besides you. Polyasalino glanced at Leah and then chuckled as he nodded. It seemed she still had some reservations, Polyasalino thought. The giant deer's eyelids were swollen, and then Leah pointed to the other side of the jungle, and it immediately ran over there. Makabaka, feeling too lazy to continue walking, jumped into Leah's arms. Leah then sat on the giant deer, watching this one-sided crushing. There was also vicious competition among the Navy, as a small group of people actually allied with those prisoners, planning to take down the monster duo that posed the biggest threat to them first. Coincidentally, the two had split up. This was truly an excellent opportunity for them. However, it seemed they forgot one thing. In the face of absolute strength, any schemes and tricks are futile. This assessment did not allow for infighting among Navy members. But if someone really died, who would know who killed them? They initially wanted to target Polyacelino, but wasn't this also targeting themselves? Polyacelino could become a Navy admiral in the future. He certainly wouldn't be a soft-hearted guy. So even when killing those people, he didn't use his usual techniques. He even directly picked up the weapons of the fallen prisoners and stabbed the Navy members through. Yet he didn't care that Leah was watching all of this. Polyacelino was indeed a very hard person to read. As expected, those who play politics have dirty hearts. Leah lay on the giant deer, feeling that there was really nothing to disguise. This person was not easily fooled. There was no need for clever tricks among smart people. It must seem quite amusing to the other party. Leah rested her head on the giant deer's antlers, feeling a bit bored. This scene didn't scare her, as her methods of killing were even more brutal. Her shadow could devour people. She tried to clench her fist and suddenly felt a strange sensation. Looking at her hand, she saw the ring on her ring finger and thought of someone, which made her heart feel a sudden warmth. She missed him a bit. She had disappeared for so long that he must be going crazy with worry. The same went for Ace and the others. They probably thought she was dead. It was all because things happened too suddenly. She didn't have time to explain anything before being swept away by the time-space turbulence decades into the past. And she wasn't prepared at all. Sigh. She didn't know when she could go back. The little light could bring him back to the future. But she didn't know which future it would be. She had already met a young Polyacelino, so who knew if she would next meet a young Big Mom? To be honest, Leah really wanted to see her. Big Mom, over 8 meters tall, must have looked good when she was young. She was a strong woman, powerful enough to have so many children. One must admit the charm of a strong person. Not long after, Kizaru walked over to her, his hands stained with some still-drying blood, dripping onto the ground as he walked. He seemed indifferent, with no killing intent in his eyes, as if killing was just a casual affair. The smiling tiger was the most terrifying. Having interacted with so many people, Leah deeply understood this. Like with Karmu, he truly had a way with shadows. That's why Leah sent him to deal with Blackbeard, using magic to defeat magic. Kizaru shook his hand, seemingly realizing something, then squatted down to wash his hands clean in the crystal-clear mirror lake. After doing all this, he finally walked up to Leah, then he pulled out a long ribbon from his pocket, seemingly left behind by a beautiful lady. He tied the ribbon around the giant deer's neck, and then led it forward by the scarf. I'll take the lady to find a place to rest, and then look for something to eat, Kizaru said. Leah was a bit confused and asked, "Isn't it fine here?" Kizaru pointed to the distance and said, "It's not very clean here. Someone will definitely come to check this place later, and it will disturb us." "All right then," Leah nodded. Then, as if she thought of something, she asked, "Does Mr. Celino trust me so much? Aren't you afraid I might secretly take action against you?" Kizaru chuckled lightly, then walked over and took Leah's left hand, kissing the back of her hand, and said, "It's my honor to be deceived by a lady. You're really smooth with your words. You probably say this to a lot of young girls," Leah said as she pulled her hand out of his rough grip, a little disgusted. "Not at all. One of my colleagues, Akainu, says I'm very clumsy with my words and easily offend others," Kizaru continued. "Akainu, there's offense but clumsy?" "Not necessarily. And don't bring me up to take the blame for everything." "Leah, the old man on the subway is looking at his phone. This guy is really just talking nonsense. Not a single word of truth from his mouth. Akainu is the one who really can't talk, right? By the way, how much longer are you going to stay here? Clearly, the others are no match for you, right?" Leah and Kizaru chatted as they walked. The truly powerful characters haven't been encountered yet. This time, several strong characters were released from Impel Down. And only by taking their heads can one be considered a true victor. What about those weak Navy soldiers? It's obvious that they are just there to deliver food. If there are enemies on this island that even Kizaru fears, then those Navy soldiers are just there to deliver food. What are they being assessed for? So people at different levels have different tasks. Their task is to survive the pursuit of those stronger individuals. Those who live through it are considered to have passed the assessment. It's a bit cruel, isn't it? Not really. These people are Navy soldiers who have violated military law and are being discharged. They came to participate in this assessment to stay in the Navy. The few colleagues at my level who came here for the assessment are trying to increase their chances of survival. Our task is to hunt the bosses. But I don't understand why those people are so foolish as to easily believe the words of those pirates and unite against me. So, this is a hunting game, right? Who says it isn't? I can't quite understand Teacher Zifa's thoughts. Hasn't he always cared the most about those new recruits? What Kizaru doesn't know is that the mistakes these people made happen to step on Zifa's bottom line, which is colluding with pirates. Leah and Kizaru had been on the island for several days. becoming more familiar with each other. During this time, Kizaru had eliminated quite a few people, but he wasn't in a hurry. With Akainu around, the target would definitely be achieved. He really loved having such a reliable teammate. On this night, the small light had already confirmed its coordinates, and Leah was about to head to the next future. Her injuries had mostly healed, but to be honest, she had to thank Kizaru for his care during these days. There was one thing that felt a bit awkward. Leah realized that there was no such thing as kindness without reason. She noticed that Kizaru, at this age, seemed to have developed feelings for her, as his gaze always carried a certain intensity and ambiguity. The two of them sat face to face by a campfire, unafraid of attracting others. Leah, in order to avoid arousing Kizaru's suspicion, has kept her wings hidden. Now the two of them are sitting here having dinner. In recent days, she has encountered the busy Akainu, but Kizaru helped her evade him, so she hasn't met Akainu. This is a good thing, at least in the future. When Akainu sees her, he won't suspect her. However, when Kizaru sees her in the future, it will be. No wonder he acted so strangely when they met later. My injury has healed, and after today, I may have to say goodbye to you, Leah said casually, adding a few more logs to the fire. Ah, how sudden, Kizaru replied, flipping the bare meat roasting on the rack. Didn't you guess that long ago? Leah continued her actions. Miss, I haven't asked anything about you. Leah picked up on Kizaru's implication that they shouldn't speak too openly, as it would be boring. Understood, Leah replied, her gaze focused on the roasted meat over the fire. Is it almost done? But Celino, your grilling skills are really good. Leah said again, it should be almost ready. Celino paused and began to share his story. When I was a child, I accidentally ate a devil fruit and was treated as a monster by the people in my village. My parents abandoned me, and during that time of abandonment, I survived by hunting. My grilling skills may have been developed during that time. Kizaru spoke with a calm tone, as if it were not a big deal. So what made you join the Navy? Leah had always been curious about this question, because at that time, I met my adoptive mother, though that might not be accurate. She was just a nun who adopted me. After spending some time with her, I really treated her as my biological mother. Later, she sold me to CP0 for a high price and told me that she sent me there to learn the ability to protect others, saying that once I became an admiral or a higher-up, she would come to get me. I believed her wholeheartedly at that time and worked hard during training at the Navy's secret base, only to later find out that it was a complete scam. And what Kizaru didn't say out loud was, it turned out she never loved me. She just saw me as a tool for making money. Kizaru split a large piece of bear meat in half, sprinkled some seasoning on it, and handed the piece meant for Leah to her. Leah felt a bit guilty, as if she had brought up someone else's sad memories. Huang Yuan then leaned back against the big tree behind him. It's quite ridiculous, isn't it? When I was a child, I studied hard every day and didn't hurt anyone. Yet because of this, Huang Yuan looked at the golden light shining from his palm and continued, everyone abandoned me, including the nun who adopted me, because of this, and in the end, it was also because of this that I was sold to CP0. Everyone wants to possess this unique power. It has indeed granted me my current status. But it seems I have nothing around me. Why did I suddenly start speaking from the heart? Celino, you make me really anxious like this. It's your vague and ambiguous attitude that makes people feel more at ease. Everything will be there. A person's life must always look forward. Leah comforted him, but her words were dry. To be honest, she understood the helplessness of life. The pain of these life experiences made simple words feel pale. She thought that her words couldn't change anything, and she wasn't good at comforting others at all. Will there be? Huang Yuan suddenly leaned closer to Leah, asking seriously. Leah nodded seriously and said, it will happen. Kizaru chuckled lightly, leaned closer to Leah's neck, and his breath tickled her skin. Will this also happen? Kizaru lowered his voice and deliberately asked. Leah's back was straightened, and she clenched her fists, as if she was about to smash this guy's face at any moment. However, she held back, thinking of the kindness he had shown her in the past few days, and ultimately chose to endure him a little longer. Leah raised her right hand, extending it in front of Kizaru, and said, did you not see? I have a fiancé. I know, with Kizaru's eyesight. How could he not see that glaring ring? But that doesn't mean it's impossible. I don't have strong moral principles. Kizaru continued, but it is impossible. I love him, and he loves me. Otherwise, I wouldn't be wearing this ring. Leah pushed Kizaru away and said seriously, I am a married woman and do not want to cheat. Leah emphasized once again. The flames surged and danced without any, reflecting in Leah's eyes. Her purple pupils filled with determination. Thinking of this, Kizaru stepped back a bit, as a sign of respect for Leah. He asked if you had met me first. Would I have had a chance? Perhaps, but there are no ifs to begin with. I understand. If we could meet again, I would wait for you to get a divorce. But we may not meet again, because between us, there's the vast river of time. Leah took advantage of the night to leave, thinking that Kazuru was still asleep, but in reality, he hadn't slept a wink. Indeed, he couldn't have anything. Damn it. Leah's wail echoed from a distance. Why was she falling from high up again? Why was it always like this? That little light orb was so unreliable. If I trust her again next time, I'm just asking for trouble. Fortunately, this time she could control her wings normally, and then she flapped them. Just as she was about to land on a cloud, she leaped up. When she flew high enough, Leah finally stopped in midair and looked into the distance. She noticed that the people here could walk on clouds. Could it be that this was an aerial island? Then Leah remembered that just before she was about to fall onto the clouds, a child seemed to want to catch her. Realizing this, Leah turned her head and saw a red-haired boy standing there, frowning at her. Leah thought he looked somewhat familiar, and with that head of red hair, she was reminded of Shanks. So, filled with curiosity, Leah flew towards the young boy. His lips moved slightly, as if he was frowning and complaining about something. Leah instinctively used her observation hockey and heard, I thought it was some big bird falling down. I was about to catch it to add some afternoon tea for the ship, but unexpectedly, it's actually a person. Leah, all you think about is eating. Leah was already in a bad mood, and now hearing him say that, she deliberately charged at him. When she was on top of the young boy, Leah instinctively wanted to punch him in the face. After struggling in vain, the boy didn't use his hands to block his face, but instead protected the straw hat on his head with both hands. A straw hat. Leah then saw the familiar, intelligence-diminishing straw hat. She was taken aback. Then, Leah lowered her gaze and carefully stared at the boy's face. The boy had his eyes closed, his long eyelashes fluttering down. He seemed a bit nervous, and his eyelashes trembled slightly. His hands had thin calluses, and his fists were tightly clenched, seemingly ready to retaliate at any moment. Leah looked at his face, and yes, those familiar features. This is Shanks, isn't it? So young, and his face is so chubby, his lips are soft. He really looks very kissable. Leah had no expression on her face, but inside she was already screaming like a chicken. She was really so tender, unlike those later gross uncles, who were not only hard all over, but also had stubble on their faces. Every time they came in for a kiss, it felt like her face was being pricked painfully. No way, she really wanted to kiss, but how old was Shanks now? Her conscience was a little pained. Shanks opened his eyes because he noticed that the person's fist hadn't come down for a long time. But the way that person looked at him felt wrong, like they wanted to eat him. He frowned and reached out, wanting to push the woman off him. Mr. Rayleigh had said that men and women shouldn't be too close, or it would be easy to have a child. But before he could touch her, she moved closer. What did he just touch? So soft. Then Shanks's pupils widened slightly because this woman actually violated him. But it felt so soft, completely different from boys like Buggy. A woman's body seemed to be entirely soft. Even her lips were soft. No, what was he thinking? And it seemed he remembered the jokes made by the people on the ship. And his mind couldn't help but start fantasizing, turning his face bright red. He hurriedly pushed Leah away and crawled out from under her. After running far enough away from Leah, he stopped to lean on his knees and breathe slightly. A wave of heat rolled over his face, burning his heart. He usually didn't care about these things. Why today? Moreover, he was forcefully kissed by a woman. How embarrassing. He absolutely couldn't let Buggy and the seniors on the ship know about this, or they would definitely laugh at him to death. Then the young man's competitive spirit ignited. He was just about to turn back to Leah to regain some face when he felt a weight on his back, followed by two soft things pressing against him. When he realized what it was, he felt the spot on his back ignite again. His face turned even redder. And now it wasn't just his face. The redness had spread to his ears and neck. In short, he felt like he was going to burn up. What was going on today? What kind of person had he encountered? He was still young, and his goddess was the famous singer Miss Adele. How could he let another woman take his first kiss at this time? He felt like crying, and his shoulders couldn't help but tremble, while tears gathered in the corners of his eyes. But those tears just sat there, refusing to fall. Noticing something was off, Leah jumped off his back. When she went around to the front and saw that he was actually crying from being kissed, she wondered what to do next. Should she comfort little Shanks? Of course not. Just keep kissing. Who told him to act like he was trying to seduce her? What wrong had she done? She just made a mistake that all women make. So, Leah wrapped her arms around Shanks's neck again, hanging on him. Then Leah kissed the corner of Shanks's eye, kissing her way down to his lips, almost pressing against his mouth. But just then, a small boy with a red nose ran over, shouting, "Shanks, what are you doing here?" Mr. Rayleigh said to find the history text. Hearing this voice, Leah felt a bit regretful. She hadn't had enough kissing. Thinking this, Leah jumped down and bit down hard on the shoulder exposed by Shanks. Shanks's mind went blank. He couldn't react at all, so nervous that his hands were shaking. When he was bitten, that tingling feeling spread from the bite to his whole body. He felt like he could barely stand. No way. He absolutely couldn't lose face in front of Buggy. With his somewhat unusual thought process, Shanks hurriedly pulled Leah, who was trying to leave his embrace, back into his arms and covered her mouth with one hand, signaling her not to say anything. But because he was too anxious, the sudden collision made Leah a bit unsteady. The two of them fell onto a cloud, and this scene happened to be seen by Buggy, who had just arrived. He exclaimed, "Shanks, no. Doing this will make you have a child." Shanks really couldn't help but cover his face. He felt quite helpless towards his childhood friend, who had grown up with him but was not very smart, although he had just been thinking about having a child. Jizai raised an eyebrow, looking at little Shanks lying on him, and maliciously asked, "Do you want to go further?" "Oh no, that's not right. I'm sorry. What am I saying?" Little Shanks hurriedly climbed up from Leah, feeling like he didn't know where to put his hands, hanging in the air and waving them around randomly. Meanwhile, Buggy stood aside, looking at Shanks with suspicion. It was the first time he had seen this red-haired brat like this. What was Shanks doing? Was he hiding some treasure map behind his back? Thinking this, Buggy rushed over and grabbed Shanks by the collar, angrily questioning, "Hurry up and hand it over. Where's it hidden?" Shanks pushed Buggy away and asked helplessly, "I didn't hide anything. Buggy, what are you thinking?" Buggy boredly let his hands drop, sighed, and said, "Oh." Then after realizing something, he widened his eyes and pointed at Leah, shouting, "Who is she?" "Shanks." Shanks hurriedly covered Buggy's mouth, glaring at him discontentedly. "What are you shouting about? We're in Skypiea. It's normal for a woman with wings to appear, right? Not normal. Have you ever seen such a beautiful woman? She's obviously an angel." Buggy's focus was always quite peculiar, and it was this statement that shifted Shanks's attention to Leah's face. Such a delicate face indeed, looked very much like an angel. Shanks's face turned red again. What was he saying? Today he really wasn't quite normal. Leah looked at Buggy with a funny expression, wanting to tease him a bit, and said, "I really am an angel. God told me that there's someone I've been looking for here. That's why I came here." "Oh, I actually guessed it right. But speaking of which, who are you looking for? I can go back and ask our captain to help you find them. He knows a lot of people and can definitely help you." Buggy, appearing to think seriously, said to Leah, was Buggy really that kind when he was a child? However, after a moment's thought, she realized that it made sense since they grew up on Roger's ship, and Rayleigh would naturally protect them well. At this moment, Leah turned her gaze to Shanks, remaining silent, but looking at him with a smile. Shanks avoided Leah's gaze, feeling a bit hesitant to meet his eyes. TSK. He clearly did nothing wrong, so why did he feel so guilty? Thinking of this, Shanks raised his head to look at Leah, but in less than 3 seconds, he turned his head away, looking incredibly timid. Watching the interaction between these two, Buggy seemed to have thought of something. No way, no way. Could it be that the person you're looking for is Shanks? Buggy clutched his face in horror. Then he grabbed Shanks again, angrily saying, "What is so special about you? Why do you get searched for and not me?" After that, Buggy released Shanks and looked at Leah, asking, "Did you come to deliver treasure to Shanks?" Leah thought for a moment and said, "Yes." "Huh, that's true," Buggy exclaimed. Then Buggy knocked on his own head and said, "Why is Shanks so quiet today? It's like I'm in control. Is he hiding some bad intentions to trouble me again?" At this moment, Shanks slowly calmed himself down. Hearing Buggy's words, he helplessly said, "Buggy, you've let your thoughts slip again." "Huh?" Buggy hurriedly covered his mouth, although it didn't help much. Then little Shanks cooled his expression and looked at Leah, asking, "What exactly is your purpose in getting close to me?" Now Shanks suspected that Leah might be a spy sent by some enemy pirate crew or the Navy to gather intelligence on their pirate crew. No matter how you looked at it, this person was very suspicious. The beauty trap, or whatever, is just too cunning. Mr. Rayleigh was right. The more beautiful a woman is, the less you can trust her. What purpose could I have? I'm just... Leah deliberately trailed off. "Just what?" Shanks frowned and asked. "Just because I think you're cute and want to see what it feels like to kiss you." Leah was no longer the Leah from before. Saying such risque lines was now second nature to her. Shanks' face turned bright red, and he felt like smoke was about to rise from his head. Buggy tilted his head and innocently said, "Shanks is always fighting with me all day long. After getting all sweaty, he still doesn't take a shower. What is so attractive about him? Buggy, when have I not taken a shower?" Shanks, who had been exposed, could no longer tolerate this guy. He rushed over, jumped on Buggy, and started punching him in the face. Buggy really couldn't compete with Shanks, but the two of them ended up just exchanging punches without any technique involved. Leah stood up helplessly, pulling each of them apart with one hand, and then asked, "Your captain is Roger, right?" Shanks waved his arms and said, "That's right. Our captain is Roger, the greatest Captain Roger in the world." Buggy covered his red nose and asked, "Are you looking for our captain for something?" Leah let go of Buggy and Shanks, stretched her joints, and said, "I just have a little matter to discuss with him, but it's personal." The two were equally shocked. Then Buggy and Shanks took Leah to the place where the Golden Jackson was docked. They saw a middle-aged, scruffy man dressed in traditional medieval pirate attire being chased around by a familiar corgi, and he was holding a small light orb in his hand. "Damn, this guy can actually see him." Leah's eyes widened in surprise. However, she quickly calmed down. After all, this guy was the former pirate king, essentially the last chosen one, so it wasn't too surprising that he could see him. "What's the captain doing?" Buggy stood there looking confused. "Isn't he usually doing some ridiculous things and then getting beaten up by Mr. Rayleigh?" "I'm already used to it," Shanks said helplessly. Leah felt helpless upon hearing this, thinking to herself, "Aren't you the same? All day long, Beckman is just following you around, helping you clean up the mess. You really deserve to be hit. Shanks, having you is my blessing. Beckman, do you want this blessing?" Just as Roger ran up to Leah and curiously stared at her, Makabaka jumped up and bit his butt. Ouch! Roger couldn't help but cry out in pain. Before Roger could even get Makabaka off his butt, Makabaka released its grip on its own. After jumping down, Makabaka slowly waddled over to Leah and sat down beside her. Then it rolled its eyes and raised its paw, pointing at the small light orb in Roger's hand. It then reached out its paw and nudged Leah's pants. The meaning was clear. That stinky uncle stole their stuff. Leah squatted down, patted Makabaka's dog head approvingly, and said, "Good bite, but your teeth are getting better and better. Now you can even bite the Pirate King's butt." "Hey, what the heck?" Roger covered his butt, feeling a bit sad that he was actually looked down upon by a puppy. How miserable. Then Leah stood up, walked in front of Roger, and extended her hand, saying, "Get it back to me." Roger immediately hid the little light or behind him and said, "No way. I found it first. It's mine." Leah frowned, wondering what was up with his familiar temperament that made her angry even without doing anything. But, Roger opened his big hand and said innocently, "It really likes me." The little light orb transformed into two small hands, hugging Roger's outstretched fingers. Curious, even though she couldn't articulate why, she was really angry. "You." Leah pointed at Roger, hesitated for a moment, then felt there was nothing to hide and bluntly retorted, "You scumbag who abandons his wife and children." Huh. Roger's pupils dilated. What did he just hear? When did he have a wife and kids? He only had a crush on Miss Lugio and didn't even dare to confess. After all, his time was short. Saying this, Leah stepped forward and punched Roger in the eye. Damn it. Her hand hurt so much. Was this guy made of sea prism stone? She couldn't even hurt him. Leah turned her head to look at Makabaka again, once more admiring the dog's strong teeth. "I'm sorry." Roger scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed as he apologized. Why apologize? Leah was somewhat confused. Is the Pirate King really so unrefined? Although she didn't know why. It seemed that she had done something to make him so angry. "Whatever the reason, I should apologize to you," Roger said, listening to the voices of all things. Leah asked uncertainly, "What is that?" Roger scratched his head, his expression very much like Shanks in the future. Or rather, Shanks resembled him. "Can you hear him speaking?" Leah pointed at the small light orb in his hand. "Yes." Roger paused and said, "He is telling me that you usually have a bad temper, like a tigress." Shanks' inner voice. "Is this something I can say directly?" Buggy's inner voice. "Has a bad temper, but it's not very obvious, huh?" "Leah, what did you say?" Leah asked expressionlessly. Although Roger lacked emotional intelligence, he was able to keenly sense the changes in others' emotions. He realized he had said something wrong, so he awkwardly smiled and directly asked, "What's wrong? Did I say something wrong?" Leah smiled and said, "You're wrong. I am indeed a tigress." Then Leah kicked Roger, sending him crashing into a big tree. Indeed, consciousness can control a person's behavior. Shanks and Buggy, standing behind Leah, were completely stunned. This was a violent woman. The tree toppled over with a crash, and the commotion attracted the attention of others on Roger's ship. Leah still felt angry and pressed her hand against her chest, desperately trying to suppress her fury. When she looked up again, she found herself surrounded by a crowd of people who seemed unfazed, pointing at Roger, who was getting up in the distance. What did the captain do this time? Who knows? I remember last time he lifted a girl's skirt in the South Sea. The time before that, he ate everything at someone's stall, causing the first mate to go apologize and pay. And once, he tied Marco from Whitebeard's ship to ours and hung him from the sails. Just thinking about it gave them a headache. If they had to compensate again this time, their ship's finances would be in the red. At that point, the captain would probably get beaten to death by Mr. Rayleigh. A few beatings wouldn't be a problem, but the captain never learns. Then, a man with blonde hair and glasses, a scar across his left eye, stepped out of the raucous crowd. Although he was smiling, there was no hint of joy in his eyes. They seemed filled with schemes and calculations. Leah's first impression of him was danger. Her least favorite thing was dealing with a smiling tiger, and her internal alarm bells were immediately ringing. As the atmosphere grew tense, Zaya Kangxi stepped in front of Leah, shielding her behind him, and said to the man, "Mr. Rayleigh, there's been some misunderstanding. It's the captain who—" Rayleigh glanced at him, thinking, well, you little brat, already starting to shift the blame. As the first mate, he was used to scouting the surroundings whenever they arrived in a new place and had to have a certain understanding of the environment. With his observation hockey, how could he not be aware of what was happening here? This kid immediately pushed all the blame onto that bastard Roger. TSK. Rayleigh smiled and asked, "Did this young lady just say that Roger is a scumbag who abandons his wife and children?" Leah nodded emphatically and said, "Yeah, he's just an absolute scumbag. I'm so angry. Ace suffered so much discrimination and ridicule when he was young. Isn't it partly because of this bastard father? What? The captain has a wife and kids? How could someone like the captain have a wife? I'm so jealous. Having the Kazuki family on the ship is already enough to be annoying. And now, even the captain." Shanks, hearing these discussions, instinctively glanced at Leah. For some reason, he suddenly felt a bit uneasy. Rayleigh adjusted his wise glasses and smiled, saying, "But as far as I know, our captain isn't married. I've been on this ship for over 20 years, and I've never heard of such a thing." At the same time, a dangerous aura emanated from Rayleigh, warning Leah not to spread rumors casually. Otherwise, they wouldn't be easy to deal with. Once the people around them dispersed and went about their own business, Roger approached Leah in their small circle, clutching his chest. At this moment, Leah pointed at Roger and said angrily, "I said it exists. Even if it doesn't exist now, it will in the future." When Roger heard this, he was even more confused, but he looked at Leah closely this time and then asked, "Do you have a younger sister? You look a lot like the child from Miss Lugio's family." "I have a younger brother, no younger sister, and I have a little aunt. But she passed away when she was very young while giving birth to my brother," Leah replied irritably. Upon hearing this, Roger had a very bad premonition. He suddenly grabbed Leah's shoulders and asked excitedly, "What is your name?" "My name is Leah. Pak is D, Leah," Leah said lightly while looking closely at Roger. Roger seemed to understand something. He released Leah and sat down on the ground, feeling somewhat dejected. He had lived a wonderful life, and he had no regrets or anything to lament. However, the only person he could think of that he owed something to seemed to be Miss Lugio. Even when he knew he would die, he had never felt so sad and powerless. Perhaps after completing his final journey, he should not meet Miss Lugio. That way, she could live safely and find a husband who loves her and can protect her well. Riley looked at Roger, sitting on the ground. He had never seen Roger in such a depressed state. Since the day he met him, this man had always been carefree, as if nothing could overwhelm him. He would become very impatient and headstrong when angered, but his actions were as innocent and pure as a child's. He valued his companions greatly, which earned him their trust, and he would never run away even when facing strong enemies to protect those behind him. Such a person. And now there were things that could depress him to this extent. Riley turned his gaze to Leah. When he noticed that Leah showed no signs of resentment upon seeing Roger like this, he felt relieved. It seemed she was not Roger's enemy. She was merely a bystander witnessing some tragedy unfold. As Roger's first mate, Riley had been sailing the seas for over 20 years and had seen many things. He was quite perceptive about people. After having some understanding in his heart, he asked, "So, did Roger abandon his wife and children in the future?" Leah glanced at Rayleigh, then looked at Jabba, who was sitting silently beside her, and finally at Shanks, who was having a great time fighting with Buggy in the distance. In the end, she decided to reveal some things. Leah nodded silently. Rayleigh then asked, "Is it Miss Roju?" As Roger's first mate, he certainly knew about his captain's secret crush. Leah nodded again. Rayleigh glanced at Roger, who was sitting on the ground, and helplessly patted his shoulder. Between men, there was no need for more words. It was enough to stand behind him and support him. No matter what decisions he made in the future, all he needed to do was respect him. Leah felt a bit heartbroken seeing Roger like this. Putting aside the matters of Lugio and Ace, he was a great man. Thinking of this, Leah took out a photo of Lugio and the newborn Ace from her waist pouch, feeling grateful that she was able to capture that wonderful moment. Not only Ace, but she also had a habit of carrying photos of everyone in the family with her, as she loved documenting these important moments. She then handed the photo to Roger, who was sitting on the ground. In the photo, Lugio looked great, not at all like a woman who had just given birth. In the picture, Lugio was sitting on the bed, looking at the newborn Ace with a happy smile, while Ace, looking bewildered, reached out his chubby little hand towards his mother's gentle face. A new life had been born, but Lugio had faded away, just like the fiery red hibiscus flower pinned in her hair. Roger looked at the photo, his hand trembling slightly as he held it, and then tears streamed down his face, moistening Lugio's smiling face. Even a tough man has tenderness. She was Portgas D. Lugio, and also the wife of Pirate King Joel D. Roger. Leah paused for a moment and continued, "If it's a girl, she will be named, and if it's a boy, he'll be named Ace." Annie said that this was a promise she made with you when naming Ace. And Auntie, in order to prevent the Navy from killing the remnants of the Pirate King's bloodline during their investigation, went to great lengths to carry Ace for 20 months. And after giving birth to him, she died exhausted. Leah spoke these words with a calm tone, but her eyes were red. Even after everything she had experienced, she could still be moved by the greatness of Lugio to this day. Lugio was an ordinary woman in a vast world, but she was also an extremely great and respected mother. Not only was Roger, the protagonist of this matter, affected, but even Jabba, who was sitting beside him listening, couldn't help but get teary-eyed. He seemed to be recalling something. Once he calmed down, Roger eagerly looked up at Leah and asked, "You can travel through time, right? Can you help me? No matter the cost, please save Lugio. Please save Lugio." With that, Roger knelt down before Leah. It was commendable that he could think of this. Leah hurriedly dodged his bow. This time, Leah shook her head and said, "I was a first-hand witness back then. In the same timeline, I cannot meet another version of myself. Otherwise, my existence in this world would be erased. Moreover, Lugio is my aunt and Ace's mother. If it were possible, I would have saved her long ago." Roger fell silent. "So if I never meet Lugio again, will she be able to live well?" Leah looked at Roger and asked, "If you don't go to see her, will she not come looking for you?" "Roger, your aunt made the resolute decision to protect Ace and ultimately face death because of her love for you and her natural maternal instinct. Throughout this entire process, she was happy. So, you can discuss everything with her, but you absolutely cannot decide Aunt Lugio's choices based on your own subjectivity. You should respect her. Do not desecrate her love for you. Although I hated you when I was younger, at this age, I understand this principle much better and can comprehend Aunt Lugio's choice. In short, do not evade your destiny." After calming down, Roger ultimately made up his mind. He wanted to seek a shield for his wife and child. The cost would be his life. It was quite clever. Even without Leah, Roger would likely have made this decision in the end. However, now Leah had become the catalyst for Roger's final decision. Then Leah suggested that she would travel with him on their ship for a while, but she would not accompany them to the final island. Leah hopes to witness something and also needs to help the Little Light group gain the recognition of the former Pirate King. I am convinced there is another island. Reaching it is the true beginning of an unprecedented journey, a true circumnavigation of the world. The location of that island is indicated by 4 red stones inscribed with these characters. However, this is the historical text that the world government prohibited from being read long ago. I initially thought it was just a cultural heritage, but I didn't expect it to be what we needed, revealing the map to the final island. The legendary final island, rumored to hide many treasures. If we can reach it, we will be the world's greatest pirate crew. Roger raised his hands, embracing the distant white sea, and declared such bold words. "Later, I borrowed Odin from Whitebeard. With him, we can definitely reach that place." Roger pointed at Odin and laughed heartily. At this moment, it seemed he had forgotten the sadness Leah brought him. But Leah knew very well that he had never forgotten for a moment. He just had little time left. Reaching the final island was his last wish, and he couldn't let his life be left with regrets. Odin scratched his head, feeling a bit shy. As he pulled his wife Kazuki into an embrace, he took a big swig of alcohol. Between men, there was no need for more words. Friendship was established over drinks. "I am honored to witness the final chapter of Roger's great adventure," he said. This banquet was held to welcome Leah's brief visit. Leah sat there, feeling that the atmosphere was really nice. Even though she couldn't see Roger ascend to the final island, just thinking about that scene ignited a fire in her heart. Meanwhile, Shanks at the banquet seemed somewhat distracted, not enjoying himself as much as he usually did. He couldn't help but steal glances at Leah, yet was afraid she would notice. He felt very conflicted inside. Rayleigh, who was strategizing in the center of the room, naturally observed his child's reaction and smiled slightly, clearly understanding the situation. Barrett, sitting in a corner, didn't quite understand why the captain would accept this woman onto their ship, as she seemed very weak at first glance. Later, Roger and the others began their adventures anew. They first found the stone tablet that recorded the history text. Odin walked up to the historical text, touched the inscription, and said, "Convey the true meaning to the heart. No words needed. We are the weavers of history," resonating with the sound of the great clock tower. Roger used his ability to listen to the voice of all things to perceive and locate the golden bell. Buggy immediately asked Captain, "How are we going to take this back? It's so big." Roger replied helplessly, "I don't have time. When you become captain in the future, you can come and get it yourself, Buggy." Roger mentioned that the voice in this stone was very powerful and asked Kazuki Odin if it recorded a powerful weapon. Odin answered that it recorded a weapon called Poseidon. Roger then asked Odin to carve a message on the steps of the golden bell, leading to Laugh-Tale. "I came to this place," guiding this text to the final land. Pirate GOLD. Roger. After that, he brought everyone back to the Sea of Green. During the descent, it was still unique. Riding an octopus hot air balloon, such a romantic fantasy. After reaching the Sea of Green, just like Luffy and the others, the first city Roger and his crew arrived at was Water 7. Mr. Tom, seeing Roger, excitedly exclaimed, "You came here with a bang, Roger," before Roger could respond. Everyone on the ship warmly greeted Mr. Tom, while Buggy had already climbed onto Mr. Tom's back. "It's been a while, Roger." Mr. Tom also greeted him. "I missed you so much," Roger replied warmly. After a brief stop, they continued their journey. During this process, Odin's daughter, Hiyori, was also born. After returning to the Sea of Green, they led the crew to Fishman Island to seek the truth about Poseidon. Upon arriving at Fishman Island, they discovered Neptune guarding the entrance with soldiers. Neptune explained that recently, the Fishman prophet Shirahoshi had predicted that the entrance to Fishman Island would be destroyed, so he was stationed there with troops. However, shortly after Roger and Neptune entered Fishman Island, the entrance was still destroyed by the Sea Kings, and the mischievous Shanks was captured. Fortunately, not long after, Leah brought Shanks back. Originally, Roger wanted to go and bring Shanks back himself, but he was stopped by Rayleigh, who had a smile on his face. Over these days, he had seen many things. Lady Hiyori, who was also stifling a laugh, seemed to sense something, while the few men present looked somewhat confused. Seeing Shanks being captured, Buggy was almost in tears, complaining about the captains. Although he and Shanks had never gotten along well, they had grown up together, and if something were to happen to Shanks, Buggy would be the first to panic. After Rayleigh calmed young Buggy down, Leah returned with a sleeping Shanks in her arms. Now, Shanks was just a teenager. Once Shanks was settled, Roger took the crew to meet the prophet Shirahoshi. After meeting Shirahoshi, she informed everyone that the reason the Sea Kings were causing such a ruckus was that they were waiting for the birth of the mermaid princess. Roger then asked Neptune, "Is your daughter the weapon that will destroy the world?" Neptune replied, "The use of power varies, and the results will be different." Roger further inquired when a mermaid princess would be born, to which Shirahoshi answered, 10 years from now. Leah once again took Roger under the Eve tree, and this time it was just the two of them. As soon as the little light orb saw the tree, it wanted to stay and not leave. However, Leah ultimately let Roger and the little light orb complete the ritual, just like he did with Princess Whitestar. Inside the halo, Roger seemed to see the silly, smiling face of a young boy. He appeared somewhat comforted and relieved. Everyone has their moment to shine, and he also had things he needed to accomplish. At night, Shanks rarely had a nightmare. Feeling startled, his forehead was slightly warm for the first time in his life. This was the first time he experienced the feeling of being sick, and it was uncomfortable. He felt weak in his limbs and had no energy left to argue with Buggy. Leah arrived in his small room, taking care of him and soothing his restless dreams. It was his first time being so intimate with a woman, but he did not feel embarrassed. Instead, he felt an immense sense of security. In Shanks' heart, the thought of spending a lifetime with this woman began to surface. Young people often have different fantasies about the opposite sex, and the face of that singer gradually faded from her heart, leaving only Leah's purple eyes. Shanks slowly fell into a dream, and Leah looked at his youthful face, smiling silently. The current scene seemed to overlap with many years ago. Time is truly a wonderful thing. It cannot be taken away, nor can it be removed, but it allows fated people to meet in different times and spaces. The waning moon hung like a ditch, and Roger's journey would continue. After the Roger pirates learned the truth, they left Fishman Island, and during their ascent, Roger overheard a conversation among the Sea Kings. The Sea Kings said, "Our king is about to be born, and there is another one in the distant sea. The two kings will surely meet again someday. We have been waiting for that day, and it is coming soon." This time will go smoothly. The winds and waves of the sea remained the same as they continued their voyage. Everyone began to sing Bink Sake. We send you Bink Sake. On the ocean, we take the lead. Waves like pillows, warships as nests. The skull flag flutters in the wind. In a vast sky, the sound of wind and thunder rises. Waves dance, drums thunder. Tomorrow, the rain will clear and the clouds will disperse. A man of honor fears no hardship or danger. Amidst these songs, the Roger pirates passed through the Mink country and made a promise with Pedro. Roger, Lord Odin, I want to go too. Please take me with you. Little Pedro said with a face full of longing. Roger stepped forward and patted Pedro's head, saying, Kid, you should stay on standby for now. Listen, everyone will have their own moment to shine. When that time comes, you must come to help me. Roger laughed heartily. Got it. I'll definitely come to help you then. Pedro replied with a smile. Turning his back to Pedro, Roger waved goodbye. Goodbye, Pedro. This was a farewell for eternity. Leah watched all of this, feeling a bit moved. Only when you witness history firsthand do you understand the shock of time. It was for this promise that Pedro later risked his life. Along the way, Leah also observed that Roger actually liked children. He looked like a rough captain, but he was very patient when holding and comforting kids. Especially when dealing with Tosaka and Little Purple, he was quite skilled. He must have taken care of young Shanks and Buggy quite a bit in the past. Unfortunately, he never held Ace. As time passed, Roger and the others gathered several pieces of the poneglyph and 4 road poneglyphs. The end of their adventure was approaching. At this moment, whether by luck or misfortune, the pirate apprentice Buggy suddenly developed a high fever. Therefore, he could not go to the final island. Shanks decided to stay on the island closest to the final island to take care of the feverish Buggy. However, Shanks did not seem too discouraged. He still appeared very energetic. Leah also stayed behind. She never intended to follow Roger and the others to the final island, as she had no interest in the so-called great treasure. She already possessed everything in this world that was worth cherishing. Naturally, no one would force Leah, but as she said goodbye to Roger, she gave him that photo. He always kept multiple copies of precious photos, stored in different places to prevent loss. Of course, the most complete version was kept at their original departure point, in that small fishing village in the East Sea called Windmill Village. Roger also handed Leah the handwritten letter he had written to Ace, knowing that he would never meet Ace. However, this was an opportunity to leave behind some words. Meanwhile, Shanks was sitting by Buggy's bedside, teasing the sleeping Buggy, who had caught a cold on the eve of a great adventure. Are you a child? Buggy immediately propped himself up and retorted, Shut up. Didn't I say I was already better? His face was flushed red, and it seemed he should behave himself. Shanks helplessly replied, but he didn't mention that Buggy's nose was already glowing red from a fever. Hearing this, Buggy became even angrier. He got up and grabbed Shanks by the collar, shouting in dissatisfaction, Whose nose is red and big? I didn't say that. In the scuffle, Buggy had rolled over to his captain's side. Then he got up and hugged Roger's leg, pleading, Captain, take me with you. As he spoke, Buggy even began to cry sadly. Shanks supported himself with his hands, feeling even more helpless. Are you a monster? It's hard to define the relationship between these two. Just as they were nearing the final island, Shanks chose to stay behind to take care of Buggy. Even in his sleep, Buggy was mumbling phrases like, Please take me with you. On the night before their departure, Uton and Roger came to the children's room and asked, Isn't it all right for you not to go? Since Buggy is always so noisy? Red Taro, Mr. Uton, Captain, if we're going, we'll take our own ship. Roger felt gratified and stepped forward to pat Shanks on the head, seemingly acknowledging the child once again. Leah sat to the side, watching the spirited Shanks and recalling the time when he willingly sacrificed his arm to save Luffy. Even at such a young age, he had grand ambitions and wanted to sail his own ship, which showed his unyielding spirit. The next day, everyone on the ship waved goodbye to Shanks, who smiled back at them. He was so carefree and cool, just like that time when he stood in front of Luffy. Despite losing his arm, he showed no signs of frustration. Luffy was crying, but he comforted him, saying he was a true man. You're fighting for us. Hey, don't cry. Aren't you a man? But Shanks, your hand. It's just one hand, no big deal. As long as you're okay. Shanks embraced Luffy with a nonchalant smile. Shanks was still Shanks, no matter what age he was. He remained the Shanks that she admired. What was the reason for falling in love with him? Who knows? Love itself is the most causeless thing in the world. And now, it was also time for her to say goodbye to Shanks and return to the future. She was truly satisfied with this journey. Leah is sitting face to face with Shanks, but neither of them is speaking. Leah, after much inner turmoil, decided to return to the future only after Roger and the others came back from the final island. Buggy was still unconscious due to a high fever. While Leah was in her dilemma, Shanks suddenly leaned closer to her and asked, "Do you have something to say to me?" Leah found it hard to speak because what she wanted to say was a farewell. "Let me go first. I have something to say to you," Shanks said with a smile. "I really like you. So, can you wait for me for a few years? Until I become a captain and can stand on my own." Shanks paused for a moment and continued, "Then I will come to pursue you. I asked the veterans on the ship, and this is a more polite way to confess." Huh. Leah was somewhat surprised by this sudden turn of events. Although she had previously let her feelings get the better of her and stolen a couple of kisses from her future man, she didn't expect Shanks to have feelings for her so soon. "But I heard Buggy say before that you liked a singer." Leah had been angry when she heard that. However, thinking back, she realized she hadn't done anything about it because without a confirmed relationship, she had no right to interfere in his matters. But little Shanks was really easy to get close to, soft and cuddly, much better than the older guys. In fact, Shanks had been an intern on Roger's ship since he was young, and he was much more mature in terms of gender awareness than his peers. Pirates are wild and rough, often expressing their desires directly through strong drinks. Whether it was ambition for power or wealth, they openly shared their ambitions. Shanks was one of these pirates, and he inevitably inherited these traits. Unlike in the future, the teenage Shanks was more spirited and proud. He had the ambition to encompass the vast sea. Similarly, when it came to the opposite sex he dared to express his feelings and make promises, unlike later when he would be entangled by worldly affairs. If Leah hadn't actively responded to Shanks later on, they might not have ended up together. Buggy the big mouth. "No, I just really like her songs. They are free, and the messages conveyed in her songs are beautiful. She hopes that women like her can achieve happiness and freedom." Shanks hurriedly clarified, but this was indeed the reason he liked that singer. In the context of a great era, it takes immense courage to use song to voice for the weak and convey hope. In truth, his aesthetic had never changed since childhood. He liked independent and brave women. He sought a partner who could progress with him, one who could walk side by side. He was a natural-born strongman, having witnessed the fiercest storms on the sea since he was young, and so he sought a partner who could accompany him for a lifetime, not just a fleeting bed companion. Moreover, while he admired strong women, he also wouldn't look down on weaker ones. Women are naturally more tender-hearted. The captain was his ideological enlightenment, giving him a preliminary understanding of the world. But it was also countless women who softened his view of the world. It's hard to imagine what the world would be like if it were only men. It is the presence of women that brings more warmth to the world. Many of the gentle yet strong individuals he had known were influenced by their mothers. To be honest, as a man, he had to admit that men find it difficult to control their desires. Therefore, they can easily become sinful due to their own desires. Shanks dared to say that for most men, love is largely based on a woman's appearance or physical beauty, ultimately leading them to pursue sex. A real man should have the spirit to stand tall, as the captain taught him. Mr. Rayleigh taught him to respect the weak. Being weak is not a reason to bully others. He yearned for women, but first and foremost, he needed to respect their wishes. This understanding was ingrained in Shanks from a young age, which is why he would later respect Leah so much and not interfere in her affairs. Although he felt jealous of a certain flamingo-esque close relationship with his wife, he still wouldn't question him about it. He understood Leah's boundaries too well. He chose to trust and respect her interactions with the opposite sex. There were also people who questioned whether Shanks contributed too little to his relationship with Leah. Shanks readily admitted that he indeed contributed little. He and Leah were both independent individuals with their own careers. Their collaboration in business was a strong alliance in itself. Contribution? What kind of contribution are you referring to? They didn't need to make sacrifices for each other. He was a renowned sea emperor, and she was a famous businesswoman with a global presence. They were both complete circles. There was no need to elevate their status or wealth through a partner. So why must there be a contribution? Leah promised to wait for Shanks to grow up, and she said goodbye to him in advance. She instructed him to treat their next meeting as if it were their first. Although he didn't quite understand why Leah made such a request, he agreed. Years later, he sailed across the vast ocean, but couldn't find her. It wasn't until he encountered her again in Windmill Village that he understood everything. Roger and the others had not yet returned from the final island, but the news of him becoming the Pirate King had already been spread worldwide by Seagull. Newspapers reporting that he had become the Pirate King circulated through the streets. Countless people shouted excitedly in the streets. The Roger Pirates have finally done it. Pirate Roger has achieved the unprecedented feat of sailing around the world. The ruler of this sea has finally been born. He is indeed the king of the seas, the Pirate King. After returning, Odin left a message. On the day we reached the final island, We learned everything about this world. The so-called blank 100 years, the so-called D family, and the so-called ancient weapons. Wano country was once connected to the world. Faced with the enormous treasure that truly existed before them, Roger laughed. We laughed too. Even tears were laughed out. Unable to contain himself, Roger said with a smile, "Joy boy, I really wish we could have been born in the same era. Haha, you left behind such an astonishing treasure. What incredible joke. Speaking of which, everyone, after 800 years, this unvisited final island should be given a name. Let's call it Laugh Tale." After returning from the final island, Roger announced the disbandment of the pirate crew. After speaking a few words with the oldest member, known as Pluton, he disembarked. He accepted a large amount of medicine from the ship's doctor, Kureha, as his illness was already in its late stages. But this was a man's farewell. And no one shed tears. Roger was an extraordinary man. He lived the most wonderful life. This was the first time Leah saw Shanks cry. After returning from the final island, he asked Roger a few questions, and after getting the answers, it seemed as if his pride had been broken. He couldn't control his emotions and covered his hat, crying uncontrollably. However, he held back and made no sound. Leah didn't ask him what was wrong, because she knew this was probably one of the important reasons why Shanks chose to pass the straw hat to Luffy in the future. Leah ultimately said goodbye to Shanks. When she was about to leave, Shanks told her that he would definitely become a captain in the future and asked if she wanted to join his ship. Leah said that if one day she really had to board his ship, it would definitely be as the captain's wife, knowing that the Little Light group was very unreliable. This time Leah secretly asked Lady Odin, Kate Getsu, to send her back to the year 1521 of the Sea Circle calendar. After more than a year, Leah finally returned to the time and space where she was supposed to be. However, the landing spot always seemed so inexplicable. For example, this time, when she fell with Makabaka, they crashed into Hawkeye's castle, creating a big hole. By the way, it just so happens that Zoro is currently learning swordsmanship with Hawkeye. When Leah fell down, Hawkeye happened to be sitting in his designated spot reading a newspaper. Then Leah, along with the dog, crashed into his arms. It was quite dramatic. Even the stone chair was smashed. Leah held her waist and exchanged glances with Hawkeye. Then, covering her heart, she quickly pushed away, thinking, damn, making eye contact with this guy is terrifying. It's too scary. Leah felt that if she didn't run, she might be cut down by Hawkeye with a big black knife in the next second. Leah was sitting on the ground of the castle, rapidly backing away. Hawkeye stared at Leah in a daze for 3 seconds before standing up and brushing off the dust on his clothes. He then slowly approached Leah. Hey. Hawkeye, I really didn't mean to. I didn't know I would fall into your castle and hit you. Please don't come closer, Leah said as she continued to retreat. Hawkeye ignored Leah's words and walked toward her with a blank expression. Soon, Leah had nowhere to retreat because she had backed up against the wall. Hawkeye's attire was quite casual. He wore a white shirt with a small cross around his neck, but only buttoned one button. He wasn't wearing the usual black top hat with white fur, and his gaze lacked its usual sharpness, filled instead with a sense of everyday life. To be honest, Hawkeye didn't look as dangerous and aggressive as usual, but Leah was feeling guilty for what she had done, making her quite anxious. Hawkeye approached Leah and squatted down in front of her, gazing at this woman who had disappeared for a long time. Leah couldn't tell if it was her imagination, but she thought she saw a hint of relief in the eyes of the world's greatest swordsman. Before she could process her emotions, Leah felt a slight warmth in her palm. It turned out Hawkeye had grabbed her hand to help her up. Sensing something, he immediately released Leah's hand after pulling her up. Hawkeye looked up in that direction, and it turned out Perona was helping the severely injured Zoro back. Perona's cheeks were puffed up as she continuously criticized Zoro in his ear. Zoro, annoyed, dug at his ear and then shifted his gaze to Leah. His expression changed to one of great surprise. Isn't this Luffy's sister? So you're still alive? Zoro exclaimed in astonishment. Leah awkwardly scratched her head and said somewhat shyly, if something unexpected happens, we can only say someone is missing, but you can't all be hoping that I'm dead, right? Then Leah turned her gaze to Perona and asked, Pepe, how come you're here? Where did Moria go? Leah vaguely remembered that Luffy and the others didn't go too hard on Moria because of her. After Moria healed his injuries, he should have been staying well with Perona in the Devil's Triangle. Hey, it's Sister Leah. Oh wow, I thought you were dead, Perona said as she let go of Zoro's shirt and jumped into Leah's arms, crying. Hey, this is the little princess that Moria spoiled while growing up. When the dark little lowly cries, it's really so cute. After finally calming Perona down, Leah learned that she had sneaked out to play and then couldn't find her way home. By a twist of fate, she ended up on Claykana Island. where she found a castle that perfectly matched her preferences and decided to stay after her love-hate relationship with Myhawk. Leah gently patted the little lowly's head and asked, "I'm feeling a bit unwell right now. Once I recover, I'll take you back. You miss Moria, don't you?" "I do, I really miss Lord Moria," Perona said, almost crying again. But then her tears stopped, and she turned to point at the bewildered Myhawk and Zoro, complaining, "These two always bully me and don't take care of me at all. I really hate them." "Oomph." Perona pointed her little finger at the two big straight men, and after saying that, she huffed at them angrily. She thought it was quite aggressive, but it was actually adorable. However, at that moment, Zoro and Myhawk didn't get it. Zoro looked at Perona with a confused expression, said nothing, and went into the bathroom to take a shower. Myhawk, on the other hand, showed no reaction at all and casually said, "You take this woman to change her clothes. She's all dirty now." Myhawk then glanced at the hole smashed into the castle and looked back at Leah. Leah was about to say she would take responsibility for the repairs when Hawkeye interrupted, saying, "Forget it. Since you're injured, I'll handle it this time and won't hold it against you." After a pause, he continued, "Before Shanks or your pirate crew arrives to pick you up, you need to keep writing for me." With that, Hawkeye turned and walked towards what resembled a kitchen. "No way. Even in this state. Myhawk, you're still pushing me for updates?" Leah exclaimed, hands on her hips, clearly displeased. After taking a few steps, Hawkeye turned back and said, "Yushia hasn't sent me any more chapters." This statement seemed abrupt and unfinished, and after saying it, Hawkeye walked into the kitchen, leaving Leah unable to see his expression. However, from his words, Leah read into a lot of complex emotions, a sense of gratitude that he was still thinking of her before she went missing, relief that she could still continue writing the sequel, and so on. But with Hawkeye's personality, he would never be able to express those feelings out loud. After Leah changed her clothes and took a shower with Perona's help, she went downstairs and saw the food that had already been prepared. To be honest, Myhawk is a very disciplined man, completely the opposite of the messy and heavy-drinking Shanks. You can tell just by looking at the dishes on the table. The various vegetables are grown by him, very light, and of course there's also a lot of meat. With daily workouts, how could he not need protein? There are also plenty of staple foods. And then there's the red wine that Myhawk always has on hand. In the beginning, to get Myhawk to help with some matters, she had searched for red wine for him many times. However, she really doesn't know much about red wine, and she has no impression of the gifts she gave, only knowing that they are expensive. She and Myhawk aren't very familiar, but not completely unfamiliar either. At least they can talk. Throughout the whole piece, you can see Myhawk actively speaking to a few people. His aloof demeanor is completely under control. Another detail is that Myhawk needs to control his surroundings and the people within a certain range. The food he prepared for Perona, Zoro, and her are all different, with varying amounts. Not too much, not too little, just right. He is appropriately controlling everything around him. In short, this not overly intense desire for control is not off-putting. Who can tell her why her own pirate crew and Shanks are so busy? Why they don't even have time to send a ship to pick her up? Shouldn't everyone be welcoming her back with open arms and rushing to find her? Oh no, there's no love left, and now this situation, Pepe is watching Zoro train. And after he finishes, he will bring him back to the castle to prevent him from accidentally getting lost and ending up in Laugh Tale. As for her, Myhawk set up a small shed next to the vegetable garden, with a table and chairs underneath. She sat there writing for Myhawk while he was plowing the field with his black sword. He had just harvested a batch of vegetables and planned to plant some others now that it's the season. Bored and stuck on her writing, Leah had nothing to do but watch Myhawk. Originally, she had suggested helping Myhawk with the gardening, but he just stared at her with his golden pupils without saying a word. All right, I was just joking. I know I'm injured and shouldn't move around too much," Leah said with a helpless wave of her hand. When the weather got a bit warmer, Leah suggested that Myhawk come back in the evening. After Myhawk shook his head in refusal, Leah, who really didn't want to sit there anymore, proposed to go back to the castle to get him a sun hat. Myhawk thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. By the time Leah returned, Myhawk was bending down to sprinkle seeds into the small holes in the soil. Leah ran over, holding Pepe's Lolita skirt, and placed the hat on his head. Then she stood to the side, clapping her hands in satisfaction, smiling with a relaxed and pleasant expression. Myhawk is very tall. When he straightened up, he didn't say anything and just stared at Leah. Leah felt a chill down her spine as she was stared at, because she was really afraid that Myhawk, the big tsundere, would get angry and chase her with his black sword. Last time, she witnessed Myhawk using the black sword to row a boat, and now she was witnessing him using it to plow the fields. Although the plowing effect of the black sword was excellent, it absolutely couldn't be revealed. I'll tell Shanks about it when I get back. The world's #1 swordsman must maintain some dignity. I was wrong. She thought about admitting defeat decisively when Myhawk said, "Thank you." Huh? Myhawk, have you been possessed by something strange? You actually thank someone? Leah was quite surprised. Myhawk ignored Leah and continued to sow seeds, and Leah didn't make things awkward. She returned to her little shed. What she didn't know was that Myhawk wanted to express his gratitude as a friend for her tolerance of his lack of words. However, in the end, all that came out was just the 2 words "thank you." This is just a personal interpretation. Please don't criticize. In fact, Myhawk is quite considerate towards people he is familiar with. He just doesn't say it. Of course, he thinks about hitting Shanks every day. For example, right now, Myhawk and Pepe were comparing how many times they had cooked. Are you bad-mouthing Lord Moria? You ungrateful guy. I don't owe him any favors. But you owe me, right? Do you have any idea how many times I've cooked for you? I've cooked more times than you. I even helped in the fields. Did I let you stay here? You're really not cute at all. I don't want to stay here anymore. Sister Leah, let's hurry to Lord Moria's place. Pepe jumped into Leah's arms. Leah scratched her head, then patted Perona's head. After that, she chuckled awkwardly at Myhawk and said, "Myhawk, you really are a good man at home." For example, imposing a ban on alcohol for Zoro. Myhawk asked Zoro, "Has your sword ever been broken?" Zoro raised an eyebrow and replied, "A few times, including once by you. If you infuse your haki into the sword, even the same sword won't break. Even if there's a chip on the blade, it's a disgrace. All swords can become black blades." Black blade? You must comprehend this before you can drink. Huh? Perona gleefully watched from the side, while Leah curiously observed their training. The training methods of swordsmen are completely different from those of martial artists, but in the end, what they pursue is the same. The rules that fists must break, the bonds that swordsmen must sever. Leah watched with great interest, then she took out her red scythe. Hawkeye looked at her and asked, "Are we going to fight again?" Leah hurriedly shook her hand and said, "I want to try using haki to train my slashes. I don't have the heart of a king, and I don't possess Conqueror's haki, so I can't reach the pinnacle. But I want to try the other 2 types of haki. This way, I can conserve energy." Myhawk nodded, indicating his understanding. And then a large black sword slashed toward Leah. 2 days later, Leah had mastered this unique technique. Not to mention anything else, her comprehension ability was quite strong, but her innate abilities still gave her an advantage. In terms of teaching swordsmanship, Myhawk is a professional, but it's limited to those with talent. If someone has very ordinary qualifications, what Myhawk says might be incomprehensible, and even if they understand it, they might not be able to execute it. Also, after Leah arrived here, she brought some bad habits, the main one being dragging Pepe to have late-night snacks. Later, Zoro also joined in, and, eventually, Myhawk was also pulled over by Leah to help with the barbecue. In short, life on Claykana Island was quite enjoyable. What was unexpected was that the first person to come looking for her would be Doflamingo. "Where have you been, dead woman?" Doflamingo stood on his flamingo pirate ship. Looking somewhat pleased, Leah was thinking about the gold chain that Dover was holding. Without saying anything, she ran over, lightly tapped her foot on the ground, and leaped onto Dover's pirate ship. Leah stared intently at the gold chain in his hand and said somewhat unhappily, "Who hasn't seen someone for so long and only calls me a dead woman? I'm not dead yet, am I? You can call me that when I actually die." "Oomph." Doflamingo said, "It's good to be back." With that, he hung the gold chain around Leah's neck. "If I told you that I haven't gone anywhere in this past year and have just stayed here with Hawkeye, would you believe me?" Leah examined the gold chain closely, wanted to tease Doflamingo a bit. "I believe you, sure. That red-haired Yonko has already searched for you along several routes, hasn't he?" The implication was clear. How could you possibly hide? Moreover, Doflamingo was just keeping the ship here without disembarking because he didn't want any headlines tomorrow about 2 warlords going to war or something like that. Behind his sunglasses, Leah couldn't see Doflamingo's eyes, but she knew he was looking at her. Then, Doflamingo's tall figure overshadowed Leah as he hugged her tightly. Their heartbeats synchronized for a moment, and Doflamingo's soft whisper reached her ear, "Don't leave so casually in the future." This hug was almost instantaneous, exceptionally measured. "I won't leave again unless life comes to an end, don't worry." Seeing the young Doflamingo, Leah understood how insecure he was. He had lost too much. "I followed your advice and met that kid Rashi. I forgave him," Doflamingo suddenly said. "That's really great. By the way, how are he and Andy doing?" Leah asked curiously. Doflamingo smirked and said, "You can check for yourself when you go back. I won't tell you in advance." Leah paused for a moment and brought up the main topic, asking how the war ended. Doflamingo knew Leah was referring to the situation in Mariewa. As for Marineford, it was nearly sunk by the massive thunder that fell from the later black hole. The surviving Navy members could be considered strong in their own right. The casualties among the pirates were also significant, as a strong tsunami later struck the area, and many people were forever buried in the seabed. Under such circumstances, Leah was still at the center of the disaster, and many believed she wouldn't survive. However, these people did not believe that. As long as her body had not been found, it meant that she was very likely hiding somewhere in this world, watching them anxiously. After all, she had always been so troublesome. The Revolutionary Army had officially declared war on the Celestial Dragons, leaving only some old factions in the Navy. The former admiral resigned from his position and joined the Revolutionary Army with his faction. Akina became the new admiral, but he seemed unwilling to let the Navy be manipulated by the Celestial Dragons, engaging in many small moves. However, restricted by military funding, the Navy still publicly served the government. Among the member states of the world government, some had already formed alliances openly supporting the Revolutionary Army, with King Nefertari Vivi of Alabasta at the forefront. More countries that could not afford the tribute to the Celestial Dragons joined the ranks of resistance. In short, the strength of the Revolutionary Army was continuously growing, and the two sides were currently more or less evenly matched. Your deputy, Yushia, has been making decisions in your stead and has supported the Revolutionary Army significantly in logistics and medical care. Their ability to hold on until now is largely thanks to her assistance. During your absence, she managed these matters very well. Doflamingo called his subordinates to bring over 2 chairs and slowly chatted with Leah about these things. It really is Yushia. I knew she would do well, perhaps even better than I could. Leah paused and said, I want to create an environment where even those with such powerful military strength and privileged backgrounds can realize their self-worth. I can't change the overall environment of the world in a short time, but my business can. I want to make it the strongest enterprise in the world, using the profits to invest in basic education and providing employment opportunities for students, promoting those with abilities. At the very least, my business will be the first institution in the world to set an example. Doflamingo, resting his hands behind his head and adjusting his glasses, replied with a casual tone mixed with seriousness. When I first met you 10 years ago, I would have said you were daydreaming, but now, who knows? It might actually be achievable, right? You feel the same way, don't you? That I, with my own strength and everyone's support, have been able to steer this world in the direction I want. That is what you deserve. Leah's eyes suddenly became a bit wet because of this sentence. The power of an individual is very small. There's a reason for you to stand in any position. Personal effort is a part of it, but connections, money, and timing are all indispensable. Behind a person's success, there will be countless denials, and a simple compliment like you deserve is actually the greatest affirmation for that person. Dof, as Leah's biggest partner, is very aware of what she has gone through over the years. It's not an easy task to carve out such a significant gap in the original financial operating system and establish such a large business group. Struggles and losses are inevitable. Very few of the mid-level employees who followed her early on are still around. It's basically a complete turnover. The reason is simple. They have all passed away. Although Leah has provided generous compensation to their families, at least to ensure that they can live, well, even without their breadwinners. She also ensures that their descendants receive education. And for those who had accidents while working for the business, Leah usually arranges for their children to attend school for free. However, even so, she still feels a bit guilty. To reiterate, her rise to her current position is not solely due to her own efforts. It is the result of everyone working together. They should have enjoyed greater victories like she does now. Otherwise, Dof, why don't you send me back to Sicily? Mainly, I need to go back and take charge. It's not good for me to keep Yuzha busy every day, Leah said. Sending you back is fine. But aren't you planning to check on your 2 brothers and your friends to let them know you're safe? Dof raised an eyebrow and asked. I did call them before, but I didn't tell them exactly where I am. I love them all, but I can't let them come to Klaikana Island. After all, this is Eagle Eye's territory. Also, with things like life cards, as long as I don't want them to know where I am, they won't be able to find me. Dof glanced at Leah and said, I know, which is why I gave you that big gold chain. Leah blinked and asked, is there something special about this? I thought you just brought me gold to cater to my taste. Doflamingo replied speechlessly, don't feign ignorance. By the way, did you accidentally travel back in time? Doflamingo suddenly asked. Leah's eyes widened in surprise. Just as she was about to ask how you knew, Dover spoke again. Even if we go back to the past, you're not the only one who remembers. Leah came to her senses and said, that's true, but you really did hate me when you were a child. Leah couldn't help but sigh. I don't hate you. I just don't like saying those mushy things. Doflamingo said, hitting a rare straight ball. Meanwhile, Myhawk stood at a nearby tree with his arms crossed, quietly observing the conversation between the two without speaking. Perona floated around Mihawk, curiously glancing at him and then back at them, saying, "You're acting strange today." Mihawk ignored Perona, withdrew his gaze, and returned to his castle alone. In the end, Doflamingo took Leah back to Sicily, and when bidding farewell to Mihawk, his eyes were somewhat off. By the way, Leah also returned Pepe to Moria. After all, she had raised her like a daughter, and this time Moria showed Leah a bit more kindness. However, later on, Perona insisted on going to find Mihawk, but that's another story. As for Shanks not coming to find Leah right away, it was because he didn't know what was going on. During that time, other pirates kept challenging him nonstop. The red-haired pirates usually wouldn't wipe out their opponents entirely. However, due to his impatience, Shanks couldn't hold back and went too hard. After several groups of people died, he finally found the time to look for Leah. In short, Shanks went to find Leah looking disheveled with injuries that hadn't completely healed. He hadn't had anyone around him in the past year to remind him to shave, change his clothes regularly, or not to drink excessively. He looked much more haggard, a bit like a homeless man. Though no homeless man could have the same imposing presence as he did, Shanks didn't want his appearance to affect their long-awaited reunion. So he specifically asked Beckman for advice on what to wear. Even though they were already engaged, just the thought of meeting Leah made him a bit nervous. To be honest, he suspected that Leah might have accidentally returned to the past. But he was still worried. What if Leah got lost in time, or returned to an even more distant past? Would they miss each other? Noticing something was off, Shanks specifically sought out Doflamingo to discuss it, and he roughly figured out which time period Leah had returned to ensure her safety. He even teamed up with Doflamingo to find everyone who had seen Leah during that time to confirm whether she encountered any misfortunes. The results were fairly optimistic, at least. In the timeline they both came from, Leah had left safely. What was frustrating, however, was that Leah had actually met Kizaru in the past. This was something that both Shanks and Doflamingo found quite displeasing. As for how they knew, it was of course because the old man, Kizaru, who was aware that certain things had already been set in motion, intentionally mentioned it to annoy Shanks. To get the news, even though Kizaru spoke very ambiguously about that past, Shanks had no choice but to frown and listen. Although he knew that some things happened because Leah was injured, he was still annoyed. This annoyance couldn't be directed at his dear wife, so he could only silently vent his frustration towards Kizaru. Unfortunately, the old man was very shrewd. Unless it was a contest of sheer strength, it would be hard for anyone in the world to make him suffer a loss. When they met, Shanks gave Leah a big hug. The others watched the scene and consciously stepped away to give the two some space. This was the first time the red-haired pirates showed Shanks such respect. Perhaps it was because they witnessed the kind of soul-crushed state Shanks was in during Leah's disappearance. This was the second time Shanks cried in front of Leah, but this time it was tears of joy. Only when he touched her could Shanks feel the reality of her return. He cried, which was quite embarrassing, but crying in front of his wife wasn't too shameful. The two agreed to hold their wedding formally after the final battle victory. After Leah returned, the first thing she did was to officially establish the university in Sicily. Now, with the war intensifying, life for the impoverished masses is not easy, and there are many refugees. However, it is precisely during such times that extraordinary talents and geniuses emerge. Playing an important role in the future development of the world, war can give birth to true heroes. Establishing a school at this time is precisely to ensure that those seeds of wisdom are preserved. After discussing with Uncle Long, hundreds of thousands of books collected in Elba were moved to the library of the university in Sicily. Many years later, Sicily became a sacred place for countless scholars. The tombstone of Yushia's teacher was one of the first to leave behind seeds of wisdom in the university, and his tombstone is regarded as a symbol of the spirit of inquiry, forever remaining here. After Leah met Shanks, she also went to see Ace. Whitebeard survived the Marineford War, but due to his age, he ultimately retired to his hometown, planning to enjoy his later years. Marco also stayed by Whitebeard's side to take care of his health. Ace inherited Whitebeard's will, and after accepting the White Flame, his strength increased significantly. As for hockey, under Leah's influence, Shanks took over Ace's training in hockey. When Leah saw Ace again after returning, she felt that he had matured a lot. He had become a true captain who could stand on his own. The Whitebeard pirates had disbanded, but many former members chose to continue following Ace, forming a new pirate crew to compete for the ultimate treasure. Luffy, under Rayleigh's guidance, had rapidly improved his strength over the 2 years, and similarly, the members of the Straw Hat crew had also significantly enhanced their abilities. But Ace was no exception. After mastering the White Flames, his strength had also greatly increased. This white flame was a special fire Leah had obtained from another world, and its biggest flaw was that it had no temperature limit. As long as there was something to burn, it could keep burning until everything flammable was destroyed, demonstrating immense destructive power. Even in the sea, it could continue to burn until all the moisture around it was completely evaporated. Additionally, Shanks had taught Ace hockey. One could say that Shanks' mastery of hockey was top tier, making him an ideal mentor for Ace. Ace's overall strength was rapidly improving. After more than 2 years of training, Ace returned to the pirate crew, but this time, he was the one taking on the heavy responsibilities. There would surely be a battle between him and Luffy, and it remained to be seen who would win in the final competition for the treasure. Ace might not have such great ambitions for the One Piece. He didn't necessarily want to become the Pirate King. However, he genuinely wanted to know what Roger had left behind, seeking all the answers. Law mistakenly believed that Rosinante had been killed by Doflamingo, so after becoming a supernova, he kept thinking about causing trouble for Doflamingo, even temporarily becoming a warlord of the sea for that purpose. Doflamingo knew the truth, but he was not the type to patiently explain things to his former subordinates. Instead, he found great interest in competing with Law. In short, watching the eager little brat trying to defeat him excited Doflamingo, as it brought a lot of fun into his otherwise dull life. Until this matter was discovered by Rosinante. Rosinante had a good temper, and he also felt some guilt towards his older brother. No matter what kind of person Doflamingo was or what position he held, he had never treated Rosinante harshly. In fact, he had been surprisingly kind. Upon learning the truth, Law felt relieved but did not seek to ease the tense relationship between him and Doflamingo. The two of them had an innate clash of energy. As the war between the Revolutionary Army and the Celestial Dragons escalated, Yushia revealed the information she had been holding on to. The Celestial Dragons had secretly been conducting human experiments for immortality, attempting to rule the world forever through this method. Most importantly, the process of these experiments was extremely brutal. Moreover, many of the test subjects were former noble offspring with power and influence. Although they were not celestial dragons, they might control the economic lifelines of several countries, making them difficult to deal with. Due to the prolonged stalemate in the war, they were unsure how to choose sides. Seeing their own kin treated so ruthlessly by the celestial dragons, they decided to support the Revolutionary Army instead, which led to a substantial influx of funds. One could only say that the power of the celestial dragons was waning. Reports of the celestial dragons' actions against civilians continued, and global protests and uprisings were underway. Regardless of individual combat strength, it was this kind of worldwide denunciation and resistance that was the most terrifying. No matter how strong one was, could they really wipe out all the people in the world? The Gorosei, witnessing the uncontrollable situation, requested him to use the Celestial King's power to eliminate the leaders of the Revolutionary Army, just as in the past, believing that after eliminating the main forces, those commoners would naturally fade away. But could they truly eradicate them all? Anyone could become a rebel. When an avalanche occurs, no snowflake is innocent. Moreover, the seeds of freedom had already been sown through education, and those students would carry these seeds to all corners of the world. This highlights the importance of education. Only those with spirit and independent pursuits can be considered complete individuals. Of course, the world government preferred a populace that could be easily manipulated, but Leah was determined to prevent them from being ignorant. She wanted to give them the opportunity to pursue the lives they desired, rather than being trampled by the nobles for their entire lives. She, like everyone else in this world, was waiting for the ultimate liberation. The ultimate romance of this world was to hold a grand banquet that all people could participate in. However, in reality, true liberation would not be achieved by pirates, but by those revolutionaries, countless nameless liberators who fought for future generations to no longer suffer oppression. During the struggle for revolution and the sacrifice of their lives, they did not know whether they would succeed, but at that moment, they should yearn for humanity's ultimate aspiration. Heroes are nameless because they have transformed into a spirit of striving forward, inspiring generations. When all the forces united and charged into the world government's joint headquarters, tearing down the flag that symbolized the celestial dragon's supremacy, tears filled everyone's eyes. The war lasted a full 7 years, and they finally arrived here, carrying the beliefs of all the sacrifices, achieving the ultimate victory. Perhaps it was a tacit understanding, although the pirates were still competing for dominance over the seas. During the final battle, they unanimously formed an alliance to join the fight against the Gorosei and to form this alliance. Shanks and the others had to engage in numerous battles, conquering through force or other means. In short, Luffy and Ace have integrated the power of pirates. Pirates are inherently unruly, especially those who enter the New World. How could they be content to be subordinate? Their ability to form an alliance must have taken a lot of effort. They participated in the final campaign against their enemies. Additionally, Sengoku retired, and Carp, in accordance with his promise to his granddaughter, left the Navy and temporarily settled in Sicily. Naturally, Kobe followed in Carp's footsteps and also exited the Navy. However, Akainu had long been dissatisfied with the Navy being driven by the Celestial Dragons. Seeing the situation unfold, he switched sides to the Revolutionary Army during the war. But it was only a temporary collaboration. He plans to establish a new navy in the future, one that will create a new force to defeat pirates. After experiencing countless brutal wars, Kobe's strength steadily improved. He has a new goal: to form a team that truly serves the people and fights for their safety and well-being. Coincidentally, after the massive conscription, the new Admiral Fujitora shares this idea, and the two hit it off, initiating a new round of team formation. After the ultimate victory in the war, the wedding of Shanks and Leah also took place. The wedding was held on a beautiful island with stunning natural scenery. Shanks had actually been preparing for a long time. He discovered this island during his travels in his early years. The scenery was magnificent. Among the highlights was a grand waterfall, which he valued highly. The island is lush with vegetation, a spring island with a mild climate, very nurturing and suitable for living. He had long fantasized about settling down here with Leah once he stopped being a pirate. There are also natural hot springs, which Leah would definitely love. However, Leah is quite delicate, so if he were to bring her here, he would have to prepare many things. Shanks took this into account, and, having previously spent lavishly on drinking and partying, began to cut back. He saved the pocket money that Beckman usually gave him. He planned to build a house with his own hands. He diligently recalled all of Leah's preferences and incorporated everything she liked into the design. In truth, Shanks' design was only understandable to him. Others couldn't make sense of his scribbles. But as a pirate, he had done his best. He couldn't manage intricate designs. However, once he started building the house, his practical skills proved adequate, and he applied his imagined concepts to the construction. Since he was personally involved in building the house, he was meticulous about every detail, even disassembling and reassembling many times. This was the first time Beckman saw Shanks so seriously dedicated to a project. To be honest, Leah was now one of the richest people in the world, although her stingy personality made her appear as a miser. It was hard to stir her emotions with expensive items. Yet, when she saw the wooden villa that Shanks had painstakingly built for her, she was genuinely touched. For someone as careless as Shanks, he actually had the patience to do carpentry work. All the furniture in the small villa was handcrafted by him, and he even specially inquired about Leah's preferences, such as styles and patterns, details that only a woman would notice. He was very attentive and spent an enormous amount of time and energy on it, because their pirate crew frequently sailed and had no fixed residence. He could only stay on the island for about half a month each time. Other crew members came here for vacation, while Shanks was solely focused on building the small house. Every time he thought about living here with Leah in the future, possibly even having children, he felt motivated. Watching Shanks work alone, the members of the red-haired pirates felt a bit embarrassed and wanted to help, but Shanks refused them all. He wanted to complete this gift for Leah on his own. He was poor. One could say he was the poorest among the Yonko. He had no interest in acquiring wealth through plundering. Moreover, the ship's finances were managed by Beckman, making him live even more frugally, sometimes not even having enough money to drink. He did consider taking out his old treasure maps to search for treasure so he could have extra money to buy Leah more expensive gifts. However, his wife had no shortage of valuable items and often gave him extra pocket money. So he thought he wanted to create a unique gift for his wife. The only thing that could be considered one of a kind was the house he built himself. Because he could never build one for another person, he had already devoted himself entirely to Leah, leaving no room for anyone else. The island was large, with abundant fruits and resources, making it suitable for hosting banquets and weddings. He had never thought that a person could look so beautiful in a wedding dress, even exuding a sense of holiness. When she was led to him by Old Man Carp, he felt a sense of unreality. He was very nervous, and his palms were sweating. The moment should have been a joyous occasion, but he felt like crying. It wasn't until he held the bride's hand that he felt real. It was the realization that he was getting married today, and Leah was his bride. To marry Leah, he had endured 3 punches from Uncle Carp last month. It hurt so much that he nearly couldn't stand up. Uncle Carp was really going all out, but it was worth it. This was the thing he would never regret in his life. Of course, Ace, Luffy, and Sabo all attended the wedding banquet. Even the leader of the Revolutionary Army, whom they had hardly ever seen, was there. Because of Luffy, the Empress Hancock was also present. Ace and Sabo were sitting there drinking, the two brothers crying and cursing Shanks as a bastard, among other things. Luffy was happily eating, while the Empress sat beside him, watching Leah and Shanks exchange rings, already beginning to fantasize about her wedding with Luffy. However, Luffy was completely oblivious. Suddenly, he looked up and asked, "Hancock is getting married like that?" Pointing to Shanks and Leah, who were kissing. Hancock's face immediately turned bright red, and she hesitantly nodded. Luffy continued, "Then after I become the Pirate King, let's get married." As Luffy said this, his eyes sparkled with determination. Don't get it wrong. He was determined to become the Pirate King. Of course, even if she understood, those words were enough to make Hancock happy. Sitting next to Luffy, Chopper's eyes nearly popped out, and he exclaimed loudly, "Luffy, proposals can't be that casual. And do you really know what marriage is?" "Ah, don't mind the details," Luffy said, scratching his head. But saying that Luffy was completely clueless would also be incorrect. After all, he still has the ability to listen to the voices of all things. Doflamingo was also present at the wedding, but he had a sour expression on his face the whole time, looking quite displeased. Rosie was taking care of Andy, who was happily eating, while occasionally glancing at Doflamingo, fearing that his older brother would cause some trouble. Whitebeard, Old Man Carp, Sengoku, and other elders were sitting together, reminiscing about the past. They were quite comfortable, but there were tears glistening in Carp's eyes. The old friends around him knew the reason, but didn't bring it up. Everyone was willing to give Carp a little face on this joyous occasion. After leaving the Navy, Kizaru gradually improved his relationship with Leah and their trading company. At this moment, he was sitting among the guests, watching the wedding with a calm expression, showing no intention of causing any disruptions. Having gone through so much, he naturally couldn't be as passionate as he was in his youth. Meanwhile, Marco and Mihawk were sitting together, sharing more topics of conversation due to their similar ages. Mihawk, who usually spoke little, was even quieter today, but he was drinking freely. This surprised Marco, who had some understanding of Mihawk. However, after noticing a hint of jealousy in Mihawk's eyes, Marco couldn't help but feel secretly astonished. Buggy was lively throughout the event, dedicated to stealing all the treasure maps from the Red Force. It felt like a wedding had gathered all the big shots together. That night, in the newlyweds' room, Shanks stumbled in, clearly drunk. Although he appeared intoxicated, his gaze was surprisingly clear. Leah urged him to take a shower, as the smell of alcohol was truly unbearable. When Shanks climbed onto the bed, revealing his toned upper body, Leah chuckled lightly and teased him, "You're actually blushing. It's not like it's the first time." "No, I'm not nervous about that. What I want to say is, I will love you until the end of my life." "Isn't it too early to make such a promise?" "No, it should have been said long ago." Leah hugged Shanks' neck, temporarily trusting him. "If you lie to me, you know the consequences." Then Leah kissed Shanks on the lips. The lights gradually dimmed, and the two figures overlapped. One day, the sound of the drum of liberation will spread to every corner of the world, so that people will no longer suffer. It's unclear when it started, but Doflamingo felt that the frequency of that brat Luffy appearing in his sight was increasing. In the original plan, if Luffy could become a blade in his hand, many things would surely go smoother than they are now. However, he hated that kid, because every time he appeared, it reminded him that he had personally killed his own brother. He had killed his only relative with his own hands, even though later Luffy was saved by Leah. In his heart, Luffy had already died once. They had the chance to become family. But fate did not allow them to support each other and become the top overlords of this world together. His heart felt so empty, as if there was nothing, and that brat Luffy seemed to mistakenly believe that Luffy was already dead. He should be planning to take revenge for Luffy. 2 years ago, his strength was not enough. 2 years later, he allied with the Straw Hat Pirates, seemingly planning to take action against him. He was still quite interested in all of this. He also wanted to see how much Luffy had progressed over the years because all the schemes and tricks he would use were taught to him by Doflamingo. He hated him, but could never escape the shadow he brought. This matter was very interesting to Doflamingo. The birdcage opened, and the entire Dressrosa was shrouded in a shadow. This time the situation was more direct. It was Luffy's revenge against him. After all, he had not wronged the people of Dressrosa. Even the Navy could not find a reason to act against him. Dressrosa was originally the territory of the Don Quixote family, and he was stripped of his celestial dragon identity. He was just reclaiming what originally belonged to his family. But to be honest, it was just a throne of a country. He didn't care much about it, because what he controlled was not just the power of one country. He brought down surrounding countries, integrating their armies into a single force. ready to be commanded at any time. When someone wanted to bring him down, he would mobilize those armies to deal with them. Of course, this was only aimed at those with compassion. He had done so much for them, winning their hearts. So when he needed them, they should naturally serve him. There is no free lunch in this world. Fortunately, his ability to win people's hearts was strong, and many were willing to serve him. It was just regrettable that during the final battle with Luffy, he was interrupted by Corazon's arrival. It was quite boring. He wanted to enjoy a good, crazy time to comfort that heart, quietly staying in the dark, gradually corroding away. When one focuses too much on a person, the atmosphere always becomes inexplicably tense. Previously, in order to take revenge on Doflamingo, Luffy had almost investigated all of Doflamingo's affiliated forces, not wanting to miss a single detail. But after really verifying it, Luffy found that Doflamingo was too cunning, with very complex interpersonal relationships. Pulling one thread could unravel the whole web, and anyone related to him would inevitably be implicated. It was too troublesome. Targeting one person would bring a whole chain of big shots into play. After all, they were all connected by interests. This was something Doflamingo had learned from spending so much time with Leah. And when he found out that Corazon was not dead, Luffy's feelings toward Doflamingo suddenly became complicated. Sometimes he hated him to the core, but at other times he had to admire this person's abilities. He had charisma, but it was the charm of a villain. It wasn't until he felt utterly powerless and Beppo was also locked in a cage, taken away by several of Doflamingo's subordinates, that Luffy realized he had underestimated him terribly. How could Doflamingo let go of someone who once targeted him? He had no strength left, and his ankles were shackled with sea stone handcuffs. Trapped in the brilliant palace of Dressrosa, he had nowhere to turn for help. Moreover, he was inside the birdcage Doflamingo had created. To get out, he could only defeat him. Originally, he had made an agreement with the captain of the Straw Hats to challenge Kaido, but it seemed that was now impossible. The lights gradually dimmed, leaving only a small, weak light shining on Luffy's face. He felt increasingly weak, lying on the cold ground, gasping for breath. What kind of drug is this? It has such a strong effect. He couldn't even use the ope fruit to intervene. Doflamingo's footsteps gradually approached, and Luffy helplessly clenched his sleeves, feeling utterly powerless. In fact, this drug was something Leah had previously developed for a prank. It was colorless and tasteless, but rendered people completely powerless. Moreover, unless the drug's effect wore off, there was no antidote. Doflamingo's arrogant and reckless laughing face gradually drew near, and Luffy looked at him with hatred. A peculiar fragrance filled the air once again. Luffy instinctively wanted to cover his mouth and nose, but it was of no use. Doflamingo grabbed his neck and lifted him up. Then, fine threads emerged from Doflamingo's back, weaving a white hammock high above in the giant birdcage. Doflamingo seemed to never be without his feathered coat. He took off his coat and wrapped Luffy completely in it. Standing at 2 meters and 98 centimeters tall, he casually wrapped Luffy in his arms. Then Doflamingo leaped high and tossed Luffy onto the hammock woven from those threads. Under his shadow, Luffy weakly gritted his teeth and questioned, "What do you want to do? Isn't it obvious? You little brat." Doflamingo laughed arrogantly. "You were supposed to be my most loyal subordinate. I accepted your betrayal, but now I've already let you go a second time, and you show no gratitude. So why? When you should be sailing freely in other parts of the New World, are you still here in Dressrosa? Am I really worth your time and attention?" Upon hearing this, Law's face suddenly turned red. He felt flustered, realizing that his earlier observations had been seen through. "I was just..." Law was about to make a retort, but Doflamingo raised a finger to his lips, silencing the words he hadn't yet spoken. "I'm a pirate, kid. I enjoy the thrill of plunder, just like right now," Doflamingo said, his fingers gliding over Law's abs exposed to the light. "If you dare to come onto my turf, be prepared for my revenge." At this moment, Doflamingo buried his head between Law's neck. Cold sweat broke out on Law's forehead as Doflamingo bit him. The blue veins pulsed slightly with a heartbeat, further igniting Doflamingo's desires. Except when facing Leah, Doflamingo was mostly reckless. Just like now, facing the increasingly flush kid, he decisively lifted his shirt. A man's body is different from a woman's, but without a doubt, both are beautiful. Law's fit physique stirred in Doflamingo a primal desire for conquest. He didn't care whether it was a man or a woman, as long as it satisfied his desires and kept him from rotting away in the dark corners. A massive figure loomed over Law, the pink feather coat draping over both of them. The two overlapping figures swayed, and the coat seemed unable to cover everything. The exposed spring light seemed impossible to hide. When the gossiping Leah learned of this, she couldn't help but give Doflamingo a thumbs up. "You really have an eye for talent," Leah remarked, Noticing the bulging veins on Doflamingo's forehead, you've managed to conquer someone with Law's explosive personality. Doflamingo raised an eyebrow, non-committal. Meanwhile, inside the submarine, Law, wrapped in a black feather coat, couldn't help but sneeze again. Strangely enough, ever since they escaped from Dressrosa, their captain had caught a cold that showed no signs of improving. Only because the captain was skilled in medicine, the others were at a loss. Only Beepo silently watched the red marks that occasionally appeared on their captain's neck. Note, this story assumes Leah is not with Shanks. The timeline is set when Leah is 23 years old. If you dislike it, please do not enter. Myhawk found Leah to be a troublesome woman, always talking and never letting up throughout the day. As long as she was around, you could forget about finding a moment of peace. Like his friend, she was always a headache. When did his perception of her start to change? Perhaps it was when she exerted great effort to find him a variety of fine wines to please him. Or perhaps it was when he was bored and ignored her, leading her to think he was angry. So she unexpectedly brought him a large bag of seeds with a beaming smile on her face. Normally, he was quite indifferent. There were very few things in this world that could stir his heart. Thus, there were really very few things in life that mattered to him. Women were the most boring creatures in this world. He always thought so. They were troublesome, pursuing things that made them look more like butterflies or getting upset over inexplicable matters, even going so far as to undergo surgery or elaborate processes to become more beautiful. He didn't understand why women pursued such superficial things. But later experiences taught him that superficiality wasn't limited to women. Humanity had a common flaw. Yet all of this should have nothing to do with him. He should just pursue the pinnacle of his swordsmanship, right? Of course, Leah wasn't uninterested in these things. She pursued them too. In fact, due to her better financial means, her clothing and lifestyle were far more exquisite than others. When he casually asked her if doing all this was bothersome, she replied it wasn't, as she did it to please herself. Every time she saw her smooth, fair skin and beautiful clothes in the mirror, she felt happy. She said this was to please herself. Seeing her radiant smile, he suddenly realized something. They were just pursuing what they liked. There was no significant difference between her pursuit and his pursuit of swordsmanship. It was merely a different choice in life. This was unrelated to value, because in the matter of pleasing oneself, her pursuit of beauty and his pursuit of swordsmanship had the same effect. Just saying that, Leah seemed no different from other women. No, she was very different. She could attend various events hosted by her business association in exquisite dresses. Or she could wear simple clothes and cause chaos in the fields he personally managed. She had dirt on her nose, and when he pointed it out, she wiped it off with her little dirty hand. As a result, her cheek also got smudged. Even so, when she took out a mirror to check her face and burst into laughter, despite being covered in dirt, he should have frowned and told her she was a messy girl. But listening to her clear and natural laughter echoing in his ears, he felt that she was cleaner at that moment than at any other time. It seemed that only when she was by his side did she become so carefree and reckless. When he snapped back to reality, Leah's face was already very close to him. Myhawk, what are you daydreaming about? This feels so strange. You're not thinking about the last time I crushed your vegetables, are you? I'll just say it. I've already bribed you, no? I've already apologized. So don't pick a fight with me, okay? Leah said defensively with her hands up in front of her. No, I was thinking, it seems to be dinner time. Glancing at her face, which seemed close yet far away, Myhawk reminded himself not to have such delusions. He thought for a moment, his eyes flickering. Then he set down his farming tools and planned to return to the castle. Leah's voice then came from behind. If you're going back now, then I'll go wash up by the river first. I got too dirty today. By the time I come back, dinner should be ready, right? Sure. He didn't want to answer, but turning around to see her expectant smile made him blush slightly. So he hurriedly turned back and replied. Then, as if chased by a ghost, he quickly left. Today, Myhawk was acting strangely. When Leah finished washing and was about to come out of the small river, she suddenly remembered a problem. She hadn't brought a change of clothes. Originally, she didn't plan to stay long at Myhawk's place. But seeing how comfortable his rural life was, she couldn't help but linger a few more days. Normally, she would bring several sets of clothes when going out. But now she had used her last set. Should she put on those dirty clothes? No way, absolutely not. Meanwhile, at the dining table, Myhawk waited for quite a while and began to feel puzzled. But he wasn't worried because there was nothing on this island that could harm that woman. So was she caught up in something? Out of curiosity, he activated his observation hockey. Soon after, his face inexplicably flushed, and he hurriedly withdrew his observation hockey. At that moment, Leah was struggling with what to do. Exposing her beautiful back, she picked up her clothes, feeling very conflicted about whether to wash them and then were the wet clothes back? It wouldn't lead to a cold, but would it be too awkward? Hawkeye sat at the dining table, pondering. He went to his room and found a white shirt and some pants that he usually wore and held them in his hand. Not long after, he brought them to Leah and said with an awkward expression, "If you don't mind, you can wear these first." Leah hurriedly caught the clothes thrown by Hawkeye, and when she looked up, she saw that Hawkeye had already turned around. Leah's lips curled slightly, showing a touch of gentlemanly demeanor. After a moment of fumbling, she managed to put on the clothes. They were a bit big. The shirt almost reached her knees, and the pants piled up at her feet, but it was better than nothing. She needed to hurry back to wash some clothes and return this outfit to Hawkeye. However, she didn't expect the clothes to have a faint scent of sandalwood, which relaxed her spirits significantly. Hawkeye had quite the taste. No wonder he had once been a noble. Since she planned to wash the clothes and return them to Hawkeye, Leah ended up staying in the castle for an extra 2 days. However, every time Hawkeye saw his clothes on that woman, he felt a strange sensation. Aside from visiting Shanks, Leah often comes to Cry-Kana Island to bother Hawkeye. Over time, she and Hawkeye have gradually become familiar with each other. For instance, right now, she is wearing Hawkeye's clothes, living in his castle, and eating the meals he prepared. I'm gonna say it feels really good. However, Leah suddenly realized that this situation resembles that of an old married couple. It's only when one person becomes interested that they develop curiosity about the other's inner world and want to know their thoughts beyond superficial understanding. Hawkeye put down his wine glass and asked, "Why are you so obsessed with making money?" "Because money allows me to do the things I want to do," Leah replied, taking a bite of her food. "And what is it that you want to do?" Hawkeye raised his wine glass and took another sip, asking, "Aside from material satisfaction, I want everyone to be brave enough to express their dreams. I want to create a society like that. People who are burdened and oppressed don't dare to speak about their dreams. I want to create a society where they can bravely pursue their true selves." As Leah spoke about this, her eyes seemed to shine. Hearing these words, Hawkeye instinctively frowned. He knew all too well how difficult it would be to achieve this. From the current perspective, it seemed impossible. "It's a difficult task," Hawkeye said objectively, not deliberately dismissing Leah's viewpoint, as everyone's dreams deserve respect. "That's okay. I'm not doing this alone. There's so many people behind me working for our shared belief. And even if my generation can't achieve it, there will definitely be successors who will carry on my beliefs. As long as there are people persevering, I won't consider it a failure." Leah put down her chopsticks. Although they were having Western food, she still preferred using chopsticks. Low-end or high-end, as long as it feels comfortable for oneself, isn't that enough? But what if it can never be achieved? He had to admit he despised most of the world. However, in order to live more comfortably, he had made many compromises with this world, such as becoming a Shichibukai. Then it can't be done. "I have started, I'm doing it step by step. And that is what matters, isn't it?" Leah shrugged and continued, "After all, I'm just an ordinary person. I can't do everything. But from your usual tone, you seem to really dislike this world. Why do so much for it?" Hawkeye continued to ask. "It's precisely because it's foul and detestable that I want to make it better." Leah lifted her head with a smile, saying that no matter how detestable the world is, there's still things that make her choose to stay. "I'm working hard for the people I cherish. There's a belief supporting me forward. And that feeling is wonderful. Just like you embrace the belief of becoming the strongest and continuously accept challenges from various swordsmen, I am also fighting for them. Life is so short, and having dreams, beliefs, and things one wants to do is a very fortunate thing. In this short life, I don't want to live it aimlessly." Hawkeye nodded at Leah, his gaze towards her carrying a hint of appreciation. He enjoyed being around people like her. They made him feel that he wasn't living in this world alone. There are many people in this world, many who are still on their journey, just like him. Perhaps this conversation was a turning point. After this, Hawkeye and Leah began to talk more when they were together. Eventually, they even discussed Zoro, and he later showed Leah Zoro's bounty notice, expressing great expectations for him. Of course, the relationship between the two was also subtly changing. Leah, Shanks, and Mihawk often hang out together. It should be said that they don't just chat, but gather to chat. Of course, there are more than just the three of them. There are also other members of the Red Hair Pirates. Mihawk speaks very little and often struggles to keep up with Leah's thoughts when discussing certain topics. After all, her imagination is vast and not something an average person can follow. However, unlike Mihawk, when Leah talks about things that others can't grasp, Shanks, even if he doesn't understand, actively supports her. Mihawk has some burdens, but they are not many. Especially when facing familiar people, he feels even less burdened. Every time he sees himself sitting alone, coldly sipping red wine, it's simply because of his personality. he doesn't like to talk. He particularly dislikes foolish people, those so foolish that they require him to spend a lot of words on one issue. But Leah is clearly not one of them, and Shanks is also not the type to engage in deep conversations. Reflecting on this, it seems the only person he can truly confide in is Leah. Realizing this, Mihawk feels a rare sense of conflict. Across the flickering campfire, he sees Leah mingling with the red-haired pirates, especially as Shanks shamelessly drapes his arm around Leah's shoulder. He suddenly feels a bit uncomfortable. This feeling is inexplicable. He has never felt this way before. Shanks' habit of excessive drinking is practically unchangeable, and wanted to verify his thoughts. Mihawk patiently refrains from leaving halfway with his black sword. He quietly watches Leah and Shanks playing games and drinking, clearly having a good time. He observes them downing bottle after bottle of alcohol and can't help but frown. It's not that he's worried Shanks will drink himself to death, given Shanks' physique. Even if someone were to stab him with a knife, whether it would even break the skin is questionable. There's no need to worry. This guy's metabolism and recovery abilities are terrifyingly strong. He just wonders if that woman Leah will run into any problems. Meanwhile, Beckman notices Mihawk's gaze and exhales a puff of smoke, looking somewhat surprised. Beckman has never seen Mihawk show interest in anyone other than swordsmen. However, Beckman is one to see through things without speaking out, as revealing too much would make it less interesting. As he watches Leah's face turn red, looking like she might pass out, she hasn't tea yet, but Shanks is already slumped over the table, fast asleep. The other pirates continue to cheer around these two, celebrating Leah's victory in drinking. Leah barely opened her eyes and waved to the pirates surrounding her, meaning to thank them for their support. She was really tipsy and could hardly stand, swaying unsteadily. Hawkeye didn't hesitate for long, because if he didn't intervene, Leah might end up crashing onto the hard wooden table. Reluctantly, Hawkeye pulled Leah into his arms. The air around them fell silent for a moment, then began to buzz with noise again. The members of the red-haired crew clearly weren't completely drunk after all, but Hawkeye probably had a good sense of that. However, he didn't want to pay attention to it. As long as he followed his heart and grasped what he wanted, wasn't that enough? So what exactly did he want? Hawkeye took Leah to the Red Fourth ship, where a room had been prepared for them. He laid her down on the clean sheets. As soon as he set her down, Leah reached out and held onto his hand tightly. She was holding on so firmly that he found it hard to pull away. In fact, it wouldn't have been difficult to escape with a bit more force, but he didn't want to wake her up right now. He actually seemed to care quite a bit, didn't he? Leah also lived in her castle, and he knew that Leah had a habit of sleeping with a stuffed toy or a pillow. Therefore, he stuffed another empty pillow into her arms. Sure enough, after feeling something in her embrace, Leah released her embrace on Hawkeye's hand, which then turned into a tight hug around the pillow in her arms. Perhaps he should think carefully about the relationship between him and her. He pulled a chair over and quietly sat by the bed, watching the blush on Leah's profile. The moonlight cast on her face made Leah's impression in his heart increasingly blurry. Perhaps he was also yearning to know everything about her. Shanks understood this woman far better than he did, but whenever he occasionally asked Shanks about her, the usually nonsensical Shanks fell silent. Shanks was hiding some things for her. These secrets might cause many changes, so even someone as carefree as Shanks chose to deliberately conceal them for her. Feeling a bit of a headache, he seemed to be caring more and more about this woman. The next day, when he opened the door to go out, the crew of the red-haired pirates was crowded at the entrance. When he suddenly opened the door, they nearly tumbled over each other. Hawkeye stepped back in disdain, his golden pupils fixated on these people, making them feel uneasy. Being slashed by the world's #1 swordsman was no joke. So these pirates quickly got to their feet, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Hawkeye exhaled a breath of stale air, pinching the space between his brows. After staying up all night, even he felt somewhat mentally exhausted. He had never realized that life could present so many issues worth pondering. When he lifted his head, he locked eyes with Beckman, who was smoking outside. Under Beckman's scrutinizing gaze, Hawkeye was the first to look away. After this incident, Hawkeye began to intentionally or unintentionally avoid Leah. For example, when Leah brought things to visit him at Kana Island, he hardly acknowledged her. Aside from practicing swordsmanship and feeding the gorilla, he simply acted like he didn't exist. Even when he encountered her while out on business, he didn't go as far as to attack her with his sword. But he truly acted as if he hadn't seen her. How frustrating. However, Leah had no way to deal with him. The world's #1 swordsman, who was impervious to both soft and hard approaches, had no weaknesses at all. There was truly nothing she could do about him. Later, after being ignored once again, Leah stood outside the ancient castle, watching the tall figure that showed no signs of attachment. Her eyes couldn't help but start to sting. and tears began to flow before she even realized it. It wasn't until the droplets fell, sliding down her cheeks, that Leah reacted and wiped her face with the back of her hand. The more she thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt. She simply squatted down, not making a sound, but tears kept falling uncontrollably. She had never cried before, but facing this stubborn man, she really felt a bit sad. Had she offended him? Why did he just ignore her? After she cried enough and the tears stopped flowing, Hawkeye had already been standing in front of her for quite a while. To be honest, Hawkeye didn't know how to comfort a crying woman. He had never had such an experience. So he stood there, repeatedly wanting to say something, but all the words got stuck in his throat, and he simply couldn't bring himself to speak. He had never been good at expressing himself. But seeing Leah in tears made his heart ache. In his impression, Leah had always been strong and optimistic. Why was she suddenly crying now? He didn't quite understand, but his intuition told him that the problem must lie with him. Not knowing the reason, he couldn't even utter comforting words. After thinking for a while, Hawkeye reached out his hand to Leah, indicating for her to get up. Leah raised her head to glance at Hawkeye's expressionless eyes, supported herself on her knees, and stood up. Then she turned and walked away. Hawkeye suddenly felt a bit anxious. He grabbed Leah's wrist and said, "I." Leah shook off his hand and asked, "Do you hate me?" "No." "Then why have you been ignoring me lately?" I don't know how to face you. I felt a bit nervous when talking to you recently." "Just what?" "I just don't know how to deal with you." "Sure enough, my Hawk, given our relationship, you actually have to use the word deal with now. You really do hate me," Leah said as she started to walk away again. This time, Hawkeye decisively grabbed Leah's hand and then said seriously, "I'm not good at expressing myself, but I don't hate you. In this regard, I really am too clumsy. But I prepared this for you. If I've done something wrong, I apologize," Hawkeye added. Although he said that, his face still remained expressionless. Very good. It seems to lack sincerity, but Leah, having known Hawkeye for so long, at least knew a bit that he was simply expressionless. Hawkeye handed the dagger he was holding to Leah. "It's the first time I've seen someone apologize with a dagger as a gift. Is this telling me to commit suicide later?" However, considering her friend's emotional intelligence, she decided not to mind too much. Leah then took the dagger, inlaid with a blue diamond, from his hand, opened it, and found it very sharp. The forging material was also excellent, something Leah had never seen before. Leah raised her head and surprisingly detected a hint of evasion in Hawkeye's gaze. Leah suddenly leaned closer to Hawkeye, her eyes sharp as she asked, "What do you mean?" Looking at Hawkeye's evasive gaze, Leah seemed to understand something. Her expression changed, and she then put the dagger back into the brocade box. She looked at Hawkeye, who was holding her hand, as if she still hadn't reacted. By the time Hawkeye wanted to let go, Leah had already clasped his hand back. He had never felt so flustered before, even when facing stronger enemies. He had never wanted to avoid someone like this moment. Leah has a bit of a liking for my Hawk. Whether it's wearing his clothes or eating the meals he cooks, they do all of this very naturally. It seems like it was meant to be and should have been this way all along. My Hawk is not good with words, but Leah feels that he is a rare, gentle, and attentive person in this world. He is quite frugal, has low material desires, is self-disciplined, and has a great physique. He could both entertain guests and cook in the kitchen. Leah felt that if she missed this opportunity, where would she find such a virtuous and powerful man again? If my Hawk didn't reject her, why shouldn't she fight for herself? With this thought in mind, Leah decisively reached out and hugged my Hawk, resting her face against his sturdy chest. All right, my Hawk became completely stiff, his hand frozen in midair. The body's reactions are always honest, and Leah sensed that my Hawk didn't actually dislike her. Otherwise, he would have pushed her away directly or, more straightforwardly, drawn his sword. "I understand now. You don't dislike me." Leah paused and continued. "So do you like me?" "I." "You don't need to rush to answer. Since you don't dislike me, why can't we try to spend some time together?" "How we spend time together?" This question already implied agreement. "Let's live together and see." Leah lifted her head from his embrace, looking at my Hawk with a somewhat intense gaze. "Don't misunderstand. It's just like before, but this time, you need to take the initiative to come to Sicily to find me, to talk and chat with me. The chatting part isn't forced. I know you don't talk much," Leah added casually after thinking about it. Aside from his cold demeanor, my Hawk is definitely a top-notch boyfriend. For example, he always takes the initiative to carry things when shopping, never requiring her to lift a finger. He doesn't love to talk, but when Leah shares something with him, he always listens attentively. He cooks well, and as for fighting, there's no need to say much. Someone who stands at the pinnacle of the swordsmanship world can't be weak, can they? My Hawk often drives his coffin ship out to procure supplies. And when Leah finishes her work on Crawleye Island, she occasionally accompanies him. Leah discovered that Mihawk never shied away from anything. Whether it was rain or snow, his expression seemed unchanged. He faced the disasters brought by nature with his body. When Leah was around, he would pull her into his embrace, take a large umbrella from the cabin of the coffin ship, and quietly hold it over her head. When asked why he did this, he said, "A swordsman trains, undisturbed by external matters." Although Leah didn't quite understand his actions, she expressed her respect for him. The most troubling point for her was that Mihawk never took the initiative when it came to intimate contact. It seemed he was somewhat resistant to it. When Leah sincerely asked him about this, Mihawk lowered the newspaper that was covering his face and looked at her with a perplexed expression. He didn't expect Leah to be so direct. In fact, it wasn't that he didn't want to get closer to her, but he preferred to respect her. He hoped she could receive the respect that every girl deserves. For this reason, he was willing to be more tolerant and accommodating towards her, and he wanted to take good care of her feelings. Hawkeye put down the newspaper and moved closer to Leah. Then he wrapped his arms around her slender waist, looked in her bright eyes, leaned down, and kissed her lips. He wasn't good with words, but he could respond to her with actions. Leah blinked her eyes as the two were kissing, but both of them kept their eyes open, staring into each other's eyes. What should have been an awkward scene now seemed to have a hint of understanding. Leah's eyes sparkled with more mischief as she playfully bit Mihawk's lip. Then she slipped her hand inside his shirt, tracing over his hard abs. After that, she closed her eyes, her soft tongue prying open the man's defenses, wantonly claiming everything that was his. Leah has never been a pure saint. She has always had a strong sense of possession over her things. This is not only reflected in her words, but also in her actions. Hawkeye watched the woman in front of him as her eyelashes fluttered, and he sighed helplessly in his heart. He then closed his eyes and actively began to respond to Leah. The two of them seemed to be in a contest, neither willing to back down, and the kiss gradually became prolonged. But in the end, Leah lost as she couldn't catch her breath. She leaned on Mihawk's shoulder, breathing heavily, one breath after another. Then Leah let out a gentle laugh. Her soft giggle echoed in Mihawk's ear. "You weren't so rigid after all. I'm just a normal man." His magnetic voice wrapped around Leah's ear, low and lingering. He then pulled her in tightly, one hand resting on her waist and the other holding her hips, bringing her fully into his embrace. In fact, Leah is not small among women. She is over 7 meters tall. However, when she lay in Hawkeye's arms, she appeared particularly delicate. In her purple pupils, the light flickered. She then bit down gently on the blood vessel that was faintly exposed on Mihawk's neck. Not too hard, but not too light either. After that, Mihawk lifted Leah and set her down on a nearby stone table. At this point, Leah had already left a strawberry mark on Mihawk's neck. Feeling the increasing heat in his heart, a hint of desire finally appeared in Mihawk's eyes. He moved his fingers slightly, pulling down the thin straps of Leah's dress on her shoulder a bit. Then he paused, his gaze seeming to ask Leah, as if saying, "Can I?" Leah didn't say a word, but responded to him with a delicate kiss. The sound of fabric tearing echoed in the air as the sky darkened and the temperature gradually dropped. Yet the atmosphere between the two grew increasingly intense. She could feel the man's breath quickening as he leaned over her. Leah chuckled to herself, realizing that he also had this side. "The mountain does not see me. I will go to see the mountain." Climbing the proud snowy mountain and then melting it away, this process intrigued her greatly. In Wano country, Sanji faced Queen and was unsure if he could defeat the enemy before him, unless he used the technology of the Vinsmoke family. But if he did that, he would gradually lose his emotions as a normal person. At this moment, he suddenly remembered the figure who had fought alongside him countless times. At this time, the first person he thought of was actually him. Thinking of this, Sanji took out the transponder snail and called Zoro, who was fighting somewhere unknown. Zoro answered, but accompanying his response was an unusually intense sound of battle. "Will we defeat the beast pirates after this?" Sanji suddenly asked, listening to the intense clashes of swords and blades coming from the transponder snail. Of course, even facing a strong enemy, Zoro promptly responded to Sanji. However, it seemed the two of them were born with incompatible auras. They had never softened their tones when speaking to each other. Sanji thought of this and wanted to self-deprecate a bit, but then he turned serious as he thought of that aspect. "If after the final battle, I become abnormal, just kill me." Sanji said this calmly, but in his mind, he began to imagine the figure that was fighting. Sanji knew that with Luffy's personality, he would definitely not be able to make that decision, so he could only entrust it to the more stable Zoro, who could support him and the entire Straw Hat Pirates. Zoro closed his eyes, a hint of bitterness suddenly rising in his heart. But he was not good at capturing those fleeting feelings, thinking it was just a normal bond between comrades. Between him and the curly-browed chef, there seemed to be nothing other than quarreling and fighting. That's right, there was a tacit understanding between them that others could never comprehend. Even if they were arguing 1 second, the next second they could fight back to back against an enemy. Okay, I understand. I will make sure to kill you properly. Zoro agreed to Sanji's request without any hesitation. Although he didn't know what would happen, he felt a sense of expectation for the final battle. In that case, you better make it to that time safely. Zoro hoped for Sanji's safety in this awkward and roundabout way. Somewhat conflicted, he fought with a belief in victory. But every time he thought of Sanji asking him to kill him, his heart felt like it was being hammered, unable to calm down. Rather than excitement, it was more like panic. Sanji was special to him, but as a swordsman with a heart as hard as iron, he was destined to be unable to express these inner feelings in words. However, when he thought about the possibility of the curly-browed chef doing something irreversible, Zoro frowned again. Sorry. After saying this, Sanji hung up the phone. Seeing this, Zoro's heart became even more restless, and he struck harder against the enemies he faced. Sanji recalled the past. What are you talking about? Your sword is really no match for that guy. These were Sanji's words when he defeated a swordsman who claimed to be better than Zoro. Meanwhile, Zoro had also defeated an enemy known for his kicking techniques. There's someone in this world who can kick better than you, even if he always makes me angry. They always couldn't stop arguing when facing each other. But when fighting separate enemies, they couldn't tolerate anyone insulting each other in any way. Both of them were tsundere. Perhaps when someone reveals this in front of them, they would never admit to praising each other. Sanji, I was talking about my hawk. Zoro, I was talking about Kazuru. Sanji and Zoro, turning their heads away from each other. Zoro recalled that time when he faced the warlord Kuma alone. After Sanji woke up, he hobbled over to him, angrily scolding, "What if you died? What about your ambitions? Idiot, you." At that time, he stood there dumbfounded, seeing Sanji, and even though they were in such a dire situation now, he still felt that Sanji was so spirited, a mix of astonishment and warmth flowing in his heart. Sanji then stood in front of him and said to the giant mountain-like Kuma, compared to this seaweed-headed swordsman, "Take my life instead. Even though the Navy looks down on me now, in the future, the most troublesome existence among us will be me, Blackleg Sanji." How could he let him bear all of that alone? Zoro stood up and knocked Sanji out. "You bastard," Sanji said before passing out. Later, he bore everything alone, and by the next day, "Hey, where did that warlord go?" Sanji, waking up, asked casually, but his eyes were checking for any serious wounds on himself. "One idiot. Can't you even hide it now? It's too obvious." Even though he was bleeding all over and his body was trembling, Zoro still stood there, guarding all the unconscious comrades. What was with this amount of blood loss? "Hey, are you still alive? Don't scare me. Where did that guy go?" "Hey, Zoro, seaweed head." Sanji stood there looking at the heavily injured Zoro, not even daring to touch him, his lips trembling as he called out to him. "What happened here? Seaweed head, say something." And nothing happened. Holding on to his last breath, Zoro said this. Sanji supported the fallen Zoro, his heart in utter chaos. "You're someone I absolutely cannot lose." He had wanted to say something like this to the seaweed head a long time ago. He should have said it during that last phone call. But he still lacked a bit of courage. What would he do if he said it and ended up losing a comrade? Zoro swung his sword again, watching the enemy fall, and he got a moment to catch his breath. The closer he got to death, the more he wanted to bicker with that curly-browed chef, standing in the kitchen washing dishes with him. Although he was infuriating, thinking back, it was truly enjoyable to be with him. After the battle with Kaido and Big Mom temporarily ended, Sanji took care of Zoro's wounds. "Can you wrap bandages?" Zoro lay there unable to move, looking speechlessly at Sanji, who was tugging at the bandages. "Isn't this simple? It's not much different from wrapping ham, right?" Sanji said with a hint of a smile in his tone. "Am I ham?" Although he wanted to sit up and argue with the curly-browed chef, he simply didn't have the strength. "You're not as good as ham," Sanji instinctively retorted. "So who made you this way?" Sanji brought a cigarette to the burning candle, took a puff, and blew out a smoke ring, asking, "Kaido and Big Mom. No wonder. You actually made it to the rooftop, huh? Is Luffy okay? He seems to have a way. He's going to win. I know that without you saying." Looking at Zoro, whose entire body was wrapped up except for his face, Sanji extinguished the candle. In the darkness, with an unspoken understanding between them, Sanji approached Zoro and gently kissed his lips. They parted immediately. Nothing had happened. Sanji said awkwardly, "Ah, I see. I understand the feelings we share. Note, this chapter is slightly cheesy, so please don't enter if you dislike it." Starting from the top, The old sand was suddenly hit by Jozu at the beginning of the Marineford War, causing him to spit blood. Doflamingo noticed this and rushed out to control Jozu. Doflamingo greeted Crocodile, asking how he was doing in prison, trying to persuade him to join his pirate crew. Doflamingo stated that as long as Crocodile teamed up with them, the era of Whitebeard would come to an end. Doflamingo was also aware of how deeply Crocodile was obsessed with Whitebeard. Thus, he intentionally used this to tempt Crocodile. Crocodile hesitated for a moment, then countered, "Shouldn't it be you who becomes my subordinate?" Saying this, Crocodile used his powers to blow Doflamingo away, breaking this so-called deal. Watching Crocodile move further away, Doflamingo couldn't help but grit his teeth, feeling helpless. The issue was that what he admired about Crocodile was precisely his refusal to be subservient to anyone, regardless of his circumstances. Soon after, Leah caught up, and since they were on the battlefield, she had to be on guard against sudden enemy attacks. Therefore, she was always using her observation hockey and was well aware of what was happening. Leah then slashed through the people surrounding Doflamingo and stood back to back with him. Suddenly remembering something, Leah asked, "By the way, Doflamingo, you seem particularly concerned about Crocodile." Doflamingo's expression stiffened, and he said somewhat awkwardly, "Stop talking so much." "No, Doflamingo, if you're really interested in him, I actually have a way, although it's a bit of a risky idea. Crocodile might end up chasing you all over the world." "Oh." Doflamingo's attention was instantly diverted. "Forget it. Let's talk about this later. You should handle today's matters first." After that, the old sand wanted to rush to the execution platform to save Ace, but Mingu, standing under the platform, suddenly cut off his head. "You want to throw me aside to cooperate with Whitebeard? It's really infuriating. You're still treating me like this? What am I supposed to do with you, the former Desert Eagle?" Mingu muttered, once again rejected by Crocodile. In anger, Doflamingo started fighting with Crocodile again. Due to Leah's disappearance, Doflamingo and Crocodile's issues were postponed until Leah returned, while the Old Sand, Hawkeye, and Buggy joined forces to establish the Cross Guild. In fact, Leah knew Crocodile's little secret. Long ago, when Crocodile was still a rookie pirate, he had been a woman. The Old Sand's famous battle was a draw against Barrett, after which he gained fame on the seas. At that time, the proud Crocodile chose to challenge the strongest man on the sea, Whitebeard. The result was, of course, a crushing defeat. It seemed that battle had shattered his confidence, and since then, Crocodile began searching the world for the ancient weapon Pluton, hoping to defeat Whitebeard and regain his former pride. He was simply defeated by the Straw Hat Kid that came out of nowhere, and then he was imprisoned and impelled down. Doflamingo had seen Crocodile when he was a woman, stubborn, unyielding, and strong, like a solitary eagle in the desert that never submits to the blazing sun. Every part of her attracted Doflamingo, who was just beginning to experience love. However, just as he was about to pursue Crocodile, he learned the bad news that Crocodile had chosen to become a man. This news had troubled him for over 20 years. During this time, he had also tried to bother Crocodile and was surprised to find that, for him, it didn't seem to matter whether Crocodile was a man or a woman. However, this bit of selfishness was indeed hard to voice. That guy Crocodile was really terrifyingly rigid. Getting him to realize something might be a bit difficult. But on the contrary, the reason Crocodile hated Doflamingo was precisely because this kid was too clingy. Every time they spoke, he would get too close, and his words were ambiguous, making Crocodile think his secret was exposed. In fact, the Old Sand didn't know that Doflamingo had indeed seen what he looked like as a woman. Very sexy, and at that time, Crocodile was slim, but not in a sickly way. His muscle lines were really good-looking, and he fought fiercely. If the target wasn't him, it would have been even better. After Leah returned, the two cunning little men huddled together to discuss what to do next. In any case, both of them had insidious smiles on their faces. Thus, one day, while the Old Sand was enjoying a bath, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his waist. He immediately realized he had been ambushed. However, strangely, no one came to attack him afterward, and there were no reports of any invasions of the Cross Guild. After Crocodile suppressed his doubts, he fell asleep peacefully. But in the middle of the night, he felt a heavy sensation in his chest, a strange yet familiar feeling that made him wake up abruptly. He then pressed his hand against his chest and suddenly started gasping for air. Very angry, he then squeezed his limbs, feeling soft and weak. The muscles he had been proud of over the years had disappeared. Why did he suddenly revert to that form he disliked? He recalled the sharp pain from earlier in the day. Could it be that Ivankov had come? That shouldn't be the case. Theoretically, with Ivankov's level, he shouldn't be able to come without Hawkeye and him noticing. It should be said that any strong person in this world coming here would not go unnoticed. But the more pressing issue now was how to deal with what was coming next. He didn't want anyone to know he had once been a woman, with this body, he couldn't reach the pinnacle. After Whitebeard's death, his new goal was to participate in the greatest power struggle in nearly 30 years. So what use was his body? Yet he had to find exaggerated clothing to cover his form. But his skin had also become smooth, which was hard not to raise suspicion. Fortunately, Hawkeye was focused on the sword path, so he shouldn't care about these details. Buggy wasn't such a meticulous person either, always thinking about collecting treasure maps. They probably wouldn't discover it for now. After dealing with the matters at hand, he definitely needed to go find Ivankov with Revolutionary Kim. They had no grudges in the past, no enmity in everyday life. Why should he toy with him like this? There's no way around it. So far, the only person he could think of who could change gender was Ivankov. But why, after dawn, was Doflamingo still lingering in the Cross Guild, using that lame excuse about taking a mission? How could someone who hangs out with that dead woman Leah possibly be short on money? It's really frustrating. Does that flamingo really have nothing to do? All day long, he stayed here pestering him. When he wanted to kick him out, this guy would come up with some nonsense about needing to discuss cooperation with the Cross Guild, presenting some ridiculous partnership plans that were completely out of touch. It was so annoying that he couldn't find a chance to recover his body. Recently, he noticed that Mihawk's gaze towards him had become somewhat strange. If this dragged on, it might expose him. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, Crocodile exploded. Previously, he was concerned about the background of that annoying flamingo and didn't want to openly confront him. Moreover, Mihawk had a good relationship with that red-haired emperor. The annoying flamingo hadn't done anything excessively wrong besides pestering him. Just that fake smile of his was truly irritating. What do you want? After pushing away Doflamingo's face that was getting too close, Crocodile frowned in dissatisfaction. I just feel like you've been acting a bit strange these past few days, Doflamingo said, adjusting his sunglasses with a smile. What is strange? When Crocodile heard this, he felt a moment of guilt. But with his mindset, he naturally couldn't show it, so he calmly retorted. Doflamingo raised an eyebrow and casually said, For example, you've been wrapping yourself up tightly. It's midsummer now. Are you feeling cold? Then Doflamingo stepped a few closer to Crocodile and asked, Or are you sick? Is it one of those embarrassing diseases? I'm not sick, and you don't need to worry so much, Crocodile said unhappily. Looking closely, it seems your skin has become quite delicate. Are you researching these things all day like that dead woman, Leah, Crocodile? Doflamingo's expression began to show disdain. Of course, all of this was the result of his collaboration with Leah. Even so, he couldn't say it now, or Crocodile might just cut him down. Crocodile sent a sandstorm towards Doflamingo, trying to shut his mouth. But this weak attack was easily dodged by Doflamingo. It seemed that since his body had turned into a woman, Crocodile had become increasingly irritable and unable to control his emotions. This wasn't due to any other factors. Crocodile was definitely not the type to lose his composure over something as trivial as suddenly turning back into a woman. This abnormal emotion was mainly caused by hormonal imbalances, commonly known as endocrine disorders. Just think about it. A few days ago, he was producing male hormones, and now his body was rapidly secreting female hormones. Anyone would feel uncomfortable. What frustrated Crocodile the most was that he couldn't control his tear ducts. If things didn't go his way, tears would well up in his eyes. It made him want to wear a hood to cover his face these days. A notorious pirate of the Grand Line, the second in command of the Cross Guild. Crying at any moment was hardly dignified. But honestly, seeing Flamingo was annoying. It had gotten to the point where he felt disgusted at the sight of pink. But truth be told, he was also quite suspicious. The annoying Flamingo was not a person with a good temper. On the contrary, he was known for holding grudges and was a notorious gangster in the New World. He had even tried to get involved in human trafficking before. Doflamingo had no sense of conscience. Many things he chose not to do were merely to take Leah's feelings into account. So now that he was treating him this way, why didn't he leave? Why was he still smiling at him? It was all quite irksome, and amidst this annoyance, he sensed a hint of indulgence from Flamingo. Just thinking about it made his skin crawl. What on earth was going on? Just when Crocodile had finally managed to shake off the annoying Flamingo and thought he could enjoy a moment of bathing alone, Flamingo barged in. It was embarrassing enough to want to turn into a puddle right there. But unfortunately, this was a hot spring, and if he turned into a puddle, he would be able to revert back. Moreover, if he were in a man's body, it wouldn't matter if he stood up boldly. But now he was in a woman's body. He had to hide. He didn't want this Flamingo to know his secret and mock him afterward. He naturally slipped into the hot spring. The sound of the water masked his movements, and Doflamingo seemed not to notice anything. He just stood there commenting on the hot spring, then pretended to call out a few times, confirming no one else was around before taking off his pink feather coat. Then he entered the pool. Since turning into a woman, Crocodile's reaction time seemed to have slowed down a bit. By the time Doflamingo swam up to him, he panicked and tried to escape. However, Doflamingo wouldn't let him have his way. Doflamingo reached out and wrapped his arms around the escaping woman, pretending not to recognize that this was the crocodile who had transformed. "Wow, your waist is so slim, let go," Crocodile said, kicking at Doflamingo. Doflamingo didn't dodge. He took the hit solidly, but in doing so, he pulled Crocodile even closer. He even pinched Crocodile's waist. Just as Crocodile was about to risk exposure and give this bastard a good beating, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. It hurt so much that he couldn't hold on, and he bent over, practically curling up like a shrimp. This familiar, extremely annoying feeling of weakness was something he hadn't experienced in nearly 20 years. Being a woman was really troublesome. Doflamingo looked at Crocodile, whose lips were turning pale, and immediately raised his hands, saying, "Hey, I didn't do anything to you. On the contrary, you just kicked me, and I didn't plan to hold it against you. So don't make a scene. Get out, you bastard flamingo." Crocodile gritted his teeth, trying to hold himself up as he shouted at Doflamingo, "Hey, miss, this is our first meeting, and you already gave me such an affectionate nickname. You really do adore me. I love your I love your 8 generations of ancestors." This made Crocodile curse, and Doflamingo, who was eavesdropping from the shadows, thought to himself, "You really know how to push Crocodile's buttons." Crocodile didn't even know if he was angrier or in pain. His face gradually began to turn pale, and even his cursing voice had weakened significantly. Doflamingo seemed to finally realize something was off and hurriedly leaned in closer. Crocodile still instinctively resisted Doflamingo's approach. However, his current powerless rejection resembles a tactic of feigned capture. The female body of Crocodile is very alluring, and her voice is somewhat androgynous, always carrying a seductive glint in her eyes when she glares. Seeing that Crocodile was not in a good condition either, Doflamingo stopped teasing her. He then lifted her up and wrapped her naked body in his heavy feather coat. Feeling Crocodile's resistance, Doflamingo understood her thoughts and simply held her tighter, while also covering her face with the coat. He knew she didn't want anyone else to know her secret. As they moved, her smooth and delicate legs occasionally showed, which was unavoidable, as Crocodile was struggling violently in Doflamingo's arms, to the point that he was almost unable to hold her. Those around them saw this scene and thought that Doflamingo had found a rebellious little wild horse somewhere, which wasn't surprising among pirates. Not everyone is as abstemious as the second and third in command of the Cross Guild. Taking by force and seizing what you like is what being a pirate is all about. As for whether the woman in his arms was willing, they didn't care. This world is one of the survival of the fittest. Leah looked at the scene before her, feeling inexplicably excited, but she also sensed something was off, so she decisively followed. Doflamingo hesitated slightly about Crocodile's feelings and did not take her to her original resting place, but instead carried her to the room he had arranged for himself at the Cross Guild. What made it even more awkward was that Crocodile was now not only without clothes, but even the red feather coat wrapped around his body had started to show scattered bloodstains. When Leah, who had chased after them, saw this scene, she immediately understood what had happened. Poor Crocodile, thinking of this made her cover her mouth. She really couldn't laugh in front of him, as Crocodile held grudges, and she was afraid of being chased around and fed sand in the future. But then Leah recalled that Doflamingo had said earlier, didn't he say he would take the blame for this alone? Suddenly, Leah stood tall and proud, as if she had really perked up. However, when faced with Crocodile's scrutinizing gaze, she inexplicably became evasive. All right, he was just too sexy and too handsome, hitting all of Leah's sweet spots. She really wanted to get close. In short, Doflamingo, your luck is truly great. As a woman, Leah could certainly help Crocodile solve the issues he faced. After this incident, Crocodile's gaze towards Leah finally softened a bit, but he really hoped she wouldn't discover that she had used black technology to prank him. The main raw materials, of course, came from Ivankov, and only he could resolve Crocodile's issues. Unfortunately, it was quite inconvenient to encounter this situation during her period. Moreover, as a transgender person, Crocodile's pain was far greater than that of an average woman. Now, with her condition of tears and incontinence whenever it hurt, tears flowed down her face like they were free, making Doflamingo feel a bit uncomfortable. If he had known such a situation would arise, he wouldn't have resorted to such extreme measures. Perhaps it was the remaining sliver of conscience in his heart that was subtly aching, prompting Doflamingo to take on the task of caring for Crocodile during this time. In fact, when Doflamingo first realized that Crocodile had turned into a woman, Crocodile was still angry that he knew, but deliberately teased her in the hot spring. However, suffering from a complete lack of strength and a heavy ache in her lower abdomen, she couldn't stand up to fight this bastard again, having been male for many years. Logically, she shouldn't have felt any other emotions about being seen naked on her birthday. But really, after suddenly becoming a woman, being seen naked made her feel extremely uncomfortable. However, she couldn't take it out on Doflamingo for such a trivial matter. Otherwise, when she turned back into a man, it would be absurd to hunt Doflamingo down for that reason. She couldn't lose face like that. A woman's body was really fragile, unable to even touch cold water. She even needed that annoying flamingo to personally bring her a cup of hot boiled water, which was quite pretentious, but fortunately, the annoying flamingo didn't disdain or mock her for it. Otherwise, she would really want to die once to see what it felt like. Ever since becoming a woman, her inner monologue seemed to be getting longer. She really wanted to die for a moment. Moreover, the way the people of the Cross Guild looked at the two of them was becoming increasingly strange. Usually, she didn't care about these things, but now their gazes were indeed piercing. She had already covered herself up tightly. What more could she do? Wasn't just stubbornly insisting on going out to eat, only to end up weak in the knees halfway and had to be carried by the annoying flamingo? Why was everyone staring at her? Thinking of this, Crocodile extended her delicate fingers and pinched Doflamingo's waist hard, then buried her face into the new pink feather coat that emitted a sandalwood fragrance. When she felt Doflamingo involuntarily let out a faint cry of pain, Crocodile finally satisfiedly released her grip. Being a woman was really too bothersome. She had to turn back as soon as possible, but if she turned back into a man, that annoying flamingo wouldn't be so attentive anymore. He would revert to that annoying self from before. Thinking of this, Crocodile suddenly felt a bit melancholic. Leah had already slipped away in advance. After all, she was a busy person and couldn't cling to Crocodile all day like Doflamingo. Chasing after a partner, she understood. She was still a bit apprehensive about Crocodile settling scores later. Thinking of this, Leah couldn't help but pray for Doflamingo again, hoping he wouldn't die too tragically and that she could return in time to collect his body. From Doflamingo's perspective, taking care of Crocodile during those days was actually quite enjoyable, even though Crocodile's emotions were unstable at that time and he could get angry over trivial matters. It was also the first time she relied on him so much. The feeling of being depended on by someone she cared about was really nice. However, next, he had to accompany Crocodile to find Ivankov, and it was likely that their little secret would be hard to keep. Should he order a piece of sea prism stone armor in advance? That way, if Crocodile decided to attack him, they would both suffer. Doflamingo didn't care whether Crocodile was male or female, but Crocodile himself was very concerned about it. Recently, Doflamingo had turned down a lot of work and specifically escorted Crocodile, who had greatly diminished in strength after becoming a woman, to find Ivankov. Crocodile was somewhat suspicious that Doflamingo looked down on him, always wanting to do everything before him. And whenever he asked, Doflamingo would always respond with a cheerful smile, lacking seriousness. In short, the relationship between the two was quite delicate. Because it was to resolve personal issues, Crocodile couldn't boldly take people to the Revolutionary Army's base to find Ivankov, as he represented the Cross Guild, which could lead people to mistakenly believe that the Cross Guild was about to go to war with the Revolutionary Army. Moreover, he also didn't want his little secret to be exposed. Just before setting off, Doflamingo called Leah again to discuss what they should do next. Leah's next words were very direct. Doflamingo had to find a way to take down Crocodile. Otherwise, both of them would suffer, and, of course, if he succeeded, Doflamingo would also face consequences. In any case, for the sake of her future peaceful life, Leah actively offered Doflamingo advice and strategies. As for how the two would interact in the future, that was not within Leah's consideration. After all, she knew Doflamingo's vitality was strong enough that he wouldn't be easily defeated by Crocodile. However, it was uncertain if Crocodile would acknowledge Doflamingo. Crocodile had once gained fame in the Grand Line for his fierce battles against Baroque works, and if he was truly angered, it was hard to imagine what he might do. Moreover, Crocodile was the type of intellectual that Leah disliked the most. He was difficult to deal with. She couldn't understand why she had to get involved with him in the first place. Praying once again for Doflamingo to take down Crocodile, Leah had never wished so strongly for Doflamingo to showcase his charm. On the other hand, Doflamingo and Crocodile were sitting side by side, leisurely fishing. To be honest, Crocodile had already adapted to Doflamingo's flattering behavior over the past few days. However, something felt off. Crocodile suspected Doflamingo was doing something behind her back to please her, but she would never appreciate it. Once she found out what the stinky flamingo had done behind her back, she would deal with him as usual. Unless the stinky flamingo chose to become her subordinate, she would definitely settle scores with him. But wait, why was she being so sentimental? Just as she was pondering this, the fishing rod began to shake, indicating that there was a fish on the line. After sitting there all afternoon, they finally had a bite, and Crocodile was naturally pleased. But she suddenly realized that she couldn't pull the fish up by herself. Fortunately, Doflamingo came around her back, wrapping his arms around her waist to help pull the fish up together. Thankfully, the quality of the fishing rod was excellent. The two former warlords used all their strength, and it didn't break. Crocodile felt that since Doflamingo started helping, she gradually didn't have to exert herself as much. While she was lamenting the trouble of a woman's body, she suddenly felt a bit shy, as her entire body was filled with the scent of the stinky flamingo. That aside, what was even more unusual was that she was gradually getting used to the flamingo's closeness, accustomed to him being around, asking this and that. She was used to his sarcastic remarks and the wild desire in his eyes when he looked at her. The world of pirates was straightforward. She had long understood this. Crocodile wasn't a fool, but aside from aiming for the top, she hadn't contemplated this aspect over the years. However, now, the guy who was clinging to her seemed worth considering, because he wouldn't be an obstacle on her path to the top. On the contrary, he would be an asset. Moreover, he wouldn't mind his inexplicable gender identity. He seemed like the most suitable choice in this world. While contemplating these issues, Doflamingo suddenly dragged a massive sea king from the calm sea. One ugly thing, was it a sea dog? Just as the furious sea king was about to whip its tail and smash their boat, fine threads emerged from Doflamingo's fingers. In that instant, the sea king was sliced in half, its carcass floating in the sea. The huge waves drenched both of them. Yet, for some reason, Crocodile suddenly felt a surge of excitement. It seemed that being with the stinky flamingo wasn't so bad after all. Doflamingo was also chuckling softly. And then Crocodile followed her heart for the first time, willingly throwing herself into his embrace. It was wet. The feeling was quite annoying, but Doflamingo's body heat seeped through the damp clothes and comforted her. Seizing the moment before she transformed into a male body, it seemed they could do other things. With that thought in mind, Crocodile wrapped her arms around Doflamingo's neck, curling herself into his embrace, and then she kissed him. Their clothes gradually slipped off, and the atmosphere between them began to heat up. Doflamingo pulled Crocodile into the cabin. He casually tore down the curtains and spread them on the floor, pinning Crocodile beneath him. Kiss marks began to spread across both of their bodies. Crocodile originally didn't want to give in, but unfortunately, in her current female body, she couldn't quite compete with Doflamingo. Moreover, the sensation of having something hard pressing against her abdomen was truly uncomfortable. So in the end, she opened up her last line of defense to Doflamingo. A woman's body was indeed soft. Even Crocodile herself enjoyed squeezing her own body. By the time they finally calmed down, it was already past midnight, and they lay together, breathless. What was Doflamingo doing now? That's right. He took out a din-din mushy and called Leah, not caring that the two of them were present. He immediately shared his achievements of the day with her. During the call, Doflamingo even ignored the eye rolls Crocodile shot him. He brushed aside Leah's surprised cheers and hung up the phone. At that moment, Crocodile leaned closer to Doflamingo, grabbing the pants he had just put on, and angrily said, "What is your relationship with that woman, Leah?" Doflamingo chuckled lightly, then pulled Crocodile into his arms, rubbing his slightly stubbly chin against her smooth cheek, and said, "She's my most important family, and you're the most important lover in my life. Could someone like him still have hope?" Doflamingo had asked himself this countless times on countless nights. Whenever he took off his sunglasses, he felt the world was dark and lifeless. Happiness was a luxury for him when he was still a celestial dragon. Rather than talking about happiness or anything else, he felt more numb. Celestial dragons were like puppets raised by the elders and the highest authorities in Mariewa, made stupid and arrogant, with everyone attributing all the suffering in society to them. Perhaps escaping from there was also a kind of luck? He didn't understand at the time, but looking back now, it was indeed so. It was just that the psychological gap he experienced back then was too great, and the blows he suffered were too severe, filling him with disgust and a desire for destruction against the world. Leah's existence is like a ray of light that shines into his life. Looking back on the entire process of getting to know her, he truly feels lucky. There will never be another person like her in this world, even knowing that most of his inner thoughts do not evoke any disdain from her. Leah, based on respect for him, offers some suggestions to maximize the benefits. Leah never forced him to accept her suggestions. She never demanded that he must become a good person. She was the only one who truly understood what kind of person he was and still chose to stand by his side. They were very similar in certain aspects of their personalities and shared an unmatched connection. They were the most compatible people in the world, a fact he recognized the first time he saw Leah when he was young. He wanted to drive away everyone around Leah. He wanted her to belong only to him. But there was nothing he could do. Leah respects him greatly. So on the basis of that respect, he also needs to respect her freedom to make friends. This is the first time Doflamingo uses the word respect for someone other than his mother. After all, what he really wants to do is destroy this world. So it doesn't matter what the people in this world become. As long as the ones he cares about can stay by his side, that's enough. This includes the executives within the family. No matter who they are, what they ultimately do is serve his ambition to become the Pirate King, even though he has no desire to be this so-called Pirate King. When Leah appeared in his childhood, she helped him protect his last line of defense. At least he didn't kill his so-called father with his own hands. He died from a long illness due to his exhausting life. It's easy to imagine that as a pampered celestial dragon, he had never endured any hardships of the world and was being hunted by those commoners. So he wouldn't live long. When he died, the first emotion that surged in Doflamingo's heart was frustration. This so-called father, who never stood up to shield their family from the wind and rain, left behind a mess, which for him was a kind of relief because he could accompany his mother again. But all the pain had to be borne by those who were still alive. After losing both parents in one day, Rashi broke down emotionally. As the older brother, he should have taken better care of Rashi's feelings. However, at that time, he was too busy fighting for survival and establishing a power to protect the two of them, neglecting this aspect. During that time, the most he did while carrying Rashi was to take revenge on those who had bullied their family. No matter what the reason was, he lost his mother, and they were partly to blame. He would never show mercy to them. No matter the method, he would retaliate in a harsher way. That's just who he is. But his brother Rashi is not like that. Rashi is very much like their mother, easily soft-hearted and filled with so-called compassion. But he feels completely out of place with his family and doesn't have any feelings of sympathy. So he thinks that he will ultimately meet a bad end. A killer must be prepared to be killed by others, right? Rashi went missing after he learned about everything he had done. He had no family left. Only himself remained. After avenging those commoners, he began to wildly expand his power. Once he grew strong enough, he could take revenge on those high and mighty celestial dragons. And he would have the ability to search every corner of the world until he found her. Later, after searching all the places he could, he found nothing. It seemed as if she didn't exist in this world, which often left him in a daze, wondering if that person was just a dream he had as a child. Eventually, Rashi returned to the family. He was very happy. The Don Quixote family was thriving, and now his brother was back by his side, seeming like everything was heading in a positive direction. The first thing Doflamingo asked Rashi to confirm wasn't what he had experienced all those years, but whether she had ever appeared in their childhood. At the moment Rashi nodded, he felt an immense sense of relief. However, Rashi wasn't truly back by his side. He was just an undercover agent sent by the Navy, something Doflamingo discovered not long after Rashi's return. Yet he still held onto a glimmer of hope. Perhaps if he treated him better, he would think of him more. After all, weren't they blood relatives? Why would even his own brother betray him? If that was the case, he would rather Rashi had died many years ago. At least he wouldn't have to experience the pain of betrayal by a family member again. On the night, he completely severed ties with Rashi. The person he had searched for nearly 20 years returned. She seemed unchanged, perhaps even younger, as snowflakes drifted down from the sky, landing on her bright red coat and her long, dark hair. She was slowly walking towards him. The ground was covered in white snow, and the entire town was enveloped in his birdcage. How did you get here? Never mind. At that moment, he could no longer delve into it. He just remembered that he exerted all his strength to suppress the urge to pull her into his arms. He also remembered she had said that when they met again, he should pretend not to have seen her. So, in this reunion, could they start anew? He didn't want to stand by her side, merely as a younger brother or a weak person anymore. When he realized that he indeed didn't recognize her anymore, he felt a bit broken. His greatest fear was that she would mind that he was a bad person. But fortunately, the reason she sought him out, aside from saving Rashi, was primarily to become partners with him. Yet he still held back because this helped him establish a new identity beside her. Didn't he? This way, all his previous concerns would soon be resolved, right? Who would only want to be your partner? Partnering with Leah, forming an alliance, and building their kingdom together. This should be something that brings joy to the mind and body. But why were there always so many people around her? He should have thought of that. With her outgoing yet tactful personality, she would naturally attract many people, especially since her ambition was indeed considerable. But there was one thing they had in common. They both wanted to bring down the celestial dragons. What the world should be like shouldn't be decided by that small group of people, but rather by everyone in this world together. This was Leah's idea, which he had previously scoffed at. However, as some things subtly changed, he gradually started to acknowledge her from the bottom of his heart. If the world could become better and make her happy, then this world would have its necessary value. He was willing to offer all the beautiful things with both hands and keep all the darkness to himself to digest alone. But Leah said she was willing to share everything with him. To win together, to cry together, they should always stand together. It was hard not to be moved. He wanted to stand by her side for a lifetime. For this goal, yielding to her a little and listening to her not too excessive suggestions didn't seem difficult at all. In this world, you will always meet someone you're willing to step back for, even if you're a bad person like him. If we talk about the person he hates the most, it used to be the celestial dragons, but now it's Shanks, the red-haired emperor, because he is really clingy, especially towards Leah, which he is quite unhappy about. One could say they are fundamentally incompatible, unable to even speak when they meet. Although the two of them inevitably overlap in some projects because they both know Leah, their relationship is still not good. This is rare for Shanks, as he makes friends wherever he goes and rarely encounters someone he can't get along with. But Doflamingo really counts as one. But what does it matter? They wouldn't fight over this. If they did, not only would they suffer losses, but Leah would probably be very angry. He didn't want to put her in a difficult position, so as long as they didn't meet, that would be fine. Fortunately, the contracts are usually signed with the vice-captain of the red-haired pirates, Beckman, who is a steady and cunning partner, not one to give away profits easily. But at least he is very reassuring. If it were the Captain Shanks handling these matters, he would really need to think twice. Every year, Leah holds an annual meeting to celebrate the profits of a year. Their scale has grown to a surprising extent. The investment projects are increasing at an alarming rate each year, and the returns are not just considerable, but rather terrifying. Leah is indeed a person with considerable business acumen, rich insight, and vision. However, these are not the reasons why he likes her. What he appreciates is the sense of security she brings him. Even the closest people can betray him. He has long been aware of this. But he is certain of one thing: Leah will not betray him. Even if he is cast down into the depths of hell, Leah would be the one standing at the edge, desperately trying to pull him back up. As long as she is alive, he is willing to continue living in this hell on earth, and this sense of spiritual belonging gives him hope for the future. Perhaps they can never stand together as lovers, but as long as they accompany each other, that is enough. From dancing together at annual parties to visiting each other's homes. Sometimes if Leah is in the mood, she will even cook and invite good friends to join the feast. This is far more warm and pleasant than the large annual meetings held by the business association. At least, after dinner, when he and Leah sit together watching the stars, he feels their hearts are very close. Gazing at the shining stars in the sky, Doflamingo thinks there are many things they can do together in the future, and he wants to go back and make a list. He wants to spend his remaining years with her, even if it's just as friends. As long as there are no others by her side, he still has a chance, right? But he never expected that change would come so suddenly. He originally thought that after the war at the top, they would hold a grand celebration, because by then, the Revolutionary Army would officially declare war on the Celestial Dragons, and their power would relatively increase. Moreover, since Yushia is a user of the plant fruit, where she stands represents which side has infinite supplies of resources. Therefore, they would inevitably become the targets of both sides, trying to pull them in. Additionally, the immense wealth they accumulated over the years would allow them to do many things during the war. It was supposed to be their official debut on the historical stage. Why did she have to go missing at this time? They searched that place many times, turning the ground upside down, yet found not a single clue about her. Just like when he searched for her many years ago. Would she disappear from this world forever? Once this thought arose in his mind, he could hardly suppress his destructive urges. During that time, he killed quite a few people he had previously disliked. Desoro believed Leah was dead and approached him to discuss replacing Leah as the head of the business association, hoping to advance further. As soon as this idea was proposed, Doflamingo violently beat Desoro. No one can replace Leah's position in his heart. Therefore, no one should covet her things, including himself. He knows too, well, how much Leah has sacrificed for what she is now. Living beings have an instinct to compete, and he alone cannot fend off the sharks want to take a share. Fortunately, Leah's subordinates, family, and that annoying red-haired Yonko firmly protected everything that belonged to her during her disappearance, not allowing anyone to touch even the slightest bit. In some aspects, even the world's greatest swordsman, who usually does not concern himself with worldly matters, stepped forward. His intuition tells him that Leah will return. But he fears that this is just his wishful thinking. After forcing himself to calm down, he reviewed everything that had happened since he met Leah. He vaguely suspects that Leah accidentally returned to the past while fighting against the unknown force of the black hole. Of course, this is the best-case scenario. Leah has been missing, and no one can confirm whether she is alive or dead. In a way, this is good news. At least there is hope for her return. He promised that if Leah could come back, he would not miss any opportunity. Even if he is criticized for being thick-skinned, or if she kicks him away, he will cling to her until she accepts him. It was only after losing her that he realized how shallow relationships can be in life. If one does not actively fight for what they want, they can easily lose it. She is his redemption, a ray of light that fell into his life during its darkest moments. Therefore, he does not want to lose her again, nor does he want to give her to anyone else. The moment he learned she was coming back, he wanted to see her right away, wishing for her to stay by his side forever. But he knew he needed to take time to eliminate those threats to ensure their future would be more secure. He even thought that he would handle all the dirty work in the future, so she wouldn't have to get involved in dangerous matters. However, he also knew that Leah would not agree to that. She would not stand by and watch her partner venture into danger alone while she waited for the outcome from a distance. She was hands-on with many things. Only by truly standing at the same level as her partners and completing tasks excellently would they genuinely recognize her as their captain. This was completely different from him. He sincerely treated the members of his family-like organization as family. However, when necessary, he would make them pay with their lives to achieve his goals. That was his principle, but Leah would not do that. Once she considered someone part of her circle, even if it meant sacrificing benefits, she would still find a way to save her friends. Well, even if that is the case, he still likes her. At worst, he would help her protect everything she cares about. As long as she is happy, that's enough. So now, he diligently takes care of anything that might disturb her mood and then goes to see her with the best intentions. Then he will express his feelings to her. Even if she disagrees, it doesn't matter. He will absolutely not leave her again. Although she also cares for the others around her, it is precisely because of this that she reached out to him when he was young and annoying. So he will respect and support her decisions. After all, he is a beneficiary of that kindness. Being enveloped in goodwill feels really nice. But what he wants is more than that. He wants to possess a unique affection that belongs solely to him. She is still the same, carefree and oblivious to everything when she gets excited. There is still some dust on her face, but she looks really beautiful when she smiles. The sunlight is glaring, but the warmth she brings him is just right. She runs towards him barefoot, looking very eager to see him. Leah is not tall, of course. This is relative to him, a person close to 3 meters tall. In front of him, she seems so small, yet she possesses such immense strength. Even he, a man who is rotten to the core, can't bear to destroy her. He only wants to walk a short distance behind her and watch the commotion she creates that shakes the sea. Her brother, who claims he wants to become the Pirate King, also possesses a power that makes people unconsciously follow him. Their family is indeed strange. Holding her in his arms, it was only at that moment that he truly felt the reality of her presence. She is really small. He can wrap her entirely in one hand. It's nice, but it would be even better if that so-called world's greatest swordsman didn't come to disrupt their little world. Everyone except Leah is quite annoying, including Rosie, who is also bothersome. He can't think too deeply about these things, as it would make him irritated. However, it's fortunate that Myhawk didn't come along. It wasn't long before Leah started asking about business matters, which really shows how much of a workaholic she is. But there's nothing he can do. He knows he has a sharp tongue and can't say anything nice. Yet after he complains, he still can't refuse her. Can he? Doflamingo is a proud man with self-awareness. After taking Leah away from Karakin Island, for some reason, he felt a sense of refreshment, probably due to being away from annoying people. In any case, although the first familiar person Leah saw upon her return was Myhawk, he was the first to seek her out, and she returned to Sicily on his ship, which he was quite satisfied with. Even if they rushed, it would still take several days to get back to Karakin Island, and during that time, they could be alone together for several days. As for the crew on the ship or other officers, Doflamingo had already mentally blocked them out. Leah was previously wearing Perona's clothes, which have long since disappeared. It's not that Leah disliked them, but when Doflamingo came to see her, he surprisingly prepared a room full of clothes. Those clothes weren't ugly, but they certainly weren't very good-looking either, at least not to her taste. They seemed more like Doflamingo's style. Enough is enough. Where did he find so many strange outfits? By the time she managed to find one that looked somewhat decent among the pile, the previous Lolita outfit was already gone. However, once she put on, it was really too sexy. She felt a bit overwhelmed. Her figure could pull it off, but psychologically, she just wasn't used to this type of clothing. "It really suits you," Doflamingo calmly commented as he walked in. Leah turned around and looked at him speechlessly, asking, "How much have you fantasized about me in private? This room is filled with tight lace waist skirts, and either the front cutout is too large or the back has no fabric at all. How am I supposed to wear this out? Should I just stick a Band-Aid on my chest?" Leah said while pointing at her chest. Dofus pondered for a moment with his chin resting on his hand and replied, "Well, it's not impossible." Leah punched Doflamingo in the chest and said irritably, "Just because you like showing off your chest doesn't mean I do, you stinky flamingo. Who said you had to wear it out? You just need to wear it in front of me." As she spoke, Doflamingo wrapped Leah tightly in his pink feather coat, turning her into a ball. "This is good for going out." After finishing, Doflamingo patted Leah's head with satisfaction. Leah rolled her eyes and took off the heavy coat, tossing it aside, saying, "Please, take a good look at what the weather is like right now. Are you trying to make me die from the heat?" Dover shrugged, expressing his helplessness. "By the way, Dover, since you came back this time, you've become much more straightforward. You used to always put me down or criticize me first before expressing what you really meant. I used to only listen to the second half of what you said." Leah continued, "It feels like you're proud of not listening to me seriously?" Dover asked. Hearing this tone, Leah thought Dover was about to get angry again and intended to back down quickly, but Dover continued, "If you don't listen to me seriously, then I can just repeat myself a few more times. I will always have the greatest patience for you. Hey, you're really acting strange like this." Leah exaggeratedly covered her mouth and said, "Really, it's a bit uncomfortable not hearing you insult me for a day." Leah continued, "No, I just want to be a little nicer to you." Dover turned his face away and said awkwardly, "Come on, we're sisters. Why be so polite? If there's anything, just say it directly. I'm not shy about it. I'll definitely help. Your sudden willingness to talk nicely is really unsettling." As she spoke, Leah boldly patted Dover on the shoulder. "Ah, you really are a headache." Dover couldn't help but hold his forehead. "Let me tell you, dead woman, you're neither my family nor someone I particularly want to be friends with. So stop bringing up those nonsensical statements with me. Who cares about being your so-called sister?" Dover stood up and gradually approached Leah. Leah blinked her eyes, but wasn't too panicked. It wasn't until Doflamingo got really close that she said, "Doflamingo, you're really low. You didn't even think ahead about confessing, didn't say anything to move me, and there's no flowers. I originally wanted to prepare something and say it more formally. But who told you to be so old-fashioned? I got so excited that I let it slip." Doflamingo looked a bit nervous now, which was somewhat unusual. "What if I said I don't like you?" Leah asked. "If you don't like me, then like me a little bit. Just to be clear, you can't run away." Doflamingo's tone was very firm, but the content of his words was quite calm and even a bit humble. Overall, it made him seem both thick-skinned and somewhat adorable. Leah couldn't help but laugh. Doflamingo like this was really charming, even more so than when he was silent. Seeing Leah laugh so hard she could barely stand, Doflamingo felt a bit helpless. He didn't use much strength to help her up, then reached out to pinch her cheek, saying helplessly, "Is it really that funny?" Doflamingo looked quite cute at that moment. Leah wanted to push his hand away, but couldn't. "This is the first time I've heard someone use that adjective to describe me. I feel like you're not scared of me at all. Why should I be scared of you?" "You wouldn't eat me," Leah replied, reaching out to pinch his hand back. When Doflamingo saw her move, he immediately understood what she wanted to do and leaned in closer. Now Leah was satisfied, and she really did manage to pinch him. This brought the two of them very close together. Leah felt that Doflamingo's hands were probably the strongest in the entire OP world. He was very good at reading his boss's mood, except for Baby 5, who had poor judgment. The man she was currently interested in made Doflamingo frown as soon as he saw him, wanting to go up and stab him. But there was nothing he could do. Leah said that the love lives of his subordinates shouldn't get too involved, and besides, if they really faced losses, wasn't the Don Quixote family backing Baby 5 still standing strong? If it couldn't be solved, couldn't they all team up to take him down? If they dared to mess with celestial dragons, what couldn't they handle? If it were a vicious pirate, the solution would be even more direct. With a large sum of money, couldn't they just hire someone else to take his life? Wasn't that a better way? It seemed someone was about to come in to report something to Doflamingo, but when they saw the scene through the small window outside the room, they quietly left. Very clever. They exchanged glances, but Doflamingo was still wearing sunglasses, which always made Leah feel a bit at a disadvantage. So she reached out and took off his sunglasses. The light in the room wasn't too bright, and Leah wasn't worried about hurting Doflamingo's eyes. She knew he had been used to wearing sunglasses since he was a child due to an eye injury. But now, the sunglasses served more to conceal his emotions. So Leah looked directly into his eyes. She could see everything about him and feel his current mood. When she first heard Doflamingo say that, She thought he was joking and planned to brush it off casually, but now it seemed he wasn't. The reflection in his eyes showed her own shadow. So, when did she move into his eyes? Doflamingo suddenly asked, "Do you really not like me at all? Your eyes clearly aren't completely calm. Not dislike, maybe some fondness or something like that. Is that something I can say?" Leah blinked again and replied, "That's good." Doflamingo chuckled lightly. Leah's gaze was entirely focused on his Adam's apple. For some reason, she suddenly thought that Doflamingo looked quite charming like this. Looking at him, Doflamingo was quite handsome, with a standard bad boy appearance. But strangely, after Luffy removed his makeup, he looked like an honest person. They were clearly brothers, yet their styles were completely opposite. It seemed that appearances revealed a lot, but Leah didn't mind. She always loved to ponder about trivial matters. Just as she was lost in thought, Doflamingo pulled her into his arms without any hesitation and kissed her directly. Seeing Leah's surprised, wide-open eyes, Doflamingo became even more focused in kissing her. Leah's fair cheeks gradually flushed red, and she soon closed her eyes, focusing on enjoying the moment. She wasn't a child anymore. They were all adults now, and after being a pirate for so long, she could understand a lot just from a glance. So, it was better to be straightforward. She didn't dislike Doflamingo, otherwise they wouldn't have become friends. Furthermore, in facing Doflamingo, who was selfish and cold-hearted yet not overly warm in his affections, Leah found herself moved in that moment. Without a doubt, Doflamingo was one of the few people she truly trusted in this world. There was a foundational premise that there was something about Doflamingo that attracted her, even if it wasn't love. Trusting him was a gamble, and Leah dared to take that gamble because of that attraction and a friendship. Saying this feels irrational, but they were both the kind of people who clearly understood psychological boundaries. They knew that if someone truly entered the other's heart, they would show each other the greatest compromise, so she trusted Doflamingo. This kiss came so suddenly, yet felt inexplicably reasonable. Thus, both of them enjoyed it. Sometimes, the feelings between bad guys are just that direct. If there's no aversion, then love. As long as someone is willing to stand up for the person they care about without hesitation, regardless of the reason or situation, they would handle it without any guilt. Unreserved favoritism. How could it not be captivating? In fact, Leah and Doflamingo had many areas where they resonated. For instance, in handling certain matters, they always shared the same views. Leah has a humanitarian spirit. She cares about the suffering people and is willing to do her part to help them. However, her assistance is limited to providing job opportunities, and she absolutely will not accept those who seek to gain without effort. Moreover, people are inherently selfish, and if she had to choose between a group of strangers and someone she knows, she would certainly choose the latter. She feels no guilt about this. She is willing to help, but never feels indebted. After being with Doflamingo, if she had to mention something she finds a bit difficult to adapt to, it would be that Doflamingo is somewhat clingy. He also lacks a sense of security. He doesn't worry that she might run off with some wild man outside, but rather that she might encounter unforeseen dangers while conducting business. When she asks him about it, he merely holds her close without saying a word, quietly absorbing her scent, which helps him feel more at ease. An unhappy childhood truly requires a lifetime to heal. Leah happens to be the remedy that alleviates his nervousness. No one knows that the infamous warlord Doflamingo is someone who, at night, struggles with sudden panic and remains awake until dawn. After the sun rises, he is still the king of Dressrosa, still a warlord, still the Joker. As a child, he was often awakened in the middle of the night by being hunted by those lowly people. Once, when he and Rosanani woke up, they found themselves surrounded by flames. He can't quite remember how he protected Rosanani and escaped. He only recalls the almost numbing pain all over his body and the restless heart that has been unable to find peace since then. His nerves often ache, to the point where he still breaks into a cold sweat despite his current pain tolerance. He has never shared these experiences with anyone, including Rosanani. As the older brother who lost his parents at a young age, he had to show a tough and strong side to make his younger brother feel he could rely on him, so they could support each other in that dreadful world. When he was betrayed by Rosanani, he felt an overwhelming sense of powerlessness from deep within. Since then, he has not allowed anyone to approach within 10 meters of his bedroom at night. He has spent countless nights sitting alone until dawn, unnoticed, with no desire to look at the moon. When his thoughts become chaotic, his nerves begin to ache again. It seems that everything he has longed to grasp has slipped away, especially after all the effort he put in. What he has pursued all along has turned into fleeting illusions, and his thoughts of destroying the world have grown stronger. With Leah being the last thread that holds him together, she is the only one who approaches him without him having to exert effort to win her over. He thinks, "Let me trust once more." He also desires love. and those secrets that cannot be spoken or revealed, as well as the weaknesses that must not be shown to outsiders or subordinates, can finally be shared with her. Yet, he still cannot voice them because he doesn't want Leah to think of him as weak or incapable of protecting her. But it feels good, she understands. Even without words. She knows. She massages his nerves when he can't sleep at night, holds his hand when he feels the urge to lash out, and keeps him company under the stars when he suffers from insomnia. Holding her, he always finds peace. Doflamingo ultimately realizes that Leah is the most important person in his life. Even the executives have placed their shared ideals upon him, hoping he will reach a certain status and gain a prominent identity. It seems their life values are fulfilled through his. However, Leah is different. She has no demands of him. She has gained everything on her own, whether it be identity, status, wealth, or anything else. Therefore, she does not need to derive anything from him. What she desires has never required taking from others, no matter whom she loves. She does not want that love to be tainted by any interest. Whether one calls her a purity freak or anything else, it doesn't matter. After all, one cannot live solely on love. It is a luxury. But when she possesses it, why shouldn't she be a bit more discerning about that love? Perhaps it doesn't need to be scrutinized. Doflamingo is a good person. He is willing to postpone other matters due to her discomfort, to drive away others to create a calm environment for her, and to focus on taking care of her. Aside from feeling jealous, he won't force her to do anything she dislikes for any reason. He is willing to understand all her thoughts and will try his best to help her achieve them, even if he doesn't fully understand. He has heard that there are breathtaking views in the South Sea, and he is willing to spend several days planning a trip, enduring hardships to take her to see them, all while ensuring his work is handled beforehand. Leah will also get rid of the matter on her side at a different cost for Yuxia. Even if she takes her out for fun, she will help her resolve all her concerns. They love each other, and it is this mutual affection that allows their relationship to endure until the end of their lives. Only when both parties are willing to give for each other can this love remain vibrant. However, life is precious, and when you encounter it, you should seize it. She once could not imagine that she would put so much effort into treating someone, but fortunately, the other party did not disappoint her. She must learn to cherish. She does not want to make the mistakes that everyone makes, only to understand the importance of cherishing after losing. She wants to cherish Doflamingo always, as she knows how much he loves her. She will never lose someone who loves her deeply due to any capriciousness or character flaws. However, she also will not fall in love with someone who does not love her. She will only love those who love her. This allows them both to sink into a relationship where they cannot lose each other. That is why she says love is hard, and loving the right person is even harder. If Doflamingo hears her heartfelt words, he would surely be very happy because he holds the same feelings for her. They are both cowards, but fortunately, when he finally mustered the courage to pursue what he desired, she bravely accepted him. Bacchus has recently felt that Shanks's gaze towards him is somewhat off. It is too aggressive, although pirates tend to look at things they are interested in this way. Shanks often makes him feel uneasy, especially when they are approaching an island, and sometimes he goes out to flirt. This should be ordinary, as everyone knows about his playboy ways. Even if the ship is filled with fools, no one would disturb him at such times. Moreover, he has always been clear about money matters, never leaving any romantic debts. They yearn for the sea and never linger in one place. Everyone is single, so these matters are quite common. This used to be a consensus on their ship, but Shanks has been increasingly strange. Bacchus knows very well what kind of person Shanks is. This guy is a natural-born troublemaker. Bacchus also knows that Shanks was originally an intern crew member on Roger's ship. He can be said to be a child who grew up on the Pirate King's ship. He inherited not only the optimistic and open personality of the former Pirate King, but also the cunning of the legendary Dark King. A person's growth environment will to some extent determine their character, shaping some unchangeable aspects of their essence. Just like he still cannot figure out why he initially agreed to join Shanks's pirate ship. Every so often, he looks at the terrible expenses in the account book, and while he feels a headache, he also begins to regret joining the red-haired pirates. Countless times of regret, yet he has never truly proposed to leave the red-haired pirates. He vaguely remembers being pestered by Shanks for over a month. In the end, he was so annoyed that he reluctantly agreed to go see Shanks's pirate ship. But when he went, it was just a small fishing boat. Moreover, Shanks took him far away from the island where he lived, without giving him a moment to react. Most importantly, he did not buy any supplies on that island and just set off with him. How he endured that period of wandering with a lack of water and food, Bacchus can no longer remember clearly. He only remembers that Shanks was so hungry he wanted to chew on his small fishing boat. At that time, he was only in his teens, still somewhat immature. but he displayed a full-blown cunning nature. He had not yet built the Red Force. He was just sailing a small fishing boat, looking for crew members. In fact, Shanks was not short of money. His small boat's cabin was full of precious jewels. Using those jewels to customize a high-quality pirate ship would be more than enough. When Bacchus asked where those jewels came from, Shanks said he took them from a very treasure-hunting friend of his. Since they had parted ways for so long, and since they had known each other for so long, Shanks said his friend would definitely not mind him taking a little bit. Yes, Buggy was so angry that he couldn't sleep well for several days and vowed to kill Shanks the next time he saw him. Bacchus knew exactly what Shanks had done, and during that time, he specifically guarded against someone suddenly jumping out to cut Shanks and potentially involve him. But in fact, that did not happen. After finding him as the first mate, Shanks took him to Water 7, where they stayed for about 2 months before the Red Force was built. Then Shanks began to gather other partners. After that, Shanks heard about a renowned sniper in the East Sea. Despite being in a relationship, Shanks managed to take Jesus Burgess away. The number of crew members on the ship increased, and he watched Shanks gradually take on the appearance of captain. The red-haired pirates grew stronger, and they experienced many battles together, with victories and defeats, as well as the bitterness of fleeing, and had painful and sad memories. However, no matter what difficulties they faced, they overcame them together. Shanks also became increasingly independent. How far the Red Force has traveled, they can no longer count. They only know that on this ship, they formed lifelong bonds. Shanks is very popular with girls, especially those young girls who are still naive. There is no help for it. Although Shanks is messy, greedy, and gets lost when he drinks too much, he has the face of a sea rogue. Much better than those brutish fools on the ship. Moreover, it must be said that Shanks is gentle in some aspects. He even possesses a very masculine charm. When talking to those young girls, he is also very measured, never making people feel awkward. Although he may not handle situations as smoothly as he does, he manages just fine. Shanks possesses a charm that others do not have, attracting people. However, one of the most puzzling things over the years is, does Shanks not like women? He has never seen or heard of Shanks having any romantic interests or rumors. Back in Windmill Village, there was a tavern owner who seemed likely to develop something with Shanks, but that never happened. Not even now. So, is Shanks asexual, or just unable to act on his feelings? I don't know where Shanks heard about this question he asked unintentionally, but since then, he has become even more clingy. When he was handling documents, a red head would suddenly pop up on the table. When he went to the island to find women, he could vaguely feel a hot gaze on his back. It made him suspect that their crew was being targeted by some new guys emerging from the sea, and he even sent people to investigate for several months. But it turned out it was just this silly Shanks. Wherever he went, this guy followed. Finally that night, he couldn't take it anymore. In his room, Beckman picked up a stack of documents from the table and threw it at Shanks' red head, who was peeking at him from outside the door. Shanks eagerly organized the documents one by one and then awkwardly placed them on Beckman's desk, saying, "Don't be like this. Beck, if you break it, you'll have to reorganize it again, right? Shanks, what are you going crazy about lately?" Beckman asked with a cold face. "I'm indeed a bit crazy." The formulaic smile on Shanks' face seemed to falter. Beckman frowned in confusion, then noticed Shanks' gaze fixated on his collar. He looked down and saw a kiss mark left by some unknown woman. This was quite normal for him, but when he looked up, Shanks had already moved very close to him. "You are clearly my first mate whom I desperately pulled onto the ship, something that belongs to me. Why are you still thinking about others? Am I not enough to occupy your gaze? I think it would be better to leave a blank here." The female lead is a phenomenon-level courtesan who has fallen into a life of vice. However, after performing in other places, she contracted a strange infectious disease. Out of fear, the ignorant people planned to burn her alive. She was saved by Marco, who happened to be passing by and wanted to buy medicine. After a thorough examination, it was confirmed that she did not have the legendary highly lethal infectious disease, but a special skin disease. Symptoms: elevated body temperature, and her fair skin develops pink petal-like marks resembling cherry blossoms. Female lead character setting: antisocial personality, proud of her beauty, two-faced, gaining sympathy through weakness. Female lead's name: Huayin. Nicknamed Dada, the female lead is a bad seed. Enter at your own risk. Marco left the Moby Dick to conduct business and has only just returned. Unfortunately, it was already quite late, and he had been on the road for many days, feeling a bit fatigued. It was time to find a place to rest. However, he was still worried that the group on the ship would be reckless and hold continuous banquets. He would then have to rack his brains to solve the deficit in accounts. And then there was his father, having not returned for so long. He would surely take advantage of his absence to drink secretly despite his already failing health. He didn't follow medical advice at all. But who could blame him when his father was the one he respected the most? Passing by a nearby island, he saw the huge town buildings from afar. It was deep into the night, but the island was still brightly lit. Seeing this, Marco couldn't help but smile slightly, feeling much lighter in his heart. He could find a place to stay there. Marco originally intended to head straight for the town. However, after flying over most of the island, he saw a huge bonfire set up by the seaside from a distance. People were dancing around the fire with torches, looking particularly joyful. Marco thought it was a local traditional folk activity and was somewhat curious. So, he deliberately flew closer to take a better look. Upon getting closer, he discovered that the huge wooden cross was tied with a person. It was a woman who was barely alive amidst the flames. Why were they so excited about burning someone alive? So happy that they danced around her? What was Hwayne, who was tied to the bonfire, thinking? She was wondering why the fire hadn't reached her yet. Why these fools were so easy to deceive, falling for the panic she created so easily. They had even killed many innocent people for it. No matter how the world changed, people were still so foolish. She admitted she had a self-destructive desire, but so what? Soon, she would know what the world of the dead was like. Thinking of this, Hwayne suddenly felt excited, her nerves tingling. With her emotions in turmoil, tears welled up in her eyes. There was no helping it. This was her flaw. She easily cried when her emotions ran high. But she couldn't express any of her emotions. She was a strange person. When she was sad, she would laugh crazily, but when she was happy, she couldn't manage to smile at all. Now she was wearing only a thin garment, tied to the wooden frame, not even wearing shoes. Her skin, when exposed to high temperatures, began to develop blooming cherry blossoms, looking extraordinarily vibrant. Even at this moment, people in the crowd were still discussing her face and her figure. How would they act if they had her beneath them? Absurd to the extreme. However, nearing death, Hwayne felt a sense of happiness. So her tears dripped into the rising flames, looking particularly innocent. It's no wonder Hwayne had so many admirers before. Even knowing that if they burned the last infected person, the disaster in their town would end, they still couldn't resist. Just because Hwayne bit her lip and silently cried, someone was willing to risk being burned to save her. How absurd and ridiculous. Blending into the crowd, Marco began to piece together what had happened. He was puzzled that there wasn't a single doctor in this town who had studied outside. The doctors here practiced medicine solely based on generational experience and were steeped in many superstitions. And Hwayne was the phenomenon-level courtesan of this town, much sought after. Some were even crazy enough to abandon their wives and children just to get a chance to shake hands with Hwayne, selling their houses just to meet her. The lengths to which people would go just to see her were astounding. However, the town later experienced an outbreak of the infectious disease, and those who died from the virus had developed the same marks on their skin as Hwayne's. The women in town who lost their families because of Hwayne believed she was the root of all this. So they banded together to plan to burn her alive. The king approved the women's request to calm the public outrage. It is worth mentioning that all the deceased patients were men. Hwayne was considered a scourge, a unanimous belief among the people here. Hwayne lived in the fantasies people held about her. She lived in people's fantasies of beauty, sex, and all things lovely. Therefore, Hwayne felt that her life was illusory. She possessed beauty that was at the upper echelons of this world. But she also has the coldest and most unfeeling heart. She fears that the world is not chaotic enough. She hopes everyone will suffer, and every day she looks forward to widespread chaos. She can only feel real in pain. She is a born bat seed. With the most perfect appearance, her heart is rotten to the core. Hwayne's forehead began to sweat as the temperature around her rose. Her skin started to sting, but this stimulation excited her more and more, causing her tears to flow faster. In Marco's eyes, this girl, even though she felt pain, remained silent, tightly pursing her lips. He heard her reputation among the crowd and saw the women spitting insults at her, but when he saw her enduring and pained expression, Marco thought, could there be a misunderstanding? In the end, he couldn't bear to watch a young girl be burned alive in front of him. The azure flames erupted from her body, and Marco saved Hwayne. The cross was surrounded by flames below, crashing down with a great fire, along with the terrified screams of the people. Hwayne opened her eyes, feeling the rapid change in height, her nerves becoming excited. She saw the azure flames up close and couldn't help but reach out to touch them, surprisingly feeling no burning sensation. Instead, it made her entire body feel comfortable. So her tears flowed even more violently. The hand gripping Marco's clothes tightened even more. Sensing the tension of the girl in his arms, Marco comforted her seriously. It's okay. Don't be afraid. Who are you? Hwayne was placed on the ground by Marco. She had never left that island and was very curious about this outsider. Huayin felt no fear of the unknown man. Even if Marco were to kill her in the next moment, she wouldn't be surprised. Even though they had already moved far away, Huayin's skin still hadn't cooled down. On her shoulder, occasionally exposed from her struggles, the delicate cherry blossoms seemed to beckon to desire. Marco instinctively averted his gaze. This woman, Huayin, seemed to embody desire itself, easily provoking bad associations. She wore only a white garment, her black, inky hair cascading down. Now standing on the shore, the moonlight shone on the shimmering sea, making her fair face even more prominent. Moreover, according to Marco's keen observation, he naturally noticed the red blood vessels in Huayin's eyes, clearly indicating that she had been crying sadly just moments ago. But what was with that innocent, doe-eyed look now? Although Marco was the captain of the first division of the Whitebeard Pirates and had seen many beautiful women, he was not particularly skilled at dealing with them. After all, spending all day with a bunch of rough-and-tumble pirates, who would have such experience with women, even if many aboard had lovers? Generally, only those from their own ship would know. There was no choice. With too many enemies, if these messages were exposed, it would be easy for other ruthless pirates to seek revenge. So very few pirates dared to settle down, let alone have children. However, within Whitebeard's territory, having a couple of familiar lovers was quite normal. But Marco didn't have any. He had when he was younger, but now he had passed that youthful, passionate age filled with longing for women. His greatest hobby now was to cultivate himself and eat pineapples. His biggest wish was to take good care of his old man's health and to have the brothers on the ship worry him less. Just maintaining the status quo would be quite good. Life is really full of uncertainties. For instance, now Marco, no matter how much of a straight man he was, realized that women and men were different. It wouldn't do to be in a place with a girl wearing just a single garment. So although he was only wearing an outer garment, Marco still took it off to drape it over Huayin. His well-defined muscles were exposed, and just as Marco had taken off his coat, Huayin wrapped her arms around his waist and pressed her small face against his chest, appearing to let him do as he pleased. "Hey, don't do that. It's dangerous to act like this with a man you just met, little girl." Marco's words sounded firm, but in reality, his ears were already starting to turn red, though it wasn't obvious in the night. "But Mama San said, I can only do this to be liked. If I lose my value, I'll go hungry and be abandoned. The only one I can rely on now is you. Isn't it? This strange, sir." Huayin leaned against Marco's chest, exhaling softly, her words sweet and delicate. Her fingers began to gently glide over his muscles. Huayin was not the type to fall in love at first sight. She just found it interesting and wanted to see how this person would react to her actions. Now it seemed that he was not the boring, naive man she had expected, and with that thought, her interest grew even more. However, at that moment, Marco grasped Huayin's hand, took a slight step back, and said, "You don't have to do this in the future. Since I took the liberty to save you, I will take responsibility for you. I will help you find an uninhabited island where you can start new. Can someone like me have a new beginning?" Huayin laughed, her gaze deep as she looked at Marco. At that moment, she recalled the excitement before facing death. This solemn death ceremony had been interrupted, and her mood instantly soured. So she laughed with extra excitement. To Marco, this seemed like the girl's disdain for her own life and deep self-doubt. How could he save a wayward girl? But after all, he was a pirate too. So what was wrong with his thinking that made him seek out such trouble? Was it too late to just leave her here and fly away? The girl before him looked at him, tears glistening in her eyes. Yet she held back, not letting them fall, dressed in thin clothing, with not even shoes on, appearing delicate and fragile. How was she supposed to survive in this desolate place? How about taking her back to the Whitebeard Pirates? Then he could use the map to decide where to settle her. But at this moment, he really didn't want to travel any further. It would be easy for him. He could just find a tree and lie down for a night. But this woman couldn't do that. Just looking at her, it was clear she had grown up pampered, never having faced hardship. His gentle touch would probably leave marks on her skin. This was really troublesome. Marco pinched his brow. He was accustomed to thinking of others. Although he had a headache now, he wasn't that impatient. So he started to collect some soft leaves in the forest, cleared a flat area, and then laid the leaves down, just enough to create a space where a single person could lie down. After Marco finished all this, he looked at Huayin and pointed to the large tree above, indicating that he would sleep up there while Huayin lay below, and he would keep an eye out for any wild animals. Huayin, wrapped in Marco's purple coat, shivered and nodded gently. Yes, the temperature had dropped, and, with his constitution, he naturally wouldn't notice these subtle changes. But the girl was different. She was just an ordinary person. Huayin was indeed complaining in her heart about why he had found such a rudimentary place for her. It was freezing. Then Hawaiian lifted her head and looked at Marco, seemingly having a decision in mind. She stepped forward and grabbed Marco's hand. The two exchanged glances. Hawaiian exerted a bit of force to pull Marco closer. Marco thought the girl had something to say to him, and, fearing he might accidentally hurt her, moved in the direction she was pulling. Unexpectedly, she yanked Marco down, and then she laid down in his arms. Just as Marco was about to push the girl away and stand up, Hawaiian said, "My name is Ishihara Hawaiian, but you can call me Dada. I won't do anything to you, sir. Thank you for taking care of me today. I'm really too cold, so please don't resist," Hawaiian softly said in Marco's embrace. Marco pinched the bridge of his nose, feeling he had gotten himself into trouble again. But he wouldn't go so far as to push Hawaiian away at this point. "I'm Marco. I really can't do anything about you." Although he said that, Marco's hands honestly wrapped around the girl's waist to prevent her from slipping out of his embrace. "Are you sexually aloof?" Hawaiian asked, sitting up a bit to find a suitable position where she could see Marco's expression. At this moment, Marco was shirtless, shielding his eyes from the glaring sunlight filtering through the tree branches above. It was really quite blinding. The sunlight also hit Hawaiian's face, reflecting in her dark pupils without bouncing back. Marco covered his forehead with his hand and said helplessly, "Why is the first thing you say when you wake up this?" "It's just that I feel like I've suddenly lost my appeal," Hawaiian replied, propping her arms on Marco's chest and resting her chin nonchalantly. "Aren't you planning to keep pretending?" Marco asked. "If you want to keep playing along with me, I would be more than happy to continue. Because the child who cries gets candy." Hawaiian paused and continued, "You don't need to stand on moral high ground and criticize me. Dare you say you saved me without a bit of my beauty influencing you? It's just lust. I don't owe you anything, and I was actually quite enjoying the process of dying yesterday until you interrupted me. So you need to compensate me," Hawaiian said matter-of-factly. "Should I send you back?" Marco asked, propping his head with his hand, peering at the dense branches of the tree above. "I don't want to see the same faces and the same acts as those people again. It's meaningless. Just like you said, find me a new place. I want to seek new pleasures." Hawaiian reached out to touch Marco's lips gently, and Marco felt a slight itch. "What kind of pleasure do you want to find?" Marco suddenly asked. "I'm a vase that can't carry or lift anything." Of course, a vase has its own way of looking for fun, Hawaiian said, grabbing Marco's belt, her eyes sparkling, and asked, "Do you want to try my way of having fun with the tree?" While speaking, Hawaiian had already started to unfasten the buckle with force. Marco grabbed Hawaiian's hand and said, "Stop messing around. I admit there are factors in saving you. Although you are beautiful enough to captivate hearts, you're not my type." "Not your type?" Hawaiian looked at Marco, raising an eyebrow in disbelief. Then said, "I'll remember that." An ominous premonition arose, but recalling the earlier imagined scenario of marrying a gentle girl and caring for his father together, Marco pushed that fleeting feeling aside. While he was thinking, Hawaiian had already climbed off Marco and stood up, stretching lazily. "Take me to find a water source." "I want to wash up," Hawaiian said. "Sure," Marco casually agreed, remembering there seemed to be a river that way. So when Marco turned around to guard Hawaiian while she bathed, he regretted it immensely. He really had no defenses at all. No, if he really did something to her, she might actually be more willing. Marco felt that ever since he met Hawaiian, something had been off with him. It seemed that the bad things hidden inside him were being stirred little by little. The only reason he hadn't done anything worse so far was his strong self-control. After Hawaiian finished bathing, she casually wrapped her clothes around herself and then ran straight to Marco, jumping into his arms, saying, "Take me away. Now I belong to you." Her clothes were thin and short, barely covering her thighs. Marco awkwardly lifted Hawaiian's perky bottom, feeling her slipping down slightly, and instinctively hoisted her up and jiggled her. Marco's face was reddening to the point of cracking. So soft. Hawaiian looked at him with interest, immediately seeing what Marco was thinking. So she wrapped her arms around Marco's neck, leaning in closely, and asked, "Soft?" Caught off guard, Marco felt exposed. "I see it's not just the bottom that's soft." As she spoke, Hawaiian pretended to squeeze her chest. The size is really nice. What the hell am I thinking today?" Marco decided not to respond anymore, blue flames erupting from his body, and then he stepped back, leaping into the sky with Hawaiian. The feeling of flying in the air was exhilarating, at least for Hawaiian it was. And because Marco was holding her, she boldly spread her arms, embracing the clear blue sky. "Hey, be careful," Marco said, holding Hawaiian's waist more securely, and continued, "What if I let go right now? What would you do? Would you?" Hawaiian asked Marco. "Maybe I would. It's the simplest way to solve your trouble," Marco said with deadpan eyes. "Then go ahead and let go. I would die from falling from a height. I've never tried that before. Cannon became excited again, but her tear glands began to accumulate tears uncontrollably. Don't cry. I'm just joking, Marco said, a little panicked upon seeing Cannon's tears. Cannon wiped her cheek and said, choked up, if I said this is something I can't control, would you believe me? I understand. It's normal for people to sometimes lose control of their emotions. It's okay for girls to cry. It's very normal. Marco replied. Then, as if he thought of something, he covered Cannon with blue flames, making her feel comfortable. However, they couldn't play around forever. After asking Marco to do a few stimulating flips and jumps, Cannon seemed a bit tired of it. She closed her eyes reluctantly and said, I'm going to rest for a bit. Remember to call me when we arrive, Uncle Marco. Hey, don't call me Uncle. Marco complained helplessly, but at this moment, Cannon had already buried her head in Marco's embrace, hiding herself completely. To be honest, Cannon's weight was almost negligible to Marco. Holding her was no burden at all, and her feminine features were extremely obvious. Marco brought Cannon to the Whitebeard pirates. It actually caused quite a stir because it was the first time they brought a woman onto the ship, and a disheveled one at that. Cannon was beautiful, and even for the members of the famous Whitebeard pirates, her beauty was still a rare sight. The captains of the various divisions surrounded Marco, starting to ask all sorts of questions. Marco, did you have a romantic encounter this time? You're quite lucky, huh, Marco? Should we start calling her sister-in-law? Everyone was very interested in this, and some even started making some risque jokes in front of Cannon. Of course, they probably didn't mean any harm, but the way pirates interacted was always so direct. They either talked about battles or women. It was all about desire and the warrior's spirit. Otherwise, what was the point of living? They all went to sea because they yearned for the pirate flag. Sachi looked at Cannon and Marco with some concern. Cannon looked like the kind of woman who couldn't even fight back, and in a pirate crew that had many enemies like theirs, she could easily be captured by enemy ships and used as leverage against them. If Marco really had feelings for her, it would be troublesome. Marco shielded Cannon behind him and explained that she was a woman he rescued halfway and brought onto the ship because she was homeless and had nowhere to go. Once Marco found a place for her to stay, he would send her away. Just as Sachi was about to relax his furrowed brow, he saw Cannon looking tearful, gazing at Marco as if she were looking a scumbag. Cannon then covered her face with her sleeve, looking heartbroken. However, this exposed her arms and thighs to everyone's view. It seemed that due to her emotional state, Cannon's skin was starting to bloom. But the pirates didn't have such strong judgment. They glanced over and thought those were hickeys, almost covering her entire body. Combined with Cannon's gaze at Marco, the brothers' looks at Marco also became inexplicably strange. Cannon was, of course, acting. This was a spontaneous idea she came up with, and she wanted to establish an impression among the others on the ship that her relationship with Marco was not simple. She had definitely seen the pirate flag flying high on the Moby Dick. Since she was among pirates, with her eye-catching appearance, there would definitely be some unsavory characters trying to harass her, so she needed to find a protector to prevent others from bothering her. Although she wasn't a pure girl, she was still picky about intimacy. She had to find something she admired in a person. But such people were few and far between, and among the entire crew, she only found Marco slightly appealing. She didn't want to be bothered by people she had no feelings for. She was picky and didn't want just anyone. Although Sachi trusted Marco's character, seeing the girl's seemingly genuine behavior made his perception of Marco subtly change. This kid wouldn't really take advantage of her and then not want to take responsibility, would he? After all, there were quite a few of such people among pirates. Marco shouldn't be one of them, right? But older members said Marco was quite the ladiesman in his younger days. So was he trying to relive his youthful passion? Just as everyone was discussing this, a deep yet resonant voice came over. Marco is back. Yeah, old man, I'm back. Marco immediately pushed through the crowd, dragging the crying Cannon with her face covered to stand before Whitebeard. Whitebeard looked at Cannon with a scrutinizing gaze. Feeling the immense pressure, Cannon lowered her sleeve and looked up with tearful eyes at the towering giant in front of her. To Cannon, Whitebeard was indeed a giant. After all, she had never seen anyone so tall. Even though he was hooked up to an four and looked like an elderly man, he casually sat there, exuding the aura of a strong person. Cannon wasn't afraid. Instead, her curiosity stopped her tears. She walked up to Whitebeard and curiously poked his calf with her finger, wanting to confirm that the person in front of her was indeed real. It feels just like a normal person's touch, Cannon thought to herself. Although her actions might seem offensive to many, this bold and fearless behavior amused Whitebeard. He laughed and asked, "Little girl, aren't you afraid of me?" Cannon shook her head and said, "I don't know why, but when I saw you for the first time, I thought you seemed very kind and wouldn't harm a weak girl like me." Ha ha. You're quite interesting, little girl. Even when Whitebeard laughed, his voice sounded particularly deep and resonant, echoing in the air. Were you crying so sadly because my foolish sons on the ship bullied you? Whitebeard asked kindly. Not really. The other uncles on the ship were just a bit too enthusiastic, which scared me a little. They didn't bully me. The only one who could bully me is that jerk with a pineapple head, right? Cannon said, seemingly about to cry again. Marco frowned and said, don't just give people nicknames. Well, I thought you looked like a pineapple the first time I saw you, even your hairstyle? Cannon immediately retorted, displeased. Is that my fault? Cannon-chan, you're so unreasonable. Marco crossed his arms, continuing to show his dissatisfaction. At this moment, a voice from the crowd interjected, that's not the point. Compared to your pet names, I'm more interested in how you bullied the girl. Yeah, Marco, what exactly did you do to her? Where did I bully you? You tell me. Marco's head started to hurt again. Given this woman's black-hearted nature, how could he possibly feel at ease coming back? This woman is someone who loves to have fun. We just shared a bed yesterday, and now you want to deny it? Marco, I misjudged you. Huayi's accusatory voice inexplicably made the pirates present feel heartbroken, and they began to condemn Marco's scummy behavior. Where's the share bed? You clearly crawled into my arms. I didn't do anything to you. It's really giving me a headache. Huayi immediately covered her face, and the red marks all over her exposed skin were also laid bare. Marco really didn't know what adjectives to use to describe you. A man should stand tall and have responsibility. You should be accountable to this lady. Voices of condemnation came from the crowd. Yeah, scumbag. What I'm concerned about is, after all this, Marco still hasn't made a move. Is he even a man? Note, this chapter can be skipped. On March 26th, NetEase Technology reported that writer Han Han wrote an article on his blog criticizing Baidu and calling on writers to consider their livelihoods. Here is the full text of the article. Yesterday, March 24th, several of my friends representing the industry had a negotiation with Baidu that fell through. In the earliest days, Xin Haobo, Liu Jinbo, and Ho Xiaoqiang all told me at different times and occasions about the harm Baidu has caused to the entire publishing industry. I said, sue Baidu. They said they had all sued, but no one won. Baidu is very wealthy and has connections. It said they can manage many courts. Baidu's public relations are also very powerful. It said they can handle many media outlets. I couldn't help but sigh. Could it be that Li Yanhong's father is actually Li Gang? Hence, the 315 Writers' Rights Protection Campaign was born. During yesterday's negotiation, I felt that the Writers Association should step in. Because last time, when the Writers Association negotiated with Google, they ended up withdrawing from China, which had significant results. I vaguely remember the last Google incident, where Google scanned Chinese authors' books, paid a few $dozen for each book, and then displayed the catalog and content summary. If one wanted to read the full text, they would have to pay for a download, with Google libraries then sharing the revenue with Chinese authors. As a result, everyone overlooked that Baidu, Wenku, has always allowed all authors' books to be read and downloaded for free, while attacking Google, which protects copyrights, claiming that they should have asked for our consent before scanning. Looking back now, everyone should feel quite ashamed. Google and Baidu are indeed different. Google cares about its reputation, so everyone wanted to rush in and tear off its facade, while Baidu is shameless, and when people saw there was no facade to tear off, they scattered. Baidu claims that the spirit of the internet is free and shared, but I strongly disagree. I believe the spirit of the internet is freedom and dissemination, not free and shared. If the spirit of the internet is free, then why does advertising and search ranking on Baidu cost money? If the spirit of the internet is shared, then why is it that while we all share, Li Yanhong becomes the richest man in China? Why don't your wealth and Baidu's assets get shared with internet users? Baidu operates like a large marketplace where the products inside are free. Thus, it has become the largest marketplace in China. Because of the high foot traffic, it makes money by plastering ads on the walls. There is nothing wrong with this model, but I hope this marketplace remembers that it still has to pay suppliers for goods. Baidu has come up with sharing. Sharing should mean I bring my things out. You bring your things out, and we put them together for everyone to take what they need. But the problem is, now both you and I are taking other people's things and then sharing them. This is what Baidu calls free and shared. Baidu has caught a favorable era, because only in this era can you infringe on the rights of authors, musicians, and filmmakers with impunity. Of course, the key is that Baidu has caught a favorable country, where you can infringe on almost the entire cultural industry and still be protected. Of course, Baidu has many supporters, and I understand them very well. Sometimes you feel buying books is a hassle. Sometimes you think reading costs money, so you go to Baidu, Wenku. Just like I also watch pirated DVDs and download music from Baidu, SMP3. but I am very clear that my actions are wrong, although the wrong is not big. I must not seek justification for my mistakes, nor insult those who defend their copyrights. I see many people commenting, saying you must be crazy to want to make money. The internet is about sharing. How can you call yourselves writers? And can what you write be called literature? Support Baidu. Friends, I deeply understand the plight of writers. Most writers take 2 or 3 years to write a book, earning only 10 or 20,000 for a book. These writers might only earn 10,000 a year, friends. 800 a month, friends, with no social security, friends, and still have to pay taxes, friends. They are worse off than you, friends. Except for a few top-selling authors. Most Chinese writers have meager incomes, and many online writers must write 10,000 words a day, relying on a mere 2 cents per 1,000 words to survive. Who the hell is still selling things by the cent these days, friends? You see that a 5,000-word fresh serialization only costs a dime, friends. A dime that you wouldn't even give to a beggar, friends, and you can read it for free. Yet how can you blame them, friends? And that over there is a person with a fortune of over 60 billion RMB, friends. Please leave a way out for the Chinese publishing industry and its writers. As you pursue oil, please spare our food oil. The long-standing fact is, in China, almost any best-selling or original book will appear in Baidu Wenku, the flagship product of the largest internet company led by China's richest man, available for users to browse, download, and store on e-readers. As of today, users can share 56 million documents for free on Baidu Wenku, including 79 million literary works. Using a measure word, in the eyes of the brilliant Baidu people, everything is merely a document, like a serving of fried noodles or a sample of urine. However, within those 79 million lightweight documents, there are the complete works of Jin Yong, new works by Wang Meng, Han Han's Triple Door, Morong Shuitsuan's Chengdu, which has been downloaded 40,000 times, and 760 versions of Nampai, Sanshu's Grave Robber's Notes. In fact, all marketable Chinese literary works are included in these 79 million free documents. Baidu's defense is, how do I know that Jin Yong, Wang Meng, Han Han, Morong Shuitsuan, and Nampai Sanshu personally uploaded these works for users to share? Yes. You don't know. You don't know how authors create each document word by word, stroke by stroke, over many years. You don't know copyright is a sacred and inviolable property right. You don't know how difficult it is for creators to live in this expensive country. You don't know how thin the law is in the anonymous online world and how rampant theft is. And what we don't know is the Earth really going to be destroyed in 2012? Is the order of civilization now starting to not need to be maintained? For several days, we have engaged in in-depth discussions and research with representatives from the writing, publishing, and legal sectors to explore the absurdity behind this issue. We have organized the facts, logic, and legal analyses we obtained accordingly. And with a pragmatic attitude, we have proposed feasible solutions to Baidu, aiming to fundamentally improve the operational model of Baidu Wenku and provide a model for online copyright protection. 1. Baidu Wenku operates unlawfully and maliciously infringes copyright, and the responsible parties have violated criminal law. 1. Baidu Wenku constitutes internet publishing according to Article 5 of the Interim Regulations on the Administration of Internet Publishing. Internet publishing refers to the online dissemination of works created by oneself or others through selection and editing by an internet information service provider, made available on the internet or sent to users for public browsing, reading, use, or downloading. Baidu Wenku's operations meet the aforementioned criteria as it stores, selects, edits, publishes, recommends, categorizes, ranks, merges chapters, adjusts fonts, and provides browsing, reading, and downloading services to users via the internet. It can be determined that Baidu Wenku's actions indeed qualify as internet publishing. In just a year or two, Baidu Wenku has published 56 million works, including 79 million literary works, with tens of millions of users and hundreds of millions of copies distributed, generating substantial economic benefits. Further details on economic benefits will be provided later. It is currently the largest scale commercial activity of internet publishing. 1. 2. It has been verified that Baidu does not possess the Internet Publishing Operating License approved by the National Press and Publication Administration and has been operating illegally. According to Article 6 of the Interim Regulations on the Administration of Internet Publishing, any entity or individual must obtain approval to engage in Internet publishing activities. Without approval, no unit or individual may conduct Internet publishing activities. 1. 3. In the commercial activities of Internet publishing, Baidu maliciously exploits the safe harbor principle, massively infringing copyright. The relevant provisions of Article 22 of the Regulations on the Protection of the Right of Communication through Information Networks concerning the safe harbor principle are as follows. Network service providers provide information storage space for clients to offer works, performances, and audiovisual products to the public through the information network, and if they meet the following conditions. They do not bear liability for compensation. 3. They do not know and have no reasonable grounds to know that the works, performances, or audiovisual products provided by the client infringe copyright. 4. They do not directly obtain economic benefits from the works, performances, or audiovisual products provided by the client. Analyzing each point. 2. According to the third clause, there are numerous works by well-known authors and popular bestsellers included in the works collected by Baidu Wenku, all of which are infringing works, and Baidu Wenku has sufficient reason to know. The Chinese publishing industry and the author community have continuously protested Baidu Wenku's infringement via various media over the past 2 years. A typical case occurred on December 2, 2010, when 22 online writers, including Nampai Sanshu, issued an open letter condemning Baidu Wenku's piracy, attracting significant media coverage. However, the works of these 22 online authors still exist in large numbers on Baidu Wenku to this day. According to a search on Baidu Wenku conducted on March 23, 2011, Nampai Sanshu alone had 760 infringing documents. Therefore, Baidu Wenku has no reason to be unaware of its serious infringement. Even a simple search for Baidu Wenku in the Baidu search box immediately reveals numerous reports of Baidu Wenku's copyright infringement, indicating that Baidu Wenku must know, and should know, about its serious infringement. 3. According to the fourth clause, Baidu Wenku is a subdomain of the Baidu website, and its pages have direct access to other subdomains. Its massive traffic generates substantial direct advertising revenue and other benefits for Baidu. Recently, the Baikan Reader was launched for sale in collaboration with Patriot, and the advertisement clearly states, Patriot collaborates with Baidu Wenku to support wireless internet access, logging into Baidu Wenku, Baidu Jidao, Baidu Baiki, etc., with millions of documents easily downloadable, which is tantamount to directly selling stolen goods. Additionally, Baidu Wenku employs a point system that encourages users to upload documents, and these points can be redeemed for tangible goods, showcasing that the points system is indeed a commercial activity. In summary, Baidu Wenku does not specify the detailed information of the uploaders. Baidu is aware of its infringement. Baidu obtains substantial profits through its infringing activities. According to Article 23 of the Regulations, network service providers that know or should know that the linked works, performances, or audiovisual products infringe copyright shall bear joint infringement liability. Conclusion: Baidu Wenku does not qualify for the safe harbor principle at all. Its malicious exploitation of this principle as a shield for infringing activities is completely unfounded. 4. Baidu and Li Yanhong personally should bear criminal responsibility for Baidu Wenku's large-scale infringement. 1. According to the opinions on several issues concerning the application of law in handling criminal cases of infringement of intellectual property rights issued on January 12, 2011, hereinafter referred to as the opinions, Article 10, Paragraph 2 states, disseminating others' works through information networks, or providing paid advertising services on websites or web pages using others' uploaded infringing works, directly or indirectly charging fees, can be recognized as a case of copyright infringement for profit by Baidu Wenku, who believes this commercial company is only doing good deeds without seeking profit. 2. According to Article 11 of the opinions, in cases involving a wide variety of works and scattered rights holders, it is indeed difficult to obtain evidence one by one. However, if there is evidence proving that the involved copies are illegally published and distributed, and the publisher or distributor cannot provide relevant proof of obtaining permission from the copyright holder, it can be recognized as a case of copyright infringement without the copyright holder's permission. 3. According to the clear identification in Article 12 of the opinions, distribution includes overall distribution, wholesale, retail, dissemination through information networks, as well as renting, exhibiting, and other activities. Illegal publishing, copying, and distributing others' works that infringe copyright constitute a crime and should be convicted and punished according to the crime of copyright infringement, not recognized as illegal business operations or other crimes. Therefore, Baidu Wenku can be recognized as committing a crime by illegally distributing others' works and infringing copyright. 4. According to the above 3 points and Article 13 of the opinions, the total number of works disseminated exceeds 500. The actual number of clicks on the disseminated works exceeds 50,000, and if the works are disseminated through a membership system with registered members exceeding 1,000, it falls under other serious circumstances as defined by criminal law. The implementation of the behavior specified in the preceding paragraph, with amounts or quantities reaching the criteria mentioned in the first to fifth items. But everyone knows how reluctant he is to leave that little girl. He often hides her away from others, probably fearing that if they see her too much, he would get jealous in private. They never knew that Marco was such a possessive person. In fact, Marco didn't insist on being with Hanyo every day. It was just that when he asked Hanyo if she had any special skills, she replied, attracting men. When he asked her how she wanted to make a living in the future, she answered, opening a cabaret in Kabukicho and becoming a mama-san. So how could he let her go? He always knew that Hanyo was a cold-hearted person who might have a slight liking for him, but definitely not deeply. Hanyo had previously called him a scumbag, but in reality, she was a thorough scumbag herself. The idea of abandoning someone after a fling or quickly falling in love with another person was just basic operating procedure for her. The way she got stuck looking at handsome men made Marco a bit neurotic. He indeed liked Hanyo, and as a famous pirate on the seas, how could he allow his woman to covet other men? But he could at least guess that simple looks wouldn't attract Hanyo. Otherwise, he, the old man in Hanyo's words, wouldn't stand a chance. At least up until now, Hanyo seemed most interested in him. He was still at ease until Ace went out on a mission and returned with his crew. Marco did not deny that Ace possessed the youthful pride and vigor unique to his age. However, he also had the charm that belonged to mature men. But Ace was indeed in a position of being the chosen one. His talent was among the strongest Marco had seen, though he was slightly lacking in character. But he was still young, with infinite possibilities, and thinking this way, he was indeed very attractive to younger girls. However, Hanyo belonged to him. Marco was quite certain of this. Not to mention that Ace had no intention of competing with him. Even if he did, Marco wouldn't allow it. Watching Hanyo and Ace chatting happily together, Marco felt that today's pineapple wasn't as good as usual. Of course, Hanyo initially listened intently, but soon grew bored. The young second-in-command, Ace, kept talking about his brother. His brother was indeed interesting, but he couldn't go on forever. It seemed this guy was even more of a straight man than Marco. He was handsome, but he didn't seem to be her type. She preferred someone with more sexual tension. Thinking about her preferences, she surprisingly found that the first person who came to her mind was Marco. Every time before meals, she'd specifically ask Sachi to prepare her favorite dishes. And when they went to buy supplies on some islands, she'd specifically inquire about what girls liked. Then he would bring back a bunch of pretty little trinkets. He would pay attention to what she was thinking, care about her inner thoughts, and want to make her happy. Was this liking? Perhaps it was. When she was a courtesan, there were no shortage of people spending lavishly just to make her smile. But that kind of happiness was very short-lived, because their ultimate goal was always to possess her. If she didn't have this beautiful exterior, perhaps what she had would be greatly discounted. But the people she encountered would also be more genuine. When you lack something that others desire but cannot obtain, you don't have to guess what those people are approaching you for, because you no longer have anything worth their effort to scheme over. Did Marco have lustful intentions towards her? The answer was almost without question, yes. But were the subsequent respect, patience, and care truly just because of her looks? Marco would jump into the sea without hesitation to grab her hand when she wanted to commit suicide. Marco was a devil fruit user. Jumping into the sea without someone to save him would definitely mean death. Moreover, Hanyo had even tied a large stone to her ankle to ensure her suicide was successful. Hanyo held her breath underwater, watching Marco continuously blow bubbles from his mouth while not letting go of her hand, and suddenly felt a bit confused. She had always thought they were just having a physical transaction. Moreover, she had deliberately seduced him the first time. She was that confident. No one had ever spent time with her without becoming addicted to her. Marco wasn't surprised, and since then, he often had a moment with her. But due to technical reasons, Hanyo didn't reject it too much. However, she still wanted to die. No one could stop her from doing anything, including Marco. He was just one of her countless lovers. So, with such a simple relationship, why wouldn't he let go? Seeing Marco's face grow paler, but still not giving up on holding her hand, and the white-beard pirates kept their distance to give them space. Hanyo comforted herself that her current actions were to avoid being targeted by the infamous Yonko crew in the future. She pulled a dagger from her clothes and cut the rope around her ankle. Then she swam closer to Marco, grabbed his collar, and kissed him to give him air. Following that, she used all her strength to pull Marco and swim toward the surface. This was really troublesome. She had always disliked clingy partners. It was annoying. Why did he have to cling to her even when she wanted to die? If Marco were to accompany her to fall into this deep sea today, he would probably continue to cling to her even after she died. Truly, he wouldn't even let her rest in peace. Marco was very annoying, but now Henio felt a bit reluctant to leave him. Thinking of this, Henio stood up and suppressed the thought of using that tactic on Ace. Better to change to someone else. They were brothers, and if she really did that, it would surely make Marco very painful, right? Although whether he was in pain or not had little to do with her, she still felt a bit sorry for him. Even if he was busy with paperwork late into the night, he wouldn't forget to prepare fresh cow's milk for her the next day, knowing she loved desserts. He would even specifically ask what new desserts were available when doing business with Cake Island, bringing them back for her. His many cares for her were reflected in the details. How could she, such a perceptive person, not notice? Henio stood up and waved to Ace, then pointed at the man with the pineapple head hiding in the corner and shrugged. Even someone as dull as Ace reacted, smiling and nodding to Henio, indicating that he understood. Then Henio kicked off her shoes and rushed towards Marco. Marco caught her steadily and playfully pinched her cheek, lightly indicating his dissatisfaction. Marco, I'm hungry. Kagani doesn't care about these things. She could be a bit willful in front of him. After the war, Marco returned to his father's hometown to live in seclusion. Of course, he brought Kagani with him. As the spring blossoms flourished and another wave of cherry blossoms fell, Kagani asked Marco in a calm tone, Marco, do you want to be a dad? What do you mean by that, Nanny? Leah sometimes wonders why fate is so, and reunions can be so unexpected. Just when Leah proposed to go out and independently form her own pirate crew, she officially laid out her plans and began to compete with various industries. Leah was captured by Carp and taken to the Navy headquarters for custody. Old man Carp wasn't entirely against Leah establishing her own career. He just couldn't fully accept her becoming a pirate. As for those bratty kids like Luffy, it was fine once they were out at sea. They would surely have their own experiences, and boys out there generally didn't suffer too much. As a Navy rear admiral, he was well aware of the dirty business on the sea. If Leah were just a merchant, he could use his position to favor and protect her indefinitely. However, if she became a pirate, they would become enemies. In fact, no one in the family would agree to becoming a pirate, but since Leah was a girl, his concern was even more urgent and intense. In short, after failing to argue with Leah, the old man brought her to the Navy headquarters, hoping to let her experience the Navy atmosphere and dissuade her from the idea of forming a pirate crew. However, that was impossible. Leah's decision to form a pirate crew was not made lightly. She had considered many factors before coming to this conclusion. She was not someone who would act recklessly based solely on her passion. She would take into account the situations and thoughts of those supporting her behind the scenes. After all, she was not alone. So, overall, the old man's actions would not have much effect on Leah. She just needed to stay at the Navy headquarters for a while. Leah and the old man lived in a family compound arranged by the Navy during that time, which was actually a standalone villa. They watched her closely every day, but there was really no need to be so vigilant. She wouldn't suddenly run away. Even when the old man went to work at the Navy headquarters, he would take her along. Leah thought that if her abilities were not suited for the new recruit training camp, the old man might really throw her in. Moreover, Leah had no desire to join the Navy at all. She couldn't stand that kind of humiliation, just thinking about how hard she worked to become a mountain officer. Only to be treated like a dog by the celestial dragons felt worse than death. There were indeed people in the Navy who joined to uphold justice, but she was not one of them. She wasn't that strong-willed and could be described as both righteous and wicked. She lacked that spirit of self-sacrifice. She believed that being able to do things her own way was already a good deed. Only by changing the larger environment could everyone benefit, right? However, even so, it wouldn't necessarily consider everyone. Faced with individual tragedies, she felt powerless because she couldn't save everyone. Human strength has its limits. During her days at Navy headquarters, Leah discovered that there was a high-ranking admiral who was even more morally ambiguous than her. Although it wasn't their first meeting, every time she saw him, Leah felt deeply impressed. He was lazy, lacked any motivation, and always clocked out on time. There was nothing in particular he cared about, and no one in particular he paid attention to. For some reason, she always felt that this person had a great deal of contradiction within him. Moreover, Leah had seen him when she was a child. It had only been 10 years, yet the way he looked at her always felt strange. Overall, it was different from how he looked at others. Was there a hint of curiosity mixed with yearning? Leah was initially uncertain, but after the old man was dispatched on a mission and instructed the only remaining admiral, Kazu, to keep an eye on her and not let her make mistakes, Leah slowly confirmed her suspicions after the old man returned. She was getting a bit impatient, wondering if she should just go beat up a celestial dragon. After the bounty was issued, Becoming a pirate would seem logical. However, if she set sail this way, it would indeed affect part of her plans. The old man, sensing her thoughts, tasked Kizaru with watching her. Normal outings were fine, but he hoped she wouldn't do anything beyond the limits. Even if she wanted to become a pirate, under such circumstances, acting against the celestial dragons would be entirely different. The real confrontation would also be with the Navy's pursuit. After the old man left, Leah was sent to Kizaru's office. Kizaru's day was quite simple. When the pile of documents on his desk reached a certain level, he would have his aide secretly place them on Akainu's desk. Akainu, burdened by work, rarely noticed this detail. He handled whatever came his way, completely the workaholic type. Having Akainu was truly a blessing for Navy headquarters, because that guy, Akiji, also naturally shoved documents onto Akainu's desk. Then, when the desk was clear, Kizaru would start to lounge, clip his nails, and slack off until quitting time, occasionally inspecting the research progress in the science department. Akiji also slacked off, but when he did, he liked to lead teams on patrols, whether or not they caught pirates, and how many depended entirely on his mood, as long as they met that month's quota. However, he would definitely catch those pirates who committed heinous crimes. For those who posed little threat, Akiji mostly chose to let them be, and he would also assist any refugees in need he encountered along the way. Overall, while he was slacking off, he was still a competent Navy officer. Kizaru, on the other hand, was different. He avoided doing anything unless necessary, never meddled in others' affairs. And when it was time to leave work, he left without staying an extra second in the office. Leah became lazy when she was with him. As long as she could pass on work to Yuja, she absolutely wouldn't do it herself. Then, when General Crane entered the office of Kizaru to report on the work, what he saw was Borisolino sprawled on his office chair, motionless like a yellow-skinned salted fish. Leah was sprawled on the office sofa in her pajamas, looking like a flattened pancake. The two of them moved in unison, both staring at the office ceiling as if they had lost their souls. Admiral Crane was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure how to make a sarcastic comment. He could only finish reporting his work and leave. Now he was contemplating whether he should ask Leah to socialize with the younger girls in his team. Staying with someone as unmotivated as her would eventually lead to her becoming the same. Moreover, Akainu was out on a mission. It felt like their workload had increased by more than double. Relying on Kizaru was completely out of the question. The nickname Admiral Money wasn't just for show. Kizaru was trying to avoid getting a fist from Old Man Garp when he returned. So for these days, he had been almost inseparable from Leah. Leah probably understood his difficulties, so she didn't reject him too much. However, the more challenging issue was the dilemma at night when it came to sleeping. The two of them certainly couldn't sleep together. The Borisolino house was large with many rooms, but there wasn't much extra stuff in it. The furniture was limited to basic living necessities, and there was nothing that reflected personal interests. Many rooms were empty, except for his own room. It had a large bed measuring 4 meters long and 3 meters wide, a large wardrobe, a bedside table, and a small lamp. There were really very few items, making it feel more like a temporary accommodation while traveling. There was hardly any sense of life. The place that felt more human was his study, which had so many books that a person 3 meters tall would need a ladder to reach them. Of course, it wasn't neat at all. The books on the shelves were fine, but the ones taken down were scattered all over the room. During vacations, he would sometimes cover his face with a book and close his eyes in the afternoon sun, sometimes staying like that for an entire afternoon. How did Leah know these things? Because ever since Grandpa Cap left for a business trip, Borisolino had brought her back to his home. He didn't force her to do anything specific, just asked her not to leave his sight. Even if she wanted to go out to play, he had to follow her. To avoid awkwardness, Borisolino also asked his aide to book another bed, giving Leah a room. Although it was just a temporary arrangement, Borisolino still tried his best to show respect to Leah. The two of them got along very harmoniously. This was particularly evident when Borisolino napped in his office chair. And Leah looked sleepy too. Sometimes she could fall asleep just leaning against the wall. To be honest, Leah hadn't lived such a leisurely life in a long time. As a general, with someone around who was always eager to join the Navy, how could he completely relax and sleep soundly? Even though they had met before, it was still impossible. In his observations of daily details, Borisolino was clear that she was not the same as she used to be. In many ways, Leah appeared somewhat immature. One could say she hadn't yet developed a ruthless heart. She didn't have such a strong desire for life, nor did she have that strong yearning for the person she had mentioned before. He felt somewhat moved, but he enjoyed the current state of being with her even more. Did she really trust him that much to fall asleep in front of a man she wasn't too familiar with? Borisolino stood up and picked up the sleeping Leah. He didn't make a sound or do anything unnecessary. He carried Leah to her room. He grabbed a corner of the thin blanket and gently covered her. At this point in his life, he had no motivation at all. It seemed fine to just continue like this. Afterward, poor Celino glanced at her peaceful sleeping face and quietly left the room without any reluctance. He was no longer young, but the dream he once had continued to play out in countless midnights. Life should have countless outcomes. If it continued like this, he would see the final result of his life. Although it was dull, it was still within his control. He had already passed the age of pursuing an exciting life. As for the Navy, he had almost reached the end of that path. The position of admiral was Sakazuki's goal, but he had no interest in it at all. He had never joined the Navy willingly to uphold justice or to become a high-ranking official. From the beginning to the end, he was the one who had been abandoned. As for why he continued to stay in the Navy, the reasons were complex. Even though the training in his childhood was harsh, the Navy had nurtured him. And staying here came with a salary and performance benefits, which was considered a good job in this chaotic world. The most fundamental reason was that he seemed to have nowhere else to go. It seemed that it wasn't his choice to stay in the Navy, but rather the Navy had taken him in. He and Sakazuki were the first batch of students taught by Zephyr. However, his relationship with Zephyr had never been very good. Perhaps teachers always favored diligent and ambitious students, and Sakazuki was just that. He had always been lazy. If he had been untalented, it would have been fine. But he and Sakazuki were the two most talented in that batch. He lacked the determination and will of his colleagues to defend their sense of justice. In fact, he didn't want to manage anything. He just wanted to take care of himself because, in this world, no one truly cared about him or his life. He had had girlfriends before, but he could never find that feeling. The so-called girlfriends were less profound than one-night stands. And those who approached him had ulterior motives. It was really boring. Most of the time, interacting with others was just a matter of going through the motions. When he was 30, he had once developed feelings for someone, but that person didn't belong by his side and was destined to leave him. Now, seeing her again was no longer possible. Their age gap was too large. Even though he didn't have much morality in his heart, he couldn't go against his conscience to force anything more. If he could continue to interact with her like this, it would actually be quite nice. But she was destined not to stay for him because her life was just beginning. To be honest, he usually didn't eat at home because he couldn't cook, and he often had social engagements. Everyone knew what the situation was like within the Navy. Sometimes, pretending to be dumb made life a little easier. When he was with Leah, seeing his terrible routine would make her frown. However, she wouldn't advise him like his aide did. Leah corrected his bad habits through her actions. For example, when it came to breakfast, if he had to go to work, he usually wouldn't have time to eat. Arriving even a second early at the Navy headquarters to clock in would be a disservice to his fruitability. And, at home, who gets up early when resting? But since he had to look after Leah, he could only get up when Leah did. Then Leah would also make him breakfast. At first, he did feel a bit sluggish for the first 2 days, but he gradually got used to it and found it comfortable. He liked reading. He had many books, covering various genres. Books were a true reflection of the human spirit. Facing those was much better than dealing with colleagues who were vying for power and being two-faced. Of course, he had no intention of belittling such behavior, as he was also quite skilled in that regard. But people get tired, and he had already become an admiral. Some things he didn't want to do could really be let go. There was no need. At this moment, he recalled the little moments spent with Leah, which were very relaxed and natural. She wasn't someone who liked to cause trouble for others. In many aspects, she would go along with his wishes, trying not to cause him any trouble during this borrowed time. However, their interactions were not characterized by a sense of distance. For instance, during leisurely afternoons spent drinking tea and reading, Leah would casually remind him to bring back desserts from a specific place. She would also unintentionally fall asleep in front of him at times. He, on the other hand, was more laid back, aside from dining with her. He mostly followed his own pace in life, while Leah would participate in projects that she could. There was no lack of interaction between them. Thinking about it, it seemed that someone like Leah would find it hard to have conflicts with others. In fact, Leah did not have much guard up against Kizuru. This was not only because they objectively had no conflicting interests, but also subjectively. Her intuition told her that even if she did something remarkable, he would keep it a secret for her. It seemed that weariness was contagious. After spending a long time with Kizuru, Leah found herself becoming more easily drowsy. All in all, she had already stayed at the Navy headquarters for over a month, and her cohabitation with Kizuru had lasted for more than a week. Originally, Leah thought that as long as she could get through until Garp returned, it would be fine, and it was quite pleasant to slack off with Kizuru. However, Kizuru received a sudden mission that required him to take a warship out, and he was quite conflicted about where to leave Leah. He knew very well that if Leah were to take offense, she had the capability to escape, especially since he was only trying to avoid letting his personal matters affect her daily life. Therefore, with Leah's consent, Kizaru took her along on the warship, and the two of them went on a leisurely vacation. Generally speaking, if the mission location was not the New World, he considered it a vacation. For him personally, the events that could happen in the first half of the Grand Line should not pose too much difficulty. Often, it was because others were too busy to handle something that he was sent instead. In extreme cases, he was called upon because the Navy previously could not manage certain affairs. For the sake of the Navy's so-called prestige or false justice, he might need to eradicate threats against the Navy, which could involve innocent people who would just have to consider themselves unfortunate. He did not have a strong sense of empathy. He only knew that it was the Navy that paid him, and he had reached his current position because of the Navy. Living with such clarity was exhausting, so it was better to pretend not to see. Even though he usually disliked taking on missions and slacked off, his strength made it so that no one dared to say much. The warship he typically used was equipped with a chef, so he didn't have to worry about food at all. There was also a mess hall on the ship. However, what was somewhat uncomfortable was that many people in the mess hall were secretly sizing Leah up. These were all Navy personnel who had been working under him for a long time. Leah is the first woman who can be accompanied by her own admiral while performing tasks, and they are naturally curious. Moreover, Leah's appearance is quite eye-catching. Being the center of attention can be quite troublesome, as it feels like there are always people staring at her except when she is in her room. Of course, because they are friends, she and Polyasolino would naturally sit together for meals. Should they pretend not to know each other to reduce the attention? However, Leah has never seen Polyasolino lose his temper, and his subordinates probably haven't either. But Leah has witnessed what it means to be intimidating without being angry. After finishing a graceful meal, Polyasolino smiled and scanned the entire cafeteria. Everyone who met his gaze seemed to disappear automatically. There's no way around it. They still have to watch their expressions. Otherwise, the admiral might smile and call you to stoke the boiler. He is not truly angry, but he can make things difficult for people, and they all suspect that their admiral must have been a bit harsh when he first joined the Navy. Otherwise, where would all those underhanded tricks come from? They can really see that their admiral cares very much about this girl in front of him. Logically speaking, based on their understanding of the admiral, he should be a gentleman, elegant, but definitely not lacking in aggression. However, something feels completely off now. He is acting too calm. Even if he cares, he would never show it in front of her. Sometimes, the girl would experiment with snacks on the warship and share them with the soldiers on duty. Yes, receiving exquisite little pastries from a beautiful girl is indeed something to be happy about. However, their admiral would also smile and eye the soldier and Miss Leah. Then, it wouldn't take long. Perhaps that very night, the soldier would be sent to stoke the boiler and wouldn't be able to go on deck for a long time. The admiral holds grudges and is quite jealous, but he keeps it all bottled up inside and never shows it. Only those who have been with the admiral for a long time can see through it. A general girl really can't. They can't understand why the admiral is so restrained. Moreover, working under the admiral in the Navy, they feel they could switch jobs at any time, as their admiral shows no attachment to the Navy. One could say that the admiral is indifferent to everything. How could he suddenly care so much about one person without any desire to conquer? Thus, these onlookers are genuinely anxious, and the more anxious they are, the more they want to see the progress between these two, and then continue stoking the boiler. Fortunately, it seems the admiral has finally put some thought into it. One day, he called all the married soldiers into the conference room. It wasn't a serious meeting, just to ask them what gifts they would give when pursuing girls. He had never looked into such things in detail before, even when going out on a date. It was his aide Saad who took care of the little gift details. Now he couldn't think of what Leah would lack. She certainly doesn't lack money. Can someone who is wealthy lack nice things? Although his salary card is quite generous, he really can't think of what to buy for her. That's right. After much inner turmoil, he decided to finally fight for something in his life. He desires very little, but once he encounters it, he doesn't want to let go. Moreover, after spending these days together, she doesn't seem to mind his little gestures of thoughtfulness. Warships can't sail day and night without rest, so when they encounter islands, they will also go ashore to gather supplies. He was quite happy about this. However, the reason is that he has to accompany Leah shopping. When he volunteered to pay, Leah refused, and he didn't feel conflicted, as he knew this was her principle. However, carrying her bags was something he never expected to be so difficult. He is an admiral, but after a day of shopping with Leah, he returned to the warship so exhausted that he could barely stand. Moreover, he felt like he had eaten quite a lot of strange snacks that day. For him, sugary things are just right for Leah, and she usually only eats a little bit of each snack, saying it's to avoid gaining weight. but he feels it's wasteful to let them go. So those snacks basically ended up in his stomach. Aside from this troubling aspect, he genuinely enjoys the days spent with Leah. At least, she really does care about him. The weather in the Grand Line is unpredictable. One moment, it's pouring rain, and the next, they might encounter a snowstorm. Even though he's been drifting at sea for years, Leah still can't adapt to such sudden weather changes. When she was on her own merchant ship, she would prepare clothes for all seasons and heating equipment. However, since she is on Salino's warship, it is naturally not as meticulous. But Salino is also very thoughtful. When he accompanied Leah shopping, he not only helped her carry things, but also bought her a long coat. Originally, when she saw him buy it, Leah asked him if he liked that kind of clothing, and she even planned to help him pay, but he silently refused with a smile. He is usually a good talker and more adept at speaking, but when faced with unfamiliar people, he prefers to gloss over things casually. However, when facing familiar people, he tends to be more tactful. But when it comes to Leah, he actually speaks much less. Perhaps others can't understand, but for him, talking is something that consumes a lot of energy. Wearing a mask all day, he also wants to relax a bit when he is alone. He feels no sense of belonging to the Navy, doesn't want to become a pirate, and has no interest in the Revolutionary Army. He has no desire to do anything for this world. He just wants to pursue the feelings of the present. He remembers the time when it was snowing, and he saw Leah curled up by the small window in his room. The soldiers who can serve on his warship have undergone rigorous training, and enduring hunger and cold is a way to train their willpower. He usually doesn't pay much attention to these things, but for Leah, he cares about her and whether she can adapt to the current cruising life, so he bought her the long coat. Thus, during the next extreme weather event, he can promptly wrap Leah in the coat. Leah is afraid of the cold, but when it snows, she runs out to play in the wind and snow. She is full of vitality, embodying the life force that he has always lacked and longed for. Being with her feels like he is also coming alive. Everything they do together is enjoyable. There are no worries, no suspicions. When he sees her happy, he feels happy too. During this time, he has smiled more than ever. Despite the freezing cold, he hardly feels the chill. Instead, watching Leah puffing silly breaths into the air and carefully observing what shapes form is really quite foolish. He can't help but smile. At that time, Liana truly began to love this world, because in this world, she gained something she had never had before. The main reason she hoped for a better world was that the people she cared about lived in it. If the world became better, then they would also gain more happiness. She felt that doing those things was very valuable. So she also started to love everything around her, including the ordinary wind, frost, rain, and snow, feeling everything she had never carefully observed before. This positivity also infected Salino, who was beside her. She wanted to try building a snowman, but was hesitant to start because she was afraid of the cold. At that moment, Kizara stepped forward. "What kind of snowman does Miss Yelia like? You could direct me, and I'll help you build it," Kizaru suggested with a slight smile. "Really?" Liana's eyes suddenly lit up. She was genuinely touched by this thoughtful proposal. "Of course. I know you're very afraid of the cold. Let me take care of this little task." In the wind and snow, Liana adjusted her red scarf, directing Salino to fill in the snowman bit by bit, and they got along very harmoniously. The Navy soldiers hiding and watching from the side were not so happy, though. While they also enjoyed watching a harmonious romance, they murmured, sob, "He really is a general. He doesn't even need those useless guys' guidance. He just taught himself." Some had already begun to take out their notebooks and quickly jot down notes. "What are you still waiting for? Hurry up and copy the ready-made homework." "Oh, right. Why didn't I think of that? I feel like this piece doesn't have the feeling I want to express. I'll just open another Kizura thread on Lofter later. It just feels off." On the final island, the captain, with tears in his eyes, smiled as life was about to end, filled with a huge regret of being born at the wrong time and the sorrow of meeting too late across the river of time. Roger ultimately chose to surrender a year after the Roger Pirates disbanded, using his death to open the infinite possibilities of the Great Pirate Era. Since then, countless people chose to set sail, heading far away to pursue their dreams. A world revolution that had never been seen in 800 years was brewing. Meanwhile, for the oppressed weak, the increasing number of pirates each year also brought about a chaotic era akin to hell. Exploitation, plunder, riots, and war. Even without pirates, the upper class would continue this oppression through tax laws and criminal laws. Pirates merely made this oppression violent. Even the Navy cannot protect everyone. So who can redeem these suffering civilians from all of this? Images from all over the world played repeatedly on the screen, and strange fungi quietly grew in the darkness. Some heard the cries of countless victims in despair, and in that moment, many memories flashed through Yuta's mind. as an idol to everyone. She vowed to create a new era where everyone could be happy. This was destined to be a performance that would go down in history. As tickets continued to be sold, countless Yuta fans gathered towards a certain island. Liana also planned to join the excitement. Even though her relationship with Yuta was not that good, she had always felt that Shanks abandoned her back then because of her. Most importantly, sitting here, she always felt a bit uneasy, as if something was about to happen. She had some bad premonitions. Yuta had a great talent for writing and singing songs, and her popularity had skyrocketed in the past 2 years, almost surpassing the world's superstar Desoro. However, Desoro's concerts were extremely extravagant, with gold piled up as if it were worthless, focusing solely on grandeur. It was uncertain whether the ticket sales could cover the losses from the gold used. The Straw Hat crew also arrived here. Today was the day of the world-renowned diva Yuta's first live concert. Usopp and Chopper, as Yuta's fans, dressed to the nines and, in order to help them get the limited badges, the crew was forced to put on extravagant new outfits. Leah sat in the stands, enjoying the performance of the superstar Yuta alongside thousands of other spectators. After a quarrel between Sanji and Zoro, the opening single New Era echoed through the nearby seas, and Yuta's bright and melodious voice dispelled the faint black mist surrounding the island. This was the music capital of Elegia. The opening performance was nearly on par with Desoro's concert. New Era featured extravagant stage visuals, and unlike the Entertainment King, who toys with desire, Yuta sang of inclusiveness that transcended seas, races, ages, and classes. As Yuta poured her heart into the performance, countless pale yellow light orbs surrounded her on stage, projecting images throughout the venue. This was a gift from Yuta to all her fans, a song about a beautiful future. After one song ended, Yuta greeted her fans warmly, and the cheers from the audience were deafening, with Yuta basking in the starlight. However, behind this successful concert, dark currents were quietly stirring. A man resembling a scientific monster was watching silently from a distance. Meanwhile, the audience included the jellyfish pirates, who intended to make a name for themselves by kidnapping the superstar. To everyone's surprise, in the next moment, Luffy stretched out his arm, wrapped it around a large ice pillar extending from the stage, and swung himself onto the stage. He often forgot people's names and was face-blind, but he would never mistake the girl in front of him. Yuta and Luffy had known each other since childhood, and they affectionately hugged each other in public, which made Sanji's teeth clench in frustration. The other crew members were also shocked and began to question their idiot captain. Why are you so familiar with Yuta? Luffy then casually revealed the bombshell news that Yuta was actually Shanks' daughter. Upon hearing this, the jellyfish pirates became even more resolute in their intentions. To be honest, this unknown pirate crew should not be called the jellyfish pirates. They should be called the iron-headed pirates. What were they thinking by offending Yonko? Meanwhile, Yuta's fans were left in shock as their idol's persona crumbled. Robin also recalled having heard similar rumors in the past. Leah, sitting in the stands, propped her chin up, looking at Yuta with a hint of helplessness. She had previously thought that Shanks had a deceased white moonlight. However, this was just a misunderstanding that had not been resolved before. Yuta was Shanks' adopted daughter, and she had been very cute as a child, now grown into a stunning beauty. Her purpose for being here was to clarify the true reason why Shanks had left her behind. She really didn't want to continue taking the blame. Yuta seemed to sense something, her gaze sweeping across the crowd, and suddenly locked eyes with Leah. Leah rested her chin on her hand and showed a friendly smile to Yuta, but Yuta simply turned her gaze away with a blank expression, completely ignoring her. Leah touched her nose, feeling like she had gotten a face full of dust. She wouldn't blame Yuta. From Yuta's perspective, her father, whom she had respected since childhood, had abandoned her because of a bad woman outside, so it was understandable that she wouldn't have a good attitude towards her. It's all Shanks' fault. He has a mouth, but can't speak, and now she has to take the blame. It's really speechless. Yuta then shifted her attention to Luffy. Caught off guard by Luffy's sudden revelation, Yuta helplessly covered her forehead and smiled. Before everyone could recover from the shock, the stage experienced another change. With the sound of gunfire as a signal, the members of the jellyfish pirates surrounded Luffy and Yuta. Leah was still sitting in the stands, her expression unchanged. How could this group of small fry possibly move Luffy and the others? Leah was not clear about Yuta's fruit ability. She had only heard Shanks mention it, and it seemed to be a very dangerous ability. At that time, Shanks was kneeling on a washboard, explaining that he really didn't have any so-called ex-girlfriends or ex-wives. Leah's anger is never directed at the children. It is only aimed at Shanks, the cause of it all. If Shanks really has an ex-wife, what would Leah do? She would probably leave quietly, She doesn't want to be the bad woman who ruins Yuta's childhood, and she doesn't like being wronged either. This world doesn't revolve around her alone. The group of underlings below mistakenly believes they have grasped the weakness of the Yonko Shanks, unaware that the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. A descending fist of high temperature exploded among the crowd, and at that moment, the Big Mom Pirates made their appearance, with a large number of their subordinates pouring out from the mirrors thanks to Brulee's fruitability. Taking Yuta away was a direct order from Big Mom. As chaos was about to erupt, the Straw Hat Pirates naturally could not sit idly by. These guys dared to attack Luffy's childhood friend, Sanji, Brook, and Zoro moved forward simultaneously, followed closely by Nami, Chopper, and Frankie. Behind them was their big brother Jinbe, riding a giant wave shaped like a shark, sweeping away countless underlings. Owen and Jinbe, along with Frankie, found themselves in a brief stalemate. Just as Robin was using countless arms to form a giant net to capture the enemies, Usopp was about to deliver the final blow. At that critical moment, Yuta stopped the continuation of the battle. She told everyone that all those present were her fans. Computer Owen and Brulee mock her naivety. Even though the Straw Hat members repeatedly reminded Yuta, these people are here to capture you, Yuta still maintained her calmness and forgiveness towards everyone throughout. Seeing this, Leah's brows furrowed even deeper, and her bad premonition grew stronger. Sure enough, amidst various looks of surprise and suspicion, Yuta opened her mouth, and her voice, enhanced by the song fruit, swept through the crowd like a tidal wave. Her voice blurred the boundaries between dreams and reality, filling the air with fantastical creatures and colorful, materialized musical notes. Yuta herself transformed into a knight clad in heavy armor, wielding a spear. Even with the pirates launching a full-scale attack, they could not break through the defensive shield that Yuta had temporarily constructed. She then repelled both Owen and Luffy, and with a wave of her hands, turned the staff into shackles that were absolutely unbreakable. Accompanied by Yuta's outrageously powerful performance, the atmosphere of the concert reached its peak. Yuta finally soared above the sea of people, basking in their cheers, and returned to the stage, transforming the pirates' brutal battle into a unique performance. From different positions, the scenery scene was also different. The fans witnessed Yuta's ability and realization to convey hope and joy through her singing, which was enough for them to overlook the fact that Yuta was the daughter of the great Pirate Shanks. The Straw Hat crew was astonished by the girl's formidable strength and then ceased their disturbances, returning to their high seats to watch the concert. Only Owen, Brulee, and others remained trapped on the staff, struggling in vain, undoubtedly filled with humiliation and anger at that moment. Before continuing her song, Yuta announced two things. First, that the entire performance was being recorded for everyone to keep and watch later. Second, that Yuta openly warned all pirates, the world government, the Navy, and others not to interfere with the performance, or they would have to wait for regret. Leah felt increasingly uneasy, and she always sensed that something deep underground here was inexplicably drawing her in. Yuta firmly reiterated her belief. I am Yuta, the singer who will create a new era. I want to use my voice to bring happiness to everyone. At the same time, she made this bold statement. Far away in Mariewa, the five elders were watching the live broadcast. They believed that this girl was undoubtedly the daughter of Shanks. Furthermore, as mentioned in the newspaper, a completely new enemy, which entirely denies the era of great pirates, has emerged. The elders were not only concerned about the terrifying influence of the idol girl, but also mentioned the possibility of a connection to Yuta involving the troublesome Fillet family and some monstrous entities. In fact, I suspect Shanks is from this family. You can go watch the movie for more details. On the other side, the conversation between Akainu and Kizaru revealed more information. To prevent the ancient sealed monsters from returning to the world during this incident, Admiral Akainu issued orders to spare no effort. A massive fleet consisting of Admirals Kizaru and Fujitora, along with nearly 100 warships, was immediately dispatched, and the main force of the Navy set sail for Elbaf. Meanwhile, Yuta's concert had entered the intermission stage. The power of the song fruit easily created food, toys, and other items with no apparent limit in sight. Faced with such a comprehensive and powerful ability, the Big Mom Pirates, who had already set their sights on Yuta, were even more excited. Most importantly, she was the daughter of Shanks. However, Mama and her eldest son were only concerned about the songstress and the troublesome Straw Hat Kid. While in the shadows, only Katakuri was worried about his missing family members Brulee and Oven. The atmosphere of the Big Mom Pirates remained as it always was, prioritizing interests above all and completely disregarding any familial ties. Leah felt the dreamlike sensations and suddenly realized that this was not the real world at all. However, she thought that perhaps Yuta had pulled everyone into the dream world to provide her fans with a higher-level audiovisual experience, so she refrained from taking any rash actions. So, was Yuta's ability related to the spiritual world? But when she looked over at Rossi, who was eagerly feeding Andy chips, she suddenly felt a bit uncomfortable. TSK. She hated couples with no sense of boundaries. Meanwhile, at the top of the audience, the Straw Hat crew members were eating various foods that appeared out of nowhere while speculating about Yuta's fruit abilities, but even Luffy wasn't very clear about it. Sanji removed the top layer of onions and inadvertently dug out a somewhat familiar mushroom from the food container. After a brief identification, Sanji casually tossed it into the trash and ignored this little episode, as there were many ingredients even a seasoned chef like Sanji had never seen before. The well-fed crew members were chatting and laughing with Yuta, who then asked Luffy somewhat unhappily, "What is up with the Straw Hats?" After hearing it was Shanks who had given it to Luffy, Yuta didn't ask further. However, she suddenly suggested having a contest with Luffy. Luffy wasn't particularly interested at first, but the next moment, a dispute arose between them about who had won 183 joint competitions, and thus their contest began. Their challenge was to see who could eat more meat before the bull charged in. Yuta not only used her fruit to distract Luffy, but at the last moment, she jumped into the air to dodge the bull's charge, while Luffy, who stood still, was knocked into the sea. Fortunately, Yuta immediately used musical notes to rescue Luffy back to shore, her ability seemingly unaffected by the seawater. Yuta wanted to ask about Shanks' current situation, but Luffy also didn't know. It was only after Nami inquired that Luffy finally shared his past with Yuta. It turned out that Yuta had arrived at Windmill Village with Shanks and his crew back in the day. Although she loved singing at that time, Luffy showed no interest. Yet the two children, who were of similar ages, became good friends. They would compete to see who could eat faster before Wild Dog arrived. And whenever Makino tried to stop their playful antics, Shanks would respect their determination and let the competition continue. Unlike Luffy, who strictly followed the rules, Yuta had been using the same tricks to cheat since she was young. In her view, this was the way of fighting among pirates. She had seen a lot of similar things traveling with the red-haired pirates for many years. However, Luffy believed that pirates should fight fairly, and the two kids would fight over their differing ideologies and argue about who Shanks liked more while acting spoiled. At that moment, Shanks would always affectionately embrace them. To be honest, Leah's relationship with Shanks had not developed into what it later became. She regarded Shanks as an ordinary friend back then when she was only 17. Having been used to taking care of children, she wanted to connect with Yuta, but perhaps out of instinct, their relationship had never been very good, and she didn't pay much attention to it at the time. After all, she could make everyone like her. I am Yuta of the Red-Haired Pirates, creating a new era where everyone can be free. That is Yuta's dream, the girl confidently declared while standing under the moonlight. Her singing seemed to possess an innate magic that brought a sense of peace to others. Leah stayed in the tavern in Machino, smiling as she watched the scene. Ace and Sabo had been together for 100 years, witnessing the match between Luffy and Yuta, with the red-haired pirates as witnesses. Luffy ultimately won against Yuta in the late-night competition, but the brief moment of happiness quickly passed. One time, when the red-haired pirates returned from the sea, everyone's mood was somewhat low. Luffy asked where Yuta had gone, and Shanks could only tell him that in order for Yuta to become a better singer and achieve her dreams, she had left the red-haired pirates. Leah instinctively felt that something was off, but whenever she asked about the truth, Shanks always deflected the question. At that time, she thought Shanks didn't trust her yet, so she didn't press further. Later, when she asked where Yuta was studying and if she could visit her when she had time, Shanks just smiled and changed the subject. Their relationship had become somewhat ambiguous, but they hadn't officially confirmed it yet. Leah felt she wanted to be more assertive, but the situation was awkward due to their identities, and then they fell into a cold war. Back at the concert, Luffy asked Yuta why she had left and why she didn't continue being a pirate. Yuta hesitated and didn't provide a reason, instead asking about Luffy's current life. When she heard that Luffy was a pirate and that his dream was still to become the Pirate King, Yuta visibly became disappointed and even urged Luffy not to be a pirate anymore. The Straw Hat Kid ignored her, but he seemed to sense something was wrong. He expressed happiness that Yuta was living the life she wanted and then made an excuse to go back to the ship to sleep because he was full. However, everyone underestimated Yuta's determination. Just a moment ago, everyone was enjoying the party, but in the blink of an eye, Yuta waved her hand and intended to keep the entire Straw Hat crew, Nami, Sanji, and others were caught off guard and received the same treatment as Owen and Bruley. Yuta wanted to perform the song she composed for the pirates as a gift to everyone present. Leah, after much hesitation, stood up. She wanted to say something, but before she could do anything, Yuta waved her hand and expelled her from the world of dreams. When she woke up, she saw that the desolate island was filled with ordinary people in deep slumber. Time passed, and Yuta was no longer the little girl who took pride in her pirate identity. The cheers of the crowd painted another side of the world idol, one that was birthed from countless sufferings, a hatred for pirates that was ingrained in their bones. As Yuta's mindset shifted, the joyful notes that once filled the air transformed into fierce nightly notes, charging towards the remaining few. Zoro, Jinbe, and Frankie could easily tear them apart, but these knights would be reborn the moment they vanished. Luffy, Robin, and Chopper were also drawn into the battle. Even as the fighting escalated, the figures of the few were overwhelmed by the massive number of knights. The continuous roars of battle were overshadowed by Yuta's nearly roaring anger. She spread her two-colored wings, as if she were about to break free and become a butterfly. Yuta sealed off the top performance venue, making it seem like a larger cocoon that was nurturing a new era. Soon after, the entire Straw Hat crew was unexpectedly captured by Yuta. Luffy didn't even switch to his second gear throughout, and the unequal awareness between the two sides was the biggest reason for their defeat in this battle. How to deal with the pirates? Yuta faced countless weaklings and the bleak, miserable world, asking a question whose answer she had already determined. Usopp, feeling wronged, argued that Luffy was not that kind of pirate, but once the immense public anger was ignited, how could it be extinguished so easily? Even if Luffy broke free, angry fans had already surged onto the stage, targeting the abilities in front of them with seawater. Below the stage, Balloomber couldn't stand it any longer and wanted to stand up for Luffy and the others, but was calmly stopped by Kobe. At a critical moment, the little fanboy Bartolomeo came to the rescue, and Yuta initially dismissed him. But when the two of them, along with the barrier, suddenly vanished, Yuta realized that there were other pirates hidden in the venue, and a dangerous aura immediately surrounded her. Meanwhile, on a distant overpass away from the stage, it turned out that Law had saved them, with the sound effect-equipped Beepo beside him. Originally, Law and Luffy were discussing whether to fight or flee, but Yuta found them in an instant. As Yuta issued orders to hunt them down, a bizarre ship resembling a piano sailed across the sky, with a parade of fans following behind. Among them were Kobe, Balloomber, and Bruno, and the two Navy members already had some plans. CP Organization S. Bruno pointed out that the environment here was abnormal, making it impossible to use the door fruit's abilities. Arriving at the coast, they saw that in just a short time, the nightly notes had spread across the entire island, patrolling between the giant piano strings. The mysterious person, who looked very much like Frankenstein, had led them into a certain building. The mysterious man introduced himself as Gordon, the former king of the city of music, Elegia. According to him, after the kingdom fell, all the residents left, leaving only him and Yuta to depend on each other. The once prosperous city of music had turned into ruins, and the unresolvable loneliness permeated Yuta's entire childhood. Yuta often reminisced about the past, and Gordon devoted his efforts to cultivate her into the greatest singer. But without an audience, no matter how good, it was just self-appreciation, and her dreams remained dim. Until 2 years later, she found a new type of snail with live-streaming capabilities by the sea, and with its new function of publishing videos and sounds. Yuta embarked on the path of an idol. The gratitude and recognition from around the world became the beacon of hope illuminating Yuta's life. But amidst the emotions, the tragic world where pirates ran rampant also sparked new thoughts in her, especially with more and more fans elevating idols to the height of saviors. In order to allow everyone to achieve redemption, Yuta conceived a grand plan that would surely change the world. Gordon wanted to stop all of this. But before he could speak about the specifics of the plan, Yuta found them again, and Beepo was instantly transformed into a mini bear form by Yuta's ability. When it came to Shanks, Yuta suddenly became extremely agitated. She used her powers to take Shanks' straw hat, denying One Piece, denying the Pirate King, and denying the significance of this hat in the new era. But how could Luffy agree to give up his dream and live on? The two parted ways unhappily again, and Law used his abilities to relocate his allies. Before Yuta left with her fans, she had a brief conversation with Gordon, asking for his support. However, Gordon felt that her plan was destined to fail, because the Navy and the world government had not yet made their move. Unexpectedly, Yuta took out the forbidden song sheet hidden in the basement, which was her biggest trump card. Gordon was startled and immediately showed great fear. But Yuta no longer gave her adoptive father a chance to persuade her and had already turned to leave. Meanwhile, Luffy and his crew had finally managed to escape to the seaside, but Luffy was shocked to discover that his huge Sunny was gone without a trace. Moments later, a small wet lion emerged from the water, calling out Sunny. Luffy and Bartolomeo were astonished. Could this be the Sunny? Yuta's powers were terrifying, but could the power of a single fruit really be so comprehensive and invincible? On the other side, the main forces of the Navy, following the orders from headquarters, boarded the island despite the light drizzle. Leah stood in the rain, contemplating how to resolve today's situation. To be honest, compared to force, her strongest ability was actually in the mental aspect. Otherwise, how could she have controlled Wang Lei so much during the summit to help the pirates escape from Marineford? However, she didn't like using such abilities. She always felt that it went against her principles, hoping that everyone was independent and free to do whatever they wanted, rather than being manipulated like puppets. Everyone present was drawn into Yuta's world of dreams, which was akin to an almost unsolvable, complete hypnosis. Vice Admiral Mongoose and others were momentarily at a loss. As the mastermind behind the scenes, Yuta unexpectedly showed no intention of hiding herself. She calmly stepped forward and stated that as long as she was alive, no one would ever return to reality. Leah frowned, but she felt embarrassed to confront Yuta. After all, she was Shank's daughter, and they had their own conflicts. If they fought, wouldn't their disagreements only deepen? Yuta allowed the army to surround her, and Admiral Fujitora almost drew his sword, but Yuta just smiled and teased, "I don't think you need to." After a moment of hesitation, Leah watched helplessly as Yuta consumed the deadly sleepless mushroom, which would prevent anyone from sleeping and ultimately lead to death. The thought that all the civilians would be buried along with her made Squirrel unable to hold back and move forward, while Fujitora also threatened her. At that moment, Leah stepped forward and stood in front of Yuta, silently looking at the Navy. Even without saying any threatening words, her presence was already a significant deterrent. Fujitora then asked, "You have always been a reasonable person. Now that so many people are in danger because of her, are you going to stand on her side?" "Reasoning depends on the situation. If a child I know makes a mistake, we as elders naturally need to find a way to handle the aftermath," Leah replied. However, at that moment, Yuta excitedly pushed Leah away and exclaimed, "Who are you to be my elder? I don't need you to take care of me." Leah was suddenly pushed and stumbled. She frowned and then asked Yuta, "Can you deal with them? Or can they threaten you? I've already said you don't need to worry about it." "With them, they can't touch me," Yuta replied before launching an attack on the Navy. This time, Leah didn't hesitate and decisively let Yuta take action herself. During a rebellious phase, it's necessary to have an outlet for venting emotions, of course. It shouldn't be directed at innocent civilians. The Navy's mission was to capture Yuta, which just happened to provide a target for her emotional release. Yuta could control everyone in a dream, yet the Navy couldn't harm innocent civilians, so the positions of the attacking and defending sides changed instantly. As long as the earmuffs were removed, the large Navy force that had come from afar would quickly become Yuta's puppets. The hypnotic melody drove thousands of troops to encircle General Bruno, and figures like Beepo and Law were among them. After the duration of a song, the Navy side was already in disarray. However, Leah was completely unaffected by the music. Given Yuta's current level, it was really hard to influence her. In her mental world, countless monsters hidden in darkness were imprisoned. Although her own crew was also trapped in the dream world, she wasn't worried at all. With Luffy and the others around, they wouldn't easily get into trouble. Meanwhile, in the dream world, the Straw Hat crew and pirates like Owen and the Bore siblings were trapped on a musical score. Unable to move, they struggled desperately, but it was of no use. Brook was currently trying to adjust his position to see Nami's underwear. Finally, the reliable Robin brought the topic back on track, speculating that there should be a staff behind everyone. But unfortunately, Brook couldn't see the whole picture of the moment. Suddenly, Bruno, Kobe, and Bellamy appeared in front of everyone using the Door Fruits ability. With Kobe's help, Brook immediately sang out the notes to rescue his friends. Seeing this, Owen also requested the Straw Hat crew's assistance, and Bellamy's condition was that they had to cooperate with the Navy. After that, the group split into several paths. Most of the Straw Hat crew accompanied Robin to the castle of their homeland, Elegia, to see if they could find a way to break Yuta's ability from the history of the Fallen Kingdom. In the library, they suffered a massive puppet attack, and under the cover of her friends, Robin deciphered the patterns on the ceiling, finally uncovering some bad truths. Meanwhile, Bruno and Kobe came to find Luffy and the others to explain Yuta's singing fruit ability. Anyone who had heard her sing would have their soul transported to the singing world. Even worse, Yuta had eaten a poisonous sleep mushroom. If Yuta died, everyone would be trapped there. This was Yuta's ultimate plan. It's not just the tens of thousands at the concert. The most terrifying aspect of the singing fruit is that it combines the use of visual snail, continuously broadcasting the concert in the dream world. No matter where one is in the sea, the power of the song spreads through visuals like an unquenchable fire burning across the world. According to Lucci's report to the Gorosei, it would only take an hour for 70 of the world to be hypnotized, a power that exceeded the high-ranking officials' expectations. In the midst of this, some celestial dragons were already caught up in the dream world. The celestial dragon immediately ordered the nearby navy to capture Yuta, as he had taken a liking to her. Initially, Yuta didn't want to be harsh and restrained her expression of the concept of equality, which naturally angered the celestial dragon even more. When the celestial dragon shot at his subordinates, who had been unable to capture Yuta for a long time, and when the navy, under the celestial dragon's urging, acted against Yuta, she no longer hesitated and swiftly dealt with them. However, this behavior did not receive support from the fans. The celestial dragons were high and mighty deities, and they were frightened. The vast majority lacked the courage to resist. Seizing the moment of doubt among the fans, Bruno and Kobe took to the stage to reveal Yuta's plan to the public. If the real world is too painful, then is it heaven to be forever immersed in dreams? Once the empty worship was abandoned, the crowd instantly fractured into countless factions. Only a small portion agreed with Yuta's plan, while many shouted to go home and were filled with resentment towards Yuta's unilateral decision, leading to complete chaos for Yuta. She didn't understand. Everything she did was for everyone, and she couldn't comprehend why, despite the pain of reality, they would still choose to stay in reality. Unable to find an answer, Yuta crazily provided her own. As long as she brought them more joy, everyone should be willing to stay. The rampaging ability of the singing fruit transformed into the ocean, turning everyone in its path into toys or other objects. Fortunately, Kobe and the shrunken Bruno narrowly escaped and informed the others of the failed persuasion results. Meanwhile, on Robin's side, due to the loud commotion from her companion's battle, they accidentally brought down the entire castle. At the last moment, Nami stood in front of a mirror, threatening Beret. Thus, Beret led them smoothly to Luffy's side. Combining the information held by Kobe and Robin, the situation before them was despairing. To return to reality, their only hope lay buried deep underground, containing many of humanity's negative emotions, the Demon King. That Demon King was an existence capable of spanning both reality and dreams. If they could defeat it simultaneously in both realms, the entire dream world would disappear as a result. The internal situation was manageable, but who would break through from the outside? Kobe felt that the Navy, being mindful of the civilians, would find it difficult to shoulder this heavy responsibility. Before he finished speaking, Yuta's adoptive father, Gordon, and Beepo arrived late, relying on their ability to sing out notes. He believed they needed Shanks to intervene from outside. Luffy asked what had happened between Yuta and Shanks. Gordon was evasive, and Luffy simply decided not to think too much about it, and set off alone to challenge Yuta. Zoro clarified the essence of Luffy's actions. They just needed to keep attacking. No matter who was outside, as long as the external offensive synchronized, it would be fine. Moreover, Luffy's sister had been kicked out of the dream world by Yuta, and that woman was no simple character. Even though he wasn't present at the time and only saw what happened in the newspaper, he still felt a chill. As Luffy seemed resolute, when he finally faced Yuta, he softened. Even if Yuta tore his straw hat, he was unwilling to go all out. Yuta felt that her hatred toward Shanks was all due to the red-haired pirate's abandonment. Shanks' destruction of Elegia left her with a wound that could never heal. But just as Luffy said, how could Shanks possibly do such a thing? He would definitely come, but not to save me. He would come to save you, Yuta. Luffy clenched his fists and said. After hearing this, Yuta still did not change her mind. She felt that Shanks would definitely not come, believing that he didn't care much about her. Before leaving Elegia, Yuta had asked him if he liked Leah, and he had nodded clearly at that time. Moreover, after doing such a thing, he actually left without any guilt. In reality, Yuta commanded the puppets to attack Leah, and during this interval, she had to do something very important. Leah looked at the ordinary people surrounding her and attacking her, unable to help but frown. Then, feeling somewhat relieved, she directly released the shadows, pressing all the uncontrollable individuals to the ground. Leah noticed that a little black creature had stuffed a person's leg into its mouth, and just as it was about to bite down, Leah slapped it flat. When Leah's attention was diverted, Yuta drew her dagger and was about to kill Luffy. She absolutely would not allow the new era that Luffy wanted. Leah had just wanted to spread her wings and rush over when she sensed someone's presence, which made her completely at ease. The blade fell heavily, and at that moment, a large hand reached out from midair and firmly grasped it. After 12 years apart, Yuta finally reunited with the red-hair pirates. Tears and rain intertwined, and countless emotions surged within her. Yuta, completely driven mad, laughed maniacally, with only the thought of killing all the pirates at the scene left. She shed tears and called upon all dreamers to attack the red-haired pirates. However, she suddenly realized that everyone was pinned to the ground by the shadows pouring out from behind Leah, unable to move. Meanwhile, Leah was focused on dealing with the gluttonous little blacks, stepping on them one by one until they finally settled down. The other members of the red-haired pirates watched this scene and suddenly felt their faces beginning to hurt as well. To put it bluntly, there was actually no difference between Leah hitting the little blacks and hitting them. The only difference was that when there were more people, she would give their captain a bit of face. This actually saved a lot of effort for both the Navy and the red-hair pirates. At the same time, in the dream world, Luffy pointed out that Shanks had arrived, and everyone immediately launched a total attack while Yuta was distracted. Yuta summoned the Music Knights to easily fend off this wave of attacks. But before she could sing the next song, small teams like Little Bruno and Little Beppo launched their attacks from a gate. The Sunny-esque cannon fire interrupted Yuta's actions and obscured her line of sight. With choppers for enhancement as a feint in front, Law covered Yuta with room from behind. Under everyone's combined attack, they finally pushed Yuta into Bartolomeo's invincible barrier, causing external summons to lose synchronization and fall together. Yuta was very distressed. She began to sing again, and those puppets became even more frenzied, nearly breaking free from the little black's restraints. Shanks, however, maintained a smile as he watched Yuta, and seeing her in this state, a hint of sadness appeared on his face. Unlike many villains who, under the guise of righteousness, show no remorse, Yuta, with her kind nature, truly treated every fan as family. Seeing her fans treated this way, Yuta instantly gave up on all the fans who had fallen on her. In her view, rebirth in the dream world did not count as death. Dying in reality and being unable to go to the dream was an absolute farewell that Yuta could not accept. Seeing Yuta like this, Leah decided to fully embrace her role as a villain. Now, the antagonist was herself. Leah suddenly said, "If you don't release Luffy and the others, I'll kill everyone here. You know I have that ability." Beckman looked at Leah in surprise. He understood her intentions at this moment. However, he didn't expect Leah to choose to step forward now. After all, being a villain isn't easy. But what does it matter to him? In the end, it will be Shanks who got beaten up. Leah's actions might actually save these innocent civilians. "Hey, are you even human? They're all innocent," Yuta said angrily, constantly glancing at Shanks, hoping he would stop this woman's actions. Shanks appeared expressionless, but inside he was a mess, even thinking about where to buy a washboard when he left. He had already worn out several of them. "I'm a pirate, little girl. If you weren't Shanks' daughter and I wasn't giving him face, I wouldn't be standing here talking to you nicely. I would have just attacked you directly. And since you know they are innocent, didn't you also pull them into the dream world?" Leah leisurely stepped on the person Yuta had been anxiously watching. "I did it for their sake." "For their sake? Little girl, how many real sufferings have you seen to dare say that this is for their good?" "I've seen their dreams. I've seen many. I want to create a new era where everyone can feel happiness." Leah helplessly covered her forehead and said, "Although you kicked me out of the dream, I think your plan has probably been exposed. How many people support your actions? Don't you already know? Doing good for others also requires standing in their shoes. It's not about indulging in your own fantasies, understand?" It seems these words are too direct and hurtful for Yuta. But the situation has escalated to this degree, and countless people could potentially die because of Yuta's reckless behavior. Children need education. Shanks is really unreliable. This is truly a clear villainous attitude. Then Leah quickly made eye contact with Beckman, signaling him to take action to stop her, using this opportunity to get closer to Yuta. Before Beckman could act, Shanks came over and forcefully pulled Leah aside, proving to be quite cooperative, but still angry nonetheless. Just as the family was entangled, a dense barrage of gunfire erupted like rain. It turned out that Admiral Akainu stationed at the headquarters had given the order to open fire. He was willing to kill all the civilians on the island to capture Yuta. Kizaru emerged from the back, stating that sacrificing tens of thousands to stop this child was truly unavoidable. He flew into the sky and bombarded the entire island with his famous technique, the Yada no Kagami. In the next moment, instead of the expected explosion, red-haired Shanks leaped into the sky, cutting through all the light clusters with a single sword strike, severing the giant rocks above, surpassing Kizaru's light speed elemental form, and had his sword at Kizaru's throat. Shanks expressionlessly said, "Sorry, this is a family matter. Please do not interfere." Kizaru, no longer teasing as before, unusually remained silent, while Fujitora appeared ready to act, but hesitated. Below, Yuta was tending to the injured with the red-haired pirate ship doctor, Dr. Koreha. At that moment, the side effects of the sleep mushroom began to take effect, starting from her body in the dream world under the stimulation of the sleep mushroom. Yuta's emotions uncontrollably turned frenzied. Leah saw this scene and decisively spread her wings to control the rampaging Yuta. However, Yuta was still very resistant to her, struggling violently. The people in the dream world were forced to change into pure black outfits, representing the evil side. After much hesitation and wandering, the raging emotions ultimately overwhelmed everything. In the dream world, Yuta took out the sheet music of the forbidden song, and the story began to head towards the worst conclusion. At the moment when the ultimate score was played, Bartolomeo's invincible barrier was violently broken by Yuta. Meanwhile, in reality, Leah was also blasted away by a strong shockwave. However, just as she was about to crash to the ground, she was caught in time by Shanks. A wave of red and blue energy, mixed with pitch black, covered the island below, and the controlled beings became increasingly active. This was what the Navy was worried about, the darkest ability of the Song fruit. Dark energy blotted out the sky, and the Demon King returned from the abyss. Yuta's wings were stained black by this power, and even in the outside world, a bizarrely distorted giant was born in the most real form through the concept transformation of illusion and reality. After more than a decade, the apocalyptic scene that had not been forgotten by the world for hundreds of years finally arrived. In reality, the red-haired pirates were on high alert. Leah also stood up, gazing at the enormous monster, her eyes revealing extreme excitement and desire, unlike the tension of others. In the dream, a coalition of all factions charged at the Dark Yuta. Only the past core members of the team, Shanks and Luffy, did not rush to join the battlefield. Far away in Mariewa, the Gorosei could no longer cut off the live broadcast in front of them. Because of the incomprehensible ability of the Song fruit, the dream and reality worlds were connecting with each other. This was definitely not the result Yuta originally wanted. She could no longer hear the cries of the people pulled into the dream. After several rounds, Luffy joined the battle with his gear third giant fist. But despite everyone's strengths, they were continuously being defeated by the Music Knights as they approached Yuta. In reality, each faction was fighting their own battles, and for a long time, they had not achieved any results. Usopp was the first to be blasted back in the fight, followed by others being pushed back one after another. However, they were not discouraged, but realized the importance of working together. But Luffy didn't want to fight at all. He rushed forward, enduring the lashings of dark energy time and again without fighting back. He shouted Yuta's name loudly, wanting to awaken her original nature. But what followed was even more fierce attacks. Yuta ended the battle with a spear thrust, and at a crucial moment, her adoptive father Gordon used his one-time flash to block Yuta's spear. Ignoring the pain, he sorrowfully yet helplessly revealed the truth behind the destruction of the Music City, Elegia. It turned out that the root cause of that disaster was not the red-haired pirates as rumored. Years ago, Shanks had specifically sent Yuta to the Music Academy for further study. But unexpectedly, the forbidden song sheet music, which had been hidden deep underground, appeared at the banquet. Upon coming into contact with the sheet music, Yuta's fruit awakened on the spot, and the melody she unconsciously hummed awakened the sleeping monsters after hundreds of years. Thus, the Music City was turned to ashes overnight in the hands of the rampaging ability user. Shanks and his crew fought with all their strength, forcefully slaying the monsters to rescue Yuta. But it was already too late. How could the young Yuta face the overwhelming guilt of having slaughtered an entire nation? What would she do moving forward? Shanks did not hesitate. He asked Gordon to report to the Navy, placing the blame for this disaster on the red-haired pirates, hoping Yuta could have a happy life. The choice of the old King Gordon was even harder to understand. With his back against the burning kingdom, he chose to bear the pain of the nation's destruction alone, simply because Shanks said that singing was not a crime. Gordon forgave Yuta and took on the responsibility of training her to become a singer who could bring happiness to the whole world, pouring his entire life's effort into her. While suppressing his reluctance and sorrow, Shanks and the others laughed heartily and left with treasures. Luffy thought that Yuta would resolve her inner turmoil after learning the truth, so he happily ran towards her. But what awaited him was a more powerful beam. However, Luffy quickly found a breakthrough, which was the rough symbol of the new era that the two had drawn in their childhood, still worn on Yuta's arm. Her original intention had never changed. Stop lying to yourself. Look at the chaotic world around you. Is this really the free new era you dreamed of? Luffy's words struck at the core, and Yuta, who suddenly awakened from her dream, was already in tears. However, the forbidden song had manifested for so long that it was no longer something a person of Yuta's level could control. The collapsing dream world was left with only a void of chaos and twisted monsters emitting indescribable sounds. Meanwhile, the puppets in the outside world became even more active, and Beckman had no choice but to aim his gun at Kizaru's face, warning him not to attack civilians. The scene before them was indeed filled with great irony. The Navy sought to take the lives of civilians while the pirates were striving to protect them. Beckman and Locky Liu, among others, had to take bullets from the Navy with their bodies to save people. Unlike 12 years ago, Yuta, who had eaten the sleepless mushroom, could not even afford to faint. The boundary of the dream world had been expanding with the growth of the nightmare, leaving one to wonder how much reality would be devoured by the illusion. In a deeper layer of her inner world, Yuta bore the curses of all the deceased from the Elegia kingdom. Yuta's inner voice gradually revealed that she had known the truth about her destruction of a city and nation a year ago. The notorious Shanks was merely helping his daughter bear the blame. On one side were fans who regarded her as the hope of a new era, and on the other was her true self, filled with pain and guilt to the point of wanting to die. This extremely unstable mental state drove Yuta to sacrifice herself, creating a mad plan for all those who wanted to escape the tragic era to forever remain in the dream world. She walked step by step towards the road of inevitable destruction, and the confused Yuta could no longer stop the forbidden apocalypse. Just then, Leah closed her eyes and entered Yuta's inner world. She took Yuta's hand and said, "For things that can no longer be undone, you must learn to bear them. You are no longer that little girl who could do nothing, are you?" Yuta looked at Leah, her expression complex. The father she had always respected, Shanks, had looked at this woman differently the first time he met her, fearing that she would take away Shanks's love for her. Yuta had been somewhat resistant to Leah from the beginning, but this woman was indeed not a bad person. What she said earlier was merely to stimulate her to let go. She just hadn't realized it at the time. If you can bear all the insults directed at you, then the music demon will no longer be able to control you. You need to learn to harness it. This will greatly benefit your future musical journey. Leah said, "Is there still a possibility for my musical journey to continue?" Yuta murmured to herself. In this inner world that was extremely lacking in security, she did not shake off the hand that Leah was holding. Meanwhile, in the dream world, after yet another round of futile attempts by Owen, Sanji rescued Broly, and Kobe served as the on-site commander. First, Nami and Robin used their abilities to construct a passage, and with Broly's mirror world, they gathered all the endless illusions together. Gordon and Barumabur were responsible for covering the operation, while Chopper took care of the injured Luffy. Jinbe and Frankie formed the team's shield. Usopp provided long-range output, and Brook and Sanji supported the entire scene as surprise troops. Finally, the focus was on the main attackers, Zoro and Owen. At this point, the entire team's strength was integrated. Luo broke through the monster's defenses with his abilities, and the powerful force once again collapsed everyone's formation. The more Gordon looked, the more heart-wrenching it became. He felt that Yuta had come this far because of him. This adoptive father's love for Yuta was evident to everyone. He was absolutely indispensable on Yuta's road to fame. The adoptive father cried as he entrusted everything to the now-awakened Luffy. Bearing the promise to save Yuta and everyone, Luffy's fourth gear, Bound Man, charged forward, striking heavily at the boundary between reality and the dream world. On the other side of the barrier, Shanks also exerted his power, and the suddenly disappearing illusionary creatures proved that this move could work. Also making a move was the uninvited star Katakuri, an anomaly in Big Mom's crew, who crossed thousands of miles alone to fight for the sake of his family. He babbled about being able to sense the situation in the dream through observation haki. Shanks impatiently interrupted him, saying that the red-haired crew had many masters of observation haki, aside from the need to be wary of the marine admirals behind him. Penetrating the barrier required a master of observation haki in the dream world to predict and cooperate. Otherwise, it would just be chaotic fighting like now. Shanks and Luffy could sense each other, but that alone was far from enough. Ultimately, it was the man named Usopp who stepped onto the stage, his exceptional observation haki easily connecting the two worlds. Jesus Burgess and Usopp father and son, were closely linked in their observation hockey perspective, becoming the eyes of their respective teams. With their command, Luffy and the others, along with Shanks and his crew, welcomed an incredibly exciting, epic-making collaboration. The figures of powerful beings separated by a generation traversed through reality, their dreams overlapping, rushing towards the same direction, hearts racing along the way. They struck out against the falsehood and darkness with a powerful blow filled with determination and passion. After a series of attacks, Shanks and Luffy made their grand entrance, shattering the void ahead with a punch and a sword. Just as you once said, I resembled you. When I grew up, I became you. Returning to the initial simple black and white, Yuta's loneliness and her original dream became clearer and clearer. Countless memories with Shanks flooded into her mind. Shanks also recalled the day he discovered Yuta among countless treasures. The 20-year-old Shanks was melted by little Yuta's smile. Captain Roger must have felt the same when he adopted him and Buggy. Warm memories flowed, and Luffy in his fifth gear combined his full power with Shanks for a strike. All the distortions were purified in the explosion, and everything in the outside world finally returned to normal. The now conscious Yuta collapsed in Shanks' arms. However, Yuta, overwhelmed by an extreme sense of guilt, refused to take the medication that would allow her to sleep immediately. At the moment the glass tube was about to shatter, Leah dove to the ground to catch the medicine. However, she also scratched her cheek in the process, but Leah didn't care much. She stood up, brushed off her dress, and helplessly asked, "Did you two forget about me? I can wake those people up too. You don't need to sacrifice anything, little girl." Yuta lowered her head, feeling somewhat dejected, and said, "But I feel like I no longer have the right to live. Avoidance is useless. What has happened. Even if you die now, it won't change anything," Leah said expressionlessly. Shanks seemed to want to argue for Yuta, but he suppressed it because he knew Leah was not that kind of person. Indeed, Leah slightly opened her hand and held out the struggling little light orb to Yuta, asking, "Guess what this is? Is this a music demon?" Yuta said uncertainly. Leah nodded actively and then took the initiative to explain, "The negative emotions on it can be simply put as me having eaten them. Now it has turned into a small lump. In short, this guy can grow. I heard Luffy say that you want to become a musician who can bring happiness to people. So use your voice to bring happiness and hope to others. Cultivate it with positive emotions, and then it will grow, complementing your music. The revolutionary anthem is waiting for you to compose it. Consider it as atonement for your past unintentional mistakes. Please sing your heart out and bring happiness to people. It's much better than silently fading away." Leah said this with a smile. Seemingly influenced by Leah, Yuta nodded vigorously with tears in her eyes, then resolutely took the antidote and drank it down. Shanks respected his daughter's choice, and the two held each other's hands. The more than a decade of estrangement dissipated. The girl weakly walked towards the stage, and Zoro brought the snail phone. An angelic, peaceful melody fell upon the chaotic crowd under the sunset, with starlight gently cascading down, and everyone fell into a deep sleep in a beautiful dream. Meanwhile, Leah had already begun to spread her consciousness to wake everyone from their sweet dreams. As they woke up one by one, gasping and clutching their chests, the red-haired pirates watched from the side, somewhat helpless, but at least everyone was alive, right? Yuta and Luffy sat down to talk in a certain layer of dreams. Luffy believed that his fists were more powerful than bullets and cannons, but in Yuta's memories, they were soft and gentle. After that, Yuta returned Shank's straw hat to Luffy, believing that Luffy would definitely become the Pirate King. The red-haired pirates gathered together, watching the child they had seen grow up, now shining brightly, and they all smiled in unison. In such a warm moment, only Kizaru still remembered his mission to capture Yuta. In the face of the two admirals, the crew members didn't dare to be careless, but at that moment, they heard Shanks say, "She is my daughter. If you want to take her away, then you can die." No need for excessive words. The Conqueror's haki surged forth, impacting all around. Even the admirals retreated under the terrifying pressure that crushed heaven and earth. In the end, the Navy arrived in full force but left empty-handed on their return journey. Accompanied by a softly sung song recalling the past, Yuta's performance came to a final conclusion. After Shanks took his daughter away, the audience gradually woke up, and by the time Luffy regained consciousness, the red-haired pirates had already gone far away. Leah had already begun to consider what path Yuta should take to debut. However, Shanks, he still needed to be taught a lesson. Some things needed to be clarified, as she had carried the blame for over a decade. "You bastard!" Leah chased after the fleeing Shanks, and Yuta watched this scene, eating the little desserts Leah had prepared, and suddenly smiled, saying, "It seems like living like this isn't so bad." Synopsis. Upon waking up, Leah finds herself in the pirate world and decides to become the richest person in the OP world, save Ace, and reach the peak of her life. However, along the way to her dreams, a red-haired guy shamelessly clings to her. While building her career, perhaps she can also fall in love, start a school, and focus on survival first before letting loose. She spent delicate daily life with ASL in Windmill Village.